Haicheng Number 1 High School, Grade 12, Class 1. The desks and chairs in the classroom had long been moved away, and in the place where the podium once stood, a transparent diamond-shaped crystal floated, connected to a set of intricate machines. The students stood neatly in line, waiting for the awakening ceremony to begin. The year was 2035. Over 1,000 years ago, mysterious realms had suddenly descended, with countless portal gates appearing across Blue Star, connecting Earth to various enigmatic dimensions. From these realms emerged all sorts of beasts, demons, and bizarre plants. Some creatures merely sought to dominate their territories by eliminating all competitors within, but many more directly invaded human cities. At first, human firearms were effective against low-level creatures from the realms. However, as these beings grew stronger, the damage inflicted by human weapons diminished, eventually becoming nearly ineffective. When even the last nuclear bomb failed to defeat the creatures from the realms, humanity's once mighty technology completely collapsed. It was during this time that people discovered a peculiar new substance in the air. When absorbed by the human body, this substance gradually awakened hidden powers within. With these powers, people grew stronger and even learned skills that had previously seemed like pure fantasy. The first person to uncover this power named it spiritual energy, and those who cultivated it were called awakeners. From that moment on, Blue Star entered a new era of awakeners and spiritual energy technology. As awakeners rose to prominence, humanity combined their powers with spiritual energy-based weapons, gradually turning the tide of the war, driving back most of the creatures from the realms, and securing their cities. However, the beasts and magical plants from the realms continued to pose a threat to human safety. Over time, as elite awakeners paved the way and scientists conducted in-depth research, the awakening process became more standardized. Newborns were given gene optimization injections, enabling their bodies to automatically absorb spiritual energy from the air. Coupled with nationwide basic training methods such as the broadcast exercises in schools, by the time they reached their senior year of high school, their spiritual energy levels would have reached a critical threshold. The awakening ceremony, aided by specialized equipment, would help them unlock their innate talents and powers. This marked the true beginning of an era where everyone could become an awakener. Today was the day Su Yan and his classmates would undergo their awakening. They were about to unveil their powers and officially become awakeners. In this era of universal awakening, everyone dreamed of awakening powerful abilities and becoming one of the elites. Standing midway in the line, Su Yan listened as the teacher announced, "The awakening ceremony begins. Please step forward in an orderly manner." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the student at the front of the line stepped forward and placed their hand on the floating, colorless diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal was crafted from a piece of non-attribute spiritual energy or combined with various auxiliary materials, containing a large amount of pure, attribute-less spiritual energy. With the aid of the other materials, the crystal could stimulate the latent powers within one's body. The attributes and potential of an awakener's talent could also be determined by the color and changes in the crystal. As soon as the student's hand touched the crystal, a surge of energy quickly flowed into their body, briefly circulating before returning to the crystal. At the same time, the base of the crystal began to turn golden. The golden hue gradually rose, stopping at 3/4 of the crystal's height. The staff overseeing the ceremony observed the crystal and the data on the instruments, then said to the teacher recording the results, "Metal attribute, talent grade, A." Upon hearing this, the teacher felt both pleased and mildly regretful. A great start. The first one is an A-grade talent. Such a pity it didn't reach S-grade. Hearing this, the students below weren't concerned about the teacher's slight regret, their faces were full of joy. After all, in their eyes, an A-grade talent was already an unexpected surprise. According to past statistics, talents above B-grade made up only 1% of the population, and A-grade talents were a fraction of that 1%. Awakening an A-grade talent was already extremely rare. As for S-grade, a talent that appeared in only 1% of A-grade cases, it was nearly unimaginable. The students at the back of the line gasped in amazement upon hearing the news. In this era of universal awakening, the higher one's talent grade, the faster their cultivation speed. The stronger their abilities, the greater their potential, and the better their compatibility with their attributes. It was much easier to grow stronger with a higher talent grade. An awakener's talent was divided into 5 grades, S, A, B, C, and D. As for the even rarer SS and SSS grades, they were classified as top secret. No matter how powerful an awakener with such talents became, their records would only show an S-grade classification, a measure taken to protect these geniuses. For those below D grade, the differences in ability were negligible, so further classification was unnecessary. An A grade talent was already considered exceptional. The fact that the first awakener in the class had an A grade talent brought excitement to the homeroom teacher's face, outweighing any slight disappointment. Starting off with an A grade talent immediately boosted the entire class's morale. Everyone was eager and itching to awaken their own talents. After all, if the first student had an A grade talent, perhaps the class had exceptional luck today. Maybe the next would be another A grade or even an S grade. It's me. As the students awakened one by one, everyone eagerly anticipated the emergence of more A-level or even S-level talents. However, the results were disappointing. Only a few B-levels appeared, while the majority were C-levels and D-levels. The originally enthusiastic students, upon witnessing one low-level talent after another, seemed as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The atmosphere gradually grew somber. Observing the changes in the class, Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Talent levels, for the most part, were determined at birth. Unless one was born into a prominent family and received early detection and nurturing with abundant genius-level resources, there was almost no way to enhance one's talent. But even this possibility was minimal, as the resources required were enough to cultivate a dozen high-level powerhouses. Moreover, talents forcibly improved through such means were vastly inferior to those attained through natural awakening. Not to mention, families capable of achieving this were extremely rare. Even if such families existed, not everyone within them could enjoy such privileges. Just as Su Yan sighed and shook his head, and the class atmosphere reached rock bottom due to the streak of low-level awakenings, a sudden excited voice broke through from the staff at the front. Earth element, talent level S. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention immediately focused on the awakening crystal. There stood a tall young man, about 1.8 meters in height, with a robust physique and an excited smile on his face. The awakening crystal emitted a dense, earthy yellow glow, almost enveloping the entire crystal. That young man was none other than the class monitor, Sudu. Seeing Sudu standing there so jubilantly, Su Yan felt both surprised and understanding. The surprise was that he had awakened an S-level talent. The understanding came from the fact that Sudu's parents were both high-ranking military powerhouses. Although Su Yan didn't know their exact talent levels, being rank 7 or higher meant their talents were undoubtedly exceptional. The children of such powerhouses usually had outstanding talents. This result, while unexpected, was still within reason. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Ming, wore a broad smile as he hurriedly recorded Sudu's information. Beside him, a staff member also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Teacher Zhao. The awakening isn't even halfway through, and you already have an A-level and an S-level talent. Just these two alone will guarantee your bonus this year." Zhao Ming, his face still beaming, responded with, "It's all thanks to the students' efforts. Truly fortunate." The smile on his face never faded. The appearance of an S-level talent instantly reignited the previously dampened atmosphere. Shortly after, another A-level water element talent emerged. Zhao Ming's grin grew even wider. While noting down the information, he turned to the staff and said, "Don't rush off after the ceremony ends. I'm treating everyone to a great meal." When it was Su Yan's turn, he followed the staff's instructions, walked up to the awakening crystal, and gently placed his right hand on it. Soon, a warm current flowed from the crystal, traveling up his arm and spreading throughout his body. At the same time, Su Yan felt something within him gradually awakening. The sensation was incredibly fascinating. Not long after, the energy coursed through his entire body before returning to his right hand and then back into the awakening crystal. As the energy returned, the base of the diamond-shaped crystal began to glow with a warm, pure white hue. The pure white color slowly rose, spreading upward and filling the entire crystal. When the crystal turned completely pure white, the homeroom teacher and nearby staff members displayed expressions of excitement and shock. They stared intently at the crystal. As its color transitioned to pure white, their astonishment transformed into joy. Healing element, talent level S. The staff member, so overwhelmed with excitement that he stammered, announced Su Yan's element and talent level aloud. Zhao Ming's face was also full of joy as he quickly recorded the information into his tablet. The students waiting for their turn gasped in surprise upon hearing the announcement, their faces lighting up with excitement. After all, it was the healing element. A powerful and rare element that provided an unparalleled sense of security. And it was S-level. It's worth mentioning here that healing element awakeners were exceedingly rare. Even in a country like Huagua, with a population of over 1 billion and more than 10 million new awakeners each year, only 1 or 2 healing element awakeners emerged every decade. While the healing element was extremely rare, it was also indispensable. After all, this wasn't a game real injuries could pose life-threatening dangers. Although other elements like water, wood, and light had some healing capabilities, the professional healing element's effectiveness far surpassed them. Additionally, these elements had countering relationships. For instance, water countered fire, and light countered darkness. More importantly, only healing element users could learn a unique skill, resurrection. To this day, the resurrection ability remained exclusive to the healing element. It could be said that the healing element was in high demand, from the most basic to the most advanced levels. Even a low-level healer, despite having average abilities, was always in demand. High-level healers, on the other hand, were sought after wherever they went. Every healing element awakener was immensely valuable and welcomed wherever they were. Despite their rarity, every school had a dedicated healing element class. However, the scarcity of the healing element brought about its own form of awkwardness. Awkward, the school had classes, textbooks, and teachers, yet it struggled to attract students. Even so, the school invested a significant amount of money every year to maintain the healing department, just in case a suitable student appeared. Su Yan felt somewhat uneasy under the eager gazes of the teacher and classmates. He glanced up at Zhao Ming and asked, "Teacher, may I leave now?" This question brought Zhao Ming back to his senses from his excitement. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, of course you can, you may go now. Be safe on your way." After speaking, the teacher cast a stern glance at the still noisy students below. "Quiet. Stop the noise. Let's continue with the awakening ceremony. Next up, Zhang San, come forward." As the teacher restored order in the classroom, Su Yan had already quietly left, heading towards the school gate to return home. Stepping out of the school gate, Su Yan paid no attention to the disputes within the school or the undercurrents stirred by his awakening. He walked straight towards home. Su Yan's home wasn't far from the school. A walk of just over 10 minutes brought him back. Seeing the lifeless atmosphere inside, he couldn't help but exhale deeply, speaking softly to himself. "In the blink of an eye, I've lived in this world for 16 years. This world, filled with spiritual energy and awakeners, is truly a fantastical one. Now, I've officially become an awakener, and it seems my talent is pretty good." That's right, Su Yan was not originally from this world. He had come here with memories of his past life. In his original memories, he had lived on a planet called Earth, in a country also named Huagua. But that world had no secret realms or extraordinary powers. Su Yan was born, studied, and worked there. Although he suffered from mild social anxiety, his good aptitude allowed him to get into a prestigious university and secure a high-paying job that didn't require much social interaction. His boss was even quite agreeable. Except for being single and constantly nagged by his family to get married, his life was smooth sailing until he died in a car accident at the age of 30. After the accident, he woke up to find himself transformed into a newborn baby on this new planet called Blue Star. Carrying the rich memories of his past life, his soul merged with the soul of his new body. As he grew, Su Yan's spiritual strength became extraordinarily powerful due to the fusion, causing his body to struggle to endure it. To survive, he had to seal part of his spiritual power himself. Yet his body remained frail. Fortunately, his parents cared for him with all kinds of precious resources, barely allowing him to keep up with his peers, though still somewhat weaker than most. In this life, Su Yan's parents were both high-level awakeners. His father was an 8th-tier wind-type warrior, and his mother was a 7th-tier wood-type sorceress. Though not top-tier experts, they were considered formidable figures in Blue Star, a world plagued by secret realm outbreaks. A few years ago, his parents were dispatched to suppress a newly emerged secret realm in Jiang City, leaving Su Yan alone. He took out his communicator and sent a message to his parents, informing them about his awakening. He had awakened healing-type skills and was an S-rank potential healer. Afterward, he ordered takeout, returned to his room, and began organizing the results of his awakening. First, there was the warm current that surged from within him during the awakening. It flowed through his entire body before dissipating. Su Yan could clearly feel the presence of spiritual energy within him and even sensed the surrounding energy being slowly absorbed and controlled by him. This awakening not only activated the spiritual energy he had accumulated over 16 years, turning him into a healer, but also left a mysterious piece of text imprinted in his mind. It was composed of symbols that Su Yan had never seen before and couldn't describe, yet he could somehow fully understand their meaning. Innate ability: your healing type skills receive a 50% base enhancement, level 0. With each level increase, the effect rises by 20%. Innate skill: recovery spell. Cast a restorative energy on a single target, providing continuous minor comprehensive recovery for half an hour. The skill can stack. Seeing these 2 lines of text, Su Yan couldn't suppress the excitement swelling in his heart. An innate ability was even rarer than S-rank potential. If an S-rank awakener was 1 in 10,000, then an awakener with an innate ability was an extraordinary existence, perhaps 1 in a million or even 10 million. And an innate skill was a foundational ability granted to all who had an innate ability. It was the ability best suited to them, destined to become a powerful asset. Having both an innate ability and an innate skill was like obtaining a ticket to the realm of top-tier powerhouses. Even if one's potential wasn't particularly high, as long as they were willing to work hard and prove themselves, countless factions would compete to invest in them with money and resources. Except for those with extremely low potential and poor family backgrounds who might be forced to expose themselves, all awakeners with innate abilities guarded this secret carefully. They wouldn't reveal it to anyone except their most trusted confidants. After all, aside from the awakeners resisting secret realms, Blue Star was also home to a sinister breed of traitors known as human scum. These people abandoned their humanity for power and profit, serving as pawns for the creatures of the secret realms. Fangs, and even faiths, were established, hidden within human society. One of their missions was to secretly eliminate human geniuses. Throughout history, countless cases of geniuses being attacked by these individuals have been documented. Therefore, not only did the authorities and major powers strictly protect these geniuses, but students were also taught from a young age to hide their talents and abilities under certain circumstances. This was actually to protect themselves. After Su Yan finished reading the information in his mind, the words gradually dissipated, vanishing like particles from his consciousness. At the same time, he suddenly discovered that he had inexplicably mastered a skill called healing technique. It felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times. He only needed to mobilize spiritual energy to effortlessly cast it. Su Yan tried to channel his internal spiritual energy and released the healing technique according to the method described in his mind. As soon as he used it, a quarter of his spiritual energy was instantly consumed, and a white light appeared in his hands, flying toward his body. The moment the light touched him, an incredibly comfortable sensation spread through his body, making him involuntarily let out a soft groan. His physical strength and the exhaustion caused by sleepless nights of anticipation for the awakening ceremony began to fade away. His spirit gradually revived, and his spiritual energy slowly replenished. After confirming the recovery speed of his physical strength, mental energy, and spiritual energy, Su Yan picked up a fruit knife from the living room and made a cut on his hand. Pain surged through him as blood flowed out, but the wound healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind. If not for the residual blood on his hand, he might have thought he was dreaming. Feeling the powerful effects of the healing technique, Su Yan lay back on his bed, unable to suppress a laugh. At that moment, the communicator beside him rang. Su Yan got up to answer it, and the screen projected the figures of a man and a woman, his parents. Both were high-level awakeners, top-tier S-rank healers. Upon receiving the message Su Yan had sent, they called him immediately. They had once been A-rank awakeners themselves and had witnessed many geniuses of their generation quickly rise to become top-tier powerhouses. They had also seen those with insufficient potential stagnate at certain levels, unable to progress no matter how hard they tried, and even defect to alien factions in pursuit of strength. No matter what level of ability Su Yan awakened to, their love for him would remain unchanged. They were determined to provide him with the best resources to help him grow. In this era of opposition between humans and the mystical beings of the secret realms, where these realms frequently descended, awakening to a high-level ability not only meant parental support but also garnered attention and protection from major powers. An S-rank talent indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Su Yan had an almost guaranteed chance of becoming one of the top powerhouses. Even more importantly, among all awakened attributes, the safety level of the healing attribute was the highest, meaning Su Yan's path to growth would be more secure. Whether in small team operations or large-scale battles, healers were always the most protected profession. Having one more healer meant a greater chance of survival. Both in teams and on the battlefield, prioritizing the protection of healers had become an ironclad rule. Moreover, healers themselves had top-tier survivability among awakeners. Not only did they possess powerful healing abilities, but high-level healers also usually came with damage reduction, control, and anti-control auxiliary skills. They could stack damage reduction effects, surround themselves with healing and status enhancements, and use a variety of control skills to restrict their enemies. If they encountered foes they could defeat, they would fight; if not, they would retreat decisively. These torment-style healers, who were difficult to kill and control, had exceptional survival capabilities. On the battlefield, many awakeners had been driven to madness by such healers. Originally, Su Yan's parents only hoped their son could awaken to a talent above B rank, which would satisfy them. As high-level awakeners, they had accumulated some resources, all for their son, who had been frail and sickly since childhood. Although they didn't expect their son to become one of the top figures, with the resources and connections they had, as long as Su Yan awakened to a B rank or higher talent, he could at least become a mid-level awakener. With some luck, he might even reach a high level. As the saying goes, they only wished for their son's safety and health, not for him to achieve great fame. The couple also anticipated that since both of them were A-rank awakeners, Su Yan's talent wouldn't be too low. B rank, A rank, or even S rank were all possibilities. However, what they didn't expect was that not only did Su Yan awaken to the unimaginable S rank, but it was also the extremely rare healing attribute. This left them utterly astonished. Outsiders might know little about the healing attribute, merely recognizing it as powerful and in high demand, without understanding its specifics. Some low-level awakeners even assumed the healing attribute was similar to water, wood, or light attributes that had healing capabilities, just slightly stronger. But as high-level awakeners, they knew that even low-level healers far surpassed these attributes in terms of healing intensity, range, and focus, far beyond the attributes of those elements. High-ranking healers, in particular, are irreplaceable, their presence felt everywhere. A single high-ranking healer can effortlessly double the combat effectiveness of an entire team. Take, for instance, the current battlefield in the Jung City Secret Realm. Though the number of high-ranking human fighters is fewer than that of the creatures of the realm, the tide of battle clearly favors humanity, with the Secret Realm being gradually consumed by their advance. This is all thanks to the powerful support of an 8th-tier healer. With this healer providing healing, buffs, resurrection, and crowd control, even though the opponent has a significantly larger number of high-ranking fighters, they are still being pushed back step by step. At present, due to the insufficient number of high-ranking fighters on the human side, the enemy can still deploy more high-ranking combatants against the lower and mid-tier human awakeners, causing considerable losses. This has prevented humanity from launching a large-scale offensive and has forced them to maintain the status quo. However, with humanity steadily eroding the Secret Realm, it is only a matter of time before the area is pacified and turned into a stable resource zone. This is enough to prove the immense strength of healers and their profound impact on the battlefield. So, when the couple received the news from Su Yan that their son had not only awakened an S-rank ability but that it was the rare S-rank healing ability, they could hardly believe it at first. After confirming the news with Su Yan's homeroom teacher, they were so ecstatic they nearly jumped for joy. Once they confirmed the news, they immediately contacted Su Yan. In the communication, the couple expressed their overwhelming happiness and pride, followed by a series of reminders for Su Yan to take care of himself and stay safe. They told him not to recklessly use his spiritual energy and warned against blindly trusting online tutorials, as learning the wrong skills could lead to serious consequences. Su Yan understood that when it came to cultivation and learning, it was best to consult his teacher first. He also apologized to his parents for not being able to stay by their side. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yan shared his thoughts with his parents, describing the changes in his body following his awakening and expressing his doubts. Su Chang and Su Qing, his parents, listened quietly. They provided simple answers to Su Yan's questions and offered some opinions and suggestions. Su Cheng said, "When it comes to healers, we don't know much. The advice we're giving you is mostly from the perspective of warriors and sorcerers, so it may not be comprehensive. We won't say much more on this topic. I'll go talk to old Zhao later. He's the high-ranking healer currently stationed at the Zheng City Secret Realm. I'll ask him what new healers need to pay attention to in the early stages and which skills they should focus on learning. Old Zhao is a healer and can give you plenty of practical advice." After catching up on each other's recent situations and sharing their longing for one another through the screen, the three ended the call. Su Chang and Su Qing then went to consult Zheng City's healer, Zhao Wu, about advice for novice healers. On Su Yan's side, after hanging up the call, he received a notification that his food delivery had arrived. He picked it up and returned home, eating while browsing the internet for information about awakeners and healers, as well as the precautions they should take. Not long after, his father sent him a message. "An, I spoke with old Zhao. He said that in the early stages, the training for healers is quite similar to that of mages. You should first work on the precision of your skills, controlling the output of spiritual power, managing your spiritual power reserves, and mastering your casting range. These are all foundational skills that you must grasp first. I've obtained some materials from old Zhao, and I'll send them to you shortly. Take a look at them. Old Zhao also mentioned that the most important qualities for a healer are a proper mindset and a sense of the bigger picture. A healer's abilities are limited, and it's common to face situations where a target dies or you must abandon some people to focus on saving one person. He asked me to tell you that you're not a saint, and healers are not omnipotent. You can't save everyone. Don't be discouraged by one or two failures. These are things you'll have to come to terms with on your own, and we hope you can stay optimistic. Oh, and the resources we initially prepared for you weren't tailored for a healer since we didn't expect your awakening to be in the healing category. We'll need to switch them out for healer-specific resources, so they'll take a couple more days to arrive. Additionally, old Zhao, after hearing about your situation, has prepared a gift for you as an early investment. These items might take a few days to reach Haichang, so keep an eye out for delivery updates. After confirming that Su Yan had taken all this to heart, Su Cheng smiled gently and ended the call. Once the call ended, Su Yan received the files his father had sent. The documents briefly introduced the concepts of the abilities he needed to master, followed by some beginner training methods. Su Yan skimmed through the files to familiarize himself with the concepts but didn't start practicing right away. For one, awakening had consumed a significant amount of his energy. Although the recovery spell had slowly been helping him regain it, he still felt fatigued. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Had he not been waiting for his father's updates, he would have gone to bed much earlier. Secondly, before today, his understanding of spiritual power had been purely theoretical. He didn't know how to cultivate it yet. He would have to wait until the next day to ask his teacher for guidance on cultivation methods before beginning. After a restful night's sleep, Su Yan woke up the next morning at 7. After a quick wash, he headed out to buy breakfast. Eating as he walked, he made his way toward the school. Before even stepping through the school gate, a new message arrived. When you get to school today, don't go to the classroom. Come directly to room 502 in Deshang building to find me, Zhao Ming. Seeing Zhao Ming's message, with still over 10 meters to the school gate, Su Yan felt a tightness in his chest. He handed over his student card and hurriedly made his way toward Deshang building. Upon reaching the building, he headed straight for the 5th floor. Just as he entered the corridor, he saw the homeroom teacher, Zhao Ming, smoking a cigarette. Zhao Ming saw him, extinguished the cigarette with a smile, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, "You're here. Come in and have a chat." With that, he led Su Yan into the office. Once inside, Zhao Ming gestured for him to sit down and got straight to the point. Right after yesterday's awakening ceremony ended, your situation became the center of discussion. Various factions debated for an entire day. After considering everything, your circumstances and theirs, we've come up with 2 options for you. First, you can continue to stay at our school, finish your senior year, and take the college entrance exam, or you could even get directly recommended to a university. Your home is nearby, so it's convenient. The school has abundant resources, and you'll get priority for Secret Realm expedition slots. You don't need to worry about professional guidance. We also have a healer on staff. Though their level isn't very high, they're more than sufficient for early-stage guidance. Second, you can go directly to university. Jiangnan University, ranked top 3 in our country, sent a special recruitment invitation the very night after your awakening. If you're willing, they'll provide you with a personalized training plan. Resources won't be an issue. While they might not guarantee you the absolute best treatment, they will definitely give you one of the most favorable packages. If you have another university in mind, let me know, and I can help negotiate for you. Those universities would also be happy to extend a special invitation. However, if you don't have a particular preference, I recommend Jiangnan University. It's close to here, near Haichang and Jiangchang, where your parents are stationed. You wouldn't need to adapt much to the living environment or dietary habits. After he finished speaking, Zhao Ming looked at Su Yan, who had fallen into deep thought, and smiled, saying, "You don't have to decide now. Go home and discuss it with your parents and give me an answer within a few days. No matter which path you choose, the school will do its best to secure the best treatment and resources for you. After all, every healer who grows strong is a national treasure." With that, Zhao Ming opened a drawer in his desk and handed Su Yan a card. "This is a cultivation method specifically for healers. We spent a lot of money to acquire it. This technique has been sitting around and used for decades, gathering dust. Thankfully, updates sync to the card, or else we'd have to spend big money each time for updates. I recall your parents are both high-level awakened individuals. Your family should have a personal cultivation room, right? Zhao Ming asked. Su Yan nodded. Zhao Ming continued, if you didn't have a cultivation room, you'd need to rent one from the Awakeners Association. But since your family has one, and it's designed for 2 high-level awakened individuals, there's no need to go to the association. The basic cultivation method is stored in this special card. After you go home, place it against your forehead, and the cultivation technique will transfer directly into your mind. Just follow the instructions to practice. During your first cultivation session, your cells will feel particularly hungry as they actively absorb spiritual energy, which is why the first session is the most effective and offers the greatest boost. When you begin practicing, try to persist as long as possible. The longer you hold out, the greater the gains. After confirming Su Yan understood, Zhao Ming stood up and walked into the door, saying, "Good luck. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll head off now. You can head home on your own. For the next few days, don't come to school. Take your time at home to think over what I've told you. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to message me anytime." "Okay, I'll think about it carefully. Thank you, teacher." After saying their goodbyes, Zhao Ming hurried off to attend to his own matters, while Su Yan headed toward the school gate, preparing to return home. Once home, he called his parents to inform them he intended to use the family's cultivation room for his first session. He also sought guidance on how to use it. Hearing the news, his parents took it very seriously. After all, it was their son's first cultivation session. Though cultivation methods are now well developed and the first session carries little risk, they were still worried and wished they could be there to protect him. Unfortunately, that was impossible. The secret realm was about to face a beast invasion, and the couple had to participate in its defense. They couldn't even keep a video call open to accompany Su Yan. With their comrades urging them, they had no choice but to quickly explain how to use the cultivation room before reluctantly hanging up, still filled with concern. After learning the procedure, Su Yan entered the cultivation room and followed his parents' instructions to activate the equipment. Sitting on the meditation mat in the center of the room, he took out the card and pressed it against his forehead. As soon as the card touched his brow, it dissolved into specks of golden light, merging into his body. Simultaneously, a technique titled Basic Cultivation Method appeared in his mind. His body began to operate automatically according to the method. Although it wasn't visible to the naked eye, spiritual energy was rapidly converging into his body, slowly integrating within. As the cultivation continued, alright, Su Yan felt as though every cell in his body was famished. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, a wave of extreme comfort surged through his body. This indicated that his body was actively absorbing the spiritual energy, which was simultaneously strengthening his physique. Aside from the physical changes, a faint, diamond-shaped crystal appeared in Su Yan's mind. It was the mental visualization technique from the basic cultivation method. To put it simply, it involved imagining a healing rune in his mind. The deeper the visualization, the more solid the rune became, with its details growing increasingly vivid. This process not only sculpted the rune but also trained Su Yan's mental strength, gradually enhancing it. During cultivation, Su Yan felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body. He was nearly lost in it, tempted to stop altogether. Fortunately, he recalled Zhao Ming's advice. This was his first cultivation session, and he should try to extend the duration as much as possible. So, every time he was about to succumb to the comfort, he forced himself to stay alert. The interruption was particularly unpleasant, making him realize for the first time that comfort could sometimes be more unbearable than pain. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but just as Su Yan felt he could no longer hold on, that overwhelming sense of comfort suddenly vanished. His body was filled with a sense of fullness. He understood that this meant he had reached the limit of spiritual energy absorption for this session. Realizing this, he naturally stopped cultivating and regained full consciousness. He assessed his body and noticed that the amount of spiritual energy within him had increased significantly. If his spiritual energy had been a mere 1 before, it was now at least 10, and its quality had improved several times over. Standing up to stretch his body, he discovered that he was covered in a sticky, unpleasantly fishy-smelling substance. From Zhao Ming, he learned that this was a side effect of the first cultivation session, where the spiritual energy flushed through his body. The sticky, foul-smelling substances expelled from his body were impurities released during cultivation. By clearing out these wastes, future cultivation would become much smoother. Su Yan quickly stepped into the bathroom and thoroughly cleaned himself several times over. Only when the stench was completely gone did he step out. It was then that he remembered to check the changes within his body. During his first cultivation, he had felt the rapid absorption of spiritual energy, reaching a point where his body could no longer take in any more, forcing him to stop. Heading to the cultivation room, he found a strength testing device and input his internal spiritual energy. The device displayed that his strength had now reached the peak of first stage. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Picking up his communicator, he glanced at it and saw that 3 hours had passed. Initially, he thought about contacting his parents, but recalling that they mentioned being involved in a battle soon, he hesitated, worried about distracting them, and ultimately decided against it. Leaving the cultivation room, he returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed, recalling Zhao Ming's words. Zhao Ming had given him 2 choices, and these 2 options kept replaying in his mind. Each had its own pros and cons, making the decision difficult. He shook his head vigorously, trying to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts. There was no need to overthink, after all, he could consult his elders later and ask for their advice. Admittedly, while this cultivation session had not brought an obvious boost to Su Yan's overall strength, his physical fitness had improved considerably. Lying on the bed, he sent a message to his parents, asking if they had time to discuss something and to hear their suggestions. Then, he began reviewing the details and gains from this cultivation session. First, there was the basic cultivation method and its accompanying basic visualization technique. Although the names were ordinary, in Huaghua, China, nearly every school distributed these as textbooks for students. These 2 techniques were part of the standardized curriculum for high school students across the nation. They had undergone countless revisions, with contributions from many powerful practitioners, consolidating a wealth of experience into these foundational techniques. Over time, these methods had even evolved into specialized categories tailored to different disciplines. For instance, the technique Su Yan received from the crystal, while universally called the basic cultivation method, was more specifically the healer's basic cultivation method. Next were the results from 3 hours of cultivation. First was the improvement in physical fitness. Compared to his previously weak and frail body, which was worse than his peers, his physique had greatly improved. Although he hadn't used a device to measure it, Su Yan could clearly feel that, based on physical strength alone, he could now defeat dozens of his former self. Then there was the enhancement in spiritual and mental strength. Compared to when he first awakened, the spiritual energy within him had increased roughly tenfold. As for mental strength, Su Yan, being a transmigrator, had an inherently strong mental capacity. Coupled with the pure, newborn-like mental clarity he had merged with, his mental strength had been constantly growing, advancing rapidly as he aged. This also accounted for his frail body. His mental strength was too overpowering for his body to handle, causing his physical growth to lag behind. The advancement of his mental power. If his innate instincts hadn't sealed most of his mental energy, his body would have collapsed long ago. Through this recent cultivation session, refining, an enormous surge of spiritual energy poured into his body. His cells greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, causing a qualitative leap in his physical condition. His mental strength also began to gradually unseal. According to the records in the basic visualization method, the rune in the minds of 1st to 3rd tier awakeners should appear as a shadowy form. Now, the healing rune emerging in Su Yan's mind was on the verge of becoming tangible. Based on the visualization method, this state was only achievable when mental strength had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, nearing the threshold of the 4th. What shocked Su Yan even more was that the healing rune was condensing into form at an astonishing speed. He could clearly feel that this enhancement in his mental strength partly came from the automatic operation of the visualization method. However, a greater portion stemmed from the mental energy he had previously sealed, which had yet to be fully released and was slowly seeping out from the seal. The improvements in physique, spiritual energy, and mental strength made Su Yan feel a sense of pride. The feedback from his body made him feel as though he could face gods and slay them. Yet, he was also aware that this was merely an illusion caused by the sudden surge in power. As Su Yan was organizing his thoughts about the results of this cultivation session, 5 hours had already passed. Suddenly, his communicator rang, pulling him back to reality. He picked it up and saw a message from his father. Without much thought, he answered it directly. The screen lit up, and a tall, resolute-looking man appeared on the screen. His clothes were still stained with blood, suggesting he had just been through an intense battle. Through the screen, Su Yan could feel a fierce and menacing aura emanating from this man, his father, Su Chang. Because of his awakening, Su Yan's senses had become much sharper than before. He had seen Su Chang after battles before, and while he had felt some pressure then, it had never been overwhelming. But this time, the pressure Su Yan felt was suffocating. The aura of someone fresh off the battlefield, brimming with murderous intent, instinctively filled him with fear. If not for his rational mind reminding him that this was his father, his first reaction would likely have been to flee. Su Chang, noticing Su Yan's reaction, paused in thought and quickly understood the reason. He then retracted the unintentional killing intent he had been exuding and stood calmly in front of the screen, silently observing Su Yan. After the initial terror, Su Yan gradually calmed down. Looking at his father on the screen, the inflated sense of pride brought on by his recent surge in power faded away. Su Chang was merely an 8th-tier powerhouse. While he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of awakeners, he could exert such immense pressure on Su Yan. This made Su Yan realize how insignificant he still was compared to the top-tier experts. He had no reason to be arrogant. Collecting himself, Su Yan adjusted his emotions internally, forcing himself to remain composed. Su Chang observed as Su Yan transitioned from panic to calmness. Though there was still a slight tremor in his demeanor, Su Yan's overall composure was commendable, bringing a smile of satisfaction to Su Chang's face. Though Su Chang had reigned in his aura later, at the start, his battle-hardened and murderous intent had been fully unleashed. Even though the screen had somewhat dampened its intensity, those without life-and-death combat experience would not have been able to endure it easily. Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Su Chang realized he had been somewhat careless at the beginning. In the past, when he had faced Su Yan in a similar state, Su Yan's response had not been as pronounced. But now, as an awakened individual, Su Yan's sensory perception had greatly heightened. Although Su Yan's initial reaction was one of panic, even wanting to flee instinctively, he quickly adjusted himself and regained his calm. This reaction greatly pleased Su Chang. Without saying much, Su Chang continued to watch Su Yan with a faint smile. After some self-adjustment, Su Yan finally broke free from the oppressive aura of his father. He looked up, meeting Su Chang's gaze directly. At this moment, his father still appeared the same, but the terrifying aura that had gripped him earlier was no longer present. "Good, kid. Well done. You didn't embarrass me," Su Chang's rough voice echoed in his ears. After saying that, Su Chang didn't add anything further. Su Yan's father smiled and spoke again. "So, tell me, why are you reaching out to us? Knowing your personality, you wouldn't contact us unless it's something important. Your mother has even complained to me that you rarely take the initiative to talk to her." Su Yan was unfazed by his father's teasing tone and began recounting the details of his first cultivation session at school earlier that morning. He refrained from mentioning that his mental strength had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, but he explained all the other details clearly. This included how he had secured access to the school's cultivation room and how his first session had lasted 3 consecutive hours, bringing his spiritual energy to the peak of the 1st tier. Hearing this, Su Chang couldn't help but laugh heartily, his face brimming with pride and joy. Su Yan then added that after reaching the peak of the 1st tier, his physical condition, spiritual energy, and mental strength had all seen significant improvements. This didn't come as a surprise to Su Chang. After all, it was normal for the first cultivation session to yield substantial progress, especially since Su Yan had directly advanced. He taught him how to adjust to the physical sensations caused by the sudden surge in power and helped him stabilize his state. After the one-on-one conversation with his father, Su Yan shared the 2 options given by Xiaoming with Su Chang, wanting to hear his and Su Qing's opinions. Su Chang pondered for a moment before saying, "This is your decision to make. After all, we weren't as strong as you are back then, nor did we have the chance to make such a choice. We probably can't offer you much advice. However, since they presented you with these 2 options, and given how talented you are, both choices should be good. No matter which one you choose, it probably won't have a major impact on your future. So, pick whichever you prefer. We'll support you." After saying this, he told Su Yan not to hang up just yet and went to consult someone with more experience. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen suddenly went dark, accompanied by nearby noises and the sound of footsteps. Shortly after, the screen lit up again. Su Chang reappeared, now accompanied by a man unfamiliar to Su Yan. This man was about 1.7 meters tall, slim, with fair skin. He was quite good-looking, not in an exaggeratedly handsome way, but the kind of appearance that became more pleasing the longer you looked at him. His demeanor was particularly unique, sunny, calm, and warm, making people naturally inclined to approach him. Someone like this wouldn't normally stand out, but here, in the Secret Realm battlefield, such a gentle and soothing presence seemed out of place, completely at odds with the surrounding environment. Especially when standing next to Su Chang, their contrast was even more striking. He wore a spotless white robe, exuding a gentle aura that inspired a sense of goodwill. Su Yan guessed this was likely one of the senior healers from the Jiangqing battlefield. Seeing Su Yan sizing up the man, Su Chang took the initiative to introduce him. "Su Yan, this is Zhao Wu, a senior healer from the Jiangqing battlefield. You can just call him Uncle Zhao." The materials I gave you earlier were all sourced from him. Then, he pointed to Su Yan and said, Old Zhao, this is my son, Su Yan. He awakened as an S-rank healer. His school gave him a multiple-choice question today, and he's feeling a bit undecided, so he came to me for advice. I'm not too knowledgeable about this kind of thing, so I thought I'd ask you to help out and give my son some guidance. It turned out that this man, Zhao Wu, was indeed a high-level healer from the Jiangqing secret realm. After the introductions, the two started conversing. Hello, little Su Yan. Over the past few days, your dad. I've heard a lot about you from others. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhao Wu, and I'm an 8th rank healer. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Hello, Uncle Zhao. I'm Su Yan. Sorry to trouble you. After a brief exchange of introductions, Su Yan shared the two options his school had provided with Zhao Wu. After listening, Zhao Wu fell silent for a moment before saying, there's actually not much difference between the two options. In terms of resources, as a rare S-rank healer, no matter which path you choose, the school, the authorities, and the Healers Association will all provide you with the best support. The biggest difference lies in the timing. If you choose to finish your senior year of high school, you can focus on honing your skills for another year in a relatively safe environment. Given your talent, your teachers will pay special attention to you, and by the time you graduate, your strength will likely reach mid to upper 2nd rank, or even 3rd rank. Coupled with the skills you'll learn in school, your abilities will certainly improve. After that, you can take the college entrance exams and experience more challenges in university. If you choose the second option, Jiangnan University is one of the top 3 universities in Huaguo. Its resources and facilities are world-class, and its faculty is far superior to your current high school. However, Jiangnan University has a strict rule that requires all students, regardless of rank, to complete a certain number of trial missions each year. In other words, unlike the first option where you can steadily train for a year before venturing into the secret realm, this option would require you to start facing challenges in the secret realm immediately. To put it simply, the first option allows you to build your strength steadily for a year before entering the secret realm. The second option, on the other hand, pushes you into the secret realm right away for practical combat training. If you prefer a safer approach, training for a year before entering the secret realm would increase your chances of survival. However, while the second option comes with greater risks, your status would ensure that the secret realms are carefully selected for you and guardians are arranged, though there's always the possibility of unexpected incidents. Whether you want to wait for a year or start immediately is a decision only you can make. After listening to Zhao Wu, Su Yan had a much clearer understanding of the two choices. The first option gives you a year to cultivate, preparing both mentally and in terms of strength for entering the secret realm. During this year, the school not only provides resources but also teaches knowledge related to the secret realm. By graduation, you'll have more confidence in both strength and mindset. The second option is more direct, learning while training. You grow quickly through life and death trials. As long as you survive, your improvement will undoubtedly be fast, and your strength will be formidable. However, the risks are greater, and no one can guarantee absolute safety. The first option is stable but slow in growth. The second option is risky but fast in growth. Those forged in the fires of battle are undoubtedly stronger than those raised in a greenhouse, but the dangers are significantly greater. After weighing the pros and cons of the two paths, Su Yan had already made up his mind. Seeing Su Yan's determined expression, Zhao Wu smiled. It seems you've made your decision. Yes, Uncle Zhao, I've decided to go directly to Jiangnan University. Hearing this, Zhao Wu showed a smile of approval. Since you've decided, then give it your all. I hope we have the chance to fight side by side in the future. I will do my best. Thank you, Uncle Zhe. Just as Zhao Wu was about to continue the conversation, urgent shouts suddenly came from outside. He knew there was something to handle and apologized to Su Yan with a smile. Little Su Yan, I have something to take care of here, let's stop for now. I'll have your dad send you my contact number later, and we can add each other as friends. If you need anything in the future, just contact me directly through this. Bye-bye. After saying this, she left in a hurry without waiting for Su Yan's response, leaving only Su Cheng and Su Yan, father and son, facing each other. Since you've already made your choice, we won't say much more. Just one thing, remember to take care of yourself. The greatest wish of your mother and me is not for you to become a top-tier powerhouse, but for you to be safe and sound. From now on, focus on your training. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us anytime. Whether it's about training or life, although we're not top-tier powerhouses, we do have some reputation in this region. Don't force yourself if something happens, just come to us directly. Okay, I understand. You two take care as well. Su Chang looked at his son standing in front of the light screen, and his previously somewhat stiff expression gradually softened. After chatting a bit more and showing concern for his training in life, he ended the communication. Afterward, Su Yan sent a message to Zhao Ming, informing him of his decision. Zhao Ming immediately called after receiving the message. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Ming spoke directly. Su Yan, I know your decision. I'll inform the school later. You don't need to go to school for now. Stay home and focus on your training, and also lay low for a while. Things at the school have been a bit unstable recently. What happened? Although he had a guess, Su Yan still asked. Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to be clueless. Don't forget, you're an S-class awakener. That status makes you highly sought after wherever you go. Although it's highly likely you'll be recruited by a top university or the government, there are always people who want to take a chance and try to win you over, even if the odds are slim. In the past few days, a variety of beauties and second-generation heirs have shown up near the school, all hoping to meet someone as desirable as you. If you want to experience the feeling of being surrounded by beauties and second-generation elites, you're always welcome to come back to school and give it a try. Hearing Zhao Ming's half-joking tone, Su Yan awkwardly smiled. Teacher, don't tease me. If I go back now, wouldn't I become their prey? Alright, I've notified everyone I needed to. The rest is up to you. I still need to report your decision and handle the handover with Jiangnan University, so I won't say much more. Keep an eye on your email these days. By the way, don't rush when it comes to skills. After the handover, Jiangnan University will assign teachers to guide you. In the meantime, you can start familiarizing yourself with the skills and effects of the healing system, and put together a simple skill combination for yourself. Don't worry about the rarity or cost of the skills. These will all be provided by Jiangnan University, the Healers Association, and the official authorities, so you won't need to spend any money. You just need to choose what suits you best, and the teachers there will also give you suggestions. After finishing, Zhao Ming hung up the phone. After ending the communication, Su Yan took out the materials previously sent by Su Chang, which were organized by Zhao Wu, and began practicing according to the steps outlined. Since there was no specific practice target, the precision and range of the skills were set aside for now. He focused on training the output and control of spiritual energy. A week passed quickly. During this week, Su Yan spent most of his time studying the documents organized by Zhao Wu, achieving an entry-level mastery of spiritual energy control. Although it was not yet precise, the door had been opened, and the next step was careful refinement. During this time, Su's father and mother also prepared a lot of resources. The resources on Su Yan's side were also successfully sent over from Zhangcheng. A large amount of attribute-free crystals, herbs to assist in cultivation, and various high-grade exotic beast meat were all provided. Since they were unsure of the specific needs for the healing type, the couple even went to Zhao Wu to ask. Zhao Wu explained that most of the resources Su Yan would need for growth would be provided by Jiangnan University and the Healers Association. After hearing this, the two simply exchanged all the merits they had accumulated over the years for crystals and herbs suitable for healing types, as well as energy-rich exotic beast meat, and sent them directly to Su Yan. In addition to these, Zhao Wu also gave Su Yan a gift, a spatial ring forged by a Grandmaster-level blacksmith, which came with the high-level skill Divine Sanctuary. Zhao Wu said this was a meeting gift for Su Yan. During this week, Su Yan focused on practicing spiritual power control and understanding and combining various healing skills. In addition to searching for skill introductions online, he specifically messaged Zhao Wu and obtained more detailed skill information. It must be said that after nearly 1,000 years of development, coupled with the emergence of spiritual energy, human lifespans have been greatly extended. Although the number of people in the healing category is small and the number of skills is fewer compared to other categories, the skills developed over 1,000 years are already countless. Su Yan learned from the internet and Zhao Wu that there are nearly 100 commonly used skills among the major schools of the healing category. Not to mention those less commonly used but life-saving skills in critical moments, and some similar skills, which together amount to nearly 1,000. Skill crystals were inspired by a strong individual who discovered them in Secret Realm ruins. They seal skills within crystals engraved with special formations. Awakened individuals can learn the skills by absorbing the crystals. The crystal cores of creatures in Secret Realms also contain skills, but they usually include multiple skills, with each skill occupying mental energy. These crystal cores require special processing to be made into skill crystals, making it convenient for awakeners to absorb and learn. The higher the level of the skill crystal, the more complex the inscribed formation. Currently, Hua Nation can only achieve industrial production of some commonly used low-level skill crystals. High-level and special skill crystals can only be crafted personally by awakeners who possess the respective skills. Moreover, there are strict limits on crafting skill crystals, with a maximum of 2 or 3 per year, otherwise, it would cause irreversible harm to the creator. Not to mention skill crystals made from the crystal cores of creatures from secret realms. Low-level skill crystals are manageable, as there are plenty of low-level creatures and cannon fodder. But the number of high-level creatures at the top of secret realms is scarce and they are extremely powerful. After absorbing a skill crystal, an awakener will have a portion of their mental energy occupied. Although this does not affect skill usage, when mental power is fully occupied, it is impossible to absorb new skill crystals and one must wait for mental power to recover. The recovery time is usually about half a year, and the amount of mental power occupied is related to the skill level. Theoretically, as long as one lives long enough, they can learn all the skills of their system. However, no one would do this. On one hand, many skills have overlapping effects, making it unnecessary to learn them all. On the other hand, after absorbing a crystal to learn a skill, the skill does not automatically reach its maximum level. Skill crystals only allow you to learn the skill. The specific effects, usage methods, and casting speed all depend on your own practice. Therefore, most awakened individuals choose a few main skills and focus their efforts on mastering them. As for those less frequently used skills, while they are also practiced, they are generally only trained to the point where they can be used effectively in critical moments. During this week, Su Yan not only kept practicing controlling his spiritual power but also carefully studied the detailed information of various skills. He learned from Zhao Wu that ordinary awakeners, if they haven't absorbed skill crystals, can generally only handle the capacity of 5 regular skill crystals with their mental strength. Of course, there are also those with extraordinary talent and stronger mental strength who can absorb more skills and even use skills beyond their level, but such individuals are extremely rare. After a week of diligent training and organization, Su Yan felt that he was about to break through the bottleneck from Tier 1 to Tier 2. This meant he could start mastering Tier 2 skills. Although his mental strength was sufficient to bear higher-level skills, the consumption of advanced skills was too great for him to handle at the moment. Even if he could barely use them, the effectiveness would be significantly reduced. After using them, his spiritual power would almost be instantly depleted, which was simply not worth it. Moreover, Su Yan did not want to expose his mental strength, which exceeded his level, just yet. At least, until he could determine whether his future mentor was trustworthy. He had no intention of revealing too many of his cards. From the fact that he was even unwilling to tell his parents about these matters through communication, it was evident that he remained highly vigilant about this world of spiritual energy revival. As for gaining more attention and resources by showcasing his strength, Su Yan felt that he already had enough leverage. As an S-class healing-type awakener, his identity alone was striking enough. Although having higher-level mental power is considered rare, among tens of thousands of awakeners, there are always some geniuses who emerge. Mental power is not limited by profession. As long as the base number is large enough, a few individuals will stand out. For Su Yan, this was just an additional advantage. Moreover, the resources and attention he could currently obtain had already reached their peak, and revealing more wouldn't be of much help. Rather than whether to reveal his strength, Su Yan felt that holding back a bit of his power would be more advantageous. Of course, he wouldn't completely hide it either. After all, as an S-class awakener, he had to let people see something special about him. Ordinary awakeners could load up to 5 skill crystals at most, and Su Yan decided to set his limit at 8. This would showcase his potential without making him seem overly mysterious. Although not many people could achieve this, with tens of thousands of awakeners each year, there would always be a few 100 or even 1,000 who could reach this level. Such strength, while attention-grabbing, was not particularly rare. This week, Su Yan had also planned out his skill combination. He felt he was about to break through to the second tier, so he chose all second-tier skills. Based on the previously collected information, the most important skills for healers in the early stages include Quick Heal, Powerful Single-Target Heal, Group Heal, Shield, and one skill for escaping or survival. These are the 6 skills that awakening healers should prioritize mastering. As for buff, debuff, and control skills, although they are also useful, the healer profession is destined to be a team role, and the effects of these skills can also be provided by teammates. In low-tier awakening teams, early-stage healing is more important than buffs, so it's more cost-effective to use scarce skill slots for healing skills. Of course, if your mental strength is strong enough to absorb more skills, That's a different matter. Take Su Yan now, for example. In addition to the 6 skills mentioned above, he also plans to learn 2 additional buff skills. The 8 initial skills he chose are Quick Healing, Advanced Healing Technique, Healing Wave, Holy Shield, Blink, Substitute Scarecrow, Weapon Blessing, and Courage Blessing. Fast healing and powerful healing spell need no further explanation. One is an instant but low healing quick treatment, while the other is a single target healing spell with a casting time but strong healing effects. The group skill Su Yan chose is Healing Wave. Healing Wave releases a wave of healing light that heals the first target and then bounces to the next target, up to 10 bounces. As for the later skills like Holy Shield, Blink, and Substitute Scarecrow, they are clearly for protection, escape, and survival. The last 2 blessings are for enhancing attack and strength. These 8 skills, Su Yan feels, are already quite good. After all, he has just reached Tier 2, and the skills he can choose are limited. With these skills combined with his talents, although not the strongest, they are enough to help him smoothly get through the toughest early stages. Another day passed, and Su Yan trained his spiritual energy cultivation to the peak of Tier 1 in the training room. After this period of effort and adjustment, on this day, he successfully broke through and reached Tier 2. The body and spiritual power became stronger with the breakthrough. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. After all, he could clearly feel himself getting stronger. Just as he was happy about the breakthrough, the communicator rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a man about 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure appeared on the screen. "You're Su Yan, right?" the man began. Su Yan looked at the stranger on the screen and asked in confusion, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" The man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Didn't you check the message on the communicator? Jiangnan University sent you a notification this noon." "Sorry, I just finished practicing and haven't had time to check yet," Su Yan replied, scratching his head. "Then take a look later and confirm my identity as well. My name is Wang Yu, and I will be your mentor for the next 4 years. I'm reaching out today for 2 reasons. First, to get to know you and see what my future student looks like. Second, to inform you about the teaching schedule." Wang Yu glanced down at the communicator. "Today is June 29th. You will come to Jiangnan University on July 1st, and we will start classes." After saying this, he noticed Su Yan was still in a daze. Without saying much more, he simply smiled. "Remember, be at Jiangnan University at 9 a.m. on July 1st to find me. Call me when you arrive, and don't be late." With that, he hung up. Only then did Su Yan snap out of it and open the email on his communicator. Sure enough, there was an email from Jiangnan University, complete with official certification, leaving no doubt it was legitimate. The email was brief, informing him that his student status had been transferred from Haicheng No. 1 High School to Jiangnan University, and that he was now officially a student of Jiangnan University. The email also mentioned that the school would assign him a mentor, including the mentor's profile and contact information. Su Yan opened the mentor's profile and found that the phone number matched the one from the earlier call. The person in the photo was indeed Wang Yu, who had just spoken to him. The profile showed Wang Yu, male, 28 years old, an 8th-tier healer, titled Immortal Star River, captain of the military's Morning Star Squad, major general in the military, an outstanding graduate of Jiangnan University, honorary professor. A long list of titles came into view. Apart from outstanding graduate, which seemed like something added by the school, every other title was extraordinary, highlighting Wang Yu's status. Especially his title. In Huagua, only those who reach the 9th tier are granted titles, but a young powerhouse at the 8th tier already having a title clearly showcased his strength and potential. And this Wang Yu would be Su Yan's mentor for the next 4 years. A master whose 8th tier strength was enough to earn a title. Moreover, Wang Yu was not someone who relied on longevity or shortcuts to temporarily boost his strength to 9th tier levels to earn a title. At just 28 years old, he already possessed 9th tier combat strength, and the title was clearly not the end for him. As for the Morning Star Squad, Su Yan hadn't paid much attention to such matters before and wasn't very familiar with its reputation. However, since his parents were in the military, he was well aware of the ranking system of military squads. The military squads are divided into 8 levels, ranging from E level to the highest SSS level. Typically, the names of military squads are designated by numbers, such as Squad 221 or Squad 651. Only squads that reach S level or above are qualified to have their own names. Those below S level can only be referred to by their numbers. The Morning Star Squad is clearly not named by a number, which indicates that it is at least an S level squad. As the squad leader, Wang Yu's status is naturally extraordinary. Compared to these 2 titles, his identity as a major general in the military and an honorary professor at Jiangnan University is less surprising. After all, his strength speaks for itself, and the military grants corresponding ranks to every titled powerhouse. As for Jiangnan University, it's not surprising either. A student from their own school, not only an 8th-tier healer but also a titled individual, giving him an honorary professor title is more than fitting. Looking at Wang Yu's impressive credentials, Su Yan couldn't help but admire him. It seems Jiangnan University truly treasures him, sending such a master to be his mentor. A surge of ambition rose in his heart. One day, I will be like him, even stronger and more brilliant. Thinking about this, Su Yan booked a ticket to Nanshur for tomorrow, turned off the communicator, and began to focus on cultivation. Time flew by as Su Yan immersed himself in cultivation, and soon it was noon the next day. The alarm clock rang, and he ended his cultivation. He tidied up briefly, packed his luggage into the space ring, and set off for the station. Thanks to the development of spiritual energy technology, the speed of high-speed trains has greatly improved, and it only took half an hour to reach Nanchang. At the station, he found a taxi and told the driver to go to Jiangnan University, and the car started moving. Along the way, the driver chatted excitedly to himself, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at Jiangnan University. After paying the fare, Su Yan found a nearby hotel and presented his ID card to check in. Early the next morning, after freshening up, Su Yan had some breakfast at the hotel entrance and headed towards Jiangnan University, quickly arriving at the school gate. Although he was already a student at Jiangnan University, his enrollment procedures were not yet completed, and he hadn't received his student ID or other documents, so he couldn't freely enter and exit the campus for now. He could explain the situation to the gatekeeper and request entry, but the gatekeeper would need to verify the information, which might take some time. It would be better to directly contact his mentor, Wang Yu, and have him come to escort him inside. Looking at the time, it was only 8:30. Su Yan decided to wait at the gate for a while. At around 8:50, he made a call to Wang Yu. The call was quickly connected, and a gentle greeting came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mentor Wang Yu, this is Su Yan." "Oh, Su Yan, sorry I didn't check my communicator earlier. Have you arrived at Jiangnan University?" "Yes, Mentor Wang Yu, I'm now at the North Gate entrance." "Alright, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." After saying that, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Su Yan continued to wait, and before long, he saw a tall figure walking toward him. A tall, strong, dark-skinned man came running out of Jiangnan University. He looked around and quickly spotted Su Yan standing not far from the school gate. After confirming a few things on his communicator, he walked briskly toward Su Yan. Su Yan watched his actions and was almost certain that this was the person Wang Yu mentioned would come to pick him up. Sure enough, the man walked up to Su Yan, extended his right hand, and said, "You must be Su Yan, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Lei, a third-year student in the combat department at Jiangnan University. The teacher asked me to come and pick you up." Su Yan shook hands in response. "Hello, senior. I'm Su Yan, a freshman who hasn't officially enrolled yet." "Nice to meet you." After a brief introduction, Wang Lei led Su Yan into the school. When passing the security office, Wang Lei showed his student ID and explained Su Yan's situation, successfully bringing him into Jiangnan University. Wang Lei guided Su Yan toward the faculty dormitory area. Along the way, Wang Lei introduced various parts of the campus and shared many rumors and interesting stories about Jiangnan University, appearing very enthusiastic. Although the campus area had expanded dozens of times after the spiritual energy revival, both of them were awakened. Wang Yu's faculty dormitory was not far from the North Gate, and they soon arrived at the dormitory area. The rows of standalone villas with small courtyards in front of them left Su Yan stunned. Was this really the dormitory at Jiangnan University? In his previous life, he had squeezed into a tiny dormitory of just over 10 square meters with 5 other people for 4 years. This was simply worlds apart. Even though the staff dormitories are better than the student dormitories, this standalone villa is simply too luxurious. Seeing Su Yan's surprised expression, Wang Lei smiled and explained, "Surprised? This is the most top-tier dormitory in the school. Only professors and above students ranked in the top 5 of their grade, and those who have made significant contributions on the secret realm battlefield can live here." Only then did Su Yan realize. In this era of spiritual energy revival and universal awakening, dormitories of just over 10 square meters could no longer meet the needs of these awakened individuals. As a top university, Jiangnan University naturally wouldn't skimp on dormitory expenses. The two walked to the entrance of the third villa. As soon as they stepped through the door, Su Yan immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy density significantly increase. The spiritual energy in the air was about 3 times that of the outside. Wang Lei said, "You felt it, right? This is why these villas are so rare. Inside the villa, the school has set up a high-level spirit gathering array. The array is connected to an advanced underground spiritual vein, making the spiritual energy density 3 times that of the outside. This is the garden, and the spiritual energy density inside the villa exceeds 5 times. After saying this, he led Su Yan into the villa. After entering the villa, Wang Lei guided Su Yan to the study. He knocked on the door, and after hearing a come in from inside, he led Su Yan in. The study was about 60 to 70 square meters, simply furnished. On the wall was a large bookshelf filled with various books. In front of the bookshelf was a long table, and a man who had just put down a book looked up and smiled at them. This person was the one Su Yan had seen before, his mentor for the next few years, Wang Yu. Wang Lei said to Wang Yu, "Uncle, I've brought your student." Hearing the uncle-nephew relationship, Su Yan couldn't help but feel surprised. One was burly and robust, the other gentle and refined. They didn't look like relatives at all. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, Wang Yu spoke, "You're here, have a seat." As he spoke, he motioned for Wang Lei to move 2 chairs to the table. Su Yan sat at the table, looking at the man in front of him, who had a gentle demeanor and a smile that made people feel good, yet commanded respect involuntarily. He found it somewhat unbelievable. This 8th-tier healer was not only a titled powerhouse but also the captain of an S-class team. For the next 4 years, he would be Su Yan's mentor. Su Yan stood up and gave Wang Yu a deep bow. "Hello, teacher. I'm Su Yan. You can call me A Yan or Xiao Yan." Wang Yu noticed Su Yan was a bit reserved and showed a gentle smile. He got up, took 2 cups, poured tea for both of them, and said with a smile, "All right, from now on, I'll call you A Yan. Sit down, don't be so nervous, relax a bit. From now on, you're my student, you can't always be this reserved." Hearing the familiar address, or perhaps due to Wang Yu's calming aura, Su Yan's nervousness gradually dissipated, and he felt more at ease, looking up at the man in front of him. Seeing Su Yan's emotions stabilize, Wang Yu also sat down. The two began to chat. Wang Yu mainly asked about Su Yan's current attributes and his understanding of the healing system. Su Yan explained his physical condition, spiritual power, and other details thoroughly. When it came to mental strength, Su Yan mentioned that he was at the 2nd-tier peak and could bear 8 skill crystals. A subtle, meaningful smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. "Ian, don't keep it to yourself. From my perception, your mental strength is far beyond just the 2nd tier." Su Yan was startled by Wang Yu's words, smiled bitterly in his heart, and quickly admitted that his mental strength had actually broken through to the 4th tier. It was upgraded simultaneously when breaking through the 2nd tier, and shared all his thoughts with Wang Yu. Wang Yu nodded, listening attentively. "I understand your thoughts, but you're overthinking it. At Jiangnan University, you can fully showcase your talent and potential without worrying about safety issues. For little geniuses like you, the school will not only do its utmost to ensure your safety. Even if you were to unfortunately meet with an accident, there are ways to bring you back. So don't be afraid, show yourself to the fullest, use your talent to secure more resources, and focus on becoming stronger as quickly as possible. Blue Star is about to face a major transformation. If you want to protect the people important to you, or even gain benefits from it, you must have sufficient strength as your backing. Before this transformation arrives, the country has already opened various treasures and secret realms to geniuses like you. However, you need to have a certain level of strength to access them." Su Yan listened to Wang Yu's words and secretly glanced at Wang Lei beside him. Wang Lei was not surprised to hear this, clearly already aware of it, though it was unclear whether he had heard it from Wang Yu. Seemingly guessing Su Yan's doubts, Wang Lei scratched his head and said with a smile, "The news is true. We were informed about it as soon as we enrolled. The school told us not to hide our talents and skills. If you have them, show them off quickly. Those with exceptional abilities shouldn't be shy. The school will help us secure various resources and benefits. For us, this is both the best of times and the most challenging of times. As long as you have enough talent and potential, you can obtain resources and benefits that people in the past could never have imagined. But at the same time, this era will see the emergence of countless geniuses and prodigies. Sharing the same era with them is a regret for those who are excellent but haven't reached the pinnacle." Listening to their conversation, Su Yan fell into deep thought. Although he wasn't clear about what the so-called major change specifically entailed, Wang Yu and Wang Lei didn't elaborate. He knew that either there were reasons they couldn't disclose, or they themselves weren't sure, only aware that a major change was imminent. So, there's no need to worry too much about these for now. The key is, what do they really mean by their words? Fully showcasing his talent? Su Yan recalled his own situation and began to plan his next steps. According to Wang Yu's previous thoughts, he originally intended to keep some things hidden, partly to hold on to a trump card and partly out of fear that being too strong and prominent would attract the attention of those traitorous humans. Although he already appears quite formidable now, the enemies are not yet at the point where they must be eliminated. If he reveals everything, the situation could become unpredictable. But now, knowing he has various resources, treasures, and shields, and can even revive after death, what is there to fear? As for keeping a trump card, he's just a healer. If he encounters trouble that the entire team can't resolve, his little trump card won't have much ability to turn the tide, at most delaying things a bit, which isn't very meaningful. Having figured this out, Su Yan made up his mind in his heart. He said to Wang Yu, "Teacher, I understand now. I won't keep things to myself anymore in the future." Then, he smiled a little sheepishly at the two of them and said, "Actually, there's one more thing I haven't told you." Wang Yu listened and looked at him curiously. "Oh? There's still something you haven't said? It seems the mental power you just used isn't your strongest move." Wang Yu's words made Su Yan's face flush slightly. He then said, "Actually, when I awakened, I also gained a talent ability and a talent skill." "What?" Wang Lei, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly. Wang Yu's face also showed surprise. It was the first time Su Yan had seen Wang Yu look a bit flustered. From the very beginning, Wang Yu had always appeared calm and composed towards Su Yan. Even when exposing Su Yan's lie earlier, he was in complete control. Now, Su Yan could clearly sense a change in Wang Yu's mood. Wang Yu looked in surprise at Wang Lei, who had stood up. Under his gaze, Wang Lei gave an awkward smile and sat back down, but his face still showed shock and excitement as he eagerly asked, "Can you explain in detail?" Seeing how curious the two were, Su Yan decided not to keep them in suspense and directly began explaining his innate ability. "I've seen some public descriptions of innate abilities online before. To be honest, compared to those with a variety of special effects, my ability is relatively simple, mainly enhancing the effects of healing skills. As of now, for healing skills of the same level and spiritual energy output, my effect is about 1.7 times that of an ordinary person, and this multiplier increases with level. The growth rate is roughly 20% per tier." Listening to Su Yan's words, the uncle and nephew's previously calm emotions began to stir again. Wang Lei's breathing became rapid, his eyes filled with madness and desire. Wang Yu, on the other hand, showed a look of astonishment. "Simple, you say?" Compared to those innate abilities with all kinds of flashy effects, his was indeed straightforward, but straightforward didn't mean weak. On the contrary, this was an ability that was very strong early on and became even more powerful later. After all, the higher the skill level, the more spiritual energy it consumed. Su Yan's talent allows low-level skills to exhibit the effects of high-level skills, achieving the same results while consuming only the energy of low-level skills. Even more impressive is that, as everyone knows, group healing spells can cover a wider range, but their healing effects are weaker compared to single-target healing. However, Su Yan's talent enables group healing to achieve or even surpass the effects of ordinary single-target healing. With such a talent, once Su Yan grows in the future, he will undoubtedly be the absolute core protector wherever he goes. Next, Su Yan gave the two a detailed introduction to his talent and skills. Although this kind of skill, which can provide continuous and comprehensive recovery, is relatively rare even among healing types, the uncle and nephew were not particularly surprised due to the foundation of his previous talent. Of course, the power and practicality of this skill. This point is undeniable. After listening to Su Yan's introduction of his talent and skills, combined with the attributes mentioned earlier, Wang Yu had a general understanding of his situation. Then, he asked Su Yan, "I remember Jiangnan University and your school mentioned letting you try to match your initial skills yourself. Have you tried?" "I have. I chose 8 initial skills a while ago," Su Yan replied somewhat awkwardly. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Tell me, which 8 did you choose?" Emphasizing 8. Su Yan felt like he was being exposed on the spot by an elder. Bracing himself, he listed the 8 skills he had chosen: Rapid Healing, Advanced Healing Spell, Healing Wave, Holy Shield, Blink, Substitute Scarecrow, Weapon Blessing, Courage Blessing. Wang Yu and Wang Lei, who was beside him, showed no particular expression after hearing this. They just calmly looked at him. Su Yan was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, senior, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me?" Wang Lei spoke first. "Junior, it's not that your skill choices are wrong, but they're too ordinary. Although 1 or 2 are considered rare, the overall combination doesn't quite match your identity as an S-class healer. You could have chosen rarer and more powerful skills." Wang Yu added, I remember that as part of your special admission conditions, the school provided you with skill crystals. With these resources, even without guidance, you should have been bolder and chosen better ones. For example, this rapid healing skill is obviously something you added at the last minute. Among the other skills, Substitute Scarecrow and Flash are decent. But the rest, while considered excellent, are just average. With this combination, you can form a decent healer, but for your talent, it's a bit of a waste. Hearing the two talk, Su Yan suddenly realized the skills he chose were too ordinary. Actually, he couldn't really be blamed for this. Su Yan came from a well-off family, his parents were high-level awakeners, and the family was wealthy. His parents were willing to invest in his diet, clothing, and physical care, but he had no real understanding of the value of skill crystals. He also never had the chance to visit those high-end places. Coupled with his memories from a past life, he was more focused on studying in this life and had little interest in such things. So, when he saw skill crystals costing hundreds of thousands or even millions, he panicked. To be honest, the skills he chose weren't exactly ordinary. Based on online prices, each one cost over $1 million. This set of skills was worth tens of millions, which already made him feel uneasy. But in the eyes of Wang Yu and Wang Lei, this choice seemed a bit stingy, which made Su Yan smile bitterly. He originally thought he was bold enough, but he didn't expect to be completely outshone by the extravagance of Jiangnan University. He adjusted his emotions, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Wang Yu. "It's my fault. Please guide me, teacher." Wang Yu smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. I'm your teacher, and teaching you is what I should do. The direction you chose for your skills is actually pretty good, and your ideas are solid. It's just that you're a bit lacking in experience. That's not your fault, experience is accumulated over time, and besides, you have us to help you. The 6 skills you chose earlier should be based on the major categories needed for a healer in the early stages. Hiding your identity isn't hard to guess. That quick healing skill must have been something you forced into the selection yourself. Although I haven't personally tested your innate skill yet, judging from the effects you described and your innate ability, your talent skill should directly cover the effects of quick healing, and its continuous healing might even be far superior to quick healing. As for the 2 skills, Advanced Healing and Healing Wave, while both are quite good and even considered excellent, to be honest, they're not strong enough. Stellar Moon Guidance, this skill comes from the Special Life Form in Secret Realm number 1086, the Star Priest. It's a single-target healing skill that can channel the power of the stars for healing. Its healing effect is 1.5 times that of Advanced Healing and also carries a stellar attribute, with high skill priority and absorption rate. Moreover, Stellar Moon Guidance is a prerequisite skill for the high-level skill Stellar Domain. Later on, you can directly use it as a stepping stone to train in more advanced Stellar Domain skills. The skill Tidecaller's Blessing comes from the Lifeform Tidecaller Siren in Secret Realm number 1072. It's a group healing skill that can summon water imbued with healing power to protect a group of people. While healing, it can also increase the target's attack power by 10%. The healing effect of this skill is no worse than Healing Wave, and it also provides an additional attack boost. What's special is that this attack bonus is calculated independently and can stack with other buff skills. Compared to those 2 skills, these 2 are stronger, rarer, and more suitable for you. Don't worry about the price or rarity, the school will provide you with skill crystals. Listening to Wang Yu's description of these 2 skills, Su Yan was a bit stunned. He hadn't heard of Star Moon Guide and had no impression of it. But he had seen Tide Summoner's Blessing before when searching for skills and instantly fell in love with it. Its powerful healing capacity and independently calculated attack bonus made it practically his dream skill. However, upon seeing the skill's price, Su Yan immediately calmed down. Skill crystals priced at over 20 million each were truly terrifyingly expensive. Although he hadn't heard of Star Moon Guide, being mentioned alongside Tide Summoner's Blessing meant it was undoubtedly a high-priced skill. As for shield skills, I recommend you learn 6-Winged Guardian. Upgrading from the first tier 2-Winged Guardian to the 6th tier 6-Winged Guardian. This skill can be used all the way to the highest tier. Not only does it grow, but its shield capacity is also top-notch among same-tier shield skills. As for survival and escape skills, your choices are good, but Wang Yu began to evaluate Su Yan's chosen skills one by one, while introducing the skills he recommended and explaining his reasons. In the end, almost all of Su Yan's original skill choices were replaced. Restoration Technique, Star Moon Guidance, Tide Summoning Aid, 6-Winged Protection, Phasing, Phase Shift, Portal, Ancient Totem. Wang Yu said to Su Yan, "That's basically it. These are my suggestions for you. Of course, if you prefer your own choices, you can stick with them. For the remaining 3 skills, you can freely choose the ones you like to absorb. Remember, no matter how strong your mental power is, you can only bear up to 10 skill crystals at a time. Once it's full, you must completely digest one before absorbing a new one. Thank you, teacher. I think these are already quite good. I'll choose these. I'll keep the remaining 3 skills for now. 8 skills are enough for me, and I'll consider strengthening them later. Su Yan scratched his head and said to Wang Yu. Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Respectful to his teacher, humble and obedient, without the arrogance of a genius, he greatly appreciated this student and couldn't help but ask, "Did you just arrive at Jiangnan University today? Have you completed your enrollment procedures yet?" Yes, Su Yan nodded. Wang Yu turned to Wang Lei and said, "Xiao Lei, take a yen to the academic office to complete the procedures. Ian, I'll help you with your enrollment procedures." As for the dormitory, freshmen at Jiangnan University haven't started school yet, and dormitories haven't been assigned. For now, you can stay here with Xiao Lei. I'll have someone prepare a room for you shortly, and you can stay here for now. Once school starts, the university will officially assign you a dormitory. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Wang Lei nodded, stood up, and said to Su Yan, "Junior Su, let's go and handle the enrollment procedures." Su Yan obediently followed Wang Lei out of the villa. As soon as they stepped outside, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly became thin, making Su Yan feel a bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, Wang Lei smiled and said, "You felt it, didn't you? The discomfort caused by the sudden decrease in spiritual energy. This is because you were previously in a place with abundant spiritual energy, and now you've moved to an environment with sparse spiritual energy. Your body will feel a bit uncomfortable, but you'll get used to it after a few times." After saying this, he led Su Yan towards the academic affairs office. To coordinate with the awakening ceremony, the start dates for universities across the country have been scheduled after the ceremony. This is to allow the talented special admissions students selected during the awakening ceremony to enroll alongside the freshmen. Although freshmen won't start school for more than 10 days, upperclassmen already began their semester last month. Wang Lei is clearly not an ordinary student. Along the way, senior students showed him great respect, and seeing him with Su Yan, many curious glances were cast their way. Evidently, Wang Lei is a prominent figure on campus. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two walked to the academic affairs office. The person in charge of the office immediately stood up to greet Wang Lei upon seeing him. The two chatted familiarly, and Wang Lei took the opportunity to introduce Su Yan's identity and purpose. "Junior Su Yan, this is Mr. Li Hong, the head of the academic affairs office and an alumnus who stayed on after graduation. Senior Li, this is my uncle's disciple, Su Yan, a special recruit this year." "Hello, Mr. Li." Su Yan politely greeted the scholarly-looking man in front of him. "Hello, you can call me Senior, just like Wang Lei does. I've already heard that the school recruited a little genius from the healing department this year. Now that I've met you, you truly are remarkable." Li Heng's words made Su Yan a bit shy, leaving him unsure of how to respond. He stammered, "Thank you for the compliment, Senior. You're amazing too." Seeing Su Yan's awkwardness, Wang Lei interrupted with a smile, "Senior, save the mutual compliments for later. Let's handle the official business first. I need to report back to my uncle." With that, he instructed Su Yan to hand over his ID card and admission notice to Li Heng. Li Heng smiled as he took it and walked to the desk to start processing the enrollment procedures. Not long after, Li Heng came out holding a student ID and a campus card, handing them to Su Yan. "Here are your student ID and campus card. They've been prepared for a while, just waiting for you little geniuses to arrive. Make sure to keep them safe, it's a hassle to replace them if lost." "Thank you, Senior." Su Yan took them, feeling both excited and nervous. Seeing Wang Lei on the side playing with his fingers, looking a bit impatient, Li Heng smiled and said, "All right, Junior Su, it's your first day at Jiangnan University, so you must have a lot to take care of. Go handle your things first, and we'll catch up another day." "Okay, thank you, Senior." After saying this, Su Yan followed Wang Lei out of the academic affairs office. The two went to a nearby cafeteria for a simple meal and then returned to Wang Yu's villa. As soon as they entered, they saw Wang Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book. Sensing their presence, he didn't even look up and said, "You're back. The second room upstairs is yours. Rest well tonight and recharge, formal teaching starts tomorrow." "Okay, teacher, sorry to trouble you." Following Wang Yu's instructions, Su Yan returned to his room. Wang Lei had already gone back to his own room. The room prepared for Su Yan was simple but well equipped, with white walls that were clean and tidy. The room was fully furnished, with a bathroom, bed, desk, wardrobe, air conditioner, and even a small refrigerator. The spiritual energy here was about 30% higher than outside. Su Yan took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt as if he were dreaming. Although his high school grades were excellent, easily meeting the admission requirements for Jiangnan University's liberal arts program, the current situation still exceeded his expectations. Jiangnan University's special admissions, S-level healing awakener, titled mentor, and the ability to freely choose skill crystals, all of this felt unbelievable to him. As he thought about it, Su Yan gradually fell asleep. He had a peaceful, dreamless night, and when he woke up, it was already 7 o'clock. After a simple wash, he went downstairs and saw Wang Yu sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast while looking at his communicator. When Wang Yu saw him, he looked up and smiled, saying, "You're awake, come and eat." Then he got up and brought a breakfast from the kitchen, placing it on the table. Su Yan ate somewhat awkwardly, but in his heart, he deeply missed senior brother Wan Lei. After finishing what should have been a delicious breakfast, he felt a bit at a loss. At this moment, Wang Yu stood up and said to him, "Finished eating?" Su Yan nodded and wiped his mouth with a tissue from the side. "Then let's start today's training." Wang Yu gestured for him to stand beside him. Su Yan stepped forward, and suddenly a large purple ring appeared beneath their feet, covered with various patterns he couldn't understand. With a flash of purple light, Su Yan's vision went dark, and his body felt weightless. Then his vision brightened again. He found himself no longer in Wang Yu's villa but in an unfamiliar room. It turned out to be an advanced skill, a group teleportation array. Just as Su Yan was looking around, Wang Yu spoke. "Yesterday, I already reported the skill crystal stones you selected to the Healers Association. They've sent the crystals over. Today, we won't learn anything else, let's first have you absorb these skill crystal stones." As he spoke, he took out several boxes from his spatial ring. "These are the skill spirit stones prepared for you. There are 3 stones for each skill, and you just need to absorb them using your mental power. You can only attempt to absorb each skill 3 times. If all 3 attempts fail, we'll have to request new crystals to be sent over tomorrow." Absorbing skill crystal stones carries the risk of failure, which mainly depends on the talent of the awakened and the compatibility with the skill. People with strong talent can easily master skills that others might not understand in a lifetime. There's nothing surprising about that. Compatibility refers to the degree of match between the awakened and the skill. For example, an awakened person with a fiery temperament will have a much higher success rate in absorbing fire-type attack skills, but a lower success rate with ice-type skills. Of course, this isn't absolute. Calm individuals have also successfully absorbed fire-type skills, and vice versa. Wang Yu led Su Yan to a meditation cushion in the room and had him sit down. As soon as he sat down, Su Yan felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathering around him. His mind suddenly became much clearer, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He looked at Wang Yu and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Yu explained with a smile, "This is a meditation cushion crafted by a high-level artifact refiner hired by the school. It can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and help with concentration. This training room is built with special materials, which greatly aid in cultivation and mental focus. This place is only accessible to the top-ranked students in the academy, and each person has limited usage time per month. This is your first time absorbing a skill crystal, so I brought you here for free. If you want to practice here in the future, you'll have to use your own time. These benefits should all be included in your special admission perks, so don't worry too much." After speaking, Wang Yu signaled Su Yan to start absorbing the skill crystal. Su Yan took the skill crystal of Star Moon Guide and a 4-leaf clover from the box, focusing his spiritual energy into both. He could feel the spiritual energy continuously flowing into the crystal and the 4-leaf clover, gradually turning into a white light that merged into his body. Suddenly, he felt a portion of the mental power in his mind being occupied by some force. Although unusual, it did not affect the operation of his mind. At this moment, Su Yan understood that he had already mastered Star Moon Guide. The use of the skill and the flow of spiritual energy became instantly clear to him. Seeing Su Yan easily absorb the first skill crystal, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seems this went quite smoothly. Out of the 7 crystals, the most difficult one, Star Moon Guide, succeeded on the first try. That's truly a good omen. The absorption process for the remaining 6 skill crystals was also exceptionally smooth. Except for the 2 skills, Voidification and Ancient Totem, which failed on the first attempt and succeeded on the second, all the other skills were absorbed on the first try. Feeling the newly acquired skill information in his mind, Su Yan was filled with a sense of satisfaction. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Yu beside him. Wang Yu had watched the entire process, his face showing surprise. These 7 skills are not simple. They are currently the most suitable combination for Su Yan, and also the top-tier configuration among the skills he can use. At the same time, these skills are extremely rare. The rarer the skill, the lower its compatibility with the awakened, and the harder it is to absorb. Wang Yu originally thought Su Yan could only absorb at most 1/3. He planned to let Su Yan try this best configuration, absorbing as much as he could. The remaining skills would be kept for later to decide whether to continue striving or switch to other skills. He was also prepared to take the opportunity to give this newly awakened genius student some education, to prevent him from becoming overly complacent. He had already thought of comforting and guiding words in his mind. But Su Yan's performance far exceeded expectations, successfully absorbing all 7 skills. Although Voidification and Ancient Totem failed once, these 2 were already the most difficult to absorb. Su Yan successfully absorbed them all. Wang Yu didn't show much expression and said as if it were only natural, "Not bad, you actually succeeded in all of them. That's a bit beyond my expectations." Hearing this, Su Yan stared at him, feeling that Wang Yu's gentle smile didn't quite match the surprise in his heart. Just as Su Yan was staring at him, Wang Yu spoke, "Alright, since you've finished absorbing, let's head back." As he spoke, he gestured for Su Yan to come closer. With a flash of purple light, the 2 returned to Wang Yu's dormitory. Wang Yu originally thought Su Yan could absorb at most 1/3, at most 2/3. Even if 2/3 were absorbed, the remaining mental energy would still be enough for subsequent training. Therefore, he arranged the teaching plan accordingly, preparing to take Su Yan to the training ground to practice skill release and mastery. But Su Yan succeeded completely, which surprised Wang Yu a little. All 7 ultra-rare skills were absorbed, consuming a huge amount of mental energy. Even though Su Yan's mental energy had reached the 4th tier, absorbing 7 crystals at once was still very strenuous. The next step shouldn't be immediate training but letting Su Yan rest and recover first. The disrupted plan didn't make Wang Yu feel displeased. On the contrary, he was very pleased. After all, no teacher would dislike such an outstanding student. Su Yan did not want his student to become stronger. Looking at the exhausted Su Yan in front of him, Wang Yu smiled and said, "You absorbed 7 skill crystals in 1 go today. Although your mental strength is strong, such a large consumption will still make you a bit tired. Let's end today's training here. Go back to your room and rest well. Recharge your energy, and we'll continue tomorrow." Su Yan didn't say much after hearing this. He was indeed so tired that he just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. He briefly said goodbye to his teacher, went upstairs to his room, lay on the bed, started basic cultivation, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Su Yan felt full of energy, and all the previous fatigue was gone. He looked at his communicator, it was already 1 p.m. Thinking of what Wang Yu said about continuing training today, Su Yan immediately woke up, jumped out of bed, quickly took a shower, and hurried downstairs. There was no one downstairs anymore. On the dining table, there was an insulated lunchbox with a note attached beside it. "Remember to eat when you wake up, then come find me at training ground number 3. The key to the main door is on the coffee table in the living room. From now on, it's yours, don't forget to bring it. Wang Yu." Su Yan let out a sigh of relief, eagerly finished his meal, tidied up briefly, and jogged towards training ground No. 3 while looking at the map of Jiangnan University he had taken a picture of yesterday and following the road signs. On the way, he even asked several senior students for directions before finally finding the destination. Don't ask why he didn't use the teleportation skill. First, he had just learned the skill and wasn't proficient in it. Second, he had never been there before and didn't know the exact location. More importantly, he needed to maintain a good state to face the training. Before long, Su Yan arrived at training ground number 3. This place was enormous, covered by a massive blue energy shield, specifically designed to isolate the outside world from the interior of the training ground. This light shield prevents the outside world from hearing the sounds inside the training ground or seeing anything happening within. Similarly, the inside and outside of the training ground are isolated, with no interference between them. Su Yan saw the constantly opening and closing door, and, just like the senior students, swiped their student card against the light shield. After feeling a moment of resistance, they entered the training ground. As soon as they entered, their ears were filled with the sounds of explosions, roars, screams, curses, and various skill effects. It was completely different from the quiet campus outside, as if stepping into a battlefield. In front of them, senior students were engaged in intense sparring, with every punch landing solidly. Su Yan saw a senior sister directly take on a senior brother's skill, then rush forward and punch him in the face. The senior brother's face was dented from the punch, and the senior sister's arm was deformed from taking the skill head-on. Just watching made Su Yan feel the pain. These senior students were fighting desperately, and several had already been carried off the ring with serious injuries. Not long after Su Yan entered, they saw several groups of people carrying injured senior students past them. Although he had a decent psychological endurance, seeing the splattered blood, fallen teeth, and severed arms still made him panic, quickening his steps straight to the place Wang Yu mentioned. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, Su Yan arrived in front of a small white house. The house was surrounded by a layer of white light. Senior students without matches instinctively avoided this small house when they saw it. Injured individuals were continuously carried into the house, while from another door, many students, battered but full of fighting spirit, emerged and rushed quickly toward the battle zone. As soon as he stepped into the range of the house's light shield, Su Yan felt the previously noisy sounds instantly disappear, and the environment became unusually quiet. The staff transporting the injured and the patients who had finished treatment all carefully lightened their footsteps. Apart from the faint groans of the injured, almost no other sounds could be heard. Quickly stepping into the house, it looked tiny from the outside, just a 2-story building of about a dozen square meters. But upon entering, he realized the space was far larger than he had imagined. The hall where Su Yan stood alone spanned several hundred square meters, not to mention the many rooms scattered throughout. He showed his student ID to the guide and asked for the teacher's specific location. With a hint of surprise, the guide led him to a large room on the second floor called the emergency zone. The hall was filled with wounded people lying everywhere, and the staff were busy treating them. More injured individuals were being carried in from all directions. As soon as he entered the hall, Su Yan immediately noticed a man in a white robe, who was using healing skills on the wounded. Watching the injured recover quickly under his treatment, and with the next batch of wounded not yet stepping forward, Su Yan immediately ran over to the man. "Teacher, I'm here." Wang Yu saw Su Yan running over and said somewhat irritably to a nearby student, "Don't just stand there, Shaolin. Take him to change clothes, then let him handle some of the lightly injured. Your task today is to help properly." He muttered, "Finally, I get a chance to rest without having to fight desperately like in the secret realm. But now I've been sent to teach students and still have to act as labor alongside these guys. Look at them, fighting like crazy just because they see an 8th-tier healer." As he spoke, Wang Yu's hands didn't stop, continuously using healing skills. Su Yan noticed Wang Yu's apparent frustration and wisely stayed silent, following Senior Lin to the changing room. On the way, Su Yan, looking somewhat nervous, listened as Shaolin introduced himself, "You're Professor Wang's student this year, right? My name is Lin Feng, an Earth-type Awakener, a 3rd-year student in the Defense Department." "Hello, Senior, I am Su Yan, a freshman in the Treatment Department this year." A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he led him to the changing room with even more enthusiasm. Along the way, Lin Feng chatted warmly with Su Yan. Although there was a bit of showing off, it was not malicious. However, Su Yan felt a little uncomfortable. Upon reaching the changing room, Su Yan took the set of white clothes handed over by Lin Feng and quickly went in to change. After coming out, Lin Feng seemed to notice Su Yan's unease and his attitude became much gentler. They arrived at a specially designated area. Lin Feng took out tables, chairs, and aside from his spatial ring, set them up, and said to Su Yan, "Junior, this area is under your care. Injured people will be sent here, and your job is to treat them. Someone will come later with personnel to maintain order and spirit recovery potions. If you feel your spiritual energy is insufficient, you can temporarily put away this sign and stop accepting injured people. Once you've recovered, you can put it back out, and we'll continue sending people over." "All right, thank you, Senior." Su Yan nodded briefly, and Lin Feng left to return to Wang Yu's side. Before long, a familiar figure walked towards Su Yan. It was Wang Lei. Wang Lei strode over to Su Yan with a carefree demeanor, appearing both excited and friendly. Seeing Su Yan, Wang Lei smiled and said, "Junior Su, I didn't expect to see you so early." "Hello, Senior Wang," Su Yan responded politely. After learning about Su Yan's situation, Wang Lei handed him a spatial ring. This contains the school's prepared spiritual power recovery potions. If you feel your spiritual power is insufficient, drink 1 bottle every 5 minutes. It's safe and has no side effects. If the potion isn't due yet or you're feeling tired, don't push yourself, rest and put the badge away. If there are no issues, let's start the treatment now." Su Yan took the ring and used his spiritual sense to inspect its contents, finding it filled with potions. He nodded. Wang Lei picked up the communicator, signaling that the injured could be brought over. Before the injured arrived, Su Yan cast 3 layers of recovery spells on himself. He had tested this before. 3 layers were the optimal amount his body could handle. Adding more would only increase the burden. In this state, his spiritual power recovery rate was significantly enhanced, and the consumption of casting recovery spells was almost entirely offset. As long as his mental strength allowed, he could use recovery spells infinitely without any cost. Feeling his spiritual power rapidly replenishing and seeing the injured approaching, Su Yan prepared to begin his first treatment since awakening. Soon, the injured were carried over to Su Yan. Since he was a newcomer, there were only 8 injured this time. Their injuries weren't particularly severe, mainly consisting of knife wounds and elemental damage. Although the wounds looked bloody, with some bones exposed and others covered by lightning strikes, burns, and explosion injuries, it made Su Yan, seeing these for the first time, feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he had been living in this era for 16 years. Although such situations were not common, news about secret realm explorations was frequently reported on television and the internet. This era did not shy away from blood and violence, all details were directly presented. At first, it was a bit hard to adapt, but he quickly adjusted. Whether he liked it or not, this was something he would have to face in the future. As a healer, he needed to help various injured individuals and deal with different kinds of wounds. This was an inevitable part of his growth. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Su Yan cast a healing spell on the first injured person. This person was covered in cuts, with a massive wound on their chest so deep that the bone was visible, even exposing internal organs. After the spell was cast, the smaller wounds healed quickly, and the granulation tissue around the large chest wound visibly grew, causing the edges of the wound to slowly close. After 30 seconds, most of the wounds on the injured person had almost healed, except for a large scar remaining on the chest, which no longer affected movement. It was estimated to fully heal within half a minute. The injured person began moving their limbs, feeling the effects of the ongoing recovery, and a gleam of excitement flashed in their eyes. He thanked Su Yan with a bow, picked up his clothes, and walked towards the exit. With the experience of treating the first injured soldier, Su Yan gradually got into the rhythm and signaled Wang Lei to continue arranging the next batch of injured soldiers. The injured soldiers were quickly carried up, and Su Yan immediately activated his group healing skill, Tide's Blessing. Pale blue light clusters gathered in his hands, transforming into streams of water that flew towards the 7 injured soldiers on the ground. As the water flowed, it seemed as if the sound of waves crashing could be heard, and the air carried a salty scent of seawater. The streams of water entered the bodies of the injured soldiers, beginning to heal their wounds. One could visibly see the wounds closing rapidly, and the elemental aura within the soldiers harmed by elemental damage gradually dissipated. Su Yan watched as the injuries of the soldiers healed quickly, feeling the consumption of spiritual energy within his body. This skill had used about 1/5 of his spiritual energy, but under the effect of the triple recovery technique on his body, his spiritual energy began to replenish quickly. Su Yan estimated that it would take about half a minute for his spiritual energy to fully recover. After confirming the consumption and recovery speed, he nodded to himself. In his current state, he could definitely sustain this. Watching the soldiers recover completely, they each bowed to him in gratitude before quietly heading towards the exit. Su Yan signaled to Wang Lei beside him to prepare to call in the next batch of injured soldiers. Wang Lei, standing aside, watched the entire process of Su Yan's treatment with a satisfied smile on his face. Although he was initially startled by the miserable condition of the injured, he quickly calmed down. Su Yan's treatment skills were executed swiftly, with high precision and remarkable effectiveness. What amazed Wang Lei the most was the group healing effect of Tide's Blessing. Even though he had long known that Su Yan's talent could enhance skill potency, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. The single-target healing skill was understandable, as it was a talent skill, so being stronger was normal. But the effect of the group healing skill was something he found hard to comprehend. Wang Lei was well aware that Tide's Blessing was a rare and powerful group healing skill within the healing category. He had also seen others use this skill before. Although it belonged to the healing category, its essence lay in using water currents for healing. So water element awakeners could also learn it. However, the success rate was low, and the effect was not as good as that of the healing category. In this era of scarce healing resources, being able to heal injuries at all was already commendable. He remembered an S-rank water element awakener from the same cohort who had used this skill at the 4th tier. That person had said that while their Tide's Blessing couldn't compare to the orthodox healing category, it still achieved 80 to 90% of the effect. However, the situation Wang Lei had seen before was that such severe injuries would require at least 2 uses of Tides of Healing to fully recover. But this junior schoolmate in front of him, only a second tier awakened, could actually heal so many injured people in one go, which left him utterly shocked. Just as he was in a daze, Su Yan tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to his senses. He smiled apologetically, picked up the communicator, and notified them to send in the next batch of injured. Following Wang Lei's instructions, another group of injured individuals was brought in from various places, gathering around Su Yan. This time, there were no special considerations. Batch after batch of injured people were continuously sent in. Su Yan glanced around and saw that in a short time, more than a dozen injured had already arrived, and the number was still increasing. Faced with the endless stream of injured, Su Yan had no time to hesitate, his hands moving without pause. First, he cast tides of healing on everyone, then used recovery spell and star moon guidance as needed for those who hadn't fully recovered. For a moment, healing skills were alternately cast, and the injuries of the wounded quickly improved. The atmosphere on site was tense yet orderly. The sound of waves crashing continuously came from the surroundings, and occasionally starlight descended from the sky. As Su Yan cast one skill after another, the injuries of the wounded being brought in rapidly improved. For those with minor injuries, under the assistance of the Tide Caller's Blessings skill, their wounds healed instantly. Apart from their tattered clothes, their bodies were completely restored. For those with severe injuries, after the initial treatment with Tide Caller's Blessing, most of their injuries recovered. Coupled with Su Yan's recovery spells and Star Moon guidance, their wounds gradually healed completely. These wounded individuals, seeing themselves almost perfectly restored, with even old scars disappearing, were thrilled by the sight of this young man who still carried a hint of youthful innocence. However, they knew this was not the place for casual conversation, so they saluted Su Yan and quietly left. Watching the wounded around him recover one by one, while new injured individuals were continuously brought in, Su Yan's spiritual energy was being consumed at an increasingly rapid pace. Although supported by 3 layers of recovery spells, the more group healing skills are used, the greater the spiritual energy consumption. Worse still, some injured individuals cannot be fully healed with Tide Caller's Blessing and require additional single-target treatment. The rate of spiritual energy consumption far exceeded the recovery rate. Seeing the injured being brought in continuously, Su Yan decisively took out the spatial ring given by Wang Lei, retrieved a bottle of recovery potion from it, and drank it. The potion tasted bad, a mix of various herbal flavors, making it quite unpleasant to drink. But seeing his spiritual energy quickly replenished and the recovery speed significantly increased, Su Yan thought, no matter how bad it tastes, as long as it works, it's worth it. With the support of the recovery potion, Su Yan began treating the injured continuously, drinking a bottle of potion every 5 minutes. Every half hour, he cast 3 recovery spells on himself to maintain a balance between spiritual energy consumption and recovery, continuously aiding the injured in their recovery. During the ongoing treatment process, Su Yan felt his mastery of the skills becoming increasingly proficient. From initial unfamiliarity to now smooth and fluid movements, his healing speed and efficiency improved significantly. Through repeated observation of the injured soldier's wounds, Su Yan had also learned how to assess the severity of injuries and adjust the spiritual energy output during his spellcasting accordingly. He had mastered the ability to heal wounds using just the right amount of spiritual energy, without wasting even a trace. The battles in the training ground were particularly fierce this time, likely because of the presence of Wang Yu, a high-level healer, and Su Yan. Their presence seemed to push everyone to fight harder. The students were constantly getting injured and carried in for treatment, only to recover and rush back out to fight again, repeating this cycle over and over. After a few hours, Su Yan had already grown familiar with many faces. The more often someone was carried in, the more naturally familiar their face became. Interestingly, a few of the heavily injured individuals, upon realizing how often they were being treated, gradually developed thicker skin about it. There was a group of injured fighters who hadn't fully recovered yet, waiting for the next wave to be brought in. Su Yan was about to cast another star and moon guidance when a senior suddenly raised his hand to stop him. The person smiled like a blooming flower, with a hint of flattery. Seeing this, Wang Lei couldn't help but kick the person. If you have something to say it quickly. Can't you see my junior is already exhausted? There are still many people waiting. The person, not angry after being kicked, instead stepped forward and began to speak. Su Yan smiled and said, Junior, I noticed that the skill you added after Tide Summoner's Blessing seems to be chosen randomly. These 2 skills consume about the same amount, right? If that's the case, could you use the continuous recovery skill on me instead of the one with the star attribute? As he spoke, he seemed afraid of being misunderstood and quickly added, of course, it's not that your skills aren't good. All your skills are incredibly strong. Whether it's group healing or those two skills, they're the best healing skills I've ever seen. We just want to try out how the continuous healing feels. Listening to the senior's words and seeing the nods from the people nearby, Su Yan suddenly understood. To him, these two skills consumed about the same amount and could both fully heal. It's just that Star and Moon Guidance healed faster, while Recovery Spell was a bit slower. But for these senior students who have to continue fighting right after treatment, a half-hour-long healing spell is obviously more practical than the one-time massive recovery of Star and Moon Guidance. After all, although the healing spell is a bit slower, just by 1 or 2 minutes, it provides continuous healing effects for half an hour, which offers more advantages during subsequent battles. Moreover, the healing spell can restore comprehensively, not just injuries but also spiritual power, physical strength, and mental energy. Compared to the one-time treatment of Star and Moon Guidance, the healing spell has a higher cost-performance ratio. Having figured it out, Su Yan didn't feel any particular emotion. After repeatedly using healing spell and Star and Moon Guidance over the past few hours, his skill proficiency had already become quite high. Further improvement wouldn't come from just a few more uses. In fact, he didn't have a particular preference for which skill to use to complement Tide Summoner's aid. He would just use whichever he felt like. Since the senior students had brought it up, and it didn't harm him in any way, plus it allowed him to build a rapport with them, cooperating was naturally no problem. So Su Yan gave the senior students a gentle smile and said, "Since you all insist, of course, I have to give you some face. From now on, I'll stop using Star and Moon Guidance and switch to healing spell for auxiliary treatment." Hearing this, a few of them almost couldn't resist cheering. But seeing Wang Lei next to Su Yan with a face that said, "If you dare to call me, I'll dare to act," they immediately realized this wasn't a place where they could casually celebrate. They softly thanked Su Yan, received treatment, and quietly left. Watching the senior students leave happily, Su Yan smiled and didn't think much of it. However, in the following period, he noticed that his workload had significantly increased. After a few hours of practice, Su Yan found the optimal number of patients for treatment, 10 per batch. This way, by using Tide's blessing along with a few healing spells, he could complete the treatment for one batch of injured individuals. Coupled with the continuous recovery state on his body and occasionally drinking spiritual energy recovery potions, he could maintain a balance between consumption and recovery. Originally, out of 10 injured individuals, only 2 or 3 severely injured ones required additional healing spells. Generally, 1 Tide's blessing and 2 or 3 healing spells were enough to handle a batch. But now, he found that the number of severely injured individuals requiring additional healing spells was increasing. What used to be 2 or 3 had now become 7 or 8. The most extreme case was when all 10 people in a batch were severely injured, leaving him completely baffled. Had the intensity of battles in training ground number 3 suddenly increased? Or was the teacher deliberately creating challenges for him, seeing that his skills had improved? Feeling puzzled, his hands kept moving. Su Yan quickly gathered spiritual power and released skills to the surrounding wounded. However, as the number of severely injured increased, his spiritual power consumption also rose significantly. The originally balanced consumption and recovery were disrupted. After a while, having treated over a dozen batches of wounded, Su Yan realized that his spiritual power was almost depleted. He looked at the batch of wounded he had just treated, and before the next batch arrived, he quickly signaled Wang Lei, who was standing nearby, to pause. Then, he took down the sign beside him. Seeing the sign being taken down, the wounded who were about to be sent to him for treatment were reassigned to other medical staff. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was no other way, the number of severely injured was simply too high, and healing one person didn't mean the matter was over. Some people relapsed after being healed, even returning multiple times for treatment, and such cases were not uncommon. Just within this half-day, Su Yan had already recognized several familiar senior students. Seeing Su Yan's somewhat nervous expression, Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan also noticed Wang Lei's smugness and glared at him fiercely with a warning look in his eyes. Wang Lei felt Su Yan's murderous gaze, immediately stopped laughing, smiled awkwardly, and then handed him the communicator in his hand to show him the reason for the increased workload. Su Yan took the communicator, and the screen displayed the campus forum of Jiangnan University. As he was wondering why Wang Lei was showing him this, he noticed several pinned posts on the forum due to their high popularity. Hashtag 3rd Training Grounds Healing Department Freshman Hashtag. Hashtag the male mom of the 3rd Training Ground Hashtag. Hashtag healing skills practically like having a live doctor Hashtag. Hashtag teach you how to get free continuous healing Hashtag. These posts all have the word explosive attached to them. Although no one directly mentioned him, the content is clearly related to him. He clicked on the first post that seemed relatively normal. The other posts looked a bit teasing, and while he liked that style, he wanted to be more serious when it involved himself. Post 1, have you heard? The third training ground is giving out benefits today. Not only did they invite our dream lover, Professor Wang Yu, to oversee the treatment room, but they also brought in a fresh, pink-cheeked new healing department junior. Post 2, pink-cheeked is such an exaggeration. He's just young, with a fresh face. But the new healing department junior is indeed adorable, making people want to become his mom fans right away. Post 3, exactly, such an adorable healing department junior. I've decided to enter my maternal phase early and officially become his fan. Post 4, aren't you all going off topic? The original poster meant that the third training ground now has a current healing expert and a future big shot. We should hurry over to meet them and try to make an impression. Post 5, oh, I see. I'm heading there right now. 6th floor, I'm going too. 7th floor, I'm going too. 88th floor, the new junior in the healing department is absolutely amazing. He seems to be only at the second tier, but his healing output is off the charts. 89th floor, totally. Just one tight caller's blessings skill can heal most of the injured, and with a few single target heals, he can complete the treatment for a batch of patients. I feel like another dream savior has been born. Is it still time to cling to his coattails? 90th floor, attached image. See the person behind the new junior? Wang Lei, an S-Class Lightning Awakener, ranked first in the third-year combat leaderboard, and champion of the National College Students Solo Competition. If you're not afraid of getting beaten up, you can try challenging him. 99th floor, off topic again. Has no one noticed the new junior's single-target continuous recovery skill? That skill provides a half-hour all-around recovery buff. I just saw a third-year senior take on 5 opponents with this buff and win the match unscathed. Su Yan looked at these comments, feeling both nervous and a bit proud. It seemed his efforts hadn't been in vain, and he was starting to gain some fame on campus. Traces, 100L, the sustained healing skill, isn't it Starry Moon Guide? I admit that skills recovery is impressive, but sustained healing, and comprehensive sustained healing at that, are you sure you didn't mistake someone else? 101L, replying to the above, no mistake. The junior uses 2 skills to supplement healing, one is the Starry Moon Guide you mentioned, and the other is the sustained recovery skill mentioned earlier by 99L. It seems like the junior randomly chooses one of the two to supplement healing. 102L, although both skills have good healing effects, I really wish the junior would use that sustained recovery skill on me. After all, it provides nearly half an hour of sustained recovery buff after healing. Rounding up, it's like getting a half-hour healing experience card. 103L, same here, that sustained recovery is truly amazing. 104L, what's the point of asking here? The junior is a new student in the healing department this year, practicing skills under Professor Wang Yu. He probably doesn't even know this forum exists. I guess Professor Wang Yu returned from the secret battlefield front just to mentor the junior. Honestly, we're just benefiting from the junior's presence. 157L, look, someone actually went to give feedback to the junior, asking if he could switch the supplementary healing skill to the one with visible healing effects. The junior even agreed. Wow, his smile is so gentle, I was almost moved to tears. 159L, fools are still posting on the forum, while smart people are already challenging seniors in the arena. Before the fight, they even taunted the seniors, afraid they'd go too easy and not injure them enough to let the junior heal them and enjoy the sustained recovery benefits for free. 160L, damn, you're a genius. Got it, I'm off to taunt a senior right now. 161L, harsh words added, senior, hurry up, didn't you eat? Use some strength. 162L, harsh words have been said, senior's hands are really heavy, my body hurts badly, but I'm inexplicably excited. Now the way senior looks at me is so strange, could it be that I'm broken? 163L, why didn't anyone mention that after being seriously injured, you'd still be carried to other treatment personnel? That kind of intensified pain almost killed me. Didn't they say there were gentle junior students? I feel like I've been deceived. Seeing the forum atmosphere suddenly turn a bit strange, Su Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The truth was found, and the reason for his sudden workload increase was right here. After understanding the reason, Su Yan was a bit speechless. All this just for continuous treatment, really? As he thought about it, he muttered softly, really? Wang Lei, who was beside him, heard it and added, of course. You're in the healing department, so you don't feel it, but students from other departments deeply feel the scarcity of the healing department. Our Jiangnan University is ranked among the top 3 universities in the country. Apart from the teachers in the secret realm, the main campus has only one advanced healer for defense, and that person is often not at the school. As for other healing personnel, there's just one mid-level healer in the infirmary who has no hope of breaking through to a higher level. The school spent a lot of money to hire them. Besides you and my uncle, there are only these 2 people in the healing department at the school. Before you 2 arrived, although there were healing personnel here, they were all individuals with insufficient talent who couldn't break through to higher levels. They could only switch professions by absorbing healing skill crystals. The cost was high, and the effectiveness was poor. Moreover, to make students remember the pain of their injuries and train their pain tolerance, those healers all had pain-intensifying skills. Except for a very few pain-resistant eccentrics, no one is willing to endure additional pain while already injured. To keep the treatment room quiet, they would also cast a silencing spell on them. That feeling of being in pain but unable to make a sound after experiencing it once, no one would want to go through it a second time. So, before you 2 arrived, the students here would avoid getting injured as much as possible. Try not to get seriously injured. It's not just because of the pain during treatment, but more importantly, some injuries can't be fully healed even by the healers. Today is different. Not only is my uncle personally overseeing the 3rd training ground, but we also have you, a genius in healing. Your healing output is astonishing, and the effects are long-lasting. This has given those people an excellent opportunity to try out moves they usually wouldn't dare to use and endure injuries they normally wouldn't dare to take. Not only that, but there are too few healers. Most of the injured have never fought side by side with a healer, apart from receiving treatment. Your recovery spell, even after you leave, continues to have an effect. Others will comfort themselves, feeling as if a healer is always there helping them recover. Listening to Wang Lei's words, Su Yan gained a clearer understanding of the scarcity of healers. Resorting to self-comfort, this situation was truly both laughable and exasperating. Understanding the reason for the surge in workload and the shortage of healers, Su Yan neither blamed the senior students nor planned to switch skills to shirk this responsibility. Looking at the increasingly off-topic posts on the communicator, Su Yan simply stopped reading and handed the communicator back to Wang Yu. Feeling the spiritual energy within gradually recovering, Su Yan drank a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion and took out the previously stored plaques from the space ring, arranging them again. Senior, I've rested enough. Let's continue. But this time the number of injured needs to be adjusted. Send over 5 severely injured ones first for this batch. Wang Yu nodded, took the communicator, and gave a few instructions to the staff responsible for assigning the injured. Not long after, 5 severely injured individuals in need of recovery spells were carried over. Su Yan, feeling the spiritual energy within almost full, began to perform healing skills. It was still the familiar tie caller's blessing, with each person receiving a recovery spell. Watching the injured, now fully recovered, and carrying a continuous recovery effect, leave the treatment room happily to return to the training ground and continue fighting. After finding a balance between spiritual energy consumption and recovery, Su Yan signaled to Wang Yu that he could call in the next batch, increasing the number to 6 this time. After several rounds of treatment, Su Yan found a suitable rhythm. Based on the speed of spiritual energy recovery and taking 1 recovery potion every 5 minutes, treating 7 severely injured individuals at a time achieved a perfect balance between energy consumption and recovery. From then on, Su Yan entered a continuous treatment state. Severely injured individuals were constantly carried over, treated, and left happily with recovery effects, while the next batch arrived, repeating the cycle. For the time that followed, Su Yan continued treating without any unexpected incidents or overwhelming workload. Repeating spells for healing while watching other healers put on brilliant performances for those afflicted with intensified pain and silencing spells, the monotonous work suddenly seemed more interesting. Time passed second by second. Su Yan mechanically repeated the healing process, took a short break during dinner, ate a little, and then continued working. By 8 p.m., the staff at the 3rd training ground announced the end of the training. The senior students, reluctantly forced to stop their battles, left with lingering glances, turning back every few steps. Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. Returning to the locker room to return the uniform, he changed back into his own clothes and waited for Wang Yu at the original spot. Although Su Yan later adjusted the number of patients being treated in time, ensuring a balance between spiritual energy consumption and recovery, he continued to face the endless stream of injured individuals. Su Yan activated a skill for continuous recovery of physical and mental energy. On the surface, it seemed to consume little, but using it for a long time was still exhausting. He felt that his mental and spiritual energy were now abundant. Spending the entire afternoon continuously using skills, consuming and recovering, had instead led to noticeable progress in both his spiritual and mental strength. When treating the injured earlier, he hadn't felt it much, but as soon as he stopped and heard the notification that training was over, a wave of exhaustion and a throbbing pain in his temples suddenly hit him. Su Yan felt utterly drained. If there were a bed in front of him, he figured he could collapse onto it and sleep like the dead, impossible to wake no matter who called him. As he was rubbing his temples, Wang Yu walked over and asked, "How are you feeling today?" Su Yan was too tired to move, even speaking felt like a chore. Forcing himself to respond briefly, he said, "Tired." Wang Yu chuckled and said, "Feeling tired is normal, after all, you used skills all afternoon. But you did well today." As he spoke, he waved his hand, a flash of purple light appeared, and the three of them returned to Wang Yu's dormitory. Seeing Su Yan completely exhausted and Wang Lei full of energy beside him, Wang Yu gestured for Wang Lei to go about his own business. After Wang Lei left, Wang Yu said to Su Yan, "You did great today, but looking at your state, I doubt you'll be able to focus on any lessons I give. Go get some sleep first, and we'll talk about your performance tomorrow." With that, he turned and went into the study. Su Yan was completely worn out. He didn't argue after hearing this, nodded at Wang Lei, and without caring whether the other noticed, went straight upstairs to his room. Originally planned to lie in bed and have a good sleep, but looked at himself. Although he changed clothes during treatment and kept a distance, the injured were covered in blood, yet not a single drop stained him. However, thinking about those seniors covered in blood in the afternoon, and with his slight cleanliness obsession, he felt uncomfortable with himself. He forced himself to stay awake, dragged his exhausted body to the bathroom for a shower, and as soon as he lay back on the bed, sleepiness overwhelmed him. He fell asleep instantly and even started snoring. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. Su Yan woke up, stretched lazily, feeling particularly refreshed and full of energy. Picking up the communicator, he realized it was already 1 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to get up and look for Wang Yu, he saw a message from Wang Yu. "Using skills non-stop yesterday afternoon, you probably won't wake up in the morning. Take a good rest and come to classroom 401 in the teaching building at 2 p.m. Wang Yu." After reading the message, Su Yan calmed down, not in a hurry to go out, and quietly sat on the bed to feel the changes in his body. After careful observation, he realized that yesterday afternoon's training indeed brought significant progress. First, the spiritual power. When he had just broken through to the second tier, his spiritual power was still at a very basic level. After yesterday afternoon's rapid consumption and recovery training, combined with the body's instinctive cultivation, his spiritual power directly advanced to the high stage of the second tier, equivalent to crossing 2 minor levels. This greatly surprised Su Yan. As for mental power, although there was some improvement, since he already had 4th tier mental power, the enhancement this time was not as noticeable, only slightly strengthening his mental power. Although his spiritual power advanced by 2 levels, it felt more like his skill proficiency and understanding had significantly improved. After an entire afternoon of practice yesterday, Su Yan clearly felt that using his skills had become much smoother. When he had just absorbed the skill crystal, using skills felt somewhat stiff and could even fail. But after an afternoon of continuous practice, Su Yan had become very proficient in the 3 skills: recovery technique, star moon guidance, and tide summoning blessing. Other skills had not been used yet and thus remained unpracticed for the time being. However, with the experience and extensive practice of these 3 skills, Su Yan believed that releasing other skills would not pose much of a problem. Feeling his progress, Su Yan got up and walked to the bathroom, attended to his physiological needs, washed his face briefly, and then went downstairs to head out. He walked towards the school cafeteria. On the way, he encountered many senior students, but strangely, they looked at him with a complex expression, filled with anticipation and an indescribable emotion, making Su Yan feel a bit uneasy. He could only quicken his pace. The cafeteria was past mealtime, so there weren't many people. He randomly chose a food stall, ordered a portion of braised chicken with rice, found a seat, and started eating in big bites. After finishing quickly, he left the cafeteria, took out his communicator, opened the navigation, and headed towards the teaching building. Before long, he arrived at classroom 401. Perhaps because Wang Yu had made a prior reservation, the classroom was empty. He checked the time, it was only 1:30, half an hour before the agreed time. Su Yan found a seat and sat down, waiting for Wang Yu. After more than 20 minutes, a flash of purple light appeared in the empty space of the classroom, and Wang Yu showed up. Seeing Su Yan, who had been waiting for a while, Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Yan stood up to greet him. "You're here, huh? Have a seat," Wang Yu said as he pulled out a chair and sat down across from Su Yan. "A few days ago, I asked you to familiarize yourself with the skills, and I didn't say much. Starting today, the formal teaching begins." He took out a communicator and projected Su Yan's performance from yesterday afternoon. While replaying the footage, Wang Yu pointed out the issues with Su Yan's skill usage, mainly focusing on details such as spiritual energy overflow, unnecessary movements, and, most importantly, control over the amount of healing. The screen froze on the moment Su Yan finished using Tidebringer's aid. Wang Yu said, "When you first started using Tidebringer's aid, I didn't say much. It's normal for the healing amount to be inaccurate the first time. But now, after treating several batches of injured people, you're still overhealing. This is something you need to pay attention to." He pointed to the injured individuals being treated in the footage. When you use a group healing skill like Tidebringer's aid, you can control the healing amount for each target. For example, these people have minor injuries. If you don't adjust the spiritual energy and distribute the healing evenly, the lightly injured will receive excessive treatment, wasting spiritual energy, while the other injured won't get enough healing and won't be fully cured. In such cases, you can fine-tune the spiritual energy, redirecting the excess healing to the severely injured. This not only saves spiritual energy but also ensures effective treatment. Like this time, if you had redirected the excess healing to the severely injured, one use of Tidebringer's aid would have been enough for everyone. You wouldn't have needed to use 3 additional single-target healing skills to make up for it. Wang Yu continued speaking. He took out a crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Su Yan. "Keep this safe. This crystal contains techniques and precautions regarding skill spiritual energy output. Take your time to absorb it when you get back, understand it thoroughly, and practice more. Additionally, it includes methods for learning team marks and enemy marks, which are very important for healers. Organize and study it carefully when you return, and come to me anytime if you have questions." Su Yan stored the crystal in his spatial ring, and Wang Yu continued, "Alright, save the crystal for later absorption. Let's continue the lesson." He pressed the communicator and played a video of Su Yan's performance from yesterday, reviewing it while pointing out shortcomings and providing suggestions for improvement. The video had been edited, and with Wang Yu speeding it up, it quickly reached the part where Su Yan was asked to use the recovery technique. Wang Yu paused the video and said to Su Yan, "Being helpful is a good thing. When a senior asks for help, it's fine to assist within your capabilities. But when helping others, you also need to consider the consequences and whether you can handle them. For instance, this time, you agreed mainly because the energy consumption of the 2 skills was about the same, and you were already proficient, so there wasn't much room for improvement. By continuing to practice, helping out casually isn't wrong, but you didn't think about why the other person asked you to use the recovery technique and what might happen after you agreed." He continued playing and paused again when he saw a group of 10, all severely injured. Pointing at the screen, he said, "Because you agreed to the request, more severely injured people kept coming afterward, all hoping you'd use the recovery skill replenished by Tidecaller's blessing. They mean no harm, they just want to experience the effect of continuous recovery. But remember, not everyone is friendly toward you. Before agreeing to someone's request, you must first consider the consequences. I'm not telling you to avoid responsibility. Most awakened ones are kind to healers, but don't let yourself be shackled by others' expectations. There was once a healer who, due to others' persistent pleading and public pressure, kept using their skills despite their own physical condition. In the end, they saved others but collapsed themselves. Remember, you're alive not just for yourself or any one person. As a healer, you've accepted resources from everyone and bear the lives and hopes of your comrades. Every living healer represents the potential to save many lives. When it's time to refuse, you must refuse. Don't let yourself get trapped." Listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan nodded. His experiences over 2 lifetimes had taught him that no one can satisfy everyone. Even money has its critics for being vulgar, so how could anyone be liked by everyone? Su Yan believed he wasn't the kind of person to be weak. In such situations, unless it was his parents he was saving, how others pleaded had nothing to do with him. Seeing Su Yan's agreement, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. The ones he feared most were hot-blooded teenagers around 16 or 17, especially those in the healing class. During the adolescent phase, one always believes they can save everyone, can save the world. Except for those truly destined, the rest have already taken a big fall. Seeing that Su Yan listened and didn't have any self-sacrificial thoughts, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of being my student. Talented, with a good mindset. I've completely forgotten how much I complained and was unwilling when I first took on the task. He opened the communicator and continued reviewing Su Yan's performance from yesterday afternoon. You did very well here. When you noticed insufficient spiritual energy and that recovery couldn't keep up, you proactively stopped to adjust. At the very least, you understand your limits and won't push through for the sake of pride. Knowing self-restraint is a very good quality. After speaking, he put away his smile, and his expression turned serious. When you realize your abilities are insufficient to cope. When facing difficulties, you can stop in time to adjust or directly seek help, rather than forcing yourself until you completely break down, or even hurt yourself. In this regard, you did an excellent job. When you noticed your spiritual energy was insufficient, you knew to call it off in time rather than pushing through to the end. I have seen many talented awakeners like you, with various attributes. Everyone possesses outstanding talent and potential, receiving all kinds of praise and privileges. But most of them are in their rebellious phase, always thinking they can save the world. When faced with problems they can't solve, their first reaction is to handle it themselves, charging forward stubbornly instead of seeking help from others. As a result, many people end up worsening the situation because they refuse to ask for help, even harming their own bodies, which significantly diminishes their future potential. In fact, many problems can be easily resolved as long as one is willing to seek help. Yet, those people see themselves as saviors, stubbornly holding on even when they can't endure anymore, ultimately making things worse. You must remember, when you encounter a problem you can't solve, seek help immediately. Just because you can't solve it doesn't mean others can't. Even if I can't help, there are even more powerful figures in Huagua. You are not fighting alone, behind you is a strong nation and a group of high-level awakeners supporting you. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan nodded solemnly. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he naturally understood the weight of these words. Seeking help from others when facing unsolvable problems is normal. Admitting one's shortcomings is nothing to be ashamed of. It's embarrassing to stubbornly persist knowing the problem can't be solved, resulting in even more trouble when asking others for help. In such situations, whether it's stubbornness leading to bigger issues or others cleaning up the mess for you, Su Yan, as an ordinary worker in his previous life, has experienced both and deeply understands them. Seeing Su Yan listening attentively, Wang Yu was satisfied and continued to open the communicator to guide him through the review. The subsequent review didn't involve any critical moments. Wang Yu pointed out some minor shortcomings in Su Yan's treatment process, but there were no major issues. The two finished watching the entire recording. After watching the video and receiving feedback, Su Yan fell into deep thought, starting to digest the day's lesson content. Wang Yu noticed this and didn't disturb him, smiling as he quietly stayed by his side. Not long after, Su Yan snapped out of his thoughts, gave Wang Yu an apologetic smile, and wanted to stand up to apologize. Wang Yu interrupted him with a smile. No need to apologize. I'm glad you learned something from the review. Paused for a moment, then said, all right, today's lesson is over. Next is something prepared for you by the school and the Healers Association. Take a look, there are quite a few good things in here. As he spoke, Wang Yu handed Su Yan his spatial ring. Su Yan took the ring and, following Wang Yu's instructions, probed it with his spiritual power. After his spiritual power entered the ring, he discovered that the space inside was quite large, about 100 cubic meters. The contents were simple: a piece of clothing, a crystal, a floating book, and a pile of spiritual energy crystals and canned food. Su Yan was momentarily stunned, then looked up and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what are these?" Wang Yu smiled. The spiritual energy crystals need no explanation. They are non-attribute and range from Tier 1 to Tier 6, for your daily cultivation. As for those above Tier 6, you can't use them yet. You'll receive them when your level is higher. That one stacked cans is an 8th tier beast named Yunling Deer. It belongs to the gentlest type of high-tier beasts in terms of spiritual energy and is the only high-tier beast meat that low-tier cultivators can use. Long-term consumption of this beast meat not only enhances physical fitness and accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy but also grants a special ability, the ability to soothe violent spiritual energy. For healers, this ability is extremely rare and important. That robe is a specialized garment for healers, but the materials have been upgraded, Wang Yu continued. It is made from the silk of 8th tier ice silkworms and the threads of 9th tier heavenly spiders, combined with various precious materials. It is waterproof, fireproof, has an automatic cleaning function, and can absorb and reduce 50% of damage from attacks below the 7th tier. The robe is inscribed with 2 skill runes, Sacred Guardian and Soul Guardian. Sacred Guardian can shield you from 1 instance of fatal damage and provide you with a substantial shield. Soul Guardian protects your soul, allowing you to retain a trace of your soul when facing soul-destroying skills. Even if you die, your soul won't be imprisoned. After speaking, Wang Yu took out a stone from his spatial ring and handed it to Su Yan. Drop a drop of blood on it and envelop it with your spiritual power. Although Su Yan didn't understand what this was, he followed the instructions. He dropped his blood and enveloped the stone with his spiritual power. Instantly, he felt a certain connection with the stone, and a sense of closeness emanated from it. Wang Yu nodded, put the stone away, and explained, "This is called a soul crystal. It was created by Senior Ji Lingxi, one of the 7 10th tier healers in our Hua Nation, using her own abilities. As long as you are anywhere and your soul is not imprisoned or destroyed, even if only a trace of your soul remains, Senior Ji can use this soul crystal to perform a resurrection spell and bring you back. This is the protection I mentioned earlier that Hua Nation provides for its geniuses. With the healer's robe and the soul crystal, even if you die, we can bring you back. But don't think you can recklessly take risks just because you can be resurrected. Senior Ji pays a price to revive you." Su Yan solemnly nodded. He knew that resurrection, a skill that transcends life and death, must have its limitations. According to the official explanation, resurrecting someone would consume the healer's essence and vitality, and it could only be performed if the person had been dead for no more than 3 days, with their body and soul relatively intact. The method Senior Ji used, relying on the soul crystal to resurrect, must come at an even greater cost. Su Yan had always cherished life. Even with the soul crystal as a backup, he had no intention of casually trying out the resurrection technique. He knew he had a safety net, which gave him more options when facing danger. Of course, I'm not asking you to hold back too much. When you encounter particularly troublesome enemies, especially strong opponents with mental abilities, while the healer's robe is good, there are always exceptions. At such times, self-detonation, followed by resurrection, is also a strategy, Wang Yu said with a smile. Senior Ji always carries your soul crystal. If you fall, she will immediately perform the resurrection technique. Although the cost is high, it's something we can bear. Su Yan listened attentively as Wang Yu continued to introduce the remaining 2 items. That crystal is a type of growth weapon, a phantom crystal, which contains all the materials needed for weapon advancement. As your level increases, the crystal will automatically absorb these materials to help you upgrade. Moreover, once the weapon recognizes its owner, it will absorb your spiritual energy and aura, evolving automatically into the form most suitable for you. Once you use your blood to establish ownership, the crystal will transform into a crystal tattoo on your right hand, enhancing your abilities when using skills, increasing by healing effects at level 20 are enhanced, skill consumption is reduced by 30%, and spiritual energy recovery speed is increased by 50%. Of course, when needed, it can also transform into a physical weapon, with its specific form determined by you. That book is a magic book of auxiliary weapons we learned from the West, specially tailored as growth-type equipment for you. Like the illusion crystal, it can enhance skill effects, reduce skill consumption, and accelerate spiritual power recovery. Moreover, you can pre-store skills and spiritual power in the magic book, absorbing spiritual power and releasing skills at critical moments. At your current level, this magic book can store energy twice your current spiritual power and accommodate 10 skills of the same level. Holding the spatial ring and listening to Wang Yu's introduction of its contents, Su Yan once again felt the powerful background of the school and the Healers Association. Although there were only 5 items in the space, don't be fooled by the small quantity. Just that pile of attribute less crystals was worth a fortune, and even the most ordinary cloud spirit deer meat cans were not something money could buy. These items were basically highly sought-after goods, sparking competition as soon as they appeared. Not to mention the clothing and the 2 growth-type weapons. The spatial ring was very light, but at this moment, Su Yan felt a heavy weight in his hand. Such precious resources were given to him just like that. Did he truly deserve them? Seeing Su Yan's silence, Wang Yu smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. These are all things you deserve. Your talent is worth our investment. This is just the first batch. There will be even more precious items in the future. You're already using these so well, what will you do with even better things in the future?" As he spoke, he patted Su Yan's shoulder. "All right, claim this equipment here. I'll stand guard for you." Su Yan nodded, clenched his hands tightly, and retrieved items from the space. Following Wang Yu's instructions, he dripped his own blood onto the 3 pieces of equipment, using his mental power to establish a connection with them. As the blood dripped, a flash of white light appeared, and the blood was absorbed, leaving no trace on the equipment. With the mental connection established, Su Yan felt a close bond with the equipment. Next, with a single thought, the healer's robe immediately draped over his body. The previously loose fit now became much more tailored. The white robe resembled a Taoist robe, adorned with golden cloud patterns. Combined with Su Yan's already good looks, it was a very pleasing sight. The illusion crystal turned into a beam of light, flew to Su Yan's right wrist, and transformed into a crystal tattoo. The magic book shrank into a small pendant, hanging at his waist, its size reduced from a dictionary to a portable accessory. At this moment, Su Yan was dressed in a white robe with golden cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs and waist. Faint inscriptions could be seen on the clothing, and a delicate white book-shaped pendant hung at his waist. His temperament was gentle and refined, a combination of his own personality and the fact that he had awakened a healing ability. Except for the short hair that looked a bit abrupt, from a distance, he somewhat resembled an ancient nobleman, completely out of place with the modernized classroom atmosphere around him. Looking at his outfit, which clashed with the surrounding style, and Wang Yu, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle beside him, Su Yan smiled helplessly. This outfit was definitely unsuitable for wearing on campus. He thought about putting the clothes away for now and wearing them later when exploring the secret realm. Although dressing like this for an expedition was a bit unconventional, considering the effects the outfit brought, Su Yan had no hesitation in setting aside his concerns. Safety was the priority, face and appearances could take a back seat. Just as Su Yan was about to put the clothes away, Wang Yu quickly stopped him. Seeing Su Yan's puzzled expression, Wang Yu smiled and said, "Try using your mental power to activate this outfit and see its true function." Thinking of trying on the clothes he usually wears. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan focused his mind, channeling spiritual energy into the robe, and recalled the style of clothes he usually wore. With a flash of white light, the originally traditional style robe instantly transformed into his usual t-shirt and jeans. Seeing Su Yan's surprised expression, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction and said, "These advanced armors are engraved with transformation runes, allowing them to change appearance according to your will. However, I think that traditional style robe you had earlier looked quite dashing. How about trying long hair to match it?" Su Yan shook his head repeatedly. Watching his amusing reaction, Wang Yu's smile grew more meaningful, but he said no more. After today's lesson ended, Wang Yu asked about Su Yan's plans. Upon learning that he intended to return to his room to absorb the crystals and familiarize himself with the equipment, Wang Yu used a teleportation spell to send him back to the dormitory. As Wang Yu's skill was cast, Su Yan returned to the dormitory, with Wang Yu's gentle voice echoing in his ears. "That's it for today. The next few days will be like a break for you. Take the time to organize what you've learned today and absorb the crystals I gave you earlier. Also, get familiar with the equipment. In the next lesson, we'll start combat training." Listening to Wang Yu's words and looking at the empty dormitory, Su Yan once again marveled at the wonders of skills in the era of spiritual energy revival. Returning to his room, he took out the memory crystal containing the techniques for spiritual energy output and the method for learning the mark of good and evil. He wrapped it with his mental power and began absorbing the knowledge within the crystal. This type of memory crystal is different from skill crystals. After absorbing a skill crystal, one directly learns the skill, which occupies mental power and requires time to recover. Memory crystals, on the other hand, store information within the crystal. Absorbing them provides the information, similar to the jade slips in ancient cultivation novels. Absorption only consumes mental power, which recovers quickly. As the crystal was gradually absorbed, a large amount of information surged into Su Yan's mind, causing a faint headache. Soon after, he realized that his mind now contained techniques and training methods for controlling the output of spiritual energy and skills. After understanding this information, Su Yan tried using several skills, slowly grasping how to apply the techniques. After consecutively casting several recovery spells and Star Moon guidance, he discovered that the more spiritual energy he input, the longer the recovery spell's effect and duration became. The healing amount of Star Moon guidance also varied with the spiritual energy input. Next, Su Yan used himself as a practice target, repeatedly casting skills to feel the effects on himself. Through repeated attempts, he gradually mastered the sensation and realized that he had already gained an initial understanding of spiritual energy control and skill output techniques. After confirming that he had grasped the basic techniques, Su Yan turned to learning the other two skills stored in the memory crystal. The mark of goodwill and the mark of malice sound like two different skills, but in essence, they are both applications of mental power. The mark of goodwill places a mental tag with goodwill on the target. This allows you to sense the presence and location of the target in a crowd. When using auxiliary skills, the skill direction can automatically adjust, achieving the effect of automatically tracking the target. Additionally, some damage-type skills will automatically avoid attacking targets with the mark of goodwill. Even if avoidance is impossible, the damage will be reduced. This mark was originally designed to identify allies, so it does not have concealment or difficulty in removal. The person marked can easily detect the mark, regardless of the power gap between the two parties, and can discover it effortlessly. Marks that are easily detected and removed are not uncommon, but typically, no one would casually remove a goodwill mark left by their teammate. The goodwill mark of a healer has a special function. According to the memory crystal's description, the marked person knows who the mark comes from and feels a sense of trust toward the healer. This trust makes healing skills more easily accepted by the body, enhancing the healing effect. Simply put, for someone with a goodwill mark, healing skills are more effective. In contrast, the mark of malice is used to track enemies. It is concealed and difficult to remove, and often the target is unaware of being marked. The mark of malice is primarily used to correct the direction of skills, ensuring the tracking of enemies. To avoid the malicious mark being discovered, the caster's mental strength must be stronger than the target's, even if discovered. Unless the gap between the two is significant, it still takes time to remove the mark. Therefore, the skill is mostly used in combat. In combat, the situation changes rapidly, and even if the mark is discovered, there is no time to remove it. Thus, casters often use it to track their targets. The learning difficulty of these two skills is not high. According to the method in the crystal, use mental power to form two mental symbols of goodwill and malice in the mind. When needed, use mental power to imprint the target. At the beginning of practice, you can imprint by touching the target. As mastery deepens, it becomes possible to imprint remotely using mental power. This was Su Yan's first time learning this skill. Since there were no suitable targets in the room, he used furniture as practice objects. After forming the marks in his mind, he touched the furniture with both hands, attempting to imprint goodwill and malice marks. After several failures, he finally imprinted a goodwill mark on the wardrobe and a malice mark on the desk. After succeeding, Su Yan left the room, ready to test the effect and range of the marks. As soon as he stepped out the door, he could clearly sense the target's position through the wall. He felt that as long as the casting direction was roughly correct, the skill would automatically adjust its direction and fly toward the target. Of course, if the target was to the north but the skill was cast southward, such a situation could not be corrected. However, the mark only adjusted the skill's direction and would not allow the skill to pass through obstacles to directly hit the target. As the distance increased, Su Yan found that while he could previously sense the target clearly, now he could only vaguely perceive the direction. Returning to the room, he withdrew the marks from the furniture and began attempting to imprint marks on targets directly using mental power without physical contact. Over the next 5 days, Su Yan spent most of his time mastering the output of spiritual energy for skills and practicing the mark of good and evil. At the same time, he was also working on harmonizing with the 3 pieces of equipment. With practice, he discovered that his compatibility with the illusion crystal and the magic book was rapidly improving. At first, when using the skills, the amplification effects of these 2 pieces of equipment had a slight delay and were not as strong as Wang Yu had described. This was due to insufficient synergy, only allowing partial power to be utilized. But after repeated use, Su Yan's coordination with the equipment became increasingly seamless. Now, when he uses these pieces of equipment, the initial awkwardness is gone, and the amplification effects are fully displayed, making him sigh with relief that his efforts during this period were not in vain. In the past few days, with Wang Yu's occasional guidance and Wang Lei voluntarily acting as a test subject, Su Yan's skill mastery and proficiency with the mark of good and evil have improved rapidly. One night, after finishing his practice, Su Yan had just washed up and was preparing to sleep when his phone rang. It was a message from Wang Yu. "Tomorrow morning at 9, I'll be waiting for you at the North City Gate. I'll take you to see what the secret realm is really like. Remember to put on your equipment." Seeing the message, Su Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Although he had heard about the secret realm before and had seen related pictures and videos on TV and online, and he was already a second-tier awakener, he had never actually entered a secret realm himself. The thought of directly entering and facing the creatures inside filled him with exhilaration. Time passed quickly in excitement, and early the next morning, Su Yan took out the Cloud Spirit Deer canned food from his spatial ring, heated it slightly, and began eating it heartily. For the past few days, he had been eating this for almost every meal. The cloud spirit deer was indeed a high-level beast, with tender and delicious meat, and abundant spiritual energy. Relying on this canned food, Su Yan's strength improved by a small level, reaching the peak of the second tier. After finishing breakfast and tidying up the dishes, he went out to the bus stop, ready to wait for the bus. In the era of secret realms, cities and the outskirts were completely different. The city was guarded by powerful individuals and relatively safe. The outskirts, however, were much more complex. With the arrival of secret realms and the revival of spiritual energy, animals and plants outside the city absorbed the energy and mutated. There were also various creatures emerging from the secret realms, along with new secret realms that could appear at any time, making the outskirts extremely dangerous. But within the danger lay opportunities. The outskirts held various rare materials and treasures, and the concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that within the city. Except for a few places equipped with spirit gathering arrays, the spiritual energy in the city is far less abundant than outside the city. Although the outside is dangerous, the spiritual energy is dense, and cultivation progresses quickly. Every year, tens of thousands of people still take the risk to venture outside the city in search of opportunities. Due to the dangers outside the city, vehicles leaving the city require strict approval, and ordinary taxis are not qualified to carry passengers out of the city. Su Yan could only take a special bus at the school gate heading toward the northern city gate. After waiting for a while at the bus stop in front of the school gate, the bus arrived quickly. The bus didn't look much different from before, but the materials used were more advanced. Su Yan could see that the bus body was made of several types of advanced metals. The driver exuded a faint sense of pressure, clearly a high-level awakened individual. This was a dedicated route for Jiangnan University, exclusively for faculty and students, with 2 trips each morning, noon, and evening. The drivers were all 4th-tier or higher students working part-time. Su Yan arrived early, so the bus was still empty. After waiting for a while, a dozen Jiangnan University students boarded one after another, all heading out of the city. Once it was confirmed that no one else was boarding, the bus started and headed toward the northern city gate. On the way, Su Yan felt a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him, making his scalp tingle slightly. Almost everyone would glance at him a few more times after getting on the vehicle. After all, among a group of people dressed in armor and robes, ready to enter the secret realm for battle, Su Yan's simple casual outfit stood out. Mid to low-tier equipment lacks a transformation effect. At first glance, everyone's attention would naturally focus on Su Yan. Then, they could sense the warm and approachable aura emanating from him. Soon, Su Yan's identity as a healer was revealed. Someone on the vehicle realized there was a lone healer present, and the gazes of the crowd instantly became eager. If it weren't for the senior acting as the driver, coughing a few times to remind those people not to act recklessly, they would have probably crowded around Su Yan by now, begging to team up with him. Seeing Su Yan dressed so plainly and heading out of the city alone, everyone naturally started speculating about his purpose. Judging by the looks of it, he's probably going out of the city to meet someone or to explore a secret realm outside. Obviously, what healer would act alone when they're just starting to level up? A healer, wearing ordinary clothes, is most likely a newly awakened rookie. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dressed like this when getting on the vehicle. If he weren't a rookie, there's no way we'd encounter a lone healer on the ride. Since he's a rookie, does that mean we can? Don't even think about it. A healer, a newcomer, and considering that Jiangnan University clearly hasn't started classes yet, it's obvious he's one of those geniuses with extraordinary talent who got admitted early. Besides, his plain clothes are actually high-level equipment in disguise. This outfit might be worth more than everyone on this vehicle combined. To receive such treatment and even leave the city on his own, he must be going to see a teacher. None of the teachers at our school are below the 7th rank. I think I know who he is. Who? Haven't you checked the campus for him? There's only one new student in the healing department this year. He was even trending on the forum a few days ago, Professor Wang Yu's disciple. Oh, then we basically have no chance. These murmurs continued, and Su Yan realized that in just a short while, his identity had almost been completely uncovered. Although he knew his identity had been exposed, Su Yan still forced himself to remain calm, quietly sitting in the car and waiting to reach the destination. The car drove for about half an hour and arrived at the North City Gate. The car was driving very fast. Close to 9 o'clock, Su Yan got out of the car and walked to the city gate. Looking at the bustling crowd, Su Yan felt a bit helpless. Finding Wang Yu among so many people was quite difficult. He was about to take out his communicator to message Wang Yu and ask for his location when a sudden flash of light surrounded him, and Su Yan disappeared completely. The adventurers at the city gate, who had been attracted by Su Yan's peculiar attire and knew he was a healer, originally wanted to approach him for a chat. After all, encountering a wild healer, even if they couldn't form a team, it was always beneficial to get acquainted. After all, who could guarantee they would never get injured in their lifetime? But when they saw Su Yan suddenly taken away by a flash of light and vanish completely, they realized that someone had used spatial teleportation to take him away. Anyone capable of doing such a thing at the city gate was undoubtedly a big shot, someone no one dared to provoke. So, everyone gave up on their thoughts. With a flash of light, Su Yan appeared in an unfamiliar place. He cautiously looked around, thinking something might have happened. His equipment gleamed as he tightly gripped the communicator, ready to call for support at any moment. But in the next moment, he relaxed, as his mentor was nearby. Wang Yu and a muscular, imposing man were watching Su Yan's actions with great interest. Seeing Su Yan's alertness and readiness to call for help when he was just teleported over, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. However, upon seeing Su Yan relax afterward, Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. The burly man beside him laughed and said, "Old Wang, your disciple is still too inexperienced. It seems you have some shortcomings as a mentor." Watching Su Yan's performance and hearing his friends teasing, Wang Yu knew clearly that his disciple still lacked experience and had much room for growth. He waved his hand. Wang Yu waved his hand, signaling Su Yan to come over to his side. Seeing Su Yan foolishly run straight over to him and stand by his side, Wang Yu lightly knocked on his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "When you first get teleported, your initial reaction should be to stay alert and be ready to call for help at any moment. How can you trust so easily? What if the two of us were imposters or just illusions?" Hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan's heart tightened instantly. Indeed, his sense of vigilance was too weak. In an unfamiliar environment, encountering someone who seemed familiar, his first reaction wasn't to question their authenticity but to believe they were real. If someone with ill intentions targeted him, even with various protective measures, he might not escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Noticing the change in Su Yan's expression, Wang Yu shook his head with a smile and said, "All right, this time wasn't too bad, but be more careful next time." Su Yan obediently nodded and took the initiative to walk behind Wang Yu. "Although you probably already know about my student's situation, we still have to follow the procedure, otherwise, it would be awkward to ask for a meeting gift later," Wang Yu said with a smile. "This is my student, Su Yan, 16 years old, an S-level healing type awakener, and a freshman at Jiangnan University." He pointed to the man beside him and introduced to Su Yan, "This is Xiong Mingyuan, the captain of the North City Gate Garrison. You can just call him Uncle Xiong." "Hello, Uncle Xiong," Su Yan greeted politely. Xiong Mingyuan responded with a smile, "Hello, little Su Yan." After speaking, he took something out of his spatial ring and handed it to Su Yan. Su Yan took it and saw that it was actually a jade pendant. "You are old Wang's apprentice, so you're also considered my junior. This is my meeting gift for you." Su Yan looked at the jade pendant in his hand, then glanced at Wang Yu. "Things given by elders cannot be refused. Since they gave it to you, just accept it. This is a precious gem, polished from the core of the tree of life. Quite valuable." "Hey, you guy, you really went all out this time." Wang Yu joked with Xiong Mingyuan, and Xiong Mingyuan rolled his eyes at him. "You specifically brought this kid over and went through the whole process, isn't it just for this thing in my hand?" Then, as if feeling a bit guilty, he said to Wang Yu, "Since you're here, as an 8th-tier healer, the youngest titled healer in Huagua, it wouldn't make sense not to show off a bit. My subordinates are about to start a secret realm trial. Why don't you go and give them some encouragement? My subordinates all admire you, the undying star, Lord Wang Yu." Hearing this, the corner of Wang Yu's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself, "This guy really can't take a loss. Don't be fooled by his politeness, he picked this timing just to drag me into helping. I just got a gem from him for my little apprentice, and now this guy wants me to be a workhorse." Saying it's to encourage his subordinates, what kind of encouragement can a healer give? Am I really just supposed to say a few words and leave? That would be so embarrassing. I definitely have to give some kind of group buff or something. Looking at this genuinely smiling face, Wang Yu helplessly nodded. After all, he had long anticipated being dragged into this. "Let's go, lead the way." He gestured for Su Yan to follow, then signaled Xiong Mingyuan to lead the way toward his subordinates. After walking for a short while, they arrived near Xiong Mingyuan's squad. 100-man formation stood there straight, waiting for the officer's inspection. Wang Yu raised his hand to stop Xiong Mingyuan from stepping forward to introduce them. He directly gathered spiritual energy and began to cast a skill. This was the first time Su Yan saw Wang Yu perform an advanced skill other than teleportation. A ball of energy rose from Wang Yu's hand and flew into the sky. The originally bright sky suddenly darkened, and 6 stars twinkled in the sky, casting a soft starlight. Su Yan had seen this skill before when configuring skills, Blessing of the Stars. This was an advanced skill, a signature technique of the star sorcerers from Secret Realm 097. It could summon the Phantom of Stars, allowing starlight to shine on targets within its range, bringing blessings. Theoretically, as long as there was enough time, skill crystals could absorb energy infinitely, and mental strength could gradually recover. However, absorbing too much would increase the mental burden, and when mental stability was compromised, it could even lead to memory confusion. Moreover, absorbing too much at the same stage would make future breakthroughs more difficult. Therefore, most people only absorb 3 to 5 skill crystals at each stage. When there is a limit on the number, talented awakeners will prioritize choosing skills that are both effective and diverse. Stellar Blessing is one of them. Initially, it was merely summoning stars to bestow blessings on the target, classified as an enhancement skill. However, the strong individuals of Huagui improved it based on ancient texts about the legends of stars. Now, depending on the attributes and legends of different stars, Stellar Blessing can provide enhancements to various attributes. For example, the Stellar Blessing Wang Yu is casting at the city gate now summons the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, which are said to govern life and legends. This is a group of stars commonly used by healers. The first star, Mansion Palace, governs destiny, the second star, Phase Palace, presides over wealth, the third star, Beam Palace, extends lifespan, the fourth star, Unity Palace, enhances computational ability, the fifth star, Pivot Palace, wards off misfortune, the sixth star, Machine Palace, boosts vitality. This skill set combines continuous recovery, death resistance, luck enhancement, and the strengthening of both mental and physical states, with effects lasting for 10 hours. Feeling the starlight falling and the surge of power, everyone showed expressions of joy. Next is Xiong Mingyuan's turn. After Wang Yu finished buffing everyone, Xiong Mingyuan decisively left them behind and said to the two, "That's about it. This time, I came to find old Wang to give these little guys some insurance and to meet old Wang's apprentice. The goal is achieved, I have to go now." After speaking, he waved to Su Yan and Wang Yu, then turned and walked toward the group behind them. Seeing Xiong Mingyuan leave in a hurry, Su Yan was momentarily stunned and turned to look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled, "Don't mind them, that's just how they are, say what they need to and leave. You'll be working with them often in the future, so you'll get used to it." As he spoke, he glanced at his communicator and then said to Su Yan, "All right," they had something to attend to and left. The people were waiting for should be arriving soon. A burst of light appeared beneath their feet, activating a teleportation array. Su Yan stepped forward with curiosity, and with a flash of light, the two of them were already at the city gate. As soon as they appeared, they saw Wang Lei and the 4 people beside him waiting. Wang Lei saw them and quickly walked over with his teammates. "Uncle, Junior." Wang Lei greeted Su Yan with a smile as he approached. The 4 people following him also respectfully greeted Wang Yu, "Hello, Professor Wang." Wang Yu nodded, "Hello." Then he turned to Su Yan and said, "This time, I brought you here to let you try entering the secret realm for some training. These people are the teammates I selected for you." Wang Lei's team is ranked first among the junior teams, and all the members are top 10 students in their grade, with strong abilities. You two work well together, so you can try entering the secret realm first. If the coordination isn't good, we can still change the team. Wang Yu's words made Wang Lei and his 4 teammates' eyes light up, and their eager gazes made Su Yan feel a bit nervous. Wang Yu directly ignored everyone's gazes in Wang Lei's attempt to speak, continuing to say to Su Yan, "To be honest, I do have a bit of a personal motive. After all, Wang Lei is my nephew, and being bound to a healer would be a great help to him. If you work well together, I hope you'll consider joining Wang Lei's team. If you feel it's not suitable or you don't get along, it's fine to switch to someone else. Don't worry about me." Su Yan nodded and said, "I think senior Wang Lei's team is pretty good. The top-ranked team in the 3rd year, and apart from those seniors who have already gone for internships or joined the military or mercenary groups, this is the strongest team in our school. Even without your recommendation, just based on their strength, I would prioritize them." Wang Yu's recommendation of Wang Lei's team certainly had personal motives, but more importantly, it was because of the team's strength. Every member of Wang Lei's team was among the top 10 in combat power in the 3rd year, and Wang Lei himself was ranked first in the entire grade and a national competition champion. Apart from the already well-established 4th-year teams, they could be considered the strongest team at Jiangnan University. Hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Yu smiled, then turned to Wang Lei and said, "Did you hear that? In the future, just say these things directly, don't overthink it." As I Yan said, "Although healers are rare, you guys are also very strong." Wang Lei scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, while the 4 teammates around him all had excited expressions on their faces. Wang Yu said helplessly, "Alright, it's your time now. Get to know each other first. This is the pass for Secret Realm 1657, a 3rd-tier secret realm. The level isn't high, so it's perfect for you to work on your teamwork." He took out the pass from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Lei, then tossed something to Su Yan. "This is my gift to you as a master. It's a bit hard to come by, and it took some time. I just got it today, so keep it safe." After saying that, Wang Yu used a teleportation skill and left, leaving only Su Yan and Wang Lei's group of 5 awkwardly staring at each other. The atmosphere was a bit silent until one of Wang Lei's teammates spoke up. "How about we find a place to sit and chat, introduce ourselves to each other? We can't just keep standing here, right?" Someone spoke, and the atmosphere immediately eased. Su Yan nodded and said, "Sure, but I'm not very familiar with this area, so I might need the seniors to lead the way." That person said excitedly, "Then let's go to Tianxiang Tower. The environment is nice, and it's a good place for a small gathering to get to know each other better." Su Yan had just arrived in Nanqing not long ago and had been staying at the school, so he wasn't familiar with the city, and could only follow the seniors' arrangements. The others were regulars at Tianxiang Tower and had no objections. So, everyone headed to the parking lot near the city gate, got into Wang Lei and the others' car, and drove towards the city. Tianxiang Tower was not far from the city gate, and Wang Lei and the others drove quickly, arriving in no time. Tianxiang Tower was a 4-story, traditional-style building with a spacious area. After entering, Wang Lei skillfully handed over a card to the waiter and said, "Please prepare a private room for us, preferably a quiet one." The waiter, upon seeing the card, became more respectful and led them to the 3rd floor, into an elegant room called Red Plum Pavilion, and handed them the menu. After everyone ordered, the waiter quietly left the room. Soon, the attendants began serving various dishes one after another. After the last dish was served, the attendant left a call button and quietly exited. Everyone took a few bites and then began introducing themselves to Su Yan. The first to speak was the senior who had suggested coming to Tianxiang Tower earlier. "I am Li Xinming, a 4th-tier Wind Element Awakener, combat-type archer." Apart from Wang Lei, the other 3 also introduced themselves in turn. Zhao Yu, a 4th-tier Fire Element Awakener, Spell-type Flame Mage. Lin Bing, a 4th-tier Earth Element Awakener, Defense-type Shield Guard. Chen He, a 4th-tier Wood Element Awakener, Spell-type Nature Mage. As expected of the top-ranked team in the 3rd year, every one of them was a 4th-tier powerhouse. Seeing his teammates finish their introductions, Wang Lei put away his playful smile and said seriously to Su Yan, "My name is Wang Lei, a 5th-tier Lightning Element Awakener and a combat-type warrior." Faced with his teammates' earnest introductions, Su Yan also adjusted his attitude, stood up, and solemnly introduced himself. Su Yan, 2nd-tier Healing Element Awakener, Support-type Healer. The ingredients at Tianxiang Tower were indeed extraordinary. Most of the delicacies on the table were made from materials of creatures from secret realms, rich in spiritual energy. Combined with the cooking of professional spirit chefs, the spiritual energy was more easily absorbed by the body. Su Yan was at the peak of the 2nd tier, on the verge of a breakthrough. After consuming these spiritually rich foods, he successfully advanced. Everyone felt that after Su Yan finished his introduction, his aura suddenly increased significantly. "Well, I'm at the 3rd tier now." Feeling the changes in his body and noticing the surprised looks from his teammates, Su Yan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Wow, breaking through to the 3rd tier so quickly? I remember the bottleneck from the 2nd to the 3rd tier was pretty tough. I was stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier for several months back then." The lively Li Xinming was the first to speak, with a hint of surprise. This remark seemed to open the floodgates, and the others began sharing their own past experiences. "I was stuck at the 2nd stage for 2 months. In the end, I had to spend credits to get a breakthrough pill to successfully overcome the bottleneck," Zhao Yu said. "Impressive, Junior. I remember that aside from Wang Lei, the genius, most people only reached the 3rd stage in the 2nd semester of their freshman year. Many others didn't advance until their sophomore year, and quite a few were still stuck at the 2nd stage. You broke through to the 3rd stage even before the official start of the semester. Truly extraordinary talent," Chen He said, his eyes full of envy as he spoke. "Yes, indeed impressive," Lin Bing, the usually silent shield guard, also praised. Listening to his teammates' amazement and compliments about his sudden breakthrough, Wang Lei walked over, patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Ha, Yan, your talent really makes people jealous, but I like it. The stronger you are, the safer our team will be." Then he turned to the other four and said, "Brothers, we need to step it up. At Yan's current pace, if he reaches tier 4 and we're still at this level, we won't be worthy of such a strong healer." Wang Lei's words made everyone's hearts tighten, igniting a desire to quickly improve their strength. "Don't underestimate us. You're only tier 5, and we're already close to late tier 4. We'll catch up to you soon. You better not let your guard down either." "That's right, you talk about us, but don't we feel the pressure too? Being left behind by you is hard for us as well. For the team to have a stable healer, I have to give it my all. I absolutely can't fall behind. Get stronger." Feeling the determined gazes and responses from his teammates, Wang Lei nodded in satisfaction. Everyone had been slacking off quite a bit recently, but fortunately, with Yan joining, their fighting spirit was reignited. "These guys have been getting a bit too full of themselves lately. I need to find a way to calm them down, or it's going to be a big problem later. But Yan's progress is truly astonishing. I need to step up my game too. If he surpasses me, where would I put my face? It's decided. I'll double my training when I get back so they can't catch up to me. And Yan, such a great support partner, I absolutely can't miss this opportunity. If I give it up because I'm not strong enough, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Looking at the group of teammates in front of him, full of fighting spirit, and Wang Lei, who suddenly fell silent with a strange smile on his face, Su Yan was a bit speechless. "Senior, your plan to use me as a catalyst to motivate everyone is practically written all over your face. And what's with you? You suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence and fell into deep thought, with such a weird expression on your face, as if you're thinking about something not very honorable." Seeing the suddenly heightened atmosphere of fighting spirit, and the seemingly burning flames of determination behind his teammates, Su Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Although it was a bit of a buzzkill, Su Yan still spoke up, pulling his teammates back from their own worlds. Seniors, shouldn't we first talk about the secret realm? What's the situation with secret realm number 1657? When are we setting off? What should we be aware of when entering the secret realm? Could you tell me about it first?" As Su Yan spoke, Wang Lei and the others snapped out of it, laughing awkwardly. Then Wang Lei began introducing the situation of the secret realm to Su Yan. Secret realm number 1657, also known as the Misty Forest Secret Realm, descended upon Nanchang 5 years ago. Most of the creatures inside are unfriendly and attack humans on sight. Our strong fighters here directly eliminated the top-tier creatures, leaving only mid and low-tier ones for newcomers to practice on. Although the high-tier creatures are gone and most of the advanced resources have been scavenged, the mid and low-tier resources, which the strong fighters disdain, are still treasures for us. Moreover, some high-tier resources are actually still hidden in the secret realm, just undiscovered. For these highly hostile secret realms, we usually deal with the top-tier creatures first, leaving the mid and low-tier ones as a training ground. However, some creatures produce very precious items. For example, the blessing of the stars that my uncle used came from secret realm number 097. Although those creatures are very strong and extremely hostile to us, because of the rare star skill crystals they carry, the strong fighters didn't wipe them out but instead kept and protected them. Got sidetracked. The number 1657 secret realm mainly has 3rd to 5th tier beasts and exotic plants. The forest is rich in resources, and with some luck, we might even encounter high-tier resources. With our current team setup, as long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any major issues. This is also why Uncle chose this secret realm for us to practice and build teamwork. After speaking, Wang Lei paused for a moment and asked Su Yan, "Do you have any preparations left before departure? Like stabilizing your cultivation or learning new skills? Just give me 2 or 3 hours to stabilize my cultivation, that's enough. As for skills, I have enough for now. If I learn too many, I won't have time to practice them. I'll learn more after we return from the secret realm." After Su Yan finished speaking, he checked his physical condition and nodded slightly. Hearing Su Yan's response, Wang Lei thought for a moment, took out his communicator to check the time, and then said to everyone, "It's 10 o'clock now. Yan just broke through and needs time to stabilize. Everyone, take a break as well. We'll head to the secret realm at 3 in the afternoon. What do you think? If you have any issues, speak up." Everyone had no objections, and Wang Lei began assigning tasks. Li Xinming, go collect detailed information about the Misty Forest, including the secret realms. First, gather detailed information on the types of creatures, their characteristics, skills, and what they produce. Also, don't overlook the special resources of the secret realm, so we won't encounter something valuable there and fail to recognize it. Got it, Captain. Zhao Yu, you're in charge of preparing food and water. This time, we'll probably stay in the secret realm for several days, so prepare more. Also, help Ian prepare outdoor gear like tents and sleeping bags. Understood. Lin Bing, go to logistics and get some medicine as a backup. Later, we'll hand over the equipment to you, and you can help with maintenance as well. No problem. Chen He, go to the Adventurers Association and see if there are any tasks related to the secret realm. Take on suitable ones. Also, gather some intelligence while you're at it. Alright. After assigning the tasks, Wang Lei turned to Su Yan. Ian, focus on cultivating and consolidating the realm you just broke through. Tianxiang. Tower has accommodations, and I'll arrange a room for you. Focus on your cultivation and don't worry about other matters, we'll handle them for you. After speaking, he was afraid Su Yan might misunderstand, so he added, healers in the team are always treated this way. You don't need to worry about too many trivial matters. Maintaining your condition is the most important. Compared to tasks anyone can do, it's crucial for healers to stay in their best state and perform in the secret realm. I understand. Su Yan nodded, and Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, leading him toward the accommodation area of Tianxiang Tower. The other members also set off to carry out their tasks. Upon reaching the accommodation area, after presenting the membership card, Su Yan was assigned to a luxurious suite. Stay here and cultivate. Unless you open the door yourself, no one will disturb you. Take your time consolidating your cultivation, don't rush. We might not enter the secret realm today, and if time isn't enough, we can go another day. After speaking, Wang Lei accompanied Su Yan into the room. Seeing him nod, he left, leaving Su Yan alone. Su Yan looked around. The top-tier suite of Tianxiang Tower was indeed luxurious. A spacious area, a soft large bed, and an independent cultivation room specially prepared for awakeners. The spiritual energy in the air was much denser than outside, showcasing the high standard of this place. Without hesitation, Su Yan walked towards the cultivation room. Following the instructions at the door, he activated the switch, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered, significantly increasing in concentration. Feeling the environment, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction, sat on the cushion in the center, and began stabilizing his newly advanced cultivation level. Time passed by second, and Wang Lei and the others were also busy completing their respective tasks. In the cultivation room, Su Yan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, sensing that the spiritual energy within his body had become gentle and stable, and his cultivation level was more solidified. He nodded in satisfaction, got up, and walked out of the cultivation room. After a simple wash, he took out his communicator and saw that it was already 2 p.m. Send a message to Wang Lei, informing everyone that you have finished your training and are ready to depart at any time. As soon as the message was sent, Wang Lei immediately replied, wait for us at Tianxiang Tower. We're almost ready and will join you shortly. Su Yan sat on the sofa, scrolling through his communicator while waiting. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. He got up to open the door and saw Wang Lei and the others entering the room with a group of people, settling in the living room. Zhao Yu immediately took out a pile of items from his spatial ring, filling the floor. I've already allocated the logistical supplies, 1 set per person, enough for 3 months of survival in the secret realm. After everyone packed their supplies into their spatial rings, Zhao Yu took out another pile of equipment from his ring and turned to Su Yan, saying, Ah Yan, these are prepared for you, a tent, sleeping bag, knives, and other items. It may look like a lot, but they're all quite practical. Faced with the pile of equipment stacked like a small mountain, Su Yan's mouth twitched, but he still obediently packed them all into his spatial ring. Next, Lin Bing brought a batch of pills from the logistics department and distributed them to everyone. When handing the pills to Su Yan, he introduced them one by one. This is the bone regeneration pill, specifically for healing injuries. The spirit restoration pill, used to recover spiritual energy. The detoxification pill, for neutralizing poisons. Over a dozen types of pills were handed to Su Yan by Lin Bing, and he stored them all in his spatial ring one by one. Afterward, Lin Bing returned the repaired and maintained equipment to everyone. Once the equipment was distributed, Wang Yu spoke up, everything is ready. Let's set off. Everyone nodded and followed Wang Yu downstairs, heading toward the parking lot. After getting in the car, Lin Bing drove toward the northern city gate. In the car, Wang Lei asked Li Xinming and Chen He, tell me about the situation in the secret realm on our mission. Li Xinming spoke first, secret realm number 1657, 80% of it is forest, shrouded in mist all year round, so it's called the Misty Forest Secret Realm. The mist isn't poisonous, but it interferes with mental detection, so you have to be careful in the forest not to be ambushed by enemies or snakes and insects hidden in the mist. The overlord of the secret realm is the Iron Fire Ant tribe, with the strongest being a Tier 5 queen ant. The trouble isn't their individual strength but their sheer numbers, millions, even tens of millions of Iron Fire ants. Other creatures don't dare provoke them. The Iron Fire Ant's abilities include corrosion, fire consumption, mental resonance, and iron armor. The queen ant also has skills like worker ant hatching, mental control, and mental shock. Their abilities are very practical, but there are just too many of them, so direct confrontation isn't cost-effective. The Divine Wood Ape is a wood attribute ape-type demon beast that can manipulate plants and has high intelligence. In the tree-filled misty forest, it has a significant advantage. Its abilities, apart from plant control, are average, but the monkey wine brews is a treasure. It tastes great and is rich in spiritual energy, which is very helpful for cultivation and breakthroughs. The Wind Shadow Snake is a wind and dark attribute demon beast, very powerful and skilled at hiding in shadows to launch ambushes. Their fangs are extremely venomous. For awakened individuals of the same rank, there are no effective antidotes if bitten, and they will die within 3 to 5 minutes. Wind shadows usually act alone and are extremely dangerous enemies. Although dangerous, they are also quite valuable. Snake meat is rich in spiritual energy. Snake gall can enhance resistance to poison and can also be used in medicine, and snake venom is excellent material for both poison making and pharmaceuticals. Their skills include Shadow Stealth, Shadow Leap, Wind Dance, and Gale Breath, all of which are powerful abilities. On the way driving to the North City Gate, Li Xinming introduced the basic information about common creatures in the secret realm, reminding everyone not to panic and be unprepared when the time comes. Afterward, Chen He talked about the mission for Secret Realm number 1657 from the Adventurers Guild. Since this secret realm has almost been fully developed, most of the guild's missions involve collecting certain plants or the crystal cores of creatures. Chen He selected a few common tasks and accepted them. The car was moving quickly, and after Li Xinming and Chen He finished explaining the situation, they were already close to the North City Gate. After parking at the North City Gate parking lot, the group got out of the car and walked toward the city gate. Once outside the gate, they headed straight for the teleportation array. After showing their passes to the staff, the group stepped onto the teleportation array, preparing to be transported to Secret Realm number 1657. A beam of light flashed by, accompanied by a sense of weightlessness, and Su Yin found that he and Wang Lei, along with the others, had already entered the secret realm. The surrounding environment changed abruptly, and a dense spiritual energy rushed toward him. Su Yin immediately realized that he had entered the secret realm. While Su Yin was taking in the environment, Wang Lei and the others had already gathered around him. Seeing that Su Yin was still a bit disoriented after entering the secret realm, everyone silently waited for him to recover. Sensing the presence of the people around him, Su Yin snapped out of his daze caused by the change in environment and gave everyone an apologetic smile. Noticing Su Yin's slight embarrassment, Wang Lei took the initiative to speak. Yin, don't feel embarrassed. Everyone's like this the first time they enter a secret realm. You'll get used to it. Although this secret realm only requires a team of third-tier individuals to enter, there are fifth-tier experts at the highest level, so it's not without danger. Let's establish a strategy first. I'll take command for this operation. Wang Lei spoke as if seeking opinions, but his gaze was fixed directly on Su Yin. Feeling his attention, Su Yin smiled and said, "Of course, that's fine. I'm a novice and don't know anything, so I'll leave it to you to lead." Hearing this, Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was the kind of genius who was arrogant and meddlesome in everything. Fortunately, Su Yin was humble and willing to listen. Then, Wang Lei began arranging everyone's positions. With Yin, we'll use the 231 formation. Lin Bing and I will take the lead, Chen He, Su Yin, and Jia Yu will be in the middle responsible for fire support and healing. Yin, you stand between Chen He and Jia Yu for easy support, and in case of danger, we can protect you in time. Li Xinming will provide cover. After speaking, he looked at Su Yin again. You're the first healer we've had on the team. Let us know what support skills you have so we can test them and I can better arrange the formation. Su Yin didn't hold back and directly introduced his healing skills. I have 3 main healing skills: Recovery Technique, Star Moon Guidance, and Tide Summoning Blessing. You should already know about Star Moon Guidance and Tide Summoning Blessing, so I won't elaborate. Recovery Technique is a continuous healing skill that can comprehensively restore mental strength, spiritual power, physical strength, and injuries. It lasts for half an hour and can stack up to 3 layers. This skill has low consumption and can be maintained continuously. Unless we leave the secret realm, it can be used indefinitely. Speaking, he cast the recovery spell 3 times on everyone. The group saw the white light from Su Yan's hand fall upon them and felt the changes in their bodies, unable to hide their surprise. Wow, my spiritual power recovery speed has doubled. In this state, I can frequently use those high consumption skills. This is the power of a healer, truly amazing, the flame mage Zhao Yu said excitedly. Zhao Yu was a fire mage, known for high damage but also high consumption, often running out of mana during battles. Now, with Su Yan's recovery support, he felt he could fight for much longer. Although the others didn't burn through mana as quickly as Zhao Yu, they also felt significant benefits. The team members saw Su Yan's spiritual power rapidly recover, along with their physical strength, and couldn't help but praise his recovery spell. Especially Lin Bing, who had Wang Lei cut open his wound with a knife and ignite his flesh with lightning. Under the effect of Su Yan's recovery spell, the wound healed rapidly. The injury that had greatly reduced Lin Bing's combat effectiveness was completely restored in just over 10 seconds. The powerful recovery effect left everyone both amazed and thrilled. This skill is incredible. With it, as long as the enemy's damage isn't an instant burst, I can withstand attacks 5 times stronger than before. Lin Bing rarely spoke in praise, feeling his injuries recover quickly. Seeing Su Yan's recovery spell, Wang Lei, who had previously witnessed his healing at the 3rd training ground, was still shocked, despite being mentally prepared, and then became excited. "Ah Yan, your skill is truly awesome. With it, Lin Bing and I can fight more boldly, creating a better output environment for Zhao Yu and the others. Plus, with the spiritual power recovery you provide, our team's combat effectiveness has at least doubled. Looks like I need to adjust my plans, we can go even harder." Seeing his teammates' reactions, Su Yan smiled. "Don't rush, recovery isn't my only skill. Once I introduce the rest of my abilities, you'll be even more excited." Everyone put away their surprised expressions and listened carefully as he introduced the next support skill. 6-Winged Guardian. With my current strength, I can achieve the 3-wing effect. The shield can withstand a full force attack from an ordinary tier 4 creature. Although it's not as practical as the healing spell, in a place like the Misty Forest where ambushes can happen at any time, it's especially suitable for defending against sudden attacks like the Wind Shadow Snake that Brother Zhao mentioned. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the 6-Winged Guardian wasn't as impressive as the healing spell, in the perilous environment of the Misty Forest, having a shield that could block damage was extremely practical. Creatures in the 1657 Secret Realm ranged from Tier 3 to Tier 5. Although Tier 5 creatures were rare, most were Tier 3 or 4, so a shield capable of withstanding a Tier 4 creature's attack was sufficient. Su Yan then cast the 6-Winged Guardian on everyone. Wang Lei looked at the shield on his body and nodded, saying, "This is indeed a practical skill. The last skill is called Ancient Totem." Just as everyone was praising the practicality of the 6-Winged Guardian, Su Yan dropped a bombshell. "What? Ancient Totem? That's amazing, Junior. You're incredible. It seems we've really latched onto a big shot this time." Everyone exclaimed in amazement. This is no ordinary skill. The Ancient Totem is a support buff skill that can summon the power of totems to enhance the target. Although the description is simple, its fame comes from Hua Nation's top healer, the 10th tier healer Qiu, known as the Great Shaman. It was he who developed this skill into various astonishing effects: attack power enhancement, defense power enhancement, illusion immunity, armor penetration, and so on. The same buff effects, after being converted through different totem patterns, were bestowed upon his teammates. According to some statistics, before this skill became widely known, Qiu had already provided his teammates with nearly 1,000 different buff effects through various totem patterns. At the time, foreign powerhouses even thought that the 35-year-old Qiu was some kind of ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years. Because for an ordinary person to master nearly 1,000 skills, their mental strength would be completely overwhelmed. Moreover, when learning skill crystals, the consumption of mental strength and the time required for skill learning would increase significantly with the number of skills. Later, after a series of events, this skill finally became widely known. By summoning different totems, it provides various attribute enhancements to the target. Qiu combined the ancient recipe from the classic of mountains and seas and ancestral worship from the totem era to develop thousands of totems, giving this skill infinite possibilities. Afterward, the ancient totem became famous in one battle, becoming the top auxiliary skill in the hearts of countless healers. However, due to the extreme rarity of skill crystals and the high difficulty of absorption, this skill became the white moonlight that many healers dreamed of but found hard to obtain. Now, Su Yan said he had successfully mastered the ancient totem, leaving Wang Lei and the others too shocked to speak. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. It's just the ancient totem, is it really worth being so surprised? Hearing Su Yan's casual tone, Zhao Yu was the first to react and retorted, how can we not be surprised? The ancient totem is one of the most practical and mysterious skills in the healing category. It's the dream of countless healers and the best auxiliary skill for combat-type awakeners. You say it's just, but who would believe that? Zhao Yu leaned closer to Su Yan, rubbed his hands together, and said with a slightly ingratiating tone, Junior, could you show us the ancient totem? I'm super curious about this legendary skill. Hearing Zhao Yu's words, Wang Lei and the others also came to their senses, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Su Yan. Feeling the eager gazes of everyone, Su Yan did not keep them in suspense. While explaining the situation, he performed the ancient totem technique. I haven't been learning this skill for long, and my understanding of various totems is not profound. I can't master thousands of enhancement effects, like the great shaman senior. At present, I can only connect with a dozen or so totems, and at most, summon 3 totems at a time for enhancement. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in Su Yan's hand. 3 totem marks formed a glowing ring around him, spreading within a 5-meter radius. When the ring touched his teammates, 3 different colored totem patterns appeared on their wrists. Seeing the red, blue, and purple totem patterns on their wrists, everyone curiously looked at Su Yan. Seemingly understanding their confusion, Su Yan took the initiative to explain the functions of the 3 totems. The Shen bird totem enhances skill and attack damage, the Mang Ji totem increases dodge rate and can conceal one's presence, the Shen turtle totem boosts defense. In this perilous misty forest secret realm, Su Yan chose the most reliable combination: attack, defense, and stealth. Feeling the enhancement effects on their bodies, everyone praised him one after another. Then, following Wang Lei's previously arranged 2-3-1 formation, they ventured deeper into the forest. Unlike the openness of the secret realm's entrance, entering the forest felt like stepping into another world. Towering trees blocked out the sky, dense fog surrounded the area, and sunlight could only sporadically filter through the gaps in the leaves. The trees and mist made the environment appear dark and mysterious. At the same time, everyone felt the air become humid, carrying the fresh scent of grass, and the spiritual energy grew even denser. If it weren't in the secret realm, such air would make people feel relaxed and happy. As a wood element nature sorcerer, Chen He couldn't help but take a deep breath. For him, this forest surrounded by plants was the ideal place for cultivation. After entering the forest, confirming there were no other monsters or strange plants nearby, Wang Lei took out a communicator and projected the map of the secret realm. Pointing to a spot on the map, he said to everyone, "We're here now, at the number 5 entrance of Secret Realm 1657, located in the northeast. This area doesn't pose much of a challenge for us, so let's head straight to the central zone of the secret realm." No one objected. Wang Lei led the way with Lin Bing and another person, heading toward the center of the secret realm. After walking a few hundred meters, Wang Lei suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "Everyone, attention! There's movement ahead. About a dozen demonic beasts are quickly approaching us." Hearing the warning, everyone immediately became alert, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Shen He walked to a giant tree, pressed against its trunk, and closed his eyes to sense. The group formed a circle to protect him. After a short while, Chen He opened his eyes, which glowed green, and said, "Over 3 kilometers to the northeast, there are 18 wolf-like creatures, 2 meters tall, of unknown level, rapidly approaching us. They'll be here in half a minute." Li Xinming explained, "There are 4 types of wolves in Secret Realm 1657, frost giant wolves, gale wolves, crimson fire wolves, and blood wolves. We're in the northeast. Crimson fire wolves are mostly in the south. Frost giant wolves are over 2 meters tall, and blood wolves don't like to travel in packs, so it's most likely gale wolves. Gale wolves are wind attribute demonic beasts, extremely fast. Their main attack methods are Gale Claw, Wind Blade, and Wind Fong. They're both swift and fierce, capable of piercing armor and tearing through flesh. Everyone must be cautious. Their weakness is their waist. They have heads like copper and bones like iron, but their waists are relatively fragile. However, due to their speed, it's very difficult to target their weak spot precisely. It's recommended to first restrict their speed and then focus your attacks." As Li Xinming finished speaking, the pack of giant wolves appeared. Towering 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters long, the cyan-colored giant wolves had claws faintly surrounded by wind spirals. They were indeed gale wolves. They quickly surrounded the group, and the situation instantly turned into Su Yan and the others being encircled in the middle. 8 blocked the retreat, while 10 fierce azure giant wolves stood at the front, bearing sharp teeth, drooling at the mouth, with a stench carried by the wind. Feeling the aura of the wolf pack, Wang Lei swiftly assigned tasks. 5 at the 4th tier, 13 at the 3rd tier, the situation is still manageable. Chen He, use the nature shield to protect yourself, Zhao Yu, and a Yen. Control these beasts and don't let them start running. Zhao Yu, firepower coverage strike. Li Xinming, use the trees for guerrilla tactics. Lin Bing, you and I will engage head-on. A Yen, you can act freely. Before finishing his words, Wang Lei had already charged toward a peak 4th tier alpha wolf. Chen He began chanting, and a faint green shield enveloped him and the 2 others. At the same time, the wolf pack launched their attack swiftly. A gust of fierce wind struck the natural protective shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Although the impact was significant, the shield remained sturdy under Chen He's continuous infusion of spiritual energy. Lin Bing was in a somewhat strained state. As a shield guard, his speed was inherently not fast. Facing the extremely swift Gale Wolves, he could only raise his shield for passive defense. Among the 5 4th-tier Gale Wolves, 2 were held off by Wang Lei, 1 led the pack to attack Chen He's group, while the remaining 2 launched a fierce assault on Lin Bing. The 6-winged guard on Lin Bing's body began to show signs of fatigue after resisting the wind claws of the 2 4th-tier Gale Wolves. With a shield block, though already damaged, Lin Bing managed to withstand the Gale Wolf's ferocious attack aimed at his vital points. The 2 Gale Wolves were on par with him in level, but their speed far surpassed Lin Bing's. He could only defend passively. Each time he blocked an attack, he attempted a swift counterattack, but with little effect. Before long, Lin Bing's body was covered with scratches from wolf claws and wounds from wind blades, leaving him in a dire state. Meanwhile, Wang Lei relied on the powerful explosive force of the lightning element and his 5th-tier strength to easily suppress the 2 4th-tier Gale Wolves. Seeing this, the wolf pack changed their strategy, and the 4th-tier Gale Wolf that had been guarding nature also joined the siege against Wang Lei. The 3 Gale Wolves coordinated seamlessly, using their agile speed. Although Wang Lei could attack them, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage. Chen He, who was under nature's guard, began chanting a wood element entanglement spell. The surrounding vegetation grew rapidly, enclosing the swiftly moving wolf pack. Facing the wolves enhanced by the gale, Zhao Yu, even with the assistance of the malice mark, still had a pitifully low skill hit rate. After several consecutive missed skills, he gave up attacking the moving targets and instead focused his firepower on the wolves restricted by Wang Lei. The 2 worked together, finally inflicting significant damage on the wolf pack. Li Xinming was the most relaxed warrior in this battle, aside from Su Yan. As a 4th-tier wind element user, he was not at all afraid of the wolves' speed. Sensing the rhythm of the wind, as an archer, his perception and reaction were exceptional. He imbued wind attributes onto his arrows, standing among the tree branches, and precisely targeted the vital points of the wolf pack. Although the wolves, being wind-type creatures, had some damage reduction, the arrow struck critical areas, causing massive damage. Li Xinming was the first to reduce the wolf pack's numbers. Su Yan was not idle either. Seeing Lin Bing's 6-winged guardian being broken, she immediately cast Star Moon Guidance to support Lin Bing. Afterward, she used the kindness mark to guide and cast Tide's Blessing. The tide, carrying the breath of sea wind, flew toward everyone, healing wounds while enhancing attack power. Although it felt like a long time, only a dozen seconds had passed from the start of the battle to the release of everyone's skills. Wang Lei fought against 3 wolves alone, suppressing the 3 4th-tier beasts with his level advantage. Lin Bing relied on his sturdy shield defense and Su Yan's Star Moon Guidance support to withstand 2 4th-tier swift wind wolves and the occasional charge from the 3rd-tier wolf pack. Li Xinming cleared the 3rd-tier minions from the air using his high-altitude view and wind perception. Zhao Yu took the opportunity to finish them off. Soon, Chen He activated his control skill. The newly sprouted grass and vines, nourished by his green light, grew rapidly and instinctively entangled the limbs of the wolf pack. Several 3rd-tier Gale Wolves were ensnared by the vines and quickly came to a halt. The injuries caused by their high-speed running left their limbs bleeding, and they were seriously hurt. Although 5 4th-tier Gale Wolves quickly broke free from the entanglement, they still paused for a brief moment. This brief pause determined the outcome. The lightning power accumulated within Wang Lei erupted instantly, and he unleashed his full-strength Thunder Slash at the peak 4th-tier Alpha Wolf. With the power of lightning, the strike's explosive force was astonishing, directly cleaving the Alpha Wolf's hard skull. The Alpha Wolf's neck was split in 2 with a single strike, blood spraying into the air. The Alpha Wolf, which was about to pounce on Wang Lei, was instantly severed. At the same time, the claws of the other two fourth-rank Gale Wolves struck toward Wang Lei, carrying the force of a raging wind and leaving several deep gashes on his body. Wang Lei felt the attack but did not dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on. The wolf's claws struck his body, and the lightning power within him instantly erupted, surging along the wolf's claws straight into the Gale Wolf's body. This powerful lightning not only severely injured the two fourth-tier Gale Wolves but also paralyzed them completely, leaving them unable to move. Immediately after, a fireball and an arrow flew from behind, targeting the waists of the two paralyzed Gale Wolves. The fireball was launched by Zhao Yu, while the arrow was Li Xinming's armor-piercing arrow. The fireball exploded with a roar, instantly blasting one Gale Wolf into two halves, killing it on the spot. Meanwhile, the armor-piercing arrow imbued with the power of the wind pierced through the waist of the other Gale Wolf, pinning it to the ground. The wolf, which had been struggling desperately, gradually lost its strength. The remaining two fourth-tier Gale Wolves and five third-tier Gale Wolves, seeing their leader and same-tier companions killed, began to show signs of retreat. The third-tier Gale Wolves struggled desperately, trying to break free from the vines and vegetation binding them, but the skills of a fourth-tier nature sorcerer were not something they could easily escape. The more they struggled, the deeper the vines entwined into their flesh. Zhao Yu's fireballs and Li Xinming's arrows hit their marks precisely, and several third-tier Gale Wolves fell one after another. Two fourth-tier Gale Wolves, seeing their leader and companions killed by those humans, suddenly shifted their attack from Lin Bing and attempted to flee. But how could Lin Bing let them go so easily? He activated the skill Fearless Taunt, and a blue halo spread out from his body, enveloping the two fourth-tier Gale Wolves. Under the influence of some kind of rule, the two wolves that wanted to escape were filled with rage in their eyes, turning back to pounce on Lin Bing once again. Although Lin Bing successfully taunted the targets, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the Gale Wolves, and several wounds were clawed onto his body. However, Lin Bing wore a grim smile on his face, as his teammates had already dealt with the rest of the wolf pack and were heading his way. Li Xinming shot an arrow at one of the fourth-tier Gale Wolves, causing it to stagger and fly backward. Lin Bing seized the opportunity, delivering a shield strike to stun it, followed by Zhao Yu's fireball finishing it off. Another fourth-tier Gale Wolf let out a miserable cry under Wang Lei's attack and died instantly. Although it felt like a long time, this battle lasted only 6 or 7 minutes from start to finish. During these few minutes, the wolf pack launched nearly 1,000 attacks with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and his team defeated 5 fourth-tier and 13 third-tier Gale Wolves, known for their speed, in just 5 minutes. After the battle, Chen He, Zhao Yu, and Su Yan, who had been hiding under Nature's Guard, were unharmed, and Li Xinming, who had climbed up a tree, was also safe and sound. The only ones injured in this battle were Wang Lei and Li Xinming. Wang Lei, leveraging his level advantage and the paralyzing effect of lightning, made it difficult for the wolves to attack him. He didn't have many wounds, but the most serious injury occurred when he killed the alpha wolf and was clawed by 2 fourth-tier Gale Wolves, leaving his back covered in blood. However, as a 5th-tier warrior, Wang Lei had extremely strong recovery abilities. Coupled with the 3 layers of healing spells on him and Su Yan's subsequent use of Star Moon Guidance, by the end of the battle, there were no wounds left on his body, apart from the torn marks on his clothes. Similarly, Lin Bing was suppressed by 2 fourth-tier Gale Wolves from the very beginning. Unable to match their speed, he could only endure their attacks head-on. But his shield guard profession possesses strong defensive capabilities, coupled with Su Yan's powerful recovery skills. After the battle, apart from his tattered clothes, he remained in good condition. After the battle, the group tidied up the battlefield, collected materials and crystal cores from the wolves, and quickly left. After all, they had just experienced an intense battle, and the air was still thick with the smell of blood. The scent of blood could easily attract other beasts. Wang Lei, feeling his body in perfect condition thanks to Su Yan's recovery technique, and seeing his teammates unharmed after the fierce battle, couldn't help but say, "I finally understand why healers are so important. This time, we held back to test Yan's skills, and we didn't even wear armor. Yet after such a big fight, the only loss we suffered was 2 ordinary pieces of clothing." Wang Lei shook his head in amazement. "This is just too incredible. With our previous lineup, even if we went all out, we could win, but it definitely wouldn't be this fast, and someone would surely get injured. Yan is truly a treasure among treasures." Su Yan, directly praised by Wang Lei, felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and smiled in response to everyone. The other team members also nodded in agreement, especially Lin Bing. "Without damage reduction skills and armor, with the junior's support, my defense increased by 20% and can even stack with my own skills. Coupled with the continuous healing from the recovery spell and the junior's Star Moon Guidance support, My defense without armor is almost the same as when I'm fully equipped. As a shield guard, Lin Bing is accustomed to taking damage, and getting injured is common. This time, they were testing Su Yan's ancient totem and healing skill effects, so he didn't wear armor or activate damage reduction skills. After all, with armor on, those Gale Wolves wouldn't be able to hurt him, making it impossible to accurately test Su Yan's skills. Thus, in this battle, Lin Bing relied on Su Yan's support and his shield to endure, without armor or other enhancement skills. However, to be safe, he prepared a life-saving skill for critical moments, which ultimately wasn't needed. The test results were very surprising. Not to mention Su Yan's powerful healing and enhancement effects, his performance in battle also made his teammates see him in a new light. It was his first real battle, so nervousness and discomfort were inevitable. Especially since the opponents were bloodthirsty Gale Wolves. But Su Yan remained calm, cast spells accurately, and provided timely healing. His performance earned everyone's recognition, and the mark of goodwill on him also reassured his teammates. Soon, everyone moved to another safe location. After confirming the environment was secure, they stopped to organize the spoils of this battle. Although they had just entered the secret realm and theoretically didn't need to rest yet, and the spoils could be distributed later, Wang Lei felt that this was their first real battle since entering the secret realm, especially Su Yan's first battle after joining the team. It was of great significance and deserved to be treated with importance. Everyone agreed, so they found a safe spot to start inspecting the spoils. 7 third-tier skill cores, 4 fourth-tier skill cores. Out of the 18 monsters, 11 had skill cores. Looks like we got lucky this time. Skill cores don't drop from every monster, there's only a certain probability of them appearing. Even if they do appear, they don't necessarily contain all the skills. When luck is bad, a monster might have 17 or 18 skills, but the skill cores might only contain 2 or 3. However, the higher the monster's level, the greater the probability of skill cores appearing, and the more skills the cores are likely to contain. Wang Lei separated the third-tier and fourth-tier crystal cores and first used his mental power to probe the skills within the third-tier crystal cores. 7 third-tier crystal cores, 5 of them have 2 skills, Wind Blade and Wind Claw. Not bad. Although not rare, they are quite practical for wind-type warriors, with a market price of about 2 million each. One of them has 3 skills, with an additional wind perception. This skill is pretty good and could sell for 5 million. The remaining one has only 1 skill, Wind Blade, probably worth 7 to 800,000. After examining this third-tier crystal core, Wang Lei turned his attention to the other 4 crystal cores, probing them with his mental power. Intimidation, Wind Dance, Wind Perception, Wind Claw, and Wind Blade. This crystal core is really impressive. It contains several core skills of the Gale Wolf, along with an intimidation skill. Oh, this one is from that peak 4th-tier Alpha Wolf. No wonder it's so powerful. A peak 4th tier with an intimidation skill, this Alpha Wolf had the potential to become a Wolf King, but it ran into us, and it even delivered itself to us. Looks like our luck is pretty good this time. The intimidation skill is usually only possessed by the leaders of creatures with clans in secret realms. Simply put, only secret realm creatures qualified to become rulers of their clans might carry this skill. Intimidation suppresses the enemy's attack power in fighting while by showcasing the overwhelming aura of a king. If the opponent's strength or morale is far inferior to the user, it may directly render them incapable of combat. This skill is extremely rare and practical. Don't underestimate it as merely reducing the enemy's attack power. The key lies in its ability to make those with a significant power gap lose their combat capability entirely, making it a perfect move for clearing out weaker foes. On the battlefield, the majority are always the weaker troops. For instance, in some not fully conquered secret realms, although humans have established cities, the annual beast tides pose the real threat. To fend off these tides, cities must invest significant manpower and resources every year. In such beast tides, advanced intimidation skills are particularly useful. A single skill can wipe out large numbers of weaker enemies. Even if the enemy has high-level beasts with intimidation skills, this skill can still weaken their combat power, especially drastically reducing the fighting will of mid- and low-level beasts, thereby minimizing casualties. Not everyone can successfully absorb intimidation skills. As the skill description states, those who can absorb it must at least possess leadership qualities, along with wisdom and strength that inspire trust. In other words, they must have the potential to become a king. The difficulty of absorbing this skill is extremely high, but this only fuels the fervent pursuit of it among awakeners. After all, absorbing this skill signifies the potential to become a team leader, or even go beyond that. In some wilderness teams, awakeners with this skill are more likely to secure leadership positions and gain recognition from teammates. In recent years, not only combat-type awakeners are vying for this skill, but also the heirs of major families are using it as a bargaining chip to climb the ranks. With it, one has a ticket to compete for power. Although failure may lead to stricter precautions against them, many are willing to take this risk. The skill Crystal Core in Wang Lei's hand is the crystal core of a peak 4th tier Swift Wind Wolf Pack leader, not the Wolf King. When first absorbed, the skill could only affect wolves, and even then, only Swift Wind Wolves, with relatively weak effects. However, as the user's strength improves, proficiency increases, and the skill is deeply developed, although challenging, it is still possible to evolve it into an advanced deterrent applicable to all species. Whether used personally or sold to adventurers or heirs of major families, this skill can fetch a high price. Looking at the pack leader's skill Crystal Core, Wang Lei couldn't help but smile. The value of this single Crystal Core already equals all the gains their small team had made in the secret realm over the past few days. Moreover, this is still considered lucky. If luck is bad, the harvest from entering the secret realm to leaving might not even be as good as a single Crystal Core. Well, although it's just at the peak of the 4th tier. The deterrent skill of the Crystal Core is indeed very powerful. Does anyone want this crystal stone? If our team needs it, the price can be a bit cheaper. Wang Lei picked up the Crystal Core of the head wolf and asked everyone. No need. Forget it, I don't think it's suitable for me. My skill set doesn't require this. No need, how about you try it, Captain? Everyone shook their heads, no one was interested. The lively Li Xinming even encouraged Wang Lei to try absorbing the Crystal Core. But Wang Lei shook his head and said, no need. My lightning skills are already very effective against small fry. Once I level up, those minor creatures won't be able to withstand the power of my lightning. Besides, even if I were to absorb a deterrent skill, I wouldn't use this one. Even without mentioning higher level skills, at the very least, the owner of the Crystal Core I absorb should be a king of a pack, not just the lead wolf of a small group. Seeing that no one was interested in the Crystal Core, Wang Lei put it away. Since no one wants it, I'll hold on to it for now and sell it to someone after we leave the secret realm. Although this is only a peak 4th tier core and comes from the lead wolf of a small wolf pack, its value as a skill Crystal Core can't compare to that of a pack king. But precisely because it comes from the lead wolf of a small pack, the absorption difficulty is significantly reduced. For adventurers, absorbing and enhancing this skill comes at a considerable cost, which might not be worth it. However, for the descendants of those big families, being able to easily obtain an entry ticket with low absorption difficulty makes the skill Crystal Core quite appealing. Under normal circumstances, the price easily reaches several hundred million. If there's competition, it could even rise to over $1 billion. Listening to Wang Lei's words, everyone was thrilled. After all, they had just entered the secret realm not long ago and already had such a significant gain. Especially Su Yan, who had only recently awakened, had no real concept of these numbers yet. Previously, spending several million to buy a skill Crystal Core had already seemed unbelievable to him. Now, this Crystal Core worth at least several hundred million completely shocked him. Seeing Su Yan's astonished expression, Wang Lei smiled and said, don't be too surprised. For awakened ones, this amount of money is significant, but it's also quite normal. We were lucky this time to encounter a head wolf with a mastery of intimidation skills, which dropped this Crystal Core. Normally, a battle would earn us only a few million to 10 million. Moreover, although we earn a lot, there are also many expenses. Daily cultivation resources, pills, equipment customization and maintenance, and the purchase of skill crystals all cost a lot. When your level gets higher, you'll realize that money isn't that important. Many things can't be bought with money. For high-level powerhouses, most transactions are done through bartering, and money is rarely used. Skill Crystal Cores are not the same as skill crystals. Skill crystals are made from skill crystal cores, with only one skill in a crystal. Skill crystal cores contain multiple skills. A single skill crystal core can produce multiple different skill crystals. After listening to Wang Lei, although Su Yan still found the price of the crystal cores astonishing, he nodded to show his understanding. Everyone looked expectantly at the remaining 3 skill crystal cores. But seeing Wang Lei shake his head, everyone knew that the next 3 crystal cores wouldn't hold any big surprises. Although they were mentally prepared, after all, the small wolf pack only had 18 wolves, and the chance of 2 Gale wolves with the potential to become kings appearing was extremely low. Such potential as 1 in 10,000, they still felt a bit disappointed. In fact, the skills in the remaining 3 crystal cores were quite good. Common wind-type skills like wind, dance and wind perception were both present, and just these two skills alone could sell for tens of millions. There was even one that was estimated to be a Gale wolf. A descendant of a wind wolf and a blood wolf, its crystal core not only contained the skills of a Gale wolf but also inherited the blood wolf clan's bloodthirst skill. The bloodthirst skill can increase attack power and also absorb blood, restoring a certain proportion of life during attacks. However, its drawbacks are also obvious. It reduces defense, increases stamina and life consumption, and can easily drive one into a state of impulsive slaughter. This skill is very practical among warriors, not only enhancing attacks but also allowing health recovery during battles. If it weren't for these obvious drawbacks, it could easily become a top-tier skill for warriors. Although it is easy to overconsume due to impulsiveness and leaves one vulnerable after the skill ends, this skill is still highly sought after among warriors. Well, those 3 4th-tier crystal cores are worth about 30 million in total. The one with the bloodthirst skill will be a bit more expensive, roughly 30 million for that one alone. Excluding the Alpha Wolf crystal core with the intimidation skill, this time's harvest is about 70 to 80 million, which is quite a big haul. In the past, when we ventured in and out of the secret realm, we would only earn about this much. After a simple cleanup, clearing the camp of items and traces, the group continued deeper into the secret realm. Perhaps because the Gale Wolf clan was previously the overlord of this outer area, they didn't encounter any powerful beasts or hostile forces along the way. Along the route, apart from a few solitary 3rd or 4th tier beasts, there were only some weaker 1st or 2nd tier beasts at the bottom of the food chain. The former were killed after some effort, turning into 3 skill crystal cores, while the latter fled far away as soon as they sensed their presence. Aside from these beasts that delivered themselves as materials and food, the greatest harvest was various medicinal herbs. Apart from dealing with sudden beast attacks, everyone spent most of their time gathering herbs. Chen He, as a wood element awakener who later transitioned into a nature-loving druid, had a natural affinity for the plants in the misty forest. As a secondary profession alchemist, he was well versed in the effects of various herbs. Faced with this natural treasure trove of medicinal materials, Chen He was exceptionally excited. Along the way, his main activity was discovering various herbs, observing whether there were beasts guarding them, dealing with the guarding beasts, and then harvesting the herbs. Now, according to Wang Lei's judgment, they were almost at the boundary between the outer and central areas of the secret realm. A patch of bright red grass covered the ground, standing out strikingly in this predominantly gray-green environment. As soon as the group stepped into this area, their eyes were immediately drawn to the clusters of red grass. Scarlet blood grass. Chen He, who was very familiar with plants, immediately called out the name of the grass. Seeing Chen He's excited expression, Su Yan curiously asked, "Brother Chen, is this also a medicinal herb?" Chen He's knowledge of various plants along the way greatly broadened Su Yan's horizons. Among the plants they encountered before, there was almost none whose name he couldn't identify. Even when encountering uncertain ones, he could analyze them fairly accurately based on intuition and observation. Throughout the journey, Su Yan also learned about many plants he had never seen before, thanks to Chen He. However, while the plants they encountered before only made Chen He a little happy, this large patch of red grass, despite its bright color and unique environment, didn't seem to have the obvious spiritual energy fluctuations like those medicinal herbs they had seen earlier. But Chen He was clearly very excited, and Su Yan knew this wasn't something simple. Chen He snapped out of his excitement and smiled at Su Yan, saying, "Red bloodgrass, often found in forests, is an excellent medicinal herb for replenishing vitality and blood. It's a key ingredient in blood replenishing potions. Blood replenishing potions can quickly restore stamina and blood, making them very suitable for use after battles. This is a potion used to replenish vitality and blood in the body, particularly popular among those who specialize in cultivating blood-related abilities. Some secret techniques that consume a large amount of vitality and blood can also use it to extend their duration or quickly recover vitality and blood after casting. This potion is extremely rare and can easily be sold at a high price." Listening to Chen He's explanation, Su Yan was still somewhat confused. Although scarlet bloodgrass is indeed very precious, they had encountered many rare herbs before, some even more valuable than scarlet bloodgrass. But this time, Chen He seemed particularly excited. Could it be because of the quantity of scarlet bloodgrass? Seeing Su Yan still puzzled, Chen He guessed his thoughts and explained, "Not all of these red grasses are scarlet blood grass. The red grasses on the outskirts are only turned red due to the influence of scarlet blood grass. While they have a slight effect, it's very weak and practically useless. The real scarlet blood grass grows in the center of the grass clusters, and at most, there are only 2 or 3 scarlet blood grass plants in a single cluster. There are about 6 or 7 clusters here, adding up to just over 20 scarlet blood grass plants. After saying this, he added to everyone, although scarlet blood grass is precious, it's not enough to make me this excited. Then, he pointed to the largest cluster in the center and continued to explain, what excites me is this plant royal blood grass. Royal blood grass? Everyone was baffled. Although the school had courses specifically explaining plants and precious herbs found in secret realms, those courses only covered common herbs and treasures. As for royal blood grass, such a special herb, no one had much knowledge about it. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Chen-He smiled and began to explain the royal blood herb in detail. The royal blood herb is a mutated variety of the scarlet blood herb. Generally speaking, only one royal blood herb appears among tens of thousands of scarlet blood herbs. To be precise, it can already be considered a top-tier treasure. When consumed by a beast, it can directly enhance its bloodline, offering a chance for evolution and even awakening the powerful bloodline of its ancestors. For us humans, bloodline awakeners who consume the royal blood herb can achieve significant improvements. The royal blood herb can also be refined into royal blood elixir, which is far more effective than ordinary blood replenishing medicine. Not only can it restore the vital essence consumed by secret techniques, but it can also rejuvenate a body weakened by aging and declining vitality. This allows awakeners nearing their limits to recover their vitality and regain the opportunity for breakthroughs, avoiding the awkward situation where all conditions are met but breakthroughs are hindered due to aging and insufficient vitality. For awakeners nearing their limits, the royal blood elixir can even extend their lifespan. Treasures that can prolong life are always in high demand everywhere, so encountering it this time is truly our great fortune. After hearing Chen-He's words, the crowd's spirits lifted, and their eyes were all fixed on the seemingly inconspicuous blood-colored herb not far away. Then, they cautiously observed their surroundings. Just as Chen-He said, this kind of herb that can enhance bloodlines and extend lifespan is definitely a top-tier treasure. Usually, top-tier treasures are never unguarded, just openly placed there, waiting for someone to pick them. Everyone looked around but found no demonic beasts, not even the slightest sign of anything unusual. However, in such an environment, having a top-tier treasure without any form of protection is the strangest thing. The group used all their spiritual power to probe the surroundings, but the special mist of the misty forest limited the range of their spiritual senses. What could originally cover 100 meters was now reduced to just a few meters. Even so, they still didn't detect any demonic beasts, nor did they sense the presence of any mutated plants. Chen-He and Li Xinming even tried to use the power of plants and the wind to perceive their surroundings, but they also found nothing. This made everyone start to doubt whether this place truly had no guardians at all. How could it be possible for demonic beasts to just happen to encounter our team, which has just entered the secret realm? The whole thing sounds unreliable, yet there's no trace of demonic beasts or strange plants anywhere around. Everyone was unwilling to give up and scanned the area carefully once more, but still found nothing. However, the royal blood grass was already right in front of them. Such a valuable item, how could they abandon it? Just because they didn't find anything else? If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? The group formed a circle, staring at the eerily quiet surroundings. Finally, Wang Lei broke the silence and said, "It's decided. This is a rare opportunity, and we have to give it a try. The highest level beast in this secret realm is only at the 5th tier. If we're careful, we shouldn't be instantly killed. When we encounter something good, we can't just let it slip away. Lin Bing, activate all your damage reduction and defense skills, then come forward with me. You'll be responsible for picking the royal blood grass, and I'll handle the protection. Ayan, refresh everyone with recovery spells and apply shields. If you have any ancient totems, switch them to effects that increase defense or prevent death. If we're attacked, heal immediately." Next, Wang Lei turned to Chen-He, Li Xinming, and Zhao Yu to assign tasks. Chen-He, set up plants around the royal blood grass first and prepare your Nature's Guard skill. If anything unusual happens, control it immediately and then apply Nature's Guard to Lin Bing. Li Xinming, keep an eye on the surroundings. If you notice any creatures approaching, alert us immediately and intercept them. Zhao Yu, stay with Ayan and provide fire support for me and Li Xinming if necessary. Everyone had no objections to Wang Lei's arrangement. With such a great opportunity in front of them, no one wanted to give it up. If they did, they would definitely regret it. Su Yan first refreshed everyone with a recovery spell and then cast Tide's Blessing to enhance their attack power. Next, with a wave of his right hand, the mini magic book at his waist instantly enlarged and floated in his hand. He took out the life gem gifted by Xiong. Ming Yuan, and the crystal tattoo on his wrist glowed with a faint white light. This was his strongest state achieved with the help of his equipment. Feeling the immense power brought by the equipment, Su Yan concentrated his spiritual energy and cast his six-winged guardian skill, which came with 4 pairs of wings, on everyone. Then, the shadows of 4 ancient totems lit up above his head and flew onto each person. After completing all this, Su Yan's face turned slightly pale. He put away the life gem and magic book, took out a spiritual energy recovery potion from his space ring, and drank it in one go. This was his first time going all out. With the support of his equipment, Su Yan broke through the skill level limit and successfully cast the advanced skills of Six-Winged Guardian and Ancient Totem. Of course, such skills consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even though the equipment reduced spiritual energy consumption and the magic book and life gem could replenish energy, he still exhausted all his spiritual energy. Seeing Su Yan's pale and weak face, everyone gathered around him, full of concern. Su Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, just a significant depletion of spiritual power. After drinking a recovery potion and with the 3 layers of recovery spells on me, I'll recover quickly. It's not a big problem." Then, he explained the skill effects to everyone. This time, the Six-Winged Guardian's protective effect is equivalent to the 4-winged. Based on my estimation, unless it's a peak 5th tier strong attack, it can be blocked. A normal 5th tier attack can be resisted 3 times with full force. After hearing this, everyone praised him, and Su Yan added, however, the real major consumption of spiritual power comes from the later totems. The Azure Dragon Totem increases maximum life, recovery speed, and wood affinity. The Black Tortoise Totem enhances strength, defense, reduces damage, and can even reflect damage. The Siming Totem can nullify 1 fatal attack below the 6th tier. Xian Turtle Totem greatly enhances. Defense is not bad. The Xian Turtle Totem is fine. Although it consumes more spiritual energy, it's still acceptable. The main issue is that the other 3 skills consume too much. Seeing everyone's surprise and excitement after the introduction, Su Yan urged, "Alright, these 2 skills only last for half an hour. We need to hurry. Once the time is up, I won't be able to provide such high-level buffs anymore." Everyone nodded and began setting up quickly. Li Xinming leapt onto a nearby tree branch, fully activating wind perception. Using the power of the wind, he sensed the presence of nearby creatures. Chen Yi took a few seeds out of his spatial ring and threw them around the crimson blood grass. Under the stimulation of his spiritual energy, the seeds quickly sprouted and grew into vines. He then gathered a light orb of nature's protection, ready to throw it at any moment. Lin Bing and Wang Lei applied various buffs to themselves. Lin Bing raised his shield at the front, while Wang Lei guarded the left rear. The 2 of them advanced toward the crimson blood grass. At this moment, the most relaxed ones were Su Yan and Zhao Yu. Su Yan was recovering spiritual energy, and Zhao Yu, since the enemy had not yet appeared, had not absorbed or charged any skills. The 2 quietly observed Wang Lei and Lin Bing, ready to step in at any time. Lin Bing approached the scarlet blood grass step by step, but the surroundings were so calm that it made one wonder if the earlier vigilance had been unnecessary. Just as Lin Bing reached out to touch the scarlet blood grass, a blood-red figure shot out rapidly from the grass, heading straight for his right hand. The blood shadow moved at an incredible speed. Although everyone had mentally prepared themselves, suspecting that something might be hidden in the grass, the speed still left Lin Bing and Wang Lei unable to react in time. Bang! A soft sound echoed as cracks instantly appeared on the 6-winged guardian shield on Lin Bing's body, and his right hand was slashed with 2 nearly penetrating holes. Su Yan felt that this layer of 6-winged guardian should have been able to withstand a peak 5th tier attack, but this strike almost broke through, indicating that the attacker's power was at least close to the peak of the 5th tier. Lin Bing's initial reaction was slow, but with years of experience in secret realms, he quickly withdrew his right hand and raised his shield. At the moment he raised the shield, a blood-red whip shadow flashed by, shattering the shield completely. He only felt a tremendous force strike him, sending his entire body flying. Lin Bing flew a certain distance through the air and crashed into a tree, the very one where Li Xinming was. The giant tree was half broken by the impact, and using the force of the collision, Lin Bing flew a bit further before heavily crashing to the ground. Seeing Lin Bing crash into the tree, Li Xinming, who was on the tree, had no time to speak. He let out a startled cry and suddenly stomped on a branch, leaping into the air. A pair of illusory cyan wings appeared behind him, the wind wing skill activated, and Li Xinming swiftly flew toward another giant tree. This series of changes all happened in an instant. At this moment, Chen Yi had just thrown out a nature's guardian light orb, targeting the spot where Lin Bing had originally stood. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, seeing Lin Bing being knocked away, quickly charged back and retreated to Su Yan and the others, assuming a protective stance. The attacker who ambushed Lin Bing finally revealed its true form, a blood-red little snake less than a meter long. Its scales were bright red and glistening like fine jade, with a small bulge on its head. Realizing that the ambush had not achieved the expected effect and that it had already been exposed to this group of people, the blood shadow snake was clearly prepared for a more intense confrontation. After the enemy's gaze locked onto it, the snake raised its head and let out a long howl, its body rapidly expanding. In an instant, it had transformed into a blood-red giant python dozens of meters long, with its crimson snake eyes exuding intense murderous intent. The powerful aura emanating from its body made Su Yan and his team feel both fortunate and unlucky. They had just entered the central area of the secret realm and encountered the strongest beast here, a 5th-tier peak giant python. At this moment, Lin Bing returned to the team from the spot where he had been knocked back over 10 meters. He raised his shield and activated the earth armor. Ancient yellow light shimmered on the shield, and a peculiar force surrounded it, automatically redirecting the enemy's primary attack target to Lin Bing. He stood in front of Su Yan and the other two, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the blood-red giant python standing upright, over 10 meters tall. Earth armor is a defensive skill of the earth element, utilizing the power of the earth to form sturdy armor on the body, significantly enhancing defense and capable of withstanding enemy damage. The 5 people on the ground, along with Li Xinming in the tree, were locked in a standoff with the giant python. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying Li Xinming's voice through the wind to everyone's ears. This snake was previously a small snake less than 1 meter long. Apart from its different color, its other characteristics are very similar to the wind shadow snake I mentioned earlier. Preliminary judgment suggests that it might have mutated due to the influence of the royal blood grass. In addition to wind and dark skills, be cautious of its bloodline abilities. Although I can't figure out why this creature would use such a large body for combat, given that it specializes in assassination, we must guard against its wind and dark sneak attacks. It likely has cloning abilities, so during the fight, be sure to watch its shadow closely. Also, take a closer look at the lump on its head. That might be a horn that hasn't fully grown yet. If it really is a horn, this creature might carry dragon blood and has already begun evolving towards becoming a dragon. Furthermore, try not to let it get close to the royal blood grass. I'm worried that if it can't win, it might simply swallow the grass. The grass isn't fully mature yet, but who knows if this beast, when desperate, might activate its bloodline potential by swallowing the royal blood grass. It's currently a peak 5th-tier beast, and if its bloodline is activated, its strength might directly surge to the 6th tier. After listening to Li Xinming's analysis and observing the powerful aura of the giant python before them, everyone's expression shifted from tense to even more vigilant. The blood-colored giant python glanced at Lin Bing, the guy who had just attacked it with full force twice but remained unscathed. The aura emanating from Lin Bing was no weaker than Wang Lei's. Sensing danger, the giant python let out another long howl toward the sky. With its roar, 3 blood-colored energy clusters appeared in front of it, gradually growing larger. The cluster on the left transformed into a blood-colored giant wolf, the one in the middle became a blood-colored giant tiger, and the one on the right turned into a blood-colored giant bear, each towering 4 to 5 meters tall. The aura of these 3 giant beasts was powerful, far surpassing everyone else present, second only to Wang Lei and the giant python. The blood-colored giant tiger in the middle had the strongest aura, at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, while the other 2 were at the early stage of the 5th tier. Their blood-red eyes were filled only with killing intent, devoid of any other emotion, clearly not ordinary secret realm beasts. Seeing the giant python summon 3 powerful underlings, everyone felt the pressure suddenly intensify. Originally, there was only a 5th-tier peak giant python. With Wang Lei and the group working together, although difficult, it was still manageable. Now, with the addition of 3 5th-tier beasts, the situation instantly reversed, and the advantage completely shifted to the enemy. At this moment, the increasingly violent wind carried Li Xinming's surprised and angry voice. This is the blood puppet. How is this possible? How could such a skill appear in such a low-level secret realm, and even on a 5th-tier beast? No, this isn't a complete blood puppet. These 3 puppets only have instinctive combat awareness and completely lack self-awareness. The blood puppet is an 8th-tier blood-based skill. The caster injects their own blood and mental power into the target's body, turning them into fully controlled puppets. Although the puppets have a bit of consciousness, that consciousness is distorted, transforming them into beings that completely obey their master. Puppets do not feel pain, are not afraid of death, and can continuously grow. To use the skill, the target must be weaker than the caster and in a state where both their body and mind cannot resist. Unlike other skills, most skills can be learned at lower levels, though advanced skills consume more and have better effects, so most people don't learn advanced skills at lower levels. However, the blood puppet skill is special. Its learning requirement is level 8. This doesn't mean one must reach level 8 to learn it, but without sufficient spiritual power and mental strength, even the skill crystal cannot be absorbed. Forcibly absorbing will only backfire, harming the mind and body, and in severe cases, it may even turn the absorber into an uncontrollable blood-red puppet without consciousness or reason, driven solely by killing. The 3 puppets before them clearly had no consciousness, only the combat instincts accumulated during their time as beasts. Obviously, these were not complete blood puppets. A slightly calmer voice from Li Xinming came through the wind. There's good news and bad news. The bad news is that these 3 blood-red puppets are real, not a summoning skill, and have no time limit. The good news is that, apart from their instincts, they have no consciousness and cannot adapt to changes, so we can use some clever tricks to deal with them. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the blood-red python can control them. Listening to Li Xinming's words, the group showed no reaction, not because they didn't care, but because the 4 giant beasts had already charged at them. Electric light flickered around Wang Lei as he actively rushed toward the blood-red python to block it. Lin Bing raised his shield and immediately used wide-area defense and fear-inducing taunts to block the long-range elemental attacks from the 3 puppets aimed at his teammates. The blood-red wind blades, lightning, and stone spikes unleashed by the wolf, tiger, and bear puppets were all blocked by an invisible air wall. Ripples appeared on the wall, followed by cracks. The elemental attributes of the 3 giant beasts were revealed. The giant wolf was wind, the giant tiger was thunder, and the giant bear was earth. Possibly due to being controlled by the blood-colored giant python, they all possessed blood-related attributes, which could be seen from the blood-colored attacks. After unleashing a wave of ranged attacks, the 3 puppets seemed to follow the python's command. Instead of engaging Lin Bing head-on, the giant bear confronted him directly, while the giant wolf and giant tiger bypassed Lin Bing and charged towards Su Yan and the other 2 behind him. However, Lin Bing's fearless taunt took effect, causing the 2 puppets that were originally heading toward Su Yan and the others to suddenly turn mid-charge and rush straight at Lin Bing. At this moment, Lin Bing had activated all kinds of buff skills, and his equipment was fully utilized. Su Yan had also bestowed him with a 4-wing level 6-wing guardian. Yet, as a peak tier 4, facing 3 tier 5 blood-colored puppets, he was still struggling. Under the first wave of attacks, his 6-wing guardian was directly shattered, and Lin Bing was pushed back 5 or 6 meters by the impact and elemental attacks, leaving 2 marks on the ground. The earth armor he wore was constantly flickering with blood-colored wind swirls and thunder flashes, gradually being stained with blood. This was the elemental erosion from the giant bear puppet, a high-level creature, targeting a lower-tier earth element awakener. The 3 giant beasts forced Lin Bing back, exposing Su Yan and the other 2. However, under the control of Lin Bing's fearless taunt, they did not charge at them but continued to pursue the retreating Lin Bing, attacking him with elemental skills as they closed in. Lin Bing's situation became extremely dangerous, as the earth armor on his body shattered instantly. It was a 5th-tier armor forged by a master craftsman, yet it was dented in multiple places by various elemental attacks. The areas not covered by the armor were already riddled with wounds. Even with Su Yan's triple-layer healing spell, it couldn't keep up with the rate of damage. He suffered internal injuries, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of his organs. Just as 3 giant beasts were about to pounce on him, a streak of purple starlight suddenly shot rapidly toward Lin Bing. At the same time, a golden fireball filled with violent energy, a dark green vine, and an arrow wrapped in raging wind elements flew toward the giant wolf, giant bear, and giant tiger puppets, respectively. The golden fireball struck the giant wolf's abdomen hard, sending it flying. The dark green vine grew rapidly, tightly entangling the lower body of the giant bear, charging at Lin Bing, immobilizing it instantly. A green glow lit up on the vine, absorbing the giant bear's life force, and the vine's color gradually turned blood red. Zhao Yu, Chen He, and Li Xinming arrived just in time to support Lin Bing. The strongest of the beasts, the blood-colored giant tiger, noticed the incoming cyan arrow. Its 4 claws flashed, with lightning bursting forth with incredible speed as it swiftly leaped in another direction, dodging Li Xinming's otherwise unerring arrow. The arrow hit the ground, creating a large crater. At this moment, Su Yan's Star Moon Guidance successfully landed on Lin Bing. Under the purple starlight's embrace, Lin Bing's injuries healed rapidly. Chen He and the others restrained the 3 giant beasts, buying Lin Bing precious time to catch his breath. Seizing this brief opportunity, Lin Bing quickly distanced himself from the beasts, moving while saying, "Lion, keep a close eye on my condition. I'll hold off the giant tiger and giant wolf. That giant bear has the same attribute as me, but it's a higher level, so my elemental skills are ineffective against it. Chen He, can the three of you handle it?" "No problem," the three responded. "We might not be able to take it down instantly, but holding it off won't be an issue." Lin Bing, upon receiving a confirmed response, immediately cancelled the taunt effect on the giant bear, increasing the power of the taunt skill to lure the giant wolf and giant tiger toward another open area. The battlefield was instantly divided into three parts. Wang Lei faced the blood-colored giant python head-on. The blade, surrounded by lightning, slashed across the python's blood-red scales, sparks flying, but the python's tough scales only bore shallow marks. Wang Lei aimed to attack the python's weak points, attempting to deal it a heavy blow. The python instinctively coiled its body quickly, changing the attacked position in time, causing Wang Lei's strike to land on its hard scales. The python even closed its eyes, using its eyelids to block the attack. Although its eyelids were not as defensive as its scales, its strong physique prevented the damage from being fatal. Closing its eyes did not affect its combat ability, as the python had an acute sense of aura. Despite Wang Lei's overwhelming presence, it could still perceive him. More importantly, snakes possess a special ability to sense the body heat of their prey. As a peak 5th-tier martial artist, Wang Lei's internal energy and blood released intense heat, allowing the python to accurately locate him even with its eyes closed. With the lightning element enhancing him, Wang Lei's explosive power was astonishing, his speed and strength far surpassing ordinary people. Although he couldn't maintain it for long, it wasn't necessary for the battle with the python. The python's biting and massive tail attacks. The sweeping attack was nimbly dodged by Wang Lei. When the continuous attacks left Wang Lei with no room to evade, he gripped the large blade in his hand tightly and forcefully blocked the assault. Relying on a burst of explosive power, he fiercely repelled the giant maw and thick tail lunging at him. The python attempted to coil around him, intending to swallow him whole, but instinctively sensed danger, realizing such an action would be fatal. The two were evenly matched in level, but Wang Lei's lightning element had a restraining effect on the python's blood and dark elements. With only the wind element being ineffective against lightning, both sides were equally strong, and neither could easily defeat the other. Whenever Wang Lei tried to evade and attack other humans with weaker stamina, he would quickly react and strike at the python's weak points, forcing it to halt its attack and switch to defense. The python attempted to charge past and attack others, but was fiercely repelled by Wang Lei's sudden burst of power. Thus, Wang Lei was unable to deliver a fatal blow to the python, and the python could never catch Wang Lei. The two were locked in a stalemate. Wang Lei patiently waited for his teammates to first take down the three puppets before coming to his aid. Meanwhile, the giant python believed that 3 5th-tier puppets dealing with 4 4th-tier and 1 3rd-tier humans would be no challenge. It planned to wait until the puppets had dealt with those people, then join forces with them to eliminate Wang Lei, turning this troublemaker into its own puppet. With a puppet of comparable strength and the soon-to-mature Emperor's blood herb, the python was confident that consuming it would allow it to break through to the 6th tier and become the ruler of this forest. With these thoughts in mind, its attacks grew even fiercer. At the same time, the situation on the other battlefield was not unfolding as the blood-colored python had hoped. The blood-colored giant bear was entangled by countless vines, its vitality continuously drained. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraints. It had assumed that with its 5th-tier strength, breaking free from the skills of 4th-tier humans would be easy, but it had been outsmarted. Su Yan, relying on the assistance of various equipment, had elevated the level of her skills to a higher tier. As a genius from Jiangnan University, one of the strongest universities in China, her methods were naturally extraordinary. Chen Yi's short hair rapidly grew longer, turning into flowing green locks that radiated vibrant life. A green rune appeared in the center of his forehead, his left hand held a strangely shaped wooden staff, and his right hand suspended an ancient book, as if he had become one with nature. The giant bear struggled desperately, and just as the vines were about to snap, Chen Yi continuously infused spiritual energy into them. The vines quickly regenerated, sprouting sharp thorns that dug deeply into the bear's flesh, rendering it immobile. Helplessly, the giant bear summoned the power of the earth, forming a hard armor on its body, hoping to use it to support the vines. However, as soon as the armor formed, the part where the vines were located was torn apart. With no hope of breaking free, the giant bear could only use earth elements to create sharp stones, ground spikes, and seismic waves to frantically attack Chen He, aiming to eliminate the enemy controlling the vines. But Chen He had already spread plant roots throughout the underground, absorbing and dissipating all the ground shockwaves. As for the sharp stones and ground spikes flying through the air, Zhao Yu and Li Xinming were not idle either. Zhao Yu, being a fire element user, knew that his flame attacks might damage the vines and allow the giant bear to break free. Therefore, he did not attack the giant bear but instead formed a spear with flames to shatter the sharp stones and ground spikes heading toward Chen He. Li Xinming, on the other hand, shot arrows in the air, precisely aiming at the giant bear's eyes, mouth, nose, throat, and heart, its weak points. The arrows carried wind element power and were extremely fast. The giant bear, firmly controlled by the vines, could only watch helplessly as its situation became increasingly dangerous, seeing the enemies surround and attack it. The giant bear became a stationary live target, unable to dodge and forced to endure the arrows raining down from the sky. At first, it could still use the power of the earth to erect stone walls to block the arrows. But after Zhao Yu and the others figured out the giant bear's tactics, every time a stone wall appeared, an explosive fireball would immediately blast a large hole in it, allowing the arrows to pass through and directly strike the giant bear. The giant bear couldn't react in time and could only raise its arms to block the arrows imbued with the power of the wind. Before long, its body was riddled with arrows, and the power of the wind element tore through its flesh. The wounds grew larger and larger, making it impossible to heal. As a result, Chen He and the other two firmly suppressed the giant bear. With Su Yan's recovery spells, along with the magic book and various recovery potions, the trio's skills continuously bombarded the giant bear, their spiritual energy seemingly inexhaustible. The once menacing giant bear gradually grew weaker under the trio's coordinated assault. The current giant bear had already become a puppet of the blood-colored giant python, unable to feel pain or fear death. Otherwise, it would have long since collapsed from the pain and inability to retaliate. At this moment, Chen He was restraining it, while Li Xinming and Zhao Yu maintained their firepower. The giant bear was already showing signs of defeat, and victory was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, on Lin Bing and Su Yan's battlefield, Lin Bing raised his giant shield to block the thunderous tiger claws coming at him head-on. Sparks of electricity flickered on the shield, but due to the strength of the giant tiger puppet, Lin Bing was still forced back a few steps. Just as Lin Bing retreated, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared, its blood-red fangs biting fiercely into the armor on Lin Bing's right shoulder, leaving two deep dents. The fangs failed to penetrate the armor, but the accompanying force delivered a heavy blow to Lin Bing's right shoulder. It was none other than the blood-colored giant wolf puppet at the early stage of the 5th tier. It coordinated with the giant tiger, one attacking from the front while the other used its speed to launch a surprise attack. After failing to bite through the armor, the blood-colored giant wolf quickly turned into a shadow of wind and disappeared. With a sharp clang, Lin Bing felt his armor emit a crisp sound. Immediately, a sharp pain shot through his right shoulder, accompanied by a crack sound in his ears. He knew clearly that his right shoulder was fractured. Before he had time to check his injury, the giant tiger puppet pounced again with thunderous force. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, Lin Bing drove his large shield fiercely into the ground, once again blocking the giant tiger's attack head-on. This time, the power of the earth helped him absorb the impact, preventing him from being knocked back. The giant wolf puppet, which had intended to launch a sneak attack, missed its target. But Lin Bing's right hand hung down weakly, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. Seeing this, the giant wolf no longer hid and, together with the recharged giant tiger, launched a pincer attack on Lin Bing. Just as the wolf and tiger's attack was about to hit, a white shield suddenly enveloped Lin Bing. Faintly visible on the shield were 4 pairs of wings. This was Su Yan's 6-winged guardian. At the same time, a beam of white light rose from within Lin Bing, and purple starlight descended on him from the side. The restoration spell and Star Moon guidance took effect simultaneously. Lin Bing, whose right arm had been rendered useless by the giant tiger's frontal attack and the giant wolf's ambush, instantly returned to peak condition under the effect of these two skills. He raised his giant shield and delivered a fierce blow, blocking the giant tiger's claw attack head-on and forcing it back. Feeling the wind behind him, Lin Bing smiled. "Good, I'd been waiting for you." As soon as the words fell, he forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping into the air to evade the pouncing blood-colored giant wolf. The giant wolf flew over Lin Bing's head, its internal spiritual energy rapidly gathering and infusing into the shield in his hands. The bottom of the shield lit up with an earthy yellow glow, resembling a heavy mountain. Under Lin Bing's control, it swiftly smashed downward. This was the technique of the Shield of the Mountain Range, which harnessed the power of the earth to make the shield exceptionally heavy and sturdy. It was typically used to withstand the attacks of massive enemies, with the heavy shield making it impossible for opponents to push it away. But this time, Lin Bing employed a different tactic. He leapt high into the air, using gravity to accelerate and the shield's maximum weight, as the sharp bottom of the shield fiercely struck downward at the enemy below. The timing was perfect. The giant wolf's head happened to fall directly beneath the shield. As Lin Bing descended rapidly, the giant wolf lunged forward, and the shield struck precisely at its most vulnerable waist. Imagine a sharp blade piercing the waist, with the weight of a mountain pressing down on top. The bottom of the shield was sharp and heavy, and the waist was the giant wolf's weakest spot. In an instant, the shield sliced the giant wolf in half from the middle, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a pit 5 to 6 meters deep, with dust flying everywhere. A strong gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust and revealing Lin Bing, clutching his shield and covered in blood at the bottom of the pit, along with the giant wolf puppet that had been sliced in half and was already dead. Lin Bing quickly pulled up his giant shield and hid behind it. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning, carrying a terrifying aura, struck toward the pit, targeting Lin Bing. Immediately after, a blood-red giant tiger puppet, accompanied by the lightning, charged toward the bottom of the pit. Just as the giant tiger and the lightning were about to hit Lin Bing, his shield-bearing body suddenly transformed into a massive boulder, shattering into pieces under the lightning. At the same time, his figure appeared at the original position of a boulder near Su Yan, while the original boulder vanished. This was Lin Bing's position swap skill, which allows him to exchange places with a marked target. If the target is a living being and resists consciously, there is a certain chance of failure. This is a skill commonly used by shield guards, typically to trade places with an enemy's fragile damage dealer or healer, creating an opportunity for teammates to rescue or attack. What was supposed to be a defensive skill, Lin Bing used to achieve rapid movement. Nicely done. Lin Bing gave Su Yan a thumbs up, thanking him for the timely release of Star Moon guidance. Subsequently, Lin Bing unleashed a wide-range defensive skill at the exit of the giant pit, and an invisible air wall appeared. The giant tiger, preparing to continue its attack, directly collided with the air wall. Ripples spread across the wall's surface, rebounding the tiger back to the bottom of the pit. Sensing the presence of the invisible air wall above, the tiger puppet gathered a massive blood-red thunderball in its mouth and fiercely launched it upward. With a crack, a fissure appeared at the top of the air wall, followed by its shattering and dispersal. The giant tiger noticed the obstacle had been destroyed and once again leapt out of the pit. But this time, Lin Bing was well prepared. As the tiger's head emerged from the pit, it was struck back to the bottom with a heavy shield bash. Lin Bing infused spiritual energy into his feet, using earth element energy to reinforce the pit walls, rendering the tiger's attacks inside the pit ineffective. With no escape route, the giant tiger could only leap repeatedly, attempting to jump out of the giant pit. The ensuing battle became somewhat strange. The giant tiger puppet desperately tried to jump out of the pit. Every time the giant tiger puppet just showed its head, the giant shield would strike it hard, directly knocking it back down. This giant tiger puppet, devoid of self-awareness and left only with combat instincts, after receiving the blood-colored giant python's order to kill humans, did not gather strength, look for opportunities, or even give up like a normal beast. Instead, it persistently jumped up again and again, launching fierce attacks at Lin Bing. The fight between Lin Bing and the giant tiger suddenly turned into something resembling a whack-a-mole game, even carrying a hint of absurdity. The giant tiger puppet did attempt some diversionary tactics, such as using thunderballs to clear the way before following up itself or attacking from other directions. However, after becoming a puppet, the giant tiger's thoughts were crystal clear to Lin Bing. As soon as the giant tiger lifted its leg, Lin Bing could almost predict its movements, easily anticipating its landing point. With a swing of his shield, he directly knocked it back down. While Lin Bing and the giant tiger were playing whack-a-mole, Chen He, along with two others, also took down the giant bear puppet. The puppet's strength was already significantly weaker than the original beast. Facing the three fifth-tier powerhouses led by Chen He, the giant bear puppet was restrained and unable to move, leaving it no choice but to endure the attacks. Two arrows imbued with the power of a raging wind shot swiftly. The giant bear puppet, having raised its arms to block the golden fireball aimed at its throat by Zhao Yu, couldn't react in time. The arrows pierced straight into its shoulders. The massive bear puppet had already been struck multiple times, and these two arrows served as the final blow to its shoulders. As the arrows were about to hit, the wind elements imbued within them began to stir, converging into a massive blade of wind. The wind blade descended with the arrows, carrying a ferocious force that directly severed the bear puppet's already scarred and bone-exposed shoulders. With its arms gone and its lower body bound, the bear puppet was completely incapacitated. Immediately after, a golden fireball and a cyan arrow struck the bear puppet's throat in rapid succession. The explosion echoed across the battlefield. As the dust settled, all that remained was a headless corpse ensnared by vines, standing motionless. After dealing with the bear puppet, Chen He and his two companions quickly rushed toward Lin Bing and Su Yan's direction, planning to support Lin Bing, who was fending off two beasts on his own. However, as they approached, the scene before them left the three of them speechless. In a massive pit, a blood-colored tiger head suddenly emerged. Just as the head appeared, a giant shield swung down, smashing it back into the ground. With their enhanced abilities, the trio's sharp eyes clearly noticed that the smashed tiger head was already deformed. Yet the tiger puppet remained oblivious, continuing to leap toward Lin Bing again and again, only to be struck down every single time. At this moment, where is the protagonist Su Yan? He is not far from Wang Lei's battlefield, watching Lin Bing and the giant tiger play whack-a-mole while gathering spiritual energy. Sensing Wang Lei's poor physical condition, Su Yan immediately uses Star Moon Guidance. A beam of light follows the mark of goodwill and flies toward Wang Lei, quietly replenishing his state, his expression relaxed. Seeing one person busy with whack-a-mole and another leisurely slacking off, Chen He and the other two were both helpless and anxious. The reason they fought with all their might to quickly defeat the giant bear puppet was their concern that Lin Bing, a 4th-tier shield guard, would struggle against two 5th-tier beasts. They wanted to quickly resolve the immediate threat so they could support Lin Bing, who was barely holding on thanks to Su Yan's powerful healing, and was on the verge of being overwhelmed by two beasts a tier higher than him. The teammates were in a dire state. But the situation before them was shocking. Lin Bing fought against two monsters alone. Although his armor was dented in many places and his body was covered in blood, he remained as steady as a mountain, moving swiftly and wielding his shield with ease, as if he were playing a game of whack-a-mole. Meanwhile, Su Yan was treating Wang Lei while leisurely observing the battle, not at all looking like he was slacking off. The three couldn't help but question their understanding of life. Isn't a shield guard supposed to focus on defense and protection, not excel at offense? But tell me, how is this guy able to take down one monster faster than us and still toy with another mid-tier 5th-level beast? Lin Bing didn't notice the doubts in the minds of the three. He didn't feel like he was playing a game at all. Using wisdom and skill, he lured the giant tiger puppet into a trap, firmly trapping it and waiting for his teammates to assist. This is exactly the performance of a powerful shield guard. As for Su Yan, he wasn't slacking off either. While ensuring the main tank's health was safe, he took care of other teammates and kept an eye on the main tank's health at all times, practically a multitasking healer dad. Seeing the three standing there in a daze, Lin Bing shouted directly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. We need to finish off this beast quickly and go support the boss." Hearing the shout, the three snapped back to reality and rushed toward the large pit. Fireballs and arrows rained down fiercely from above the pit, while green vines rapidly spread across the bottom. With the addition of Chen He and the other two, the previously lacking attack power was instantly enhanced. Under the violent assault of the three, the giant tiger puppet, which had been smashed on the head repeatedly by Lin Bing's massive shield, let out a miserable cry and soon collapsed, lifeless. After dealing with the three puppets, the group quickly took medicine to adjust their condition, restoring themselves to peak form, and then charged toward the battlefield of Wang Lei and the blood-colored giant python. At this moment, the blood-colored giant python clearly sensed that the three puppets it had painstakingly nurtured had been killed. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and with a roar of rage, its attacks became even more ferocious. Wang Lei narrowly dodged another fatal strike from the giant python. Noticing its growing agitation, he sensed 5 familiar auras rapidly approaching and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems Lin Bing and the others have already taken care of those three beasts. Now it's your turn. As he spoke, he gathered violent thunder spiritual power in his hands and engaged the blood-colored giant python head-on. The broadsword clashed with the giant tail, sparks flying in all directions. Su Yan and the others arrived at the battlefield, and the first thing they saw was the chaotic scene around them: broken trees, tree trunks split by a giant blade imbued with lightning power, and clear marks of depressions on the ground. Not far away, Wang Lei was fiercely battling a giant python. Without hesitation, the group quickly joined the fight. Lin Bing charged forward, raised his giant shield, and took the initiative to release a taunt. The giant python, focused on its fight with Wang Lei, was momentarily affected by Lin Bing's taunt. Its eyes flickered as it prepared to turn and attack Lin Bing, but it quickly regained its composure, forcibly suppressing the urge to turn and attack. However, in a battle of this level, even a moment's hesitation could determine the outcome. Although Lin Bing's taunt didn't fully attract the blood-colored python, that brief pause was enough for Wang Lei to seize the opportunity. Wang Lei lightly swept the edge of the broadsword with his left hand, and purple lightning flickered along the blade. The previously dim forest was instantly filled with thunder and lightning, and the atmosphere grew tense. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly onto the broadsword in Wang Lei's hand. At the moment the lightning hit the blade, Wang Lei unleashed all his spiritual power, channeling it into the broadsword. With the aid of the lightning's force, he swung out a powerful heavenly thunder slash. The broadsword, enveloped in violent thunderous energy, slashed fiercely toward the giant serpent's vital spot. The blood-red serpent immediately became alert. Hearing the sound of the broadsword cutting through the air and feeling its scales trembling all over, it knew that if it took this strike head-on, it would undoubtedly die. It was too late to block with its tail, so it could only leap swiftly, dodging forward to evade the fatal blow. Although Wang Lei's heavenly thunder slash was a full-force attack, the serpent's agile evasion prevented it from hitting a critical spot, only severing part of its tail. Blood splattered as the severed tail flailed wildly in the air. The excruciating pain intensified the serpent's murderous intent. It used all its strength, desperately trying to reattach its severed tail. Its body, composed of blood, connected the severed tail and the snake's body. Under the pull of the blood, the severed tail quickly approached the snake's body. Just as the severed tail was about to reattach, an arrow carrying a fierce wind whistled through the air and struck the connection point hard, instantly shattering the blood link. The fragmented blood was blown apart and scattered by the raging wind. At the same time, a golden fireball smashed into the severed tail, flames instantly enveloping it and evaporating the blood within. A faintly familiar aroma of cooked meat lingered in the air. The severed tail completely lost its vitality, and its connection to the giant python was severed, causing the python to grow even more furious. It raised its head and roared in anger, and the severed tail began to regenerate rapidly. The new tail was much shorter than the original, and the color of its scales had noticeably faded. The scattered blood, under the control of the giant python, rose into the air and merged with the surrounding mist. The grayish-white mist gradually turned blood-red. As the blood-colored mist spread, Su Yan and the others felt a strong sense of danger rising in their hearts. Their bodies instinctively warned them that this blood mist was ominous and extremely perilous. The blood mist spread rapidly, and before long, it surrounded everyone. Su Yan felt the blood within his body starting to lose control, as if it were about to break free from its restraints. His face changed dramatically, and he immediately mobilized his spiritual power to resist the powerful attraction. Chen He and the others felt something similar. Although they were strong enough to suppress the bloodline power of the blood-colored giant python and were not directly affected by the blood mist, the uncontrollable sensation of their blood still made them uncomfortable. As the blood mist spread, the figure of the giant python, which had just regrown its tail, suddenly disappeared. This was not caused by the blood mist obscuring it. The blood-colored giant python was enormous, dozens of meters long, and when coiled, it stood 8 or 9 meters high. Even with the mist, its outline could still be vaguely seen, but now its trace was completely gone. Looking at the suddenly vanished giant python, Wang Lei's heart sounded an alarm. He recalled when he first saw this python, it was just a small blood snake, and Li Xinming had mentioned it might have mutated from a wind shadow snake. All the signs gave him a rapidly rising sense of foreboding. Su Yan rushed toward his teammates while shouting a loud warning, "Watch out for its sneak attack." The blood-colored giant python was incredibly powerful, reaching the peak of the 5th tier, while Su Yan and his team were all long-range combatants, positioned at a certain distance from the battlefield. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Before the words were finished, a dark red figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. The giant python was very clever. It knew to target the weakest opponent first, and the lowest ranked here was Su Yan, who was at the 3rd rank. By absorbing the memories of the deceased blood-colored puppets, it also learned that Su Yan possessed healing abilities, which could greatly impact the battle. More importantly, the giant python detected a familiar aura emanating from Su Yan, an aura almost identical to the purple starlight it had encountered during its recent battle with a lightning element human. This sensation caused the giant python's killing intent toward Su Yan to surge. It planned to kill Su Yan first, turn him into a puppet, and then swallow him whole without digesting him, keeping him under control to continuously provide healing. This way, it could fight the others without any concerns and turn them into its puppets as well. Taking advantage of the dense blood mist as cover, the blood-colored python shrank its body, transformed into a shadow, and swiftly leapt into Su Yan's shadow. Watching Su Yan, who was completely unaware and still desperately resisting the blood within his body from breaking out, the python hidden in the shadow revealed a cruel smile. It suddenly burst out from the shadow, appearing behind Su Yan, opening its fangs imbued with the powers of wind, darkness, and blood, and lunged straight for Su Yan's exposed neck. At that moment, Su Yan heard Wang Lei's shout, followed by a gust of wind from behind. Instantly, Su Yan's entire body became alert, sensing an intense danger. The shield that could originally withstand peak 5th rank attacks was penetrated, and the python's sharp fangs sank deeply into Su Yan's neck. As long as this bite succeeds, Su Yan will die, his body will be injected with blood goo, and he will become a loyal puppet of the giant python. The giant python's eyes gleamed with fervent light, convinced of its assured victory. However, its plan was suddenly disrupted. Although its fangs pierced Su Yan's neck and the venom began to take effect, rapidly draining Su Yan's vitality, just as the giant python was about to inject the blood goo deeper, a blue light suddenly shone from Su Yan's neck, a blue tattoo appeared and quickly shattered. It was the ancient totem, Si Ming. The Si Ming totem can immunize the holder from fatal injuries below the 6th tier and provide immunity to any damage below the 6th tier for the next 3 seconds. The protective effect is related to the user's strength. It was precisely the Si Ming totem that Su Yan activated for everyone before the battle that saved his life. Otherwise, although the divine protection on his ring and clothes hadn't been triggered yet, this damage would have been fatal. The moment the totem's protection activated, Su Yan felt intense pain but quickly reacted. He activated Phase Shift, a skill that ignores obstacles and doubles movement speed. As Phase Shift was activated, the fangs of the snake embedded in his neck were deemed obstacles and were directly bypassed. A thrilling scene unfolded. Su Yan had 2 long venomous fangs stuck in his neck, yet he charged forward at an astonishing speed with the fangs still in place. Go! However, Su Yan's flesh was not torn by the snake fangs. It was as if he and the venomous fangs existed in different dimensions, allowing him to run past effortlessly. The giant python, sensing its prey escaping from its jaws, realized its seemingly fatal attack had failed. Enraged, it merged into the shadows and swiftly launched a second attack on Su Yan. After the earlier peril, Su Yan was already prepared. The moment he felt a gust of wind rushing from behind, he immediately activated his phasing skill. Phasing is a spatial skill that allows the body to become intangible, detaching from its original dimension, thus avoiding environmental damage. However, during the phasing period, one cannot attack others. If the attack power is strong enough, it can break through the spatial barrier and directly strike a target in the phasing state. Obviously, the python's attack, though powerful and surpassing the peak of the 5th tier, had not yet reached the level of penetrating space. Its murderous strike seemed to hit the air, directly piercing through behind Su Yan and missing its target. Damn it, how dare you! Wang Lei, seeing from afar that Su Yan's neck was pierced by the venomous fangs, couldn't help but roar in anger, his eyes bloodshot as he desperately charged toward Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan narrowly escape under the protection of the Fate Totem and then evade the venomous fangs and the python's second attack through phase shifting, the fury in Wang Lei's heart burned even hotter. The blade in his hand flashed with lightning as he quickly rushed toward the python. After phasing out to dodge the second strike, Su Yan immediately exited the phase state. This skill consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and with his current spiritual power, he could only maintain it for a few seconds before it would be completely depleted. With spiritual power rapidly draining and having lost a significant amount of life force from the earlier ambush, Su Yan's face turned pale, and his aura weakened. The python sensed that Su Yan had returned to a space where it could attack him. Ignoring Wang Lei, who was gripping a lightning blade and rapidly closing in from behind, it decided to make a desperate move. It knew that taking Wang Lei's strike head-on wouldn't kill it, at most leaving it severely injured. But as long as it could eliminate the human in front of it and turn him into a puppet, relying on his powerful healing abilities, it could quickly recover and seek revenge again. Thinking, the giant python lunged at Su Yan once again. At this moment, Su Yan watched the incoming python, feeling the spiritual energy within him gradually depleting. Although he was replenishing it with recovery techniques and continuously drinking spiritual energy potions, the remaining energy was still insufficient to use the phasing ability again. He bitterly smiled and cursed himself, thinking that this time he was really in trouble, having to use his life-saving skill right after entering the secret realm. Just as he was about to channel his energy into the ring to activate the Holy Shelter skill to block the attack, a roar suddenly came from afar, accompanied by a burst of imposing momentum. "Get over here!" The python's attack was abruptly interrupted, its body swiftly turning around and charging straight at Lin Bing, who was holding a giant shield. Recalling earlier, after Wang Lei saw the blood-colored python disappear, he hurried towards Su Yan and the others while warning everyone to be cautious of sneak attacks. Lin Bing had vaguely sensed something was amiss. What happened next made his eyes turn red. Not far from him, Su Yan, who had just worked seamlessly with him to take down 2 fifth-tier puppets, this new teammate who was both popular and a reassuring healer, stood pale and in pain. On his neck, 2 venomous fangs had sunk deeply into the flesh, with snake venom continuously being injected into his body. This scene left him both terrified and furious. He was afraid because his teammate's life could end at any moment. He was furious because the giant python had managed to launch a successful sneak attack, and even more furious because, in the face of his teammate's crisis, he was utterly powerless. Watching as the once dying Su Yan's body flickered with blue light, gradually shattering, he finally broke free from the brink of death. Recalling the ancient protective charms Su Yan had cast on everyone before the battle, Lin Bing felt a surge of relief. Relief that they hadn't acted impulsively or recklessly before gathering the royal bloodgrass, but instead had made thorough preparations and brought various life-saving measures before taking action. If they hadn't prepared, just reaching out to pick the royal bloodgrass might have already put his own life on the line, let alone Su Yan's. But the giant python was relentless, lunging at Su Yan once again. At this moment, the protective charm on Su Yan had already lost its effect. Lin Bing hurriedly ran towards Su Yan, casting various control and protective skills as he ran. Fearless Taunt, Wide Area Defense, Position Swap. However, due to the significant level gap, Fearless Taunt had no effect. Wide Area Defense's range was insufficient, Position Swap was blocked by the giant python's locking skill, and other protective skills were as fragile as paper against the powerful attacks, completely unable to resist. A sense of helplessness surged in his heart. He hated himself for not training hard enough in the past, for not having enough talent. Why hadn't he reached the 5th-tier strength? If he were stronger, he could have protected this healer teammate long ago. Just as Lin Bing was in despair, Su Yan broke free from the giant python's mouth once again. A surge of immense joy dispelled his gloom. At the same time, a powerful force began to surge within his body. The giant python launched its 3rd wave of attacks. Watching the serpent charge towards Su Yan, the power within Lin Bing erupted, concentrating on the giant shield in his hand. I will protect them, Su Yan, Captain, Chenhe, Zhaoyu, Li Xinming, all my teammates and family. As long as I stand, no one can harm them. With a loud boom, Lin Bing's momentum skyrocketed. After being stuck at the peak of the 4th tier for half a year, he finally broke through and stepped into the 5th tier. Feeling the surge of power, the fog in his heart cleared. Lin Bing understood his mission. He swung Fearless Taunt once again. This time, the terrifying taunt was not easily deflected by the giant python. A powerful will and protective force were unleashed from the giant shield, guiding the taunt to directly hit the python. The giant python was forced to stop attacking Su Yan and turned to glare angrily at Lin Bing. Seeing this human raising a shield to face it, an inexplicable rage ignited in the python's heart. At this moment, Su Yan and the puppet were no longer important. It only wanted to tear apart the challenger before it. Energy surged in its mouth as it charged toward Lin Bing. Come on! Lin Bing shouted loudly, raising the giant shield to meet the python's charge. Perhaps it was the power brought by the breakthrough, or perhaps it was the anger that allowed him to take control of the situation. In the past, taunting made enemies attack him, but they could still dodge, and their attack targets were limited to Lin Bing alone, with no other changes. But this time, the python taunted by Lin Bing. It seemed to have completely lost its sanity. Facing the attacks from Chenhe, Zhaoyu, and Li Xinming, it did not dodge at all, enduring their strikes head-on as it charged straight at Lin Bing, as if Lin Bing were its mortal enemy. The arrows Li Xinming had intended to shoot in coordination with Zhaoyu thus missed their target. Just as the giant python was struck at its vital spot by Zhaoyu and Chenhe's skills, leaving it bloodied and mangled, Wang Lei finally arrived at the battlefield. The long-prepared Heavenly Thunder Slash, carrying immense momentum, struck toward the python's vital spot. Wang Lei's move caused the originally frenzied python, which was fiercely biting Lin Bing, to calm down slightly. It quickly shrank its body to dodge the sharp blade, but Wang Lei's slash ended up cutting its newly grown tail, severing it once again. The blood-colored python, already enraged by Lin Bing's taunts, now tasted the pain of losing its tail under Wang Lei's strike. Stimulated by the pain, the python completely lost its sanity. It roared furiously at the sky, releasing the energy within its body in a frenzy. A giant tail formed purely of energy, carrying terrifying power, swept toward Lin Bing, crashing heavily against Lin Bing's massive shield. Even though Lin Bing's giant shield was enhanced with the mountain shield effect, as heavy as a mountain, it was still knocked back and fell to the ground by the powerful strike. The giant shield left deep grooves on the ground. The giant python's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Lin Bing, swiftly biting toward his neck. Lin Bing felt the wind pressure behind him, his body tensed, instinctively trying to dodge desperately. At the critical moment, Lin Bing finally managed to move his neck out of the way of the attack, but the python's venomous fangs bit into his armor. The venomous fangs, imbued with elemental power, pierced through the armor but were blocked by Lin Bing's petrified skin skill, preventing any harm to his skin. However, the python did not give up. Instead, it injected corrosive venom and shadow energy through its fangs. The venom and shadow energy spread within the armor, emitting a piercing sizzling sound, accompanied by acrid white smoke seeping out from the gaps. Lin Bing had already sensed something was wrong. Although he avoided the vital areas and his petrified skin blocked the venomous fangs, a faint unease lingered in his heart. Sure enough, when he saw the giant python refusing to pull out its venomous fangs, risking being forcefully trapped by him, and continuing to leave the fangs in the armor, this unease reached its peak. Then, Lin Bing felt a burning sensation on his petrified skin as the armor was corroded. The pungent smoke produced by the venom and shadow power drifted into his nose and mouth, and a wave of dizziness struck him. "Everyone, be careful. The smoke is poisonous." He shook his head forcefully to clear his mind, loudly warning his teammates to stay away from the smoke, and then quickly held his breath. As a fifth-tier awakener, although he couldn't completely stop breathing, he could hold his breath for an hour or two, at most feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the venom and shadow power finally corroded through Lin Bing's petrified skin defense, directly attacking his skin through the breach. In an instant, Lin Bing felt a sharp pain emanating from within his body. As a shield guard accustomed to enduring damage, he couldn't help but cry out loudly in the face of this sudden pain. Aha! The Crimson Python's strike severely injured Lin Bing. The pain caused by the venom and shadow power contacting his skin was already intense, but the most serious issue was the venom directly corroding Lin Bing's skin and entering his body. The toxin rapidly spread through his bloodstream, attacking his internal organs, while the shadow power rampaged inside, damaging his meridians and organs. Fortunately, Lin Bing had 3 layers of recovery spells pre-arranged by Su Yan. Although his body was being destroyed by the shadow power and venom, the recovery spells could gently repair the damaged meridians and organs. However, the recovery spells could only repair the damage and couldn't resist the overwhelming power of the Crimson Python, which was 2 levels higher than Su Yan. Su Yan was at the early stage of Tier 3, while the Python was at the peak of Tier 5. Moreover, this power was rampaging inside Lin Bing's body. For now, the Python's destruction was followed closely by the recovery spells patching up the damage, barely maintaining a balance. This move indeed temporarily rendered Lin Bing incapable of fighting. The original fearless taunt he had cast on the Python was significantly weakened due to the interference of foreign spiritual energy within his body. Although the Crimson Python still wanted to kill the human in front of it, it could at least barely control its emotions. However, the Python paid a price for this strike. Its original strategy was to miss and escape, making it difficult for Wang Lei and the others to concentrate their firepower. For the sake of speed, it had to sacrifice some of its power. Now, the Crimson Python stopped and began injecting venom and shadow power into Lin Bing's armor. Although the time was brief, it was enough for Wang Lei and the others to unleash powerful skills. Just as the Python was preparing to escape using the shadows, purple vines suddenly emerged around it, growing rapidly and forming ropes that entangled the Python. These vines were covered in thorns, which, while unable to pierce its scales, firmly pinned the Python in place. At the same time, a cyan arrow, a golden fireball, and a purple blade light swiftly flew toward the Python's mouth, the fractured part of its tail, and its fatal weak point. The giant Python's fangs were still stuck in Lin Bing's armor. It had just regained a bit of consciousness from the taunt when its body suddenly stiffened. This brief pause exposed a weakness it had always protected well. The cyan arrow, carrying violent wind blades, pierced through the giant Python's open mouth, directly striking its oral cavity and unleashing intense energy. The previously fragile oral cavity suffered severe damage. Wang Lei had already severed its tail. The giant python, consumed by rage, hadn't had time to recover, leaving its tail as an energy form. Zhao Yu aimed at the severed tail and directly cut off the energy connection. A golden fireball exploded on the exposed flesh, blasting away over a meter of meat at the tail's end. Flames burned into its body through the wound, intensifying its agony. Just as Li Xinming and Zhao Yu's attacks left the giant python in unbearable pain, a purple blade light swiftly slashed toward its heart, its most fatal weak spot. The giant python's oral cavity and tail were continuously tormented by wind blades and flames, forcing it to divert attention to control these two wounds, otherwise, its vitality would rapidly drain away. Wang Lei, a peak 5th-tier lightning awakener, possessed speed ranking among the top of all elements. His blade light should have been faster and more lethal than Li Xinming and Zhao Yu's attacks. However, this time, Wang Lei's attack posed far less of a threat to the blood-colored giant python than expected. The giant python reacted extremely quickly to Wang Lei's attack, its body agilely dodging the strike aimed at its weak point, as if this had become an instinctive move. Even with Lin Bing taunting from the side, the giant python remained unaffected. Relying on its keen danger perception instincts, it easily evaded the attacks. Not to mention, Lin Bing's taunts had already significantly lost their effect. Direct confrontation was difficult to succeed, so Wang Lei coordinated seamlessly with Li Xinming and Zhao Yu. Their years of teamwork allowed Wang Lei to signal with just a glance, and the two immediately adjusted their attack speed to synchronize, striking the giant python simultaneously. The intense pain and the energy eruption within its body blurred the giant python's senses, making it unable to distinguish whether the damage came from inside or outside. At this moment, Wang Lei seized the opportunity, his blade surrounded by lightning and glowing with a purple light, slashing fiercely at its vital point. This move, Heavenly Thunder Slash, instantly shattered the giant python's tough scales. The blade's glow pierced through flesh and struck the heart directly, unleashing the power of thunder, which exploded and tore the python's heart apart in an instant. The giant python, already gravely injured from losing its tail and the attacks from Li Xinming and Zhao Yu, could no longer hold on. Its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, completely losing its vitality. At this moment, Lin Bing took out an antidote pill and swallowed it. Although the python's venom was highly toxic, it had no special effects, and an ordinary antidote pill was sufficient to counter it. The pill quickly took effect, reducing the toxins in his body by 80 to 90%. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, leaving the remaining toxins to be expelled naturally by his body. The 5th-stage peak spiritual power within the body, though powerful, was limited in quantity and had no replenishment. With Su Yan's Star Moon guidance and recovery technique, Lin Bing gradually dispelled the remaining toxins using spiritual power. Although not yet fully restored to peak condition, combat strength had recovered to about 80%. With the crisis resolved, everyone looked at the fallen giant serpent before them, finally breathing a sigh of relief as they all approached the corpse. That was one tough opponent. It's been a long time since we faced such a challenging battle, Zhao Yu remarked. Indeed, peak 5th-stage strength, capable of creating puppets, mastering blood, wind, and dark powers, able to fight head-on, ambush, and possibly even possessing dragon bloodline, Li Xinming added. The last time we fought a 6th-stage Thunder Titan, it wasn't much different from this. Indeed, this battle was one of the toughest their team had faced since its formation. Despite only being at the peak of the 5th stage, it felt like an over-level fight, and they only managed to win through everyone's cooperation. Zhao Yu excitedly took out a communicator and discussed with Su Yan about taking a group photo with the giant serpent's corpse. Wang Lei shook his head helplessly but said nothing. He cautiously observed the surroundings and only spoke after the photo was taken. Alright, now that the photo is done, let's get to work. Lin Bing, you're with me to guard the area and be ready to intercept any potential beasts. Li Xinming and Zhao Yu, go clean up the battlefield and bring back the corpses, crystal cores, and other items from the giant python and the 3 puppets. Chen He, go collect the red blood grass and royal blood grass. After putting in so much effort, we can't miss anything. Ian, be ready to provide support at any time and adapt flexibly. With the tasks assigned, everyone took action. Wang Lei and Lin Bing split up to keep watch, one guarding the perimeter and the other monitoring the inner circle, always staying alert to the surroundings. Su Yan, on the other hand, instinctively positioned himself in a spot where he could cover the entire team, ready to provide support at any moment. With someone keeping an eye on the safe zones, any situation could be addressed immediately. Li Xinming and Zhao Yu split up, with one staying at the original spot to handle the giant python's corpse, while the other headed to the area where the battle with the 3 puppets had taken place, preparing to clean up the puppet remains. The remaining Chen He moved toward the patch of royal blood grass in the bushes, planning to harvest it first and bring it back for cultivation. Although the medicinal effect might weaken, it was still acceptable. No one noticed that the snake tail, which Wang Lei had severed for the second time earlier, was still there. The massive tail lay on the ground, and with time having passed and the giant python already dead, the severed tail appeared to have long lost its vitality. But coincidentally, the severed tail tip was pointing directly toward the royal bloodgrass, only 1 or 2 meters away. Chen-He approached, gazing at the royal bloodgrass, which was brimming with powerful vitality and blood energy. Just as he was about to dig it out, roots and all, the royal bloodgrass suddenly vanished before his eyes. Immediately after, a crimson figure lunged swiftly toward Chen-He. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Chen-He was struck hard, sent flying through the air, and smashed heavily against a distant tree. His entire body appeared emaciated, as if drained of all flesh and blood. The blue samsara totem on his body then lit up, only to shatter moments later. With the destruction of the samsara totem, Chen-He's waning life force halted its decline. The restoration art began to take effect, quickly repairing his damaged flesh and blood. As the restoration art worked, Chen-He's withered body started to recover and swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about 2 minutes, he finally regained his senses, thanks to his innate vitality as a wood element cultivator, coupled with the dense wood elemental energy in the forest. Chen-He was suddenly struck and nearly lost his life, activating the Siming totem on his body, catching everyone off guard. However, they quickly reacted based on their experience. Everyone immediately gathered and flew toward Chen-He. Although they were initially caught off guard, they quickly responded. The Xingyue guiding talisman landed on Chen-He the moment the Siming totem shattered. During the few seconds, the Siming totem saved his life. Combined with a triple-layer recovery spell and his own powerful regenerative abilities, they managed to pull him back from the brink of death. After everyone regrouped, the culprit who had nearly killed Chen-He did not attack him again but instead turned toward Su Yan and the others. The group quickly formed a battle formation, placing Chen-He and Su Yan in the center, finally getting a chance to clearly observe the assailant. The spot where the royal bloodgrass had been was now empty, replaced by a small red figure with closed eyes, rapidly absorbing the energy of the royal bloodgrass. It bore a striking resemblance to the initial small form of the blood-colored giant python that had appeared earlier. Its scales were crystal clear, the bulge on its head had disappeared, replaced by a blood-red single horn. The previously mixed aura of dark, wind, and blood elements had now been replaced by pure blood element power. It exuded an aura that instilled fear, like the oppressive presence of a predator at the top of the food chain. Seeing it rapidly growing stronger while absorbing the royal bloodgrass, Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a Chiao dragon? How is that possible? In such a low-level secret realm, where would the resources come from to allow a dragon to evolve?" Upon closer inspection, he noticed the creature only had a single horn, and Wang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's not a Chiao dragon, it's a Jiao dragon. A special form between a dragon and a snake, not yet fully transformed into a dragon. It must be because we severely injured it earlier, and the royal bloodgrass it consumed hasn't fully matured yet. He smiled wryly. Their timing was truly perfect. If they had come a bit earlier, the royal bloodgrass wouldn't have matured, and even if the blood-colored giant python consumed it, it wouldn't have been able to successfully evolve. In that case, they would at most lose one royal bloodgrass, and if lucky, they might even obtain a crystal core with dragon-type skills, making it a worthwhile venture. If they had come a bit later, once the royal bloodgrass fully matured and the python swallowed it, it might directly skip the Jiao dragon stage and evolve into a 6th-tier true dragon. In that scenario, they definitely wouldn't dare provoke a 6th-tier dragon easily and would immediately call upon their elders to handle the situation. Although they would have to share most of the benefits, the remainder along with the compensation from their elders would still allow them to profit handsomely. However, now seeing the blood-colored flood dragon noticing the group's preparation to attack, it opened its eyes, and its body rapidly swelled. It stared at the group warily while secretly absorbing the medicinal power of the emperor bloodgrass within its body. Wang Lei licked his lips and tightly gripped the large blade in his hand. The aura of this blood-colored flood dragon was stronger than when it was at the peak of the 5th tier before, but Wang Lei had seen 6th tier awakeners. Even those who barely broke through to the 6th tier with the help of drugs had an aura much stronger than this flood dragon before him. The blood-colored flood dragon had not yet fully absorbed the medicinal power of the emperor bloodgrass, so its strength could only be considered as halfway into the 6th tier. Only after it fully absorbed the power could it officially step into the 6th tier. This was also why it did not launch an attack while the group was gathered but instead chose to absorb the medicinal power. Seeing it both on guard and absorbing the medicinal power, Wang Lei's heartbeat quickened, excitement surged, and his fighting spirit erupted. The large blade in his hand seemed to sense its owner's fighting spirit, letting out a low hum as purple lightning began to flicker. A 5th tier peak flood dragon-type beast with 1 foot into the 6th tier? I've been stuck at the 5th tier peak for a long time. I hope this battle can help me break through the bottleneck. That guy Lin Bing has already broken through the 5th tier and is catching up quickly. As the team leader, I can't afford to stay stagnant. Thinking this, he raised his hand to stop the group from attacking and said, "You all step back for now. Chen He, activate Natural Guard. Lin Bing, protect them well. I'll handle this creature. I've been stuck for so long, it's time to find an opportunity to break through." Seeing the group looking a bit worried, Wang Lei waved his hand to reassure them. "Don't worry, this is just a failed evolutionary form that hasn't fully reached the 6th tier yet. I've killed plenty of 6th tier beasts before, and a half-step 6th tier is just right for me to practice." Wang Lei's gaze was resolute. After a moment of silence, Chen He was the first to speak. "Alright, you're the captain. Since you want to give it a try, we'll support you. But you have half an hour. If you can't deal with it within half an hour, or if you're seriously injured, we'll step in immediately." Hearing this, the group said no more and followed Chen He to move away, leaving Wang Lei alone to face the blood-colored flood dragon. After walking away, Chen He reminded Wang Lei again. "Be careful. This guy has swallowed the royal blood herb and is rapidly absorbing its medicinal power. During the fight, it might speed up the absorption process and even break through to the 6th tier." Wang Lei smiled. "Don't worry, I actually hope it breaks through to the 6th tier to give me more pressure. Otherwise, why would I still be standing here, letting this guy slowly absorb the medicinal power?" Su Yan listened to Wang Lei's words and couldn't help but feel speechless. How strange, encountering an opponent whose strength is rapidly increasing, yet these people aren't nervous at all and are instead chatting happily. I thought it would be like in the novels I used to read, where enemies are restricted by some mysterious force and can't attack while evolving and upgrading. So this is Wang Lei deliberately holding back. I wonder if the blood-colored flood dragon has noticed. It's probably quite pleased. Faced with the opponent's arrogance and anger, Wang Lei only showed a look of disdain. Zhao Yu saw Su Yan's expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be too surprised. That's just our captain's personality, and you don't need to worry about him getting into trouble. Although we formed a team because of shared ideals, we're not like those rich second-generation or powerful second-generation kids banding together for mutual support. That said, our family backgrounds are pretty decent, and our elders have given us some important protective treasures. Not to mention you carry the sigil of destiny, and Wang Lei's sigil hasn't expired yet." He paused, his tone tinged with jealousy. This half-step 6th tier beast could break through to the 6th tier at any moment. Truly a rare resource. "Do you know? Many top-tier experts stuck at their peak stages run to secret realms every day, practically living there, just to encounter opponents slightly stronger than themselves who can put pressure on them. The exact location of such a beast could sell for the price of a priceless treasure, and there's simply not enough supply to meet the demand. Wang Lei's luck is off the charts. It's a pity it's not a 4th tier peak beast about to break through to the 5th tier. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Could Wang Lei really be about to break through to the 6th tier?" Zhao Yu muttered incessantly as he talked to Su Yan about Wang Lei and the value of this blood-colored flood dragon. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, yet he couldn't bring himself to wish for Wang Lei's failure. As he continued, his face turned red with frustration. At this moment, Wang Lei quietly stared at the blood-colored flood dragon in front of him without making a move. The blood-colored flood dragon, seeing that Wang Lei wasn't attacking, closed its eyes and focused entirely on absorbing the medicinal power of the royal blood herb within its body. Although its body was tense, the flashes of blood-red light on its body revealed its vigilance. Until its aura stopped rising, the blood-colored flood dragon suddenly opened its eyes, let out a long roar toward the sky, and charged swiftly at Wang Lei. Wang Lei looked at the charging blood-colored flood dragon, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Just a bit more, still not breaking through to the 6th tier? Have I absorbed to the limit? No matter, the battle has consumed energy, I can continue absorbing. At least the pressure brought by breaking through the 6th tier should be enough for me. After speaking, he raised his broadsword and unleashed the heavenly thunder slash, striking directly at the blood-colored flood dragon. The blade collided with the dragon's scales, producing a piercing sound. Both sides were forced back by the other's attack. The flood dragon retreated 2 to 3 meters, while Wang Lei was pushed back 7 to 8 meters, leaving deep marks on the ground, clearly at a disadvantage. After the probing strike, the blood-colored flood dragon let out a dragon's roar. The previously dispersed blood-colored mist quickly gathered, transforming into countless blood arrows that shot toward Wang Lei. Wang Lei raised his blade to block most of the blood arrows, but there were too many, and quite a few still struck him, leaving wounds. Pain surged through him, but Wang Lei did not frown at all. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit, making him even more exhilarated. He gathered his spiritual energy once again, swinging his blade to unleash waves of blade light, charging toward the blood-colored flood dragon. The blade light sliced through the blood arrows, leaving scratches on the flood dragon's scales. At the same time, Wang Lei quickly approached, swinging his blade to fiercely strike at the weak point of the flood dragon. Faced with this almost certain hit, the blood-colored flood dragon no longer dodged powerlessly as before but desperately tried to evade. It swiftly shrank its body, shrinking in an instant before the blade could strike, causing Wang Lei's sure kill attack to miss. In the distance, Li Xinming watched the blood-colored flood dragon change its form and thoughtfully said, "This is not something a mutated wind shadow snake could achieve. This is clearly an ability of the dragon race. Innate ability, size manipulation. The earlier display was just a preliminary manifestation. Because its bloodline isn't pure enough, using it requires time." Seeing Wang Lei clearly at a disadvantage, unable to inflict effective damage on the blood-colored flood dragon, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. "Are we just going to stand here and watch? The captain's attacks can't break through its defense and can only endure the blood-colored flood dragon's attacks." Li Xinming listened and burst into laughter. "Don't worry, Wang Lei isn't that simple. He still has a bunch of trump cards up his sleeve. He said that Sky Thunder Slash is just his normal attack. Since opponents of the same level mostly can't withstand his normal attack, he usually uses this skill as a foundation, without needing to resort to more powerful moves. However, today we'll get to see just how many ultimate moves he's been hiding." On the battlefield, Wang Lei confidently swung his blade, but the blood-colored flood dragon easily dodged the attack with its size-changing ability. The blood-colored flood dragon quickly grew larger, and with a heavy swing of its tail, sent Wang Lei flying. Wang Lei crashed heavily to the ground, quickly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Not bad, there should be some strength behind it. This is what gets me excited." Lightning flashed under his feet, instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning. He appeared behind the blood-colored flood dragon, the blade in his hand emitting a faint, chilling glow, brimming with intense killing intent as he slashed down. This slash lacked the thunderous roar of the heavenly thunderstrike, but the killing intent was even more intense. The blood-colored flood dragon had no reaction. The blade seemed gentle, its movement slow, yet it precisely struck its target. From Su Yan's perspective, the blade lightly struck the flood dragon, shattering its scales, sending blood splattering, and leaving a long knife mark. This slash was silent, yet it inflicted significant damage on the blood-colored flood dragon. Just as everyone had no time to celebrate, the blood-colored flood dragon let out an angry roar, its tail sweeping fiercely toward Wang Lei, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. At the same time, the previously inflicted wound of torn flesh began to wriggle rapidly, astonishingly healing completely within seconds. What incredible regenerative power! Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the wound instantly heal. Beside him, Shen He explained, although this creature hasn't fully transformed into a dragon, as a flood dragon-type beast, it already possesses some characteristics of a true dragon. Its physical strength and recovery speed are extremely strong. During its evolution, it abandoned all attributes except the bloodline, transforming into a pure bloodline flood dragon. Dragon species combined with bloodline, unless the injuries are particularly severe, such minor wounds pose no real threat to it. During the recovery period of the blood-colored flood dragon, Wang Lei did not stop and wait for it to recover as he had before. He knew that only by applying enough pressure and making it feel the threat of death could he accelerate its absorption of the royal blood herb's potency, prompting it to break through and creating an opportunity for his own breakthrough. Steadying his stance, Wang Lei once again transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing behind the blood-colored flood dragon, silently drawing his blade. The blood-colored flood dragon, which had just recovered, saw Wang Lei's speed and recalled the previous injury from his strike, but it was completely unable to react. With a flash of lightning, the Shura slash, carrying a murderous aura, silently struck its body. However, as the blade fell, the blood-colored flood dragon unexpectedly transformed into a liquid blood form, allowing the blade to effortlessly cleave it in two. The blade had just fallen, and the blood-colored flood dragon was sliced in two. Its blood instantly reformed, restoring it to a complete flesh and blood body without a single trace of injury. Just as Wang Lei descended with the momentum, a blood-colored curse mark suddenly flashed in the eyes of the blood-colored flood dragon. After materializing, it shot fiercely toward Wang Lei. Although Wang Lei tried his best to dodge, he was still struck by the curse mark. As soon as the curse mark touched his wrist, a blood-colored tattoo immediately appeared, emanating a sinister aura. Following that, an intense pain accompanied by a powerful force surged from the tattoo, burning his blood like flames and continuously corroding his body. Right after, a massive blood-colored tail swept across fiercely, directly sending Wang Lei flying. Forcing himself to stabilize and land, Wang Lei felt the searing pain from the curse mark on his wrist, along with the blood-colored flood dragon's ability to transform into blood to evade attacks. His expression immediately turns serious. This guy is really cunning, actually learning to transform into pure blood elements to avoid physical attacks. However, theoretically, blood elements also belong to the water element, right? I have a way to deal with water elements. After saying this, Wang Lei once again unleashed the light of thunder and lightning, wielded his broadsword, and launched the familiar Azura slash at the blood-colored dragon. The blood-colored dragon, relying on its familiarity with Wang Lei's combo moves and the blood curse mark imprinted on him, could sense Wang Lei's position. Seeing Wang Lei repeat his routine, a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. Just as Wang Lei's broadsword was about to strike, it transformed into blood once again, preparing to evade and counterattack. But this time, an unexpected event occurred. Originally, the Azura slash was merely imbued with killing intent, but when the blade made contact with the elementalized blood dragon, it erupted with endless lightning. The electricity quickly spread throughout the dragon's body via the conductivity of the blood. Blood-colored mist rose from its body as the high temperature from the lightning evaporated the blood composing its form, instantly reducing its size by 1/3. Roar! The blood-colored flood dragon roared angrily, reverting to its flesh form, quickly detonating the blood curse mark attached to Wang Lei's body in an attempt to force him back. However, its aura was now weak, its size visibly reduced, with severe loss of flesh and blood, injuring its foundation. Facing the curse mark about to erupt within his body and the clearly wounded opponent before him, Wang Lei swiftly drew his blade and retreated, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into his wrist in an attempt to suppress the curse mark. Although the blood-colored flood dragon didn't appear overwhelmingly strong, its half-step 6th tier strength was still significantly superior to Wang Lei's peak 5th tier level, making it difficult to control. The power of blood erupted from the tattoo, burning a large amount of Wang Lei's blood. Although it didn't consume a third, it still caused the loss of a sixth of his flesh and blood. However, compared to the blood-colored flood dragon, Wang Lei's condition was clearly much better. Both possessed strong regenerative abilities, the flood dragon relying on its bloodline power, while Wang Lei depended on the 3 layers of recovery spells cast on him by Su Yan. But that strike from Wang Lei had indeed severely weakened the blood-colored flood dragon's strength. Wang Lei directly severed the main bloodline of the blood-colored flood dragon. The Thunder Shura blade, imbued with the power of thunder, instantly evaporated 1/3 of its blood. The blood-colored flood dragon relied on its blood and hematopoietic organs to recover quickly, but now, severely injured by Wang Lei's strike, its recovery ability was significantly reduced. Wang Lei, unlike the blood-colored flood dragon, did not rely on blood for recovery, so he was completely unaffected. Sensing that the blood-colored flood dragon was severely injured, the blood-colored curse mark within his body suddenly erupted. Wang Lei lost 1/6 of his blood, his aura noticeably weakened, and his face turned grim. This time, he had truly underestimated the blood-colored flood dragon. When the blood-colored curse mark fell upon him, he thought Su Yan's recovery technique could offset the damage. Confident in his strength to easily control the curse mark, he didn't rush to deal with it, intentionally holding back to give the blood-colored python a chance to find him. As a result, he overestimated himself and underestimated the blood-colored flood dragon's control over its blood. He hadn't expected the opponent to let the curse mark rampage within its body, dealing him a heavy blow. The blood of the blood-colored flood dragon was its life core. This strike caused it to lose 1/3 of its blood, equivalent to damaging 1/3 of its life core. For someone like Wang Lei, who walks the path of a martial artist, losing 1/6 of his flesh and blood is a significant blow to his vitality and strength, even injuring his essence. Now, let alone breaking through to the 6th tier, even recovery will take considerable time, greatly slowing down his progress. He acted a bit impulsively. This strike should have perfectly defeated the blood-colored flood dragon, cutting off its path to breakthrough. Yet, in a moment of impulsiveness, he failed to completely crush the opponent. What should have been an excellent whetstone and breakthrough material was wasted by his own actions, leaving him both regretful and distressed. But before he could think further, Wang Lei was shocked by the recovery speed within his body. Although his blood had evaporated and his essence was injured, logically, ordinary healing techniques would be useless, and he could only rely on medicine and his body to recover slowly. Healing techniques capable of treating essence injuries usually require 7th or 8th tier experts to perform, but even these experts would suffer essence loss during the treatment. This was also the reason for Wang Lei's grim expression. but Su Yan's recovery technique surprised him. Su Yan, at the early stage of Tier 3, was able to slowly improve his fundamental injuries under the 3-layer recovery technique. Although the recovery was slow, it was thousands of times faster than his own attempts. Previously, these injuries would take over a month to heal, but now with Su Yan's assistance, they could recover in about 10 minutes. Of course, this also took into account the level difference between them. Wang Lei suddenly remembered that Su Yan had mentioned that the recovery technique was his innate skill. The names of innate skills are usually closely related to their effects, and at first, he hadn't thought much about it. But now, feeling the recovery speed of his fundamental injuries and combining it with the skill's name, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. The recovery technique didn't seem like an ordinary healing skill that merely treated injuries. Instead, it appeared to use some kind of power to directly restore the target to its original state. On the surface, it seemed similar, but in reality, it was fundamentally different. But the difference here is too great. Most healing skills use vitality combined with common elements like water, wood, wind, and light to heal, as these elements inherently carry natural restorative effects. However, Su Yan's healing technique, Wang Lei thought, might be a more unique ability. To be precise, this isn't simple healing but rather returning the target to the state of a certain point in the past, like rewinding to repair the damage. From this perspective, Su Yan's healing technique is likely a combination of the attributes of time and life. If that's truly the case, Su Yan's talent is absolutely astonishing. Wang Lei's mind raced, though in reality, only a few breaths of time had passed. The severely injured blood-colored flood dragon, sensing it had lost a third of its essence and that breaking through to the 6th tier was hopeless, went completely berserk. Its eyes gleamed with madness, its scales began to emit a red glow, and its aura surged once again. The flood dragon, which had been weakened and nearly downgraded due to the damage to its essence, suddenly erupted with the aura of the 6th tier once more. However, this surge in aura was different from the excitement brought by upgrading after devouring the Emperor's blood grass earlier. This time, it was filled with despair and the dark power of rage and destruction. It was obvious that the flood dragon knew it couldn't break through and could only fight desperately. It directly activated its reverse scale, intending to perish together with the human obstructing its growth. Wang Lei, while recovering from his injuries, kept his eyes fixed on the flood dragon in front of him. Seeing its aura surge as it prepared for a life-or-death battle, he instead revealed a smile. He had originally thought that his plan to use the blood-colored flood dragon to temper himself had failed. Although Su Yan's recovery technique would allow him to restore his essence in less than a month, the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough had been destroyed, leaving him feeling quite upset. However, the flood dragon activating its reverse scale to forcibly achieve a brief 6th tier breakthrough, even if only for a few moves, in an attempt to perish together with him, unexpectedly brought Wang Lei a pleasant surprise. Although he couldn't engage in the intense battle with the flood dragon as he had hoped to better achieve his breakthrough, the current situation wasn't bad either. The original 6th tier flood dragon had turned into a trial version with only a few chances for 6th tier attacks. While its practicality was greatly reduced, it was still better than having no opportunity at all. After all, this flood dragon bore a deep grudge against him, and every move it made was a desperate strike. Even if it only had 8 or 9 attacks, it was enough to put sufficient pressure on Wang Lei, forcing him to break through his limits. Although the breakthrough wouldn't be as perfect as he had envisioned and would require time to stabilize, the fierce battle with the flood dragon was enough to help him grasp the key points. Next, once Su Yan's recovery technique replenished his essence, Wang Lei would be able to achieve a smooth breakthrough. Looking at the blood-colored flood dragon ready to perish together, Wang Lei had already started planning the next step of his script. However, things did not go as planned. The blood-colored flood dragon ignited red flames all over its body, gathered all its strength, and suddenly opened its mouth. A red bead, carrying all its power, shot towards Wang Lei. The moment the bead left its body, the flood dragon's aura rapidly weakened. Its eyes filled with unwillingness and hatred, the light in them gradually faded, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, its life force slowly dissipating. Before dying, it desperately opened its eyes, staring at Wang Lei with hatred, as if wanting to see whether its final attack could kill this human. Seeing this scene, Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim and quickly retreated. Originally, he had planned to use the flood dragon's next 8 or 9 attacks to break through, but 8 or 9 early-stage 6th tier attacks were far less threatening than the explosive bead before him, carrying all its power. These beads were at least full-force strikes at the peak of the 6th tier. How could they be the same? I wanted to endure some pressure to break through, not seek death. Why are you so determined to come at me so fiercely? I never thought you'd be this ruthless. What grudge or resentment do you have? Can't we just stick to the script? Although enduring this attack does put enough pressure on me, I even feel like surviving it could lead to a breakthrough. But this attack is at least at the peak of the 6th tier, maybe even the 7th tier. I doubt even the juniors signing totem could withstand it. Risking my life to break through, even using the life-saving trump card my family gave me, no matter how you look at it, it's a huge loss. While cursing this flood dragon in my heart for being unreasonable, bullying an 18-year-old like me and not following the script, I quickly dodged, trying to avoid the dragon's fatal strike. But I didn't notice that the moment the flood dragon died, a dark red tattoo suddenly appeared on my neck. If I hadn't deliberately sensed it, the tattoo seemed to have no effect and wouldn't harm me. However, upon closer inspection, the tattoo was filled with resentment. I activated Thunder Flash, narrowly brushing past the flood dragon's dragon pearl, still cursing in my heart. Suddenly, the tattoo on my neck lit up, and the dragon pearl I had just dodged turned around and flew straight at me again. This time, I finally noticed the unusual sensation on my neck. Damn, this can't be happening. I felt a strange sensation on my neck and saw the dragon pearl coming at me again, my mind a chaotic mess. I quickly focused my spiritual energy on the tattoo on my neck, trying to erase it, while activating Thunder Flash to dodge the incoming dragon pearl once more. But the tattoo showed no reaction at all. The dragon pearl turned and charged at me again, leaving me no choice but to accept reality. It seems I can only take this head on. Although I might break through to the 6th stage because of this, trading a life-saving trump card for a few months of cultivation time is a huge loss. I shook my head vigorously, throwing these distracting thoughts out of my mind. I desperately activated my equipment, gathering all my spiritual energy to form a shield, telling myself that strength is the most reliable thing. Treasures aren't lost, they transform into strength and stay with me. So, I stopped dodging and directly faced the charging dragon pearl. The onlookers in the distance turned pale the moment they saw the blood-colored flood dragon and the dragon pearl appear. Are you sure the boss can really break through with this thing? Or has his strength already grown strong enough to withstand this peak 6th tier attack? Zhao Yu asked nervously. Don't joke around, it's obvious Wang Lei went too far this time. Chen He held his forehead, casting Nature's Guard on Wang Lei while hurriedly directing everyone. Move quickly. Use any damage reduction support or skills that can weaken that dragon pearl. If we're any slower, our captain is really done for. Hearing Chen He's words, everyone seemed to snap out of it, quickly gathering their spiritual energy and unleashing their skills. Nature's Guard, Flame Shield, Wind's Protection, Area Defense, 6-Winged Guard, one defensive skill after another enveloped Wang Lei. At the same time, Su Yan fully activated Star Moon Guidance, purple starlight cascading over Wang Lei's head, continuously channeling astral power to heal him. Feeling the 5 layers of protective skills on my body and the starlight above my head, a warm current surged in my heart. I had really let my emotions get the better of me just now, almost forgetting I had teammates. Now I am extremely happy. It seems I won't need to use my life-saving trump card this time. Although I was mentally prepared, actually using it would still hurt. Each use means one less chance. Feeling the power of the shield and the dragon pearl coming straight at me. The moment the blood-red dragon pearl collided with Wang Lei, a powerful burst of energy erupted, turning everything within a radius of several kilometers into ruins. Su Yan and the others in the distance were also affected by the explosion. Just before the dragon pearl collided with Wang Lei, Lin Bing quickly swung the giant shield in his hand, expanding it and using all his strength to block the impact of the explosion, buying time for everyone maintaining the shield. At the center of the explosion, Wang Lei bore the brunt of the strongest impact. When the dragon pearl exploded, a powerful force surged toward him. The shield on his body began to tremble violently and shattered one after another. Natural Guard, Flame Shield, Wind Guard, White Area Defense, and 6-Winged Guard, layer after layer of shields were broken. Except for Su Yan, who was focused on controlling the Star Moon Guide. Everyone else suffered injuries from the shield's collapse, coughing up blood. The collapse of the shields shouldn't have caused backlash to the users, but Chen He and the others had infused a large amount of mental energy and spiritual power to enhance the defense. When the shields shattered, the mental energy invested was severely damaged, and the supply of spiritual power was instantly cut off. The backlash caused them significant injuries as well. Although Chen He and the others were seriously injured, they managed to block a considerable amount of damage. Wang Lei estimated that the remaining damage was equivalent to the level of a late-stage 6th tier. For Wang Lei now, although it was strenuous, he could still hold on. Looking at the significantly weakened attack and his companions coughing up blood due to backlash, Wang Lei clenched his fists, mustering all his strength to form a shield of dazzling lightning in front of him. The explosive energy struck the lightning shield, causing fine cracks to appear. The pressure made blood surge uncontrollably within Wang Lei, soon staining his entire body with blood, damaging his internal organs, and rupturing his meridians. Despite the severe injuries, Wang Lei successfully blocked the final strike of the blood-colored flood dragon. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden mutation occurred. The originally dimmed blood-red dragon pearl shot out a stream of blood flames, using Wang Lei's flowing blood as fuel, igniting along the blood on his body surface. At this moment, as Wang Lei lay unconscious due to severe damage to his internal organs and meridians, the blood flames broke through his burned skin and directly invaded his body. The excruciating pain caused the unconscious Wang Lei to furrow his brows tightly. At this moment, the star moon guidance that Su Yan had been condensing for a long time finally entered Wang Lei's body, splitting into 3 streams of power. One stream countered the blood flame, preventing it from further damaging Wang Lei's body. Another repaired the damaged internal organs and meridians. The last stream reached his head, attempting to awaken the unconscious Wang Lei. Before long, the pain from the blood flame and the restoration from the star moon guidance brought Wang Lei out of his coma. However, regaining consciousness did not mean the battle was over. The blood flame within his body continued to burn, using his blood as fuel, relentlessly destroying his body. Although Su Yan's healing technique and the star moon guidance were working to repair him, Wang Lei could feel that these two forces were constantly depleting him. At first, the repair speed could keep up with the destruction caused by the blood flame, but now it was gradually falling behind. Meanwhile, the people outside were also watching Wang Lei nervously. At this point, there was really no good solution for Wang Lei's condition. He could only rely on himself to resolve it. The only one who could help, Su Yan, had his skills blocked several times by the blood flames burning within Wang Lei's body. In the end, he had to give up treating Wang Lei and instead focused on healing the injuries Chen He and the others had sustained from skill backlash. Just as the two energies were about to be exhausted, Wang Lei's consciousness awakened. He felt his body in chaos, but his expression remained calm as he began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. He discovered that, in addition to the energy from Su Yan's 2 skills, there was a new force within his body slowly repairing it. Although it wasn't as powerful as Su Yan's skills, this life-filled energy reminded Wang Lei of a phrase, breaking the old to establish the new. His body was currently in such a state. Then, he began to concentrate his spiritual energy, forcing the blood flames roaming through his veins to gather. Together, those flames that resisted were directly destroyed, while the rest were driven into his right arm. Seeing the blood flames burning on his right arm, Wang Lei once again gathered all his spiritual energy to strip the flames from his arm. Su Yan and the others saw that Wang Lei had finally awakened and was using his spiritual energy to expel the blood flames from his body. Before long, a floating blood-red flame seed appeared in the palm of his right hand. Subsequently, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Lei. With the help of this breaking the old to establish the new force, he broke through the 5th-tier bottleneck and successfully advanced to the 6th tier. He retrieved a jade bottle from his spatial ring, placed the blood flame seed inside for safekeeping, and then quickly walked toward Su Yan and the others. Seeing Wang Lei successfully break through and walk quickly over, Su Yan and the others stepped forward with smiles to congratulate him. Breakthrough? Congratulations! Congratulations, but I'll catch up to you soon. Listening to everyone's congratulations, Wang Lei smiled and began to boast about himself. Of course, who am I? The top junior at Jiangnan Academy, the individual champion of the national competition, the future Thunder Element titled warrior. Breaking through to the 6th rank is a piece of cake for me. However, just as he was boasting, the healing energy Su Yan had left in his body was completely depleted. Wang Lei's injuries hadn't fully healed yet. As he stepped forward quickly, Zhao Yu enviously gave his shoulder a hard pat, causing Wang Lei's legs to weaken, almost making him kneel. Fortunately, Lin Bing reacted quickly and supported him in time. Seeing Wang Lei almost kneel, everyone felt a pang of concern. Could there have been a problem with the breakthrough? Or was the blood flame in his body not completely cleared? Everyone hurried to check him and found that Su Yan's healing energy had been exhausted, while Wang Lei's injuries were still not fully healed. Usually, everyone would joke around, and Zhao Yu didn't hold back, slapping a bit too hard. Originally enduring the severe pain, Wang Lei finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed completely. After understanding the reason, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right. With such serious injuries, you refused treatment just to show off, and in the end, you failed to look cool and lost all your image, Shen He said with a laugh. Su Yan also held back her laughter and quickly cast 3 recovery spells on Wang Lei, followed by several Star Moon guidance spells. Before long, under Su Yan's powerful treatment, Wang Lei's terrifying injuries had already healed. Everyone tidied up the battlefield, took out tents from their spatial rings, and prepared to rest here for the night. After all, this territory belonged to the Scarlet Python, and coupled with the recent display of power, no reckless monsters would come to cause trouble for the time being, making it relatively safe. Just as everyone was preparing to set up camp, Wang Lei's communicator rang. Taking out his phone, he saw a message from Wang Yu. An anomaly has occurred in the secret realm. Return immediately, the portal is open, Wang Yu. Wang Lei's expression instantly turned serious. He quickly gathered his teammates and shared Wang Yu's message with everyone. They didn't bother with the tents and equipment that had already been set up, as those things weren't of much value. Everyone quickly packed their belongings and gathered together. Wang Lei took out a scroll from his ring, tore it open, and a blue formation instantly unfolded beneath their feet. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. What they didn't know was that shortly after they left, a powerful beam of light swept across the place where they had just been, destroying everything in its path and reducing it to dust. With a flash of blue light and a wave of dizziness, the group returned to the teleportation array specially set up for students at Jiangnan University. Watching the blue light flicker continuously on the teleportation array, they didn't linger and headed straight toward the dormitory area. After a while, they arrived at Wang Lei's dormitory. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Wang Yu's home, this villa came with its own yard, and Su Yan once again marveled at how wealthy the school was. Wang Lei took out a key, and everyone walked in together. As they walked, he introduced to Su Yan, the school allocates welfare dormitories to the top 10 students of each grade. Originally, they weren't this big. The few of us are all in the top 10 of the third year, and we're on the same team with a good relationship. So we pulled some strings to have the dormitories assigned together, making this our team space on campus. Although it's not as luxurious as my uncle's house, the environment, facilities, and spiritual energy here are top-notch among student dormitories. With that, he took out a set of keys from his spatial ring and handed two to Su Yan. These are the keys to the villa. Since you've joined our team, you naturally have your own place. The second floor has individual rooms, so you can pick one later. Seeing Su Yan hesitate a little, Wang Lei smiled and patted him on the shoulder, directly stuffing the key into his hand. Take it. This is standard for our team members. You don't have to stay here every day. We usually use this place for meetings or gatherings, and most of the time, we're not here. Just think of it as an extra place to stay. Before Su Yan could react, Wang Lei led everyone into the villa. Having just gone through a fierce battle, although their injuries had been healed by Su Yan, the tense nerves and the transition from a dangerous secret realm to a peaceful environment still left everyone feeling a bit exhausted. Wang Lei didn't say much, arranging for everyone to rest for the night and setting a meeting for the next afternoon in the first-floor conference room to discuss the situation in the secret realm and tally their gains. After that, everyone dispersed, heading to their rooms, going out, or to the training room, each busy with their own tasks. Soon, only Su Yan and Wang Lei were left in the house. Wang Lei waved him over. Come on, I'll take you to the second floor to pick a room. My uncle said there's been some trouble on the secret realm side, so he probably won't be at the school for the next few days. He asked you to stay here for a few days. He led Su Yan up to the second floor. Pointing to the rooms with keys hanging on the doors, he said, these are empty. Pick anyone, take the key down, and that will be your room. Su Yan looked around, chose one, took down the key, and entered the room. Wang Lei saw that he had made his choice, said nothing more, and left to attend to his own matters. Su Yan returned to the room, first went to the bathroom to take a shower, then lay on the bed and began reviewing the issues and shortcomings from this time in the secret realm. First, what came to his mind was, Su Yan realized that his reactions during battles in the secret realm were always half a beat slower than his teammates. Not only that, his skills were also not comprehensive enough. Although his healing skills were already very strong, many of the problems in this secret realm couldn't be solved with healing alone. Like the toxins and shadow power invading Lin Bing's body, the blood curse mark placed on Wang Lei by the giant Python, the blood-colored dragon tattoo on Wang Lei's neck, and finally the blood flames invading Wang Lei's body. If Su Yan had purification or dispelling skills at the time, the battle would have been much easier, and Wang Lei wouldn't have been injured by the final counterattack of the blood-colored dragon. In addition, he also needs to learn some weakening and control skills. After all, the experience of being chased by the blood-colored giant python, only to be caught up twice after running a few steps, left a shadow in his heart. Finally, there's the issue of strength. Although his talent bonus makes his skill effects more than twice as strong as those of the same level, and with the support of equipment, he can heal across tiers. But with his current third-tier strength, as a healer, he is too easily targeted on the battlefield. Truly self-sufficient healers are usually at least 6th or 7th tier. At that level, spiritual power is sufficient, skills are abundant, and they no longer fear attacks. They can use damage reduction skills and equipment to reduce damage by 80 to 90%, and then use recovery, control, and weakening skills. Almost no one dares to attack such high-tier healers lightly. The first two issues are not too difficult to solve. In terms of reaction speed, Wang Lei and the others said that as a newcomer, he was already quite fast. With more battles and experience, his reactions would naturally improve. Moreover, if it really doesn't work, there's the ancient totem with its unpredictable skills. Surely, there must be a totem that can enhance reaction speed. Su Yan planned to check the Shanhai Jing online to see if there were any creatures that could improve reactions when consumed. A lack of skills is also not difficult to solve, he still has 3 skill slots left. Having just broken through to the 3rd tier, it's best to learn 3 to 5 skills at each stage. Even if he only learns 3, there are still slots available. Learning purification, dispel, weaken, and control skills that he hadn't mastered before would be no problem. As for strength, it would have to be cultivated gradually. Although there are methods to quickly enhance strength, they all come with side effects. Su Yan wasn't that eager for quick success. Besides, if his teammates found out he planned to take shortcuts, they would definitely stop him. After organizing his thoughts and summarizing the problems and gains from this secret realm, Su Yan felt fatigue creeping in. Although he hadn't stood out much in the secret realm, he had used various skills extensively, so he was tired. He lay down and fell asleep. Soon, by noon the next day, Su Yan woke up. He got up, stretched lazily, and walked to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, he took out a can of Cloud Spirit Deer from his spatial ring, went to the kitchen to heat it up, and had a simple lunch. Then he sat on the living room sofa, turned on the communicator, and checked the message from Wang Yu. There's been some trouble on the secret realm side, and I've been called to help. I won't be at school for a while. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me on the communicator. If you need anything, find Wang Lei. If that doesn't work, go to Xiong Mingyuan. I'll send you his address shortly. I've prepared the skills you'll need next. Someone will deliver them to you in the next couple of days, 3 of each. If you fail, let me know, and I'll send more or swap them for something else. After reading Wang Yu's message, Su Yan fell into deep thought. It seemed the issue with the secret realm was no small matter, as they had even dispatched an 8th tier titled healer. Although high-level healers are difficult to defeat, difficult does not mean impossible. The death of a high-level healer is a huge loss for their country. Therefore, healers almost never act alone. They must at least have teammates of the same level, fully equipped, forming a small team to act together. A healer like Wang Yu, who is an 8th tier titled healer, is even more strictly managed. Even though he is the captain of the Morning Star Squad. If the shield guard in the team has not reached the 9th tier, they can only fight with the main legion and cannot lead a small team independently. This time, with Wang Yu being dispatched, the Morning Star Squad will definitely follow along. After Su Yan learned Wang Yu's identity, he specifically looked into it. The Morning Star Squad consists of 4 9th tier and 6 8th tier awakeners. With such a lineup, not to mention anything else, they could easily wipe out a weak nation. The lineup dispatched this time is at least of this level, and there might even be other high-tier awakeners joining. This indicates that the problem with this secret realm is far from simple. Wang Yu's earlier message asking Wang Lei to quickly lead the team away made Su Yan feel that the anomaly in this secret realm was related to the one they had previously been in. However, it was uncertain whether one or multiple secret realms had encountered issues. While Su Yan was contemplating the possible situations in the secret realm, Wang Lei and the others gradually arrived at the first-floor living room. Once everyone was present, Wang Lei led the group into the conference room. After they were seated, he began, "Everyone is here, let's start. There are 3 matters to discuss today. The first is the reason for our sudden departure earlier. From inquiries at the school and with my uncle, I learned that several secret realms have encountered problems. Originally low-level secret realms have suddenly upgraded, and many secret realm spirits that shouldn't exist have appeared. For example, the Blood Flood Dragon we encountered earlier. That secret realm originally couldn't even grow crimson blood grass, but now, it not only has royal blood grass, but is guarded by a blood-colored giant python that could transform into a dragon at any moment. I initially thought it was an isolated incident, but the information indicates that the demonic beasts at the boundary between the center and the outskirts of the Misty Forest are all blood-related, and each is surrounded by top-grade spiritual materials most suitable for them. More importantly, these demonic beasts seem to have been driven out of the central area. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Originally, most of the demonic beasts were at the 3rd or 4th tier, with fewer than 10 5th-tier beasts in the central area. Now, even the outer boundaries were filled with 5th-tier beasts. Just how powerful would the true central area be? Su Yan thought about many things. Although the danger level of the originally 3rd-tier secret realm had suddenly escalated, the central area would at most reach the 7th or 8th tier. While it was dangerous, it shouldn't warrant sending someone like Wang Yu and the Morning Star Squad of that caliber. Wang Lei slapped the table, pulling everyone out of their thoughts. Alright, matters of the 7th or 8th tier are not something we students need to worry about for now. The big shots above will handle it, so don't overthink. Let's talk about some good news next. Everyone immediately snapped out of it. That's right, such major issues were far beyond the reach of juniors like them, who were only at the beginner level of the 6th tier. What they needed to do was focus on cultivating diligently, improving their strength, and not worry unnecessarily about the troubles that the secret realm's mutation might bring. Everyone looked at Wang Lei, waiting for him to continue with the so-called good news. Seeing that everyone's attention had returned, Wang Lei smiled and said, "Alright, next is what everyone cares about the most, time to tally the harvest and divide the spoils." After speaking, he led everyone into the courtyard and released the corpses of the blood-colored flood dragon and 3 blood puppets from his spatial ring. The 4 massive corpses filled the entire courtyard. If it weren't for the isolation array, not only would people outside see them, but even those beyond the walls could catch a glimpse. Wang Lei pointed at the 3 puppet corpses and said, "Let's talk about these 3 puppets first, leave the big-headed one for later. I had someone appraise them earlier. These 3 beasts were forcibly turned into puppets while alive. Only when you delivered the final blow did they truly die. Their flesh and bones, nourished by the blood energy of the blood flood dragon, are even more valuable than before. The flesh contains stronger vitality, which helps improve physical fitness. The bones hold special energy, and when used to forge weapons, they can give the weapons a chance to absorb blood." Then, he took out a box from the ring and said, "These are the crystal cores of 3 demonic beasts. Since they were turned into puppets, the crystal cores have been completely eroded by bloodline energy. I had the logistics department's teacher appraise them. The crystal cores are contaminated, and since they were taken from puppets, it's uncertain whether there are traps, so it's not recommended to use them to absorb skills. However, because these 3 puppets are special, the school directly packaged their skeletons in crystal cores, offering us a purchase price of 60,000 credits." At this point, he looked at Su Yan, who had just enrolled and was unfamiliar with credits, and patiently explained. "Credits are the universal currency in our school. Special training rooms and resources can only be exchanged with credits. The school stipulates that 1 credit equals 10,000 huabi, but huabi cannot be exchanged back for credits. Things that can be bought with credits may not necessarily be purchasable with huabi." After speaking, he put away the 3 corpses in the box, pointed at the blood flood dragon's corpse, and said to everyone, "Next, let's take a look at the biggest gain from this secret realm. This is a bloodline flood dragon at the half-step 6th tier. Although it burned all the blood in its body in the end to perish together, the royal blood grass it swallowed still retains its medicinal potency. After the blood flood dragon's death, relying on the residual medicinal power of the imperial blood grass, 3 drops of flood dragon essence blood were condensed. Each drop is estimated to be worth between 30 to 50,000 credits. And then there are its scales and bones. Although it is only half-step into the 6th rank, as the scales of a flood dragon, their hardness reaches the 6th rank and carries a faint dragon might. Therefore, the price can reach the level of a peak 6th rank demon beast, approximately 60,000 credits." As he spoke, he solemnly took out an even more exquisite box from the ring. Upon opening it, a blood-red bead came into view of everyone. This is the bead that the blood flood dragon spat out when it decided to perish together with Wang Lei. This is the skill crystal core of the blood flood dragon, also known as the blood flood dragon pearl. It contains skills such as dragon might, blood rain technique, size manipulation, twin serpent shadows, blood goo, and some other less valuable skills. Dragon might and size manipulation are innate skills of the dragon race, while blood rain technique is a simplified version of cloud manipulation and rain creation. Twin serpent shadows is a skill for the rebirth of a severed tail of a giant python, and blood goo is used to transform and control puppets. These 5 skills, whether dragon type or blood type, are extremely precious. Moreover, this crystal core is at the half-step 6th tier, with a lower absorption threshold compared to high-tier skills, and its price can increase further. In addition, the blood flood dragon pearl itself is also a rare blood-type treasure. Whether directly absorbed or used as a crafting material, it is excellent. For awakeners specializing in blood-type abilities, its value is no less than those previous skills. Overall, the value of this Blood Flood Dragon Pearl starts at least in the tens of billions. Hearing Wang Lei's offer, the newly enrolled Su Yan was fine and not too shocked. But Chen He and others, who had experienced multiple secret realms and had resources exceeding tens of billions, were also stunned. What followed was ecstasy. After all, this was all money, and it was their money. Who would complain about having too much money? After confirming everyone's reactions, Wang Lei continued speaking. Wang Lei put away the blood dragon's pearl, flesh, and essence blood, planning to handle them all at once later and then distribute the rewards. After tidying everything up, Wang Lei asked everyone, "What are your plans next? I just broke through to the 6th tier and need to go into seclusion to stabilize my realm. Recently, there have been issues with the secret realm, so it can't be entered for the time being." Lin Bing also mentioned that he had just broken through and needed to go into seclusion to stabilize. Chen He, Li Xinming, and Zhao Yu had all reached the threshold of advancement and planned to work hard in the training room to break through to the 5th tier in one go. Everyone planned to go into seclusion, except for Su Yan, who had just broken through to the early stage of the 3rd tier and suddenly felt a bit lost, not knowing what to do. Noticing his awkwardness, Wang Lei said, "Yan, if you have nothing to do during this time, you can spend more time exploring the school. If you're bored, you can take on some tasks at the training ground to treat injured students, practice your skills, and earn credits. If you're not afraid of the senior students being too strict, you freshmen just started school, so you could also apply to be a teaching assistant, help your classmates with classes, and improve yourself." As he spoke, Wang Lei opened his communicator, entered the task hall on the school's official website, and showed Su Yan a few tasks. C-level task: the training ground infirmary is recruiting students or teachers with healing abilities for long-term positions. Work 4 hours a day, either in the morning or afternoon, at training grounds 1 to 10. Spiritual energy recovery potions are provided, and salary is settled daily. Task rewards: daily salary ranges from 10 to 800 credits depending on the number and level of injured individuals healed. Healers receive double pay, and those who work for a full week will be rewarded with a slot in the Four-Spirit Secret Realm. Task Publisher, Director of the Training Ground Infirmary. C-level task: the Freshman Combat Department is hiring assistant healers to treat injured individuals during training courses. Work 4 hours every Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, open to all grades. Spiritual energy recovery potions are provided. Task rewards: 800 credits per day, one-on-one guidance from senior teachers, and a slot in the Contention Secret Realm as a reward. Task Publisher, Head of the Freshman Combat Department. C-level task: the Duel Arena is recruiting students or teachers with healing abilities for long-term positions to treat injured individuals. Task rewards: negotiable based on ability. Publisher, Duel Arena. Su Yan looked at the task list on the communicator and nodded. Apart from him, who had just made a breakthrough, the other teammates were in seclusion. As a healer with limited self-defense capabilities, he couldn't risk venturing into the secret realm. The teammates' seclusion was only temporary, and they could form a team again after some time. Staying at school to take on tasks, accumulate experience and connections, and earn credits was the most suitable choice for Su Yan. Although the profits from this secret realm had already made him wealthy, as a healer, various resources from the school and official channels would always support him. But who wouldn't want to earn more money? Jiangnan University's financial strength was truly impressive. Although the specific value of the secret realm slots was unclear, seeing those dozens or even hundreds of credits, Su Yan had a good idea. Wang Lei had mentioned that the exchange rate between school credits and Huabi was 1 to 10,000, while the rate outside was even higher. This task, worth hundreds of thousands to millions, left Su Yan deeply moved. Awakeners might spend a lot, but they also earn quickly. Wang Lei noticed what Su Yan was thinking and interrupted with a smile. "Don't overthink it. Only you healers or those with healing abilities earn such high credits. Most other C-level tasks only offer a few dozen or even just a dozen credits." After speaking, Wang Lei, afraid Su Yan might feel disappointed, continued introducing other tasks. He even specifically opened up those combat-related C-level tasks for Su Yan to see. Seeing the various pursuit and collection tasks in front of him, along with their rewards of just a few dozen credits, Su Yan became even more aware of how rare healers were. Then, he switched the task interface back to the previous tasks, carefully examining the requirements and notes. He couldn't shake the feeling that these tasks were specifically prepared for him, almost as if they had his name written on them. So, he pointed to the 2 tasks involving the training ground and the freshman combat department and asked Wang Lei, "Senior, doesn't our school only have 2 stationed healers? and they each have their own responsibilities. Who are these tasks meant for? Wang Lei smiled. You've already become a consultant, can't you see it? Right now, the only available healer in the school is you. Although your level is a bit low, your performance at the third training ground was outstanding. These tasks are clearly aimed at you. On one hand, it's to provide benefits to the students and help them improve their cultivation efficiency. On the other hand, it's to let everyone get familiar with you and send you resources as an investment. Afraid that Su Yan might overthink, Wang Lei added. Just accept them without worry. If they send you resources, take them. There's no need to be concerned. There's no conspiracy here, nor are there any additional conditions. For geniuses like you, taking on these tasks is perfectly normal. Don't overthink it. Alright, I understand. Thank you, senior. I'll consider it. Seeing that Su Yan had taken his words to heart, Wang Lei nodded, chatted for a while, and then left for the training room to enter seclusion. Su Yan returned to his room alone, pondering Wang Lei's words. I have to say, the rewards for those tasks are indeed very tempting. But since Wang Yu said he would send the skill crystal to him in the next few days, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to take on any tasks. He planned to wait until he received the skill crystal, absorbed it completely, and became proficient before taking on those tasks. For now, he would use these days to get familiar with the school. Over the next 2 days, special characters appeared all over the campus, the rising star of the school forum, the future idol in the hearts of countless students, Su Yan. The skill crystal from Wang Yu didn't keep him waiting for long. 3 mornings after parting with his teammates, Su Yan received a notification to pick up a package at the logistics office. Back in his room, there were 2 exquisite boxes and a purple crystal card on the table. Coincidentally, a message from Wang Yu also arrived. The skill crystal and the 4-leaf clover to improve absorption success rate have been delivered to you. The crystal card is for the training room you visited before. There's a teleportation array in my dormitory courtyard. Swipe the card to teleport directly there. That training room is my private space. No one will disturb you, and there are no time limits. You can train there with peace of mind. The training ground and the freshman combat department's tasks, I suggest you take them. Whether it's the contention secret realm or the 4 spirits secret realm, they will be very helpful to you. Su Yan looked at the message, put away the box and the crystal card. Leaving Wang Lei in the other's dormitory, he opened a portal and headed to Wang Yu's residence. Speaking of which, the portal skill was rarely used before, as it seemed not very useful. But over the past 2 days while wandering around campus, he had become increasingly proficient with it. The previous issues with the skill's distance and landing point had all been resolved by him. Although he wasn't sure if he could fully master it during combat, he could already use it effortlessly in daily life. The biggest change was that he no longer walked or ran. Whenever he wanted to go somewhere, he simply opened a portal and went directly. A void gate appeared at the entrance of Wang Yu's dormitory, and Su Yan stepped out from the portal. He took out a key from his spatial ring and opened the door. Su Yan walked into the courtyard. The buildings here are all equipped with spatial restrictions to prevent others from directly teleporting inside, so visitors cannot directly teleport into the dormitory. He quickly found the teleportation array, took out the crystal card given by Wang Yu, and swiped it on the card reader. The teleportation array emitted a beam of light, and Su Yan felt the surrounding scenery change. In an instant, he disappeared and was teleported to the training room where he had first absorbed the skill crystal. The training room hadn't changed much from before. Su Yan put away the purple crystal card and skillfully sat on the meditation cushion he had used previously. The cold sensation from the cushion made his mind even clearer. Next, he took out 2 boxes from his spatial ring and placed their contents on either side of himself. The box on the left contained 18 4-leaf clovers that could enhance the efficiency of skill crystal absorption. The box on the right held 6 different types of skill crystals, 3 of each type, totaling 18, along with a card introducing them. These were precisely for his remaining 3 skill slots and the 3 skills for upgrading. The card read, Good and Evil Recompense. When used on an ally, the target receives one of 2 effects, good or evil. Beneficial effect. The next time the target is attacked, they are immune to the attack and recover health equal to 50% of the damage. The damage. Immunity cap is based on the caster's tier 3 skill. Any excess damage will still be inflicted. Each person can gain this buff up to 3 times per day. Malicious effect. The target's next attack deals double damage, and for the next hour, their attacks have a 20% chance to inflict a random negative effect. This can trigger at most once per hour, and the target's level cannot exceed the caster's tier 3. Dispel removes some buffs or debuffs from the target, with the quantity being controllable. Perception deception disrupts the target's senses, including the five senses, sixth sense, danger perception, and hate targeting. Dream recall records the target's current state. If the target suffers fatal damage, time is reversed, restoring the target to the recorded state. If multiple effects of this type are present, this skill takes priority. Each target can be recorded up to twice within 24 hours. Damage transfer establishes a connection with one or more allies, transferring damage received to the connected targets. Requires the trust and consent of the other party and cannot connect to enemies. Sanctuary summons a small sanctuary, creating a field around it. Allies entering the field receive 10% damage. Reduction and continuous healing. The size of the field and the healing effect increase with the user's strength. The card also reminds, skill cores are extremely precious. If there are any leftovers after absorption, please return them to the Academy's logistics department for professional recovery. These 8 skills are all extremely powerful and rare, far surpassing the skills obtained from the Blood Flood Dragon Pearl that Su Yan and his team had acquired before, with some being even rarer. Skills like Sanctuary, Damage Transfer, and Dispel are all top-tier group healing and survival skills. Perception Deception is particularly practical, as it not only diverts aggro and blocks danger perception but also deceives the opponent's 5 senses, making it ideal for dealing with those who rely solely on instinct in battle. Awakeners have even developed various creative uses for it, such as intensifying or dulling pain, or turning unpleasant smells into delicious aromas. In short, although this skill has a mixed reputation, it is highly sought after. As for Karma and Dream Rewind, they are even more formidable. One can grant teammates temporary invincibility or inflict double damage, with added negative effects, while the other can directly revert someone to a previous state, even involving the power of time. Su Yan looked at the card in his hand, feeling a mix of excitement and even a slight tremble. The value of these skill crystals was comparable to several Blood Flood Dragon Pearls. Just a few days ago, he had been overjoyed that the team could earn a significant amount of money from obtaining a single Blood Flood Dragon Pearl. Now, these items were suddenly right in his hands. He thought to himself, if this entire set of skills could be successfully absorbed, it might directly surpass the value of 2 or 3 Blood Flood Dragon Pearls. This feeling is simply like having a cheat code activated. The Blood Dragon Pearl with its golden shimmering effect, which was so precious in memory, suddenly didn't seem that valuable anymore. It felt just so. With his mindset instantly inflated, Su Yan carefully took out a skill crystal core, then grabbed a 4-leaf clover from the box in his left hand and absorbed them together. After a while, a new skill appeared in his mind. Su Yan was overjoyed it succeeded on the first try. His luck was truly great, worthy of being heaven's most favored child. However, it seemed heaven quickly abandoned him. The next 5 skill crystals all failed on the first absorption attempt, and 2 of them even required 3 tries to succeed. Although it wasn't Su Yan's money being spent, he still felt distressed. After all, in just a short time, 2 or 3 Blood Dragon Pearls were wasted for nothing, disappearing without serving any purpose. But seeing the 6 skills he successfully absorbed, and recalling Wang Yu's earlier mention of cases where even 3 attempts failed, Su Yan laughed. At least I succeeded. Although the number of failures was a bit high, all the skill crystals were ultimately absorbed, and not a single one was a complete failure. Thinking about this, he put away the 2 boxes beside him, stood up, and walked towards the teleportation array. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay in the cultivation room a little longer, but holding these 2 boxes in his hands made him feel uneasy. It was better to quickly return them. As for directly telling the school that he had fully absorbed them, or secretly keeping a few crystals, Su Yan had no such intention. On one hand, he felt that the school and the authorities had already provided him with plenty of resources, and taking advantage of them further would seem too petty. On the other hand, who knew if there was a way to detect whether these crystals had been absorbed? If he were caught, it would be too embarrassing. Although these items were precious, Su Yan wasn't greedy to that extent. He took out a purple crystal card from his ring, swiped it on the card reader, and with a flash of light, Su Yan returned to the courtyard of Wang Yu's dormitory. Walking out of the dormitory gate, a portal directly transported him to the entrance of the logistics department. After entering, he explained his purpose to the staff on duty. Under their guidance, he found the staff responsible for collecting the crystals. After confirming his identity, he took out 2 wooden boxes from his spatial ring and handed them over. The person took the boxes without saying much, directly stored them in their own spatial ring, and turned to leave. Su Yan left the logistics office, but instead of returning to the dormitory, he used the courtyard's teleportation array to go directly to the training room. Both dormitories were empty, and staying alone felt meaningless. It was better to make use of the time to improve his strength. He sat on the meditation mat, focusing on his cultivation, guiding the spiritual energy within his body while taking out his communicator and opening the school's official website. He registered an account, verified his personal information, and opened the task acceptance interface. Whether it was because these two tasks were particularly popular or for some other reason, the training ground and the freshman combat department tasks he had seen earlier on Wang Lei's communicator appeared directly in the most prominent position. Su Yan directly opened the task details and accepted these two tasks. Just as he had finished accepting the task, the communicator rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Su Yan had a faint feeling he knew who it was. Pressing the answer button, a loud voice came through the communicator. "Hello, I am Gu Xingchang, the director of the Training Grounds Medical Center." Hearing the other party introduce himself, Su Yan showed an as expected expression. "Hello, I am Su Yan. Hello, student Su Yan. I noticed you accepted a task from our training ground, so I specifically called to confirm with you." "Yes, I did accept the task you posted." Hearing the response, Gu Xingchang's face lit up with a smile. "Alright, let me now tell you about the specifics of this task. We have 10 training grounds here, and you can choose anyone you like. I noticed that you previously had treatment experience with Professor Wang Yu at the 3rd training ground, so the work this time is similar to before, and I won't elaborate further." He paused for a moment, confirmed that Su Yan understood and had no questions, then continued. "Alright, let's talk about the working hours and compensation. You can choose either 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. or 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. as your time slot. If you have enough time, you can also choose to work the whole day, and we will calculate the pay as 2 days' wages. As for the compensation, considering your performance at the 3rd training ground, if you can maintain that speed, we will offer you the highest pay 1,600 credits per day. If you work a full week, we will also reward you with a slot in the Four Spirits Secret Realm. So, when can you start working?" Su Yan thought for a moment. Since he had no special plans recently, he replied directly, "Director Gu, I can start tomorrow." "Alright, come to the infirmary at the 1st training ground tomorrow morning and work there for a day. After that, you can freely choose which training ground to work at." "Understood. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Su Yan said, then hung up the phone. Just as he put down the communicator, the phone rang again. It was Gung Xuansu, a freshman combat department teacher, calling. "Hello, I am Gung Xuansu, a teacher from the freshman combat department." Gung Xuansu briefly explained the task's time, location, and payment. After agreeing to meet on Wednesday, the call ended. Su Yan stored the communicator into his spatial ring and continued cultivating. Time flew by, and a day of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. At 8 a.m. the next morning, the preset alarm rang, and Su Yan ended his cultivation. This cultivation room was built by the school at great expense, and its effects are indeed remarkable. One night of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of progress before. He got up, walked to the teleportation array, returned to Wang Yu's dormitory, quickly freshened up, ate something, and headed out. He opened the portal and headed straight to the 1st training ground. The void gate opened, and Su Yan appeared at the entrance of the 1st training ground. He took out his communicator and sent a message to Gu Xingchang. "I'm at the entrance of the 1st training ground." After receiving a reply saying someone would come to meet him, he waited at the entrance. Before long, someone came out of the training ground, looked around, and then quickly walked toward him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be someone Su Yan knew, Senior Lin Feng, who had previously taken him to the changing room at the 3rd training ground. "Junior, long time no see." "Senior, long time no see." Lin Feng saw that Su Yan recognized him, smiled even more happily, and led him towards the training field. Entering the 1st training field, just like the 3rd training field, screams and explosions echoed continuously from all around. Su Yan remained calm and followed Lin Feng to the infirmary. Gu Xingchang had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Su Yan, Gu Xingchang quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Su Yan, you're here?" "Director Gu, hello. Just call me Teacher Gu. I'm also a teacher at Jiangnan University, but I'm responsible for administrative work." "Hello, Teacher Gu." Su Yan casually changed the way he addressed him. Gu Xingchang's smile grew wider. He led him to the treatment staff work area, introduced Su Yan's identity to the staff nearby, and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This will be your workplace. Your tasks here are similar to those at the 3rd training ground, just perform as usual. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. Once you complete your work, the credits will be directly transferred to your student card." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Leaving Su Yan and Lin Feng behind, Su Yan asked, "Senior, don't we need to change clothes?" Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, recalling the scene at the third training ground earlier. He smiled and said, "No need. Last time, it was because you hadn't received the healer's robe yet, so I helped you change clothes. Mainly to prevent bloodstains from dirtying your clothes and to make it easier for the staff to recognize you. It's different now. You just need to wear the healer's robe. There's nothing that can better prove your identity than this." Su Yan suddenly understood. Indeed, there was nothing more suitable than this healer's uniform, which could clean itself automatically. He didn't say much, immediately putting on the healer's robe and signaling Lin Feng to start arranging the wounded. The injured were carried over one after another, and Su Yan began to take action. The new skill he had learned, Sanctuary, was placed at his feet, transforming into a small model only a few dozen centimeters high. Looking at this tiny sanctuary, Su Yan muttered to himself, "It's so small, who could fit inside?" Although it looked unimpressive, its effect was remarkably strong. After the shelter unfolded, it formed a field 100 meters wide, with countless life energy pouring into the bodies of everyone within the field. Everyone in the field felt a surge of vitality, their fatigue instantly vanished, and they became full of vigor. The injured who were carried into the field experienced rapid recovery from their wounds. Then, Su Yan used the Tide's Blessing skill on the injured in front of him, precisely distributing spiritual power, completely healing more than 10 injured individuals in one move. Compared to the third training ground incident, his healing effectiveness and spiritual power control had significantly improved. The subsequent work was simple. One injured person after another was carried in, first receiving preliminary treatment from the shelter, then being completely healed with Tide's Blessing. By the end of the morning, Su Yan had continuously maintained the shelter's field and frequently used Tide's Blessing. During this time, some students requested him to use the recovery spell for treatment, but Gu Xingchang had already reminded him of this when bringing him here. Gu Xingchang said that it's best not to use the recovery technique casually, as it would be unfair to students who don't use it and would reduce the effectiveness of their training. Moreover, students who win by relying on the recovery technique are prone to complacency, which could lead them to take risks and lose their lives. Su Yan heeded the advice and directly refused any requests. To avoid being pestered by senior students asking for the recovery technique, Su Yan maintained a cold expression throughout, presenting an aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Wearing the healer's robe, he truly gave off the vibe of a proud and aloof ancient noble. However, even with his cold refusals, he couldn't avoid unexpected situations. For instance, right now, a senior student with a blank expression but eyes full of pleading was standing in front of him. This was the very same senior who had suggested using the recovery technique from then on during the third training ground session. After that conversation, they exchanged contact information. Wei Xinghe, late stage of the 5th rank, ranked 2nd in his junior year, hasn't joined any team, striving to improve his strength alone. After exchanging contact information that day, Wei Xinghe began to frequently strike up conversations with Su Yan. Su Yan also regarded him as one of his few friends at Jiangnan University. At this moment, knowing Su Yan's personality, Wei Xinghe, after the other injured individuals in the same batch of treatment had left, stubbornly stuck by Su Yan's side, shamelessly begging him to perform the recovery technique, completely unlike a top 10 junior student. Faced with this shameless friend, Su Yan smiled helplessly. Seeing Wei Xinghe's theatrical expression, as if Su Yan had abandoned him, acting particularly delighted, Su Yan suddenly recalled Wang Lei once mentioning a skill commonly used by healing personnel called pain intensification. When Wang Lei mentioned this skill, he couldn't help but frown. It sounded particularly unpleasant. Although Su Yan hadn't learned this skill, he could sense deception. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled. Then he said to Wei Xinghe, "Restoration technique is no problem, but you have to help me test my new skill." Looking at Su Yan's increasingly gentle smile, Wei Xinghe suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt there might be trouble ahead, but without much thought, he agreed. The few people who had been sent over nearby heard their conversation and excitedly wanted to join in for the restoration technique. Su Yan gathered spiritual power in his hand, and the restoration technique was instantly applied to Wei Xinghe. Soft white light surrounded him, the restoration effect gradually appeared, and the warm energy made Wei Xinghe squint his eyes in comfort. However, before he could enjoy it for long, Su Yan's perception deception skill activated. The originally comfortable sensation turned into pain in an instant, erupting across his body. The continuous pangs of pain made Wei Xinghe cry out uncontrollably. "Ah! It hurts! It's killing me!" Feeling the stinging pain, he glared angrily at Su Yan. Su Yan shrugged and said, "You agreed to help me test my new skill. I'll use a recovery spell on you first, then let you experience the new move. So, what do you think? Do you like it? Seeing Su Yan's smug expression, Wei Xinghe gritted his teeth and stood up. What's a little pain? It's not like I'm actually injured. I'll bear with it, and it'll pass. A bit of pain in exchange for free continuous recovery, it's worth it. With that, he strode away quickly and rejoined the battle. Su Yan watched Wei Xinghe leave, then looked at the others who seemed eager to try the recovery spell and asked, "Do you all want to give it a try too?" The group recalled Wei Xinghe's earlier words and thought, isn't it just a bit of pain? They've endured worse before, so there's nothing to be afraid of. So they all nodded, expressing that they weren't afraid of pain and wanted the recovery spell. Su Yan readily cast the recovery spell along with sensory deception on them. Before long, a group of injured individuals enduring pain could be seen leaving the treatment center. They gritted their teeth through the pain and continued to fight on. After that, Su Yan no longer heard anyone requesting the recovery spell. And so, the first day's mission at the first training ground came to an end. In the following days, Su Yan was responsible for treatment every morning, spending the rest of the time in the training room to enhance his strength. Time flew by quickly. Su Yan was aware that his mission would start on Saturday, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day. Today was Wednesday of the 2nd week, also the day when another of his tasks began. That morning, after completing his work at the training ground, he had lunch and took a short nap. After the communicator rang with the appointment alert, a portal opened at the entrance of the small training ground he had previously arranged with teacher Gung Suxuan. Su Yan took out his student ID card to swipe and prepared to enter. Su Yan stepped into a small training ground. Unlike those numbered large training grounds, this one was only about the size of a football field. He had just entered and saw quite a few people already lined up in neat formations, listening to a female teacher giving a lecture at the front. Seeing this scene, Su Yan's heart tightened, suspecting he might have remembered the time incorrectly. He took out his communicator to confirm the previously agreed time with teacher Gung and the current time. Fortunately, he was neither wrong nor late. He leisurely walked toward the crowd. The people in the formation noticed him and realized that he had just gone to the cafeteria to eat and returned to the dormitory to rest. The healer's robe he had been wearing had already transformed into ordinary clothes. These newly awakened freshmen, unfamiliar with the aura of a healer, mistakenly thought he was a classmate. Seeing him walk over as if taking a stroll, the students, who had been quietly listening to the lecture, began whispering among themselves. "Is he also a new student in our class? I don't know, I haven't seen him, but he looks about the same age. He's really bold, daring to be late for the demonist class, and even walking over slowly without any urgency. Could it be that he knows the demoness? Or maybe his family background is strong, so he's not afraid of her?" Amid the chatter, "He's very brave" and "the demoness" became hot topics. This teacher, though beautiful and capable, really hurts when she hits. She has a fiery temper and often comes up with strange training methods to torment everyone. Although the methods are effective, the process is unbearable. Gung Suxuan heard the snickering below, frowned, and shouted loudly, "What's all the noise? Stay quiet when I'm speaking." Casually pointing at a few people, "You guys, step forward if you have something to say." With her shout, the previously noisy group instantly quieted down. Gung Suxuan turned around to find the source of the commotion and saw Su Yan standing there, stunned. Upon seeing Su Yan, her expression immediately softened, and she strode over. "You're Su Yan, right? I'm Gung Suxuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Combat Department, Year 1, also known as the Special Recruitment Class. Hello, Teacher Gung, I'm Su Yan." Although her voice was still loud, Su Yan could surprisingly sense a hint of gentleness and care in it. The students in the group were stunned to see Gung Suxuan suddenly become gentle. Everyone knows she has a fiery temper, but no one expected her to speak so gently to the late student. Could she be possessed by something? Or is Su Yan her biological son? The originally quiet line started whispering again. Gung Suxuan frowned, turned around, and shouted loudly, "Quiet." Then she pointed to the training field and said, "Since you all have so much energy, everyone will run 20 laps. If you can't finish within half an hour, don't blame me for being harsh." Upon hearing this, everyone finally recognized the true demoness. Everyone quickened their pace. They began running around the training field. Gung Suxuan, after training that group of students, took Su Yan back to the place where they had been lining up earlier. He took out a table and chairs from his ring and gestured for Su Yan to sit down. Then he brought out a tea set, poured Su Yan a cup of tea, and began asking about his healing skills. After understanding Su Yan's abilities, Gung Suxuan thought for a moment and started assigning tasks. "You don't need to use the recovery skill. With that skill, they'll just get lazier. In a while, place a shelter skill in the center of the training ground. When they start battling, place another shelter in their combat zones to prevent them from taking irrecoverable damage. You just stay here and keep watch. If someone gets injured, I'll send them over to you. You're responsible for healing them so they can continue fighting. When there are no injured, you can do your own thing, or just watch them fight. It's actually quite entertaining. Even though they fight like rookies pecking at each other, it's still pretty amusing to watch. As she spoke, Gung Suxuan took out a pile of fruits and snacks from her ring and placed them on the ground, smiling as she said to Su Yan, "These are for you. Just eat while watching them train." So, the two of them ate while watching the students run laps, and the students cast dissatisfied glances at them. The 20 laps were quickly completed. When regrouping, the students looked at the two sitting on the bench, their eyes full of resentment. Before they could speak, Gung Suxuan walked up to them and introduced, "This is the assistant instructor I invited, Su Yan, a Tier 3 healer, and like you, a freshman." After hearing the introduction, the students' eyes lit up, and they eagerly wanted to approach. Gung Suxuan saw through their intentions and interrupted directly, "Don't even think about it. His teammates are at least Tier 4 peak level. You rookies, whose strength doesn't even match his, should just go to sleep early. Everything is possible in your dreams." The students were somewhat deflated by these words, and Gung Suxuan continued, "Now do you understand how important strength is? Without strength, you don't even qualify to be chosen by your teammates. Those who can team up with him are the top 10 elite talents in their third year, the pride of the heavens. If you don't work hard to improve your strength, even if a genius healer emerges in your third year, you won't have the chance to team up with them." The students listened to Gung Suxuan's words but remained indifferent and dejected. Obviously, Gung Suxuan's attempt to motivate them had failed this time. Seeing no reaction from everyone, Gung Suxuan said no more. "Alright, since you've rested enough, let's continue training." Previously, without treatment, training was very limited. Now that treatment is here, give it your all. After saying this, he directly drove the still self-pitying students back to the training ground. Su Yan sat on the side, snacking while watching the combat department's special recruits of the same grade fight fiercely, and surprisingly found it quite exciting. Perhaps Gung Suxuan's words had an effect, or maybe they just wanted to vent their anger, but this combat training was unusually intense. Not long after it started, someone was seriously injured and brought to Su Yan by Gung Suxuan. Seeing the severely injured and unconscious classmate, Su Yan froze for a moment. He had seen injuries worse than this on the training field, but witnessing someone go from lively and energetic to this state still shocked him. Is combat training nowadays really this intense? Energy quickly gathered in his hands, and a star moon guidance fell on the injured person, rapidly healing their wounds. Afterward, several more injured individuals were successively brought over by Gung Suxuan. Without thinking much, Su Yan's hands kept moving, skill after skill, nervously restoring their injuries. Although severely injured students were occasionally sent to Su Yan for treatment, for Su Yan, who had already been on the training field for nearly a week, these injuries were nothing at all. In the training ground, there were always a large number of injured people at any given moment, and a class of 50 or 60 students simply couldn't compare to such a place. At first, Su Yan would carefully examine the injuries and decide which skill to use for treatment based on the condition. Later, he couldn't even be bothered to look. After all, a battle between a group of second-tier and a few third-tier awakeners, even if they went all out, how much damage could they really cause? Compared to the intense battles in the training ground, these injuries were nothing, hardly worth his effort. If someone got hurt, they could just rest in place for a while, stay within the field formed by the shelter's skill, and recover quickly. However, since the teacher had paid him, he still had to put on a show for appearances. So, in the end, Su Yan just sat in a chair, propping his head with his right hand, eating melon seeds while watching his fellow combat department classmates fight. When someone was brought in injured, he didn't even turn his head. Depending on the number of wounded, he would casually throw a Star Moon Guide or a Tide Summoner's Blessing over, easily healing them. Throughout the entire process, he never glanced at the injured, presenting the image of a powerful, aloof, and slightly lazy healer. After Gung Suxuan sent over a few batches of students, he also realized that these people didn't really need Su Yan's dedicated treatment. Lying on the ground for a while was enough for them to recover. After all, the Jinming Secret Realm was originally deemed too challenging to send students directly, so they took a detour and sent them to Su Yan instead. Since the money had already been spent, they couldn't just let Su Yan cast a shelter skill and do nothing else. Gung Suxuan felt he was at a loss. Since the money was spent, and Su Yan's skill-based recovery was faster than lying around, Gung Suxuan simply told the students, "When your combat power is exhausted, let your opponents drag you to the side so you don't interfere with others fighting. Once you've recovered enough in the shelter to move on your own, walk over to Su Yan for treatment. In this way, Geng Suxuan not only felt it was worthwhile but also had the chance to chat with Su Yan and strengthen their relationship. Just like that, the afternoon passed, with Su Yan spending his time watching fights and idly observing while undergoing treatment. This day made Su Yan feel that there was already a generational gap between himself and the other geniuses who awakened at the same time. Although the difference in strength wasn't too significant, and there were even a few at his level, participating in battles of this caliber made Su Yan feel like he was bullying others. After observing for an entire afternoon, he noticed that the damage most people inflicted after fighting for half a day was still less effective than the recovery brought by a single jump of the 3-layered healing spell. Others would go all out for half a day, yet the side with the healing spell would end up taking less damage than the recovery from a single jump of the spell. Recalling the previous battles with Wang Lei and the others in the secret realm, those fights that once seemed decent now felt unremarkable. Participating in such battles no longer posed any challenge, and Su Yan also understood why Geng Suxuan had previously mentioned that teaming up with new healer students would only be feasible by the 3rd year. When the level is too low, unless it's a large-scale legion battle, having a healer of the same rank or 1 to 2 ranks lower in a small team fight is still too extravagant for the team. And those combat-oriented freshmen fell silent after witnessing Su Yan's healing effects. Although they had been discouraged by Geng Suxuan before, these geniuses with at least S-level talents were still very proud in their hearts. Since awakening, everything had gone smoothly for them, receiving praise from others. How could they easily give up their own beliefs? After all, as S-level talent awakeners, who wouldn't want to become the strongest? As early special recruits of Jiangnan University, destined to be candidates for top-tier awakeners in the future, how could they easily admit they weren't good enough or unworthy of having a healer of the same level? Su Yan was still in the same school, in the same grade. As long as they worked hard and tapped into their potential, there would always be a chance to bring that healer to their side. However, Su Yan's performance completely shattered their illusions. Such powerful healing abilities are simply overwhelming for battles at their level. This is also why the people behind him grew increasingly silent, yet desperately tried to catch up to him. Geng Suxuan sat across from Su Yan, looking at his back, then at the changes in the people around them. She shook her head, neither offering comfort nor mocking them as she usually would. After all, she herself had gone through the same experience back then. The growth speed of that man was truly astonishing. Not only her, who was in the same grade, but even the senior students who initially teamed up with him fell behind in their 2nd year of enrollment, unable to keep up with his pace. Later, he became a legendary figure in the academy at an astonishing speed. The youngest advanced awakener, S-class squad captain, and the youngest professor at Jiangnan University. All these titles belonged to him. Recalling all this, Geng Suxuan looked at Su Yan, who was resting his head on his hand and watching the scene with some boredom, with a faint sense of nostalgia in his eyes. It was as if through Su Yan, he saw another person. So, as the disciple of that man, the most talented healer in nearly a decade, a newcomer considered by the higher-ups to possibly break his record, how far can you go? Feeling the gaze from behind, Su Yan curiously turned around, wanting to know who was staring at him so intently. Seeing Geng Suxuan immersed in his memories, he felt a bit puzzled but didn't speak, only smiled and nodded. The experience of 2 lifetimes told him that in such matters, if the other person didn't want to talk, it was best not to ask. When Geng Suxuan saw Su Yan suddenly turn around and smile while nodding, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, seeing your performance suddenly reminded me of your mentor's past, and I got a bit lost in thought. Hearing this, Su Yan's spirits lifted, thinking there might be some special relationship between them. A hot-tempered combat beauty paired with a gentle healer, it feels like a good match. His eyes were full of curiosity, wanting to hear more gossip. Geng Suxuan saw through his thoughts, shook her head, and pointed to the people training not far away, saying, "Don't overthink it. There's nothing special between him and me. We were just classmates back then, just like you and this group of people now. It's just that after he enrolled, he quickly pulled ahead, rose rapidly, and became a legend in the school. Seeing you just now suddenly reminded me of him." Then, Geng Suxuan and Su Yan started talking about the stories from back then. Listening to her description, Su Yan gained a new understanding of the mentor who always wore a smile, had a gentle demeanor, and was approachable. With rich experiences, great strength, and not even 30 years old, Su Yan felt that his mentor seemed more like the protagonist of the story than himself, a transmigrator. The two had a pleasant chat throughout the afternoon. Su Yan also successfully completed the day's tasks and arranged the next day's schedule with Geng Suxuan. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. Su Yan successfully completed all the tasks and smoothly received points and 2 tokens representing Secret Realm qualifications from Gu Xingqiang and Gung Suxuan. However, since the opening time had not yet arrived and Wang Yu had not returned, Su Yan still didn't know much about these 2 secret realms and could only wait for now. After listening to a brief introduction from Gu Xingqiang and Gung Suxuan, Su Yan was only slightly curious about the 2 secret realm tokens and was not in a hurry to delve deeper. After all, he currently had little need for resources, so he directly put away the token, thinking he would wait for Wang Yu to return before making any decisions. When it came to cultivation and training, it was still more reliable to listen to Wang Yu's advice. As for if Wang Yu returned late and missed the opening time of the secret realms, Su Yan didn't mind either, thinking it simply meant he had no fate with those 2 secret realms. Over the next month, Su Yan spent almost all his time on cultivation, treating the cultivation room as his home. During this time, Gu Xingqiang and Gung Suxuan, unable to withstand the students' requests, teamed up to visit Su Yan once. Seeing their sincere attitude in the posts on the school forum where everyone was asking for his reappearance, Su Yan thought it over and finally agreed to set aside 1 day a week to help. In the morning, he would go to the training grounds treatment center, and in the afternoon, he would serve as a teaching assistant at the small training ground for the combat department. On this particular day, Su Yan had just finished his work in the combat department, bid farewell to the enthusiastic students, and was preparing to grab something to eat at the cafeteria before returning to the cultivation room to continue his training. Suddenly, his communicator rang. He took out his phone, looked at the message, and a smile appeared on his face. "I'm back, waiting for you in the dormitory. Wang Yu. This is the news that the mentor, who had been missing for almost 2 months, has returned to Jiangnan University." Seeing the message, Su Yan abandoned the idea of going to the cafeteria, directly opened a portal, and instantly teleported to the entrance of Wang Yu's villa. He pushed the door open and quickly walked into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Yu sitting on the sofa. "You're back, have a seat." Hearing the door, Wang Yu looked up at him and smiled, inviting him to sit. Su Yan obediently sat beside him. Wang Yu patted his shoulder and said apologetically, "Sorry, I originally thought this matter could be resolved in 10 days or so. I wanted you to experience more at school and earn some resources in the meantime. I didn't expect the trouble to be bigger than anticipated, which delayed things. Making you wait for so long was my fault, I didn't think it through. This is not your responsibility, and I have been living a fulfilling life recently," Su Yan said. Wang Yu didn't elaborate on what had happened, and Su Yan didn't press for details. Then, Wang Yu began to thoroughly understand Su Yan's recent cultivation progress. Su Yan shared all his insights, experiences, and questions from this period, and Wang Yu listened while providing guidance. The atmosphere in the living room became particularly harmonious. After a while, Wang Yu looked at Su Yan with satisfaction and praised, "Not bad, improving so quickly in 2 months. It seems you haven't slacked off because of my absence." Wang Yu has always been straightforward, pointing out problems directly and sincerely praising students who perform well. During this period, Su Yan's strength had advanced from the peak of the 2nd tier to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Judging by his aura, it didn't seem like a recent breakthrough but rather a result of accumulated effort, which greatly pleased the teacher. Su Yan didn't act modestly and happily accepted the praise. Afterward, he recounted his experiences during this period to Wang Yu. The intense battles in the secret realm, the threat of the mutated blood flood dragon, the tedious work at the training ground, and the gap between himself and his peers of the same level. He shared all these experiences and feelings in full detail. Su Yan spoke at length about his experiences during this time and finally finished. Looking at Wang Yu, who was listening intently with a smile on his face, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, combining his 2 lifetimes, he was over 40 years old, yet he was still so immature, venting his troubles to this mentor who seemed younger than himself. It was indeed a little awkward. But on second thought, he was now a 16-year-old boy, and no one knew he was actually an old hand. A 16-year-old boy chatting a lot with a close elder after not seeing them for a long time, what was wrong with that? Thinking this way, he continued speaking with confidence. However, the more he talked, the more he felt like a child. After he finished, Wang Yu spoke gently, "I know about what happened in your secret realm. You all did well. However, there are some things I can't tell you right now, so let's leave it at that for now. The gap you mentioned with your peers is quite normal. Most practitioners go through this. As you grow, many people like Wang Lei may instead struggle to keep up with you. Changing teammates, or even losing teammates, is very common. You have to learn to adapt to these changes." Wang Yu's tone became serious. Seeing Su Yan suddenly fall silent, he brought up the 2 secret realm slots Su Yan had mentioned earlier. When he learned that Su Yan had successfully obtained the slots from Gu Xingqiang and Gung Suxuan, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction. It's good that you got them. These 2 secret realm slots are treasures. Only when you show enough talent will they be willing to give them to you. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan became curious. What exactly is the deal with these 2 secret realms? Wang Yu seemed to notice his confusion and, without keeping him in suspense, directly explained, the 4 spirits secret realm will open in a few days. Let me explain it to you in detail. The 4 spirits secret realm is one of the man-made secret realms created by our Huagua. This statement shocked Su Yan. Secret realms can be man-made, he couldn't help but ask. Wang Yu smiled, of course. For those completely destroyed secret realm spaces, we will use core fragments and scientific technology to reshape them into spaces where humans can survive. Then, we transfer some near-extinct secret realm creatures into these artificial secret realms to protect them, allowing them to reproduce. We started doing this the year skill crystals were first invented. After hearing this, Su Yan thought helplessly, isn't this just advanced captivity? Seeing this, Wang Yu cleared his throat and returned to the main topic. With more artificial secret realms, some special situations also arise. The 4 spirits secret realm is one of them. It was originally designed to protect endangered resources of specific attributes. When building the secret realm, a fortune teller who loved divination had a sudden idea and performed a divination for the secret realm. In the end, he suggested placing 4 extremely precious treasures in the secret realm to suppress the core. Unexpectedly, as soon as the secret realm was completed, an accident occurred. Those 4 treasures suddenly mutated, and the secret realm changed along with them. What was originally an ordinary artificial secret realm turned into a 4-layer trial space. It opens once every 2 years, with 10 slots each time. Those who obtain a slot can choose one space to undergo the trial. The trial consists of 5 stages. Obtaining heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or even the inheritance of powerful beings, depends entirely on the trial. You might even come into contact with those. For mutated treasures, communicate with them, and gain even greater benefits. If you fail or die, you will be directly expelled from the 4 spirits secret realm. Next, Wang Yu introduced the trials within the secret realm to Su Yan. The secret realm will arrange different trial content based on your level, attributes, and so on. The rewards obtained through the trials will also be the most suitable for your attributes. Not to mention anything else, just passing each stage of the trial will grant you a large amount of spiritual energy, helping you quickly transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier, a critical phase requiring the accumulation of spiritual power and physical training. This way, you won't waste too much time stuck at the bottleneck between the 3rd and 4th tiers. Completing all the trials and encountering those 4 treasures will bring unexpected rewards. Those are treasures even 10th tier powerhouses envy. After hearing Wang Yu's introduction, Su Yan became very interested in the treasures that even 10th tier powerhouses coveted. But seeing that Wang Yu didn't continue, she didn't ask further, only stating that she would give her all to pass the trials and strive to obtain those great benefits. However, Su Yan still had some doubts about this information. Teacher, can only one person enter? Can't I bring teammates? My combat ability is not strong right now. If I enter the secret realm alone, I'm afraid I won't even pass the 1st level. Wang Yu explained with a smile, the trial content differs for people with different attributes. Since you're in the healing category, the test is on your healing and survival abilities. You don't need to engage in direct combat with opponents. Hearing this, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It was much easier not having to fight head-on. After all, her skills and training were not designed for killing enemies. Testing healing and survival abilities was not something Su Yan was worried about. Survival might be uncertain, but in terms of healing, she was definitely top-notch among her peers. Thinking about this, Su Yan nodded confidently, indicating that she had no problem. Afterward, Wang Yu reminded Su Yan of some precautions for the secret realm trial and gave her detailed guidance, then told her to go back and continue training to prepare for the trial in a few days. In the following days, Su Yan devoted all her energy to training and preparing for the secret realm. One day, while still in the training room, Su Yan received a message from Wang Yu. The 4 spirits secret realm was about to open, and he asked her to find him in the dormitory. Upon seeing the message, Su Yan immediately opened a portal and quickly transported to Wang Yu's dormitory. Wang Yu nodded and signaled Su Yan to take out the secret realm token. Su Yan retrieved the 4 spirits secret realm token from his ring. As soon as he took it out, the originally black token began to emit 4-colored light. Looking at the glowing token, Wang Yu explained, this is the signal that the 4 spirits secret realm is about to open. Soon, these 4-colored lights will merge. You need to use your mental power to activate the token, and the secret realm will directly transport you into the trial space. Before the secret realm began, Wang Yu had Su Yan sit on the sofa to rest and adjust his state, aiming to face the trial in the best condition. About an hour later, the four-colored light completely merged into a ball of white light, enveloping the token. "It's starting now," Wang Yu said, instructing Su Yan to activate the token. As the words fell, Su Yan infused his mental power. She seemed to feel a certain presence watching her. Immediately after, a beam of white light appeared above her head, enveloping Su Yan. With a flash of white light, Su Yan disappeared from where she stood. Wang Yu watched her vanish inside. He softly said, "To think even the final trial of the Four Spirits secret realm has been activated. It seems they want to accelerate the growth of the new generation of geniuses." He then recalled the news he had received from a friend earlier. This year's newly awakened students were far stronger than those of previous years. In the past, only 4 or 5 geniuses would emerge nationwide in a year, but this year, 3 or 4 appeared in just one region, as if everyone had agreed to show up together. Is this the new generation's flame? Or the final brilliance of an era? No one can say for sure. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he murmured softly, "Grow up quickly, you new generation of geniuses. The time of peace is running out." As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation array flashed, and his entire figure disappeared. The scene shifted back to Su Yan. As the white light around him faded, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a faint light emanating from where he stood. Su Yan looked around cautiously, his expression alert. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in his ear. "The Four Spirits Secret Realm assessment begins. The first challenge, survive." As the voice faded, the space began to change rapidly. The dark environment transformed into an open plain. At this moment, 7 more people appeared around him. Based on the voice's prompt, Su Yan knew they were his teammates for this mission. Su Yan tentatively tried to communicate with them, but found that apart from combat-related topics such as levels, professions, and skills, they completely ignored other subjects. This was a team entirely composed of 5th-tier members, covering melee, ranged, control, and tank roles. With Su Yan as the healer, the lineup was quite luxurious. Just as Su Yan was about to continue probing, a piercing wolf howl echoed across the open plain. Immediately afterward, a pack of wolves came charging from afar, quickly surrounding them. The wolf pack before them was led by a 6th-tier wolf king, with the lowest level being 3rd-tier adult wolves. Su Yan secretly marveled at how challenging the secret realm truly was. Fortunately, he had his talent and recovery spell to rely on. If it were an ordinary healer, they wouldn't even make it past the first stage. Watching his teammates enter combat mode, Su Yan set aside his stray thoughts and quickly began casting skills with both hands. He first applied perception deception to himself, causing his aura to shift. Soon, it resembled that of the wolf pack, significantly reducing his presence. Then restoration, 6-winged guardian, Tightcaller's blessing, sanctuary, and ancient totem were cast one after another, granting significant buffs to both himself and his teammates. The battle suddenly became much easier. Although the number of wolves was astonishing and their strength formidable, this team had a strong combination of professions and abilities, along with Su Yan as a powerful healer. As soon as the wolves' attacks landed on teammates, the powerful healing immediately restored them, rendering the damage almost ineffective. Knowing their wounds could heal instantly, the teammates burst into berserker mode. They fought the wolves as if their lives depended on it. Under the desperate efforts of everyone, more than half of the wolf pack was quickly eliminated. With their numbers greatly reduced and facing unharmed enemies, the wolves began to waver. Finally, with everyone's cooperation, the 6th-tier wolf king was slain. Sensing the disappearance of the wolf king's aura, the wolf pack began to collapse, retreating and fleeing in all directions. As the last wolf vanished, the battle ended, and Su Yan and his teammates successfully cleared the first stage. Just as Su Yan was about to take action, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, returning to the pitch-black space from the beginning. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. "First stage cleared. Rewards will be distributed after the trial ends. Second stage begins. Mission objective, survive, fend off the upcoming beast tide, and defend this city." Hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Are they playing this big? It's only the second stage, and they're already starting a beast tide?" Before he could finish his thought, the environment changed again, and Su Yan found himself standing on a city wall. This time, his teammates were no longer the small squad of 7 or 8 people from before, but all the awakened fighters with combat abilities in the entire city. This was Su Yan's first time participating in such a large-scale battle. The awakened ones in the city were not very strong, mostly at the 3rd or 4th tier, with the highest being a 6th tier general. Based on previous experiences in secret realms, the strength of this beast tide shouldn't be much stronger than theirs, otherwise, the trial would lose its purpose. But facing tens of thousands of awakened ones, Su Yan still felt a surge of pressure in his heart. With so many people, it was impossible for him to take care of everyone. His attention could only focus on the high-tier combatants, inevitably neglecting the low-tier awakened ones. Moreover, on such a battlefield, casualties were inevitable, and Su Yan himself couldn't guarantee that everyone would survive. He tried his best to heal, but his strength was limited, and he couldn't manage everything. His teammates still died. Whether in secret realms or reality, no one would blame the healer, but every teammate's death was a torment to the healer's soul. The battle had not yet begun, but Su Yan already felt heavy-hearted. Although he had mentally prepared himself, and his teacher and parents had reminded him that he couldn't save everyone, who could remain indifferent when truly faced with it. Before Su Yan could think further, a loud noise came from the distance, and countless beasts charged toward the city walls. The awakened ones in the city had already formed ranks, creating human walls to prepare for the battle. Seeing this scene, Su Yan suppressed the pressure and distractions in his heart and immediately entered full combat mode. He activated the ancient totem, boosting the defense and health of all teammates below, and enhanced the damage and spiritual recovery speed of the teammates around him. This was the first time he had bestowed blessings on so many people. His spiritual energy drained rapidly, and Su Yan, ignoring the side effects, drank several bottles of spiritual recovery potions in succession to hold on, successfully granting buffs to everyone. After a brief rest to recover his spiritual energy, he cast the sanctuary. At the city gate, a sanctuary field covering the entire battlefield is formed, continuously restoring teammates' stamina and injuries. In such large-scale battles, single-target skills like healing spells and Star Moon guidance are not as practical as sanctuaries and ancient totems. In the ensuing battle, Su Yan used most of his spiritual power to maintain the sanctuary field, with the remainder dedicated to tending to injured teammates. The sanctuary field proved worthwhile, as the advantages of group continuous healing were vividly displayed in the large-scale battle. With the support of the sanctuary field, warriors who were previously unable to fight due to injuries recovered after a brief rest and rejoined the battle. Protected by the sanctuary field, everyone's fighting spirit grew stronger, successfully fending off countless attacking beasts. This battle lasted a total of 3 days. With Su Yan present, the battle was exceptionally intense. During these 3 days, in order to fend off the attacks of the beasts, casualties continued to mount. Watching one vibrant life after another fade away, even though he was mentally prepared, Su Yan still felt deeply saddened. He finally understood why some healers would become despondent after failing to save lives. But understanding does not mean agreement. Seeing his comrades fall one after another, Su Yan became even more determined to grow stronger. 3 days later, under the intervention of some kind of force, the endless stream of beasts began to retreat, and the city was preserved. Looking at the awakened ones busy clearing away the corpses, Su Yan's eyes grew moist. However, the trial space allowed him no time for excess emotions. With a shift in the scene, he returned to the initial space. The side effects from the heavy use of spiritual power recovery potions disappeared, and he returned to his peak state. The second-level assessment passed, rewards stacked. The third-level assessment begins. The task is very simple: survive half a day under the cloud-chasing leopard. Before Su Yan could calm his emotions, the environment changed again, and he appeared in a forest. Before he could observe, a powerful force struck him, sending him flying and breaking several trees before stopping. A slender figure appeared where Su Yan stood, the target of this mission, the cloud-chasing leopard. Although Su Yan looked battered, the healer's robe reduced the damage, and he wasn't seriously injured. He cast 3 layers of recovery spells and a 6-winged guardian on himself, taking the cloud-chasing leopard's attack head-on. Crashing into the tree, he felt the power of the cloud-chasing leopard and realized the damage wasn't severe. Next, it was very simple. Su Yan cast Perception Deception on himself, blocking the sensation of pain, then maxed out damage reduction, healing, and shields. After that, he gave up dodging. He chose to take it head-on, letting the cloud-chasing leopard attack him. After all, the opponent's attacks didn't hurt and couldn't kill him, and his state would refresh after clearing the level. Why bother overthinking? Just endure it like this, survive for half a day, and that's enough. In this way, he endured for half a day, successfully passed the assessment, and returned to the trial space. The 4th level's assessment was similar to the 3rd, the task was to survive for half a day. However, this time the target became an endless tide of rats. Facing the overwhelming swarm of rats, Su Yan expressionlessly used perception deception, activated phase shift, and quickly fled. Although he could endure it head-on, looking at that group of rats, Su Yan felt he couldn't tolerate it. He liked playing with big cats, but that didn't mean he could accept rats. So he dodged and hid, desperately running away, and when he couldn't run anymore, he activated his shield to endure. In the end, he successfully survived for half a day, and not a single rat touched him. Just as Su Yan completed the fourth trial, a ball of light deep within the secret realm lit up. Someone passed the fourfold test so quickly? Has another genius emerged among the human race? An exclamation sounded. A water mirror appeared in front of the light sphere, quickly playing Su Yan's performance after entering the secret realm. Less than half a year of cultivation, mid-third tier, the level is a bit low, but in this environment, it barely counts as qualified. After a pause, the observation became more meticulous. His talent leans towards life and spacetime, with an extremely high affinity for these two rules. This was shocking. This time, an extraordinary figure had truly arrived. Humans, forget it, I'll go out and meet him, consider it an early investment. With a flash of the figure, the entire light sphere instantly disappeared, reappearing in the space where Su Yan was. The screen switches back to Su Yan. Having just completed the fourth round of assessment, he was not immediately transported to the next stage as before but returned to the space, waiting quietly. Just as Su Yan thought something unexpected had happened, the space transformed again. The fifth round of assessment began. The task was, kill the target or attack the target 100,000 times. Completing either task would suffice. The target would not actively attack. It was the same voice announcing the task, but Su Yan felt that this time the voice seemed somewhat different from before. Thinking carefully, he felt there was no real change. Unable to figure it out, Su Yan decided not to dwell on it and began pondering the content of the final assessment. Kill or attack 100,000 times? This assessment was clearly different from the previous ones. Then, a giant turtle over 10 meters tall appeared before Su Yan. Its shell was covered with spikes, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Facing this giant beast, Su Yan raised his hand, transforming the illusionary crystal into a glove. With spiritual energy enveloping his fist, he swung a powerful punch. Sure enough, the giant turtle wasn't hurt. Instead, a counterforce traveled back through his fist into his body, injuring him. A number appeared above the giant turtle's head, 99999/100000. Looking at the unresponsive giant turtle and recalling the task prompt, Su Yan felt his hands ache. How could I, a healer, possibly defeat this thing alone? It seems I can only keep attacking to accumulate progress. Just as he was mentally complaining, the number above the giant turtle's head suddenly changed to 100000/100000. Seeing the number fully restored, Su Yan smiled helplessly. It seems I have to keep attacking. If I stop, it will just recover on its own. But having come this far, I can't give up. Tired or not, I just hope the reward for clearing this stage won't disappoint me. Fortunately, I have two continuous recovery skills, Restoration and Sanctuary, otherwise, I would have to heal myself after just a few hits, which would be too frustrating. Thinking of stacking 3 layers of Restoration to prepare for the trial. Just as I applied 3 layers of Restoration on myself, the voice announcing the mission sounded in my ears again. Restoration healing effect removed, stamina, spiritual power, and mental power recovery effects halved, Sanctuary and Perception Deception skills disabled. This sudden restriction made Su Yan want to curse, feeling like the secret realm was specifically targeting him. But being in the secret realm, he could only accept the new rules. Burning with anger, Su Yan transformed the illusion crystal into a giant hammer, raised it with both hands, and smashed it fiercely at the giant turtle. When injured, he used Star Moon guidance to heal himself, then continued smashing. After smashing for a while and venting his anger on the giant turtle, Su Yan gradually calmed down. Having passed the first 4 trials, Su Yan realized that the tests in this secret realm actually had their reasoning. The first 2 trials tested healing and teamwork abilities, while the third and fourth trials assessed escape and self-preservation skills. As for the final trial, judging from the disabled skills and the continuous use of the sledgehammer, Su Yan speculated that the 5th trial was a test of his endurance and stability. It examined whether he could consistently channel spiritual energy for self-healing under conditions of extreme physical exhaustion and continuous injury. The pain caused by the 100,000 countershocks was meant to train his resilience and willpower. This also explained why the 3 skills Restoration, Perception Deception, and Sanctuary were restricted. Understanding this, Su Yan adjusted his mindset, ready to face the upcoming challenges. Although Su Yan could understand it in his heart, he still felt a bit dissatisfied. How great it would be if he had a sustained output skill. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although he didn't have such a skill, he could rely on luck. Spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and a black light shot out from his palm, landing on the giant hammer formed by the illusion crystal. Good and evil retribution. Evil causes the target's next attack damage to double, and within 1 hour, there is a 20% chance for attacks to carry a negative effect. After obtaining this skill, what Su Yan valued most was the damage doubling effect. Now, he suddenly remembered that this skill also had an additional effect. Burning, poisoning, and other continuous damage negative effects were exactly what he needed right now. Thus, the level that originally tested endurance instantly turned into a challenge of luck. Competing in luck? Su Yan was full of confidence. After all, he was the one most favored by the heavens. Just as he expected, with 3 strikes, the giant turtle simultaneously suffered from poison, armor break, and burn debuffs, and the health numbers above its head rapidly decreased. Seeing the immediate effect, Su Yan became even more excited. He didn't stop, hammering the giant turtle blow after blow. Curse, crippling, shadow erosion, ice poison, various debuffs kept landing on the giant turtle. The giant turtle, which had been unresponsive to his attacks, began to wail under this sudden change in strategy. Looking at the increasing number of debuffs on the giant turtle, Su Yan suddenly realized that he might not even need to complete the goal of 10,000 strikes. After smashing it a few thousand more times, this giant turtle would collapse directly due to the negative effects. Thinking of this, Su Yan, who had been frustrated by the secret realm's rules, suddenly became much more enthusiastic and swung the hammer in his hand even faster. Finally, after thousands of heavy strikes, the giant turtle let out a cry of relief like agony, collapsed to the ground, and its life faded away. As the giant turtle fell, the surrounding space changed once again. This time, he did not return to the initial dark space but arrived in a magnificent grand hall. The grand hall was resplendent with golden light, solemn yet luxurious, but what caught Su Yan's attention the most were 4 enormous stone statues. These stone statues had peculiar designs that Su Yan had never seen before, but judging by the aura and sense of oppression emanating from them, they were far from ordinary sculptures. Subsequently, 4 orbs of light flew out from the mouths of the stone statues and converged into a green light sphere the size of a basketball in the center of the grand hall. This light orb exuded vitality, making Su Yan feel very close to it. The light orb suddenly spoke. "Examiner, hello, I am the guardian spirit of this secret realm. You can call me Ling." The voice was exactly the same as the assessment prompt Su Yan had heard before. "Hello, Senior Ling, I am Su Yan," he responded respectfully, though curious about how a light orb could speak. Ling was evidently not one for many words, and the light orb floated towards Su Yan. "This is your reward for passing the Ling's secret realm assessment. You can absorb it directly by channeling your spiritual power into it. The hall here will help you better receive the reward." Then, the 4 spirits spat out another ball of light and handed it to Su Yan. "This is my personal gift to you, consider it an early investment. Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. Your growth and strength is the greatest reward for me." As soon as the words were spoken, the ball of light disappeared, leaving only Su Yan standing in the center of the grand hall, staring at the 2 balls of light in his hands. He was just about to ask something, but then he realized. The ball of light turned and left after speaking, its face cold and indifferent, not saying another word, and began carefully examining the ball of light in front of it. In a space unknown to Su Yan, the ball of light formed by the 4 spirits was bouncing around chaotically. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely find it strange. How could one tell it was feeling regret from a ball of light darting around? Finally, the ball of light stopped and muttered softly. "Sigh, I originally wanted to chat more with this human genius, build a closer relationship, so I could ask for help in the future. But as soon as I meet strangers, I start stuttering, and my urge to run away kicks in again. It's really... I only said a couple of sentences before running off. Would he think I'm too cold and don't like him? I even gave him something. Could it be that he didn't sense my goodwill?" Thinking this, the light orb jumped up again. At this moment, Su Yan had no idea that somewhere in the secret realm, a socially anxious spirit of the secret realm was constantly replaying its behavior and occasionally shouting in frustration. Su Yan, on the other hand, was checking the rewards from this secret realm journey. Following what the 4 spirits had mentioned earlier, he directly used his spiritual power to probe into the 2 light orbs. The 2 light orbs quickly flew towards Su Yan, and he found himself in a wondrous state. A large amount of spiritual energy, vitality, and mental power surged into his body, rapidly absorbed under the active operation of the basic cultivation method within him, strengthening his physique. His strength also quickly increased as the energy poured in. From late stage 3, peak stage 3, early stage 4, rapidly ascending all the way to peak stage 4, ready to break through to stage 5 at any moment. This was still Su Yan being cautious, deliberately using part of his power to consolidate his foundation and suppress the breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current late stage 6 mental strength, he would have already broken through to stage 5. By the way, breaking through not only requires the accumulation of spiritual power but also mental strength reaching a certain level, and physical fitness must be able to withstand the changes after the breakthrough. Wang Lei and the others are stuck because their mental strength is insufficient. Leaping directly from mid-stage 3 to peak stage 4 without any side effects is already the most ordinary reward this time. After breaking through, Su Yan discovered 4 new skills in his mind. Regeneration grants the target regenerative abilities, including the repair of flesh and essence. Heart of Life, when activated, all healing effects are tripled. This bonus applies after all other bonuses. Activation consumes a large amount of spiritual power, and if spiritual power is insufficient, it will burn life force. The skill cannot be deactivated within 30 seconds of activation. Overhealing, excess healing is converted into a shield, which can stack. Death Resistance prevents the target from dying when taking fatal damage within a certain period, but has a lower priority than other skills triggered by fatal damage. Seeing these 4 skills, Su Yan was extremely excited. Without a doubt, these 4 skills are incredibly powerful, making the already strong healing abilities even more terrifying. The previously slightly lacking survival ability now has excessive healing. Combined with his innate recovery skill, it can continuously generate shields. Along with death resistance, safety has been greatly enhanced. Just as Su Yan was excited about these 2 rewards, the light orb of the reward slowly turned into a solid form, and a giant egg appeared in his hand. According to the information obtained from the light orb, it was the egg formed from the giant turtle he had previously killed, along with a soul contract scroll. After hatching, he could use the scroll to form a contract with it. Thinking of that giant turtle with extremely strong defense and counter-damage abilities, Su Yan was very satisfied. After all, that turtle had endured nearly 1,000 negative effects before he managed to take it down. He stored the turtle egg and the contract scroll into his spatial ring, planning to decide later whether to form a contract. Su Yan then turned to look at another light orb. It was a gift privately sent by the 4 Spirits Senior. As before, as Su Yan's mental power probed into it, the light orb directly merged into his body. Su Yan felt something quietly changing within his body. Immediately afterward, he once again saw the information about the talent ability that had flashed and quickly disappeared during his previous awakening. The text shattered under his astonished gaze and then rapidly reassembled. Talent 1. Healing skills receive a 150% boost, Tier 0, with a 60% increase in effect for each tier upgrade. 2. All skill costs are halved. Seeing the text reappear and then quickly vanish again, Su Yan felt as if all of this was unreal, like a dream. Immediately, a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. The gift from the 4 Spirits Seniors had caused his talent to evolve once more. Not only did the healing effect directly double, but the newly added attribute of halved skill costs made his healing abilities unparalleled. Su Yan snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed intently on the transformed talent, unable to contain his excitement. He had always thought that his initial talent was already strong enough, with a healing effect of 1.5 times. Upon reaching the 10th tier, it could reach 3.5 times the same tier. Coupled with equipment bonuses, he was fully qualified to dominate the healing field. And now, after the talent upgrade, the starting point was already 2.5 times, with an additional 60% per tier. By the 4th tier, the bonus had reached 4.9 times, far surpassing the previous 10th tier level. That extra skill cost reduction by half immediately reminded Su Yan of the Heart of Life he had obtained earlier. Looking around the empty Great Hall, he couldn't help but ask, Senior 4 Spirits, if I use a skill here, can I leave the secret realm safely after death? Will my state reset upon leaving? After waiting for a long time, the surroundings remained silent. Just as Su Yan thought the senior had left and was about to give up, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Stand in the center of the Great Hall and call my name to reset your state. Death will eject you from the secret realm, and your state will also reset. The secret realm will close in 2 days, so make the most of it. Hearing this, Su Yan was filled with gratitude and bowed deeply toward the spot where the 4 spirits had appeared. Then, he began practicing his skills. First, he cast a healing spell on himself. Feeling the 3 layers of healing spells stacked on his body, there was no sense of restriction. As the level increases, the number of stackable layers of the healing spell also rises. He added 4 more layers, making a total of 7 layers, and only then did he feel a slight restriction. However, with 7 layers of healing spells stacked, combined with the level upgrades and talent enhancements, Su Yan's recovery speed for vitality, spiritual power, and mental strength was several times faster than before. He estimated that the healing spell could restore about 1/3 of his total spiritual power per second. In other words, after depleting all his spiritual power, it would take only 3 seconds to fully recover. If used with a bit of effort saving, it could completely function like a perpetual motion machine. Such a terrifying recovery speed made Su Yan full of confidence in the skill he was about to test. He didn't activate the energy consumption reduction effect on his equipment, only carried 7 layers of recovery spell, and activated the Heart of Life. Originally, he was prepared to trigger the equipment effect at any time, or even shout to reset the state, just in case. But after activating the Heart of Life, feeling the consumption of spiritual energy within his body, he suddenly thought the skill description was a bit exaggerated. It only consumed 1/10 of his total spiritual energy per second. At this moment, Su Yan had only one thought in his mind. That's it? I even made so many preparations, specifically asked a big shot to be on standby to save me, and the spiritual energy consumption is this low? Doesn't this make my preparation seem unnecessary and quite silly? Su Yan laughed without any scruples. Internally, he criticized the description of this skill for clearly exaggerating the side effects, feeling like it was false advertising. He himself could only handle the energy consumption of 1/10 per second without any pressure thanks to the 7-layer recovery technique and halved consumption. For an ordinary person, even with 1/5 consumption per second, lasting 30 seconds would be unbearable. Even if they managed to endure it, they'd be almost completely drained. Only someone like Su Yan, with a talent that had undergone secondary sublimation, could confidently use such a life-risking skill as a regular one. Then, Su Yan tried out phasing, ancient totem, and sanctuary. With the support of the 7-layer recovery technique, the phasing skill, which originally consumed a lot and could only be used for survival, could now be used as a regular skill. The two skills, ancient totem and sanctuary, no longer posed a huge burden when applied on a large scale. Other skills have also been enhanced to varying degrees. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Yan's face was full of surprise. During this secret realm journey, he not only obtained a pet with extremely strong defense and vitality but also directly advanced his level to the peak of the 4th tier. It felt like the next breakthrough was not far away. As long as he went back and secluded himself for a period of cultivation, he could reach the 5th tier, and it would be a solid, side-effect-free improvement. He also learned 4 super powerful skills. Not to mention the regeneration skill, combined with the recovery technique, it could quickly restore damaged origins. The 2 skills, death resistance and overhealing, greatly enhanced his survival and rescue abilities, giving him an overwhelming sense of security on the battlefield. Finally, the combination of Heart of Life and the 7-layer recovery technique allowed this skill to remain active on him, directly doubling his already extraordinary healing capacity. And the greatest gain from this secret realm was the secondary sublimation of his talent. Without this terrifying enhancement, the recovery technique couldn't sustain the consumption of Heart of Life, and without the boost from Heart of Life, his healing ability would be halved. Recalling these gains, Su Yan was both excited and curious. Are all the nation's secret realms this generous? A secret realm that opens once every 2 years and only allows 10 people to enter, with rewards this abundant, can it really sustain itself? Although the last reward was personally given by Senior 4 Spirits, the first 3 rewards were by no means simple either. It's just that the last talent sublimation overshadowed them. Upgrades without side effects, top-tier skills, top-tier battle pets, each of these would cause a frenzy outside. But this time, the assessment actually gave all of them to me at once? Even with the cumulative rewards for clearing the challenge, this is way too generous. If every time the secret realm opens the rewards are this abundant, although not everyone can clear it, it's definitely possible for 1 or 2 out of 10 to succeed. With rewards distributed at this standard, can the resources of this secret realm really hold up? Moreover, Su Yan always felt that this reward was somewhat strange, as if it had been specially prepared for him. As for the giant turtle, there's no need to mention it. This pet, with its thick health, high defense, and counterattack ability, combined with its powerful recovery and support capabilities, could handle opponents of the same level or even 1 or 2 levels higher with ease. As for the 4 skills at the end, leaving 2 aside for now, Overhealing and Heart of Life are incredibly compatible with him. Coupled with the opportunity from the 4 Spirits Senior, the combination of talent, equipment effects, and recovery techniques makes it effortless for Su Yan to handle either healing overflow or the terrifying skill consumption. If these rewards were truly prepared specifically for him, then who exactly is behind it all? A teacher, a superior, or a chess piece left by some mysterious existence? Currently, Su Yan has no clue about this. He shook his head, casting aside these messy thoughts, and focused on the changes before him and his future cultivation. No matter what happens, Su Yan knows that he cannot intervene just yet. The opportunity given by others, just accept it. As for the troubles that may arise later, the future self will find a way to handle them. Even if there are real difficulties, the teacher, the school, and the strong support of the country will ensure he is not alone. Thinking of this, his mood instantly calmed down. He began practicing his skills in this secret realm where the state could be reset at any time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the sense of repulsion within the secret realm gradually became apparent. Su Yan did not resist and followed this force, leaving the secret realm. A flash of light passed, and he returned to Wang Yu's dormitory, exactly where he had been teleported away. You're back? Peak of the 4th tier, ready to break through to the 5th tier at any time. It seems you gained a lot from the Four Spirits' secret realm this time. Wang Yu sat on the sofa, smiling as he spoke, the tea on the table long since cold. Yes, teacher, I'm back. Seeing Wang Yu's gentle smile, Su Yan felt a warmth in his heart. He walked over, sat down, and started boiling water for him while speaking. Good to have you back. Wang Yu looked at the 16-year-old disciple beside him, who was about to reach the 5th tier and could handle things independently, feeling deeply moved. He had initially taken him in as a favor to the principal, but now seeing how quickly he had grown was truly surprising. Even with the resources provided from above, achieving such strength at this age was still admirable. This brief time together had deepened the bond between master and disciple. Especially this time, when Su Yan ventured into the secret realm alone. Although Wang Yu knew there was no life-threatening danger, he couldn't help but worry. He feared unexpected incidents in the secret realm, feared Su Yan would face setbacks, and worried that he hadn't been doing well during this period. These various concerns led him to decline his friend's invitations and stay in the dormitory, waiting for Su Yan's return. A friend half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "You've started treating the kid like your own son, haven't you? Even Wan Lei never made you this worried." Watching Su Yan quietly pour tea for him by his side, Wang Yu's smile grew even gentler. Such a handsome, good-natured, obedient, and sensible disciple, who wouldn't like him? In less than half a year, Su Yan had already taken a place in his heart like a close nephew. After pouring the tea, Su Yan began recounting his experiences in the secret realm. Wang Yu listened quietly, as he always did. When Su Yan spoke about the second trial, his tone grew serious, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes, causing Wang Yu's heart to tighten. Although both he and Su Yan's parents had warned him that trouble might arise, and Su Yan was mentally prepared, when things truly happened, no one could face it lightly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people falling into despair after failed treatments. But seeing that there was no shadow in Su Yan's eyes, which still shone brightly with a desire to grow stronger, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. His disciple had effortlessly overcome the most challenging psychological hurdle for a healer, turning adversity into a stepping stone for growth. Hearing Su Yan talk about his dislike for mice and his whimsical idea about the giant turtle in the final level, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. This kid is truly both adorable and clever. Seeing Wang Yu laugh, Su Yan's face instantly turned red. Forcibly changing the subject, Su Yan began recounting his final encounter with the Four Spirits Elder and how he received their gift. Wang Yu listened, and whether he was genuinely surprised or just pretending, his eyes lit up instantly, completely captivated. Are you saying that after passing all the trials, you met the spirit of the secret realm, and they even gave you a gift? That's right. After passing through the secret realm, I met the Four Spirits Elder. They gave me a gift, said nothing more, and then just disappeared. Is that normal? Wang Yu shook his head indifferently, a faintly amused expression appearing on his face. No problem. The Four Spirits' secret realm has appeared several times in recent years, and many people who encountered the Four Spirits Senior during the trials have mentioned similar situations. The state has also analyzed it, and the conclusion is, the Four Spirits Senior only appears when encountering trial participants with extremely high talent, offering gifts based on their characteristics to help them grow quickly. We also speculate that this Four Spirits Senior might have a bit of social anxiety, not very good at communicating with strangers, but still feels the need to personally nurture these exceptionally gifted individuals. They speak very little and leave as soon as they finish, which makes many who have met them feel that they are cold and aloof. As for why they help these people, we still haven't figured it out. We only know that they are on our side and won't harm us, and that's enough. After listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that the rewards from this secret realm, which felt tailor-made, were arranged with someone's help behind the scenes. The stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. He couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing that the dignified spirit of the secret realm, the legendary lucky star of countless geniuses, and the aloof senior who disappeared after speaking briefly, turned out to be socially anxious. It was quite an interesting setting. After laughing, Su Yan began chatting with Wang Yu about the gains from this secret realm. There was no need to elaborate on the level up, as Wang Yu had noticed it right away and even marveled at Su Yan's talent. Aside from reaching the peak of Tier 4 during this secret realm trip, I also acquired 4 skills: regeneration, overhealing, heart of life, and death resistance. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow curiously upon hearing this. Well, overhealing and death resistance are both excellent and suit you well. Can you explain the effects of regeneration and heart of life in more detail? Wang Yu was very familiar with overhealing and death resistance. One adds a shield, the other prevents death. Both are powerful skills and were precisely the 2 skills he had prepared for Su Yan. The skill regeneration sounded ordinary, as many secret realm creatures with strong vitality possess it, but its effects vary greatly. The regeneration Su Yan obtained this time was specifically selected by the 4 spirits secret realm, so it was definitely extraordinary. As for the heart of life, Wang Yu had never heard of it. It should be a new skill, something that regular secret realms couldn't possibly produce. Su Yan patiently explained the effects of these 2 skills in detail to Wang Yu. After listening, Wang Yu, who usually appeared calm, changed his expression for the first time. He stood up in shock and asked urgently, "Are you serious? Your regeneration skill can make the origin regrow? And it only consumes spiritual power without depleting the origin?" Facing Wang Yu's reaction, Su Yan calmly nodded. By now, he was no longer the clueless novice who had just awakened. Wang Yu could understand Su Yan's loss of composure, as the origin was too important for awakeners. If the origin was damaged, at best, combat power would weaken, and breakthroughs would be hindered. At worst, one couldn't become an awakener at all and might even lose their life. In this world where secret realms frequently appear, it is common for the essence to be damaged in order to resist the creatures of the secret realms. The most common issue is injuries. When severely wounded without timely treatment, the wounds fail to heal properly. Even if treated later, recovery is particularly slow. Additionally, to deal with enemies far stronger than oneself, sometimes secret techniques must be used to forcibly unleash power, which is also one of the causes of essence damage. Most of these secret techniques involve burning one's own essence and vitality to gain immense strength. Once used, if the battle cannot be ended quickly, it essentially halves one's strength. However, to protect their loved ones and companions behind them, many warriors are willing to endure these severe side effects and fight desperately against the enemy. Every year, a large number of warriors suffer essence damage while resisting enemies, forcing them to retire in dismay and return to ordinary civilian life. Essence injuries can only be slowly recovered over time, or effectively treated by high-level healers. When high-level healers treat essence injuries, they use their own essence and vitality to repair the damaged parts. However, due to the special abilities of healers, one source can repair dozens of equivalent losses, and the recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary awakeners. Now, high-level healers are regularly opening slots to quickly help the injured repair their source without affecting their own combat capabilities. This is also the responsibility that must be undertaken while enjoying resource privileges after reaching the level of a high-level healer. The skill Su Yan is currently demonstrating to restore the source indeed surprised Wang Yu for a moment. But after calming down, he realized that although this skill is impressive, it is not invincible. Although the ability is precious, as an 8th-tier titled healer, he knows some things that others do not. The skill Su Yan currently possesses is very effective before the 9th tier. 9th-tier healers can leverage the power of the rules of heaven and earth to heal without consuming their source. It's just that most 9th-tier healers are stationed in the secret realm and cannot leave. They only return to Blue Star every few years to heal these injured awakened ones. The 9th tier is still too far away for Su Yan. As a 4th-tier individual, possessing such a skill is already incredibly extraordinary. Wang Yu stood up, took out a small doll from his space ring, and said, "Come, use your regeneration skill on this test doll with all your strength. I'll help you test its effect." Su Yan obediently cast the regeneration skill on the doll. After activating the skill, he felt 90% of his spiritual energy being drained, and a green light orb appeared in his hand. Looking a bit pale, he quickly threw the light orb at the doll and then hurriedly used a recovery spell on himself. After all, having so much spiritual energy drained at once left his body feeling uncomfortably empty. Wang Yu had no time to pay attention to Su Yan. his eyes fixed entirely on the doll. After the green light orb merged into the doll, its eyes flickered with light, and various data were transmitted to Wang Yu's mind through spiritual power. Well, the effect is pretty good. It can completely restore the essence of a 5th tier awakener, and even recover 1/10 for a 6th tier. This is top-notch among similar skills. I was originally planning to help you find such a skill, but these kinds of skills are too rare. I was just going to try my luck. I didn't expect you to discover this skill yourself. You've really saved me a lot of effort. Listening to Wang Yu's evaluation of his skill, Su Yan nodded. He knew in his heart that he was not the only one with this kind of ability. The secret realm has existed for over 1,000 years. With countless explorers and awakeners studying it, there must already be research results on the costs required for high-level healers. Although the ability to restore essence without any cost is very rare, it is not unheard of. It's just that there are too few people who can master this ability, while there are many whose essence has been damaged. This is what makes this free essence restoration skill sound particularly impressive. Then, Su Yan talked to Wang Yu about the gift given to him by the Four Spirits Senior. Teacher, besides these, the Four Spirits Senior also gave me something, saying it was a private investment. Really? Tell me about it. Wang Yu's originally calm expression turned curious as he looked at Su Yan. The Four Spirits Senior gave me a ball of light. I don't know what it is, but after absorbing it, my talent ability directly upgraded threefold, and I also gained the feature of having skill consumption. After hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Yu was surprised again. He smiled wryly and said, "Your luck, even I envy it. I was just wondering why your regeneration skill is so much stronger than others. Turns out this is the reason." Paused for a moment, Wang Yu seriously said to Su Yan, "Yan, apart from me, don't tell anyone about your talent's second upgrade. If someone asks about your healing amount, just say it's a talent ability, but don't reveal the specific numbers. If anyone presses further, tell them to come to me." Understood, Su Yan obediently agreed. Seeing Su Yan being so compliant, Wang Yu nodded, took out his communicator, sent a message, and said to Su Yan at the same time, "I'll report your achievements to the higher-ups and strive for better protection and resources for you. You should rest well for now. If anything comes up, contact me through the communicator." After saying this, he activated his teleportation skill and left, leaving Su Yan sitting alone on the living room sofa. After Wang Yu left, Su Yan didn't stay in the living room either. He returned to his room, washed up, and then sat on the bed. Having just finished the secret realm trial, and with his teacher leaving for other matters, he suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do after returning to school. Bored, he could only reflect on his performance this time. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he sat up straight, got up and walked to the desk, took out the giant turtle egg and the soul contract scroll that had been forgotten earlier, and used the communicator to take a photo and send it to Wang Yu, while also explaining the origin of the turtle egg and his own speculations. Not long after, Wang Yu replied, "Since it was chosen for you by Senior Four Spirits and you also think it's good, just go ahead and make the contract. Senior Four Spirits won't harm you." After receiving the reply, Su Yan cut his finger, dripped blood onto the turtle egg, and left a mark on the contract scroll with his spiritual power. A flash of light passed, and the scroll turned into particles of light, half merging into the turtle egg, and the other half forming a contract symbol in his spiritual sea. The moment the symbol appeared, Su Yan felt a connection with the turtle egg, able to vaguely sense its emotions and the information it wanted to convey. The turtle egg, having completed the contract, became somewhat restless, transmitting a strong sense of anticipation. Carefully sensing, he realized that the turtle egg would hatch in a week and would require a large amount of spiritual energy to do so. He took out the spiritual energy crystal from his spatial ring, activated the small spirit gathering device in the room, and prepared to provide ample spiritual energy for the giant turtle egg. After setting up the formation and placing the giant turtle egg into the spirit gathering array, the previously restless turtle egg finally calmed down. Only then did Su Yan lie back on the bed and begin to review the memories he gained after signing a contract with this giant turtle. This giant turtle is no ordinary creature. It was one of the first lifeforms to appear after the secret realm was created. It was formed by the fusion of the essence of earth and water during the early stages of the secret realm. While still an egg, it was discovered and adopted by the Four Spirits' predecessors. It grew up under the care of the Four Spirits' predecessors, watching wave after wave of challengers enter the Four Spirits' secret realm. Based on its own personality and the challengers' descriptions of the outside world, it chose the form of a giant turtle when it transformed. Under the meticulous guidance of the Four Spirits' predecessors, it reached the peak of the 8th tier early on. However, due to the restrictions of the Secret Realm's rules, it was unable to break through further. The Four Spirits' predecessors suggested it sign a contract with a human, revert to its egg form, and thereby break the Secret Realm's limitations. By following a human out of the Secret Realm to seek breakthroughs, its original power would quickly recover after hatching, and combined with the growth of its awakened partner, it could rapidly return to its previous strength. But over the years, it couldn't bear to leave the Four Spirits' predecessors and hadn't encountered a suitable awakened partner, so it remained in the Secret Realm, never leaving with anyone, even giving up the thought of leaving. Until it met Su Yan. Actually, the assessment Su Yan faced was not originally his. He temporarily replaced the original examiner and was given a new task. This wasn't because Su Yan had a strong aura, but because the giant turtle decided to follow him the moment it saw him. The plot was truly baffling. However, the giant turtle simply felt it had been asleep for too long, its body was sore, and its shell was covered in dust. It just so happened to encounter Su Yan, a harmless healer, and wanted him to help massage and relax its muscles while using the vibrations from attacks to shake off the dust, serving as both a massage and cleaning. In the end, it miscalculated and didn't expect Su Yan to lack any sense of martial ethics. He activated the good and evil have consequences skill. And with luck so good it seemed like the heavens were helping him, thousands of negative effects stacked on the turtle, leaving it in unbearable pain. The rules it had set beforehand left it unable to resist, so it could only let Su Yan continue stacking negative effects. Su Yan could clearly feel its frustration and resentment. In the end, this giant turtle, which had not resolved to leave the Secret Realm for years, was forced to revert to a turtle egg under Su Yan's outrageous actions and was directly gifted to Su Yan by the Four Spirits seniors. Feeling the resentment brought by the contract, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the seemingly absurd checkpoint was actually set up because this giant turtle wanted someone to massage and clean off its dust? Its stated conditions for passing were killing or 100,000 attacks. In fact, it was well aware that only the latter was the real option, while the former was casually added to imply that there was more than one way to pass the test. However, regardless of what the giant turtle initially thought, this trial indeed met the standards and difficulty level of a Secret Realm assessment. But neither the Four Spirits Elder nor the giant turtle, who wanted to stretch its muscles, expected Su Yan to exploit the mechanism of karma to stack negative effects. Coupled with Su Yan's heaven-defying luck, with a 20% trigger rate that he practically treated as 100%, various negative effects stacked, layer upon layer. This allowed Su Yan, who was only at the third tier, to achieve what seemed like an impossible cross-tier kill. And the fate-defying luck Su Yan displayed during the battle became the reason why the Four Spirits Elder entrusted the giant turtle to him. As for the Secret Realm's rule that the loser must leave with the killer, do you think the spirits of the Four Spirits Secret Realm lacked the authority to change the rules? Adjusting rewards and rules is no challenge for them. Su Yan even felt that he might be able to. The great gains Su Yan achieved this time were only partially due to his talent. More credit went to his investment in his own luck and the upbringing fee from that giant turtle. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, glanced at the turtle egg still rapidly absorbing spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering array, and then took out the water and earth elemental spiritual energy crystals that Wang Yu had given him before leaving from his spatial ring, placing them into the array. He got up and left, walked to the courtyard, swiped his card to teleport to the cultivation room, and began stabilizing his suddenly skyrocketed strength. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, while Su Yan was deeply focused on his cultivation, a message suddenly appeared in his soul, interrupting his concentration. Upon careful sensing, it was a message from the giant turtle contract, informing him that the giant turtle was about to hatch. Receiving the news, Su Yan immediately got up, teleported back to Wang Yu's villa, and hurriedly rushed to his room. As soon as he entered, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flowing toward a certain spot in the room. It was the spirit-gathering array he had set up earlier. He quickly walked over and saw the turtle egg acting like a giant vacuum cleaner, frantically devouring the spiritual energy within the array. The spiritual energy crystal originally placed in the formation gradually changed color from blue-yellow to transparent, indicating that the spiritual energy was almost depleted. Su Yan quickly took out a large pile of water and earth attribute crystals from the space ring to replace the exhausted spiritual energy crystals. After replacing with new crystals, the turtle egg absorbed spiritual energy even faster. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, cracks began to appear on the turtle egg. With a crack, the eggshell completely shattered, and a white light enveloped the entire space. As the light faded, a giant turtle over 2 meters long appeared before Su Yan. Although somewhat puzzled as to how such a small turtle egg could hatch such a large turtle, Su Yan immediately used the contract in his mind to communicate with it. During the communication, Su Yan felt a bit nervous. After all, he remembered the memories in the contract. The giant turtle originally had no intention of leaving the secret realm to mingle with humans, and the means he used to defeat the giant turtle were not exactly honorable. If this newly hatched giant turtle still retained its original memories, would it recognize him? Could he tame this ancient beast? But as soon as the communication began, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The contract told him that this giant turtle no longer had its previous memories. Or rather, under the suggestion of the Four Spirits Senior, the giant turtle had sealed its past memories itself, to be restored only after breaking through to the 9th rank. The turtle before him was like a newly born, completely clueless exotic beast. Moreover, when the giant turtle sealed its memories, it left a message. Although the method you used was a bit cunning, a loss is a loss. I, turtle, accept it. From today on, you are my master. Please take care of me in the future. I hope you can grow stronger quickly so I can regain the memories that belong to me as soon as possible. Hearing the heavy words echoing in his mind, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he put away his smile and solemnly said to the still confused giant turtle, I won't make you wait too long. Although the giant turtle didn't quite understand what he meant, it affectionately rubbed its head against Su Yan's leg. While rubbing, it conveyed through the contract that it was hungry. Su Yan took out some prepared beast milk, beast meat, and a few fruits and vegetables from his spatial ring, placing them in front of the giant turtle for it to choose. The giant turtle was not picky at all. After Su Yan said it could eat all of it, it began devouring the food in big bites. As the giant turtle was quickly munching on the food, Su Yan watched while checking its detailed information through the contract. Name, Xian Ming. Race, turtle. Attributes, water, earth. Strength, 6th tier peak. Contract beast strength cannot exceed the master's by more than 2 major tiers. Skills, thorn armor, reflects damage, earth armor, reduces damage, damage sharing, distributes damage, rapid regeneration, quick recovery. Frost storm, freezes, slows, and deals damage, power amplification, increases attack power, equivalent to 70% of current defense power. Looking at the giant turtle in front of him, Su Yan couldn't help but smile at its luxurious skill set. It has extremely strong defense, can attack from a distance, and is also capable of close combat. Most importantly, the power amplification skill significantly boosts its attack power. For Su Yan right now, this is simply the perfect companion. Xian Ming was born with the strength of a 6th tier peak, and the spiritual energy feedback from the contract was also very strong. Su Yan sighed, this turtle was born a winner. Born with a level of strength that others struggle to achieve in a lifetime. In fact, its strength is limited by its dragging behind master. If not for this, it could have been even stronger. Speaking of which, this turtle looks like a protagonist no matter how you see it. In its previous life, it was a strong figure, but was betrayed and killed by villains. After being reborn, it not only retained enough strength to protect itself but also gained greater potential, aiming to become stronger than in its past life. So, what does that make me, the one who formed a contract with this turtle? Am I the protagonist? Or am I just a helper for the protagonist's growth? Thinking of this, Su Yan touched his head and couldn't help but laugh. Shaking off those wandering thoughts, regardless of why Xian Ming chose to form a contract with him, it has been a great help to him now. From the contract information, Xian Ming is mainly defense-oriented. The secret realm has been open for so long, and many awakened ones and exotic beasts have formed contracts. Some exotic beast skills are even contract summoning types. Thus, the profession of beast tamer was born. After years of development, humans have delved deeply into the study of contract beasts, forming a specialized discipline. Jiangnan University, where Su Yan is studying, has a beast taming academy, which is already a top-tier program and may become a flagship program in the future. Research achievements have made the cultivation of contract beasts more scientific. Su Yan plans to train Xian Ming into a shield guard. Its skill set is rich in defensive abilities, and its innate defense is much stronger than shield guards of the same level. As long as it is equipped with some guarding and damage substitution skills, Xian Ming can become a powerful shield guard. More importantly, the contract creates a close bond between the two, making it more reliable than an ordinary shield guard. According to previous information, before Xian Ming transformed into a turtle egg, it was already at the peak of the 8th tier. If not for the restrictions of the secret realm, it had the full potential to break through to the 9th tier. This means that Xian Ming can at least reach the peak of the 8th tier, even if it encounters issues and fails to break through during the process. More likely, as Su Yan's strength improves, Xian Ming will grow in sync, easily breaking through to the 9th tier. Additionally, with Su Yan's good fortune and his status as a genius healer enjoying various special privileges, the probability of Xian Ming failing to break through is almost zero. Even in the event of failure, national resources could assist it in breaking through. Having a 9th tier Shield Guardian contract beast holds great significance for Su Yan. For healers like them, forming independent squads instead of always following the main force becomes much easier. The minimum requirement for a team must include at least one 9th tier Shield Guardian. This way, no matter the situation, the healer can at least survive, or rather, self-destruct with peace of mind, allowing the team's backup to revive across space and time, instead of being directly soul extinguished by the opponent's methods. During previous exchanges with Wang Yu, the mentor repeatedly complained about this rule, which rendered many of his supposedly clever tactics ineffective. Strategies like ambushes and assassinations were all restricted. The grievances of those genius healers that Wang Yu mentioned were directly resolved on Su Yan's side by the gifted Xian Ming. He couldn't help but wonder what expression the mentor would have upon hearing this news. It would surely be amusing. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. However, the laughter didn't last long, as the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the contract within his body startled him awake. The secret realm rewards had already elevated him to 5th tier strength, but at the time, he feared breaking through too quickly would destabilize his foundation, so he actively suppressed the breakthrough. Over the past week, Su Yan barely managed to digest all the rewards and solidify the strength gained from this breakthrough. Because he placed a large number of spiritual energy crystals in the spirit gathering array, Xian Ming absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy before being born, and upon birth, already possessed peak 6th tier strength. If not for Su Yan's low strength preventing a breakthrough, Xian Ming could have been even stronger. Most of the excess spiritual energy was stored by Xian Ming, while a small portion was transmitted to Su Yan through their contract. For Xian Ming, this amount of spiritual energy was insignificant, but for Su Yan, who was only at peak 4th tier, it was of great importance. Moreover, Su Yan was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and Xian Ming's actions directly stimulated him, making him feel as though he was about to break through and unable to suppress it. Feeling the spiritual energy surging within him, Su Yan's expression changed, and he quickly took Xian Ming out of the room, heading downstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, the villa's front door opened, and Wang Yu and Wang Lei entered from outside. Seeing Su Yan walking down from upstairs, the two were smiling and ready to greet him. Just as they raised their hands, they saw Su Yan quickly walking toward them. When Su Yan saw the two, he felt both happy and surprised. He had just been worried about what to do with Xian Ming during his breakthrough. After all, the newborn little turtle didn't understand anything, wouldn't care if he was in the middle of a breakthrough, and wouldn't know not to disturb him. If the breakthrough took too long, Su Yan couldn't guarantee that the little turtle wouldn't come over to cause trouble out of hunger or boredom. But now, as soon as he came downstairs and saw Wang Yu and Wang Lei, it was simply perfect timing. He had just been hesitating about how to arrange for Xian Ming, and the next second, people who could help appeared. Seeing the two smiling and greeting him, and feeling the spiritual energy inside him about to erupt, Su Yan didn't have time to say much. He quickly walked over and said to the two, "Teacher, Senior, I'm about to break through. Please take good care of Xian Ming for me." Then he turned to Xian Ming, who had followed him down, and said, "Xian Ming, I have something to do now. Stay with the teacher and senior, and listen to them." Before finishing his words, without waiting for the two or Xian Ming to respond, he quickly left, heading straight for the teleportation array and rushing to the training room. Wang Yu and Wang Lei were stunned as they watched Su Yan hurriedly run off. On one side was Wang Yu, who had just run errands to secure resources for his disciple, hoping to show off a bit in front of his young disciple. On the other side was Wang Lei, who had just stabilized his breakthrough and immediately came to find his junior brother Su Yan upon hearing of his return. The two had planned to have a good chat, but the situation turned out completely unexpected. They met the person, but things didn't go as they had anticipated. Su Yan ignored the thoughts of the two, casually tossed them a more than 2-meter-long turtle, and quickly turned to leave, leaving the two and the turtle staring blankly at each other. Wang Yu, with his rich experience, was the first to recover. Smiling, he said, "This should be the egg that Yan brought out from the four spirits. Secret realm, right? Your name is Xian Ming, isn't it?" As he spoke, he released life energy from his hand and gently patted Xuan Ming's head. Xian Ming was already friendly towards the two, and coupled with the life energy Wang Yu transmitted, which made creatures feel particularly close, along with his aura being somewhat similar to Su Yan's, Xian Ming affectionately rubbed its large head against Wang Yu's hand. Feeling the warmth transmitted by Xian Ming, the corners of Wang Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Upon contact with Xian Ming, Wang Yu immediately used his spiritual power and life energy to perform a full body scan, gaining a clear understanding of its basic condition. He sensed the powerful energy hidden within Xian Ming and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Xian Ming was originally a rare beast born from the fusion of two elemental essences, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities and a renowned reputation in the secret realm. If it could break through to the 9th tier, it would undoubtedly become a top-tier expert. However, while the secret realm granted it a powerful foundation, it also restricted its development. Now, Xian Ming has abandoned its identity as an elemental being, reincarnating into a flesh and blood lifeform through millennia of accumulation, breaking free from the constraints of the secret realm. It now possesses greater potential and is ready to climb to the pinnacle of this world alongside its master. Wang Yu's earlier scan revealed that Xuanming's vitality, recovery ability, and defense are all top tier, making it a natural shield guardian, perfectly suited for his little apprentice. The little apprentice's luck was indeed spot on. Not only did he gain great benefits from entering the secret realm, but he also directly acquired a super-compatible contract beast. With it in the future, his safety is guaranteed. At this moment, Wang Lei heard Wang Yu's words, snapped out of his thoughts, and curiously asked, "Uncle, did you just say this was brought out of the Four Spirits secret realm by A Yen? Is it his contract beast?" "Yes." Wang Yu glanced at Wang Lei, who had just stabilized at the early stage of the 6th rank, then looked at Xian Ming, who was in excellent condition, and nodded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Wang Lei clearly felt the disdainful look in his uncle's eyes, and his heart tightened. "I haven't been slacking off recently, nor have I done anything to upset Uncle. Why is he looking at me like that?" However, he didn't dwell on it. After receiving a definite answer, he scrutinized Xian Ming with a critical eye. "I need to take a good look. What kind of exotic beast is so lucky to be bound to a top-tier healer right after being born? As my junior, his contract beast can't be too shabby." He thought to himself, if this creature really isn't up to par, as a senior, he'd have to help his junior train it properly. But as he looked at the imposing Xian Ming before him, whose strength was at the peak of the 6th rank, and noticed its instinctive warning when he showed even a hint of hostility, he suddenly felt that his voice earlier might have been a bit too loud. "Let's not forget, Uncle said this turtle hatched from an egg that Junior brought out of the Four Spirits secret realm. Junior had just returned from the secret realm, so this turtle hasn't been born for long." "Just hatched not long ago? Born with the strength of a 6th tier peak, isn't that too exaggerated? Is this thing even legal? I've been training hard for so many years, and yet I'm not even as strong as a newborn turtle? Am I really a genius?" Wang Lei suddenly understood why his uncle always looked at him with that kind of expression. It was a look of disappointment beyond words. After so many years of cultivation, he had only reached the early 6th tier, not even comparable to his junior's newborn contracted beast. Truly, he had embarrassed himself. Su Yan handed Xian Ming to Wang Yu, Wang Lei thought, but little did he know that this freshly contracted beast, Xian Ming, gave Wang Lei a heavy blow the first time they met, almost breaking him. At this moment, Su Yan had just arrived at the training room through the teleportation array. As soon as he sat down, the spiritual energy began to stir, quickly flowing through his body and impacting his meridians. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Su Yan began to guide the restless spiritual energy, allowing it to flow evenly throughout his body. His cells also became active, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy and strengthening themselves. Most of the spiritual energy was devoured by the cells, and the remaining spiritual energy, under Su Yan's mental guidance, gathered in the lower abdomen, forming a pure white light cluster. The external spiritual energy was also rapidly absorbed by him, flowing along his limbs toward the light cluster. The breakthrough continued for more than half a month. As the light cluster took shape, Su Yan's aura climbed layer by layer, finally reaching its peak. 5th tier, breakthrough successful. As the light cluster formed within his body, Su Yan felt his physical fitness, as well as the quantity and quality of spiritual energy, rapidly improve. The excitement brought by the surge in strength and the abundant energy made him feel as though he could now easily handle any opponent. Encountering no obstacles, Su Yan smoothly reached the early stage of the 5th tier. However, he did not immediately leave the cultivation room but continued to cultivate, stabilizing the newly achieved realm. Although he possesses the cultivation experience of 2 lifetimes, with mental strength far surpassing his actual power and effortlessly controlling spiritual energy, the consecutive breakthroughs have little impact on his foundation and potential. However, the speed of his progress is truly astonishing. From just awakening to now reaching 5th tier strength, in some small cities, such strength would be enough to become a top existence. More importantly, Su Yan is the rarest type of healer awakener. Based on the external evaluation of healers' strength, combined with his talent and skill aura, he is entirely on par with 7th or 8th tier awakeners. Given his age and talent, his status even surpasses that of ordinary 7th or 8th tier powerhouses. As his strength and status skyrocketed, Su Yan's mindset couldn't keep up. Although he has memories of his past life, in that life, he was just an ordinary person. After crossing into this world, while he gained some knowledge about the extraordinary realm, the information from texts and videos is far less vivid than experiencing it firsthand. The sudden surge of power and special treatment, coupled with the praise and care from classmates, teachers, and teammates, made Su Yan a bit conceited, and his mindset began to swell. Simply put, the rapid increase in strength and the flattery from those around him made the once ordinary Su Yan somewhat arrogant and complacent. This mindset is very detrimental to his future growth. During his breakthrough, he even had an illusion of invincibility, as if he could defeat gods and Buddhas alike. But he quickly suppressed this thought. This also served as a wake-up call for Su Yan, making him realize that his current mindset was not yet stable enough. At first, he was so flattered by others that he became a bit smug, even feeling that no one was worthy of his attention. This mindset is very dangerous. If it continues, losing his sense of awe for the unknown, he might not even realize how he eventually falls. However, Su Yan's realization that there was a problem with his mindset is actually a good thing. Compared to being completely unaware and continuing down the path of arrogance and conceit, this is clearly much better. It's not that confidence and a bit of fervor are bad. If Su Yan were a warrior, like a berserker, without some confidence and madness, he wouldn't be able to charge forward with all his might. But he is a healer, and what a healer needs is calmness and composure. This mindset is not suitable. Of course, confidence shouldn't be completely suppressed either. As a genius, moderate confidence and a bit of fervor can motivate oneself. The key is to find a balance, avoiding both arrogance and inferiority. Now Su Yan has realized this issue and has started adjusting his mindset, which is an important growth for him. This is also the reason why he didn't rush to leave after breaking through to the 5th tier and stabilizing his strength. He needs time to sort out his mindset and ensure he can remain calm at all times. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Xianming. On the small training ground of Jiangnan University, Wang Lei walked around the giant turtle, over 10 meters tall, with a bitter expression on his face. This giant turtle is the contracted beast Xianming, entrusted to Wang Yu and the others by Su Yan. In just over half a month, Xianming had grown from just over 2 meters long to a colossal beast dozens of meters long and over 10 meters tall, as if it had been fed some magical fertilizer. If it weren't for the pet skill crystal specially obtained by Wang Yu from the Beast Academy, Xianming wouldn't be able to freely enter and exit Wang Yu's villa. A few days ago, as Su Yan broke through, another layer of the shackles restricting Xuanming's strength was unlocked. Now, Xianming is already a mid-stage 7th tier exotic beast. Speaking of why Xianming and Wang Lei were at the training ground, it all comes back to Wang Yu. After confirming that Xianming had sealed all its memories, leaving only a newborn, naive soul and skills, Wang Yu immediately formulated a comprehensive training plan for Xianming. Among them, combat experience and techniques were the focus. Wang Lei, who had just broken through to the 6th tier, was conveniently caught by his uncle Wang Yu and became Xuanming's new sparring partner. For Wang Lei, this was also a great opportunity to consolidate his post-breakthrough strength and accumulate experience in battling high-tier exotic beasts. For Xianming, it was a chance to quickly improve combat techniques, benefiting both sides. When he first heard his uncle's suggestion, Wang Lei was momentarily stunned, then became excited. This was a sparring partner at the peak of the 6th tier, and the kind that posed no life-threatening danger. Ever since breaking through to the 6th tier, Wang Lei had struggled to find opponents at Jiangnan University who could fight him with full strength. Most of his peers were still struggling at the 3rd or 4th tier, while the seniors who had reached the 5th or 6th tier were often not on campus. As for the teachers, there was no need to even mention them. Those who could stay on as teachers at Jiangnan University were either exceptionally skilled in a specific area or possessed absurdly strong abilities. These teachers all had their own research and work to focus on, leaving no time to play around with students. Moreover, the teachers who stayed on campus based on their strength were at least 7th tier experts. Xianming was the kind of formidable opponent who had experienced countless battles and could easily suppress Wang Lei with just combat intuition and technique. Facing him, Wang Lei was completely like a toy, utterly overpowered without any chance to fight back. What he wanted was a true opponent who could fight back and forth, delivering a thrilling and satisfying battle. The appearance of Xian Ming, coupled with Wang Yu's suggestion, was undoubtedly a great surprise for Wang Lei. Xian Ming possessed formidable defensive power, vitality, and self-recovery abilities. This allowed Wang Yu to unleash his full potential without worrying about accidentally taking someone out in an instant, enabling him to boldly use those high-intensity skills. Xuanming's peak 6th-tier strength, along with the skill pool revealed by Wang Yu, made Wang Lei realize that Xian Ming was by no means a punching bag to be toyed with but a formidable enemy that required careful handling. But Wang Lei did not expect that this was just the beginning of his nightmare. At first, Xian Ming had just been born and was still unfamiliar with everything, fighting without any strategy or technique. Faced with such a Xian Ming, Wang Lei relied on his years of combat experience and speed to toy with Xian Ming completely. Xuanming's skill accuracy was ridiculously low, and many times, before the skill was even fully executed, Wang Lei had already dodged it. This is just the beginning. Facing Wang Lei's speed battle, the bewildered Xian Ming had no solution. But as combat experience accumulated, Xian Ming gradually mastered his passive and skills, and Wang Lei's nightmare truly began. Although Xian Ming's attack speed seemed extremely slow to Wang Lei, and his skills almost never hit him, Xian Ming had a passive skill called Thorn Armor. The effect of this skill is, when Xian Ming takes damage, 50% of the damage received, whether physical or elemental, is reflected back to the attacker as physical damage. It seems no different from other similar skills, but it is passive, requires no consumption, no manual activation, has a high reflection rate of 50%, and can be enhanced as Xian Ming's strength increases. Moreover, it reflects both physical and elemental damage, whether melee or ranged attacks. This makes Thorn Armor far surpass the level of other similar skills. More importantly, this skill has a unique calculation method. It does not simply reflect 50% of the damage received, but calculates based on the original attack damage, disregarding defense and skill damage reduction. For example, a skill with a damage value of 100, after passing through Xuanming's defense and damage reduction, only causes 20 points of damage. However, the Thorn Armor reflects 100 by 50% equals 50 points of damage back to the attacker, rather than 20 by 50% equals 10 points. Therefore, when facing Xian Ming, Wang Lei's biggest trouble is not Xuanming's high defense, high recovery, or his terrifying power amplification, but this skill called Thorn Armor. Because of those previous issues, Wang Lei can still rely on his powerful lightning-based output to slowly wear down Xian Ming. Although the battle time would be extended, he could eventually suppress him. But this reflection skill, no matter how high the attack power is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. Wang Lei is even confident he can dodge Xuanming's attack a second before it lands. However, Thorn Armor makes Wang Lei feel completely helpless. Even with full force attacks, the damage, after Xuanming's damage reduction, can only achieve about 20% to 30% of its effect. And Xuanming's defense is extremely strong, requiring at least 60% to 70% of his strength to barely break through. What's worse is that Wang Lei would suffer half of the attack damage as counter damage, and this damage is non-elemental, completely unaffected by his lightning resistance. Although Wang Lei is confident in his physical fitness, no one can withstand such continuous counter damage. This made Wang Lei hesitant to launch an all-out attack against Xian Ming. Xian Ming launched a series of continuous attacks. Wang Lei couldn't fully counterattack and could only defend passively, allowing Xian Ming to firmly hold an undefeated position. Xian Ming himself has extremely strong self-healing abilities. Although the recovery effects in his skills are not particularly prominent, they are sufficient to sustain him in battle. Wang Lei's full-force attacks were restrained by the rebound effect, failing to deal sustained damage, while Xian Ming easily restored his health through natural regeneration and skill recovery. Facing such a Xian Ming, Wang Lei immediately gathered his recently advanced teammates and initiated a true boss battle mode, with 5 people besieging Xian Ming. The battle was like playing an online game and fighting a boss. Wang Lei and his team had to control their output, not daring to go too hard for fear of being killed by counterattacks, but they couldn't be too weak either, or they wouldn't break through the defense, allowing Xian Ming to heal itself for nothing. They also had to move flexibly to dodge Xuanming's various skill attacks. What made it worse was that Su Yan wasn't there, so no one could help replenish health or mana. They had to rely on themselves to take potions to prevent being killed by accumulated counterattacks or being wiped out by Xian Ming due to exhaustion. Wang Yu watched as Xian Ming grew rapidly, leaving Wang Lei and his team in a miserable state, winning few battles and losing many. His laughter grew more and more delighted. After one battle ended, he stroked the affectionate Xian Ming, who was nuzzling against him, while looking at the corpses on the ground. He cast a healing skill on the 5 people and 1 turtle. Seeing their and Xuanming's strength grow stronger and stronger, Wang Yu generously booked the training ground for a year and placed a continuous healing skill in the corner to help everyone recover from their injuries. Then, with a gentle smile and the kindest tone, he said to Wang Lei and his team, "It seems you're getting along well with Xian Ming. This kind of training is very beneficial for your growth. From now on, until Ian returns, fight Xian Ming at least twice a day. Remember, it must be the kind of real combat where one side's entire team is down." He didn't use threats or coercion, but when Wang Lei and the others saw Wang Yu's gentle smile, they couldn't help but shiver and agreed tremblingly. Usually close to Wang Yu and even a bit unruly, Wang Lei didn't dare to talk back at this moment and could only obediently comply. After hearing their response, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction, leaving no restrictions or surveillance measures, and left directly, leaving Wang Lei and the others with expressions as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. From then on, Wang Yu and the others' tough days began. Every day, they had to fight Xian Ming at least twice, and it had to be the kind of hard battle where one side's entire team was down for it to count. Although after many fights, everyone found a way to deal with Xuanming's thorn armor. It turns out that the thorn's armor's counter damage can be weakened by defense and damage reduction effects. As long as the defense is high enough or the damage reduction ratio is sufficient, it is entirely possible to withstand the counter damage. Shield and armor skills can also help bear the counter damage. But Xian Ming is getting stronger and tougher, and even with countermeasures, Wang Lei and his team still lose more often than they win. Relying on his superior defense and recovery abilities, combined with his level advantage, Xian Ming usually faces Wang Lei and his team with them, giving their all, using shields and damage reduction, yet failing to defeat Xian Ming before succumbing to the thorn's armor's counter damage themselves. Xian Ming is very satisfied with the battles against them. After each battle, he can absorb the life energy from Wang Yu's healing skills, which feels particularly enjoyable. But Wang Lei and his team are not nearly as happy. Played 10 matches and only won 1 or 2, and even those were barely achieved by dragging it out and holding on, with battle times extended to 5 or 6 hours before barely securing a win. The damage from the thorn armor directly affects the body, which is truly a headache. They are not the kind of people who don't feel pain. When the damage hits them, it's normal to scream in pain. However, this kind of high-intensity battle actually has its benefits for everyone. The most obvious is that after so many days of being tempered by Xian Ming's thorn armor with its counter-damage effect, everyone's physical strength has significantly improved. Even Wang Lei and Lin Bing, who were the strongest physically before, now feel their bodies have become 30 to 40% tougher. Not to mention the 3 ranged fighters who originally had weaker physiques. Even the weakest, Li Xinming, has improved nearly twofold. In terms of strength, the progress is also very evident. Wang Lei has broken through to mid-stage tier 6, Lin Bing has directly advanced to late-stage tier 5, and Li Xinming and the others have reached mid-stage tier 5, not far from the late stage. In less than a month, their strength has skyrocketed, which is the reason Wang Lei and the others have been able to endure being tormented by Xian Ming for so long. Although the body hurt terribly, the improvement in strength was undeniable. Being able to grow stronger so quickly, only at the cost of enduring Xian Ming's beating, was absolutely a worthwhile deal. However, seeing Xian Ming's strength soar to the mid-7th tier due to Su Yan's breakthrough, everyone still felt a bit bitter. This gap in strength was truly speechless. Since Xian Ming broke through to the 7th tier, Wang Lei and the others hadn't won against him even once. It wasn't just because Xian Ming was a whole tier stronger than Wang Lei, but also because his skill set had expanded significantly after the breakthrough. Especially one new skill that made Lin Bing envious and left everyone in despair: Bloodthirsty Taunt. This skill could taunt one or multiple targets, forcing them to uncontrollably attack him. Even skills that had already been cast but hadn't hit yet would redirect toward him. What's even more terrifying is that during the skill's duration, Xuanming's counter damage becomes true damage. This is different from the taunt skills of typical shield guards, which usually reduce damage. Instead, this skill turns counter damage into true damage that ignores shields, armor, defense, and most damage reduction skills. Wang Lei and his team confirmed this through practical testing. The appearance of this skill shortened battles that originally took several hours to less than an hour. The taunt skill completely rendered their previously designed guerrilla tactics, which relied on Xuanming's slow speed, useless. No matter how they tried to dodge, once Xianming taunted, they had no choice but to stand still and take the hits. Not to mention that true damage rendered their armor and damage reduction skills ineffective, with only Lin Bing's damage reduction skill barely holding up. The combination of thorn armor and true damage caused everyone immense suffering. Later, Xianming also learned the gravity field skill. What was once his weakness, speed, was significantly compensated for by this skill, which greatly reduced everyone's speed. Even more impressive, he developed anti-gravity flight on his own, gaining the ability to fly and greatly enhancing his agility. In this way, the upgraded Xian Ming tormented Wang Lei and his team to the point of misery, but the obvious improvement in strength made them reluctant to give up, forcing them to endure it. This tough period lasted for over a month. One day, Wang Lei and his team were once again defeated by Xuanming's thorn armor, which carried true damage, and they collapsed on the small training ground. At this moment, a thin figure walked into the training ground. Upon entering, before even looking for anyone, they saw 5 people lying on the ground and Xian Ming, who was preparing to take them for treatment. Seeing the lifeless group on the ground, and Xian Ming, who initially intended to pick up Wang Lei but, after sensing his breath, ignored him and walked straight toward himself, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you seniors are getting along quite well with Xian Ming." With a smile, Su Yan's gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Those who had just regained consciousness and were lying on the ground trembled slightly upon hearing these familiar words. They remembered that someone had said similar words before. "Looks like you all are getting along quite well with Xian Ming." From that moment on, their nightmare truly began. Every day, they had to fight Xian Ming at least twice. When they realized they couldn't defeat Xian Ming, and a battle lasted less than an hour, that voice appeared again. "Seems like, Xian Ming, you're having a lot of fun with them." But the battles didn't stop. Instead, they became more frequent. Today, they heard similar words again. However, the voice speaking today was somewhat different from that demon before, and the newcomer even addressed them as senior. Hearing the voice, they saw Xuanming's massive body swiftly rushing toward the newcomer. Everyone struggled to lift their eyelids and looked in Xuanming's direction. Seeing the 5 guys on the ground, almost like corpses, barely open their eyes, with even the whites of their eyes showing, and their bodies involuntarily trembling at the sound, the newcomer couldn't help but laugh. The massive Xian Ming ran toward him, and Su Yan felt the longing brought by the contract, smiling as he reached out to rub Xuanming's head. At the same time, he used a life-filled restoration spell, transmitting it to Xian Ming through touch. The warm life energy flowed through Xuanming's massive body, making it squint its eyes comfortably and nuzzle Su Yan's hand. Su Yan did not forget Wang Lei and the others. He extended his right hand, and his fingertips gathered a dense life energy. This pure white energy gradually took on a purple hue. Suddenly, 5 light spheres with purple starlight appeared in the sky, slowly descending toward the group. This was one of Su Yan's most commonly used healing skills, Star Moon Guidance. However, the current Star Moon Guidance was more powerful than before, with denser stellar energy, capable of healing multiple people simultaneously. As the starlight fell on everyone, their injuries began to heal rapidly. A faintly visible, magnificent palace silhouette appeared behind Su Yan, with intricate details exuding a sacred aura. A layer of invisible healing field spread out from the center, not only healing wounds but also alleviating pain and soreness. Compared to the small sanctuary used before in the Four Spirits' secret realm, this skill was more magnificent and had stronger effects. As the purple starlight descended, the injuries began to heal. The fatigue and soreness from the battle also quickly dissipated under the effect of the sanctuary field. The comfort brought by the healing made everyone involuntarily let out moans. The atmosphere in the small training ground became somewhat strange. However, this philosophical atmosphere didn't last long. Everyone quickly realized that their moaning sounded a bit odd. As their physical strength and injuries almost recovered, the sense of comfort gradually diminished. Everyone propped themselves up and stood. As soon as they stood up, they looked with delighted smiles in the direction where Xian Ming had run earlier. Turning their heads, they saw that not far away, playing with Xian Ming, was Su Yan, whose appearance had undergone a complete transformation. He was still wearing the healer's robe from the secret realm, but he looked more spirited than before. Su Yan had grown significantly taller. This was quite normal, as he was only 16 or 17 years old, right in the midst of adolescence, where height changes were common. But what surprised everyone was that his previously sunny and handsome short hair had turned into waist-length long hair, and his entire demeanor was completely different from before. If it weren't for that almost unchanged face and his still skilled and powerful abilities, no one would believe this was the Su Yan they knew. This long hair was the result of Su Yan receiving rewards from the Four Spirits' secret realm. With the support of the powerful vitality within him and the enhancement of his second stage talent, he absorbed a large amount of life energy, causing the rapid growth of his hair. When he first returned from the secret realm, Su Yan could still slightly control the growth of his hair, which had only grown a little longer. It wasn't until he went into seclusion in the training room to focus on breaking through that his hair began to grow wildly, stopping only when it reached his waist. After finishing his seclusion, Su Yan planned to tidy up his appearance. When he saw the waist-length hair in the mirror of the training room's bathroom, he was completely stunned. He recalled the joke his mentor made when handing him the healer's robe, and his first reaction was to grab scissors to cut his hair short. However, the hair, enhanced by life energy, grew back at an incredibly fast rate, returning to its original length shortly after being cut. After thinking for a while, Su Yan realized that the excessive vitality within him was something he hadn't fully mastered yet, causing the energy to overflow uncontrollably. For Su Yan, this wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it indicated that his body was brimming with energy, and his strength and potential were both very high. Energy overflow usually occurs in high-level awakeners who have just broken through, manifesting as attribute-related changes in certain parts of the body, such as rapid hair growth, color changes, or changes in eye color. After mastering their power, awakeners can choose whether to let these changes appear. In most cases, these changes are quite cool and significantly enhance their appearance. Some exceptionally gifted awakeners may also experience such changes at the mid-level stage, indicating their immense potential. Among the people Su Yan knows, the most obvious example is Wan Lei. Su Yan often sees purple lightning flickering in Wan Lei's eyes, which is a sign of energy overflow. After figuring this out, Su Yan smiled helplessly. He finally understood the meaningful smile in Wang Yu's eyes when he asked him if he had considered growing his hair long, and Su Yan directly refused. It turned out that the mentor had already predicted he would end up like this and was just jokingly teasing him at the time. After multiple failed attempts to control it, Su Yan had no choice but to accept his waist-length hair. Before leaving the training room, he made sure to clean up the trash from the hair he had cut. After this period of mental tempering, Su Yan had become much more composed, shedding the arrogance and restlessness he had developed from his previous strength improvements. His temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Previously, Su Yan, due to his significant increase in strength and the admiration of many, carried an obvious air of arrogance and restlessness. Now, after cultivating his state of mind, he had suppressed those inflated emotions, becoming calm and reserved. His entire being exuded a gentle aura, increasingly resembling the high-level healers he had seen before, such as Zhao Wu and his mentor Wang Yu. When Wan Lei and the others regained their strength and stood up to see Su Yan's new appearance, they were also amazed. Su Yan was dressed in a white long robe, with his smooth black hair cascading down to his waist. His entire demeanor was gentle and composed, completely transformed. Su Yan had always been handsome, but wearing that traditional-style white attire, he looked like a stunningly handsome man who had stepped out of a painting. Those who hadn't seen him for a while were momentarily stunned. There were quite a few people staring at Su Yan in a daze, and some faces even began to blush slightly. Su Yan felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone like this. Could changing a hairstyle make him unrecognizable? And also, why are some of you blushing? You're all grown men, what's there to blush about? He cleared his throat, pulling everyone's attention back from their daze. Hearing Su Yan's voice, everyone finally realized they had been spacing out just now, their faces turning red. Those who were already blushing turned even redder, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Su Yan felt a bit overwhelmed by the atmosphere and was about to turn around and leave with Xian Ming, planning to contact everyone again once they calmed down, when Wang Lei suddenly broke the silence. Ahem, Yan, you're out of seclusion? Congratulations! Breaking through to the 5th tier in less than a year after awakening, there aren't many people at Jiangnan University who can achieve that. As soon as Wang Lei spoke, the others snapped out of it as well. That's right, this junior in front of them had awakened less than a year ago and already reached the 5th tier. In the thousands of years since the Secret Realm's arrival, such speed was extremely rare, and the news had shocked everyone. After that, everyone began offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Junior! Only 16 years old, at the early stage of the 5th tier, this is considered top-notch in the history of Jiangnan University. Didn't expect we really latched onto a big shot. We're going to make it big. Junior, don't forget about us. From now on, you're our pillar of support. Is there still room for an accessory on the thigh of a big shot? These teasing congratulations came from everyone's mouths, but deep down, they all knew the atmosphere wasn't as lighthearted as it seemed. Previously, Su Yan was only at the 3rd tier. Although he joined the team due to his identity as a healer and his powerful healing skills, everyone always felt he was too young and not strong enough. They saw him more as a junior who needed protection rather than a comrade they could entrust their lives to. Yet in such a short time, the once protected Su Yan had actually caught up with everyone's strength. Without that devilish training with Xian Ming, apart from Wang Lei, the other's strength wouldn't even compare to Su Yan's. Moreover, strength levels were just the surface. As a healer, Su Yan's healing abilities were countless times stronger than those of the same tier, something that couldn't simply be measured by levels. Everyone stood together, and no one felt they were stronger than Su Yan, not even if several of them combined. No one believed they were truly teammates Su Yan could rely on. Before reaching higher levels, the strength evaluation of ordinary healers is typically one tier higher than their actual level, let alone a genius like Su Yan. The most obvious example was the powerful mid-7th tier exotic beast Xian Ming, which had once brutally defeated them, now becoming tame and affectionate under Su Yan's command. Previously, everyone had attacked Xian Ming with all their might. Although they couldn't defeat it, they caused considerable damage, even leaving its hard shell riddled with dents. Now, under Su Yan's gentle recovery spell, all of Xuanming's injuries disappeared. Its shell was restored to its original pristine state. And this was merely Su Yan's continuous healing and comprehensive recovery skill. The power of his instant healing was even more astonishing. Su Yan's recovery spell wasn't considered particularly powerful, but such a single-layer recovery technique, without any stacking effect, managed to restore a nearly half health. 7th tier exotic beast known for its strong vitality to its optimal state in just over 10 seconds, or even less. The full-layer recovery techniques they had seen before were not this powerful. Not to mention Su Yan's healing tool, Star Moon Guide, which he used casually without fully injecting life energy, and even divided one skill into 5 parts to heal himself and his teammates. Such a skill, used with little effort, could pull everyone from near death to full health, and even had surplus power, clearly demonstrating the strength of this skill's healing capability. Su Yan now is far beyond their level. The healing amount of one minor skill from him easily exceeds several times their total health. Using this level of healing in their current tier team is completely wasteful, simply squandering precious resources. Take the Xianming that has been tormenting them. For example, a single turtle could easily wipe out their entire team. And Su Yan continuing to team up with them doesn't actually result in an ideal synergy for their combination. Approximately, Xianming plus 5 people equals 1.5 times Xuanming's strength, or even less, with limited effect. But the combination of Su Yan and Xianming can at least increase Xuanming's strength by more than 5 times. In such a combination, they are practically redundant. For them, who have been geniuses since childhood, especially at Jiangnan University where talents abound, this is a significant blow. Geniuses are called geniuses not only because of their potential and strength but also because their mindset is crucial. Without a good mindset, no matter how strong the potential, it is hard to go far in the end. The most common scenario is being overly praised and then collapsing at the first setback. And they are currently facing this kind of blow. Although they have always been suppressed by the formidable opponent Wang Lei, they could still understand Wang Lei's growth curve and see his back to chase after. So even under Wang Lei's suppression, they remained proud because they had confidence in their own strength and talent. But Su Yan's appearance shattered the worldview they had firmly believed in. When they first met, Su Yan had just awakened for a month and broke through from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Right in front of them, making them feel as if being stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier was utterly useless. Not long after, Su Yan had already reached the 5th tier, making them feel like all their efforts in seclusion to break through were in vain. Such a crazy growth rate made these so-called geniuses start to question their lives. Am I really a genius? If I am considered a genius, then what is this boy in front of me? Of course, their mental resilience was still strong. Although they were utterly crushed by Su Yan, feeling a bit broken, they did not become dejected or give up on themselves. After feeling down for a moment, their eyes regained determination. Seeing their change, Su Yan's previously tense heart also relaxed. These 16 years of life have changed him a lot, but he still understands basic social etiquette. The gap, estrangement, and even hostility brought about by a change in status, he had seen it in his previous life. He had experienced such things himself, back when he had just graduated and was working as a corporate slave under a 996 schedule in his previous life. At that time, although he had just joined the company, he seized an opportunity with his outstanding abilities to complete a major project, earning a promotion beyond the usual process. However, after the promotion, colleagues he once considered friends began to distance themselves from him and occasionally made sarcastic remarks. Later, rumors started circulating in the company about my chaotic private life and how I had used underhanded means to climb the ranks. These rumors came straight from the mouth of the friend I had once trusted. Back then, I naively refused to believe it was him and even confronted him about it. But in the end, the truth dealt a harsh blow to the me who had just stepped into society. Just because of jealousy, he disregarded our friendship and unscrupulously slandered me. Although, thanks to my solid skills and performance, most of the company management didn't believe the rumors, and that person was later dismissed due to a major project mistake. But this incident disgusted me to the core. Since then, I developed a shadow over making friends, lived in solitude for several years, and only slowly began to socialize again. At first, seeing everyone happily congratulating me but with a hint of dimness in their eyes, my heart sank. And my mind had already started thinking about how I would face my mentor when the relationship broke down. However, later on, the changes in everyone made me feel that I had overthought. As one of the top universities in China, how could it not emphasize cultivating students' psychological resilience? A strong person with ability but a fragile heart is definitely not what Jiangnan University aims to nurture. Seeing everyone's eyes become more resolute, the smile on my lips grew a bit wider. It's been a long time since we last met, but instead of suggesting to catch up in a private room at the restaurant, we found a flat spot in this small training ground. Lin Bing and Xian Ming skillfully manipulated earth energy, repairing the uneven ground and even forming a stone table and 6 stone stools. After everyone sat down, Li Xinming took out various foods, drinks, and tableware from his spatial ring and placed them on the stone table. He glanced at Su Yan, who, although more mature in demeanor than before, still had a youthful look on his face. Silently, he took out a few bottles of soft drinks and moved the alcohol further away. Seeing Su Yan's slightly dissatisfied expression, he smiled and said, "You're not an adult yet, so don't drink alcohol. Just have some juice." Apart from Su Yan, the others were initially a bit puzzled by Li Xinming's actions. After hearing his explanation, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yan, already feeling a bit annoyed, became even more upset upon hearing everyone's unrestrained laughter. He glared at them angrily with dissatisfaction. "I'm several decades older than you all. Why are you pretending to be the elder here?" But Su Yan didn't realize that he currently didn't resemble someone who had lived for nearly 50 years at all. After all, a person in their 40s wouldn't act so childish or get upset just because someone commented on their youthful appearance. His fierce gaze didn't scare anyone at all. Ever since they met him, he had always acted very mature. But now, this sudden display of a somewhat childish demeanor made everyone laugh even harder. Indeed, in the past, everyone was only amazed by his strength and talent, overlooking the fact that the person in front of them was still a 16-year-old boy. Think about what you were like at 16. Just awakened, with top-notch talent, praised endlessly by teachers and classmates, super confident, feeling invincible. A few young adults, barely out of their teens, began to look at the 16-year-old in front of them with an attitude they thought was mature and superior. Su Yan saw a kind of tolerance in their eyes, which instantly made him even more irritable. His gaze became even more fierce, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. However, seeing the crowd laughing even louder, it was clear how ineffective Su Yan's threats were. Just as Su Yan's anger was drowned out by the louder laughter, he was planning to cast a recovery spell with sensory deception on each of them, so they could feel some pain. The pain therapy ended. I don't know if it was because they had laughed enough or if their bodies instinctively sensed danger, but everyone voluntarily stopped laughing. Afterward, the group began talking about their respective experiences during this period. Wang Lei and his group's story was quite simple. Most of their time was spent in seclusion, breaking through or consolidating their strength. Apart from differences in cultivation methods and attributes, everyone's experiences were actually quite similar, with no particularly unexpected events. As a result, the conversation didn't spark much enthusiasm. The only valuable part was the feelings and experiences during breakthroughs. Everyone had different insights, and since Su Yan's strength had already caught up, they talked a bit more about this aspect. Aside from these, the most eventful part of Wang Lei and his group's time was their battles with Xian Ming over the past month or so. Whether it was Xian Ming's strength, the progress brought by their hellish training, or the experience accumulated from consecutive high-intensity battles, all of it was extremely valuable. However, Wang Lei and the others felt a bit upset. As seniors, being crushed by their own junior's contracted beast and then having to recount their defeat in front of him, while also praising how important healers are to them. Although now their junior's strength has already caught up to theirs, even surpassing them by a significant margin. But after all, he is their own junior, along with his contracted beast. Moreover, they had just joked about Su Yan's age earlier, almost making him angry. If they were to bring up their defeat now, their junior would laugh until next year. Even though Su Yan had already seen clearly how miserably they were defeated by Xian Ming. After all, he has a contract with Xian Ming, sharing memories and able to know the causes and effects of events at any time. The embarrassing history of their defeat is something Su Yan would eventually find out, but it's a different matter when someone brings it up voluntarily. At least for now, they still don't want to lose face. So, skipping over the embarrassing past and sharing breakthrough insights, it was Su Yan's turn to take the stage. Apart from the confidential content, Su Yan's experiences during this period were quite remarkable. Everyone listened with great interest, occasionally chiming in, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Just as everyone was almost done eating, a voice came from not far away, interrupting the lively mood. "Seems like my timing is off, sorry to disturb you." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a touch of gentleness, instantly quieting the previously lively crowd. As soon as Wang Lei and the others heard it, they immediately recognized it as the voice that had brought them nightmares before. Although the voice was gentle and the person appeared upright and proper, in everyone's eyes, the owner of this voice was far from as friendly as they seemed on the surface. During this period, they were tormented enough by this person. The banquet was nearing its end, and the atmosphere was originally quite good, but as soon as this voice appeared, everyone suddenly became uneasy and reserved. Even Wang Lei, his own nephew, fell silent in the presence of Wang Yu's arrival. Su Yan felt a bit helpless. What exactly had his teacher done to the seniors during this time to make them so terrified? Why did the seniors act like mice seeing a cat whenever they saw the teacher, utterly frightened? "It's nothing, we're almost done here anyway." "Teacher, didn't you say earlier that you had something to do and asked me to come find the seniors and Xianming first? Have you finished your business now?" Su Yan looked at the timid group around him, smiled helplessly, and took the initiative to stand up and break the sudden silence. His voice was like a trumpet call, awakening everyone from their tension. "Hello, Professor. Uncle." Everyone stood up one after another, greeting Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Su Yan and answered his question. "Almost everything has been handled. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. The important matters were mostly resolved earlier, and I left the remaining details to Shaoli. I came over to check on you all and to tell you something." Wang Yu's words immediately drew everyone's attention. What could it be that required an 8th-tier healing expert to personally deliver the message? "What is it?" everyone asked eagerly. Before Su Yan could speak, Wang Lei was the first to react. He had previously thought his uncle was unreliable, stirring everyone up just to cause trouble. But the close relationship between the two quickly made him realize something. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Wang Yu smiled and said he wasn't keeping them in suspense, then directly revealed the big news. "Do you know the national competition is about to start?" Hearing this, the initially curious crowd felt a bit disappointed. The national competition starts around this time every year. Except for Su Yan, everyone already knew. Did Wang Yu really need to personally inform them? Wang Yu noticed what everyone was thinking, smiled, and added, "This year's national competition is not the same." With just one sentence, everyone's attention was immediately drawn back. After all, when someone like Wang Yu says not the same, it definitely isn't just casual talk. He continued, "You must have heard some news from your teachers and elders, right? This year's national competition brings not only fame but also the allocation of top-tier resources. More importantly, the subsequent world competition involves the games of many influential figures. Those who secure a spot in the world competition will gain access to resources provided by those high-level big shots. Honestly, even I am tempted." Wang Yu's words made everyone's eyes light up. This year's national competition has almost no restrictions. As long as your identity is legal, you have no criminal record. You're registered at a domestic university or affiliated with a school, and you're under 22 years old, you can participate. Seeing everyone's interest, he reminded them again. Don't treat this competition like the ones before. Although the previous ones were intense, there were always strong individuals who chose to stay hidden. This time is different. This competition involves multiple forces, and those previously unknown but highly talented geniuses will all show up. He sneered. Of course, there are also some people with ulterior motives who will take the opportunity to gain something. In this world, there are always those willing to give up the future for immediate power. After hearing Wang Yu's words, everyone's expressions turned serious, their eyes flickering with the fire of battle. In Su Yan's eyes, it was as if a blazing fire had ignited behind this group of people. He looked at them and quietly moved a little to the side. Although Wang Yu said this year's opponents were much stronger than in previous years, it also proved the competition's high value. The worth of this year's championship far surpassed that of the past. Achieving good results would guarantee future fame and resources. Seeing everyone suddenly become serious, Wang Yu smiled and once again emphasized the importance of the competition. Apart from those veteran geniuses, the new generation of experts should not be underestimated either. In the past 2 years, the newly awakened students have shown extraordinary strength, with spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense. Coupled with the school's generous investment in resources, the junior students might bring you a big surprise in the competition. If you don't work hard, You might not even pass the internal elimination rounds and won't qualify for the national competition. As Wang Yu spoke, he glanced at Su Yan, who had quietly stepped aside, stroking Xuanming's head, looking somewhat out of place despite the other's rising determination. Look at this person in front of you, they are the best example. Among this year's freshmen, not considering attributes, there are quite a few whose talent alone rivals or even surpasses Su Yan's. Wang Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the enthusiasm that had just ignited in everyone. Listening to the examples he listed, everyone's heart sank halfway. They couldn't even defeat Xian Ming, and with Su Yan added to the mix, who could possibly stand against this combination? Moreover, if everyone in this competition were to contract high-level contract beasts like Su Yan, how could the competition even proceed? Seeing the crowd's gaze shift to Xian Ming, Wang Yu seemed to understand their thoughts and added, "Don't worry, in this competition, apart from beast tamer and knight-like professions, the contract beasts of other participants are not allowed to enter. The contract beasts that do participate must fully acknowledge their masters and cannot be forcibly or temporarily subdued." After hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this is the largest and most important national competition in recent years, and the organizers wouldn't allow such a major loophole in the event. Thinking about the competition's rewards and opponents, everyone felt a surge of excitement, eager to go home and seek help from their elders to become stronger for the challenge. However, with Wang Yu present, no one felt comfortable leaving directly. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Wang Yu smiled and took the initiative to say to Wan Lei, "Alright, I've told you everything I needed to. Xiao Lei, before I came, Big Brother asked me to tell you to go back and see him as soon as possible." Then he turned to everyone else, waved, and said, "Your families should already know about this too. They must have prepared plans for you to get stronger. It's all up to you now, so hurry back. From here on, it's time for me and a yen. A yen, let's go." After speaking, he waved his hand, and Su Yan obediently led Xian Ming to walk over to Wang Yu's side. A teleportation array suddenly appeared on the two of them and the turtle, and with a flash of light, they instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone watched them leave suddenly, exchanged glances for a moment, and, thinking about what Wang Yu had said, lost interest in continuing the conversation. They bid farewell and went home to find their elders. The scene shifts to Su Yan, who had just teleported away with Wang Yu. With a flash of light, the three appeared in the living room of Wang Yu's villa. Returning to a familiar place, Su Yan, who had been away for a long time, finally relaxed. He let Xian Ming play on his own while he sat on the living room sofa with Wang Yu. Sitting down too forcefully, the sofa bounced slightly, and Su Yan sank into it completely, the softness and comfort making him squint his eyes as he leaned against the back of the sofa, enjoying the moment. Wang Yu looked at his disciple's rare childlike demeanor, feeling no dissatisfaction. Instead, he smiled even more deeply, pleased that Su Yan was close to him and didn't treat him as an outsider. After a while, Su Yan finally realized that the teacher was still standing nearby. Seeing Wang Yu's smiling expression, his face turned red instantly, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into and escape the current awkwardness. However, it was obvious that the rules of Jiangnan University, the solid ground of the grand villa meticulously built by the professors, had no cracks for Su Yan to crawl into. Awkwardly, Su Yan tapped the floor with his toes, his mind racing, and finally came up with a good way to change the subject. He asked the smiling Wang Yu, "Teacher, about the national competition you just mentioned, do I need to participate? If I do, how should I compete without being able to summon Xian Ming?" Wang Yu noticed Su Yan's effort to change the topic, his eyes still filled with amusement, but he cooperatively replied, "You definitely need to participate, but not in this national competition, it's the world competition after the national one." Su Yan was a bit puzzled, so Wang Yu continued to explain, "You are currently the strongest healer of the new generation, which makes you a directly qualified contestant. You don't need to go through the campus selection or the national selection, your spot in the world competition is already secured. The rewards and benefits are the same as the national competition champion." After hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan was extremely surprised. Wasn't this competition supposed to be incredibly important? All the major forces were involved, and even the top-level big shots were competing. Logically, the spots for the World Championship were extremely limited, only about a dozen spots for both the main team and substitutes of a national team. Such qualifications should be incredibly precious. How could one spot be decided so easily? Su Yan couldn't help but ask again, "Guaranteed admission? Does that mean I don't even need to register, just watch this national competition from the sidelines, wait until everyone fights tooth and nail to secure the World Championship spots, and then I just parachute into the team? And on top of that, I get the same rewards and treatment as the national champion? Wang Yu touched his chin and smiled. Yes, theoretically that's exactly how it is. These schools and the country will arrange everything for you. All you need to do is wait for the competition to end and then participate in the training before the World Championship. Su Yan, with a serious expression, continued to ask, Teacher, how many guaranteed admission players are there in total? Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, Why do you think there are many guaranteed spots? There's only one guaranteed player, you. Su Yan was speechless. Isn't it your way of speaking that gave me the wrong impression? If you hadn't delivered this news so casually, I wouldn't have thought that way. Moreover, out of so many contestants nationwide, I'm the only one directly guaranteed a spot in the World Championship without participating in a single battle, and I still get the same rewards as those who fought tooth and nail for their spots? Isn't this treatment bound to spark all kinds of controversy? Most of the contestants would probably have a mental breakdown, right? They give it their all, using every trick up their sleeves, just to fight for a spot in the World Championship. And yet, before the competition even starts, I've already taken one of the spots. Someone who does nothing, just watches the national competition like a spectator, and then easily takes the spot they've been fighting so hard for. If it were Su Yan himself, putting himself in the shoes of other contestants, even he, an experienced veteran, would find it hard to accept, let alone those hot-blooded, truly young teenagers. Thinking of this, Su Yan felt a bit more worried. Although he had Xianming's presence to back him up and wasn't afraid of those contestants causing trouble, with Xianming's strength and his now completely transformed healing abilities, he had the ability to protect himself even against 8th-tier powerhouses. Moreover, no matter how arrogant these contestants were, they had to have some limits, right? Breaking through to the 8th tier during university? That's simply inhuman, downright monstrous. However, Su Yan didn't yet know that those monstrous people in his eyes would one day be perfectly embodied in a man with the surname Su. At this moment, he was still thinking, even though he wasn't afraid of others causing trouble, he hated trouble. Being constantly provoked, even if he could slap back, was still a headache-inducing matter. His mood just couldn't settle down. In the current situation, wasn't he the perfect target? Stirring up all kinds of public opinion would be ridiculously easy. Su Yan could even imagine the headlines of news that hadn't yet happened in his mind. Shocking. A freshman at a certain university relies on powerful connections, dominates everything, blatantly disregards national interests, and directly secures the championship spot with 5th-tier strength. Thinking about these things that might never happen, Su Yan had already started pondering how to deal with those who might stir up trouble. But he didn't think for long before turning to look at Wang Yu beside him, immediately dismissing the thought. Why overthink? Isn't there still a mentor to back him up? Such troublesome matters aren't his concern, just call the parents and it's settled. With this thought, Su Yan asked Wang Yu, Teacher, since I directly got a spot, the news will definitely be made public, right? By then, the players' mentality and the outside public opinion definitely won't be great. I don't want to unnecessarily make a bunch of enemies for myself. Hearing this, Wang Yu recalled Su Yan's earlier expression changes, immediately understanding his concerns, and couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, Wang Yu turned serious and said to him, Don't worry, we've already thought this through. The news about the guaranteed spot will be controlled by the media, and those who love to stir up trouble won't have the chance to cause issues. As for the other players feeling unbalanced, that's even simpler. After the national competition, there will be centralized training. By then, you just need to show your strength. After all, in this world, strength speaks louder than anything. As he spoke, Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he added with a smile, I'm also planning to arrange a 2v full team match for you, so they can understand that healers are the true kings. After saying that, he patted Su Yan on the shoulder, reviving the glory of healers depends on you. His expression was serious, and his words carried great expectations. The once glorious but now declining older generation of healers hoped this young successor could carry the torch. However, the almost overflowing smile betrayed his little inner thoughts. Seeing his mentor suddenly become so amusing, Su Yan responded speechlessly, Stop joking around. I'm just a 5th-tier rookie right now, how could I take on such a responsibility? To hell with reviving the glory of healers. If you dare to say that out loud, even if you're an 8th-tier healing master now, believe me, a bunch of old veterans will come to teach you a lesson. When have healers ever lacked status? Among awakened ones, hasn't it always been said that healing is the way? When has the status of healers ever been low? Saying something about relying on me to restore glory? If you dare to say it, I dare to take it on? Seeing Su Yan's expression change, Wang Yu stopped being so serious and said with a smile, You already know the status of healers, so what is there to worry about? Actually, the matter of securing a spot in the World Championship, once your title as the strongest new generation healer spreads, most of the problems will be resolved. The rest will just depend on your strength. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan finally calmed down and stopped overthinking. That's right, although he had been reminding himself not to get carried away after his breakthrough, the world is complicated, and there are plenty of people stronger than him. He needed to remain cautious and respectful. But compared to other awakened individuals of the same year, and even the seniors, he was already in the top tier. Look at Lin Bing, one of the top-ranked third-year students, they were only at the 5th tier. Su Yan was well aware of his advantages, the talent brought by his second awakening, combined with the heart of life skill he obtained in the secret realm. Now, his healing effectiveness had multiplied several times over. 5*3 equals 16.5. 16.5 times the healing effect. Now, Su Yan is fully capable of joining a 7th-tier combat team, easily taking on the role of the main healer for the entire team. Even when facing 8th-tier enemies, he can make a significant impact if he gives it his all, though the risks would be higher. By this calculation, he himself can be considered a 7th-tier combatant. Although the overall strength of the contestants in this year's national competition is much stronger than in previous years, 7th-tier combatants are still among the top of the top. And he is an even rarer healer who can greatly enhance the team's combat strength. Everyone says that healers are the key pillars on the battlefield. As a powerful healer who can integrate into a 7th-tier team, he naturally has his advantages and privileges. Thinking of this, Su Yan, who had been a bit uneasy, suddenly felt much more at ease. After all, he has earned this qualification, hasn't he? After adjusting his mindset, Su Yan opened his mouth to ask Wang Yu about the upcoming plans. During the national competition, what should I be doing? I can't just sit around while everyone else is working hard to improve, can I? Hearing Su Yan's tone become calm, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This kind of stable mindset is something a healer must possess. He replied with a smile, of course, I won't let you idle. You've already broken through to the 5th tier, and your combat power is now equivalent to the 7th tier. Previously, quite a few people contacted me through private connections, hoping to have you go to the secret realms they guard. Right now, healers are in short supply, and leaving a top-tier healer like you idle is simply a waste of resources. Several people from the military have also mentioned this to me. Coincidentally, it's only mid-September now, and the national competition won't start until November. There's still over a month in between, so you can train in the secret realms during this time. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Su Yan was not surprised. With corresponding benefits and power comes corresponding responsibility. This was a principle he had understood since his awakening. He could accept this, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. After all, he had awakened less than half a year ago. But thinking about it carefully, with his current strength, there wasn't much room for improvement by cultivating at school anymore. On the contrary, going to those secret realms where major battles frequently erupted and strong individuals were needed to guard them, experiencing real combat and life and death trials, could help him grow rapidly. This was probably also the reason why his mentor agreed to let him go to the secret realm. Teacher, which secret realm will I be assigned to? After figuring this out, Su Yan asked with curiosity and anticipation. After all, his parents were also guarding a secret realm. If he could be assigned to their side, that would be wonderful. He hadn't seen them for a long time, and the longing in his heart surged up. Seeing the anticipation and longing in Su Yan's eyes, Wang Yu could easily guess his thoughts. He originally wanted to keep it a mystery and tease this adorable disciple, but in the end, he answered directly. Originally, I planned to send you to those 6th-tier secret realms that aren't very dangerous but have frequent battles. The strongest there are only 7th tier, and with Xian Ming accompanying you, there's basically no danger. With your current 7th tier healing abilities, once you enter that secret realm, you can completely become the core guardian. All kinds of resources will be prioritized for you. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. After all, he was going to a 6th tier secret realm, but his parents were a 7th tier and an 8th tier expert, plus Zhao Wu, a senior healer. Such a lineup is absolutely unmatched by a 6th tier secret realm. It might even be a top tier 7th or possibly an 8th tier secret realm. Su Yan originally wanted to ask his mentor if he could switch to another secret realm and go to the place where his parents were stationed to protect them. But when he thought of the mentor's care for him, the various resources provided unconditionally during this time, he shook his head and suppressed the thought. Seeing Su Yan suddenly become downcast, hesitant to speak, Wang Yu didn't stop and continued. Considering that you're only 16 and have been separated from your parents for quite a while, and this time it's just a short-term stationing of a little over a month, they've relaxed the restrictions and given you two choices. The first is what I mentioned before, to station at the 6th tier secret realm. There, you can serve as the core guardian, enjoy freedom of movement, and have priority access to resources. The second is to go to your parents' Jiangqing secret realm, which is a top-tier 7th tier secret realm, potentially upgrading to the 8th tier at any time. If you go there, you can only stay in the city, participate in city defense battles, and cannot leave the city at will. The resources there are what the high-level healers leave behind. These two options, you can choose for yourself. Su Yan originally thought he could only go to the 6th tier secret realm. Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Before Wang Yu could ask which one he would choose, he decisively spoke up. I choose the second one. After a pause, he felt he might have been too hasty. Scratching his head, he added with a slightly embarrassed smile. I haven't seen my parents in a long time, and I really miss them. Besides, I also want to show them my abilities, to let them know I can protect myself, so they don't have to worry. Seeing his disciple go from feeling down to being cheerful, Wang Yu didn't mind being interrupted. After all, missing one's family was a very normal emotion. He smiled and said, since you've made your choice, I won't go on about the benefits of the first option. You're my disciple, and those people who insist I persuade you to go to the 6th tier secret realm don't share the same bond with you as I do. With that, he gave a faintly mocking smile. When I gave you the second choice, those people should have understood my attitude. Yet they still pretended to be righteous, saying things like letting you choose the option that's better for you. I really don't know what they were thinking. Moreover, not to mention that you are outstanding yourself, just the fact that you are my disciple means you won't lack resources. Those people really underestimated me. Hearing this, Su Yan realized that the original dispatch mission only had the first option, which they thought was the best for him. It was the mentor's efforts that secured him a second option, one that respected his feelings more. He smiled emotionally but didn't say words of gratitude. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the bond between the two had grown close, and many feelings didn't need to be expressed in words. Seeing his disciple not express thanks, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he said to Su Yan, although you can directly go to guard the secret realm where your parents are, we still need to prepare some protective measures for you. First of all, it's what I mentioned to you before. In the secret realm, there's no need to wander around aimlessly, it's best to stay obediently in the city. If you really want to go out and train, you must first report to the leaders. They will arrange a sufficiently strong team to protect you. As he spoke, Wang Yu took out a box from his spatial ring and placed it on the coffee table. Next is this. Open it and take a look. Su Yan obediently picked up the box. Upon opening it, several crystals came into view, skill crystals. However, he felt that these crystals were somewhat different from the ones he had absorbed before. Their aura was also distinct. Instinctively, he sensed that these crystals were not suitable for him to absorb, and perhaps not even suitable for humans. Curious, he looked at Wang Yu, waiting for an explanation. Wang Yu saw this and directly explained. These are also skill crystals, but they are not for humans. They are specifically for contract beasts, helping them learn skills. He pointed at the crystals in the box and introduced them one by one. The beast space mentioned here is not the one used by beast tamers to store contract beasts, but rather a small space created for contract beasts to accommodate living creatures. Contract beasts have such a space within their bodies, which can be enhanced with skills. This skill is particularly suitable for your Xianming. Xianming can create this space within its shell and take you inside during battle. Only when Xianming actively releases you can the enemy have a chance to attack you. To harm you, they would have to kill Xianming first. Xianming has extremely strong defense and vitality, combined with your powerful healing abilities. Such a combination would require at least an 8th tier peak or even 9th tier expert to deal with. High-level beings like that would be closely monitored by our experts here. If anyone makes a move, our strong fighters will immediately intervene. With this skill, your survival ability will greatly improve, and this secret realm journey will be much safer. Then, he pointed to another crystal and said, this is the totemization skill crystal. We originally wanted to find you a skill similar to the Beast Master's ability to store contract beasts, but you only have Xianming, so using a skill slot for that would be a bit wasteful. Later, we found this special skill. The totemization skill can transform a contract beast into a totem form, imprinting it on a certain part of your body. When you take a certain amount of damage, the contract beast will block the damage for you and instantly revert to combat form. After introducing these two special skill crystals, Wang Yu pointed to the other crystals and said, those two were relatively special, the rest are more common. Wide Area Defense, Field Swap, and Mysterious Guard. The first two were already used by the shield guards in your previous team, so you should have seen them. Mysterious Guard is mainly used to help Xianming counter skills that weaken defense or swap defense and attack. After absorbing these skills, you and Xianming will have no obvious weaknesses in your coordination. With these skills, combined with your existing ones, I can confidently let you go out for training. After listening to Wang Yu's introduction, Su Yan curiously looked at the crystals in the box. These were all areas he had never encountered before. Those crystals shining with different lights made him value them greatly. He solemnly closed the box, preparing to hand it over to Xianming for absorption. Then, he quietly looked at Wang Yu, waiting for the next step. Wang Yu saw Su Yan put away the crystals, nodded, and continued speaking. Wang Yu said, originally, I planned to help you collect some skill crystals suitable for you. But the higher-ups said not to prepare these for you yet. They want to wait until the training phase after the national competition ends to equip you with exclusive skills. He paused, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes, and then continued. You're really lucky, just in time for this period. Those higher-ups have quite a few good things in their hands. What they give you will mostly be rare or unique skill crystals due to the extinction of materials. In the past, even if you had talent, it would have been impossible to catch their attention so early. After all, our country has a large population, and those big shots have long lifespans and have seen all kinds of geniuses. Back then, I was also a genius who outshone my peers. It wasn't until I reached the 7th rank that they started targeting me and provided scarce resources. You could say, you were born in the best of times. As long as you demonstrate astonishing enough talent, you can receive corresponding resources and support without being dragged down by various schemes and manipulations. Su Yan nodded in strong agreement. Indeed, he was in an era where stars shone brightly, a time most suitable for the rapid growth of geniuses. Although he had to face the unknown major event, it was precisely because of this event that geniuses had access to more resources and could grow faster. Alright, now that we've finished discussing you and the Xianming skill, let's talk about your arrangements for entering the secret realm. I've already told you the general situation, so I won't repeat it. Starting tomorrow, you'll have 3 days to prepare. During this time, Xianming can absorb those skill crystals. You can also take these few days to explore the school's logistics department or something. Even though you don't lack resources, broadening your horizons a bit wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Wang Yu's communicator rang. Without much thought, he took out his phone in front of Su Yan and glanced at the message. After reading it, Wang Yu smiled and handed it to Su Yan. Here, take a look. It's a message from your senior, Wan Lei. You're really lucky. We were just talking about the logistics department, and I was thinking of giving you some pocket money. Then, a message about money came in. Wow, their haul this time is impressive. Over 10 billion in revenue. Many low-level secret realms combined wouldn't even be worth this much. Su Yan took the communicator and started reading. The message was from Wang Lei, and its content was straightforward. The gains from their previous venture into the secret realm had been processed. 3 puppets sold for 60,000 academic credits, 3 drops of Flood Dragon Essence Blood at 40,000 credits each, the Dragon Pearl sold directly for a sky-high price of 12 billion huabi, and along with some crystal cores and herbs, the total came to 180,000 academic credits and 12 billion huabi. The distribution plan had already been coordinated. Originally, Wang Lei, as the strongest, would take 1/3, and the remaining 4 would split the rest equally. This time, the secret realm situation was special, and Su Yan played a key role. According to Wang Lei, they gained an advantage in terms of credits. Out of 180,000 credits, he and Su Yan each received 60,000, while the remaining amount was evenly split among Lin Bing and the other 3. The Dragon Pearl of the Flood Dragon played a significant role in their battle, so the 2 of them each received 1/3, which is 4 billion, while the remaining amount was evenly split among the other 4. Wang Lei originally planned to give it to Su Yan when he came out of seclusion, but at that time, everyone was so shocked by Su Yan's strength that they forgot about it. Later, it was inconvenient to bring it up during the gathering, so he planned to mention it after the event. However, the news brought by Wang Yu interrupted the gathering prematurely. Everyone was stirred by the news, their minds filled with thoughts of how to improve their strength. The content of Wang Yu's message left them all excited. The elders at home, holding resources, were waiting for them, and thus, Su Yan once again missed the opportunity to split the money. It was only after everyone returned home that Wang Lei remembered this matter. He originally planned to transfer the money directly to Su Yan and inform him afterward. However, he realized during the transfer that he and Su Yan had only recently become friends, their relationship wasn't close enough, and Su Yan was still a minor. The amount of money was substantial, and the system did not support a direct transfer to Su Yan, so he had to find another way. Thus, Wang Lei decided to transfer the credits and Hua currency to Wang Yu first, so he could pass them on to Su Yan. Wang Yu was Su Yan's mentor and considered a temporary guardian in the system. Moreover, as an 8th-tier healer, he had special permissions with fewer restrictions on operations. In other words, Su Yan's less than a month-long secret realm journey earned him 60,000 credits and 4 billion Hua currency. This speed made him marvel at how quickly awakened ones could make money. He didn't realize that it was all thanks to his teammates' formidable strength and his own extraordinary luck. In a low-tier secret realm, they encountered a beast with a strong dragon bloodline that was on the verge of advancing. The probability of every event happening is extremely low, encountering one is already a stroke of luck. Even more astonishingly, under the pressure of their team, which originally shouldn't have appeared in this level of secret realm, that dragon beast forcibly advanced and transformed into a dragon. These miracles combined resulted in their massive gains. At this moment, Su Yan wasn't thinking so much and had no idea how rare this secret realm experience was. Su Yan looked at the message Wang Lei sent through Wang Yu's communicator, feeling a wave of dizziness. After all, this kid had never seen so much money in his life, 4 billion, not $40 or 4 million. Such a huge sum of money, earned so easily? After being stunned for a while, seeing the distribution plan sent by Wang Lei, Su Yan felt that this money was a bit hard to handle. Isn't this distribution ratio too high for him? He felt that his performance in the secret realm wasn't worth that much money. After all, most of the time he was just casting skills and healing teammates, while the real fighting was done by Wang Lei and the others. Sometimes he didn't even make a move before the battle was over. Although his performance wasn't bad, he felt he was just average and not outstanding. Yet when it came to dividing the spoils, he ended up with the largest share, equal to the strongest member, Wang Lei. This made Su Yan feel a bit embarrassed, especially since it wasn't a small amount. Just one dragon pearl alone brought him more profit than Lin Bing and the others earned in the entire secret realm, not counting the academic credits. What? Shocked by the numbers? Or do you think Wang Lei and the others gave you too much? Wang Yu looked at Su Yan's changing expression without any doubt, as he had experienced it himself. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan snapped out of his thoughts and, without modesty, honestly said, "It did scare me a bit. I've never seen so much money in my life. Besides, I feel like I didn't contribute much in the secret realm and I'm still the lowest level in the team. But when it came to dividing the spoils, I got the largest share, which doesn't feel right. I was thinking maybe I should talk to the seniors and take less. Splitting it evenly like Senior Lin Bing and the others seems more appropriate." Wang Yu shook his head and smiled. "This distribution is fine, in fact, it's what you deserve. In a normal team, no matter who it is, whether in small team operations or large legion battles, healers have always enjoyed privileges when it comes to post-battle loot distribution. For example, their allocation ratio is higher than regular members, and they get priority in choosing loot. These are unwritten rules that have been established over the years. If they didn't give you this treatment now, I would actually question their character. The way they are distributing now is, in fact, very normal. Moreover, when you came back earlier, you also told me about the situation in the secret realm. From my perspective, your performance in the secret realm was outstanding. You completed everything you were supposed to do and are fully qualified as a healer. I believe you deserve this treatment. At this point, I can see you want to say something, but I won't give you the chance. Let me tell you seriously, don't even think about privately asking Wang Lei to lower your share of the distribution. This is something you absolutely cannot do, especially you. You should be aware of your current evaluation on our side. You are the top healer of the new generation, the only contestant directly admitted to the national competition. Whether you like it or not, after the national competition, your reputation will spread across the country and even reach the world. If you bring up such an idea at this time, what will others think? Others will think that if the top healer of the new generation is embarrassed to accept high rewards, then what about those healers who are not as good as you? By doing this, you are opposing the majority of healers and harming their interests. The privileges and respect that healers enjoy in teams have been earned over the years by generations of predecessors risking their lives. It is the pride of healers and cannot be easily undermined by you. Su Yan was no child, and with Wang Yu explaining things to this extent, he naturally understood that the matter was not so simple. If he were just an ordinary healer, it would be fine. Although a bit unconventional, no one would care. But that was clearly not the case. After the national competition, he would be in the spotlight and become a role model. At that time, every move he made would be scrutinized. He might gain fame for such behavior, but he absolutely did not want to bear the reputation of harming the interests of the majority of healers. Thinking of this, after confirming that the credits and bonuses in his hands were reasonable, Su Yan gave up the idea of distributing them. Wang Yu saw Su Yan's performance and nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with his apprentice, talented, good-looking, without arrogance or rebellion. Most importantly, he listened to advice and wasn't impulsive. Although he occasionally made small mistakes, as long as they were pointed out, he would correct them. Unlike those stubborn geniuses who, once fixated on something, wouldn't listen to others and insisted on hitting a dead end. He recalled a friend complaining, "These youngsters are really a headache. They won't listen to good advice and insist on charging ahead on their own. We mentors have already tried and know it won't work, but they just won't listen, wasting time and energy. If it weren't for my apprentice, who cares if he's wasting time? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had the idea of taking on a disciple. I was envious of your obedient and worry-free apprentice, and ended up with such a troublesome one. Apprentices are always better when they're someone else's. Look at your soft and obedient apprentice, then look at my troublesome 190 pounds of rebellion in a 100-pound body. It's really a case of comparison making you want to throw yours away." Thinking of this, and seeing Su Yan's obedient and well-behaved demeanor, Wang Yu felt even better. That's right, this is my apprentice. Talented, obedient, ambitious, and earned the title of the strongest healer of the new generation. In less than half a year since awakening. Truly reminds me of myself when I was young. Honestly, worthy of being my disciple. Fan Mani glanced at Su Yan again, thought for a moment, and realized there was nothing urgent to attend to. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave the next steps to you. First, hand the skill crystal to Xian Ming and let it absorb it in the training room. You can use this time to do something else. Like I mentioned before, you can check out the logistics department. That place is quite fascinating. For some reason, every now and then, some small items appear there. People casually buy these trinkets, only to discover they are actually high-level treasures, 7th, 8th, or 9th tier. The school has investigated several times but couldn't find the reason, so they eventually let it go. Anyway, the ones who get the treasures are all from Jiangnan University, so it's considered a little surprise for the faculty and students. Over time, the school's logistics department became known nationwide as the treasure spot. Based on your past experiences, I think your luck should be pretty good. Go try your luck there, you might have an unexpected gain." Su Yan nodded, indicating he understood. "Alright, I'll rely on you during this time. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. I'll pick you up in 3 days to go to the secret realm. See you in 3 days." Seeing Su Yan nod, Wang Yu didn't linger. After a simple farewell, he activated the teleportation array and left. As an 8th-tier healer, he had many responsibilities. This time, he specifically made time to return because of Su Yan's return. See you in 3 days, teacher." Watching Wang Yu activate the teleportation array, Su Yan stood up to bid farewell. With a flash of light, Wang Yu disappeared from the villa, leaving only Su Yan and Xian Ming behind. After seeing Wang Yu off, Su Yan began to focus on his own tasks. He first called Xian Ming to his side and took it through the teleportation array into the training room. He moved the meditation cushion in the center of the training room aside and had Xian Ming lie down in its place. Then, he took out the box given by Wang Yu from the spatial ring, retrieved 5 skill crystals specifically for contract beasts, and placed them in front of Xian Ming. He transmitted the absorption method taught by Wang Yu directly to Xian Ming through the contract, then instructed it to begin absorbing. Skill crystals for contract beasts are quite different from those for humans. Humans, due to their low absorption rate, need to absorb multiple skill crystals simultaneously. However, beasts don't have this issue. Unless the skill is particularly difficult to absorb or has conflicting attributes, the absorption success rate is almost 100%. The 5 skills provided by Wang Yu include 2 defensive types and 3 general types. They do not conflict with Xuanming's attributes and are not difficult to absorb. However, due to the limited quantity, only one of each type was prepared. Xianming saw the 5 crystals and the transmitted information, picked up one of them, and began absorbing it according to the method. Watching Xianming focus on absorption, Su Yan left a message in the contract, instructing it to contact him directly after finishing the absorption. He would come to pick it up upon receiving the notification. In the meantime, he told it to rest quietly in the training room, not to wander or cause damage, and to wait for him to take it away via the teleportation array. After arranging Xian Ming, Su Yan finally had time to attend to his own matters. However, he did not immediately go to the logistics department, as Wang Yu suggested, to try his luck. Although he was quite interested in the treasures of the logistics department, Su Yan had more important things to do at the moment. He returned to his room, took out a communicator from his spatial ring, opened the communication interface, selected a name from the contact list, and dialed. The call was answered shortly after it was made. Soon, the communicator projected a light screen. An image suddenly appeared before Su Yan. A woman with a beautiful face, gentle demeanor, yet exuding determination and strength, appeared on the light screen. Before Su Yan could speak, the woman waved to someone beside her and said, "Brother Chang, come quickly, A Yan is calling us." As soon as the words were spoken, a man also walked over. The two of them looked at Su Yan on the screen, their eyes full of love and concern. That's right, the ones talking to Su Yan were his long-unseen parents. Before dialing the call, Su Yan had a lot he wanted to say, what he had experienced during this time, the secret realm he was about to visit where they were, and so on. But when he saw his long-separated parents on the light screen, their eyes filled with worry and deep longing for him, he suddenly didn't know what to say. He simply called out, "Dad, Mom." When he uttered these two words, Su Yan's eyes unexpectedly became a little moist, and he felt a warmth in them. Although he had been through a lot, the experiences of this period were truly extraordinary. In front of friends and mentors, he dared not show it, but facing his parents, these experiences and the long separation made it hard for him to hold back the redness in his eyes. Seeing their son's reddened eyes, the two people on the other side of the screen immediately panicked. Ever since their son was weaned, they hadn't seen him cry much. Now his eyes were red. Could he be in some kind of trouble? Was he feeling wronged? Thinking of this, Su Cheng asked anxiously, "Ian, what's wrong? Did something happen? Did someone bully you? Tell us, and Dad will stand up for you." "Yes, Ian, don't worry, tell us what happened. No matter what it is, we're here for you," Su Cheng also said urgently, her eyes full of concern. Hearing his parents' anxious questions, Su Yan was momentarily stunned. On one hand, he hadn't expected himself to be so emotional, unable to hold back his tears just because of the longing after a long separation. On the other hand, his parents' words filled his heart with warmth. However, now was not the time to get sentimental. Seeing his parents so worried, as if they were about to rush into the secret realm to find him in the next second, Su Yan quickly began to explain. After listening to the explanation, the parents understood the reason for their son's reddened eyes. Only after confirming that he hadn't encountered any trouble did they breathe a sigh of relief and calm down again. Calming down, they looked at the boy on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Their son had always been steady and rarely showed emotions after leaving infancy. They hadn't expected that this time it was because he missed them. As they laughed, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Su Cheng could barely keep his composure, but his eyes betrayed his longing. Su Cheng's eyes were even moist with tears. How could their feelings for their son be any less than his feelings for them? This was the child they had watched grow up. Being apart for so long, how could they not miss him? It was only to shoulder their responsibilities and protect the people that they had to leave Su Yan and come to the secret realm. And what supported them in winning battle after battle was precisely this child they couldn't stop worrying about. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and both sides silently gazed at each other. After a long while, they slowly calmed their emotions. After regaining his composure, Su Cheng began to ask Su Yan the reason for this call. Although his son's rare emotional expression moved him, he knew his son was not someone who easily showed emotions and wouldn't contact them just out of momentary longing. His emotional expressions had always been rather reserved, so this time reaching out to him must mean there was something special. During their conversation, he also revealed his longing for his family. Having recently experienced too many extraordinary events, coupled with his longing for his family, he could no longer control his emotions. Thinking of this, Su Cheng asked, "Hey Yan, is there something you need from us this time?" Su Cheng's words brought the two still locked in a stare back to reality. Su Cheng quickly responded, "Yes, Ian, what happened? Do you need our help? If you're short on money or resources, just say so. We've saved up some money over the past few years and can help you." Su Yan shook his head and said, "It's nothing, and I don't lack resources. I have enough money now, and the cultivation resources are provided by my teacher, the school, and the authorities. Honestly, I don't have much to spend money on right now. I even earned quite a bit of money in credits recently." At this point, Su Yan became excited. After all, facing his parents, he wanted to show off a bit and share his experiences from the past period. Sure enough, after hearing him out and seeing the anticipation he couldn't hide on his face, the couple exchanged a glance and smiled indulgently. Su Cheng asked, "How did you earn so much money in credits?" What did you go through? Tell us about it. Su Yan didn't notice his parents' subtle exchange. Hearing them follow his lead, he enthusiastically began recounting his experiences from the past period. From being exposed by his mentor upon entering school, to the guidance he received from his mentor, working part-time at school, forming a team to explore secret realms, and finally challenging the Four Spirits' secret realm. Apart from the parts his mentor Wang Yu had instructed him not to disclose, he detailed the entire process. At first, the couple just watched their son talking to himself and didn't pay much attention. They thought their son's so-called big earnings were just a few million or even tens of millions, nothing surprising. However, since their son wanted to show off in front of them, they naturally played along. When they heard that the mentor was Wang Yu and that their son had talent, abilities, and skills, the two were still a bit shocked. They were not only surprised by their son's talent but also amazed that he could learn from the titled expert Wang Yu. Wang Yu was renowned among the awakened, and the fact that their son could receive his guidance left them both shocked and delighted. They thought this news was already shocking enough, but then their son went on to say that he had already reached 5th-tier strength. For a moment, the two doubted their ears and stood there in a daze. Even when they heard that he had acquired a 7th-tier contract beast and earned billions on his first trip into the secret realm, they didn't show much reaction. After Su Yan happily finished speaking, he looked at his parents. Their expressions didn't change much, but their eyes wandered, as if they were distracted and lost in thought. Seeing them like this, Su Yan didn't disturb them and quietly watched them in a daze. He knew in his heart that his recent experiences were indeed too fantastical, and his rapid growth and strength was completely unreasonable. After a long while, the two finally came back to their senses. Ignoring their earlier loss of composure, they directly asked him, Yan, are you sure you've already reached the early stage of the 5th tier? Have you taken any miraculous treasures or strength-enhancing potions? Has your foundation or potential been damaged? There was no other way. Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's progress was too fast, so fast that even Su Chang was a bit worried about his health. After all, although Su Chang trusted that Wang Yu, his mentor, wouldn't push Su Yan to overtrain, such rapid progress still made people uneasy. After hearing Su Chang's questions, Su Ching also couldn't help but look at her son with a worried gaze. It wasn't until Su Yan repeatedly assured them that he was fine that they finally relaxed, their faces showing proud expressions, proud to have such a son. At this moment, Su Yan began to tell them that 3 days later, he would go to the secret realm they were guarding and stay there for a while. Upon hearing that their son would come in 3 days and join them in guarding the secret realm, the couple was overjoyed. After all, they hadn't seen their son for several years, and now they could reunite in the secret realm and fight side by side. This filled their hearts with delight. As for Su Yan's safety, the couple is very confident. Since Su Yan can be arranged to come here, it is certain that the higher-ups will do their utmost to protect him. Besides, the two of them are already high-level combatants in the secret realm, and Su Chang is an even more top-notch expert. If there is any danger, isn't old Zhao still around? As elders, protecting the younger generation is no problem. As for the regulations in the secret realm, the couple is not worried either. For instance, reporting when leaving the city, Su Cheng himself is one of the officials in the secret realm and has the authority to help Su Yan handle these procedures. Regarding the choice of companions to leave the city with Su Yan, they are not stationed in the city all the time. Everyone has shifts and rotations, they just can't leave the secret realm casually. They can completely act as Su Yan's teammates, protecting him during his training. Not to mention being extremely strong, at least they won't venture deep into enemy territory, ensuring Su Yan's safety. Even if they are unavailable, they still have their friends. After staying in the secret realm for so many years and experiencing countless battles, they have many life and death brothers. Let these people accompany Su Yan out of the city and protect him, no problem. Moreover, Su Yan is their junior and a tier 5 healer. With this status and age, forming a good relationship with him and lending a hand is something almost no one would refuse. Those people might even thank the couple for the opportunity. Su Yan has immense potential, and as long as there are no accidents, he is entirely likely to become a top-notch expert. While he is still young, get acquainted with him, it might be useful in the future. Su Chang and Su Ching never expected that Su Yan's healing abilities had already become strong enough for him to truly fight alongside them as teammates, rather than in a relationship of elders guiding juniors or experienced players leading novices. What they are thinking now is that with Su Yan's great potential, there will definitely be people willing to protect him. As for resource allocation, that's not even an issue. Currently, healers are extremely scarce, and every secret realm is short of people. On their side, there's only Zhao Wu as a true healer, the others just have some healing skills. So, after Su Yan's arrival, The only real competition for resources would be with Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was a close friend of the couple, a life and death companion, and also Su Yan's mentor who introduced him to the path of healing. The resources Zhao Wu uses are mostly high-level outputs from the secret realms, which Su Yan's current level cannot yet utilize. Even if Su Yan could use it, Zhao Wu wouldn't be stingy. After all, the two are not on the same level, and Su Yan would only stay for a month or two. Thinking of this, the couple became even more welcoming to Su Yan, even planning to go out and invite a few friends to host a proper reception. Friends, let's hold a welcome banquet for Su Yan. Let everyone meet our son and take the opportunity to show off a little. The three chatted for a while, expressed their longing for each other, and then hung up the phone. After Su Cheng finished the call with Su Yan, he rushed to Zhao Wu's house without delay. Zhao Wu was sitting in the study reading a book. Seeing Su Cheng suddenly arrive, he showed a gentle smile and invited him to sit down. "What happened? Why did you suddenly come to see me?" Su Cheng said with a smile, "My son will be coming here in a few days to stay for a while. I'm planning to host a welcome banquet for him and invite you elders to get to know him. After all, you were Su Yan's first teacher." Zhao Wu, after hearing this, pictured a young boy with an innocent yet focused expression, attentively listening to him speak. Thinking of the recent news from the Healers Association, he couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Your son is really something else." "How so?" Su Cheng asked curiously. 16 years old, a 5th-tier healer, directly promoted to the national team this year, and hailed as the strongest healer of the new generation. "What do you think? Impressive enough?" Su Cheng was stunned upon hearing this. Although he knew his son was outstanding, he hadn't expected him to reach such heights. The scene shifts back to Su Yan, who was still unaware that his father was left speechless by Zhao Wu's praise. After finishing the call with his parents, Su Yan returned to his room, quickly washed his face, and headed out. He planned to try his luck at the logistics department. Maybe he really was the chosen one his mentor spoke of, and could casually pick out a hidden artifact. After leaving the villa, he opened a portal, with the destination being the entrance of the academy's logistics office. With a flash of light, Su Yan appeared at the entrance of the logistics office. It wasn't the weekend today, so there weren't many people at the logistics office, only a few scattered individuals. Su Yan's sudden appearance did not cause any surprise, as spatial skills were quite common at Jiangnan University. However, Su Yan, dressed in a white robe, still attracted quite a few gazes. It was not only because of his outstanding appearance and demeanor but also because the white robe symbolized the identity of a healer. Healers were rare and held a high status, which drew everyone's attention. Although their gazes were enthusiastic, no one stepped forward to talk to him, they simply watched quietly as he walked into the logistics office. Su Yan was already accustomed to these gazes. After all, since his awakening a few months ago, he had seen this kind of attention many times. He ignored them and walked straight into the logistics office. The logistics office was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It wasn't like the novels where there were many open windows or a single exchange point. Here, there were many individual small exchange rooms. At any given time, only one person or one team could enter, and only after completing their exchange could the next person take their turn. Su Yan thought about it and felt this arrangement was more reasonable. After all, at a public exchange point, no matter how many credits were sold or what resources were purchased, others could see it, which was inappropriate. Among the many students at Jiangnan University, there was always a group of people who would stop at nothing to compete for resources. Although the school imposes restrictions on seizing classmates' resources, it does not completely prohibit it. After all, among the school's higher-ups, some support the survival rule of the strong prey on the weak. If resources were made directly public, wouldn't that be blatantly telling everyone where the good stuff is to grab? In the novel Su Yan had read, the scenes where the protagonist had just exchanged resources and someone came to borrow them, only to be counterattacked, best illustrated the issue. Although these independent exchange rooms cannot completely prevent robbery, they are certainly much better than public spaces. As soon as he entered the logistics department, he saw a massive hall, with many independent exchange rooms on the side. In the center of the hall was a sign indicating the directions to the exchange rooms for various professions. Of course, all resources in the logistics department appear on the exchange list, but the exchange rooms for different professions prioritize displaying resources specific to their profession. These resource exchanges are not random either. High-level resources are limited in quantity and have level restrictions for buyers, who must at least reach the second tier of the resource. There are also some special exchange rooms, such as for professions with fewer people, healers. Unlike those subdivided level attributes and categorized popular professions, healers have only a single exchange room. Following the sign, Su-yen went straight to the second floor and entered the healer's exchange room. The exchange room had no luxurious decorations, just a simple exchange counter and a few chairs for exchangers to rest. When Su-yen first entered, there were no staff members inside. Just as Su-yen was about to go out and ask the staff in the hall, a voice came from behind. "Wow, I didn't expect this long-unused exchange room to finally have someone today. What a surprise. You must be our school's only healer this year, Su-yen, right?" Su-yen turned around following the voice and saw a thin middle-aged man smiling warmly at him. This face was very familiar, and Su-yen quickly remembered his identity. When he first started school, Wang Lei introduced a few influential figures at the school, and Su-yen immediately recognized him because of his unique name. This person was the head of the logistics department, Si Yaoqian. The name was so distinctive that Su-yen couldn't forget it even if he tried. At the time, Wang Lei even complained, "This guy is obsessed with money. Just hearing his name, you can tell he's in charge of logistics and finances." After recognizing him, Su-yen quickly greeted him. "Hello, Minister Si." Si Yaoqian was surprised to be recognized, as his name was indeed very conspicuous. Back when he retired from the battlefield and was assigned a job, someone said, "A name like Si Yaoqian means he's perfect for managing money." As a result, he was assigned to the logistics department. Thinking about this, Si Yaoqian couldn't help but want to punch the person who said that back then. However, he still smiled and responded to Su-yen. "Hello, Su-yen." Before Su-yen could speak, he asked first, "Are you wondering why there are no staff here? And why I am here?" Xian began to explain to Su-yen. "You saw the sign at the door, right? This exchange room is specifically for healers, other professions can't even enter. There aren't many healers in our school, and most of them are teachers. Apart from a few who are permanently stationed at the school, the others aren't here. Even if they return to the school, given their status and strength, they wouldn't personally come to the exchange room. They just send a message, and we send someone with the resource list to deliver it to them. So, this healer exchange room is different from other profession exchange rooms. Other exchange rooms occasionally have teachers present, but this one is entirely for student use. However, you know the number of healers. Our school hasn't recruited new students for the healing program in many years. Over time, this exchange room became idle, and the original staff were reassigned to other exchange rooms." After listening to Si Yaoqian's explanation, Su-yen finally understood why there was no one on duty here. After all, before he enrolled, this exchange room didn't even have any service targets, so there was no need to assign dedicated personnel. Even though this year there is someone like him as a healer, he is the only one in the entire school, and most of the resources are provided by others, so his visits here are infrequent. Under such circumstances, assigning a dedicated staff member is truly unnecessary. Although Jiangnan University is financially well off, it wouldn't waste resources on something unnecessary like this. When needed, just temporarily transfer a staff member from another exchange room. Thinking of this, Su-yen also guessed Si Yaoqian's intention. If he guessed correctly, Minister Si should be the staff member responsible for exchanging resources with him today. But before confirming, he didn't dare to say it outright. Although he was almost certain in his heart, he still needed to confirm it clearly. If by any chance Minister Si was just here to meet him and the person actually responsible for the exchange was someone else, it would be awkward. It was more prudent to probe first. So, Su-yen tentatively asked, "Minister Si, are you here this time for?" Si Yaoqian had worked in the logistics department for over a decade, having encountered all kinds of people, and could easily detect the probing tone in Su-yen's voice. However, the young man in front of him was not someone who could be easily manipulated, especially since he had the backing of an 8th-tier healer, Wang Yu. There was no need to scheme against the only apprentice of the other party. He simply answered directly, "Haven't you already guessed? I am the staff member responsible for serving you, the healer, this time." Su-yen felt a bit awkward upon hearing the straightforward response, as his little thoughts had been seen through by the other party. Seeing this, Si Yaoqian did not tease him but instead led Su-yen to a nearby table and chairs to sit down. He took out a tablet from his spatial ring and handed it to Su-yen. "This is the resource list from our logistics department, with all the resources and prices clearly marked. This list was specially prepared on the day you enrolled. The prices for healers to purchase resources are quite different from those for ordinary professions. However, I guess these things don't hold much appeal for you, since the resources provided by your school and mentor are much better than what's here." After a pause, he added, "You probably came this time because you heard the rumors about the logistics department, right? I'll take you to the warehouse later to see if there's anything that suits your needs. For now, let me show you these resources as a routine procedure. Who knows, you might actually find something suitable. Su Yan took the tablet and carefully examined its contents. These resources had been meticulously organized, clearly categorized. After opening a category, all the items were arranged by rank from high to low, with a search bar in the top right corner. To be honest, Su Yan himself wasn't entirely sure what he was lacking at the moment. In terms of equipment, the healer's robe and the illusion crystal, two top-tier items gifted by Wang Yu earlier, were already excellent. He had no interest in ordinary equipment. As for those high-level pieces of equipment, not to mention that Su Yan's current strength doesn't warrant their use, even if he could use them, he couldn't afford them. Previously, after receiving a share from Wang Yu, Su Yan thought he could consider himself wealthy. But as soon as he opened the equipment exchange interface and saw the descriptions and prices of those top-tier items, he immediately stopped. What Wang Yu said at the time was clearly just to save face for him. It sounded nice, but in reality, he couldn't afford any of the good stuff. Song of Life set, an 8th tier top-level set, including 6 pieces of equipment, crown, staff, robe, shoes, necklace, and ring, all with the strongest life attributes. Set effect, healing effects increased by 60%, 10% per piece, skill consumption reduced by 42%. Also comes with a life praise skill. Life praise releases the life force contained within the set, healing teammates while dealing damage to enemies. Price, original 2.8 million credits for the entire set. 500,000 credits per piece. Each piece of equipment had incredibly powerful attributes, making Su Yan deeply tempted. But after seeing the price, he immediately gave up looking further, with only the number 2.8 million left in his mind. Seeing a single piece priced at 500,000, while his account had less than 100,000 credits, Su Yan instantly calmed down. It turned out that his imagined wealth couldn't even afford a single loose piece. Moreover, according to Minister C, this price already included the discount for being a healer. 8th tier equipment is so expensive, the prices for 9th tier and 10th tier must be even more outrageous. Thinking of this, Su Yan directly gave up looking further and handed the tablet back to Si Yaoqian. Si Yaoqian noticed Su Yan's changing expression and couldn't help but smile. However, it was their first meeting, and they weren't at the stage of casually joking around. Si Yaoqian didn't take the tablet back but simply said, "You don't need to return this tablet. It's specially designed for you, so keep it. In the future, if you need anything, just place an order directly on the tablet, and we will assign someone to deliver it to your residence." The healer teachers at the school all use it this way, which is convenient for everyone. Su Yan looked at the tablet in his hand, thought for a moment, and without saying much, put it away. Seeing Su Yan put away the tablet, Si Yaoqian continued, "Alright, you've seen the tablet. Next, I'll take you to see our school's special warehouse." After saying that, he got up and walked out of the exchange room. Su Yan also stood up and followed Si Yaoqian towards the warehouse. Soon, the two arrived at the warehouse. Si Yaoqian pointed to the various items in the warehouse and introduced, "This is our school's so-called legendary warehouse. On the surface, the items here range from tier 1 to tier 4, but what tier you actually get is hard to say. After all, as the saying goes, the truly powerful things are often hidden very deeply. Every year, faculty and students of the academy can take 10 items from here. The prices are, first tier 10 credits, second tier 100 credits, third tier 1000 credits, and fourth tier 5000 credits. They are slightly more expensive than ordinary items of the same tier, but after all, there's a chance to draw high-tier treasures." As he spoke, he led Su Yan into the warehouse, letting him try his luck. However, what surprised Si Yaoqian was that as soon as Su Yan stepped into the warehouse, 2 light clusters marked first tier flew out from the warehouse, heading straight toward Su Yan. Su Yan looked puzzled. Si Yaoqian's face changed drastically, and he screamed inwardly, "It's over, all my efforts are wasted." These 2 light clusters initially flew out from the first tier area, heading towards Si Yaoqian. Just as they were about to reach him, they suddenly changed direction, one veered to the left, the other to the right, avoiding Si Yaoqian and quickly flying towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the flying light clusters, not instinctively blocking them, but raising his right hand with his palm facing up. The 2 light clusters slowed down as they approached his palm, eventually hovering above his palm. Si Yaoqian was stunned, turning to look at the 2 light clusters hovering in Su Yan's hand, his expression very unpleasant. He had long guessed that these 2 light clusters wouldn't choose him. After all, he had been to this warehouse countless times before. If they were targeting him, they would have acted long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only new variable was Su Yan coming in with him. There was a high probability that these 2 light clusters were here for Su Yan. Although he understood this in his heart, he still couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed seeing this situation. After all, there were only 2 people, a 50-50 chance in theory. Could he really not have a stroke of luck? Reality is often more cruel than imagination. The 2 light clusters avoided him and flew straight toward Su Yan, with Si Yaoqian's face full of frustration and jealousy. His gaze carried no malice, but he wished he could use the illusory black spear in his hand to stab this lucky guy to death. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, his expectations weren't high to begin with. This only confirmed his suspicions, and after a few seconds of frustration, he returned to normal. After recovering, he stared at the light clusters in Su Yan's hands with curiosity and excitement. Although the light clusters weren't his, at least he had witnessed this magical scene with his own eyes. He was excited because the logistics department was about to make a fortune again. It wasn't about making unscrupulous money off Su Yan. After all, these 2 light clusters came from the first-tier area, and overcharging would only ruin the reputation of the logistics department and offend the powerful backing behind Su Yan, which wasn't worth it. The reason for his excitement was that the reputation of the logistics department would soon spread across the entire campus, and more teachers and students would be willing to spend money here to try their luck. In recent years, the logistics department hasn't had any major surprises, leading to a significant drop in interest among teachers and students. Some freshmen even suspect that there's nothing good in the warehouse and question what tricks the logistics department is playing, resulting in a sharp decline in revenue. But the appearance of these 2 light clusters tells everyone one thing: the logistics department doesn't lack good items, it's just that you don't have the luck. Look at Su Yan, his first visit to the logistics department, and treasures came to him on their own. Tempted? If you're tempted, hurry up and come over. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. Why the price increase? Isn't it obvious? If you can get good items, how could they still be sold at the old price? Si Yaoqian hasn't even seen what good items Su Yan can get yet, but he's already calculating in his mind how much the price of these items should increase. Now, his only hope was that the treasure Su Yan revealed would be of the highest possible grade. After all, this determined how high a price he could sell the remaining items in the warehouse for. At this moment, Su Yan looked at the 2 orbs of light in his hand, unhesitatingly chose the one on the left, infused it with spiritual energy, and activated it. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the glow of the orb gradually faded, and an illusory rune appeared in the air. The rune was extremely peculiar, covered with patterns that Su Yan couldn't understand but exuded an air of profound mystery. When staring at it closely, the rune was clearly visible, but as soon as he looked away, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember even the slightest detail. Si Yaoqian looked at the rune, feeling it was somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. However, the rune did not allow the 2 to continue observing it. After hovering in the air for a moment, it suddenly flew toward Su Yan at an incredible speed, directly merging into the center of his forehead. The sudden invasion of the rune caught Su Yan off guard, leaving him no time to react and forcing him to accept the surprise attack unprepared. Subsequently, he felt the sudden appearance of the rune in his mental sea. The mental sea is one of the most important places for an awakened. Being suddenly invaded by an external object made Su Yan's heart tighten. What if this rune brought some kind of trap? Wouldn't he be doomed? The abnormal movement of the rune also brought Si Yaoqian back from his memories. Seeing Su Yan a bit flustered, he understood completely. After all, if something suddenly entered your mental space, anyone would be wary of whether someone was plotting against them. However, Si Yaoqian himself remained quite calm. It wasn't because he was indifferent. He knew that if something happened to Su Yan, he would also bear responsibility. Not to mention, he was counting on Su Yan to help him make a big deal this time. If it went wrong, he would suffer too. The reason he could remain calm was that he remembered why this rune looked familiar. He had seen similar runes before, but they had passed by fleetingly, making it hard for him to recall the specific details immediately. The effects of such runes vary. Si Yaoqian wasn't sure about the exact function of Su Yan's rune, but he was certain it would only benefit Su Yan without causing any harm. Knowing this was enough. Si Yaoqian wasn't the type to keep people guessing. Seeing Su Yan panicking, he immediately spoke to reassure him. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with this rune. It won't harm your mental sea. Hearing this, Su Yan calmed down and asked, Minister Si, do you know exactly what this rune is? Could you tell me about it? A trace of approval flashed in Si Yaoqian's eyes as he began to explain. These runes are actually fragments of origin and rules scattered when certain special secret realms are born. Since the rules that make up the runes vary, we collectively refer to them as mysterious runes. The specifics of how they are formed are very complex, and with your current strength, knowing too much won't help. Just remember, these things are extremely rare. Since the appearance of secret realms, only 5 have been publicly seen in our Huagua. These runes actively seek suitable beings to merge with, allowing them to initially grasp certain rules and become innate deities. However, this usually only happens within secret realms. Blue Star has special rules, and once a rune appears here, it will be absorbed and assimilated by the planet's rules. This is also the reason why you saw the rune becoming illusory. The rune in your mental sea is a reward in compensation for attracting its appearance. After speaking, Si Yaoqian patted Su Yan on the shoulder. Don't think you're at a loss by exchanging this rune for the so-called innate deity. Those innate deities are not only restricted by the secret realm and can't leave, but their potential is completely locked. It might be decent for ordinary people, but for geniuses like you, it's simply not worth it. And the rune that Blue Star gave you may not seem as powerful as becoming a god in the secret realm, but it completely belongs to you. Even Blue Star itself cannot take it away. More importantly, this rune is extremely powerful and can continue to grow. Hearing Si Yaoqian say this, Su Yan completely relaxed. He had no interest in becoming a god through the power of the secret realm. Instead, he preferred to control power that truly belonged to him. Once he relaxed, Su Yan immediately used his mental power to sense the rune. Soon, information flowed from the rune. Rune name, stack. Effect, choose 3 skills to bind to the rune, granting them a stacking effect. Skills can be unbound, but after unbinding, they cannot be rebound within 24 hours. Skill stacking, when the bound skills are used, they can add an additional layer of effect on the target, and this stacking is not limited by the target's maximum tolerance. Rune growth, 0%. Seeing this, Su Yan was thrilled. The stacking of skills is incredibly useful for him. His innate skill, recovery technique, can already stack, allowing it to be used multiple times on a single target within a short period without diminishing its effect. This effect is useless for one-time skills, such as Star Moon Guidance and Virtualization. However, for skills like Ancient Totem, Sanctuary, Karma, and Dream Return, stacking makes them extraordinarily powerful. The first 2 are large-scale buff and recovery skills, and their effects double when stacked. Karma doubles the number of invincibility uses, allowing each person to endure 6 instances of invincibility per day, increasing the burst power from 2-fold to 4-fold. The Dream Return skill has a cooldown period after activation, making it normally impossible to use consecutively. But with stacking, the additional layer of effect is unrestricted. As long as the opponent isn't too strong, the second Dream Return can completely sustain through the cooldown, maintaining the effect continuously. More importantly, these stack skills can also benefit from talent and equipment bonuses, making the rune strength even more absurd. In addition, Su Yan is still uncertain whether Recovery Technique and Heart of Life can stack. It is uncertain whether the restoration spell stacks layer by layer or all at once, as the difference in effect between an 8-layer restoration and a 14-layer restoration is too significant. The Heart of Life is even more complex. It is unclear whether its amplification can stack, how it stacks if it does, whether there is any diminishing return, and not to mention whether the spiritual energy consumption would double. The ideal scenario would be a 14-layer restoration spell combined with 2 sets of the Heart of Life. Without considering equipment bonuses, the healing amplification could stack up to over 30 times. Calculation formula. Open parenthesis 1 plus 1.5 plus 0.6 times 5 close parenthesis times open parenthesis 3 times 2 close parenthesis is equal to 33. Thinking of this, Su Yan became excited and couldn't wait to test his hypothesis. But now was neither the right time nor place. He was still on Si Yaoqian's turf, and he had an unopened blind box in his hand, light orb. Looking at Si Yaoqian, who was quietly observing his reaction nearby, Su Yan hesitated a little. He wasn't hesitating about whether to open the blind box, as he was confident he could secure whatever was inside. On the contrary, being secretive would only make others more curious. Su Yan was pondering whether to tell Si Yaoqian the detailed effects of this rune. Su Yan felt a tangle in his heart. Were there any taboos about this kind of rune? Could it be casually shared with others? If he didn't say anything, this rune was something he and Si Yaoqian had personally witnessed being activated, and Si Yaoqian had also revealed quite a bit of information about it to him. He hesitated, unsure how to explain it clearly to Si Yaoqian. Si Yaoqian seemed to see through his hesitation. Instead of pressing for details, he focused on another glowing orb and urged, "Hurry up, activate this one too. How much I can earn this time depends entirely on you." Hearing him deliberately change the subject, Su Yan understood that Si Yaoqian didn't want to dig deeper. Feeling a bit grateful, he smiled and immediately began activating the other glowing orb. As Su Yan infused spiritual energy, the light surrounding the orb gradually faded, revealing the hidden object inside. When the light dissipated, a black bead appeared before them and then fell into Su Yan's palm. The black bead looked very ordinary, lacking the striking brilliance of the previous rune. Instead, it appeared dim and dull. It had no special aura, merely smooth and rounded, looking even more unremarkable than some rough handicrafts. Usually, no one would spare it a second glance. But Su Yan and Si Yaoqian had witnessed it being taken out of the light cluster with their own eyes, so they naturally didn't believe it was an ordinary object. Su Yan scanned it several times with his spiritual power but didn't find anything special about it. Thinking that Si Yaoqian had been in the logistics department for so many years and must have experience with various treasures, he held the bead and asked, "Minister Si, do you know what this bead is? I've looked at it carefully several times and didn't find anything special. If it hadn't come out of the light sphere, I wouldn't have thought it was a treasure." Si Yaoqian took the bead, observed it carefully for a while, and still had no clue. It just looked like an ordinary bead. However, the logistics department had specific methods for identifying such unknown items. After finding no anomalies with spiritual power or the naked eye, Si Yaoqian took out a compact analyzer from his spatial ring. He placed the black bead into the device and began analyzing its function. The instrument ran for quite a while, and Su Yan began to doubt whether this thing could actually work. At that moment, a light screen was projected. Item name, Soul Pearl, unnamed. Level, Tier 8 to 9. Attribute, Spirit. Effect. 1. Protects the soul and strengthens the mental force field. 2. Reduces damage from soul, illusion, and mental type attacks to the holder, while enhancing the effectiveness of such skills for the holder. 3. Resisting external spiritual invasions, including soul, strange objects, treasures, etc. 4. Training the mind to accelerate the growth and recovery of spiritual power. 5. Releasing a mental barrier to block aura and spiritual detection. Seeing the introduction on the light screen, the two were shocked. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary black bead was actually a rare spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasures are already rare, and those that can protect the soul are even more uncommon. Moreover, the level of this soul bead is at least Tier 8, possibly even Tier 9. It should be noted that most Tier 8 or 9 awakened individuals may not even possess spiritual treasures of this level. Si Yaoqian looked at the bead in his hand, a trace of longing flashing in his eyes. However, this longing was quickly replaced by a bitter smile. This soul bead primarily protects the soul and spirit, but he had retired many years ago, and his spiritual cultivation had been neglected for quite some time. To him, this treasure was like a pearl covered in dust. Such a treasure can only truly be of value to those who are actively engaged on the battlefield. Only true powerhouses, or those with extraordinary talent like Su Yan, can unleash the full potential of this soul bead. With this soul bead, Su Yan would no longer have to worry about encountering enemies skilled in controlling souls, as he wouldn't be easily manipulated or have his soul directly obliterated. More importantly, if Su Yan had been wearing the soul bead earlier, that mysterious rune wouldn't have been able to so easily invade his mental sea. At the very least, he would have had the choice to accept the rune, rather than having it forcibly implanted. Although the result was quite good, the feeling of someone casually intruding into one's mental world was both irritating and unsettling. Si Yaoqian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and returned the soul pearl to Su Yan. "Alright, quickly put it away. If you keep flaunting it in front of me, I might not be able to control myself and just snatch it from you. Make sure to have Wang Yu check it when you get back to see if there's any issue with it and how well it's been absorbed." Listening to Si Yaoqian's words, Su Yan cheerfully stored the soul pearl into his spatial ring. Seeing Su Yan put away the soul pearl, Si Yaoqian's excitement also subsided. He lazily asked, "Do you want to take anything else? You can still take 8 more items. If you want something, go in and pick it yourself. If not, just head to the entrance to settle the bill, 20 credits in total." Looking at Si Yaoqian's expression, Su Yan thought about how he had taken 2 treasures from the warehouse today for just 20 credits. He felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had gotten an incredible bargain. So, he decided to make up for it. He walked to the area marked Tier 4, didn't pick too carefully, and casually grabbed 8 items. Then, he followed Si Yaoqian to the front desk and swiped 20,020 credits. Afterward, he thanked Si Yaoqian again, exchanged contact information, walked out of the logistics department's door, and opened a portal to return to the villa. Thinking about today's gains, Su Yan took out his communicator and sent a message to Wang Yu, telling him about his experiences at the logistics department today and the 2 treasures he obtained. Not long after, he received Wang Yu's reply. "Wait for me at home, I still have something to take care of. Once it's done, I'll come back immediately. Don't use that bead yet, Wait for me to check it when I return. After receiving the reply, Su Yan gave up the idea of going out and returned to his room. He placed the 8 fourth-tier items he had casually bought as compensation on the desk, wanting to see if there was anything special among them. If there was, then he would have really hit the jackpot. However, it seemed his luck had run out, and the heavens had no intention of giving him any extra rewards. These 8 items were unremarkable, all just ordinary 4th-tier equipment. Feeling a bit disappointed, he stored the items in his spatial ring and suddenly didn't know what to do next. Si Yaoqian and Wang Yu both reminded him not to rush into using the Soul Pearl. He wasn't the type to take risks, so naturally, he wouldn't act recklessly. In terms of cultivation, although Wang Yu didn't specify how long it would take, Su Yan knew it wouldn't be too long, and this period wasn't suitable for cultivation anyway. With nothing else to do, Su Yan suddenly recalled his previous speculation about runes. So, he got up, went downstairs to the living room, and began attempting to bind the runes in his mental sea to the 2 skills, Recovery Spell and Heart of Life. Wang Yu finally finished dealing with his tasks and activated the teleportation skill to return to the villa. As the teleportation light dissipated, a surge of intense life energy flowed in from not far away. Sensing the life energy that was almost tangible, Wang Yu curiously looked toward its source and saw Su Yan in the living room, shrouded in green light. At this moment, Su Yan was in good condition. Although the experimental results hadn't fully met his expectations, there had been some progress. After testing, although the recovery spell couldn't reach 14 layers of stacking, it was increased from the original 7 layers to 10 layers, improving the recovery effect by nearly half. And the healing bonus of the Heart of Life skill indeed weakens with use. After binding the rune, the consumption of the Heart of Life skill doubled, but the healing effect only increased from 3 times to 4 times. Although the result was somewhat disappointing, Su Yan gained a clear understanding of the rune's power and began planning which skill to bind next. At this moment, Wang Yu came in, just in time to see Su Yan activate the dual Heart of Life effect. While thinking about which skill to bind next, Su Yan forgot to turn off the Heart of Life, causing life energy to continuously drain. Seeing Su Yan so focused, completely forgetting to turn off the skill, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan's talent was truly exceptional, allowing him to sustain such a spirit-draining skill. For an ordinary healer, let alone forgetting to turn off the skill, they probably wouldn't even last the minimum duration and would have been drained dry long ago. Sensing Wang Yu's arrival, Su Yan snapped out of his thoughts. Noticing the life energy dispersing everywhere, he quickly turned off the skill and walked toward Wang Yu. "Teacher." Su Yan greeted obediently. Wang Yu smiled and tapped Su Yan's forehead with his finger, saying with a laugh, "You're really lucky, kid. I originally just wanted you to go broaden your horizons, but I didn't expect you'd actually manage to get 2 powerful treasures from that stingy guy. Let me take a look at that bead, and tell me about the effects of that mysterious rune. Also, what were you doing just now? The formation at home could barely contain the life energy you were emitting. If you had come back any later, this villa would probably have been surrounded by people." Hearing this, Su Yan felt a bit embarrassed, as he hadn't paid attention to the surrounding environment during his experiment earlier. He took out the soul bead from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Yu, while also explaining the specific details of the stacked rune in his mental sea. As Wang Yu listened, he held the black bead in his hand, feeling a surge of envy for his disciple. Not to mention the bead in his hand, which he hadn't figured out yet, just the stacked rune Su Yan described was enough to excite anyone. After hearing Su Yan's explanation, he carefully scanned the soul bead with his spiritual power. Sure enough, still nothing was discovered. This bead is indeed a bit special. I can't be certain if there's anything wrong with it. Leave it with me for now, and I'll ask someone about it. I'll return it to you in 3 days when you're ready to depart. As for that rune, since it's been confirmed to be fine, just use it as usual. However, it's best not to casually release life energy like you did today. Such freely flowing energy can easily attract trouble." Su Yan nodded to show his understanding. After that, Wang Yu didn't say much more. He bid a simple farewell and left with the black bead. After seeing Wang Yu off, Su Yan dismissed the idea of going out to visit the school and returned to his room to begin cultivating. 3 days passed quickly. During these days, apart from taking the skill crystal out of the training room after Xian Ming finished absorbing it, Su Yan was almost entirely immersed in cultivation. Only after receiving Wang Yu's message did he finish his cultivation. After tidying up his belongings, he waited for Wang Yu in the villa's hall. He waited in the living room with Xian Ming for a while, and suddenly a flash of light appeared, and Wang Yu appeared in front of Su Yan. "Teacher." Sitting on the sofa, Su Yan looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu took out the soul orb from his spatial ring and tossed it to Su Yan. This orb indeed has a problem. Someone tampered with it. It actively attracts hosts with strong talents and gradually influences their thoughts. You were right not to use it at the time. The contents of the orb haven't been completely cleared yet. Find some time to fuse with it. The soul-fixing orb, a 9th-tier spiritual treasure, is specifically used to trap others. They really spared no expense. The flying soul-fixing orb was collected by Su Yan. Although he was very interested in the things Wang Yu mentioned, seeing that Wang Yu had no intention of continuing, Su Yan wisely did not press further. Wang Yu returned the soul-stabilizing pearl to Su Yan, then looked at Su Yan and the massive Shenming turtle in front of him and asked, "You're about to head to the Jiangqing secret realm. Are you ready?" Su Yan replied solemnly, "Teacher, I am ready." Wang Yu nodded, and a teleportation array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. With a flash of light, the two of them, along with Shen Ming, instantly appeared in a building that Su Yan had never seen before. Su Yan looked around curiously, and Wang Yu took the initiative to explain, "This is the teleportation point in the southern city, specifically used for intercity teleportation. In a moment, you'll use the teleportation array here to go directly to Jiangcheng, where someone will meet you." He glanced at the massive Shenming beside him and added, "Have Shenming transform into a totem and imprint itself on you." The energy consumption of this teleportation array is related to the size and weight of the objects being teleported. Shenming is so large that direct teleportation would consume a lot of energy. Although the healers won't charge you, there's no need to waste resources, so it's better to minimize it. Su Yan nodded in agreement, patted Xuanming's head, and conveyed his thoughts through their contract. Before long, blue and yellow lights glowed from Xuanming's body, and it transformed into a Shenming totem, imprinting itself on Su Yan's left hand. Afterward, Su Yan waved goodbye to Wang Yu and stepped into the teleportation array. Wang Yu watched Su Yan leave, the smile on his face suddenly disappearing, his gaze turning icy cold. "You really went all out to scheme against my disciple. That rune was definitely added on purpose to confuse people. It was only because I suddenly had Yan leave, disrupting your plan, that such a big flaw was exposed. Fortunately, Yan is calm and didn't fall for your trap. If anything had happened to Yan, I would have shown you what true revenge looks like." His voice was very low, as if talking to himself, but also as if warning certain people. Su Yan, of course, couldn't see Wang Yu's change. He stood in the center of the teleportation array, quietly waiting for the teleportation to activate. As the notification sound rang out, the energy in the surrounding space began to stir. Su Yan only felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, he arrived at an entirely new place. Hearing the prompt "Teleportation complete, please leave the teleportation array," he rubbed his eyes, which felt slightly uncomfortable due to the spatial shift, and quickly stepped out of the teleportation array. The teleportation point in Jiangcheng was arranged similarly to that in Nanchang, but it was much busier, with a more tense atmosphere filled with killing intent. This was quite normal. Nanchang, with the massive presence of Jiangnan University, had an overall environment that leaned more academic and peaceful. And Jiangcheng does not have a top-tier university. Facing the descending secret realms, the entire city is in full preparation for battle. Although there are more casualties, the strong individuals who emerge are even more formidable. As soon as Su Yan stepped out of the teleportation array, he immediately attracted the attention of most people around him. There was no helping it, his calm demeanor was completely out of place among the battle-hardened and fiercely aggressive awakened ones around him. He stood out like a little lamb wandering into a pack of wolves. On top of that, the conspicuous white robe he wore instantly revealed his identity as a healer. The arrival of a genuine healer in Jiangcheng naturally caused a huge stir. Although these people knew it was almost impossible to recruit Su Yan into their teams, they still stared at him with fervent eyes. These gazes were even more direct and intense than the attention he received from senior students back on campus, making Su Yan feel an unusual atmosphere. Su Yan had somewhat gotten used to the scrutinizing looks from those around him, but he still felt uncomfortable. Just as he was about to reach his limit, his communicator suddenly rang, saving him. Answered the phone, and the screen displayed an unfamiliar number. A loud voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Su Yan?" Su Yan roughly guessed the caller's identity but still politely asked, "Yes, this is me. May I ask what you need?" "This is Gan Xingye from the Jiangcheng Military District. I've been ordered to pick you up. Please send me your location, and I'll come over right away." Hearing this, Su Yan felt a wave of relief. Finally, someone was coming to rescue him from the uncomfortable stares. He quickly sent his location, then adjusted his expression and demeanor, exuding an aura of cold indifference, successfully deterring those who wanted to strike up a conversation. Before long, Gan Xingye arrived near the teleportation array according to the location and immediately recognized Su Yan. There was no helping it, Su Yan's attire and demeanor were simply too striking. Gan Xingye quickly stepped forward and presented his credentials. Hello, Su Yan, I am Gan Xingye. Hello, Senior Gan, I am Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the man in his 30s before him, steady and resolute, and responded with a smile. Then, they walked out of the teleportation point together, got into a car, and headed toward the entrance of the Zhengqing secret realm. Gan Xingye was not talkative, and Su Yan was not skilled at chatting either. The two remained silent in the car, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. After presenting their credentials, they passed through the teleportation array and entered the Zhengqing secret realm. Just as they stepped out of the teleportation array, a figure rushed toward Su Yan at lightning speed. Before he could react, he was tightly embraced. Su Yan felt the familiar and reassuring presence, and his previously tense body gradually relaxed. He spoke, "Long time no see, Dad." Su Chang hugged him even tighter. Feeling a bit uncomfortable from the tight hug, Su Yan frowned and gently reminded, "It hurts." Only then did Su Chang realize he was hugging too tightly. He quickly let go and looked at him awkwardly. Su Yan smiled as he walked closer, taking his father's hand. "Dad, why are you here to pick me up? Where's Mom?" Su Chang came to his senses, holding his hand and said, "I have the day off today, so I had time to pick you up. Your mom knows you're coming and has already prepared a meal at home, waiting for you." After saying that, he turned to Gan Xingye. "Xiaogan, thank you for your help this time. I'll take Yan home first. I'll come back to handle the registration procedures later. You go ahead and rest." Holding Su Yan's hand, the two of them headed home. After bidding farewell to Gan Xingye, Su Yan followed Su Chang back home. As they approached the house, Su Yan saw Su Qing waiting for them. Seeing Su Yan and Su Chang, Su Qing quickly ran over and once again hugged Su Yan tightly. She touched Su Yan's face, who was now taller than her, and said, "You've grown taller, but also thinner." Su Chang, standing nearby, listened and a faint smile appeared on his face. He nodded in strong agreement. Su Yan had been eating Yunling deer canned food for several months, successfully growing taller and gaining over 10 pounds. He smiled helplessly and said, "All right, as long as you're happy." Sensing that his parents thought he was too thin, Su Yan didn't bother to explain further and simply followed them into the house. After being brought into the house, Su Yan first took a tour of his new home in the Zhengqing secret realm. Meanwhile, the Su Cheng couple went to the kitchen to bring out the lavish feast they had long prepared. Seeing that this house was almost identical to their home in Haicheng, and that his room was arranged in a very familiar way, Su Yan felt deeply touched. His parents called him to the dining room, where the table was filled with various dishes. The food in Su Yan's bowl was piled up like a small mountain, and his parents kept adding more. He smiled wryly and lowered his head to start eating. He originally wanted to tell them that he was already full, but when he saw Su Qing's expression of "You're too thin, you need to eat more," he swallowed his words. Fortunately, Su Yan now had 5th-tier strength, his appetite was much larger than before, and he could convert the food he ate into energy for storage. Only then was he able to finish all the dishes. After eating, his stomach was so bloated that he lay back in his chair, rubbing his belly. After the meal, the three of them chatted at home for a long time, sharing their thoughts and feelings, until past 11 at night when they each went to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Su Yan felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't recall what it was. He decided not to think about it, lay down on the bed, and prepared to sleep. He had to get up early tomorrow to register and meet with the guardians. Thinking about these things, he quickly fell asleep. In the darkness, Su Yan's left hand, resting on the blanket, began to emit flashes of yellow and blue light, flickering rapidly, as if complaining that its owner had forgotten about it. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, he felt a burning sensation on the back of his left hand. Raising his hand to look, the totem tattoo glowing with yellow and blue light reminded him he had forgotten something important. He hurriedly summoned Xianming out of the tattoo. When Xianming emerged, he was very displeased and questioned Su Yan, "Didn't you say you'd let me out as soon as we arrived in Zhengqing? It's been so long now, I could have flown here myself." Seeing Xuanming's dissatisfaction, Su Yan felt a bit guilty, as he had indeed forgotten. After coaxing Xianming in the room for a while, he finally took the now 1-meter-tall Xianming out of the room. Breakfast in the dining room was already prepared, and the Su family couple were eating. Seeing Su Yan and Xianming, they looked a bit puzzled but still invited him to join them. They even brought out a metal basin, poured in a few cans of exotic beast food, and placed it in front of Xianming. Su Yan sat down and introduced Xuanming's identity and background. The three people and one turtle happily began enjoying breakfast. After the meal, Su Cheng left first due to work, and Su Cheng took Su Yen to register and meet the wardens. As a wood element awakener, although the healing ability is not as good as that of professional healers, healers are very rare, so such awakeners naturally have to take on healing tasks. As for Xian Ming, Su Yen refused the proposal for retotemization and decided to let it stay at home. After seeing Su Cheng off, Su Cheng took Su Yen and Xian Ming towards the city lord's mansion. On the way, many people respectfully saluted Su Cheng when they saw him. After all, Su Cheng is a top-tier expert in the Jiangcheng secret realm, leading everyone to repel secret realm creatures multiple times. Plus, his wife Su Cheng is also a high-level wood element awakener with a good personality, so the townspeople hold them in high regard. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Su Cheng directly. With Su Yen, he walked through the winding corridor and arrived at the door of a meeting room. Without knocking, Su Cheng directly pushed the door open and led Su Yen inside. The meeting room was already filled with 12 people, and the moment the door opened, all eyes focused on the father and son. Su Cheng paid no attention to these gazes and directly led Su Yen to 2 empty seats and sat down. Su Yen looked around. Apart from Zhao Wu at the head of the table, he didn't recognize anyone else. Those people, noticing Su Yan's somewhat impolite glances, didn't say much. Instead, when meeting his gaze, they showed friendly smiles. After the father and son settled down, Zhao Wu spoke, "All right, since everyone is here, let's begin." He didn't immediately mention the meeting's topic but stood up, walked over to Su Yen, patted his shoulder, and introduced him to everyone. "Before the meeting begins, let me first introduce today's new member. Su Yen, a 5th-tier healer, usually has the strength equivalent to the 7th tier, and can reach the 8th tier when exerting full power. He is known as the strongest healer of the new generation. His participation in today's meeting is not due to Su Cheng's connections, but entirely because of his own abilities." Next, he introduced the other 8 attendees one by one. These individuals, along with Su Cheng, represent all the 8th-tier awakened ones in this city, forming the city's top combat power. After hearing the introductions, everyone was astonished. The previous attitude of underestimating the younger generation completely vanished, replaced by expressions of serious respect. After the introductions, Zhao Wu returned to his seat and began presiding over the meeting. "This time, I have gathered everyone here for 2 reasons. First, to introduce the new member, and second, because we received a reconnaissance report yesterday. The Northern Unreturning Forest and the Western Sunset Canyon have formed an alliance. They are amassing forces and preparing to launch a beast-tide attack on us in a few days." Seeing Su Yen enter Jiangcheng's secret realm for the first time, Zhao Wu specifically explained. "The entrance to the secret realm is connected to Blue Star, right in the center of our city. To guard the exit of the secret realm and prevent creatures from the realm from entering Blue Star, we built the city here. Our arrival divided the originally fiercely competitive forces of the secret realm into 4 factions, the Yunluo Mountains in the east, the Sunset Canyon in the west, the Dark Forest in the south, and the No-Return Forest in the north. These forces regularly launch beast tides to attack us. Fortunately, they don't get along with each other, otherwise, the situation would be even harder to handle." Afterward, Zhao Wu began assigning tasks. "The command center has already issued mobilization orders to all units, so I won't elaborate on that here. This meeting is mainly to discuss the allocation of our high-level combat forces. After all, we have to face the attacks of 2 enemy forces simultaneously." He opened the communicator, projecting information about the high-level combatants from the No-Return Forest and Sunset Canyon, and said with a serious expression, "These are the 8th-tier combatants from past beast tides and our proactive offensives against these 2 forces. They are also the opponents we might encounter in this beast tide. The number is quite large, most of them are at the early to mid-stage of the 8th tier in strength. Except for me and Su Yen, the others can handle multiple opponents. During the previous beast tide, even 7th tier experts could hold their ground against them with my assistance." Then, Zhao Wu looked at Su Yen and continued to ask, "More importantly, we now have a 7th tier healer. Su Yen, how effective is your healing now? Can you help 7th tier combatants hold their ground against 8th tier enemies? You don't need to defeat them, just hold off those early to mid-stage 8th tier enemies." Su Yen stared at the projection of the various forms of exotic beasts and magical plants, expressionless, appearing very composed. Su Yen seriously considered Zhao Wu's words, but his mind had already wandered to whether those exotic beasts would taste good. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Wu mention him and was momentarily stunned. Quickly, he reacted, maintaining the same expression as before. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Before coming here, my mentor tested my abilities. Without the effects of equipment bonuses and self-enhancement. Skills, my minimum healing level is at tier 7. With these bonuses included, my full output can easily reach tier 8. The serious expression on his face made it so that no one present, except Su Chang, noticed he had been zoning out just now. After speaking, he felt that he hadn't explained himself clearly enough and added, "With the support of my talent and skills, full output for me is just my normal state. Honestly, I could sustain continuous output for 10 days to half a month without any problem, and my full burst could be even stronger." As he said this, Su Yan's expression remained calm and composed, as if what he had just said was routine and nothing to make a fuss about. But those who heard him were far from calm. They muttered to themselves, "This kid doesn't even look older than my son, yet his strength has already reached tier 8, putting him on the same level as us? Don't even mention that his full power is only tier 8, and without bonuses, it's just tier 7. He clearly said that the 7th tier is the baseline for casually using skills, not even counting equipment and enhancements. Who goes to war without using equipment and enhancements? Going into battle without equipment would be foolish, wouldn't it? Moreover, his so-called full power output can be maintained for more than 10 days, which is no different from his usual state." Everyone's gaze toward Su Yan suddenly changed, now carrying the rare respect and regard they usually reserved for Zhao Wu. Even Su Chang, after hearing this, no longer treated Su Yan as a child and began to seriously acknowledge his strength. After hearing Su Yan's words, Zhao Wu was initially surprised, then happily said, "Good kid, I heard before that you were only at the 7th tier. I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. I originally planned to have you hold off those 8th tier guys on the other side. Don't expect to kill them, just hold them off. I will wait with everyone for the appearance of high-level combat forces, aiming to eliminate or severely injure them as quickly as possible, and then support you, leaving the remaining mid-stage 8th tier forces behind. This plan is good, but the location of the opponent's top-tier combat forces is uncertain. We can only send people to engage them after they appear, during which time the opponent will cause significant casualties. Moreover, if they expand the battlefield, the distance between the north and west sides of the city is too far, and we can't just defend one side. For safety, when I transfer the battlefield, at least someone must protect me as I leave, which means at least one top-tier combat force cannot fight with full strength." After speaking, Zhao Wu glanced around at everyone and continued, "Now it's simple. Su Yan and I will each lead a team to defend the north and west sides of the city respectively. Adjust the forces based on the number of enemies. Apart from Su Yan and me, there are exactly 12 people present, including 4 peak 8th tier combat forces. Su Chang, Wei Mingyan, you are stronger, so join Su Yan in defending the north side of the city. Li Jing, Su Mingyuan, you will follow me to defend the west side of the city." The others were divided into groups of 4, assigned to guard either the north or west of the city. "Understood. No problem. All right." Everyone nodded, stood up, and reported to Zhao Wu. Responded with a sound. Seeing everyone stand up, Su Yan also rose and replied to Zhao Wu, "Understood." Next came the personnel allocation. Zhao Wu had already arranged the 4 peak 8th level experts. Considering Su Yan's strength, he specifically assigned the 2 stronger ones to his team. The remaining 8 had similar abilities, all being ordinary warriors and sorcerers, so Zhao Wu let them choose which direction they wanted to guard. When faced with the choice of following Zhao Wu or Su Yan, everyone naturally preferred to go with Zhao Wu. After all, Zhao Wu is strong and works well with others. Everyone has been working together for years. In comparison, although Su Yan is also strong, no one has truly seen the results of his treatments, only heard about them from others. However, the current situation doesn't allow everyone to choose Zhao Wu. To balance the strength, the stronger individuals have to go to Su Yan's side to bolster their power. The question is, who will go to Su Yan's side? Everyone hesitated for a moment. Seeing that no decision was made, Zhao Wu understood what they were thinking. But he couldn't directly expose it and ask Su Yan to prove himself on the spot. If he were Su Yan's mentor, he would have spoken up long ago. But this was their first meeting in reality, and his understanding of Su Yan was limited to the quiet boy who used to listen to him speak years ago. As for Su Cheng's claim of being the Enlightenment teacher, in his view, it was merely Su Yan seizing an opportunity to offer a few casual pointers, nothing significant. Moreover, he was now serving as the comparison group for Su Yan, making it even less convenient for him to say much. For these veterans, confirming a teammate's strength is a normal thing. Only by understanding a teammate's abilities can they cooperate better and achieve stronger combat effectiveness. But just because others think it's normal doesn't mean Su Yan will accept it. He has his own pride, and being asked to prove his strength on the spot is undoubtedly questioning him. A slight misstep could lead to a fallout and create conflict. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Although Su Yan's mindset became a bit childish after awakening, he still understands social etiquette. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions and Zhao Wu's reluctance to speak, he quickly grasped their thoughts. They didn't fully trust his abilities but were afraid that directly expressing it might offend him. Thinking of this, Su Yan decided to take the initiative, letting everyone personally experience his skills to prove himself. Regarding their attitude, he actually felt a bit displeased. As a genius who was highly praised upon awakening, he naturally has his pride. However, he wouldn't lose his temper or turn hostile on the spot like the protagonists in novels, then be forced to fight back. His pride speaks through actions, using the combination of Heart of Life and tenfold recovery technique to make doubters understand that healing is the most crucial power. Before the words could leave his mouth, Su Cheng's angry voice rang out from the side. "Hey, what do you mean by this? What's there to hesitate about with a two-choice question? Are you looking down on my son?" Su Cheng's booming voice immediately broke the silence. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his tone, everyone quickly waved their hands, indicating they didn't mean that. But Su Cheng wasn't so easily convinced. He pulled Su Yan over and said firmly, "Son, come here. These old guys are being unfair, not even giving a meeting gift and doubting your abilities. How can we tolerate this? Come on, show them what real strength looks like. Kids, open your eyes wide and take a good look at what it means to be the strongest healer of the new generation, what it means to be a true contender with the potential to become a top healer in the future." The words were direct and blunt, expressing all the thoughts in his heart. However, there was not a trace of hostility in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with trust and pride in Su Yan. Originally, everyone was ready, silently rehearsing their lines in their minds, preparing to showcase their strength in front of the crowd. They wanted to let these people witness their determination to combat global warming, then coolly throw out a line like, "I, Su Yan, will never lose to anyone." Afterward, they would leave gracefully with their father, making others regret ever underestimating them. But after Su Cheng's maneuver, all thoughts of showing off vanished. Su Yan wore a wry smile, looking like a child forced by his parents to perform in front of relatives, as Su Cheng dragged him to the crowd. He helplessly clasped his hands together and said to the people around him, "Well, I'll do my best." Hearing Su Cheng's complaints and seeing no resentment in his eyes, everyone understood that this was actually giving them a way out. Hearing Su Yan say this, naturally, no one caused any further trouble. All kinds of compliments were showered on Su Yan as if they cost nothing, but no one said, "I don't need it, I trust you." Observing their behavior, Su Yan quickly realized that they still hadn't fully trusted him. He didn't say much, skillfully stacking runes to apply 10 layers of healing spell and 2 layers of Heart of Life on himself. In an instant, a faint green light flashed in his pupils, and the long hair draped over his back seemed to float as if blown by the wind. His entire demeanor became calm and full of vitality with the activation of the Heart of Life skill. Then, he raised his right hand, and a milky white radiance quickly gathered at his fingertips, forming clusters of light that flew toward everyone. It was Su Yan's core skill, the healing spell. Everyone opened their arms, allowing the white light clusters filled with rich life energy to directly enter their bodies without evasion. When the first light cluster entered their bodies, there wasn't much change in their expressions. After all, the continuous healing effect was good, but not enough to astonish them. However, as Su Yan continuously cast the healing spell, with one light cluster after another entering their bodies, the accumulated healing effects began to change their expressions. By the time Su Yan had stacked 10 layers of the healing spell on each of them, they were too shocked to speak. They were all 8th tier experts, while Su Yan had just broken through to the early stage of the 5th tier, a 3-tier difference in level. But his recovery technique could actually make their internal recovery speed reach 1/20th per second. This is universally recognized as highly efficient continuous recovery and healing skills. What does this mean? It means that theoretically, it would only take 20 seconds to go from near death to full recovery. It means that some moderately consuming skills could be used without any concern, and even ultimate skills could be treated as regular ones. This was a feeling they had never experienced before. The Jiaowu faction's healing style leans towards controlling and weakening enemies, supplemented by amplifying allies. While their healing ability is strong, it remains within conventional limits. What Su Yan demonstrated was a completely different approach, perhaps ordinary in amplification and weakening, but his astonishing healing and recovery speed brought a whole new gameplay to the battlefield. Feeling the effects of Su Yan's recovery technique, they understood in their hearts that there was no need to look at other skills next. Just this recovery technique alone was enough to qualify him as a top-tier healer. These people were seasoned veterans, thoroughly familiar with various tactics. After experiencing Su Yan's terrifying recovery speed, multiple effective tactical plans had already emerged in their minds. For example, relying on continuous self-recovery effects to engage in a war of attrition with the opponent, exchanging consumption for consumption, and leveraging recovery ability. Rapid recovery makes the opponents suffer greatly. Imagine the opponent's feelings. Both sides are fighting desperately, but their own injuries keep worsening, while the opponent recovers immediately after getting hurt. Just thinking about it, whose blood pressure wouldn't skyrocket? Another tactic is rotational bursts. Control the spiritual energy output, unleash full power within 20 seconds to deal maximum damage to the enemy. Then switch to another person for another 20-second burst, and once the first person has recovered to peak condition, they immediately replace the current one. In this way, an uninterrupted attack cycle can be formed, like a perpetual motion machine with infinite bursts. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Not only that, various rapidly forming tactical plans flash through the mind, but there's no need to elaborate on them here. Just by looking at the increasingly fervent light in their eyes and the ever-rising smiles at the corners of their mouths, one could guess how crazy they were planning to go against the other races with these tactics. Seeing everyone's reactions, Su Yan knew in his heart that with just this one skill, he had already earned their recognition and didn't need to prove himself with other skills. However, Su Yan didn't plan to stop there. To put it nicely, since he had already demonstrated his strength in front of everyone, why not showcase his entire skill set, allowing these potential comrades to fully understand his capabilities? To put it bluntly, he is actually a bit of a perfectionist. Since he wanted to show off in front of everyone, why not give enough face and make this performance as grand as possible? So, Su Yan activated the overhealing ability that had been turned off before. As soon as it was activated, a thin layer of light shield immediately appeared on everyone. The light shield continuously absorbed energy, becoming increasingly solid. Then, Su Yan successively cast Star and Moon Guidance, Taunt Swap Aid, Sanctuary, Regeneration, and Six-Wing Protection. Everyone felt the powerful vitality surging into their bodies and the primal energy triggered by the regeneration skill, leaving them once again astonished. However, the astonishment didn't last long, as the life energy quickly converged into the light shield, further strengthening the shield. These were all 8th-tier Awakeners, with exceptional control over their bodies, and they could sense the strength of the light shield. If the recovery spell's shield from earlier could still be easily shattered by normal attacks, now even the strongest attacker would need considerable time to break through this light shield with their full power. What's even more terrifying is that the strength of this light shield is still continuously increasing. Soon, everyone suppressed the surprise on their faces and returned to their usual composure. They had lived for many years, experienced a lot, and basically understood the principle of this skill. It was just converting excess healing into a shield. It's just that the shield's strength was significantly higher and could continuously stack, which wasn't particularly novel. However, this calm didn't last long before it was broken. Because they had truly never seen a shield with not only abnormally high strength but also the ability to infinitely enhance itself. Thinking of this, the desire in everyone's eyes for Su Yan grew even stronger. Then, Su Yan demonstrated the ancient totem with multiple blessings, the invincible double burst karma, and the dream return skill as the third bound stacking rune. Each time a skill was unleashed, the shock and fervor on everyone's faces grew stronger. Apart from Zhao Wu, who was already aware of Su Yan's extraordinary abilities in the Healers Association, and Su Chang, who was secretly proud while desperately trying to hide his expression, everyone else was completely stunned. The people in front of Su Yan stared at him with a special kind of gaze, one that was filled with fervor and reverence, as if they were looking at a treasure. Su Yan's performance completely won everyone over. His healing effects were powerful, his shields were sturdy, and he even had decent buff effects, though not as specialized as Zhao Wu in this area. Most importantly, he possessed a 4-layer survival mechanism. Wait, a 4-layer survival mechanism? That's incredible! At first, when he began casting skills, no one paid much attention. But now, as they reviewed Su Yan's skills, they realized how many amazing details they had previously overlooked. The Siming skill provided invincibility upon near death. Death Defiance could block fatal damage and prevent death. The Dream Rewind skill could reverse time, restoring Su Yan to his optimal state from before, and it could be triggered twice. The most crucial part was that these skills didn't activate simultaneously. They followed a priority order, first Dream Rewind, then the Siming Totem, and finally Death Defiance. Combining the skill effects Su Yan demonstrated earlier, everyone can even imagine how terrifying his survival ability on the battlefield is. First, you have to face Su Yan's exaggerated healing and super strong shield, bringing the target close to death. Then, Dream Rewind triggers. For the first time, resetting his state. Kill him again, and Dream Rewind triggers a second time, resetting again. Kill him once more. Then the life command totem activates, granting him invincibility. After the invincibility ends, under Su Yan's healing, he returns to full health. Kill him. Again. Finally, Death Defiance activates, granting invincibility once more, full health again, and then kill him one last time. Only then is he truly defeated. During this process, not only do you have to endure Su Yan's healing and buffs, but you also have to kill him 5 times to completely eliminate him, and this is only under theoretically optimal conditions. But when you're attacking, won't the opponent fight back? Facing shields and healing, don't you need to continuously attack with full force? Doesn't this consume stamina and spiritual energy? The answer is obviously yes. Unless your strength far surpasses your opponent's, allowing you to completely suppress them, it's very difficult to achieve. And the strongest in this secret realm is only at the peak of the 8th tier. When facing ordinary 8th tier opponents or even powerful 7th tier peak ones, it's usually impossible to kill them in one strike. If you can't kill them in one strike, with Su Yan's presence, the opponent can quickly recover most of their health as soon as they take damage. Doesn't this battle turn into a war of attrition? From the enemy's perspective, just thinking about it feels disgusting, making them not want to continue fighting. However, everyone quickly realized, wait, why am I thinking from the enemy's perspective? Su Yan is on our side. Would the enemy let Su Yan help them? Thinking of this, everyone began to imagine having Su Yan's support, charging straight into the enemy ranks and utterly defeating them. Just the thought of it made everyone feel delighted, with mischievous smiles on their faces, and their gazes toward Su Yan became gentler. After using the skill, Su Yan originally wanted to see everyone's shocked expressions and hear them praise him. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he found a group of strange uncles and aunties staring at him with peculiar smiles. That gaze was so fervent that Su Yan couldn't help but shiver, taking a few steps back, doubting whether his skill had malfunctioned and caused people to lose their minds. Soon, Su Yan thought of a solution. Since the strange reactions were caused by the skill's effect, wouldn't making the effect disappear solve the problem? Although he couldn't actively cancel the effects on others, his skill set included one called Dispel. Since the issue lay in the ongoing effects, dispelling them should resolve the problem, right? With this thought, Su Yan prepared to take action. Su Yan raised his hand again, beginning to gather energy, casting the Dispel skill one after another, directly releasing it toward the crowd. He never considered that these people were so excited because they found his skill too dazzling. After all, while he wasn't stingy, he wasn't particularly generous either. Since you doubt me, I will let you take a good look at my strength. Judge clearly whether my abilities are worthy of your recognition. As for the discomfort caused by the sudden dispelling of various buffs, it's nothing to these 8th tier experts. More importantly, I am also telling you that my skills have weaknesses. Those high-priority dispel skills can completely clear all kinds of statuses with a single action. Here's a reminder, don't take it too seriously, as it's not that hard to resolve anyway. Whether it's skills like Mystical Guard or equipment that prevents dispelling, they can be easily handled. Over the years, the countering effect of dispel skills on continuous healing and various buffs has long been discovered. Countermeasures in the form of equipment and skills have also been developed over thousands of years. Although they are not numerous, high-tier experts each carry 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or skills to handle such situations with ease. However, activating these skills and equipment consumes energy. Naturally, no one would activate them during skill testing now. So, these 8th tier powerhouses, who had almost never been dispersed before, were immersed in their own thoughts when they suddenly felt the energy in their bodies rapidly draining. All kinds of buff effects disappeared instantly, and the sudden loss made them extremely uncomfortable. This feeling immediately snapped them back to their senses. Looking at Su Yan, who innocently said, seeing the strange expressions on all the seniors' faces, I thought I might have used the wrong skill, so I worriedly threw out a dispel. Everyone present, including Su Chang, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Do you think we would believe your nonsense? This was clearly intentional revenge. Who would have thought that behind your glamorous exterior, you could be so devious inside? However, even though they thought this in their hearts, they couldn't say it out loud. After all, the upcoming battle still depended on this little ancestor, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, the experts, who had been sulking after being interrupted by Su Yan, put on smiles and began to shower him with praise. Su Yan, your skill is amazing, truly worthy of being the strongest healer of the new generation. That's right, with your performance, who among the new generation can compare? Compliments were flying everywhere, making Su Yan a little embarrassed. He looked at the smiling crowd, feeling at a loss, and turned to Su Chang and Zhao Wu for help. But he didn't notice that under his pleading gaze, the others exchanged a meaningful look. This little guy is still too green. Just a few words of praise and he's already flustered. Trying to play smart in front of us, he's still too young. Seeing Su Yan's pleading look, Su Chang and Zhao Wu stopped watching the show. Zhao Wu spoke up to interrupt everyone's compliments. Alright, let's leave this for later. The most important thing now is to finalize the two groups. Su Yan has already shown his strength. Now it's your turn. Decide which group you want to join, and you can start picking people now. After speaking, he glanced at Su Yan and sighed. I never expected that in less than half a year, the once slightly shy young boy would grow into this. Truly well deserved. One, you even specifically asked me to pay extra attention to your safety. To be honest, it's completely unnecessary. With your current strength, there's nothing in the entire secret realm you can't handle, and the chances of anything going wrong are almost zero. Listening to Zhao Wu's words, everyone felt more at ease. They gave up the idea of continuing to tease Su Yan and began discussing the manpower allocation for this beast tide. However, compared to the previous distrust of Su Yan, everyone's attitude was now much clearer, with more people inclined to join Su Yan's team. Although Zhao Wu was also very strong, and everyone had worked together seamlessly over the years, people naturally craved novelty. After all, having fought alongside Zhao Wu for so many years, everyone had pretty much figured out his strategies. In contrast, Su Yan, who had just entered the secret realm and brought various new tactics, naturally became more appealing. More importantly, Su Yan was taking a completely different yet equally powerful path compared to Zhao Wu. His previous performances had sparked everyone's imagination about all kinds of new combat methods, which they found particularly exciting. After all, who could resist the allure of unlimited firepower? Especially for us Chinese, who doesn't fear running out of firepower? Infinite blue bars, powerful recovery, standing still and still able to deal damage, no matter how the opponent attacks, they can't be killed. Just imagining the despair of the enemy facing you is enough to make one excited. Although Su Yan will stay in the secret realm for a long time, as long as we are willing, there will always be opportunities to fight alongside him. But since we can experience such an exhilarating feeling now, why wait for a future moment full of uncertainties? The thrill brought by Su Yan's skills earlier is still unforgettable, and the discomfort of being directly dispelled by him hasn't been forgotten either. What's more, in the future, cooperating with Su Yan might not guarantee such an opportunity. Letting loose on the battlefield, freely unleashing skills, and having strong enemies as targets, this kind of chance is too rare to miss. However, this time the beast tide is attacking the city from two directions, so someone must defend the other side. It's obviously unrealistic for everyone to rush to Su Yan's side. Therefore, if you want to team up with Su Yan, you have to actively fight for this spot. As a result, those who were hesitant before started competing fiercely, scrambling to fight side by side with Su Yan. Although Su Yan is very strong, this is his first time fighting this kind of battle. He lacks experience. At such a critical moment, let me take the lead. I'm older and can take a hit. If you're worried about experience, then you team up with old Zhao. I'm not worried. I have confidence in protecting Su Yan. By saying this, aren't you doubting Su Yan's abilities? I don't doubt him. I have 100% trust in Su Yan. For a moment, everyone was belittling each other, saying who wasn't capable, almost to the point of coming to blows. Su Yan stood to the side, listening to their argument, feeling overjoyed inside. Seeing everyone's change in attitude, he suddenly thought of a phrase he had seen online in his previous life. I actually prefer the way you were before, unwilling to admit defeat. He thought to himself, if he said this out loud, it would definitely stir up the atmosphere to its peak. However, since these people were elders after all, he decided to give them some face and stayed silent, quietly waiting for the outcome. It didn't take long for Su Yan to wait. After several rounds of intense discussions, everyone finally shifted from verbal arguments to actual competition. Soon, it was decided which 4 people would get the Su Yan experience card. Standing to the side, Zhao Wu watched as the group transitioned from verbal disputes to real combat. He didn't pay much attention to others chasing after Su Yan or the fact that his own team's strength was slightly weaker. After all, even Zhao Wu himself envied Su Yan's abilities. If it weren't somewhat wasteful to have 2 healers in the same team, he would have wanted to team up with Su Yan. His skill pool also included many high-consumption abilities. As a Chinese, who wouldn't want a stronger partner? Would he develop firepower insufficiency anxiety? Although he was a healer and not a dedicated damage dealer, he used to be so frugal with his mana that he didn't dare to use skills recklessly. Now, with Su Yan's 10-layer recovery technique combined with his own spiritual energy recovery skills, it was practically an infinite firepower setup. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu felt particularly excited. Yes, it's decided. Before the beast tide arrives, he must get Su Yan to fully buff him. By then, those blind fools will witness what true infinite amplification looks like. While thinking this, his face remained calm and composed. Looking at the already grouped crowd, he solemnly said, "Since the team assignments are settled, this meeting is pretty much over. If there's nothing else, everyone can head back for now. Try not to wander around in the next couple of days, keep your communication lines open, and be ready to face the enemy at any time." Everyone responded with yes, then gradually left the meeting room and went home. Only Su Yan and Su Cheng didn't leave. They stood at the door watching everyone disperse, then walked into another room. As for Zhao Wu, he was already sitting inside with his legs crossed, drinking tea, completely devoid of the serious and earnest demeanor he had earlier. When he saw the father and son enter, he didn't get up, merely said without looking up, "You're here, have a seat." The stark contrast from his earlier image left Su Yan, who was seeing this for the first time, stunned. Su Cheng, however, was used to it and sat directly next to Zhao Wu. Seeing Su Yan still in a daze, Zhao Wu poured tea for the two of them and asked with a smile, "Curious why I'm completely different from earlier?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Su Yan blankly nodded. Zhao Wu and Su Cheng exchanged a smile. This is just normal camouflage. In formal occasions like earlier, of course, one has to appear serious. Now there are no outsiders, and it's not a time when seriousness is required. Pretending like that is too exhausting. Zhao Wu explained casually, but Su Yan thought to himself, I understand that one needs to act dignified in formal occasions, but that's not what shocked me. What shocked me is how you could transform from the composed and gentle healer earlier to this carefree demeanor in an instant. Everyone has their own personality, and different expressions are normal, but your contrast is just too extreme. I really can't quite adapt to it. He said a bit awkwardly, I understand, it's just that your change is so drastic, I couldn't quite react to it. Zhao Wu chuckled and said, is that so? People naturally have different personalities, what's so strange about that? Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his hands on his knees and asked Su Yan, then in your eyes, what should a healer be like? Uniformly gentle? Or like what people say online, cold and aloof, keeping others at a distance? Su Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Wu saw this and said casually, everyone has a different personality. Judging someone's character solely based on their profession is unreliable. Very few people experience a drastic change in personality after awakening, most remain the same as before. However, the attributes of awakening do subtly influence people over time, like what you saw in me earlier. And your mentor, when many people meet us for the first time, their initial impression is warmth, kindness, and a desire to get closer. This is the influence of life energy, and it applies to you as well. You might not notice it yourself, but others can sense that you're gradually changing in this direction. Hearing Zhao Wu's words, Su Yan was startled. So, life energy had been quietly influencing him all along? Seeing Su Yan's slight panic, Zhao Wu reached out and gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. This kind of change will only make your temperament gentler, it won't alter your personality or thoughts. For example, I'm naturally a rather laid-back person, and this influence hasn't made me any more diligent, right? At this moment, Su Cheng, who had been quietly sipping tea nearby, suddenly interjected. At least you know you're lazy. Have you finished dealing with last month's pile of documents? Stop slacking off, Lord of the Secret Realm City. Zhao Wu was rendered speechless by Su Cheng's words, his face showing a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly recovered, coughed twice, and said, let's not talk about things unrelated to today's topic for now. Let's continue. This kind of change isn't a bad thing, it just reminds you not to be deceived by someone's outward demeanor when interacting with others. The living example right in front of you, even I can't ignore it. Watching Zhao Wu skillfully change the subject, Su Yan silently complained in his heart. Recalling what Zhao Wu had said earlier, he curiously asked, then why does the internet say I'm aloof and unapproachable? Zhao Wu didn't answer directly but instead asked Su Yan, how did you feel when that group of people praised you just now? Want to experience it a few more times? Thinking back to the earlier scene that was so awkward it made his toes curl, Su Yan shuddered all over and quickly shook his head in refusal. Zhao Wu laughed even more happily, this is why some people act aloof. If you act too friendly, those people will cling to you. That excessive enthusiasm and flattery actually make people feel awkward. More importantly, as soon as you show that you're easy to talk to and strike up a conversation with someone, a whole group of people will immediately surround you, trying to gain benefits from you. So, when healers act alone and don't plan to find teammates, they tend to appear more aloof. Over time, this has become an unspoken rule. Healers use this attitude to tell others, I don't want to engage deeply with you, don't bother me. Although some people are dissatisfied, no one dares to casually break this rule, and they can only complain a bit online. After hearing Zhao Wu's words, Su Yan nodded thoughtfully, feeling like she had learned something. In the future, when in public settings, she could appropriately act aloof to discourage those who want to strike up a conversation. After all, she still has a bit of social anxiety, which isn't an age issue but simply a personality trait. She's not very good at talking to people. Zhao Wu and Su Yan finished their conversation, and Su Cheng began explaining the reason for bringing Su Yan this time. When Yan arrived yesterday, my wife and I missed him so much that we didn't let Xiaogan take him to the military department for registration. Since there's a meeting today, I brought him along and also helped him get an identity certificate. Zhao Wu nodded and casually took out a golden token from his spatial ring, tossing it to Su Yan. Su Yan caught the token, showing a puzzled expression. Su Cheng smiled with satisfaction and explained, "This is the identity token for the secret realm. It's required for entering and exiting the city, as well as accessing certain areas within the city. You just need to activate it with your mental power to bind it to yourself." The tokens are divided into 5 levels, ranked from highest to lowest: jade, gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Only secret realm city lords like Zhao Wu have jade tokens. The people you've met before, including me, only have gold tokens. With this token, you can freely access most areas of the city, and in critical moments, you can mobilize a certain number of soldiers. Moreover, holding this token allows you to enjoy discounts when making purchases in the city or exchanging supplies at the logistics department. You'll experience the specifics yourself later. Remember to keep the token safe, don't lose it, and don't lend it to anyone. This is your exclusive identity credential. This identity token will record all the merits and rewards you earn in the future. When you enter other secret realms later, as long as you activate the token, it will automatically connect to the local city information system, saving you the trouble of registering again. Additionally, old Zhao issued this golden token on behalf of our 8th tier secret realm. In the future, except for entering higher level 9th tier secret realms where it will automatically upgrade to a silver token, you will enjoy the privileges that come with the golden token in all other secret realms. After listening to Su Cheng's explanation, Su Yan finally understood the importance of the golden token in his hand. He solemnly assured the two that he would never lose or lend the token, then carefully stored it in his spatial ring. After completing the identity registration, Su Cheng and Zhao Wu chatted for a while, mainly about organizing a welcome banquet for Su Yan. Originally, they planned to invite Zhao Wu and a few comrades over for a meal at home in the next couple of days. However, Zhao Wu suggested waiting until after the beast tide had passed to officially reveal Su Yan's identity. That way, everyone could witness his strength firsthand, making the banquet more meaningful. By then, more people would attend, coming for Su Yan rather than for Su Cheng and Su Cheng as a couple. After finishing the discussion, Su Cheng led Su Yan out of the room and headed toward the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Walking to the door, Su Cheng stopped and said to Su Yan with a somewhat heavy expression, Yan, next I need to discuss with the people below about the arrangements to deal with the beast tide, assign tasks, strengthen training, and prepare for battle, so I won't be able to accompany you back for now. After speaking, he touched Su Yan's head apologetically and said, I originally planned to adjust my rest schedule and hold a grand welcome banquet for you in the next few days, so everyone would know my son is here. That way, if you encounter trouble, they can help you. I also intended to take a few brothers with you out of the city to explore, let you see the exotic beasts in the high-level secret realm, and help you gain some benefits along the way. But I didn't expect the beast tide invasion to happen, and all the plans fell through. In the coming days, I'll have to spend most of my time in the military camp training soldiers, and your mother will be working overtime at the hospital preparing medical supplies. I guess neither of us will be able to accompany you. Listening to Su Cheng's apology, Su Yan shook his head, took the initiative to hug him, and said affectionately, It's okay, a few days later doesn't matter. We can make up for it after the beast tide is over. Moreover, you said before that after I got this golden token, most places in the city would be open to me. It shouldn't be a problem for me to come find you, right? Hearing Su Yan's words, Su Cheng also reached out and hugged him back. Of course. Send me a message before you come, and I'll personally bring people to pick you up. Let those brats see what a true genius looks like, and while you're at it, help me train them properly. As he spoke, he worried that Su Yan might be exhausted from the long journey and would head straight to the military camp without resting for a couple of days. He quickly added, There are still many interesting places in the city. You've traveled a long way from the southern city, so take the next few days to explore the city and rest well. Come to the military camp in a couple of days. Give me some time to prepare, drill the young men a bit, and get ready to show off your old man's strength in front of you. Su Yan and Gan Xingye took the teleportation array together, then transferred by car to the secret realm. The entire journey took less than 2 hours. Although a bit tiring, it was all worth it. Indeed, no matter which world you're in, the standards in your parents' eyes and your own standards are always worlds apart. After listening to Su Cheng's words, Su Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. After a brief chat at the door, the two parted ways. Su Cheng headed toward the military camp, while Su Yan left in another direction. During this time, Su Cheng suggested finding someone to act as Su Yan's guide over the next couple of days to show him around the city. The candidate had already been decided. It was Gan Xingye, who had previously picked up Su Yan. However, Su Yan declined. After parting ways with Su Cheng, Su Yan lost interest in exploring the city. Instead, he followed his memory toward the direction of the city lord's mansion and soon returned home. Pushing open the door, he stepped into the courtyard. Xian Ming, who had been comfortably sunbathing on the second-floor balcony, sensed Su Yan's presence and immediately floated down, affectionately nuzzling him. After bringing Xian Ming into the house, Su Yan let it play on its own. He went straight to his room, sat on the bed, took out a communicator from his spatial ring, and dialed Wang Yu. After all, this trip was considered a long journey. Having arrived at his destination, he needed to inform the elders back home that he had arrived safely. The call quickly connected, and the communicator projected Wang Yu's figure. Wang Yu was sitting at his desk, with a stack of documents piled up on it, holding a pen and busy writing something. Seeing Su Yan's image, Wang Yu smiled and asked, "Yan, have you already arrived at the Jiangqing secret realm?" "Yes, teacher, I arrived in Jiangqing yesterday." Noticing the documents on Wang Yu's desk and the pen in his hand, Su Yan, worried about disturbing him, asked, "Teacher, are you busy right now? If you are, I can call back later." Wang Yu shook his head and said, "Nothing important, just caught a few mice yesterday, discovered something, and I'm writing a report." As he spoke, his expression was calm, and his tone was relaxed, but the slightly deformed pen in his hand revealed quite a bit of information. The increasingly deformed pen in Wang Yu's hand made Su Yan realize that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Wang Yu's mood wasn't as light-hearted as it appeared on the surface. However, it was clear that Wang Yu didn't want to go into detail about what had happened with his apprentice. He quickly changed the subject, asking Su Yan how he was adapting to the Jiangqing secret realm and whether he was facing any difficulties. Seeing Wang Yu change the topic, Su Yan knew it was something he shouldn't know for now, so he didn't ask further and followed the topic to talk about his experience of coming to the Jiangqing secret realm. Wang Yu looked at Su Yan, who was earnestly recounting in front of the screen, with the same gentle smile on his face, quietly listening just like during their time at Jiangnan University. He didn't show any impatience, as he had just finished talking with Xiao Wu and had already heard most of this content. As Su Yan spoke, he began to complain about the people attending the meeting. He criticized how they initially didn't believe him, then quickly changed their attitude after he proved himself, and how he struggled to hold back from rebutting them on the spot. Seeing Su Yan getting more and more agitated, Wang Yu smiled and comforted him, although it might seem a bit impolite. They are also thinking about their own safety and that of their subordinates during the beast tide in a few days. After all, you don't have much experience yet, no remarkable achievements, and your reputation has only spread among a few people. Plus, you look young, so those people haven't seen your true strength yet. Being doubted about your strength is actually quite normal. The more battles you experience and the more you build your reputation, the less anyone will doubt you. Everyone will only feel reassured and satisfied knowing they are cooperating with you. Moreover, you are no longer that unknown person. Your performance in the meeting room a few days ago has already spread through the circles of those who attended the meeting. Now, the higher-ups have a very high opinion of you. Just now, a few old friends came to me to inquire about you. At least starting today, the news of your 8th-tier combat power has spread. In the future, unless your performance in battle is completely disastrous and inconsistent with your reputation, no one will doubt you anymore. As for those low-tier awakeners, questioning a 5th-tier healer? Where do they get the courage? So, young man, keep working hard. Use your strength to show everyone that the special treatment for healers has its reasons. Wang Yu's words successfully calmed the originally angry Su Yan. Listening to these compliments, he couldn't help but show a shy expression. Then, he solemnly said to Wang Yu on the other side of the light screen, "Teacher, I will work hard." Seeing this determined young apprentice in front of him, Wan Yu's previously bad mood from not finding the enemy and having to write a report instantly improved. Because the report was not finished, the two didn't talk much and hung up the phone. Over the next 2 days, the Su Cheng couple indeed stayed in the military camp and hospital working overtime, just as Su Cheng had said, without returning home. Su Yan followed the advice and didn't go to the military camp to find them. Instead, he wandered around the city with Xian Ming. One person and one turtle leisurely strolled through the city, which had become busy due to the news of the beast tide, forming a stark contrast. During these 2 days, Su Yan spent one day helping Xian Ming obtain a license for amphibious and aerial riding. Previously, he relied on portals for long-distance travel at school and didn't really need a mount, so he hadn't thought about getting a license. But over the past 2 days in Jiangchang, seeing many people riding mounts speeding by sparked his interest. He had forgotten that in this world of spiritual energy revival, mounts, like the cars he drove in his previous life, also required a license. Riding Xianming happily while wandering around, he was stopped for violating mount traffic regulations. During the inspection, it was discovered that he was driving without a license. If it weren't for him wearing a healer's robe and having the golden identity token given by Zhao Wu hanging around his neck, he would definitely have been detained for a few days. Almost getting caught this time, Su Yan made a firm decision to obtain a universal license for sea, land, and air. To be honest, the privileges of the golden token in this city are indeed impressive. Su Yan used his powerful mental strength to memorize all the traffic rules in an hour, passed the practical exam smoothly, and got his license on the same day. While waiting for the license to be made, Su Yan remembered that besides totemization, Xianming also had a skill called Beast Control Space that he hadn't tried yet. So, during this time, he began experimenting with this skill together with Xianming. The result surprised him, a massive space of 300 by 200 by 100 meters, far exceeding his expectation of just accommodating himself. After confirming the stability of the space, Su Yan began to consider more possibilities for this skill. Things after disappearance and damage. In the following days, Su Yan successfully obtained a driver's license from the staff and rode Xianming across the entire city. He began building his own little home in Xuanming's beast space. Before long, a small courtyard appeared in the space, complete with furniture and water and electricity facilities. The only downside was the poor signal, but overall, it wasn't much different from a home in the real world. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Yan got Xuanming's license and also gained a portable home of his own. On the third morning, Su Yan finished washing up, locked his house, and rode Xianming to go find his parents. As for how to find them, back at the city lord's mansion, Su Cheng had already told him the location of the military district via communicator. Coincidentally, Su Cheng's hospital was also in the military district, specifically catering to soldiers. Don't be fooled by Xianming being a turtle, its speed was quite impressive. Although not as fast as traditional mounts, its anti-gravity flight technology made it faster than many cars at full speed. Xianming flew and soon arrived at the entrance of the military district. Seeing the two soldiers standing guard at the gate, Su Yan took out a communicator from his spatial ring, sent a message to Su Cheng, and then walked with Xianming to the soldiers. He took out his identification token to show them. The soldiers immediately saluted and said, "Hello, Chief." Su Yan smoothly entered the military district. The atmosphere in the military district was completely different. It was much more serious and tense than Jiangnan University in Jiangcheng, with stricter rules. Su Yan had just taken a few steps inside the military district when Su Cheng's figure appeared. However, he didn't bring along his subordinates or a lively group to help with the reception, he came alone. Su Yan didn't think much of it and didn't even recall what Su Cheng had said before. On the contrary, Su Cheng seemed a bit embarrassed, as he had boasted earlier but failed to deliver. He quickly walked up to Su Yan and explained why he had come alone to pick him up. "I originally promised to bring them along. 2 days ago, when I was inspecting their training, I found them slacking off a bit. I was a bit heavy-handed, and although they weren't seriously injured, their faces are bruised and swollen, which doesn't look good. So this time I didn't bring them out, letting them stay at the camp for extra training." As he spoke, Su Cheng led Su Yan toward the camp. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, not toward Su Yan, but toward himself and his subordinates. If those people could be a bit more competent, he wouldn't have to personally step in to discipline them for slacking off. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just wanted to discipline them as usual. Normally, their punishments were like this, not causing serious harm, but hitting the face and exposed parts like hands and feet, making them face their comrades looking like pigs. The intention was to teach them a lesson, to make them understand the consequences of slacking off. But he hadn't expected that he would need to take them to pick up his son, only to realize the situation was problematic. Their faces were all swollen like pig heads, and no matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem presentable. Taking them to pick up his son wouldn't bring honor to the family, it would be lucky not to embarrass them. What's more, they didn't want to come along either. When Su Cheng casually mentioned it, they immediately acted as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, training like crazy and pretending to be especially passionate about it. So, Su Cheng had no choice but to give up and come to pick up Su Yan by himself. Following Su Cheng, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh after hearing the explanation. It seemed that Dad's subordinates were quite amusing. Soon, the three of them arrived at the camp where Su Cheng was stationed. Before they even entered the camp, the awakened ones had become stronger due to their upgrades. The sound of people chatting in the camp reached their ears. "What do you think about the situation with our boss's son?" "Not too sure, I've only seen a photo. He's quite handsome, completely inheriting his mom's good looks. I heard he's also a rare healing genius with exceptional talent." "That's so damn unfair." The boss, with his big burly appearance, not only managed to marry such a stunning beauty but also has such an outstanding son. "If only he were my son." Su Cheng hadn't even entered the camp yet, but just hearing their conversation made his face darken like the bottom of a pot. He walked in expressionlessly, and as soon as everyone saw him, they quieted down. His hands clenched tightly, and his knuckles made a crack sound. "Why did it suddenly get quiet? Keep talking. Weren't you saying you needed to focus on training, so you couldn't come with me to pick up a yen? Is this your idea of training? Whose training involves practicing with their mouths?" As he spoke, he pointed at the loudest person in the crowd, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Just so happens my son is visiting me today, and I'm in a good mood. Let's have some one-on-one special training. Everyone, stand at attention, line up, and come to the ring. I'll teach you one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to wail. They hadn't even recovered from the pain of being beaten for slacking off in training, and now they were about to get another round. Though they thought this in their hearts, their bodies were very honest. When Su Cheng said everyone, they instinctively stood straight and lined up. However, they looked at the few people who had been talking earlier with eyes full of hostility. Those people couldn't help but tremble, realizing they had truly angered everyone this time. At this moment, Su Yan, who had followed Su Cheng in, appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up, looking at him with hope, wanting him to plead on their behalf to avoid a beating. But was Su Yan a kind person? Clearly not. Especially since this group had just said they wanted to be his father, which was simply intolerable for him. He showed a gentle smile and asked Su Cheng, "Dad, won't teaching them like this hurt someone?" Su Cheng thought Su Yan couldn't bear to watch and gave the people behind him a fierce glare before replying in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, I won't use too much force. At most, they'll be lightly injured and just need a bit of rest." Su Yan asked again, "Then is this kind of training effective? If you can't use force, the results surely won't be great, right?" Su Cheng nodded, admitting that he was right. At this moment, seeing the increasingly gentle smile on Su Yan's face, which seemed to bloom like a dark flower behind him, Su Cheng began to suspect that he wasn't so kind after all. Then, in the gentlest tone, Su Yan said something that made everyone tremble with fear. "Then let me help you speed up your training. It's always better to go all out than to be overly cautious, right? I have the triple abilities of Dream Recall, Life Command, and Death Resistance, ensuring you won't get hurt easily. As long as you're not knocked down 5 times in a short period, there won't be any major issues. This way, you can fight more freely, and if you get injured, I can heal you." Su Cheng. Everyone? For the first time, upon hearing Su Yan's absurd life-saving skill combination, instead of being excited, everyone stared at him with a "Are you the devil?" expression. "Why do you look so harmless, yet your words are so terrifying? Have we been in the secret realm for too long and are starting to lose our minds? Is it possible that this kind of black sesame dumpling-style training method is now popular among healers?" Hearing Su Yan's sharp words, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. After all, in his impression, Su Yan had always been a quiet, well-behaved, and gentle child. How could a few years of not seeing each other result in such a ruthless change in personality? Although startled by Su Yan's words, Su Cheng quickly recovered and revealed a satisfied smile. Previously, he had been worried that Yan's overly soft personality might lead to suffering when encountering unreasonable people in the future. However, this display reassured him quite a bit. Yan's personality, though different from what he had imagined, was far better than being weak, incompetent, and blindly kind. At least with this personality, there was no need to worry about Yan being bullied or morally coerced in the future. More importantly, Su Yan's suggestion was excellent. By taking action himself, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally injuring someone severely or even causing death. This group If people could take a beating, cough, no, it was that one-on-one guidance would be more effective, which was naturally a good thing. Moreover, Su Cheng could use the opportunity of providing guidance to vent the anger he had been suppressing. This idea was simply brilliant. For those soldiers, although getting beaten might hurt a bit, the small price of pain would grant them the chance to spar at full strength with a top-tier 8th-rank expert without suffering serious injuries or lasting consequences. Such an opportunity, if made public, would surely have people lining up from the south of the city to the north just to get beaten. What's more, with the protection of skills, experiencing a few near-fatal injuries and feeling the brink of death can, under the instinctive drive for survival, more easily stimulate potential and even break through strength bottlenecks. Finally, as the behind-the-scenes promoter of this grand event, although Su Yan may not immediately reap rewards, he can take the opportunity to make a name for himself, letting more people know that there is such a powerful healer in the Jiangqing secret realm. Don't be fooled by these people's current frowns and resistance. Once they truly step into the ring and experience it, feeling their strength improve or even breakthrough, they will surely feel gratitude and admiration for Su Yan. In Su Cheng's view, this is simply a win-win-win situation. What reason does he have to refuse? As for those who get beaten, can anything in the military camp really be considered as just getting hit? This is practically a benefit, a form of care jointly offered by the healer expert and the 8th-tier expert. Who could possibly refuse this? What's more, with the experts personally stepping in to strengthen them, how could they not accept? Thus, after Su Cheng's careful consideration and repeated deliberation, it took less than half a minute for him to readily agree to Su Yan's suggestion, preparing to give these people a hardcore strengthening lesson. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said to Su Yan, "Yan, help them treat the injuries on their faces first. In a couple of days, they'll have to face the beast tide, and going on like this won't be good for the camp's image. The military hospital is too busy to deal with these minor injuries, and since you're here, you might as well handle it for them." When he came in earlier, he was preoccupied with figuring out how to teach a lesson to these people whose mouths were as foul as if they wanted to be his father, so he hadn't paid much attention to their faces. Now, with Su Cheng's reminder, Su Yan recalled the reason Su Cheng mentioned earlier for not bringing anyone to pick him up. Looking around, he saw that the faces of the people nearby were either so swollen their features were unrecognizable or covered in bruises, so comical that Su Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Su Yan laugh like that, the mood of those who were already upset by Su Cheng's words sank even further. Someone wanted to retort a few words to express their dissatisfaction with Su Yan. But thinking of Su Yan's identity and his sharp remarks just now, everyone had no choice but to suppress their anger. At the same time, they secretly calculated in their hearts. Telling himself not to lose his temper, he reminded himself that the person in front of him was the boss's son in a skilled healer, a significant figure not to be offended. He had to act like a good person and respond with a smile. With this in mind, he forced a stiff smile and thanked Su Yan for being willing to help them with the treatment. Unfortunately, their fake smile was too fake, and the expression on their face was a complete mess. With a face already injured, forcing a smile only resulted in a painful grimace. The scene was so ridiculous that it was hard not to laugh. Even Su Yan felt awkward. Faced with this bizarre scene, Su Yan almost burst out laughing. He tried hard to recall all the unhappy moments in his life to barely suppress the urge to turn around and laugh out loud. He had managed to hold it in earlier, but now that others were being friendly, laughing out loud would be too impolite and would offend them. Su Yan held back his laughter and raised his hand to gather life energy. In an instant, a majestic phantom of a hall appeared behind him. As soon as the phantom emerged, an invisible protective shield enveloped everyone. When the crowd saw Su Yan summon the hall, a sudden breeze brushed across their faces. The wind brought a refreshing coolness, and the original swelling and pain gradually disappeared, soon vanishing completely. At the same time, a comfortable sensation spread through their bodies. A few people with less willpower couldn't help but let out soft moans. The sound echoed one after another, particularly enchanting to hear, instantly silencing everyone else present. If Su Yan weren't there, the scene might not have been so quiet. They might have been rendered speechless by these few people, and after a while, they would have laughed and mocked them, treating it as a joke for amusement. But this time, there was also Su Yan, the outsider, present. Although Su Yan was the boss's son and technically not an outsider, judging by Su Cheng's expression of "my soldiers are embarrassing themselves in front of my son, will my son lump me in with them?" It was clear he would rather face other outsiders than witness such a situation. The others had similar thoughts, but more so, after witnessing Su Yan's healing abilities, they felt their comrades had embarrassed themselves in front of an important figure. They were worried that Su Yan would associate them with those who lost their composure, look down on them, and now, after finally using Su Cheng's identity to receive treatment, they were being despised. The comrades who couldn't help but groan came to their senses, saw the complicated expressions on their fellow soldiers' faces and Su Cheng's gloomy expression, and instinctively lowered their heads, feeling a mix of emotions. Some wanted to find a hole to crawl into or a corner to hide in. Some started counting on their fingers how much longer they would be ridiculed, their hearts aching. In short, this overwhelming sense of social death made them just want to escape from here as quickly as possible. And Su Yan, this outsider? He was utterly confused, his mind full of question marks. I just used a protection skill earlier. I didn't activate any perception deception, did I? If I had, it wouldn't just be these few people losing their composure, right? I didn't activate it, so why are they acting so strangely? This time, Su Yan unexpectedly achieved a new feat, using a healing skill to silence everyone, including himself. But soon, he understood the reason. Skills with the word sanctuary in their name usually have a soothing and relaxing sensation, which is actually caused by the flow of life energy within the body. Such skills are highly popular among awakened individuals. After intense battles or training, they can be used to alleviate fatigue and repair muscle damage, with excellent results. Some high-end wellness centers even spend a fortune recruiting awakened individuals with such skills. However, due to skill limitations, most people inject only a small amount of life energy when using it, so the comfort level isn't particularly strong. As for me, thanks to my innate talent, the life energy I release is more than 10 times that of others, making the effect naturally much more pronounced. Those with insufficient willpower can easily lose control because of how comfortable it feels. At first, when I used this skill on Wan Lei and the others in the small training ground, a similar situation occurred. At that time, they were being besieged by Xian Ming, and I didn't pay much attention to it. But this made me realize that this skill is quite suitable for simple willpower tests and training. However, while I was thinking this, the atmosphere on site was completely different. The camp suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became very strange. In the end, it was Su Cheng, unable to suppress his anger, who broke the silence. He stormed toward those groaning people, grabbed their collars one by one, and threw them onto the arena. After everyone was thrown onto the arena, Su Cheng suddenly turned into a gust of wind and instantly appeared on the stage. At the same time, I heard his voice in my ear, barely suppressing his anger. Ah Yan, give them a few more skills. Don't let me beat them to death directly. Today, I must properly teach these disgraceful guys a lesson and let them know the consequences of embarrassing the boss. I already understood the ins and outs of the situation. Seeing Su Cheng's actions and hearing his words, I initially wanted to plead for these people, explaining that it wasn't their fault, but rather my failure to consider the side effects of the skills. But after thinking it over carefully, I gave up. After all, to speak up for them, I would have to tell Su Cheng that these people lost composure because their willpower wasn't strong enough. I always feel that if I said that, Su Cheng might punish them even more severely and make everyone think they are weak-willed. Although I'm not exactly a good person, I wouldn't set them up like that. Of course, I will tell Su Cheng to let him understand the situation and strengthen their willpower training in the future. But now is not the time to talk about this. After organizing my thoughts, I continuously cast recovery on myself, dream recall, life command totem, death resistance, and other skills, sending beams of light toward those unlucky ones on the arena. After finishing the buffs, I smiled and nodded at Su Cheng, then casually applied 10 layers of recovery on him. Next, I brought Xianming to the side of the arena. The others voluntarily stepped back, and we found a spot with an excellent view to sit down and prepare to watch this one against many guidance battle. To be honest, this was the first time I had seen Su Cheng fight in person. Previously, the most he did was use elemental energy to clean or fetch things. This time, I happened to catch it, giving me a chance to witness my old man's true skills. On the arena, Su Cheng completely abandoned the speed and agility typical of wind-based techniques, directly condensing elemental energy into his fists. Relying on sheer strength and martial skills, he began a one-sided beatdown of the others. Although those people tried to resist, every time their attacks were about to hit Su Cheng, a wind wall would suddenly appear to block their moves. Under absolute power suppression, the few people on the stage were soon covered in injuries. Finally, Su Cheng's punch landed, directly triggering the dream recall effect on them. These people were already severely injured from Su Cheng's previous fierce attacks, and this punch completely overwhelmed them, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. As they were sent flying through the air, a faint blue light suddenly lit up on their bodies. Subsequently, a half-blue, half-transparent butterfly phantom appeared on each of them, flying out from the light. The butterfly phantoms then shattered, turning into specks of blue light that merged into their bodies. After the blue butterflies dissipated, the time around them seemed to be disrupted, beginning to rewind rapidly. The moment the dream recall skill activated, their state instantly returned to the beginning of the battle. All their injuries disappeared, and most of the spiritual energy they had consumed was restored to its original state. Just after being sent flying by Sucheng and triggering the dream return effect, a few people touched their fully restored bodies, momentarily unable to react. If it weren't for the whistling wind in their ears and the tears in their training uniforms caused by the wind element from Sucheng's punches, they would have almost thought the battle just now was a dream. Wait, the wind in my ears? Did I forget something? What am I doing right now? Oh, right, I was just fighting with the boss, and now I've been sent flying by the boss. Ha! I'm still in mid-air. They finally realized what they had overlooked, but by then it was already too late. When they came to their senses, their bodies were getting closer and closer to the ground, about to land, with no time to react. The next moment, they crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding a long distance due to inertia before coming to a stop. The onlookers were utterly shocked to see them dumbfounded by Sucheng's attack. During their usual training, they were clearly taught how to adjust their posture when being knocked away, reduce the impact upon landing, and even techniques to land early while in mid-air. But now, they were like fools, remaining completely motionless after being struck, maintaining the posture of being knocked away as they flew out, landing heavily, and even leaving long skid marks. One of them had the worst luck, breaking directly with his face, causing pain that made even the onlookers feel sorry for him. This group had once again utterly embarrassed themselves in front of their boss. Watching their boss's expression shift from the joy and pride triggered by Su Yan's dream recall skill to now being as dark as the bottom of a pot, the people on the sidelines couldn't help but hold their foreheads, not daring to look directly at what was about to happen. Although it was hard to watch, the shock brought by Su Yan's skill was undeniably real. Even though Su Yan had previously explained his skill, actually witnessing its effect still left everyone deeply shaken. The boss didn't fully take them seriously just now, but that strike was definitely a top-tier 8th level attack. To survive a lethal 8th level attack and even restore them to their optimal state, Su Yan's performance far exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, a strong sense of security arose spontaneously. At this moment on the arena, Sucheng, who had slightly calmed down after venting some emotions, saw their behavior and his anger surged once again. Then, Sucheng used brutal methods to make this group of people fully understand what peak 8th level strength truly meant. They originally could still spar with Sucheng for a few rounds, at least 7 or 8 exchanges. But now, the enraged Sucheng only needed one punch. The wind howled, everyone's bodies were instantly forcefully gathered together, and then, what awaited them was Sucheng's full-force punch. Blue light flickered, just like a movie replay, and the person who was knocked into the air instantly returned to their optimal state. However, this time, they didn't remain as stunned as before. Instead, they quickly adjusted their bodies, using techniques to neutralize the immense force and landed safely in advance. This was the performance they should have displayed all along. Even Sucheng's expression softened a bit. Looking at the frightened yet vigilant expressions of the people in front of him, Sucheng suddenly found it somewhat dull. He decided not to activate the Siming Totem and Death Resistance skills again, as these two skills required Su Yan's healing to achieve their maximum effect. And these people in front of him, even in their full state, couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Continuing the fight would only waste Su Yan's spiritual energy, even though Su Yan didn't care at all. He waved his hand, signaling for the group to leave the arena and line up individually. Then, like a gust of wind, he walked over to Su Yan's side and said to the uneasy soldiers, "All right, this farce should end now. To be honest, your performance this time has disappointed me. However, considering you've been in the army for less than half a year, I can understand the shortcomings. But from today onwards, your training intensity will double. I don't want to see this kind of performance again, understood?" "Understood. Then go back." Hearing Sucheng's words, the few of them stood straight and jogged back to their respective teams. Although the training intensity would double, they did not complain. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief because they knew how poorly they had performed this time. Watching them return to their teams, Sucheng, with a serious expression, led Su Yan to the front of the team and said, "The farce just now is over. Now, let me formally introduce someone. This is Su Yan, my son, a 5th-tier healer and an 8th-tier combatant." His gaze swept over a few people in the front row of the team, and he continued, "This time, we want to find a few 7th-tier soldiers to try cooperating with him and see the results. This test is also your opportunity. If you perform well, you will have the chance to work with Su Yan. I previously mentioned the news about the Beast Tide, and you can also sense the change in the atmosphere of the military district. This time, during the Beast Tide, you will defend the North City Gate with me, and the key to holding the line is Su Yan. At that time, I and several 8th tier fighters will deal with the high-level powerhouses among the enemy's 8th tier, while you 7th tier soldiers will handle the lower-level 8th tier enemies. Seeing their expressions change, Su Chang added, "Of course, it's not about fighting them one-on-one. Su Yan will provide you with healing and support against the 8th tier enemies. This test will select one person from each stage of the 7th tier, early, mid, late, and peak stages, to cooperate with Su Yan and engage in one-on-one combat with me. My strength will gradually be unleashed during the battle, starting from the early stage of the 8th tier and progressively increasing. The purpose is to test how strong the 7th tier needs to be, with Su Yan's assistance, to withstand an 8th tier attack, and to determine their upper limits." This test was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Su Chang but a suggestion he made on the way to the military camp, which Su Yan also agreed to. Although Su Yan is very confident in his abilities, and the previous meeting also proved that he can heal and enhance 8th tier powerhouses, he is still unsure whether 7th tier soldiers can confront 8th tier powerhouses head-on with Su Yan's assistance. Su Yan is not lacking confidence in himself but rather has no confidence in the combat capabilities of those 7th tier soldiers. On the way to the military camp, Su Yan shared his concerns with Su Chang. As a result, Su Chang came up with an idea. Let Su Yan cooperate with his 7th tier warriors, and as for the opponent, it would naturally be Su Chang himself. Originally, the plan was to introduce Su Yan's identity upon arrival at the military camp and then begin the test. Unexpectedly, a farce unfolded in the middle, giving Su Yan quite the spectacle. However, in the end, Su Chang still successfully conveyed the test content they had prepared earlier. As soon as Su Chang spoke, the crowd below immediately stirred. The soldiers below the 7th tier were relatively calm, as they knew that finding teammates of this level of healer was beyond their reach. Moreover, Su Chang had already set the strength range for the participants. But the 7th tier awakeners, upon hearing Su Chang mention confronting 8th tier combat power, instantly became excited. They had originally thought they would have to give it their all, with several 7th tiers clashing head-on with an 8th tier, trading their lives for time. Yet they did not feel despair, nor did they complain. When they joined the army, they had already prepared themselves for sacrifice. Behind them were the family and friends they wanted to protect. Facing the enemy, they naturally would not retreat. Still, there was a lingering sense of regret and unwillingness in their hearts. Unfortunately, it seems unlikely to ever see familiar people again, and the unwillingness comes from feeling that one's strength is not strong enough. If one were powerful enough, they could block the opponent's 8th tier and reduce the casualties of teammates. However, Su Chang's next words made them so happy they almost jumped up. Although they were always ready to sacrifice for the country, who wouldn't want to stay alive? They knew their strength was far inferior to the 8th tier, but what if there was a high-tier healer nearby to assist during the battle? Not to mention the healing and enhancement effects, just seeing the Dream Return skill on those people earlier was equivalent to having 2 extra lives. Adding to that the Siming Totem and Death Resistance skill Su Yan mentioned, although the specific effects were unclear, judging from Su Yan's tone, they were definitely life-saving skills in critical moments. Calculating it this way, it was equivalent to having 4 extra lives. With the support of these skills, while it might not guarantee defeating the opponent, at least during desperate attacks, the opponent would surely hesitate if they didn't want to suffer severe damage. Blocking them shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they were also eager to personally experience those skills Su Yan had used. If they had known they could receive such good treatment, they wouldn't have endured the pain during the shelter's skill treatment earlier. It would have been much better to just cry out. Although it might be embarrassing for a moment, exchanging a bit of dignity for benefits is absolutely worth it. The closer one is to death and the more they feel the threat of it, the more potential they can unleash, making it easier to break through their strength bottleneck. Among the few people who just joined the team, several have already entered a state of enlightenment. After this experience, their strength will definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, these 7th tier warriors looked at the few people around them with similar strength, and their gazes became somewhat cold. Although you are comrades, in this matter, I won't hold back. After Su Chang announced the personnel requirements for Su Yan's test, the scene that occurred in the meeting room a few days ago replayed in Su Yan's mind. After various verbal confrontations and belittling, it ultimately escalated into resolving things through action. A group of 7th tier awakeners was divided into 4 teams based on their strength and began a chaotic battle in the arena. Su Chang did not stop this civil war. He took out a set of table and chairs from his spatial ring, found a spot with a good view, and sat down with Su Yan to watch the fight in the arena. Those still standing cast envious glances. To be honest, fighting alongside Su Yan was an irresistible temptation. The opponents in the arena showed no mercy, fighting with all their might. In the end, only 4 people remained standing, each so exhausted they seemed ready to collapse at any moment. After confirming the final 4 survivors, Su Yan and Su Cheng exchanged a glance and smiled. Su Yan stood up, clenched his palm, and released the skills Sanctuary and Tide Caller's Blessing, beginning to heal everyone in the arena. With Su Yan's help, the fallen contestants slowly opened their eyes one by one, and their bodies gradually returned to normal. They felt the pain disappear, their bodies recover, and understood what had just happened. With a wry smile, they quickly stood up, left the arena, returned to their teams, and silently restored their spiritual energy. After those people returned to their teams, only 4 final survivors remained on the arena. They looked at Su Yan and Su Cheng with excited expressions. Su Yan once again gathered life energy at his fingertips and released 10 layers of restoration spell, instantly covering the 4 of them, helping them quickly recover their depleted spiritual and mental energy. Within seconds, their spiritual and mental energy were fully restored, and the 4 were even more exhilarated. The healing effect of the earlier combination of Tide's Blessing and Sanctuary was already incredibly powerful. As group skills, their effects were even better than many single-target healing spells. If such recovery were available during battle, they could conclude that unless their opponent had the strength to defeat them in one strike, or they completely exhausted their spiritual energy, it would be nearly impossible for an 8th-tier expert to quickly defeat them. And now the 10-layer restoration spell made them overjoyed. Just a moment ago, they were worried about the depletion of spiritual and mental energy, but now Su Yan had effortlessly resolved it. Although their injuries had already been healed by Su Yan's earlier skills, they could still feel the powerful healing effect brought by the restoration spell. Its effect was no less than the previous 2 skills, and even more impressive. The most terrifying part was that this was a continuous skill, restoring every second. Feeling the power of Su Yan's skill, the tension in the hearts of the 4 completely eased. What's an 8th-tier expert? We'll take on 8th-tier experts. With energy surging within them, they were all eager to find an 8th-tier expert to spar with. Turning to look at Su Yan, who was smiling and watching the show from the side, they shook their heads. This was the big shot they were planning to add to the family genealogy just now. He couldn't be attacked, he had to be treated with utmost respect. Besides, he only seemed to be at the 5th tier. After exchanging glances, everyone quickly turned their attention to Su Cheng, who was beside Su Yan. Then it's decided, Su Cheng. As for Su Cheng being their own boss, powerful, and needing to be handled carefully or anything like that. A few people who had cooperated with Su Yan before spoke bluntly, "What boss? Isn't our big shot the healer Big Shot standing right there? Who do you think you are, Su Cheng? Why do you get to stand next to our big shot? Come and fight us. Let this duel determine your position next to the big shot." Looking at the opponents staring at him with battle intent, Su Cheng vaguely felt a hint of disrespect in their gazes. However, he didn't think much of it. Holding Su Yan, he quickly stepped onto the arena and placed Su Yan in a safe spot where he could use his skills properly. He didn't notice that as he carried Su Yan onto the stage, the gazes of the people on the stage became even colder and more hostile toward him. Su Cheng paid no attention to this. He brought Su Yan to one side of the arena, pointed at a young man in the early stage of the 7th rank, and said, "Then let's begin this test. Lin Wen, you're up first. The others, wait below for now." Lin Wen, having been named due to his victory in the melee and being the weakest among the 4, excitedly walked over to Su Yan, his face full of anticipation as he awaited Su Yan's enhancement skills. After the other 3 unnamed victors cheered Lin Wen on, they left the arena, leaving only Su Cheng, Lin Wen, and Su Yan standing there. Su Yan looked at Lin Wen, whose eyes were filled with expectation, gave a gentle smile, and then began to cast her skills. Sanctuary, Tide Caller's Blessing, Dream Recall, Death Resistance, Ancient Totem, Attack, Life, Defense, Speed, Stamina, Destiny. As the life energy flickered at Su Yan's fingertips, 5 skills were quickly bestowed upon Lin Wen. Feeling the surge of attributes within his body, Lin Wen was overjoyed. He confidently walked to the other end of the arena, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he stared at Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked at the battle-ready Lin Wen and said, "It seems you're ready. Then let's begin. I will keep my strength at the early stage of the 8th tier." As soon as he finished speaking and saw Lin Wen nod, Su Cheng turned into a gust of wind, swiftly charging toward his opponent. Seeing Su Cheng vanish in an instant, Lin Wen quickly retrieved a crimson greatsword from his spatial ring, assumed a defensive stance, and scanned his surroundings warily. A gust of wind swept past his ears, and Lin Wen's expression changed drastically as he swung his sword to block. But his reaction was still a step too slow. Su Chang, now a whirlwind, quickly circled behind him and delivered a powerful punch to his back, sending him flying heavily. However, Su Chang did not press the attack. Instead, he stood still, calmly observing Lin Wen's reaction. Su Yan also understood Su Chang's intentions, so he did not rush to heal Lin Wen but simply watched quietly. Lin Wen, a seasoned veteran with years of military experience and rich combat expertise, adjusted his posture immediately after being knocked back and landed steadily. Steadying himself, he assessed his physical condition and said to the two, "If I don't count recovery, I can withstand this kind of attack 8 or 9 times. With the recovery effect, as long as I'm not subjected to continuous heavy attacks, this level of attack poses no threat to me. When I was knocked back just now, the injuries had already started to heal." Su Chang nodded in satisfaction. That punch just now was already a full-force strike at the early 8th tier. It seems Yan's enhancement effect on you is quite good. Let's continue, I won't give you time to recover. With that, he turned into a gust of wind and charged at Lin Wen again. At this moment, Su Yan, having finished testing the damage, also activated 6-wing protection and overhealing. 2 layers of light shields immediately appeared on Lin Wen. Maintaining a defensive stance, Lin Wen was struck in the back by another punch from Su Chang, sending him flying into the air. However, this time Su Chang did not pause but pursued him mid-air, launching continuous attacks on Lin Wen. At first, Su Chang's combo attacks were not fast but sustained, ensuring Lin Wen remained airborne and unable to land, with each punch still packing immense power. But these attacks did not have much effect on Su Chang. In full health and with 10 layers of recovery spells on his body, Lin Wen's light shield intensity rapidly stacked under the support of the excessive healing shield. After the outer 6-winged guardian was shattered by Su Chang's 5 or 6 punches, the excessive healing shield had reached an extremely high intensity. Subsequently, Su Chang was surprised to find that with his current attack frequency, he could not break through the remaining shield at all, and his attack damage even lagged behind the shield's natural recovery. Although on the surface Lin Wen was completely suppressed by him, floating in the air unable to counterattack. In reality, apart from feeling slight pain when hit, he had hardly suffered any damage. Su Chang discovered the secret behind Lin Wen's continuously strengthening shield and immediately accelerated his attack rhythm. He used the highest intensity of continuous attacks achievable at the early 8th stage, barely surpassing the shield's growth rate. However, this level of damage meant nothing to Lin Wen. The shield's self-repair was faster than the damage caused by Su Chang's attacks, and even the energy aftermath left by Lin Wen's battles with opponents of the same level wasn't as strong. Not to mention, Su Chang's previous probing attacks were not frequent enough, and the shield had already accumulated to a rather solid state. Now, with his strength still at the early stage of the 8th tier, Su Chang could only grit his teeth and grind away Lin Wen's shield before attacking his body. Lin Wen gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle, transitioning from merely taking hits to being able to block some attacks with his sword, and even counterattacking. Although most of the counterattacks missed, and the occasional hits didn't cause much damage, they successfully disrupted Su Chang's attack rhythm. The damage Lin Wen took head-on was naturally much less than before. As a result, Su Chang's shield grinding speed slowed down again. After all, the damage caused by several attacks was offset by the shield growth Lin Wen gained from enduring them. As Lin Wen became more familiar with the battle, he blocked more and more attacks, and Su Chang's efficiency kept decreasing. In Su Chang's view, if no external force intervened, this battle would inevitably drag into a war of attrition. In the Beast-Tide battle, facing the current state of Lin Wen, even an early-stage 8th-tier warrior on the opposing side would likely struggle to break through the first layer of shield effect, let alone the second layer of shield, the Siming Totem, and death resistance. However, whether there was external interference in the Beast-Tide battle, Su Chang did not know. But in this battle, there was. When Su Chang increased his attack frequency, Su Yan beside him began channeling spiritual power and casting spells continuously. What was originally just a cluster of starlight, the Star Moon Guide, was directed by him into a long river of starlight descending from the sky, continuously pouring into Lin Wen's body. With 10 layers of recovery spell cast on himself, Su Yan did not waste any skills, as most of his skills consumed far less than the instant recovery provided by the recovery spell. Additionally, he had the overhealing skill, which directly converted the excess healing amount into shields. Originally, Su Chang had managed to make his attack power exceed the shield's growth rate, causing the shield's strength to start decreasing. But with Su Yan's assistance, the shield's capacity directly doubled and more. Feeling the change in shield strength, Lin Wen regained control of his body, landed, and charged toward Su Chang. At this moment, Su Chang completely abandoned the thought of continuing the fight. This battle, how could he possibly win? Just the layer of shield on Lin Wen alone, even if he exhausted all his spiritual power and physical strength, he might not be able to break it. What meaning is there in a battle that is impossible to win? Although in the meeting room, when seeing Su Yan's skill demonstration, Su Chang and the others had already anticipated Su Yan's combat style, feeling uncomfortable from the enemy's perspective. But facing it in reality, they realized it was even more disgusting and despair-inducing than imagined. At least for now, seeing Su Yan constantly shielding Lin Wen, Su Chang's deep father-son bond filter in his heart was completely shattered. Previously, Su Yan's scheming and vengeful nature didn't seem like a problem to Su Chang. On the contrary, he felt relieved that his son wasn't weak or incompetent. Under the halo of father-son affection, Su Chang had always thought Su Yan was obedient and adorable, without any flaws. But now, looking at Su Yan not far away, Su Chang suddenly felt that his son wasn't so adorable anymore. Just now, Su Chang had felt a glimmer of hope because of Su Yan's skill. But when he saw the sweet smile Su Yan directed at him, he immediately snapped back to reality. No, this has nothing to do with A Yan. A Yan only helped Lin Wen with the enhancement because he followed my suggestion. All of this has nothing to do with A Yan. That's right, none of this is A Yan's fault. He's still the obedient and sensible good child. None of the problems should be blamed on him. A Yan definitely didn't do it on purpose. Yes, that's it. Then whose fault is it? After harshly scolding himself in his mind a few times, Su Chang raised his eyes to look at Lin Wen, who had been casually swatted away by him but was now angrily charging back. His target was quickly locked. That's right, it's you, Lin Wen. It's all your fault that A Yan stands against me, making me lose composure in shock at A Yan's skills. Thinking this, Su Chang began to unlock the restrictions within his body, gradually unleashing his strength. Of course, Su Chang would never admit that he was disgusted. He still believed he wasn't the type to take out his anger on others, Lin Wen, the others present. Every step he took was, as he claimed, above board. Thus, while releasing his strength, Su Chang said to Lin Wen, who was charging at him, "A Yan's skills are indeed impressive, much stronger than we anticipated. Lin Wen, in your current state, facing an early-stage 8th-tier opponent, forget about winning or killing them. At the very least, you can hold them off steadily without any problem. Next, we'll start the next round of testing. I'll gradually unleash my strength to see just how much you can endure." After speaking, Su Chang waved his hand again, sending Lin Wen flying. This time, Su Chang used a completely different kind of power than before. After releasing his strength, a light strike from him brought his attack power to the level of Lin Wen's shield growth. Then, he launched a storm-like barrage of attacks. The continuous and rapid attacks left Lin Wen completely unable to counterattack. The excessive healing shield on his body began to falter and quickly dissipated. Soon, cracks appeared on the shield. Su Yan, with sharp eyes and quick reflexes, immediately noticed the cracks in the shield. He quickly used the Star Moon Guide skill to throw consecutive attacks, slowing down the shield's dissipation and maintaining relative stability on the battlefield. Su Chang's attacks continuously broke through the shields created by the healing spells, shattering the original defenses. Su Yan's Star Moon Guide skill promptly repaired them, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle where neither side could overpower the other. Finally, Su Chang increased his strength and launched a series of fierce attacks. Lin Wen's shield could no longer hold and was completely shattered, dissolving into specks of white light that disappeared into the air. After the shield broke, Lin Wen began to bleed profusely, and even Su Yan couldn't save him. Su Chang unleashed his power to the late 8th stage and attacked with full force. Although Su Yan's healing was astonishing, Lin Wen's physique and defense were far inferior to Su Chang's attacks, and the injuries far exceeded the healing. This was the first time Su Yan encountered such a situation after awakening, the first time he felt so powerless, unable to protect his teammates. This feeling made him both sad and angry. The sadness came from watching his comrades fall without being able to do anything. The anger stemmed from knowing his own strength was still too weak. Although the weakness in this battle lay with Lin Wen on the arena, Su Yan didn't think so in his heart. During the Four Spirits Secret Realm trial, Su Yan had also witnessed the death of his comrades. But back then, it was mainly because he focused his attention on the main force, leaving little time to heal others, which led to casualties. This time, Su Yan devoted all his energy to Lin Wen, yet no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Watching Lin Wen inch closer to death under Su Chang's relentless attacks, Su Yan felt utterly helpless. The most crucial point was that this trial had long been seen through by Su Yan. To him at the time, it was nothing more than a game, not a real battle. In the game, injuries or deaths of characters were merely temporary setbacks for players, not something to be overly concerned about. Back then, Su Yan only felt briefly dejected due to the environment and atmosphere, but he quickly recovered. But now, everything had become reality. Su Yan finally understood why both Zhao Wu's enlightenment and his master's first lesson repeatedly emphasized that healers are not omnipotent. They must not put too much pressure on themselves and must remain calm in the face of teammates' deaths, avoiding collapse. Back then, Wang Yu had cited numerous examples of healers who were ruined for various reasons, but Su Yan didn't pay much attention. Although he expressed regret and claimed he would learn from their mistakes, deep down, he didn't quite understand and even looked down on them. After all, giving up others in need to save one person, wasn't that a lack of a broader perspective? He was still mocking those healers in his heart, saying they were not fit to be doctors at all. One failed surgery, and their entire career would be over, all their previous efforts wasted. However, looking at the situation before him, Su Yan began to understand those people's thoughts. Although he still didn't agree with their attitude of giving up so easily, at least he could feel their helplessness. Watching his teammates step closer to death, while he himself was powerless, this feeling made Su Yan feel an extreme sense of despair. Deep inside, a voice was persuading him to give up. Let it go, this is just a test. Your father couldn't possibly have really killed Lin Wen, at most, he just activated his protection mechanism to end the battle. You've already done your best. You've allowed Lin Wen, at the early stage of the 7th tier, to face Su Chang, at the early stage of the 8th tier, unscathed. With your help, Lin Wen could even barely hold off Su Chang at the mid-stage of the 8th tier. You've reached your limit now, this is beyond your capabilities. It's not your fault, just give up and wait for the test to end. As soon as this voice appeared, it quickly took over Su Yan's mind. Even he himself was somewhat inclined to agree. Yeah, I've already done my best. I've significantly enhanced Lin Wen's strength, allowing him to challenge stronger opponents. The current failure isn't my fault, it's Lin Wen's own limitations. Just give up, wait for the battle to end, and then find a stronger teammate to continue challenging Su Chang. When that person also reaches their limit, replace them again, until the strongest peak 7th tier player takes the stage. But a question suddenly arose in Su Yan's mind. Could that peak 7th tier teammate really withstand Su Chang's attacks with his assistance? Before the battle began, he had been quite confident, but now, looking at Lin Wen's miserable state, his confidence began to waver. Moreover, was this really what he wanted? Watching Lin Wen still giving his all to resist even after losing support, Su Yan felt lost. At this moment, Su Yan fell into silence and did nothing. Su Chang originally reduced the intensity of his attacks because Su Yan stopped the treatment. He was staring at Su Yan with a tone of disappointment. Giving up just like that? It seems you haven't experienced enough. However, for your age, achieving this much is already commendable. I shouldn't be too harsh. At least you haven't been crushed or broken down. Such performance is already outstanding among your peers. As a yen slowly grows up and experiences more, changes will naturally occur. It is evident that after Su Yan stopped the treatment, Su Chang intentionally began to ease the intensity of his attacks on Lin Wen. Otherwise, do you think Lin Wen, without Su Yan's help, could have persisted until now? At the previous intensity, Lin Wen would have already had his second layer of defense breached, and might not even have been able to activate his final survival instincts. The reason Su Chang showed leniency towards Lin Wen was not because he suddenly felt compassion for him, but because of Su Yan. When Su Chang saw Su Yan stop the treatment, he immediately noticed the sense of helplessness and anger at his own lack of strength in Su Yan's eyes. That look reminded Su Chang of his own experiences when he was young, and also brought to mind a few old friends. Back then, when he had just joined the army, during one mission, they encountered an enemy that was almost impossible to defeat. At that time, the captain and the seniors gave their all, charging towards the enemy without hesitation, using their own lives to secure a chance for these young people to escape. Relying on the enemy's underestimation and timely support from the strong, they survived. But those seniors were forever frozen at that age, burning all their life and soul, without even a chance for rebirth. Later, they grew stronger and finally defeated that enemy and his clan, crippling the enemy and pinning him before the graves of the seniors, avenging their old friends. Recalling the scenes of witnessing the seniors fall one by one back then, Su Chang felt that the powerlessness and anger in Su Yan's eyes were exactly that feeling. This is also why Su Chang has a strong protective instinct towards Su Yan, unwilling to let him face any possible danger. When Su Chang saw Su Yan caught in the inner struggles that healers are most prone to, he did not immediately end the battle but slowed the pace, giving Su Yan time to confront his own heart. This inner struggle is both a danger and an opportunity for growth. If he falls into it, Su Yan might lose confidence in his healing abilities, fall into self-doubt, and even become utterly defeated. But if he can seize the opportunity, see his inner self clearly, and take life and death lightly, his spirit, willpower, and strength will all make a great leap forward. However, in Su Cheng's view, although Su Yan didn't fall into the worst situation this time, he also didn't fully seize the opportunity, so it could only be considered mediocre. It's already good that there were no major problems. This mindset of taking life and death lightly will gradually develop an AN over time. Alright, this test should come to an end. Thinking this, Su Cheng spoke and began to gather spiritual energy, preparing to end the battle with one punch. Hearing these words, everyone present silently nodded. It was indeed time to wrap things up. Among the remaining three, the strongest, a mid-stage 7th level expert, was already prepared to fight. But the anticipated dream return skill did not activate. No blue butterfly glow appeared on the field. Instead, a pure white lotus suddenly bloomed in front of Lin Wen, the blossoming lotus blocking Su Cheng's full-force punch. The punch shattered the lotus, and the flying white petals emitted a glow, merging into Lin Wen's body. Although the special effects were different, everyone knew the skill's effect was the same. As the petals merged, the injuries on Lin Wen's body instantly disappeared, and he returned to peak condition. People off the field began whispering, puzzled as to why the special effects and aura of the second layer of Dream Return were completely different from the first activation. Everyone still thought this was the effect of Dream Return. However, since it was triggered a second time, the light effects and aura were somewhat different. But Lin Wen knew very well that this skill was not Dream Recall. Although the spiritual energy in his body quickly recovered under the healing technique, he was certain that this time it only resisted damage and healed injuries, without resetting Dream Recall. The most crucial point was that the Dream Recall mark within his body was still there. Suddenly, Lin Wen seemed to think of something, his eyes flashing with surprise as he looked toward Su Yan beside him. Su Yan saw his gaze and smiled, nodding slightly. At first, seeing Su Yan no longer using Star Moon Guidance to heal, he was a bit angry, as this meant the battle had been abandoned. But he had no words to argue, mostly because he was too weak. No matter how much Su Yan enhanced him, his foundation was too low, and the results wouldn't improve much. Ultimately, it was his own shortcomings that held them back. But since the battle had begun, he would never give up easily. So he gave it his all and charged towards Sucheng. Unexpectedly, what seemed to be a battle about to end was turned around under Su Yan's control, locking health and restoring all life points. It turned out that Su Yan had not given up easily, he was merely waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Although Lin Wen told himself he shouldn't complain, he actually felt a faint disappointment in Su Yan for seemingly wanting to give up before the end. Thinking of this, he felt a bit ashamed, and this guilt stemmed more from his own lack of trust in Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was unaware of Lin Wen's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would probably just say, "You're overthinking it. I really did consider giving up for a moment earlier." But seeing Lin Wen fearlessly counterattack again and again in the face of Su Cheng's frenzied onslaught, Su Yan finally snapped out of his confusion. That's right, the battle was far from a desperate situation. Lin Wen's life-saving skill had only been triggered once, with 3 more chances left and used. It was less than a quarter of the way through, giving up now was too early. Moreover, he still had other means unused, and Lin Wen hadn't given up either, desperately looking for opportunities. Thinking about it this way, the real burden in this battle wasn't Lin Wen, who was holding on, but himself, Su Yan, who got lost and wanted to give up at the critical moment. At this thought, Su Yan shook his head with a bitter smile, shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to gather life energy. No matter the outcome, at least he had to give it his all. Even if he couldn't save anyone in the end, at least he would have a clear conscience. Good and evil have consequences. This skill, which had once shone brightly in the Four Spirits secret realm, was used by Su Yan once again. However, this time, he used the defensive-oriented good minor invincibility combined with damage converted to healing. The White Lotus bloomed, saving Lin Wen once again. Su Cheng, who had originally planned to end the fight and comfort his son, was momentarily stunned when his attack was blocked. He quickly regained his composure and continued his fierce assault. While throwing punches, he muttered, "This kid, hiding so well. Looks like I haven't beaten him enough." Despite his words, the smile on Su Cheng's lips clearly revealed that he wasn't as nonchalant as he claimed. In the ensuing battle, faced with Su Cheng's storm-like offensive, Lin Wen still struggled greatly, even with Su Yan's support. After realizing his own thoughts, Su Yan began to attack with full force, sparing no effort in using all kinds of healing skills, continuously replenishing Lin Wen's health as if handing out benefits. Although the situation was still one-sided, with Su Yan's relentless support, things were much better than before. Eventually, as Lin Wen gradually grasped Su Cheng's attack rhythm, and with the bonus from Su Yan's karma skill, he finally landed a successful double damage hit on Su Cheng during an all-out counterattack. However, in the end, Lin Wen was still forced by Su Cheng to fully unleash his protective skills, collapsing powerlessly to the ground, gasping for breath. There was no other way. The Karma invincibility effect could only be used 3 times a day, and the double damage could only be triggered once an hour. Facing Su Cheng's relentless attacks, these life-saving measures were quickly exhausted. However, neither the fallen Lin Wen nor Su Yan standing nearby showed any trace of frustration from failure. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, they were up against Su Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th tier. For a 7th tier beginner and a 5th tier beginner to hold their ground like this was already enough to be exhilarating. This battle allowed Su Yan to clearly see his own shortcomings, insufficient skill damage reduction effects and low defense, which made him vulnerable to being instantly killed. No amount of information could compensate for that. Lin Wen also felt that he was not far from a breakthrough. As long as he carefully reflected, breaking through to the mid-7th tier was just around the corner. Originally, Su Cheng had planned to comfort Su Yan after the battle, to prevent him from feeling discouraged by the defeat. But now it seemed unnecessary. Su Yan had already come to terms with it himself and, at the very least, would not be disheartened by external setbacks. Su Yan stepped onto the stage, walked to Lin Wen's side, bent down, and extended his right hand with a smile. Lin Wen, who had been beaten half to death, quickly recovered thanks to his terrifying healing technique after Su Cheng stopped his attack. He earnestly grasped Su Yan's hand and used the support to stand up. Then, a look that Su Yan couldn't understand flashed in his eyes. He bowed to Su Yan and then stood behind him like a guard. Su Cheng originally intended to step forward and praise Lin Wen, but upon seeing this scene of betrayal, his mood instantly darkened. He glared at Lin Wen viciously, waved his hand to signal Su Yan to return to his position, and called for the next tester to step forward. The crowd below the stage, seeing Lin Wen manage to go toe-to-toe with Su Cheng with Su Yan's assistance, was both shocked and even more in awe of Su Yan, secretly hoping for their own chance to step onto the stage. The 3 waiting participants were filled with envy, their gazes as if they wanted to kill each other and take their place. Especially those who were also at the 7th rank, they regretted not holding on longer. The one at the mid-7th rank was even more eager, impatient to rush onto the arena. Su Cheng signaled for the next person to step up, and that person immediately climbed onto the arena quickly to face Su Yan. Under Su Yan's enhancement, the battle quickly commenced. This time, since Su Yan's skills had been figured out, Su Cheng attacked with full force. The fight didn't last long before that person collapsed to the ground. Next, the 3rd and 4th contestants stepped up one after another. Both were defeated by Su Cheng. With Lin Wen, the traitor, leading the way, the battle ended swiftly. Later, 4 guards appeared behind Su Yan, which made Shen Ming beside him a bit jealous. He pushed through the crowd and directly carried Su Yan onto his own back. Su Yan looked at the 4 guards he had dug up and couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw Shen Ming, who was usually carefree, showing a rare hint of jealousy. Su Cheng, standing nearby, saw this group of people defect to Su Yan and felt both amused and helpless. He glared fiercely at the 4 people behind Su Yan but said nothing more. After all, he had beaten these people before, and it hadn't made much of a difference. The situation remained unchanged. Moreover, with Su Yan around, although he had to be careful not to kill anyone while fighting, he could still strike hard. Knowing they wouldn't suffer serious injuries, those people hadn't really learned any substantial lessons. In this test, the 4 performed quite well. 2 at the early and mid-7th stage, with Su Yan's assistance, could directly confront mid-8th stage enemies. The 2 who had just entered the late 8th stage could barely hold off their opponents. The 2 at the late 7th stage and peak could directly face late 8th stage enemies. Although they were easily defeated by peak 8th stage opponents, they could still withstand 1 or 2 moves. After this test, Su Cheng had a clearer understanding of his son's strength and felt more confident about the upcoming battles. However, there were still some details he needed to clarify. He walked up to Su Yan, waved dismissively at the 4 behind him with a look of disdain, signaling them to disperse and return to training. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to take advantage of Yan's lack of fame right now, to get a cheap deal and tag along as a follower," he said coldly. "Your plan won't work. With your level of ability, you're far from qualified to follow Yan. Not to mention others, just that big turtle by Yan's side, even the 4 of you together might not be able to take it down." The 4 of them reluctantly glanced back at Su Yan several times, hesitating as they walked away. Su Cheng turned to Su Yan and asked, "Yan, how many people can your current skills affect?" Su Yan lowered his head and thought for a moment before answering. "The ancient totem and sanctuary skills have no limit on the number of people. As long as allies are within the skills range, they can benefit from recovery and enhancement effects. For the ancient totem, as long as the target is within range when I cast it, they will continue to receive the boost, whether they leave the range afterward or not. This includes the Destiny totem. Sanctuary is a continuous recovery skill. The target must remain within the Sanctuary's range to receive healing and damage reduction effects. When I was at Tier 3, I tested the range. The ancient totem covers a relatively small area, roughly a radius of 100 meters centered on me. The shelter is centered on the location I place it, with a radius of 500 meters, which happens to be the maximum casting range of my skill. I haven't tested the range again recently, as I haven't encountered situations requiring large-scale healing, but I'm certain it can expand by at least about twice the range. Su Cheng originally valued Su Yan mainly because of his powerful recovery and multiple life-saving skills, such as Dream Return, Fatekeeper, and Death Resistance. They didn't pay much attention to the enhancement of the ancient totem and the healing and damage reduction of the shelter. This time, asking about the maximum number of people affected was primarily aimed at these core skills. In their minds, Su Yan's life-saving and recovery skills were already enough to influence the direction of the war. Other skills were just icing on the cake, and it didn't matter much whether there were more or not. But Su Yan's description of the ancient totem and the shelter once again shocked Su Cheng, making him start to seriously consider the potential of these two skills. These two skills don't seem particularly special. The enhancement effect of the ancient totem is decent, but compared to Zhao Wu's top-tier gem-like bonuses, Su Cheng and the others didn't even consider this minor improvement worth noting. In their view, the only valuable aspect of this skill is the Life Guardian totem that can block death for others. As for the Sanctuary skill, there's even less to say. Its healing output is low, compared to Su Yan's other healing skills, and its damage reduction effect is only 10%, making it the weakest among similar skills. What puzzled Su Cheng the most was why Wang Yu would let Su Yan choose this skill, as using it could easily be embarrassing. But Su Yan's explanation completely changed Su Cheng's perspective. So what if the values are low? The key is that it can affect many people, and its wide range is what truly matters. For example, take a legion of 1,000 people. If each individual's strength increases by 10%, you wouldn't think the overall strength of the legion only increases by 10%, would you? That's clearly impossible. When each person's strength improves slightly, combined with teamwork and the bonuses from battle formations and tactics, the overall improvement is at least 40% to 50%. More importantly, as the number of people in the Legion increases, this improvement will grow even larger, until it reaches a limit and stops. Although Su Yan's skill improvement seems much worse than Zhao Wu's, for ordinary soldiers, the enhancement is definitely more than 10%. Su Cheng estimated that with their current numbers and Su Yan's skill, the overall strength of the Legion, excluding top-tier individuals, could at least double or even triple. Not to mention the special effect of the Signing Totem, where everyone gets a protective shield that puts them in an invincible state when receiving a fatal blow. There's no need to elaborate on how powerful this skill is. As for the skill range limitation, Su Cheng wasn't worried. Fitting as many people as possible into a limited space, while not as practiced as their neighbors in India, isn't too far off. If one layer isn't enough, they can stack up, with multiple layers overlapping. As long as the height doesn't exceed a certain limit, everyone within the range can benefit from the boost. If it really doesn't work, they can just endure it, squeeze in tighter, and compress their bodies a bit, it won't matter. After all, Su Yan's skill activates quickly, so enduring for a moment will pass, and there won't be any major harm. The Shelter's skill plays a greater role on the battlefield. Although the healing amount seems low, that's in comparison to Su Yan's other skills. With the talent bonus, its effect is still quite good compared to the skills of other healers. Some mid to low tier soldiers can recover from near death to full health within a few seconds in the skill's range. Using a healer of Su Yan's level solely to care for mid to low tier soldiers would be a waste, but the situation is different on the battlefield. Within the range of the Shelter skill, the casualty rate of mid to low tier soldiers facing a large number of enemy minions is significantly reduced. Whether they stay directly in the area to utilize the recovery effect for frontal combat, or rotate injured and healthy soldiers alternately into battle, the results are remarkable. Overall, these two skills may seem unremarkable in small-scale battles, but in large-scale army operations, they are absolutely strategic-level weapons. After confirming what Su Yan had just said, Su Cheng then asked him to explain the range of effects of his other skills. The Restoration skill, as a talent ability, can simultaneously affect 40 to 50 people. Other skills like Dream Recall and Death Resistance can also influence more than 30 people under full capacity. This number is equally astonishing. Su Yan's strength is formidable.
As long as he is willing, he can easily lead over 30 warriors with 8th tier combat power at any time. Su Chang was mentally prepared before asking.
Although the number Su Yan reported was higher than he expected, it was still within his overall expectations. Compared to the shock brought by the previous two skills, this time, while the number was impressive, it did not particularly surprise Su Chang. After training with the camp soldiers for a while, Su Chang let them continue practicing on their own and then left with Su Yan to visit his wife at the military hospital. He left no warnings or monitoring measures, completely unconcerned that they might slack off. After all, following today's training and with the upcoming Beast Tide in a few days, this group's desire to grow stronger was unprecedented. Leaving the camp, under Su Chang's guidance, the two boarded Xin Ming. Although it was reluctant to carry two people, it still flew towards the military hospital. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the military hospital. After reporting his identity, Su Yan had Xin Ming revert to the totem tattoo and followed the nurse to Su Qing's consultation room along with Su Chang. In the consultation room, Su Qing was busy treating the injured, with a long line of patients waiting outside, many of whom were seriously wounded. When people saw someone bringing two individuals into the consultation room out of turn, those waiting in line were initially displeased, suspecting it was a case of privilege or favoritism. However, as soon as they recognized Su Chang's face, they immediately dismissed the thought. After all, most of these injured individuals were regulars and naturally knew that Director Su was Su Chang, and Su Chang was one of the strongest guardians of Jiangqing's secret realm. Those who didn't recognize them were quickly reassured by the explanations of those around them. After all, they understood that these two were not there to demand priority treatment but had come for other matters. Even if they were there for treatment, given Su Qing's husband and Su Chang's status, they were rightfully entitled to some priority. Then, everyone's attention was drawn to Su Yan, who was following behind Su Chang. Su Chang's identity and influence commanded respect, but they were of no help to the injured. Su Yan was different, he carried an aura unique to those outside the secret realm. Especially with the healer's robe he was wearing, which immediately revealed his identity to the injured. This time, coming to the hospital, Su Yan was still wearing that robe, without deliberately concealing it. With various life-saving skills, he wasn't afraid of being targeted for revealing his healer identity. Moreover, knowing the unspoken rules between healers and other awakened ones, he wasn't worried about anyone approaching him proactively. Thus, this healer's robe had now become Su Yan's regular attire. For those in line, the scene before them easily sparked all kinds of speculation. Is it that Su Chang felt his wife's work was too exhausting and specifically brought a healer to help? Or is it that the Beast Tide is approaching, and the higher-ups sent a healer to speed up the recovery of the wounded, with Su Chang taking the opportunity to prioritize assigning them to his wife's clinic? No matter the reasoning, Su Yan's appearance made everyone feel that things were not so simple. Everyone was very surprised and also very welcoming. After all, regardless of how much scheming and conflict might be involved, the ultimate beneficiaries were still the wounded who chose to seek treatment at Su Qing's clinic. Thinking of this, a sense of enthusiasm ignited in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Su Yan was still unaware of what these people were thinking, nor did he know that his upcoming tasks had already been arranged. He was currently following Su Chang, heading towards Su Chang. Su Qing, who was treating the injured person in front of her, was pleasantly surprised to see the father and son suddenly arrive. However, she still had work at hand and did not stand up to greet them. She simply signaled with her eyes for the two to sit on the chairs nearby and wait until she finished treating the injured person. After the father and son sat down, Su Qing sped up her treatment process and quickly repaired the injuries of the patient. The injured person was deeply grateful and was escorted out by the staff, who also informed those outside that treatment would be temporarily paused for a while. The people outside the clinic saw Su Chang and Su Yan come in and had already guessed what would happen next, so they did not show much reaction. After all, Su Yan's identity made it difficult for them to oppose easily. As for Su Chang, although his status and strength were decent, there was still some dissatisfaction in their hearts. Those who were seriously injured had long been sent to the emergency room and would not be waiting in line here. Inside the clinic, Su Yan looked at Su Qing, who had been working for most of the day. Although she was still in relatively good condition, there was a clear trace of fatigue between her brows. After all, she had been using healing skills continuously and lacked the ability to quickly recover spiritual energy like Su Yan. She could only rely on her own recovery and potions, which consumed a significant amount. Su Qing finished treating the injured and walked toward Su Yan. Su Yan raised his hand, spiritual energy flickering at his fingertips, instantly casting 10 layers of recovery spells on Su Qing to quickly replenish her spiritual energy. Seeing the glowing orb, Su Cheng did not dodge but instead looked at it expectantly. This was her first time experiencing Su Yan's skill, and her heart was filled with curiosity. Soon, she was astonished by the powerful recovery effect of Su Yan's skill.
Walking up to Su Yan, Su Qing took the initiative to hug him.
Then she turned to look at Su Chang and asked, "Why are you here?"
Su Chang looked at Su Qing gently and said,
"Ian was bored staying in the city, so he wanted to come over to see us and experience the environment and atmosphere of the military district, to see how it differs from his previous school."
Then he asked Su Qing, "How many more people need treatment?"
"After your shift, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal together to welcome Ian to the military district." Su Qing was a bit tempted after hearing this, but in the end, she shook her head and said,
"I'm afraid I can't. I have to work overtime today. You know how urgent the situation has been these past few days. To prepare for the upcoming Beast Tide, the hospital has far more injured patients than usual.
Those who usually don't come for checkups are now rushing in after their bodies started having problems.
The results aren't great, many of them have hidden injuries from training. There's no other way.
To ensure they can perform at their best, we medical staff have no choice but to work overtime."
As she spoke, Su Qing shot Su Chang a glare, as if to say she hadn't forgotten about the black and blue incident from yesterday. The person who ran over with a swollen face and asked the assistant if they could use the back door, only to be firmly refused by the assistant. Who was that? At this point, you still want me to do more work? When we get back, he needs to reflect properly in the study.
Seeing Su Qing's glare directed at him, Su Chang felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to meet her gaze.
He quickly shifted his eyes to the side, giving Su Yan a help me look.
Su Yan looked at Su Chang, who had been so arrogant in the camp earlier, now shrinking into a ball in front of his mom, and couldn't help but laugh. However, funny as it was, since Dad was asking for help, he still had to lend a hand. He tugged on Su Qing's hand, who was standing beside him, to draw her attention. Seeing Su Qing's slight confusion, Su Yan spoke up, "If it's just about treating these injured people, let me handle it. Compared to you all, as a professional healer, I'm more skilled at this.
Besides, I happen to have an area healing skill that I can try out here.
It could also serve as a practice for fighting against the Beast Tide." Su Chang, who had just been relieved by Su Yan's intervention, immediately thought of one of the two major skills Su Yan had introduced earlier, Sanctuary. Upon hearing this,
his eyes lit up.
That's right, this was the perfect opportunity to test this skill.
The space was large enough, and there were quite a few injured people with varying injuries, levels, and attributes.
While testing, the injured could also receive treatment in advance, reducing the hospital's burden and allowing medical staff to finish work earlier. It was truly a win-win situation. With this in mind, Su Chang no longer felt guilty. He looked directly at Su Chang and explained in detail the function, range, and reasons for testing Su Yan's skill.
After listening, Su Qing was intrigued but still asked Su Yan if it would harm him.
After confirming there was no issue, she picked up the communicator and contacted the director. The light screen lit up, and Zhao Wu's familiar face appeared before the three of them. As the only healer in the secret realm, it was normal for his position to be higher. Perhaps noticing there were others in the consultation room, Zhao Wu's attitude was quite formal this time, directly asking the three what they needed from him.
"Oh, it's you. What can I do for you?"
Su Qing briefly explained the situation the two had mentioned earlier to Zhao Wu and asked if he agreed with Su Yan's proposal. Zhao Wu stroked his smooth chin and said to Su Yan, "Little Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have this skill.
You really surprised me. I agree with your proposal.
I'll have the deputy dean in charge of administration come to assist." After Zhao Wu agreed, the communication was disconnected. After all, it was getting late, everyone was busy, and they were familiar with each other, so there was no need for unnecessary chatter. It didn't take long before the deputy dean in charge of administration, mentioned by Zhao Wu, quickly walked from the office to the consultation room.
This deputy dean's surname was Pang.
After entering, he greeted Su Yan with a smile and introduced himself. Then, he solemnly bowed deeply to Su Yan.
"Dean Peng, what are you doing?"
Su Yan was startled, quickly sidestepping to avoid it, and hurriedly walked over to help him up. With Su Yan's assistance, Dean Peng stood up and said earnestly, "This is my gratitude to you.
Thank you for stepping in to help.
Not just for these injured people, but also for the medical staff who have been working overtime day and night. Your presence has greatly alleviated our pressure, and this is what you deserve."
Su Yan felt very uncomfortable. Deputy Dean Peng seemed to sense his unease as well.
After expressing gratitude on behalf of all the medical staff and the injured, he quickly began organizing personnel. Soon, a spacious open area was cleared, and under the guidance of the staff, the injured gradually gathered in the open space. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, Su Yan slowly descended on the open ground, writing Xin Ming. He glanced around at the injured, raising his hand to gather life energy. In an instant, a magnificent phantom of a hall appeared behind him, its milky white radiance making it look solemn and sacred. Immediately after, an invisible protective domain spread outward from the center of the hall's phantom. As soon as the domain formed, the injuries of everyone within it began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those with lighter injuries even had their wounds completely healed the moment the domain expanded. The medical staff nearby, to prevent any accidents, also found their fatigue swept away under the influence of the domain, feeling rejuvenated and energized. The injured felt their wounds healing quickly, with pain and exhaustion vanishing, and they all turned to look at Su Yan. He sat cross-legged on Xuanming's back, bathed in the sacred radiance of the protective domain, his gaze resolute, exuding a captivating power. According to Su Cheng's tests, the skill's effects could be enjoyed within a 1-kilometer radius of the hall's phantom, with the effects becoming stronger the closer one was. Next, everything became simple and clear. Just how large is an effective range of over 6 square kilometers? For example, everyone knows X Hospital, right? It has 2,000 beds and covers an area of 500 mu, which is less than half a square kilometer. Su Yan's skill range is equivalent to the area of 18 such hospitals, and even more. Initially, the ones who followed Su Yan to the open space were the severely injured patients, as his treatment was more effective than that of ordinary doctors. But they didn't expect Su Yan's skill range to be this vast. Out of concern for limited space, the less severely injured patients were not notified and were left to continue receiving treatment at the hospital. The open space Su Yan chose was some distance away from the hospital, purely for the purpose of testing his skill. The result was a scene that left people both laughing and crying. Those severely injured patients, enduring their pain, accompanied by medical staff, had to move a certain distance with Su Yan before receiving treatment. The slightly injured patients, or those just coming for a checkup to see if they have hidden injuries, were sitting at the clinic door, waiting in line for the doctor. Suddenly, a surge of energy came from underground, and under its influence, the injuries of the patients on the first and second floors of the hospital instantly healed. Soon, the first and second floors of the hospital were completely filled with various injured patients. The treatment for severe and minor injuries was inexplicably reversed. Upon learning of this, Deputy Director Pang, who was responsible for organizing this transfer, was both amused and helpless. After treating the current patients and testing the maximum range of his skill, Su Yan heard about the hospital's situation from Deputy Director Pang. He prepared to deactivate his skill and go for dinner with Su Chang and the early off-duty Su Cheng. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed several powerful presences approaching him rapidly from the sky nearby. Su Yan was not nervous about the arrival of these individuals. It wasn't that he had become complacent, but rather that his position made it unnecessary for him to worry too much. This was the military district, and unless all the experts in the district were dead or had defected, no one would dare to cause trouble so blatantly. Moreover, even if something unexpected did happen, the people around Su Yan gave him complete peace of mind. Su Cheng immediately flew out to scout the enemy situation, and there was also a group of awakened individuals of levels 5 to 7 nearby. These were the injured soldiers he had just treated, their faces full of excitement, bursting with powerful strength under his assistance, enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Besides, Su Yan had no intention of canceling the shelter skill. After all, this skill could significantly reduce casualties at critical moments. As it turned out, Su Yan had been overthinking. Not long after, Su Chang returned with a few people, landing in front of him. Seeing these familiar faces, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Old friends, whom he had seen at the city lord's mansion meeting just a few days ago, and even fought with. Su Chang walked over and explained his purpose to Su Yan. It turned out that these people had all been at their respective camps, either resting or training their subordinates. Suddenly, they received reports that certain areas of the camps had undergone mutations, where those areas could rapidly heal injuries and alleviate fatigue. Everyone initially thought that some treasure had been discovered in the camp and eagerly went to investigate, only to find that this energy did not originate from the camp itself. So, they followed the direction of the energy and happened to encounter a few others who were also searching. Together, they arrived at this place. After landing, they exchanged pleasantries with Su Yan and the others and requested Su Yan to continue maintaining the shelter skill so they could train within its coverage area. For Su Yan, this was not difficult. After all, this skill did not require him to stay there constantly. As long as he remained within the military district, the skill could continuously draw on his spiritual power. Thus, Su Yan readily agreed to their request. After sending off the group and the grateful injured and medical personnel, Su Yan, along with his family of 3, left with Xian Ming. They found a cafeteria with decent food in the military district, had a good meal, and then arranged accommodation for Su Yan to settle down. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Chang and his team took turns leading their subordinates to station at their respective positions. The once lively military district suddenly became much quieter. That day, while Su Yan was playing with Xian Ming, the communicator suddenly rang. After seeing the message, Su Yan's previously relaxed expression changed, instantly becoming serious. He waved his hand, signaling Xian Ming to transform into a tattoo and imprint on his arm. Without hesitation, he activated a portal and instantly appeared at the gates of the city lord's mansion. By this time, others who had received the message had already arrived at the city lord's mansion, floating above it. In the distance, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Before long, everyone who had been notified had gathered. The situation was tense, and Zhao Wu didn't waste words, directly explaining the situation. I just received a report from the frontline scouts. Those two forces have already left their territory and are heading toward us. This time, the enemy has invested heavily, deploying a large number of space-type beasts to consume source energy and open a portal near us, aiming to catch us off guard. If it weren't for a scout keenly detecting spatial fluctuations and risking a deep investigation, we might have suffered a major loss this time. Seeing everyone indignant and cursing angrily, Zhao Wu raised his hand to signal them to quiet down. All right, now is not the time to vent. Time is tight. According to the scouts' estimates, the vanguard of the beast tide will arrive in no more than 2 hours. Then, he turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, I previously learned from Su City about the limitations on the number of people your skills can affect. I need you to first apply that continuous recovery skill to everyone present so they will have an advantage in the upcoming battle. As for those life-saving skills, leave them for the 7th-tier awakeners on your side to use. Hearing Zhao Wu's request, Su Yan said nothing more. He raised his hand to gather energy, and over a dozen glowing orbs flickered at his fingertips, landing on everyone and applying a full 10 layers of recovery buffs to each person. Then, Zhao Wu explained the effects of Su Yan's ancient totem skill to everyone. Excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Zhao Wu selected a location not far from both defensive areas and instructed everyone to gather their subordinates there to prepare for enhancement. Since the slots were limited, those with stronger combat abilities were prioritized. After saying this, Zhao Wu announced the end of the meeting. Everyone, already eager, left one after another. Even the people from Su City didn't stay to wait for Su Yan, rushing off to gather their subordinates, afraid of missing out on the slots being taken by others. Originally, Su Yan was also planning to leave and head to the place Zhao Wu mentioned to enhance the incoming people. However, just as he was about to get up, he received a voice transmission from Zhao Wu, asking him to stay for now. Don't rush to leave just yet. These people still need time to gather their subordinates. Let's head over together later, Zhao Wu said. Su Yan did not follow everyone else after hearing this. Instead, he sat back in his seat, waiting for Zhao Wu to explain the reason for staying behind. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Wu walked over to Su Yan, took out a box from his spatial ring, and placed it on the table. Seeing Su Yan's puzzled expression, Zhao Wu smiled and explained, the recent incident at the military hospital was thanks to your help. I'm not skilled in group healing. You didn't ask for any compensation at the time, but we can't just ignore that. The merits have already been credited to your card, and this is a personal token of my gratitude. As he spoke, Zhao Wu opened the box, revealing its contents. I noticed that apart from your healer's robe and primary and secondary weapons, you don't have any other equipment. With your current strength, you can only use 7th-tier equipment at most. It just so happens that I have a set of 7th-tier equipment here. It was custom-made by a master blacksmith for me in the past, called the Ancient Inscription Set. Although it's only 7th tier, each piece's enhancement effects are stronger than ordinary 8th tier equipment. Moreover, the set effect is excellent, reducing damage by 30% and increasing all skill effects by 50%. While it may not be a perfect fit for you, it's very suitable as transitional equipment. Su Yan looked at the box in Zhao Wu, who was speaking seriously. Without hesitation, he accepted the box with thanks and asked Zhao Wu to help find a place to change equipment, as he indeed needed a new set. Zhao Wu was very pleased to see Su Yan accept the gift. He led him to a private room and waited for him to change before returning to the meeting room. Soon, Su Yan finished changing and returned to the meeting room. After putting on the new equipment, there wasn't much change in appearance. It was still the same healer's robe, with a low profile and unassuming necklace and ring. The only noticeable change was a pair of black boots on his feet, and his long hair was tied into a single ponytail with a blue hairband, giving him a sharp and energetic look.
Most high-talent healers have growth-type weapons. Zhao Wu was also a genius in his youth. In this set of equipment, the staff was replaced with a pair of bracers, which Su Yan now wore on his wrists. Zhao Wu looked at the refreshed and spirited Su Yan after the change and nodded in satisfaction. He walked closer to him and said, "All right, those people should almost be gathered by now." "Everyone has almost gathered, we can't keep them waiting too long, let's set off now." Su Yan nodded, and Zhao Wu immediately activated the teleportation skill, sending the two to the previously agreed location. A flash of light passed, and the two appeared at the spot designated by Zhao Wu. Many soldiers had already gathered here, each neatly arranged in formations under their respective leaders. Seeing Su Yan and Zhao Wu arrive, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Greetings, City Lord." Their voices were loud and powerful, their eyes full of anticipation. Su Yan observed everyone's reaction without saying much, simply nodding to Zhao Wu. Then, he used spiritual power to draw a circle within the range of the ancient totem on the ground. He turned to Su Cheng and the others and said, "This circle represents the maximum range of the ancient totem. How many people can fit inside depends on your abilities." Zhao Wu added, "The beast tide will arrive in an hour and a half, but you only have half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, no matter what, Su Yan will activate the skill. After that, you must quickly return to your original positions." After speaking, Su Yan summoned his mount, Shen Ming, and invited Zhao Wu to ride along. The two flew above the crowd, ready to watch this battle of fitting people into the circle. Su Cheng and the others began using physical means to reduce the occupied area. An invisible wind wall appeared at the edge of the circle, forcefully pushing all the soldiers toward the center. Eventually, everyone was successfully squeezed into Su Yan's drawn circle. However, those crammed in the center were extremely uncomfortable, with some even becoming deformed. Seeing the soldiers below crying out in pain, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly gathered spiritual power to release a skill. Ancient Totem, Attack, Defense, Life, Speed, Fate Control, and Spiritual Power Recovery, 6 effects activated simultaneously. This enhancement, suitable for large-scale battles, covered everyone within the circle, including Zhao Wu and Su Cheng in the air. After the skill effects unfolded, Su Cheng immediately dispersed the outer wind wall. As soon as the wind wall disappeared, those on the outskirts were flung out like being shot from a slingshot, flying far before coming to a stop. Next, Su Yan released the sanctuary skill, enveloping everyone and starting the healing process. After the healing was complete, Su Yan and Zhao Wu bid farewell to the others, opened a portal, and instantly arrived at the northern city wall. Soon, Su Cheng and the others also descended from the air onto the city wall. Those who had been taken out earlier returned to their posts, preparing to face the approaching enemy. Su Yan first applied Perception Deception and Hatred Transfer effects to himself, then centered on a point 800 meters ahead, activating the Sanctuary skill once again. This time, Su Yan deliberately suppressed the scale of the skill. Instead of the previous grand and magnificent phantom, a tiny phantom as small as a grain of sand landed, almost imperceptible. The soldiers felt the energy emanating from the ground, their morale soaring, filled with confidence in victory. Before long, a deafening roar came from the distance, and the guards at the city gate could feel the ground trembling. It was the sound of a horde of beasts charging. Dust billowed as the beast tide in the distance drew closer and closer. The defending soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, assuming combat stances with solemn expressions. The beasts moved at incredible speed, reaching the defenders in the blink of an eye. However, the first wave of attacks they encountered was not a direct confrontation with the soldiers but rather the various traps and dense rain of arrows that had been prepared in advance. Although the methods were old-fashioned, they were very effective. The vanguard of the beast tide suffered significant casualties before even seeing the enemy. However, this level of loss meant nothing to the massive beast tide. They quickly used the corpses of their own kind to fill the gaps, not even resorting to earth element abilities. The beast horde directly piled up a path using the corpses. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, the defenders put away their bows and arrows, drew their weapons, and charged at the enemy. Both sides were instantly locked in fierce melee combat. The higher-ups of the beast tide originally believed that this vanguard assault wouldn't cause significant losses to the humans but would certainly achieve some results. They used a large number of low-level beasts as cannon fodder to deplete the humans' living forces, both weakening the enemy and alleviating the burden of their own overpopulation. This was their usual tactic. So at first, when they received reports from their subordinates about heavy casualties, they didn't care. After all, these cannon fodder beasts reproduced in large numbers year-round, and no matter how many died, it was insignificant. But it didn't take long for them to realize that nearly half of their cannon fodder had been wiped out, while human losses were minimal.
Only then did they become aware that something unexpected was happening on the battlefield. All of this was thanks to Su Yan. Facing these mid to low level exotic beasts treated as cannon fodder, with the enhancement of ancient totems, their strength far surpassed their opponents, almost crushing them during legion battles. The shelter skill allowed them to fight without hesitation, withstand attacks, strike directly at the enemy's vital points, and aim for a fatal blow.
Among the injured soldiers, those with minor injuries recovered within seconds, while those with severe injuries were covered by teammates to retreat, take a brief rest, and quickly return to battle.
In this way, relying on the tactics of trading lives and rotating cover, humans managed to block the first wave of the beast tide with almost zero casualties.
The high-ranking members of the unreturned forest side were no fools.
They quickly noticed anomalies through the casualty data on both sides and identified the issue. Healers had joined the human camp. After years of slaughter between the two sides, they had a general understanding of human professions. Coupled with Zhao Wu's presence, they were well aware of the role healers played on the battlefield. Seeing the humans recover from injuries so quickly, they initially thought Zhao Wu had joined the battle early.
But this time, the healers seemed different from before.
Previously, they mainly focused on enhancement and weakening, with healing
as a secondary role.
However, this time, large-scale healing was initiated right from the start, which was clearly unusual.
However, the situation is urgent now, and there's no time to think too much.
If this drags on, those cannon fodder will all be wiped out. Although they don't care how many cannon fodder die, the premise is that the cannon fodder can inflict losses on the opponent. They were summoned to serve as cannon fodder, not to be free meals for humans. The original plan was to have the cannon fodder wear down the enemy, use their numerical advantage to cause casualties, and keep humans constantly on guard against the main forces entering the battlefield, maintaining a state of tension. When humans let their guard down, the main forces would suddenly launch an attack to achieve a greater victory. But this tactic completely failed due to Su Yan's series of maneuvers. The higher-ups had no choice but to deploy the main forces ahead of schedule. As time passed, the human camp also noticed the intensity of the battle rapidly increasing, and casualties began to rise. Su Yan and the others on the city wall heard reports of casualties from below and understood that the opponent's main forces had started to intervene. However, the few people on the wall did not rush to act. Apart from Su Yan occasionally using Tidecaller's blessing to create rainfall and provide some support to the soldiers, they did not join the battle. After all, the opponent's high-level forces had not yet appeared. Acting now would only expose their strength and make them vulnerable
to ambush. They were secretly conserving their ultimate moves, preparing to face the challenge of high-level exotic beasts. An unexpected surprise. Just as the opponent's main forces entered the battlefield, more than 20 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching the battlefield. The first to catch everyone's eyes were 5 avian exotic beasts, led by an extremely powerful vulture that flew directly over the battlefield. Its 8th-tier aura spread out without reservation, causing the entire battlefield to freeze. Immediately after, a hoarse and oppressive voice came from the vulture's mouth: "Humans, give up resistance and surrender. This beast tide is something you cannot withstand." The reason those blood-fed beasts were able to resist our attack earlier must have been because of Lord Zhao Wu's intervention. You've concentrated most of your high-level forces here, temporarily holding off the attack, but have you considered the threat from Sunset Canyon? Surrender now, and unnecessary casualties can still be avoided. When we conquer Blue Star, we can even arrange a good position for you. This voice carried a strange power, gradually weakening the fighting spirit of all who heard it below. Several avian beasts behind the vulture saw that their leader's psychological tactic was working and immediately flew to its side, repeating the same words: "Humans, surrender." As soon as the words fell, a series of skills shot out from the city walls at incredible speed, heading straight for the flying beasts, interrupting what they were about to say. These beasts initially paid no mind, as they had experienced similar counterattacks during past beast tides. The opponents would use skills to interrupt their cries, forcing them to retreat and wait for more beasts to arrive before engaging in a full-scale battle. But this time, as the skills approached, they realized the energy contained within far exceeded their expectations. In panic, they flapped their wings in an attempt to evade, only to find that the very wind that once aided their flight now turned against them, firmly trapping them in mid-air, unable to move. Only the leading vulture, relying on its immense strength, managed to break free just before the skill struck. The other 4 flying beasts, however, were trapped and took the full brunt of the attack. The deafening sound of explosions, accompanied by the shrill cries of the birds, echoed across the battlefield. Some with weaker resolve instinctively looked up, witnessing a shocking scene.
The four once arrogant flying beasts that had danced behind the vulture were now shattered into pieces, plummeting from the sky. Blood poured like rivers as their remains crashed tragically to the ground. In the air, only the injured vulture remained, its wings scarred, seething with rage as it cursed loudly at Su Chang and the others below. "Humans, are you crazy? The battle has just begun, and you've already used up all your spiritual power to attack us? Fine, this time we suffered a loss. But what about your spiritual power? It's all used up, isn't it? My reinforcements will arrive soon. How much can you recover by then? Once we break through the defenses, I will use thousands upon thousands of blood sacrifices to mourn you." Spouting these harsh words, it quickly retreated in the opposite direction of the city wall. But before it could escape the battlefield, several streaks of light shot out from the city wall, heading straight for it. Fear flashed in the vulture's eyes as Su Chang's figure emerged from the fierce wind, hovering in midair, blocking its retreat. In despair, it turned its head and saw that those streaks of light were not targeting it but were instead rapidly descending toward its original position. It turned out that Su Chang and the others were pursuing the 4 8th-tier avian beasts that had been struck down. These were extremely valuable high-level prey. No, they were the perfect opportunity to completely eliminate the enemy's high-tier combat power. Seeing that everyone ignored him and flew straight toward the direction where his companion had fallen, the vulture felt both angry and helpless. He didn't even realize. At least for now, he only needed to face Su Chang alone. Escaping from his grasp or holding out until reinforcements arrived would suffice. Both he and Su Chang were at the peak of the 8th tier. Although the opponent's combat power was slightly stronger and he himself was injured, Su Chang must have participated in that previous wave of attacks, which must have consumed a lot of energy. Now, the spiritual energy within Su Chang's body was almost depleted, likely only the bare minimum remained. In contrast, his own spiritual energy was still at its peak. Calculating this way, the two sides were actually about equal. Since the opponent couldn't use a large amount of spiritual energy, holding out until reinforcements arrived shouldn't be a problem. As long as those guys arrived, these humans who had exhausted their spiritual energy wouldn't be able to withstand their attack. Thinking of this, the vulture disregarded the consumption and frantically used various ultimate moves to attack Su Chang, trying to seize the initiative in the battle. However, as soon as they clashed, the vulture felt something was off. The Sioux city before him didn't look like it was under any strain of spiritual energy at all. Various skills were being used even more recklessly than his own, as if there was no consumption whatsoever. The original confidence and plans instantly collapsed in the face of Sioux city's wave after wave of ultimate moves. Run! Run quickly! The vulture looked at Sioux city, who was hovering in midair not far away, and lost all will to fight, leaving only the thought of escape. It turned and flew in another direction, hoping to shake off Sioux city with its speed. Sioux city, who had just been engaged in an intense battle, saw the vulture turn around and immediately guessed its intentions, feeling a bit disappointed. However, since the opponent had already given up the fight, Sioux city naturally wouldn't let it go. Eliminating one more enemy now would mean one less opponent in the upcoming high-level battles, tipping the scales of victory in favor of humanity. He quickly pursued the fleeing vulture, paying no attention to accuracy or consumption, and frantically launched long-range attacks. The vulture was forced to dodge, cursing angrily in its heart. Do your damn skills have no consumption? No aiming, no prediction, just throwing blindly? Haven't you humans learned how to use skills? If everyone were like you, humanity would have been doomed long ago. Ha! We lost to these guys before? Oh, then never mind. The vulture was on the verge of a mental breakdown, even starting to worry about human education issues. Without limiting spiritual energy consumption, Su Chang's damage remained ferocious. For anyone else, under such circumstances, the damage wouldn't be low either. Before long, the vulture ahead was covered in wounds from Su Chang's bizarre attacks and was barely holding on. Just as Su Chang was about to unleash a finishing move to take down the opponent, two earth-yellow energy beams shot rapidly from afar, one forcing Su Chang to dodge, and the other directly intercepting the vulture's attack. At this moment, the vulture's heart was filled with "it's over, I'm done for," but upon hearing the explosion behind and sensing a familiar aura, the despair vanished instantly. With backup now, the vulture was just about to turn around and mock Su Chang. Suddenly, a silent wind blade shot out from the explosion. At the moment it turned its head, it felt as though it had been smashed and sent flying several times. Before its eyes appeared the headless corpse of a bird. This carcass actually suited its appetite. If it were still alive, it would have definitely been added to its harem. Wait, something's not right. Before it could think further, its consciousness faded away. Su Chang watched as his backup plan took out the vulture and murmured softly to himself in midair.
Heh, it seems that Guy's observations held some truth. The finishing move always gets intercepted by an opponent's teammate. Fortunately, I've had experience before. Kept a card up my sleeve.
After speaking, Su Chang deftly dodged the energy attacks from the 8th tier beasts below. Under their furious gazes, he quickly grabbed the falling vulture corpse midair and stored it in his spatial ring.
How does vulture taste? Is it delicious? How should it be prepared? Forget it, there's no time to think about that now.
The meat of an 8th tier beast must taste great. When the time comes, I'll just let the chefs handle it, and all I need to do is wait to eat. With that thought, Su Chang swiftly burst into speed, flying over the beasts and returning to his own camp. The few people previously sent to collect the corpses had also successfully brought back 4 birds.
Although 2 of them weren't dead, they were severely injured and soon killed under the group's siege.
The people who returned to the city wall had no time to celebrate before they solemnly gathered together, their eyes resolutely fixed ahead. The real battle was just beginning. The scene shifted to the beast camp. The battle hadn't officially started, yet they had already lost 5 8th tier combatants, including one at the peak of the 8th tier. Such losses were more severe than those of an entire large-scale beast tide.
Not to mention Su Chang's deliberate act of killing the vulture in front of them earlier and storing its corpse in his spatial ring as a provocation. This left the beasts seething with rage.
The two sides had already harbored deep resentment due to years of beast tide conflicts, and now that this spark had ignited, the situation spiraled out of control. Just as the battle began, a giant elephant raised its 2 front legs and slammed them heavily onto the ground. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave accompanied by tremors surged fiercely toward the city. Anger drove these intelligent beasts to abandon the previous unspoken rule: during duels between the strongest on both sides, ordinary soldiers and beasts were not to be harmed. The shockwave swept across the battlefield indiscriminately, injuring many beasts and ultimately sending the frontline soldiers flying. Even with Su Yan's protective skills, it caused significant casualties. The people on the city walls, seeing such a blatant disregard for the rules, were filled with rage. Su Chang, leading 6 8th tier awakeners, flew out of the city walls and hovered above the battlefield. Suppressing his anger, he shouted at the giant elephant, "Elephant King, targeting these mid and low tier awakeners is completely against the rules." The giant elephant saw that there were only 6 people on the opposite side and then looked at the more than 20 8th tier exotic beasts around it. Without any scruples, it responded in a rough voice. "It was you who first used despicable means to kill our scruffy bird. Since you struck first, we naturally don't need to follow any rules."
Su Chang and his companions couldn't help but laugh in anger upon hearing this shameless accusation. Fine, since reasoning doesn't work, let's settle this on the battlefield. With that, they wasted no more words and led their comrades to launch an attack on the exotic beasts. At first, the exotic beasts maintained their arrogance, refraining from swarming Su Chang and his group. Instead, they sent out 6 beasts of the same level to engage them. The other exotic beasts stood by, ready to provide support at any moment. If their side couldn't win, they would focus their attacks on the opponents. If they won, they would take advantage of the victory to break through the city walls and rush into the city. They were full of confidence in their own exotic beasts. Apart from sending equally matched opponents against Su Chang and Wei Mingyan, who were at the peak of the 8th tier, the opponents faced by the remaining 4 were all stronger than them. But as soon as the battle began, they felt the unlimited firepower mode that the vulture had previously enjoyed. Various skills were unleashed like endless ammunition, with the 6 of them attacking frantically. The beasts were caught off guard, severely injured, and the battle situation once fell into a disadvantage for them. After finally stabilizing the situation, they discovered an even more troubling issue. They felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The opponents launched a frenzied counterattack, equally reckless, causing significant damage to Su Chang and his team. The beasts initially planned to rely on their naturally robust physiques and regenerative abilities to trade injuries for injuries, dragging the fight into a war of attrition, hoping to use their advantage to secure the final victory. However, after a while, they were horrified to find that the humans' injuries remained minor and showed no signs of worsening, while their own condition deteriorated due to the injury-for-injury strategy, leaving them increasingly weakened. Seeing their original plan completely disrupted by the humans' astonishing recovery abilities, the scales of victory were gradually tipping toward the humans. Several beasts fighting against Su Chang and his team couldn't help but roar, calling for reinforcements from the beasts watching nearby. The nearby beasts, seeing Su Chang and his team fighting fearlessly and without regard for exhaustion, began to waver in their hearts. If it were them, facing these humans, could they win?
The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, and the hostility in their hearts gradually deepened. When this malice reached its peak and they were ready to strike, they suddenly heard a cry for help. Now this is perfect, no need to worry about any rules, just start the battle directly. As the cry rang out, the originally observing beasts immediately launched their attack, charging towards Su Cheng and his group. Su Cheng and his team had long been on alert, knowing the opponents had the advantage and would not follow any rules. As soon as the opponents made a move, they immediately used their skills to evade the attacks. However, the weakest member among the six became the target of the beasts, who saw him as an easy prey. He was bombarded by multiple beasts, and Su Cheng and the others watched helplessly as he was hit and engulfed in a violent explosion. Despicable, shameless, sneak attack. Looking at their teammate whose fate was uncertain, Su Cheng and his group were furious, cursing out loud. But their roars had no effect, instead, they excited the enemy. The beasts revealed smug smiles, as nothing pleased them more than the angry curses of their foes. However, the good times didn't last long. From the explosion's smoke and dust, a blue butterfly suddenly flew out, followed by the attacked teammate appearing unharmed before everyone. The beast's laughter abruptly stopped. Seeing the blue butterfly, Su Cheng and the others felt a surge of joy. Indeed, before setting out, Su Yen had prepared a set of protective skills, Dream Return, Fate Keeper, and Death Resistance, for everyone to prevent accidents. The earlier explosion and their concern for their teammate had momentarily made them forget about this layer of protection. It was reassuring that their teammate was unharmed, but revenge still needed to be taken. With a soft whistle, they signaled the final battle to the rear. Then, ignoring the mid to low-level 8th-tier beasts, they launched an offensive directly at the high-tier and peak-level beasts. Relying on restoration spells and various buffs, they joined forces to counterattack, successfully suppressing the opponent's strongest combat power. On the other side of the city wall, upon hearing the signal, Su Yen immediately cast restoration spells and a lethal damage combo on over 20 peak 7th-tier warriors. After being empowered with skills, these peak 7th-tier warriors transformed into streaks of light, swiftly flying toward the battlefield to intercept the mid to low 8th-tier beasts attempting to attack Su's city and his group. At first, the beasts, seeing Su's city's actions and the streaks of light flying from the sky, grew tense, worried that humans might have more tricks up their sleeves. But upon realizing that the newcomers were all 7th-tier powerhouses, they couldn't help but sneer. A red fox, currently besieging Su's city alongside a giant elephant, even directly taunted, "Have you humans run out of people?" In this situation, sending 7th-tier fighters into such an intense battle? Could it be that they intend to use their lives to buy time? Then, with a tempting tone, that voice spoke to the 7th-tier awakeners. "Your leaders seem to have abandoned you. The gap between the 7th and 8th tiers is like heaven and earth. Why not join us and win this battle together? This way, you won't have to sacrifice yourselves and can even receive our rewards." The voice carried a certain allure, making listeners involuntarily feel, he's right. But everyone present were battle-hardened warriors with unwavering resolve. Even if it meant exchanging their lives for time, they wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, the situation wasn't as simple as the voice suggested. The outcome of the upcoming battle was still uncertain. Feeling the surge of power within, the solid light shield outside, and the continuous replenishment of spiritual energy and vitality, their expressions grew even more resolute as they launched an assault on the beasts. The red fox, seeing its psychological tactics completely fail, shouted furiously at them. "You are so stubborn. Then let's see whether you can hold out until reinforcements arrive or if we wear you down first." With that, the red fox's attacks on Su Cheng became even more ferocious. The exotic beasts fighting against the top-tier 7th-level awakened ones found the battle not as one-sided as they had anticipated. They had thought they could easily deal with these minor characters in just a few moves, but unexpectedly, the opponents not only held their ground but also posed a significant threat, leaving the beasts at a loss. As the battle progressed, waves of blue spiritual energy and purple starlight occasionally flew from the direction of the human city walls, replenishing and restoring those who were on the verge of collapse just in time. Having fought humans for years, these exotic beasts knew that this was the power of healers. The ability of the 7th-level fighters to hold them off was thanks to the healers' contributions. Despite having a significant advantage in high-level combat power, they gained no upper hand. On the contrary, due to the presence of these 7th-level fighters, humans had the advantage in numbers. Some weaker exotic beasts, facing the siege of the 7th-level fighters, were gradually falling into a disadvantage. At this rate, being defeated by the 7th-level fighters was only a matter of time. Seeing the originally favorable situation suddenly turn into suppression, the exotic beasts grew anxious and increasingly restless. Some exotic beasts attempted to break through the human blockade and directly target the healers on the city walls. This idea is great. Even if the healer can't be killed, interrupting the support can make the battle much easier. But whether it's dealing with 7th-tier exotic beasts or high-tier exotic beasts like those opposing Su Chang and the others, as long as they try to move toward the city walls, they face desperate counterattacks from humans. Several ambush plans were thus disrupted, forcing them to turn back and face the enemies in front of them. In such a situation, the exotic beasts found themselves in a dilemma. If they attack, they can neither kill the people in front of them nor break through humanity's core, the healers. The beast tied below, supported by the healers, is also being defeated by humans step by step. If they retreat, not to mention the beast tied below would be sacrificed in vain. Even if they were willing to abandon these accumulated exotic beasts, humans would not let them go easily. As soon as they show the slightest intention to retreat, humans, like sharks smelling blood, launch the fiercest attacks. Attack, and leave them here forever. The current situation left the beasts unable to find a way to break through. They could only hold on, maintaining the current battle status, hoping for good news from Sunset Canyon. Whether it was breaching the walls or humans arriving to provide support, anything that could ease their pressure would suffice. But reality was far less optimistic than they had imagined. Humans were growing stronger, their attacks more ferocious. Yet there was no signal for reinforcements from the western side of the city. They were on the verge of collapse. Finally, a beast that had just broken through to the early stage of the 8th tier could no longer hold out under the siege of several 7th tier awakeners. With a miserable cry, it fell to the ground, its life completely extinguished, and its corpse was stored in a spatial ring. This became the spark. With the fall of this beast, the 7th tier awakeners who had been trapped were freed and joined the battle. More and more beasts succumbed under the siege, and in no time, 8 or 9 beasts fell one after another. Although most of the fallen were newly advanced to the 8th tier combat power was not to be underestimated. Such losses had already dealt a severe blow to the beasts. Seeing their companions being killed by humans one after another, and the freed individuals closing in on them, the beasts that had been holding on began to waver. They were no fools. To have survived the brutal forest and risen to the top of the food chain was to enjoy a better life, to secure a better environment and resources for their kind, not to throw their lives away. Finally, when another 8th tier beast fell, a mid-stage 8th tier cave spider collapsed. It unleashed its full strength to shake off the humans besieging it, leaving everyone and the beasts stunned. Then, it burrowed directly underground and fled rapidly in the opposite direction of the battlefield. This scene left both the remaining beasts and humans dumbfounded. One moment you're fighting for your life, and the next moment you're running away? The cave spider's escape completely shattered the morale of the beasts. Those beasts that had been fiercely battling Su Chang and Wei Mingyan moments ago began to imitate it, desperately shaking off the humans and turning to flee for their lives. These beasts knew very well that as long as they could shake off the humans, they could seize the chance to retreat to their own territories. As for the increased pressure and higher casualties on the other beasts caused by their escape, they didn't care at all. With their own lives on the line, who would bother about others? Besides, don't think the beasts are truly united. If it weren't for their shared goal of fighting against humans, they would have started fighting among themselves long ago. The 4-peak 8th tier beasts battling Su Chang and Wei Mingyan looked at the deserters below, grinding their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Shouting and threatening are useless, and trying to stop them by force is even more difficult. The two formidable humans in front of them are not ones they can easily shake off. Even without these two people, killing the deserters would only help the humans, slowing down the deserters and giving the humans more opportunities to strike. After weighing the options, they could only watch helplessly as the beasts fled, at least preserving some strength and reducing losses. They also wanted to retreat, but Su Chang and Wei Mingyan were not so easy to deal with. However, they did not anticipate how the humans would react. Seeing the cave spiders fleeing, the awakened humans had already become alert. The beasts desperately shook off their attackers while preparing to escape, but the humans would not let this opportunity slip away. Of course, it was impossible to let them escape so easily. You must understand, the flesh, scales, and bones of these creatures are extremely valuable resources. They didn't plan to stop all the exotic beasts trying to escape. After all, their current strength hadn't completely suppressed the enemy, and the chances of the enemy fleeing were very high. So, when those 8th tier exotic beasts almost simultaneously broke through the human front line and prepared to escape, the awakened exchanged knowing glances in the air and immediately concentrated all their power to lock onto 5 of the exotic beasts and launched an encirclement attack. As for the other fleeing exotic beasts, humans only made a token effort to block them, giving the impression of "we tried our best," but they couldn't stop them at all. Then, everyone quickly charged toward the 5 exotic beasts that had been surrounded. The 5 surrounded exotic beasts were cursing inwardly at this moment.
Damn it, why are you stopping me? Out of so many exotic beasts, you chose me. Did I step on something unlucky? Their anger wasn't without reason.
Among the 5 left behind, apart from one being in the late 8th tier, the others were all mid-8th tier.
In the fleeing group, there were plenty of other late 8th tier and early 8th tier powerhouses.
Yet, the humans neither went for the strongest nor the weakest but specifically targeted a few with average strength. Moreover, these 5 exotic beasts were top-notch when it came to escaping and survival, yet they were suddenly singled out.
No wonder they couldn't understand it. The reason for keeping these 5 beasts on the human side is actually quite simple.
First of all, the species of these 5 beasts are very rare, and their crystal cores are extremely valuable, significantly enhancing the survival ability of the recipient. Secondly, their fur and bones also have magical properties and are highly priced. Of course, these reasons were only thought of later when writing the report. In reality, there was no time to think much in the moment. After all, any beast that reaches the 8th tier is rare, and whose materials are inferior to others? The real reason for keeping these 5 beasts at the time was just one thing: they taste exceptionally good. These species are famously delicious in the secret realm, even though the beasts that were eaten weren't as strong as them. The stronger the beast, the more spiritual energy in its flesh and blood, and the better it tastes. At mid to low tiers, they already taste good, but after reaching the 8th tier, the flavor is simply unparalleled. Haven't caught them yet, but the humans watching are already drooling. At this moment, the 5 surrounded exotic beasts are facing a group of humans with drool at the corners of their mouths and eyes full of the desire to devour them as a meal. No, this is not just a metaphor, they truly want to eat them. The 5 exotic beasts, sensing that the humans see them as food, feel a mix of shame and anger, along with fear and despair. The instinct to survive drives them to use all their strength to break through the encirclement and escape. But deep down, they know this might really be the end for them. They are likely to end up on the dining table. This thought makes them even more panicked, struggling desperately. But the humans have already set up an inescapable trap, blocking all means of escape. Despite being powerful 8th tier exotic beasts, they are utterly helpless in this encirclement. Finally, under the relentless attacks of the crowd, the 5 exotic beasts let out their final cries of despair, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Even in death, they desperately keep their eyes open, as if trying to see the final outcome of this battle. Meanwhile, the other 4 exotic beasts battling Su Chang and Wei Mingyan also found themselves in a tough fight. The 4 8th tier exotic beasts at their peak, upon seeing the other beasts fleeing, began to display their unique abilities, breaking free from the 2's control and turning to flee. They had thought that escaping would require an all-out effort, possibly even at a cost, to break free from the 2. However, to their surprise, apart from the giant elephant referred to as the Elephant King by Su Chang, the other 3 peak 8th tier exotic beasts took advantage of the gaps in the 2's attacks to escape smoothly, without suffering the expected blows. When the first exotic beast fled, the 2 had already anticipated what would happen next, so they were not surprised by the actions of the 4 beasts. Without needing to exchange glances, they tacitly maintained a steady attack rhythm. Taking advantage of the 4 beasts' lack of attention, they quietly shortened the distance between the 2 battle zones. When the distance between them was close enough to attack each other's opponents, the 2 suddenly intensified their attacks, adopting a stance as if determined to stop the enemies from escaping, waiting for their teammates to arrive and join in the encirclement. Why not close the distance further? They weren't fools. Overly obvious movements would reveal their intentions, alerting the enemy and making them more cautious. The timing was perfect. Just as one of the 5 exotic beasts was completely killed, the 2 suddenly intensified their attacks, making the enemy think they were preparing to join forces with other awakeners for a siege. Faced with a life and death threat, the 4 exotic beasts naturally couldn't sit still. Taking advantage of the gap in the 2's attacks, the 4 beasts burst out with full force and turned to flee. As the 4 fleeing exotic beasts ran, the 2 didn't even bother to pretend to pursue them. They directly gave up on 3 of them, letting them escape, and focused all their firepower on the giant elephant. The reason for choosing the giant elephant was simple. Among so many 8th tier exotic beasts, it was the only one that attacked ordinary team members. If they had to pick a target to kill, Su Chang and his team didn't hesitate. This unruly guy was their first choice. Although the giant elephant was the strongest among the 4 8th tier peak exotic beasts, with its massive size and high defense making it the hardest to deal with, the two didn't hesitate and launched a full-force attack. The Elephant King originally thought Su Chang would block two exotic beasts at the same time. It believed it only needed to withstand half the attacks, relying on its size and defense, along with the easier-to-handle fox as cover, to easily escape the encirclement. Unexpectedly, from the moment it started moving, Su Chang had already marked its death. The instant it turned around, the two unleashed a long-prepared fatal strike that slammed into it, causing it to roar in pain. Roar, humans! The three escaped exotic beasts felt the preventive attack did not land on them and couldn't help but glance back at Su Chang and his companion. They saw the two launching a full-force attack on the Elephant King, heard its roar, and with their intelligence, immediately deduced the duo's plan. Clearly, they intended to abandon the pursuit of them and focus their firepower on taking down the Elephant King. However, understanding this did not mean they would return to save the Elephant King. On the contrary, they quickened their pace, sprinting toward the forest of no return. Although they had escaped from the duo's grasp, going back to save the Elephant King would likely provoke an attack. If they returned, and Su Chang and his companion found the Elephant King too difficult to kill, their target might shift to them, and their defenses were far inferior to the Elephant King's. Moreover, as the strongest exotic beast in the group, the Elephant King was not simple-minded. Abandoning the Beast King wouldn't matter much when facing humanity's high-level combat forces, as the strongest in the forest of no return were not the exotic beasts. Thus, the leader of this beast tide, the Elephant King, was mercilessly abandoned by everyone. It had originally led over 28th-tier exotic beasts. Majestic and imposing, it was contemplating how to dominate the world after conquering the human city. Yet now, it was left as a lone elephant, besieged by Su Chang and Wei Mingyan. The others nearby had already dealt with the remaining 4 8th-tier exotic beasts, and the 4 8th-tier awakeners were completely free to join the siege. The remaining peak 7th-tier awakeners could only watch the intense battle between the 6 people and the 1 elephant from afar. They were not slacking off. The Elephant King, seeing the 3 peak 8th-tier exotic beasts leave without hesitation, had long realized it had been abandoned. Burning with rage, the entire elephant went berserk. It unleashed all kinds of skills in a frenzy. Against the two's attacks, it directly ignored the weaker ones, charging forward to take them head-on, while forcibly blocking the stronger ones. For a moment, its combat style was exactly the same as Su Chang and the others' previous tactics. Although there wasn't a healing expert like Su Yan to back them up, this state couldn't last for too long. But undeniably, at this moment, the combat power unleashed by the Elephant King was extremely strong, so strong that the weaker awakened couldn't even get involved. During this time, some people tried to step in and help. However, as soon as they approached, the enraged Elephant King immediately treated them as primary attack targets. Although they dodged most of the attacks, the remaining force still sent them flying. Fortunately, it was this person who stepped forward. Although his previous healing effect had already been exhausted, the Siming Totem and Death Defiance hadn't been triggered yet, and he survived this blow thanks to these 2 skills. If it had been someone else without life-saving skills, they would have died long ago. By then, even the banquet would have been left for the remaining 8th-tier exotic beasts to devour. With this example, the others naturally didn't dare to step forward again. Although, under the blessing of the healing expert, they could contend with early-stage 8th-tier enemies, and with combined efforts, they could even take down their opponents. But when facing 8th-tier peak experts who have already comprehended part of 9th-tier power, they are still a group of rookies. Didn't you see the 4 8th-tier experts in this battle only playing a supporting role, desperately dodging skills? On the city wall, Su Yan watched the transmitted battle footage and already understood the outcome. He felt that he must take action to help accelerate the end of the battle. Thus, Su Yan rode Xianming and flew from the city wall toward the battlefield. Seeing Su Yan and Xianming descend from the sky, the people below respectfully bowed to Su Yan. Before Su Yan could speak, they tacitly made space for him to land. Su Yan landed, pointed to the fierce battlefield in the distance, and said to the crowd, "I'll guard this place. You go and help them wrap things up." Although there's no high-tier combat power, the battle is already decided. The sooner we finish this fight, the sooner we can go support the defenders at the west gate. Su Chang and the other 8th-tier experts were still locked in intense combat, too busy to give commands. As a key figure in this beast tide, everyone naturally obeyed Su Yan's orders. Previously, they were worried about Su Chang and the others encountering trouble, so they left some lightly injured personnel to guard this place, while the rest had already rushed into the battlefield to assist in the fight. Although it cannot change the tide of the battle, the life-saving skills remaining on Su Yan are enough to help Su Chang and the others block fatal damage. Now that Su Yan has arrived, everyone feels completely reassured. After all, They had witnessed his strength in the previous battles. Whether it was the life-saving effect of Dream return on him or the starlight and tides descending from the sky, both proved his power. If even Su Chang and the others' safety cannot be guaranteed, then the remaining people trapped here would be of no help. With a gesture from Su Yan, apart from the two strongest warriors with intact Dream return effects staying behind to guard, the others saluted Su Yan and quickly left to join the battle in the distance. At this moment, the battle between Su Chang and the Elephant King had entered a critical stage. Su Chang and Wei Mingyan endured the attacks and hatred of the Elephant King, while the other four focused on dealing damage. Although the Elephant King had extremely strong defenses, it still suffered serious injuries. The Elephant King's coarse and hoarse voice was filled with humiliation. As one of the strongest in the forest of no return, it had never been so subdued. But now, its body was growing weaker and weaker. Facing the relentless pursuit of humans, it had no choice but to set aside its pride and utter words that, in its eyes, resembled begging for mercy. Su Chang and the others didn't catch the Elephant King's intention to yield. They only knew that for it to say such things meant it was close to its limit. In other words, this big guy was about to collapse. The negotiation the Elephant King hoped for never came. Instead, the humans' attacks grew fiercer, accompanied by relentless taunts. "What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Accusing us of breaking the rules first, completely shameless. Let me tell you, this time we're really going to roast you." Listening to Su Chang and the others, the Elephant King was already angry, and now it was even more furious. But the situation was urgent, and its survival instinct forced it to suppress its anger. It spoke to Su Chang and the others in a forcibly calm tone. "With my current strength, trying to keep me here will come at a significant cost. If it comes to it, I can self-destruct. While I may not be able to take the two of you with me, I can ensure mutual destruction. Let me go, and I am willing to compensate for the losses caused by this beast tide and swear never to participate in battles again." Su Chang and the others caught the meaning behind its words and sneered. "Oh, begging for mercy now? Where was that fearless attitude from before? And now you want to threaten us?" In the past, when faced with the Elephant King's threats, they might have hesitated. After all, 8th-tier powerhouses were rare, and it wasn't worth risking everything. But now it was different. Seeing the Elephant King's threats, they instinctively glanced at Su Yan beside them, immediately feeling reassured and completely unfazed by the threats. Su Chang replied domineeringly, "Begging for mercy now? Too late. You broke the rules before, targeting the lower and middle ranks, and your death was already sealed. I will use your head to honor the fallen warriors." As soon as the words fell, the attacks became even fiercer. The Elephant King, who had still harbored a sliver of hope, thinking it could scare off the opponent with its strength and self-destruction, realized after hearing Su Chang's words that there was no room for negotiation. The humans would never let it go. It couldn't understand why Su Chang and the others were willing to endure such heavy losses just to eliminate it, even for those who, in its eyes, were as insignificant as ants. In despair, the Elephant King no longer conserved its strength and energy, unleashing its full power. Since the humans wouldn't spare it, it decided not to hold back either, preparing to fight with everything it had. Severely injured and nearing its end, the Elephant King decided to unleash its full power while it was still at its peak. If it was going to die, it would take a few down with it. Su Chang and his team saw the Elephant King concentrating all its energy into the crystal core in its head and immediately understood what it was planning. "Damn it, this guy is going to self-destruct. Get out of the way!" Su Chang shouted. Upon hearing the warning, the attackers instinctively retreated, putting some distance between themselves and the Elephant King. But no one moved too far away. Who knew if this was just a bluff? The Elephant King might be trying to scare them into running out of the blast range, then seize the opportunity to escape. The Elephant King saw Su Chang and his team's reaction and realized its little scheme had been exposed. However, it had more than just this trick up its sleeve. Was this really the end of its life? It was truly unwilling to accept such a fate. Bringing over 28th-tier mutant beasts to attack the city, it had thought that even if it couldn't take the city, it could still inflict significant damage on humanity. What was the result? The battle had just begun, and 5 avian-type exotic beasts were lost, completely losing air superiority. Then, a group of 7th-tier humans suddenly emerged from the enemy side. Although their strength was weaker than ours, their recovery ability was astonishing. Even after dying, they could quickly return to their peak state, forcibly dragging out the battle. The originally one-sided situation was turned around by these humans into a fight where the few battled the many. Soon, the team began to collapse, and even I was barely holding on. Is this what humans call healers? The humans on Blue Star are truly enviable.
I can see that I'm about to die. The only thing I can do now is to weaken the humans' combat power as much as possible. Don't think I didn't notice, when I threatened the humans earlier, several of them instinctively glanced in that direction. That little one with only 5th tier strength, who normally wouldn't even catch my eye, has an aura astonishingly similar to the starlight and tidal energy that descended from the sky earlier. This little one must be the human's healer. Weak in strength, yet capable of influencing an 8th tier battle. Humans truly are a blessed species. However, precisely because his strength is low, there is an opportunity to take him away together. This little guy must hold a significant position among humans. Killing him will surely cause humans even greater pain. Thinking this way, the Elephant King took advantage of the crowd's distraction and unleashed all the energy from the crystal core. Su Chang and the others confirmed it was about to self-destruct and began retreating quickly. The Elephant King seized the opportunity to accelerate towards Su Yan's direction. Su Chang and the others saw it charging over and immediately understood its intention, angrily cursing despicable, and regardless of the danger of the self-destruction, rushed towards Su Yan at full speed. Su Yan cannot be harmed, he must be rescued before the Elephant King reaches him. Previously, everyone was busy dealing with the Elephant King and didn't notice Su Yan's position, leaving a hidden danger. When the Elephant King self-destructed, everyone retreated, but there was still some distance from Su Yan. Although the Elephant King's speed was not as fast as Su Chang's, relying on its initiative and explosive energy, it rushed to Su Yan first, revealing a ferocious smile and giving no one a chance to react before directly self-destructing. When Su Yan saw the Elephant King appear in front of him, he knew something had gone wrong in the battle. Otherwise, the besieged Elephant King wouldn't have suddenly leaped in front of him. But even when facing the top-tier 8th-level Elephant King, Su Yan was fearless. He could sense Su Chang and the others' presence rapidly approaching. As long as he could withstand a few of the Elephant King's attacks, the rest would be up to them. Thinking of this, Su Yan made no unnecessary moves. Su Yan calmly said to Xian Ming beside him, "Xian Ming, activate the beast space, take all 3 of us inside, and then activate all defensive skills." As soon as the words were spoken, he didn't wait for the 2 guards to react. The 2 of them, with resolute expressions, were ready to sacrifice their lives to give Su Yan a chance to escape. Xian Ming had already swiftly swallowed the 3 of them into his turtle shell beast space. From here on, it all depended on Xian Ming. Su Yan was not worried about whether Xian Ming could withstand the attacks of the Elephant King. Xuanming's strength was already formidable. With Su Yan's breakthrough to the 5th tier, Xian Ming had also reached the peak of the 7th tier. Xuanming's powerful defensive capabilities were more than enough to easily block 8th tier attacks. Moreover, this was Su Yan's first time participating in a large-scale war in his true form, so he was particularly cautious about his own safety. Back on the city wall, he had already equipped Xianming with all auxiliary skills and activated excessive healing. The continuously stacking recovery spells had brought Xuanming's shield to an astonishing level. Coupled with Su Yan's high damage output, he thought to himself, isn't it just an 8th tier peak? Can you take me out in one hit? If not, then you won't have a chance. Su Yan had originally thought the Elephant King would use him as a threat to coerce Su City into letting it leave. He had long planned for Xianming to rely on his defense and taunting skills, working with Su City and the others to keep the Elephant King there. However, Su Yan did not expect that the Elephant King was well aware of the principle that villains who talk too much are doomed. As soon as it approached Su Yan, without any warning, it directly triggered its self-destruction skill. Fortunately, Su Yan remained vigilant, and with Xian Ming's innate strong defensive power, the excessive healing light shield successfully withstood the impact of the self-destruction. Otherwise, if the light shield broke and Xian Ming was severely injured, the dream return effect would have to be activated, resetting it directly to its optimal state. Elephant King? Whether there's a shield or not, I ultimately have to stay in my optimal state? Does my self-destruction amount to nothing? Now the Elephant King is completely done for due to its self-destruction. Otherwise, upon seeing this scene, it might have directly performed an Edo Tensei and given Su Yan a few more ruthless attacks. Su Chang and the others arrived late, just like the police in American dramas, only showing up after the plot had concluded. They endured the aftermath of the Elephant King's self-destruction, and the injuries on their bodies were more than all the previous battles combined. After clearing the flying dust, what they saw was a strange scene. Xian Ming floated quietly in mid-air, and the shattered light shield was rapidly repairing itself. When it saw its master, it even showed a friendly smile, somewhat simple and honest. Xian Ming was hit head-on by the Elephant King's self-destruction, but apart from the shield breaking, there was no damage at all. There wasn't even a scratch on the carapace.
This formed a stark contrast with Su Chang and the others, who were covered in wounds and looked extremely battered. Anyone unaware of the situation would instead think that Su Chang and his group were the ones who had endured the self-destruction head-on. After everyone rushed over, the danger had already passed, and Xianming opened its mouth to release Su Yan and the other two. Seeing Xianming unharmed, without even activating Hui Meng, and Su Yan and the other two hiding inside it, Su Chang and the others couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the Elephant King. It had exhausted all its efforts trying to perish together, but in the end, it only broke Xuanming's shield, not even scratching its surface, let alone harming Su Yan hiding inside. The Elephant King cursed angrily, I had #Yuan %#. Su Chang and the others, seeing the three and the turtle completely unscathed, were speechless. The desperate counterattack they had feared for so long couldn't even break the shield in front of Su Yan. Truly, this is really exciting. But now was not the time for idle chatter. After confirming Su Yan was unharmed, Su Chang and the others nodded in agreement and immediately charged into the battlefield below. They needed to end the battle here quickly to support Zhao Wu and the others. Originally, the 8th tier stronghold was defeated, and the human side suddenly received a large number of reinforcements. Facing a peak 7th tier opponent, the human side was already at a disadvantage, and the beasts had begun to show signs of collapse. Su Chang, carrying the momentum of just having slain the Elephant King, charged into the battlefield, completely shattering the beasts' morale. As soon as the beasts saw Su Chang and his group join the fight, they immediately scattered and fled for their lives. Since the human side still needed to support the western gate, they did not plan to completely annihilate the enemy. Instead, they launched a desperate assault, trying to take down as many beasts as possible, letting the rest escape. After the last beast was killed, Su Chang ordered 1/3 of the forces to stay behind and clean up the battlefield, to prevent a counterattack from the beasts, while the rest followed him swiftly toward the western gate. As for Su Yan, unlike Su Chang and the others who had to lead their subordinates to clean up the aftermath, he simply said a word to Su Chang, opened a portal, and instantly teleported to the city gate of the western city. Su Yan's aura had already been recorded by specialized instruments earlier, so when he teleported into the western city's command center this time, he encountered no spatial array obstacles and appeared directly and decisively in front of Zhao Wu. Although he encountered no obstacles along the way, Su Yan's sudden appearance still startled a few of Zhao Wu's guards. They instinctively drew their weapons and aimed them at Su Yan. Zhao Wu was stunned for a moment when he saw this, then quickly waved his hand to have them put away their weapons and return to their posts. He asked Su Yan, "Why are you here? Did something happen on the northern battlefield? Do you need my help?" Su Yan replied excitedly, "No, the battle at the north gate is over. We won. We killed more than a dozen 8th tier beasts on the other side, and the rest fled. Dad and the others are on their way to support us." Zhao Wu and the people around him were all stunned upon hearing this. After all, the two sides were evenly matched. The north gate only had 6 8th tier awakened, yet they managed to repel over 20 8th tier beasts and even kill more than a dozen? It was simply unbelievable. But Su Yan's identity was well known, and he had no reason to lie, especially since any falsehoods would be easily exposed. However, Zhao Wu couldn't help but confirm, "Are you telling the truth? You really killed more than a dozen 8th tier beasts, not just drove them away?" Su Yan wasn't offended and understood Zhao Wu's doubts, so he recounted the details of the battle at the north gate. After listening to Su Yan's explanation, Zhao Wu excitedly pulled him to the edge of the city wall and asked, "How is your recovery now? Has the restriction on your dream recall skill been lifted? Can it be used on others?" When Su Yan nodded, Zhao Wu became even more excited. "The recovery technique you used on us before allowed us to fight without worrying about energy consumption. With my support, the 7th tier warriors could reach the combat power of the 8th tier. However, we still can't reach the level of relentless fighting without concern for consumption like you. So, although we have the upper hand, the battle isn't over yet. The enemy has started to retreat, and we can't go all out to chase them. Now that you're here, and Su Cheng's reinforcements are almost here too, let's make a big move and completely trap the enemy here." After speaking, Wang Yu raised his hand, and a mental mark flew towards Su Yan. As it was about to land on him, it paused, waiting for Su Yan to reach out and take it. With the appearance of the mark, Su Yan felt a portion of his mental energy being drawn into an independent space, where there were several familiar presences. Immediately after, Wang Yu's voice suddenly echoed in Su Yan's mind. "This is my skill, mental space. It allows me to connect mentally with multiple people simultaneously for communication. Next, I will guide you with mental energy. You just need to apply the skill effects to the designated individuals as instructed." As soon as the words were spoken, numerous points of light appeared in Su Yan's eyes.
Through the feedback of his mental power, he knew that each point of light represented a person. With Zhao Wu's guidance, the subsequent operations were very simple. Following Zhao Wu's instructions, Su Yan first marked those
people with a sign of goodwill, then successively cast the combination of skills, restoration, dream recall, and death resistance. Those who were blessed by Su Yan had already been warned by Zhao Wu.
When Su Yan marked them with the sign of goodwill, they did not resist.
After feeling the effects of the skills on their bodies, they decisively unleashed their full strength.
Disregarding injuries and physical exhaustion, they directly engaged in a bloody fight with the enemy.
Originally, with Zhao Wu's support, the human side had already stabilized their position. This wave of outburst gave them a clear advantage. The battle, which had been in a stalemate, was suddenly disrupted by this wave of attacks. The opposing sides suffered heavy losses, with some even being directly killed. The survivors initially thought this was just a brief burst of energy, and that the other side would weaken afterward, giving them a chance to counterattack. But to their surprise, after the humans' full force outburst, they showed no signs of fatigue and immediately launched a new round of all-out attacks.
What cards do these humans have up their sleeves?
Just now, both sides were evenly matched and could maintain balance.
What's going on now?
If you had this level of combat power earlier, we would have retreated long ago. Before the enemy could think further, the humans' frenzied attacks had already landed on them, causing massive losses. The battlefield balance that was barely maintained was completely tipped in favor of the humans with Su Yan's arrival.
The high-level beasts began to consider retreating.
Retreating now could still reduce losses. Continuing to fight hard would not yield any benefits and would only lead to more deaths.
It's better to retreat early.
It's likely that the humans have concentrated most of their forces here, so the battle in the north should be much easier. Next, it depends on the situation in the Forest of No Return. The leader of the beasts in Sunset Canyon was very decisive.
As soon as the thought arose, they immediately ordered a retreat.
The high-level beasts, disregarding enemy attacks, gathered together, covering each other as they retreated toward Sunset Canyon. For a moment, humanity faced their retreat without an effective way to stop them. Just as they were about to escape the range of their pursuers, a massive wind blade carrying a strong aura flew in from the direction they were fleeing, blocking their path. Su Chang and their reinforcements arrived. As soon as Su Chang and the others reached the battlefield, Zhao Wu and Su Yan immediately bestowed various support skills upon them.
With their obstruction, the pursuers quickly caught up with this group of high-level exotic beasts.
What followed became simple. Su Chang and 6 other 8th-tier experts joined forces with the pursuers to besiege these exotic beasts, while the rest joined the main battlefield to clear out the lesser enemies. Under the joint assault, one by one, the giant exotic beasts fell from the sky, lifeless. In the end, apart from 4 8th-tier exotic beasts and a few adept at escaping, all others were eliminated. The victorious crowd quickly returned to the main battlefield and ended the beast tide as soon as possible. After this battle, the 8th-tier exotic beasts were either dead or had fled, leaving Su Yan with nothing more to do. Next came the task of cleaning up the battlefield and pursuing the remaining enemies, tasks that did not require his involvement. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, Su Chang, and others had to stay behind to command their subordinates and tally the casualties. Thus, in this bustling city, Su Yan once again became the idle person with nothing to do. He leisurely wandered around the city. 2 days later, Su Yan finally met the long-missed Su Chang and received an invitation from Zhao Wu through him. This time, they successfully repelled the simultaneous attack of 2 powerful forces. The enemy suffered heavy losses, and it was estimated that they would not be able to launch another beast tide for the next decade or so. Compared to previous wars, the casualties in this one were also the lowest. Such good news naturally deserves a proper celebration. Even better, they also gained a lot of rare high-grade ingredients during the battle. After discussing with Zhao Wu and others, Su Chang decided to host a grand banquet in the city, inviting all the heroes who participated in this battle to celebrate together. Su Chang was chosen to personally deliver the invitation to Su Yan, the hero who made significant contributions during the beast tide. Upon receiving the invitation, Su Yan was naturally very excited and readily agreed. That evening, Su Yan went with Su Chang and his wife to the city lord's mansion to attend the banquet. Those who could dine at the city lord's mansion were by no means ordinary people. Everyone knew Su Yan's identity and his significant contributions during the beast tide. For most people, this might be the only chance in their lifetime to speak with Su Yan up close, so they were particularly warm towards Su Chang's family. Due to his young age and his role as a healer, Su Yan could avoid paying attention to much idle chatter. However, Su Chang and his wife were not so fortunate. They had to stay there for a long time, inevitably surrounded by people, and even their wine glasses were never empty.
At the banquet, Su Yan also received his spoils of war from Zhao Wu. As a healer, Su Yan naturally had priority in the distribution of spoils. This time, his performance in battle was even more outstanding than Zhao Wu's. Zhao Wu deliberately yielded to him, making Su Yan the biggest winner in this distribution. He claimed 1/3 of the blood, flesh, and materials of the 8th-tier exotic beast. Various precious ingredients, scales, and bones filled his spatial ring. Su Yan also received more than half of the ordinary spoils from the battlefield, but he exchanged all of them for merit points and stored them in his identity token. In the following period, Su Chang and the others were busy handling various post-battle affairs, such as sorting out the belongings of fallen teammates and distributing pensions. They were running around everywhere and had no time to accompany Su Yan. Su Yan originally planned to take the opportunity to leave the city for training and exploration, but it was simply impossible now. The high-level combat forces in the city were all occupied with their own matters. Although Su Yan only needed to ask, and someone would surely be willing to protect him outside the city, his personality dictated that he wouldn't act so casually. Shen Ming is powerful and can protect Su Yan's safety, but Zhao Wu and the others would never let Su Yan venture out of the city alone. After all, news of the battle had already spread, and Su Yan's identity was known to various forces. Those beast forces would definitely try every means to cause trouble for Su Yan. Not to mention, as soon as the news broke, the 4 major beast forces immediately dispatched 8th-tier beast teams to track Su Yan's aura. Now, if Su Yan wants to leave the city, he would need to bring at least 5 or 6 8th-tier and 20 to 37th-tier awakened guards to barely ensure his safety. But in doing so, the so-called secret realm training would completely lose its essence. Bringing so many people for training, the opponents would see such a large formation and likely wouldn't dare to confront them head-on, choosing to flee instead. Thus, Su Yan's long-awaited secret realm adventure ended before it even began, all because of one battle. In the days that followed, Su Yan didn't plan to leave the city. He stayed in the city to accompany his parents, occasionally helping out as a doctor at the military hospital, living a relatively comfortable life. Just like that, a month passed quickly. Su Yan had just received a message from Wang Yu, saying that his time guarding the secret realm was up, and he had to return. He immediately found Su Chang and Su Qing to tell them that he was leaving and returning to Jiangnan University. The couple felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. After all, once Su Yan left, they didn't know how long it would be before they could see him again. Although reluctant, they didn't insist on him staying a few more days. They knew that Su Yan was exceptionally talented, and staying in the secret realm would only limit his growth. Going out to gain more experience and access more resources was the best arrangement for him. So, the couple reminded him to take good care of himself and not to take unnecessary risks. After that, Su Yan shared the news of his departure with Zhao Wu and the others. Following their suggestion, Su Chang and Su Qing invited the senior members of the secret realm and some awakened individuals who had collaborated with Su Yan to hold a farewell banquet for him. At the banquet, everyone expressed their respect and gratitude. Su Yan also received many gifts, some as tokens of appreciation and others as belated blessings from elders. All in all, this farewell banquet left Su Yan with a heart full of gratitude and blessings. Early the next morning, Su Yan quickly freshened up and headed to the restaurant with Xian Ming. Su Chang and Su Qing were already waiting, and the table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. The three happily finished their meal and then drove toward the secret realm's exit. The usually bustling city was unusually quiet today. There were hardly any people on the streets, and the shops that usually opened early were all closed. However, the three were immersed in the emotions of parting and didn't notice these anomalies. The car drove smoothly all the way and soon arrived at the secret realm's exit. It was then that they realized something was off. Apart from the soldiers who usually guarded the exit, there weren't many people. But now, the place was packed with people. When they saw their car, the crowd automatically made way. This scene left Su Yan momentarily stunned. Su Chang and Su Qing were also taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled and said to him, "Surprised? All these people are here for you. Being sent off by so many people is the highest honor for an official in ancient times. We've been here for so many years and have seen quite a few retired soldiers. Among those who enjoy this kind of treatment, there are very few as popular as you. Open the window and feel their enthusiasm." Only then did Su Yan come back to his senses. Thinking about Su Cheng's words, he felt both touched and a little embarrassed. He felt that he hadn't done much, with the most notable event being the Beast Tide. He was just one of the participants and never expected to receive such treatment. He rolled down the car window, and the sounds from outside immediately poured in. There were expressions of gratitude, blessings, and respect. The voices were chaotic yet sincere.
Various fruits and local specialties were handed into the car. Though not expensive, they were full of heartfelt intentions. Su Cheng drove very slowly, and by the time they reached the exit, the car was already piled high with items. This was after Su Yan had used his spatial ring to organize everything several times. They packed up their belongings and got off the vehicle. Zhao Wu and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them arrive, Zhao Wu quickly stepped forward and teased. "So, how is it? Are you satisfied with this farewell gift? This is a surprise specially prepared by those you have protected." Zhao Wu smiled as he looked at Su Yan. Su Yan responded with a wry smile, "I feel a bit overwhelmed. I didn't do much, yet I'm receiving such treatment." Zhao Wu's expression turned serious. "No, you've done a lot. Not to mention the hospital incident, your role during the Beast Tide was crucial. Ending the Beast Tide early with minimal losses is proof enough that you deserve this treatment." No one said much more, everything had already been expressed at yesterday's banquet. Everyone watched as Su Yan walked step by step toward the secret realm's exit and activated the teleportation array. As the teleportation array activated, the voices of the people who had been chatting unified. "Lord Su Yan, we wish you safety, success, and a bright future." Amid the blessings of the crowd, Su Yan was teleported out of the secret realm. Standing at the exit of the secret realm, with everyone's words still echoing in his ears, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Is this what it feels like to be recognized and respected by everyone? Not bad. Coming back to his senses, Su Yan opened several portals in succession, stepped through them, and directly teleported to the teleportation point in Jiangcheng. Ignoring the eager gazes around him, he put on a calm demeanor and walked straight into the teleportation hall. He showed his credentials to the staff and casually found a seat to sit down. As a healer, he had some privileges. After the previous group left, it was his turn to use the teleportation array. Following the instructions, he stepped into the teleportation array. As the light lit up, the familiar dizziness hit him, and he arrived at the teleportation point in the southern part of the city. Taking a few steps out of the teleportation point, he opened a portal and teleported to the entrance of Jiangnan University. The familiar gate and the security guard reminded him of the scene when he first came here. But this time, he didn't need Senior Wan Lei to pick him up. He showed his student ID to the guard and walked straight into Jiangnan University. Walking into the campus, seeing the familiar surroundings and students running all over the place, Su Yan, who had just returned, felt a surge of emotion. Before he could think further, a purple magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, startling him. After sensing the familiar aura within the magic circle, Su Yan calmed down, did not resist, and quietly waited for the circle to activate. He cooperated well, the magic circle activated smoothly, and with a flash of purple light, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in an office that felt both unfamiliar and familiar. The office was luxuriously decorated, and Su Yan recalled that this was the office where Wan Yu had been during their previous conversation. Wan Yu was sitting at the desk, quickly processing documents. Noticing Su Yan's arrival, Wan Yu put down his pen, looked up, and smiled. "You're back?" Those simple 3 words instantly dispelled the unfamiliarity of not seeing each other for over a month. Su Yan beamed, walked toward Wang Yu, and bowed slightly, saying, "Yes, teacher, I'm back." After that, the mentor and student began their familiar conversation. On one side, Su Yan enthusiastically recounted his experiences during this time, while on the other, Wang Yu listened quietly with a smile, occasionally pouring tea for him and offering suggestions and guidance. After hearing about Su Yan's experiences, especially the part about the beast tide in the final scene of the people's farewell, seeing Su Yan's expression of seeking praise, Wang Yu said to him in a very gentle tone, "This time during the secret realm journey, you performed excellently. Just now, Zhao Wu even specifically sent me a message to praise you. You've really made me proud in front of my old friends this time." Hearing Wang Yu's unreserved praise, Su Yan, who had initially looked like he was seeking compliments, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic and asked about the specific details and progress of the national competition. After all, he now carried the identity of a guaranteed participant in the national competition, and his recall from the secret realm this time was also because the national competition was about to begin. So, Su Yan wasn't just randomly finding a topic to divert attention, he genuinely wanted to know the latest news about the national competition. Wang Yu listened and didn't continue teasing him but instead smiled and explained. "While you were away, the online discussions about the competitions at various schools and academies have been absolutely on fire. This time, the national competition is of a special nature. To select participants, campus competitions were held. Even those geniuses who usually don't participate in school activities have all returned this time. There are also many previously unknown newcomers who suddenly showcased incredible strength. Even I didn't expect our school to have so many hidden talents. Wang Yu's words piqued Su Yan's curiosity. After all, he thought his previous teammates were already considered geniuses. Those who could be called geniuses must have strength that wouldn't be inferior to Lin Bing and the others. Su Yan looked on with curious eyes as Wang Yu continued to introduce the specifics of the Jiangnan University Academy competition. This academy competition, although students from freshman to senior year can sign up, the main participants are still the seniors, as they have trained the longest and are the strongest. This time, 10 members were selected for the school team. We originally thought that most of these 10 spots would be taken by the top 10 seniors, with at most Wan Lei, the dark horse, snatching one spot. The result was completely unexpected. The seniors did take 7 spots, but among these 7, only one was previously on the senior combat power rankings, while the others were relatively unknown students. Of the remaining 3 spots, 2 were taken by Wang Lei and the shield guard Lin Bing from his team, and the last one was claimed by a freshman. Wang Yu's words greatly piqued Su Yan's interest. This was a high-difficulty competition involving all the students in the school, and it was truly surprising that a freshman could make it onto the school team list. Seemingly noticing Su Yan's confusion, Wang Yu continued, "I won't go into detail about those 7 seniors, you probably don't know them. You'll naturally find out when the national competition begins. As for those 2 third-year students, one is Wang Lei, and the other is Lin Bing, the shield guard in your team. That freshman joined Jiangnan University after you left. He possesses dual light and dark attributes, with a 3rd-level talent, and is believed to have been taken as a disciple by a 9th-tier expert. Moreover, he obtained a special treasure in the secret realm, entering the university with peak 6th-tier strength and securing the last spot on the school team." After hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Yan was very surprised. He didn't know those 7 4th-year seniors, and the specifics would have to wait until the national competition began. Wang Lei securing a spot was a bit unexpected but still reasonable. After all, he was already 6th tier before, and with family support, getting a spot wasn't difficult. But Lin Bing taking another spot surprised Su Yan even more. When they parted ways before, Lin Bing was only at 5th tier strength. According to Wang Yu's description, that freshman is already at peak 6th tier. Feng Yi just got the last spot. To rank ahead of that freshman, his strength must be at least at the peak of the 6th tier or even the 7th tier. The gap is truly enormous. As for that freshman, reaching the peak of the 6th tier in less than half a year after awakening really makes one wonder if this is even normal. Su Yan suddenly understood the feeling Wang Lei and the others had when they looked at him. Wang Yu looked at Su Yan's complex expression after hearing the words and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Shocked to see someone reach the peak of the 6th tier in their first year? Feeling the pressure?" Su Yan didn't hide it and frankly nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that he did feel a bit of pressure. "That's right. I've always told myself not to be arrogant because of my talent, but having such thoughts in itself is a sign of confidence in my abilities. I've never denied that. I originally thought that having 5th tier strength as a freshman was already impressive among my peers. But I didn't expect someone at this age to reach the peak of the 6th tier. China is so vast, it's impossible that only Jiangnan University has such exceptions. Don't even mention it, there are several other schools with comparable strength to ours. In contrast, I spent over a month in the secret realm, and aside from that beast tide, I hardly fought at all. My strength only improved from the early stage of the 5th tier to the mid-stage. Honestly, I've been a bit lazy." Wang Yu felt quite satisfied hearing Su Yan openly admit his shortcomings. After all, not everyone can face their own inadequacies so honestly. Actually, with Su Yan's current strength, even if he casually said, "It's no big deal," Wang Yu could understand. Although the other party's level was slightly higher, in actual combat, he might not necessarily be stronger than Su Yan. However, upon hearing Su Yan say he only fought 1 battle in a month and spent the rest of the time playing, yet still managed to advance a small tier, Wang Yu's mood immediately soured. He glared at Su Yan and reminded him, "You can say this to me, but don't spread it around, or you might get yourself killed. Do you know how many people you'd offend by saying that? Forget others, even your own team members, those who fought with Xin Ming for a whole month just to advance from the early to mid-stage of the 5th tier. And here you are, only fighting once in a month, spending the rest of the time having fun, yet advancing at the same speed as them. If you say that out loud, do you know how many people would break down?" After finishing, seeing Su Yan's innocent and clueless expression, as if he didn't understand how he was showing off, Wang Yu could only shake his head helplessly. "Forget it, why am I even telling you this? With the speed at which your strength is improving now, keep training diligently. In 2 years, if anyone dares to provoke you, even if you have grudges, no one will dare to touch you. Su Yan nodded and said firmly, yes, teacher, I won't slack off anymore. I will work harder in my training and strive to catch up with those top peers of my age. Hearing Su Yan's resolute words, Wang Yu held his forehead, feeling both helpless and moved. At first, he was worried that Su Yan might have been spoiled by his parents over the past month and had become lax in his training. So he deliberately mentioned the freshman who had shone brightly this year, intending to use that person's strength to put pressure on Su Yan, making him realize that he had already been left behind by the top geniuses. Then, he planned to point out that Su Yan's true combat power was not limited to this, and compared to those who relied on external resources to enhance their strength, he needed time to settle and grow. This was to comfort him after feeling frustrated and to inspire his motivation to become stronger. This was his plan. All the preparations were done, and the comforting words had been written in advance. But Su Yan, this guy, seems to be born to play by his own rules. This time was no different, just like last time. I had clearly prepared an entire script for the conversation, even thought through his possible reactions and what I should say. In the end, Su Yan skipped all the explanations and comforting parts in the middle and went straight to the conclusion. Although the result was exactly what I hoped for, Su Yan pulled himself together, dismissed the idea of slacking off due to the overly warm interactions with his parents, and reignited his motivation to become stronger. It was already the most ideal outcome. But the process made Wang Yu feel a bit strange. However, since the goal was achieved, there was no need to lecture Su Yan about principles anymore. It would be meaningless. I waved my hand helplessly and said to Su Yan with my eyes open, "You've just been through so much, you must be exhausted. Go home and rest well, and get ready for the upcoming national competition." Su Yan used teleportation arrays and portals the entire time, and in the end, I even directly pulled him into the office with a teleportation formation. The total steps on his communicator didn't even add up to 1,000. Tired? He looked completely baffled. Looking at my serious expression, Su Yan could only agree, "Alright, I am indeed tired and need to go home to rest." Although he was still a bit curious, wondering why our previously harmonious father-son, master-disciple, relationship suddenly turned into me looking so exhausted and dismissively urging him to leave quickly. However, Su Yan didn't ask much. He gave me a bow, turned around, and walked out of the office. After confirming his location, he opened a portal and arrived at the front door of my villa. As he walked into the villa, he sent messages to me and others, informing us that he had returned from the secret realm. Then he went back to his room. The room was arranged just as it was when he left, without a speck of dust, clearly having been taken care of by someone. Lying on the bed, feeling the familiar atmosphere, a sense of peace suddenly surged in his heart, like a wanderer finally returning home. He didn't know when it started, but this place had already become the home in Su Yan's heart. Nothing special happened in the following days. Su Yan promised me he would work hard on his cultivation, and he truly did, spending most of his time in the training room. During this period, he also received a communication from Wang Lei and the others. Everyone was very happy that he was back, but unfortunately, they were not at school during this time. Wang Yu and Lin Bing had joined the school team and were taken by the coach for intensive training in preparation for the national competition. The other four, due to their average performance in the campus competition and failing to secure a spot, were taken home by their families for more rigorous training and self-reflection. Although the reasons for their absence from school were different, just hearing their tired voices during the call made it clear how tough their days had been. Time flew by, and soon the national competition was about to begin. In the secret realm, Su Yan, leveraging the abundant spiritual energy, broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th tier in strength and made significant progress at this level. After a period of hard work, he finally broke through to the late stage of the 5th level just before the national competition. After the breakthrough, he spent time consolidating his cultivation. At this moment, I sent a message: the national competition is about to start. Tomorrow, the school will gather all the participants for a meeting. I'll send you the location. Around 10 in the morning, Wang Yu reminded, "Remember not to be late, but don't be too early either. Just arrive on time." After receiving the message, Su Yan came out of the training room, returned to his room, and quickly tidied up his appearance, which he hadn't paid attention to during this period. Then, he comfortably lay back on the bed and took a nap. Early the next morning, Su Yan got up very early. After finishing breakfast, he activated the teleportation gate just before 10 o'clock and arrived at the address Wang Yu had given him. Wang Yu specifically reminded him not to arrive too early, mainly to highlight Su Yan's special status and to avoid making those who arrive later feel awkward. With a flash of light, Su Yan appeared in a small training ground. There were already quite a few people waiting on the field. Su Yan appeared directly by traversing space through a portal, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Don't think that Su Yan and Wang Yu rely on teleportation skills for their actions all the time. The presence of teleportation arrays in the city doesn't mean this skill is common. In fact, such spatial skills are extremely rare, with high difficulty in mastery and rarity. Su Yan's ability to master it is due to his exceptional talent in spatial and temporal attributes. The city's teleportation arrays merely reflect the nation's financial resources. Among ordinary geniuses, teleportation skills are still exceedingly rare. At least in this school team, no one else can use such space affinity skills. Thus, Su Yan's sudden appearance made everyone focus their gaze on him. People nearby whispered, thinking he seemed calm and mysterious. In the school team, a student who appeared mature lightly poked the arm of a younger companion beside him and whispered, "Wen Yuan, this should be the healer from your cohort, right? How's your relationship? Introduce me, I want to get closer to a healing expert." When Yuan heard this, rolled his eyes at him, and said nothing. Hey, what's with that look? If you have something to say, just say it." The people nearby were amused by the conversation, while that person looked a bit confused. At this moment, a girl in a blue tracksuit smiled and explained, when Wen Yuan enrolled, that healer had already gone to the Jiangqing secret realm and only recently returned. How could he possibly know him? Moreover, when healers join the school, they usually team up with juniors and seniors. Freshmen rarely have the chance to interact with them. If you want to make connections, you should look for Wang Lei and Lin Bing. Look, they're heading over to find someone now. She pointed in the direction of Wang Lei and Lin Bing, and only then did that person understand. When Wang Lei and Lin Bing saw Su Yan appear, they immediately walked over quickly with smiles on their faces. After more than a month apart, Wang Lei hadn't changed much, except his aura had become deeper and more intense. Lin Bing, however, shocked Su Yan. His height had directly surpassed 2 meters, his once thick black hair had become shiny and neat, and his presence was even stronger than Wang Lei's. If it weren't for Wang Lei's confirmation, along with his familiar voice and presence, Su Yan could hardly believe this was Lin Bing. Facing this 2-meter-tall hunk, Su Yan was a bit stunned and spoke without thinking, "Senior, what have you been through during this time? How did you end up like this? I always thought among you guys, Senior Wang Lei would be the first to go bald, but I didn't expect you to shave your head first. Also, what's the deal with your strength? If I'm not mistaken, your strength now is better than Lin Bing. Are you stronger than Wang Lei now?" Su Yan's barrage of questions came like bullets, and Lin Bing smiled as he replied, "I got lucky. I returned to the ancestral land earlier and was fortunate enough to inherit the power of my ancestors, which is why I turned out like this. You're not mistaken, I am indeed a bit stronger than Wang Lei now." Standing to the side, Wang Lei, hearing their conversation, was visibly displeased and interjected, "Hey, what do you mean I would go bald first? I'm handsome and dashing, how could I possibly go bald?" "Lin Bing, you just got lucky and won a few matches against me. How dare you say you're stronger than me?" Listening to Wang Lei's self-praise, Su Yan didn't dare to make a sound and hid behind Lin Bing, chuckling softly. Lin Bing had no intention of letting Wang Lei succeed and directly countered, "Since the academy competition began, you've lost to me 572 times. How could I possibly be better than you?" This immediately made Wang Lei explode, and he excitedly retorted, "How can it count as losing if an awakened loses? There are 5 standards for victory, don't forget those rules." He spoke with such confidence, as if he had already said it 572 times. Watching Wang Lei and Lin Bing chatting enthusiastically and joking around, completely unlike their previously aloof demeanor, Su Yan couldn't help but smile happily. The few people nearby, seeing this scene, couldn't hold back their thoughts and wanted to join in. After all, knowing a healer could never be a bad thing. Moreover, they were also members of the school team, and with big shots like Wang Lei and Lin Bing present, Su Yan was unlikely to refuse. With this in mind, the group mustered up their courage and walked toward Su Yan. Leading the way was the prematurely mature yet simple-hearted Sui. He walked up behind Wang Lei and gave his shoulder a heavy pat to get his attention. "Lei Ji, seeing how much fun you're having chatting, why not introduce us?" Wang Lei, startled by the pat, turned around to see his teammates behind him and finally came back to his senses. He had been so excited to see Su Yan earlier that he almost forgot his teammates were there. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Wang Lei smiled helplessly. He was well aware of everyone's thoughts. They wanted to use his connection with Su Yan to seek help through this relationship in the future. After all, they had endured hardships together under the Devil Coach, forging deep bonds. So he didn't directly refuse but quietly used voice transmission to tell Su Yan about everyone's thoughts and requests, leaving the decision to him. After listening, Su Yan didn't say much. He directly and generously walked up to everyone and said, "Hello, seniors, I am Su Yan." Hearing him take the initiative to greet them, everyone immediately became excited and responded one after another.
Hello, Junior, I am Sui. Nice to meet you. Hello, Junior, I am Wang Yuan.
Everyone still cast grateful glances at Wang Lei. After all, his voice transmission just now was not exactly a secret. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while and shared their contact information. At this moment, a purple light suddenly appeared in the center of the venue, drawing everyone's attention. With a flash of light, Wang Yu stepped out. He briefly greeted the school team coach and the leaders, then signaled Su Yan to come over. Su Yan gave everyone an apologetic smile and quickly walked to Wang Yu's side. Under Wang Yu's introduction, he greeted the leaders. As the only guaranteed admission candidate in this national competition, Wang Yu's disciple, and the only person selected in recent years by Su Yan, he attracted everyone's attention. As a healer, the leaders treated Su Yan with exceptional kindness, showering him with compliments as if they cost nothing. With Wang Yu's arrival, everyone attending the motivational meeting was present, and the meeting officially began.
Wang Lei and his group, led by the staff, came to the stage and waited to go on.
Su Yan did not follow them but was pulled by Wang Yu to sit in the middle of the leadership seats. The host invited the leaders to speak one after another, followed by Wang Yu and others going on stage to receive the rewards for this campus competition. It is worth mentioning that Su Yan, as a participant, also received a share, and it seemed to be the largest one.
Then, the school team coach went on stage to speak.
This coach was Su Yan's old acquaintance from when he was completing tasks at school, Gung Sushuan, who had a peculiar temper but formidable strength. As soon as she took the stage, the atmosphere of the entire mobilization meeting immediately changed. Wang Lei and his group had been standing quite relaxed, but the moment Gung Sushuan appeared, their muscles instantly tensed up, as if they were about to face a fierce beast. Her speech was neither lengthy nor filled with encouragement or blessings. Su Yan summarized it briefly: the national competition must be approached with full effort, don't embarrass yourselves, don't underestimate the opponents, and if defeated, bear the consequences. In just a few words, the impact was far greater than the previous leader's encouragement. After Gung Sushuan finished speaking, Wang Lei and the others seemed like they had been revitalized, brimming with energy and ready to face the national competition. At the end of the mobilization meeting, the leaders wanted Wang Yu to bring Su Yan on stage to say a few words, but both politely declined. As compensation, Wang Yu released the blessing of the stars, scattering starlight across the venue to help everyone recover from the physical and mental toll of Gung Sushuan's intense training. After the mobilization meeting ended, everyone quickly and orderly left to continue their training. After all, Wang Yu's blessing of the stars could enhance the effects of cultivation, and no one wanted to waste this valuable time. Su Yan and Wang Yu returned to the villa together. After returning to the villa, Su Yan asked Wang Yu, "Teacher, this national competition doesn't seem to have much to do with me.
Why did I come back so early?"
Wang Yu smiled and said, "Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. Although you've already been guaranteed admission, theoretically, you just need to wait for the list to be announced. But after some discussion, we decided that you still need to showcase your abilities in front of everyone. So for this competition, you have your own task to treat those severely injured contestants."
Su Yan nodded to show his understanding. Not long after, Wang Yu sent the detailed information about the national competition to Su Yan, asked him to prepare well, and then left.
After Wang Yu left, Su Yan returned to the room, opened the communicator, and carefully reviewed the details of the national competition. This competition is divided into two stages: the regional qualifiers in 8 major areas and the main competition. The qualifiers will select the top 8 teams from each region. The competition includes 3 1v1 matches, a 3v3 arena match, and the final match. The final match is a 5v5 team competition. Apart from the final team match, where a victory directly earns 5 points, in the previous 1v1 and arena matches, each defeated
opponent earns 1 point.
Ultimately, only the 8 schools with the highest scores in each region can advance to the main competition. Additionally, there is an individual competition with completely random opponent pairings, where half of the participants are eliminated each round until the final champion is determined. Similarly, 8 individuals from each region will advance to the main competition. After reading this information, Su Yan put away the communicator and continued to focus on cultivation. Until Wang Lei sent a message telling him that the regional qualifiers had started, Su Yan finally left the training room. He didn't come out because he had previously promised Wang Yu to help with treatment, as Wang Yu had told him that he only needed to handle the treatment of severely injured players during the main competition, and his assistance wasn't required for the regional qualifiers.
This time, he came out because Wang Lei and the others invited him to watch the qualifiers on site and cheer for the team. As the highest-ranked school in the Southern Division, Jiangnan University naturally enjoyed certain privileges. This time, the qualifiers were held at Jiangnan Arena in South City. After accepting the invitation, on the morning of the qualifiers, Su Yan opened a portal and arrived directly at the entrance of the arena. He sent a message to Wang Lei, telling him that he had arrived. Not long after, Wang Lei came out of the arena, quickly approached Su Yan, and led him into the players' backstage area. The other members of Jiangnan University's school team were also very happy to see Su Yan. Although everyone knew that Su Yan had already been selected for the national team and didn't need to participate in the matches or play, his name was indeed on the school team roster. With Su Yan around, the team members felt particularly reassured. Originally, they planned to use the substitute lineup for the preliminary matches and switch to the main players when facing strong opponents. Supplementary setting, Wang Lei led 10 main players and 5 substitutes. With Wang Yu's status, remembering the main players was already good enough, he couldn't recall the substitutes who rarely played. But seeing Su Yan arrive, everyone disregarded their previous fear of Geng Suxuan and rushed to her, strongly requesting to play and showcase their skills in front of Su Yan. Generally speaking, Geng Suxuan wouldn't agree. After all, the preliminary matches were meant to keep things under wraps, and hastily revealing the main players wasn't a wise choice. However, because of a certain man named Wang Yu, Geng Suxuan had a special perspective on Su Yan. Knowing that Su Yan would watch the entire match, she didn't reject outright as everyone expected, nor did she directly agree. Instead, she handed over the decision-making power for the lineup to the team members themselves. This is equivalent to tacitly agreeing to their request. Although the team members were a bit puzzled as to why Geng Suxuan was so agreeable today, they were too happy to overthink it. Geng Suxuan watched everyone vying for a spot on the team, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He quietly observed Su Yan without saying a word. With Wang Yu's current strength, Geng Suxuan figured there would no longer be any intersection between them. To understand the obsession he had with Wang Yu back then, not emotional, but the feeling of being suppressed by someone who didn't even regard you as worth noticing. He could only place it on Su Yan, Wang Yu's disciple. Failing to catch up with Wang Yu didn't matter, at least he could assert his presence through Su Yan's growth. Wang Yu and his team were happy, but their opponents, Rongqing University, were not so pleased. Drawing Jiangnan University in the first match made them feel particularly uncomfortable. Although their school ranked high in the Southern Division, the gap compared to the big brother Jiangnan University was significant and incomparable. The opposing coach has always been very experienced, familiar with Geng Suxuan's personality, and spent considerable effort studying countermeasures. With improved strength and accumulated experience, he boldly speculated that Jiangnan University would field their full main lineup, aiming to catch them off guard and score as many points as possible. This year's national competition has seen an unusual number of hidden geniuses emerge, and their school also has quite a few promising talents. If Wang Lei and the others still relied on one or two main players leading a few substitutes like before, facing Jiangnan University's full main lineup, they might truly be caught off guard and even lose the match. However, Su Yan's unexpected addition completely disrupted the opponent's plans. At the start, Wang Yu, Su Yi, and Wen Yuan took the stage consecutively, scoring 3 points in a row, with Jiangnan University riding a wave of momentum. It was only then that the opposing coach realized they had no intention of giving them even a single point. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and mutter, "Who said Geng Suxuan isn't smart and only knows brute force? She has a knack for training students and doesn't follow the old routines when assigning players. She even managed to see through all my trump cards. So all those rumors before were deliberately spread by her to deceive me. This woman is truly cunning." Geng Suxuan, who had always been labeled as someone who only acts without thinking, completely changed everyone's perception in this match. With the full main lineup in play, Jiangnan University won the match with an overwhelming 11 o'clock advantage, rendering the opposing coach's painstakingly devised strategies completely useless. With Su Yan as an external morale booster, the school team's spirits soared, and every subsequent match ended in a crushing 11 o'clock sweep. Before two-thirds of the preliminary rounds were even completed, Jiangnan University had already secured the top spot. South City, Jiangnan Arena. Qinghe Academy has lost all combat ability. Jiangnan University wins with a score of 11 o'clock. The referee announced the match result. Jiangnan University concluded the preliminary round with an undefeated record, successfully advancing to the national competition. Although the result was expected, actually winning still brought excitement. As soon as the 5 main players stepped off the field,
they were surrounded by teammates celebrating. Su Yan walked over with everyone and saw that although the 5 were injured and exhausted, their eyes were filled with joy. He smiled and cast a recovery spell, 5 gentle beams of light falling on them, earning grateful looks in return. After a brief celebration, everyone returned to school to start adjusting. After all, this was just the preliminary round. No one thought there was anything to be proud of in Jiangnan University taking first place. The main competition was the real test. Everyone knew they had to take this time to recover well, improve their strength, and strive to perform their best in the main competition to achieve the highest honor. Just as everyone was preparing for the main competition, Su Yan received a message from Zhang Wenhua, the logistics manager of the national competition. Zhang Wenhua first praised Su Yan's skills and then informed him that the main competition was about to begin, requiring him to head to the competition venue Modu early to familiarize himself with the process. After confirming the identity of the caller, Su Yan sent messages to Wang Yu, Wang Lei, and others, informing them that he would head to Modu in advance to make preparations. After the matter was settled, amidst everyone's farewell, Su Yan stepped onto the teleportation array, left Nanchang, and arrived in Modu. Modu truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most important cities in Huaguo. Unlike the tense and serious atmosphere of Jiangchang or the strong academic vibe of Nanchang, Su Yan's first impression of Modu was prosperity. The commerce and economy here were highly developed, and the number of people coming and going was several times that of Jiangchang and Nanchang. As soon as Su Yan appeared wearing the healer's robe, he became the center of attention. After all, despite the bustling crowds in Modu, genuine healers were still a rare sight. Just as everyone was still processing the scene, a uniformed staff member approached Su Yan and politely said, "Hello, Mr. Su Yan." Su Yan looked at the man in front of him, somewhat puzzled, because he didn't know him at all. The staff member seemed to notice his confusion and cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Feng Chu, responsible for the logistics work of this national competition. This is my work ID. I was instructed by Minister Zhang to pick you up and take you to the logistics department. Minister Zhang should have already sent you a message, you can check it." Su Yan nodded, took out his communicator, and checked. Sure enough, the message from Zhang Wenhua included Feng Chu's photo and introduction. After confirming everything was correct, Su Yan followed Feng Chu away from the teleportation point and took a car to a hotel. Zhang Wenhua was already waiting at the hotel entrance. When Su Yan got out of the car and saw him, Zhang Wenhua quickly walked up to him and greeted him warmly. The two chatted briefly at the hotel entrance before Zhang Wenhua led Su Yan to a conference room on the top floor of the hotel. After sitting down, Zhang Wenhua first talked about the accommodation arrangements. "We have purchased this hotel, thoroughly cleaned it, and ensured it is completely safe. It has been specially prepared as the residence for the participants of this national competition. We have arranged an entire floor for you as your residence. Of course, if you prefer to stay elsewhere, that's fine too. We will always keep the room reserved for you." Then, he turned to the specific arrangements for the competition. This national tournament has many participating academies, and the early stages are tightly scheduled, with 2 matches per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. You'll be quite busy. After the quarterfinals, the pace will ease up a bit. And there's your treatment task this time. Because of the special nature of this competition, the rules have been relaxed significantly, making the competition even more intense. Su Yan asked curiously, "Intense? How exactly is it intense?" Zhang Wenhua explained, "This tournament has a significant investment. Not only have they invited you to treat severely injured participants, but there's also a healer with resurrection abilities working behind the scenes, responsible for reviving players who die during the matches. The competition doesn't require participants to hold back, so their moves will be ruthless. Your task will be more challenging, so you need to be mentally prepared." After hearing all this, Su Yan was shocked. It seems this global tournament is truly extraordinary. Just the domestic team selection is such a grand affair, and there's even a resurrection healer involved. Although theoretically, every healer could potentially learn resurrection skills, only those at least at the 7th or 8th tier could withstand the immense consumption and backlash brought by resurrection. Among these experts, less than 1/10 can truly master the core of the resurrection skill. The national competition's main event hasn't even started yet, but just hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, Su Yan already understood that this competition is absolutely extraordinary. The number of people who die will definitely not be just 1 or 2. There won't be many healers capable of supporting so many resurrections, and they are all top-tier figures, at least at the level of personal mentors to handle it. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but ask, "You wouldn't have invited Senior G over, would you?" Zhang Wenhua smiled and shook his head, saying, "That's not likely. Senior G is a tier 10 healer, usually stationed at the Seoul Sanctuary.
For such a small-scale competition, he wouldn't personally take action. As for who specifically is coming, we haven't met them yet. We only know it's a Tier 9 titled expert. Hearing this, Su Yen understood as well.
To a Tier 10 expert, this competition is indeed child's play, not worth their personal involvement. However, being able to send a 9th-tier healer is enough to show the importance of this national competition. Zhang Wenhua continued to explain the competition rules. Although there is resurrection, for fairness, resurrected players are considered as having been eliminated and will be banned for 2 matches before they can participate again.
The healing rules on your side are similar. If an injured player comes to you for treatment, they are considered out for the current match and must wait until the next match to participate. During the competition, we will set up a treatment station for you on the sidelines, which is a pretty good spot. You can just sit there and watch the matches. If you encounter a seriously injured player, there's no need to rush to treat them. Wait until the injured player or their coach requests it before taking action. If they miss the treatment window and die, it can only be said that they didn't seize the opportunity. Anyway, the resources for this competition are sufficient, and resurrecting a few more people is not a problem. After finishing, Zhang Wenhua confirmed that Su Yen had remembered everything and then let him go back to rest and wait for further notice. If there's anything, you can contact the hotel staff or message him directly. Afterward, Zhang Wenhua hurriedly left. As the logistics manager for this national competition, he still had many things to handle. After seeing Zhang Wenhua off, Su Yen used the room card he was given and went to the floor specifically assigned to him. This floor had several rooms, a training ground, an entertainment room, a lounge, and a cultivation room, all looking very luxurious. The staff said that this entire floor belonged to Su Yen, and apart from cleaning and service personnel, no one could access it without a special elevator card. Su Yen casually chose a room as his residence, released Xin Ming, asked for its opinion, and then let it play in the entertainment room. Afterward, he left the hotel, planning to explore the Magic City before work began. A week passed quickly. During this time, apart from receiving messages from Zhang Wenhua, visiting the Magic City arena to inspect the treatment points, giving some suggestions, and conducting a few rehearsals, Su Yen spent the rest of the time wandering around various places in the Magic City. With the help of the portal, he almost toured all the attractions in the Magic City. During this period, teams from various places arrived in the Magic City one after another and checked into the hotel where Su Yen was staying. When the Jiangnan University team arrived, Su Yen even made a special effort to meet them. However, their treatment at the hotel was much worse than Su Yen's. Each person had their own room and a dedicated conference room, but the training ground was small and had to be shared with players from other schools. Everyone envied and was jealous of Su Yen being able to occupy an entire floor, but no one dared to suggest moving in or borrowing the training ground. This year's national competition, under the deliberate hype of some individuals, saw its popularity soar. The official organizers even created a promotional video using highlights from the preliminary matches, attracting significant attention. After its release, the popularity skyrocketed uncontrollably. The internet was flooded with discussions about the national competition, including ranking predictions, combat power analyses, and lineup reviews, overwhelming and countless. National competition ranking predictions. Top commentators provide comprehensive analysis of each school's lineup. Modi University is guaranteed to take first place, challenge us if you disagree. Stop joking upstairs, the first place is definitely Beijing University. Can this year's dark horse break the monopoly of the 3 major universities on the championship? Various analysis posts and provocative posts are emerging one after another, and netizens are fervently discussing the topic. Among all the hot topics, the 3 top universities, Modi University, Jingcheng University, and Jiangnan University, are mentioned the most. Most people believe that the championship will undoubtedly be won by one of these 3 schools. The reason is simple: the lineups of these 3 universities are unbelievably strong. The star players from other schools, based on their performance in the preliminaries, can't even rank in the top 5 of these 3 powerhouses. Aside from the rankings, what is most shocking is that the overall strength of this year's participants is significantly higher than in previous years. In the past, most participants were 2nd and 3rd year students, with their strength generally at the 3rd or 4th tier. A 5th tier player would already be considered the ace of the team. This year, however, with the addition of 1st year and 4th year students, the overall strength has skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Players who were considered aces at the 5th tier in previous years are now at the bottom of the rankings in this year's competition, at best, serving as substitutes. 6th tier players have become the standard combat force,
and almost every school has 1 or 2 7th-tier players. The combat power settings are slightly adjusted here.
Because this competition is quite special, all schools have used some
quick fix methods, and further time will be needed to make up for it. There won't be any significant leaps in strength. Seeing the strength analysis of each school's lineup, netizens were incredulous.
What's going on? Is it reasonable? Is it even legal for someone this young to be this strong?
I'm in my 30s and still stuck at the 5th tier.
I guess I'm just a failure. So this is what a genius looks like? It's really making me question my life. However, these online comments had little impact on the contestants.
According to Su Yan, after Wang Lei and the others arrived in Shanghai, their communicators were confiscated by Geng
Su Xuan. Unless there was an emergency, they wouldn't be able to use them until the national competition was over.
So, they were completely unaware of the online gossip. At this moment, under Su Yan's support, they were training with full effort, without worrying about physical strain. Soon, the day of the opening ceremony arrived, and all the participating teams gathered at the Magic City Arena. Compared to the preliminaries, the main competition garnered significantly more attention.
On the day of the opening ceremony alone, the Magic City Arena was packed to capacity, and the online livestream attracted millions of viewers.
Before the opening ceremony began, 3 specially invited top-tier commentators bantered with each other in
the studio, livening up the atmosphere. The livestream audience also started engaging in heated discussions.
The organizers of this competition are really loaded.
Just inviting 3 top-tier commentators is already shocking. Usually,
for a national competition, having just one of them would be enough to hold the fort, but today, all 3 are here. Exactly, this time the host is Magic City, and the competitors are insanely strong, with combat levels often reaching the 6th or 7th tier.
If
they brought in commentators who only understand the 4th or 5th tier, or even lower, they wouldn't be able to provide any insightful commentary.
Yeah, these 3 aren't just top-tier commentators, they're also high-level awakeners themselves.
They can understand and explain the combat details clearly, making the livestream much more exciting to watch.
Finally, the clock struck 10 o'clock, and the opening ceremony officially began.
As the music shifted, a male and a female host leapt onto the stage, drawing the attention of the entire audience. The female host said with a smile, "Hello everyone, welcome to this competition.
I am your host, Yi." The male host continued, "I am An Yang." The two shouted together, "Welcome to the Magic City Arena to witness the annual event for university students nationwide." Yi continued to introduce, "Top contestants from across the country have gathered here. They will compete fiercely to claim the ultimate championship."
An Yang added, 64 prestigious schools, nearly 1,000 contestants competing on the same stage.
Who will take the crown? Let's wait and see. The two announced in unison, the national competition officially begins. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the arena. After the hosts left the stage, the opening performance immediately followed. This is an era of spiritual energy revival and the rise of the awakened, making performances anything but simple. Spectacular scenes that once relied on special effects are now vividly displayed with elemental energy.
The guest performers for this opening show are not only immensely popular but also extraordinarily skilled.
Their dazzling performance captivated the audience, igniting an electrifying atmosphere on site.
At the conclusion of the opening ceremony, highlights of the contestants were showcased. Each young figure demonstrated strength far beyond their age, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Whether it's the guest performers or the contestants, this year's national competition boasts the highest standards in over a decade.
After the performance, the intense drawing of lots began. 64 universities will be divided into 8 groups.
The top teams from each region will not be placed in the same group, while the other teams will be randomly assigned. Team coaches took turns drawing lots on stage, and as the host announced the results, the groupings gradually became clear. Groups 1, 5, and 7, which include the 3 powerhouse teams from Jiangnan, Jingcheng, and Modu, are dubbed the groups of death, and no one wants to end up in them.
The contestants silently prayed in their hearts not to be drawn into these few groups.
When the results were announced, those who avoided the group of death smiled, while the unlucky ones who entered it looked grim.
Although winning the championship depends on strength, luck is also crucial. The teams from the 3 strongest groups will
inevitably face each other sooner or later. Meeting early means an early challenge, meeting later allows for better preparation. Moreover, encountering them later, even if defeated, can still result in a better ranking and more resources. This lively opening ceremony concluded amidst the contestants' excitement and nervousness.
Everyone returned to the hotel to prepare for the battles of the next day. The next day, at the Magic City Arena, The host passionately announced, "Welcome everyone to the Magic City Arena. Now, let's welcome the teams for the opening match of the national competition." First to take the stage is the fifth-place team from the Northern Division qualifiers, Bay University. Accompanied by applause, the contestants from Bay University took the stage one by one, standing on the left side of the arena. Their opponents are the champions of the Southern Division, Jiangnan University, who entered the main competition with an undefeated record. The contestants from Jiangnan University followed, taking their place on the right side of the arena. Compared to Bay University, Jiangnan University exuded a stronger aura, dominating the atmosphere. The applause and cheers from the audience were even more enthusiastic than before. Online comments were almost entirely one-sided, with voices supporting Bay University nearly drowned out by a flood of bullet comments. Bay University is so unlucky. First, they ended up in the group of death, and now in the opening match, they face the strongest opponent. It's like digging their own grave. The first to be eliminated will definitely be Bay. They just got here, and now they'll have to go home in a few days. So pitiful. This match is a no-brainer. Just push to the right side and it's a win. If the left side wins, I'll livestream myself eating crap. After the match ended, the atmosphere at Bay University was very gloomy. After all, they faced the strongest opponent in the first round, and they were only at a mid to lower level in the Northern Division. Facing Jiangnan University, everyone's mood was naturally bad. The coach of Bay University saw the students' dejection. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he also understood that with their strength, the chances of defeating Jiangnan University were slim. However, he knew he couldn't let the students give up right from the start. He had to give them some confidence. He cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention and said loudly, "I know you all feel hopeless now, thinking Jiangnan University is too strong and that we can't possibly win. But are you willing to let the opponent win easily? After the match, when people talk about us, they'll just say, Bay University was no match at all. Is that what you want?" These young people, after all, were still young. Hearing the coach's words, their sense of pride was stirred, and the atmosphere was no longer as heavy. Seeing the positive effect, the coach continued to encourage them. "Maybe we can't win, but at least we need to show Bay's spirit and let the opponent know we're not pushovers who can be easily defeated. Go all out. In this national competition, injuries can be treated by doctors, and even death can be revived. What are you afraid of? As for being disqualified or banned, we're not even sure if we can make it to the next match, so there's nothing to worry about. It's the opponents who should be scared. If we can take out one or two of them, they'll be much harder to deal with in the next round." The coach's words reignited the previously low morale of Bay University. That's right, since everyone thinks the chances of winning are slim, why not give it our all? Even if we lose, we should play in our own style and let the opponents know that Bay is not so easily defeated. Moreover, the coach is right. This competition offers opportunities for treatment and revival, so there's no need to worry about injuries or life-threatening risks. We can fight boldly and might even surpass our limits. Thinking of this, everyone's fighting spirit grew even stronger. The audience outside the arena saw their fearlessness against strong opponents and applauded and cheered for them. In the live broadcast, the previously one-sided support for Jiangnan University began to see more comments supporting Bay. To be honest, I admire their mindset. If I encountered Jiangnan University, I would have given up long ago. That's why they can participate in the national competition, while you can only watch the live stream at home. Players on the left, go for it. Take down those big villains on the right. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The commentators started introducing the players from both sides. This is the first match between Jiangnan University and Bay University. Bay University has sent out Chun Chu, an early-stage 6th-tier fire element player. A warrior's combat style, just like their element, is violent and swift. Jiangnan University has sent out player Wen Yuan. He is one of the youngest participants in this national competition, only 16 years old. He just awakened this year and possesses the rare dual-element attribute of light and darkness. He is currently a freshman at Jiangnan University. Don't be fooled by his young age, his strength has already reached the peak of the 6th tier. Having peak 6th tier strength at 16 really makes one feel like they've wasted their years. The audience in the venue and the livestream viewers were astonished upon hearing about Wen Yuan's age and strength. After all, he had awakened for less than a year, yet his abilities had already surpassed heights that many could not achieve in a lifetime. On the stage, the two contestants were introduced by the commentator, and the match had begun. Wen Yuan, as usual, executed a continuous combo. First,
He used endless light to force his opponent to focus on him, then followed up with radiant flash to blind them, and finally launched a dark orb attack. This combo was something Wang Yuan had honed during the preliminary rounds. The combination of blinding and the dark orb attack often inflicted heavy damage on opponents right at the start, laying the groundwork for an advantageous battle. Even if the dark orb was dodged, during the time the opponent spent evading and recovering from the blinding effect, Wang Yuan could charge up even more powerful skills. However, unlike others who panicked and froze in place after being blinded or clumsily dodged based on sound, Chen Shu did not react in such a way to Wang Yuan's combo. This was because Mabei University had already studied Jiangnan University's preliminary match footage before the competition and was well aware of Wang Yuan's combo techniques. When Wang Yuan activated Endless Light, Chen Shu immediately used the locking skill he had just learned the day before. Although he was not yet proficient, he successfully locked onto Wang Yuan and then unleashed his full power, charging toward him at maximum speed. Wang Yuan was not flustered after being locked down, as he had encountered similar situations during the preliminary matches before. However, while the opponent could lock him down, they couldn't restrain his skills. He continuously unleashed orbs and light arrows, whistling through the air as they attacked Chen Shu, forcing him to dodge. But Chen Shu chose a path that seemed utterly reckless to Wang Yuan, ignoring all attacks, tightly protecting his vital areas, and charging desperately toward Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had only recently awakened, and most of his battles had been more restrained. He had never encountered such a desperate fighting style before, which left him momentarily flustered and allowed Chen Shu to close the distance. As soon as Chen Shu got close, he mercilessly used his berserk skills to fiercely attack Wang Yuan's critical areas, leaving Wang Yuan, who was experiencing this for the first time, scrambling to respond. However, Wang Yuan was stronger. Thanks to Geng Suxuan's rigorous training, he quickly regained his composure after the initial panic and began to counterattack. Although Geng Suxuan had mentioned before the competition that the rules for this national tournament had become more brutal, Wang Yuan's lack of experience left him unprepared. When attacking, he tried to avoid Chen Shu's vital areas, and compared to Chen Shu's all-out, life-or-death style, Wang Yuan's approach seemed somewhat hesitant. Under the oppressive momentum of Chen Shu's relentless attacks, Wang Yuan was momentarily forced into a passive position. However, relying on his strength and talent, Wang Yuan gradually adapted to Chen Shu's rhythm and regained control of the battle. Feeling the pain from his wounds, Wang Yuan's expression grew increasingly stern. After such a prolonged fight, he became acutely aware that his opponent's mindset was entirely different from his own. Chen Shu was not treating this match as a mere sparring session but was instead giving his all to defeat him. This realization made Wang Yuan extremely angry, especially since there had already been several moments where he felt he had almost died. Suddenly, he recalled Geng Suxuan's words before the match. Just received the notice, this time, the rules for the national competition have changed. Those cumbersome restrictions are gone. Seriously injured or dead participants will have dedicated personnel for treatment and revival. This competition not only determines the national team spots but also affects the allocation of resources among schools. Do you know what this means? As one of the 3 strongest schools, your opponents will stop at nothing to win victory and resources. Some might even risk their lives to counter your combat power. After all, even if they lose, they can be revived, and at most, face a few match suspensions. So be mentally prepared during the competition. Don't go soft. When it's time to strike hard, don't hesitate. There are healers off the field, so there won't be any major issues. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan understood the opponent's mindset. With strong backup support, they weren't afraid of injuries or death, so they fought without restraint. As his anger slowly subsided, he calmed down. But when Yuan didn't hold back, instead, he became even fiercer, completely unleashing himself. His attacks targeted the opponent's vital points mercilessly. Since he knew no one would die and the severely injured would be saved, why should he fear anyone? The strength gap between Chen Shu and Wang Yuan is significant. Chen Shu has managed to hold on until now by relying on Wang Yuan's previous hesitations and his own desperate resistance. However, once Wang Yuan stabilized, the situation quickly turned in his favor. Before long, wounds caused by the burning and corrosion of light and dark attribute attacks appeared on Chen Shu's body. His aura weakened, and he looked miserable. Both the live audience and online viewers noticed that this battle didn't look like a competition, it seemed more like a fight to the death. The comments section exploded. Is this really a competition? Their attacks are all aimed at vital points. Exactly, they clearly want to kill each other. You can't fight like this without deep hatred. Where's the official oversight? Aren't they going to intervene? These are future powerhouses,
and they're letting them risk their lives against each other? The commentators were originally excitedly discussing the match details but calmed down after being reminded by the staff about online public opinion. Looking at the barrage of questions, the commentator explained, "Everyone, don't worry. This tournament is special. The organizers have invited 2 healers, one to treat serious injuries and the other to resurrect players who die in battle. With this assurance, the players are fighting more fiercely and bloodily. It is recommended that underage viewers watch with parental guidance." Although the explanation didn't satisfy everyone, the online voices were subdued. After all, this is a world of spiritual energy revival, and people have a high tolerance for such life and death battles. Some even called their juniors to watch the real life and death struggles. The screen returned to the arena, showing Chen Shu, gravely injured but refusing to give up, as a flash of respect appeared in Wen Yuan's eyes. But he did not relax, holding back would only insult his opponent. With both hands combined, a massive blade of light suddenly appeared. The blade of light rapidly condensed between the separated hands and instantly charged toward Chen Shu. At this moment, Chen Shu had already been battered by Wen Yuan's attacks, covered in wounds, and nearly lost his ability to fight. His ability to persist until now was entirely supported by sheer willpower. Facing the rapidly approaching blade of light, Chen Shu gritted his teeth and forcibly used his remaining spiritual power, crossing his arms to protect his vital areas, preparing to withstand the blow. But Wen Yuan's full-force strike this time was far beyond an ordinary attack. The blade of light, carrying a scorching aura, directly severed Chen Shu's arms and struck his chest fiercely, leaving deep scars. Afterward, Chen Shu and his severed arms fell to the ground together, his breath weak, completely losing his ability to fight. The coaches on both sides were already deeply concerned about the players on the field. Seeing Chen Shu collapse, the coach from Mabei University decisively forfeited the match and called Su Yan forward for treatment. Similarly, seeing Wen Yuan severely injured, Gung Suxuan also decided to let him seek treatment from Su Yan. Su Yan had already prepared in advance, activating auxiliary skills like the Heart of Life, though he had refrained from acting earlier due to the rules. Upon hearing the coach's decision, his hands didn't stop, and he quickly cast 2 star moon guides toward the 2 of them. Starlight scattered, and the rich power of the stars rapidly nourished their bodies, beginning the healing process. Wen Yuan's injuries were relatively minor, and the effect of the Star Moon Guide allowed him to recover 70 to 80% quickly. Meanwhile, Chen Shu, who was lying on the ground, gradually regained consciousness, and the wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the severed arms that Wen Yuan had cut off and thrown aside, Su Yan looked at the charred and pitted marks on them, along with the roasted meat smell lingering in the air. Being somewhat of a neat freak, he couldn't help but frown. He glanced disdainfully at the severed arms and did not directly reattach them to Chen Shu's stumps. Instead, he activated a powerful regeneration skill he had obtained in the secret realm, which, though incredibly potent, he had rarely used. As the pale green life energy spread over the wounds on Chen Shu's severed arms, everyone witnessed new flesh rapidly growing from the stumps, with skin quickly covering the wounds. Before long, a pair of brand new arms grew back under everyone's watchful eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the new arms were too pale, combined with the dark severed arms on the ground, everyone would have almost thought these were Chen Shu's original arms. To address the doubts online, Su Yan's entire treatment process was live-streamed. When the live-stream camera cut to Su Yan, the audience was first stunned by his handsome appearance. There was no helping it, Su Yan was truly striking. Dressed in the white robe of the Healers Association, with a single ponytail, his demeanor was both cold and youthful, capturing everyone's attention the moment he appeared. The live-stream comments paused briefly before the screen was flooded with messages. To be honest, people are quite drawn to appearances. The audience, who had originally been focused on Wen Yuan and Chen Shu, instantly shifted their attention to Su Yan, with the comments filled with confessions and praises. Until a striking comment popped up, pulling everyone's attention back to the main topic. Didn't you notice? The robe he's wearing, which looks like a Taoist robe, is actually the uniform of the Healers Association, the Healer's Robe, right? With the current tense situation, suddenly giving him screen time must mean he's the healer responsible for treating severe injuries that the commentary mentioned earlier. But he looks so young, can he really heal such serious wounds? This comment successfully snapped the audience, who had been distracted by his good looks, back to reality. Everyone began to intensely discuss Su Yan's identity and abilities. However, what Su Yan did next left everyone utterly astonished. The 2 of them simultaneously used their skills to heal each other's injuries, even regrowing Chen Shu's severed arm. With a single skill. This miraculous healing method left the commentators and the live broadcast completely stunned.
During the break between rounds, the three of them started talking about Su Yan.
Wow, that healing effect is incredible. You know, both contestants on stage are 6th-tier awakeners. With injuries this severe, ordinary healing wouldn't work at all.
Yet he resolved it effortlessly with just 3 skills.
He looks so young, could he be an old senior pretending to be young? I really want to get to know him.
As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 companions gave him a "you're really bold" look. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly tried to explain himself.
Subsequently, the commentators skillfully took a densely packed document from the staff and casually introduced Su Yan's identity.
Just got the information about this pretending to be young senior from the director.
Let's see who he really is.
As soon as the words were spoken, the commentator called Brother Jia angrily pounded the speaker, and the live stream's comments section instantly exploded with laughter, filled with ha-ha. The studio turned into a joyful battlefield for a moment, and the atmosphere was electrifying.
Ha! This guy isn't the senior Brother Jia mentioned at all, is he?
Su Yan, 16 years old, a 5th-tier healer, a freshman at Jiangnan University, and the top disciple of the 8th-tier titled healer Immortal Galaxy Wang Yu. Looks like another genius healer has emerged. Wait a minute, based on the rule that healers' abilities automatically increase by 2 tiers, combined with his earlier performance, he should be able to heal 6th or
7th-tier injuries now, right? So why didn't he join Jiangnan University's team and instead take on the role of a healer here? Could he have encountered some trouble?
As soon as the question was raised, Brother Jia carefully looked at the document in his hand and answered without any pretense. It says here that his name is indeed on Jiangnan University's team roster, but it was opposed by all the universities when submitted.
Boycott?
Yes, all the universities are boycotting. Everyone says that in recent years, he's the only healer this powerful.
In the universities. With him around, how can anyone compete in team matches? Starting the game would mean losing 5 points right away.
In the national competition, there's only one healer, and he's strong enough to support
other players.
They might as well just give him a national team spot and keep him from affecting other schools. So, this guy got blacklisted by all the other universities.
Really can't handle losing, huh?
But honestly, Jiangnan University is already strong, and with a healer like him, the other schools really don't stand a chance. A few sentences revealed the inside story of Su Yan's direct admission, without any concealment, and it made most of the audience accept this explanation. As expected of top-tier commentators, not only skilled but also excellent actors. Of course, they weren't lying. Back when Wang Yu was fighting for Su Yan's direct admission, he faced a lot of opposition.
At the time, he said, "How about I let my apprentice join the school team, win the championship with them, and then smoothly secure the spot? How does that sound?"
With just one sentence, most of the opposition agreed to Su Yan's direct admission. This scene was, of course, pre-arranged, mainly to explain to Su Yan the reason for his guaranteed admission and to prevent anyone from using it to attack him. At this moment, Su Yan was with Chen Shu, staring at the 2 severed arms on the ground, stunned and unsure of how to handle the situation. Here's what happened. After Su Yan finished the treatment and was about to leave, Chen Shu stopped him with his severed arm in hand and asked what to do about it. Without much thought, Su Yan blurted out, "Handle it yourself. Keep it or destroy it, either is fine, just don't use it to make soup." After saying that, he fell into deep thought, a dangerous idea flashing through his mind. The cultivation method of human awakeners is actually no different from that of beasts. Both absorb spiritual energy from the air, integrate it into their bodies, and strengthen themselves. The flesh and blood in the body, after being refined by spiritual energy, also absorb it.
This is why high-level exotic beasts are rich in spiritual energy, and their meat is more delicious.
Humans enjoy hunting high-level exotic beasts not only for the materials on their bodies but also because their flesh and blood are highly valuable.
Conversely, exotic beasts also choose stronger human prey for the same reason: rich spiritual energy and good meat quality.
Seeing the pair of arms on the ground, corroded and burned to deformation by Wen Yuan's various skills, Su Yan fell into deep thought. The flesh of 6th-tier lifeforms is non-toxic and rich in spiritual energy, with low fat content.
If one disregards
the fact that these are human severed arms, they actually seem like quite decent ingredients, nutritious and flavorful. They would also be good for making soup, especially if Chen Shu were to drink it, achieving the effect of using form to replenish form. It does seem quite fitting. During the Three Kingdoms era, there was even a ruthless person who plucked out his own eyeball and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "The essence and blood of my parents cannot be wasted."
Perhaps this was an alternative health regimen of the ancients. Moreover, directly eating them could prevent others from using the severed arms for some kind of curse.
Thinking of this, Su Yan's gaze toward Chen Shu became rather peculiar, making Chen Shu, who was planning to use handling the severed arms as an excuse to get closer to Su Yan, shiver involuntarily. After receiving Su Yan's response, Chen Shu quickly stored the severed arms in his spatial ring and hurriedly left. His animalistic sixth sense told him that staying any longer might lead to hearing something that would shatter his worldview. As for the soup that Su Yan mentioned, Chen Shu didn't take it seriously, only thinking that he was joking. He thought to himself that Su Yan wasn't that cold after all, joking around was quite normal. Watching Chen Shu's hurried departing figure, Su Yan snapped back to reality, shook his head, and brushed away those devilish thoughts in his mind. What was he thinking? Eating people? Such words could only be said in jest, no one would actually do it. If someone really dared to play like that, with Su Yan's current status, a big shot would probably come to have a talk with him the same day. However, this regeneration skill is indeed powerful. It can't be used on humans, but it can be applied to exotic beasts. In his previous life, people online said, "Poor pigs, we need to protect them," but due to issues like time and wound infections, it was just talk. Su Yan is different. He has the regeneration skill and can completely make it happen. Find someone to help capture a high-level exotic beast, turn it into a vegetative state, alive but without the ability to move. This way, he could cut wherever he wanted to eat, then use the regeneration skill to restore it, a perfect cycle. One exotic beast could be eaten for a lifetime, as long as its vitality was strong enough. Just now, Su Yan and Chen Shu tried it, and the new arms, apart from the different skin, are no weaker in strength than before. During the regeneration process, spiritual energy in the air is automatically absorbed. This means that as long as the environment is rich in spiritual energy, the ingredients obtained using this method will not deteriorate even after multiple uses. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. However, now is clearly not the time to think about these things. After the two had their injuries treated, the second battle was about to begin. As the lineup for both sides was announced, Su Yan returned to his treatment station, preparing to take on new treatment tasks. The upcoming battle was quicker and more decisive than the duel between Wen Yuan and Chen Shu earlier. Among the members of Jiangnan University's team, apart from the rookie Wen Yuan, who had awakened less than a year ago, the others were all seasoned veterans. With the lesson learned from Wen Yuan's previous experience, they showed no mercy when facing their opponents, directly targeting goals that would render the other side powerless. In terms of overall strength, Jiangnan University was clearly far superior to their opponents. Although the opposing team, like Chen Shu, gave it their all, hoping to win even just one match, they appeared powerless and desperate in the face of Jiangnan University's overwhelming strength. After each match, Jiangnan University's players were almost unscathed, while their opponents left the field severely injured, adding significantly to Su Yan's workload. It was like in a passionate manga, where the protagonist first encounters the ultimate big boss. No matter how tough they talk, they are powerless to fight back, only able to watch helplessly as the big boss takes away their most precious victory. However, in the manga, the protagonist can still level up through continuous adventures and battles, eventually standing before the big boss again to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. But Mo Bei University didn't have that chance. After the match ended, their journey in the national competition also came to an end. They could only leave with regret, watching other schools continue to compete for the highest honor. In the end, Mo Bei University didn't win a single match, losing to Jiangnan University with a crushing score of 11-0, becoming the first team to be eliminated from the national competition. However, whether it was their opponents or the audience on site and online, no one mocked them. Because the fighting spirit displayed by Mo Bei University earned everyone's respect and admiration, even the commentators said so. It's such a pity for Mo Bei University. If they hadn't faced such a strong opponent in the first match, they might have gone further. The comments made Mo Bei University, the losing team, the main focus of this match, and everyone admired their determination. As for Jiangnan University, winning against an opponent of this level was considered normal. Of course, Jiangnan University was also a topic of discussion, due to their previous performance and the contrast. With Mo Bei University, the protagonist team, Jiangnan University naturally became the criticized final boss. Meanwhile, the teams from Beijing University and Shanghai University, both among the top 3 strong schools, hadn't even started their matches but were inexplicably labeled as big bosses to be defeated because they were sister schools to Jiangnan University. These two schools were completely baffled, feeling they were dragged into this for no reason. After Jiangnan University finished their match, they celebrated happily for a while and then returned to the hotel to continue training. As the first team to compete, they now had plenty of time to observe their opponents and improve themselves. After this match, the already highly sought-after tickets became nearly impossible to obtain, with scalper tickets being sold online at exorbitant prices. Perhaps influenced by Jiangnan University and Mabei University, in the subsequent matches, every team gave it their all, disregarding injuries and fighting to the bitter end. Various powerful skills, secret techniques, and forbidden arts were unleashed without any regard for side effects. The battles were intensely fierce, the scenes were bloody and thrilling, leaving the audience exhilarated, while greatly increasing Su Yan's workload. In every match, at least one side suffered severe injuries. Broken arms and legs were considered minor, several participants left the field barely clinging to life, on the verge of death. It was only through Su Yan's utmost efforts that they were saved. Most of these individuals were 6th-tier powerhouses, but saving them was even more challenging than treating 8th-tier awakeners back in the secret realm. During these days of treatment, Su Yan's name and abilities gradually became well known. Since he was still nominally part of Jiangnan University's team, he was theoretically also considered. Among the participants in this national competition, Su Yan held a commanding lead on the online popularity and support rankings, with votes nearly double that of the second place. After all, a healer with both looks and strength easily attracts fans. However, not everyone could survive such high-intensity battles to be rescued by Su Yan. When the first contestant fell on the field and was confirmed to have no signs of life, everyone was shocked. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him, rapidly healing his injuries and closing most of his wounds. Shortly after, Su Yan treated him, and he fully recovered. With this resurrection case, everyone became more fiercely engaged in the battle. The light in the sky appeared more frequently, casualties kept reviving, and the fight turned exceptionally brutal. Finally, the list of the top 8 teams was finalized. The 3 big boss teams from Jiangnan, Jingcheng, and Modu tied for first place with a perfect record of 11 o'clock in every match, smoothly advancing to the quarterfinals. Although the other 5 universities achieved overall victories, their scores in individual matches varied, ranking them from 4th to 8th. The upcoming matchups adopted a head-to-tail pairing method, first against 8th, second against 7th, and so on. Since 3 teams tied for first place, the 6th to 8th teams drew lots to decide which top team they would face, while the 4th and 5th teams directly competed against each other. The teams entering the quarterfinals showed a significant increase in strength, revealing previously hidden tactics and trump cards. Especially when facing the 3 major teams, who would dare to hold back? Otherwise, they'd have to save their moves for next year's national competition. Jiangnan University, however, had an easier time, as the unexpected addition of Su Yan during the preliminaries allowed Captain Geng Suxuan to delegate lineup decisions to Wang Lei and others. The team members generally adhered to the belief of winning with the strongest lineup, only adjusting their performance based on the opponent's strength, without too many tricks. Faced with sudden lineup changes and hidden tactics from their opponents, Jiangnan's team, though slightly surprised, unleashed their full potential and easily won with a big score of 11 o'clock. The other 2 universities, however, planned to hold back some tactics, aiming to give their opponents a small surprise by not fielding their full main lineup. But whether this small surprise succeeded remains unknown. Instead, their opponents delivered them a big surprise. In the first 3 1v1 matches, the opponents sent out players of average strength, and they won smoothly. These 3 easy victories made them complacent and less vigilant about the upcoming battles. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena matches and 5v5 team battles, the 2 universities were consecutively overturned. For Capital University, the first participant in the arena match was an early-stage Tier 7 player, who directly faced the opponent's hidden trump card A, Peak Tier 7 Shield Guard. By stalling for time and stacking enhancement buffs, the opponent's defense had reached its limit by the end of the first match. The Capital team immediately sensed trouble, but it was too late. Their player was worn down by the opponent's strong defense, leading to a loss in the arena match. Shanghai University fared even worse. The opponent did not display much strength in the 1v1 and arena matches, only causing minor injuries to Shanghai's players without significant impact. However, in the subsequent team battle, Shanghai's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. To keep their strategies hidden, Shanghai University's coach still sent out the 3 players who had previously participated, along with 2 others, to form the 5v5 team battle lineup. After the match began, the 3 players who were originally only slightly injured were affected by the skills of the opponent's hidden special class, a Tier 7 Warlock. They inexplicably suffered a series of negative effects, their combat effectiveness plummeted, and they became the priority targets for the opponent's elimination. Then, the numerical advantage gradually allowed the opposing side to gain the upper hand. Although they paid the price of losing 4 members, the battle was ultimately ended by their sorcerer. Although Modi University won, the score was only 6-5, and the team members all looked grim. The subsequent matches became much simpler. Jiangnan University achieved a resounding victory of 11-0, earning the right to choose their opponent. Faced with the awkward choice between 2 strong teams, Jiangnan University decisively picked the seemingly weaker opponent, letting the 2 powerhouses face off against each other first. Jiangnan University then smoothly defeated their opponent and secured a spot in the finals. The remaining 2 strong teams, with similar strength, went all out and used every trick in the book to fight for a place in the finals. In the end, Modi University narrowly won, but at a heavy cost. 3 key players were lost in the previous battle, and according to the rules, these 3 could not participate in the finals. With ample stamina, Jiangnan University, though paying a certain price, seized the opportunity to defeat Modi University and claimed the championship. The national team competition concluded with Jiangnan University's victory, and next comes the even more intense individual competition. Although the individual competition is nominally a one-on-one duel, the top 64 are essentially the main players from each school team. The purpose of the individual competition is to give those strong players, who were eliminated early due to weaker teammates, a chance to turn the tables. After all, even among the 3 major universities, there are some relatively weaker players, and among the ace players from other universities, there are also top-tier 7th-rank experts. These powerful combatants cannot be overlooked just because only the champion team members are selected. The individual competition has become a stage for everyone to showcase their true strength and a crucial path to entering the national team. In the other 5 divisions, most of the individual competitors who made it to the main event are the ace players from various school teams. Their strength is balanced, with all divisions having 7th-rank experts, resulting in a relatively even distribution. However, in the division where the 3 major universities are located, they secured the majority of the spots thanks to their vast pool of players. The 3 major universities division even became the only one where all the top 8 players were peak 7th-rank experts, putting immense pressure on the weaker teams. In the individual competition, the players from the 3 major universities naturally became the primary targets for everyone. On one hand, the teams previously defeated by the Big 3 harbor resentment and are determined to take revenge now that they have the chance. On the other hand, as the top 3 in the national competition, most members of the national team are selected from these 3 universities. To join the national team, one must either rely on a special status, such as Su Yan, who was directly recommended, or the sorcerer who was included in the preliminary list after the quarterfinals. Alternatively, one must seize the opportunity in the individual competition, defeat all opponents, and win the championship. The title of champion guarantees a spot on the national team. However, to win the championship, one cannot avoid the powerful players from the Big 3. In every upcoming match, when facing players from the Big 3, opponents give it their all. Even if they can't win, they aim to deliver a heavy blow to create opportunities for their teammates later on. The dominance of the Big 3 has automatically united the other participants. Players from different schools have joined forces with a single goal in mind: to defeat the Big 3. In the previous team competition, netizens referred to those 3 as the Big 3 villains that must be defeated, which wasn't particularly controversial. However, the Big 3 are still the Big 3, and their foundation is unmatched by others. Although in the individual competition, they were besieged by other contestants one after another, with some being eliminated early, the competitors from the Big 3 ultimately secured half of the top 8 spots with their strength, defeating all their opponents and turning the semifinals into an internal showdown among the Big 3. In the semifinals, the 2 contestants from Beijing University were placed in the same group, and the stronger one easily secured a spot in the finals. The match between Jiangnan University and Shanghai University, however, was far less amicable. After all, both are part of the Big 3, and they constantly argue over who is stronger. Moreover, during the team competition, Shanghai University was defeated by Jiangnan University due to an incomplete lineup, leaving them seething with resentment. So, at the start of the semi-finals, Shanghai University's contestant went all out, mercilessly attacking their opponent from Jiangnan University. Even if it meant letting Beijing University's contestant take advantage in the end, they were unwilling to see Jiangnan University win. After all, Jiangnan University had already taken the team competition championship. If they were to win the individual competition as well, the media and public opinion would undoubtedly elevate Jiangnan University to the top. This situation was unacceptable to Shanghai University.
They would rather see another Big Three institution share the resources than let Jiangnan University overshadow them.
Before the match, the high-level management of Shanghai University issued a strict order: under no circumstances should Jiangnan University win the championship.
Even
if they couldn't stop them from reaching the semifinals, they had to exhaust their opponent's state as much as possible to make it easier for the finalist opponent. It can be said that, facing the competitors from Jiangnan University, Moda University had already given up the idea of competing for the championship. The result was as they wished. Under the full-on attack from Moda University's competitor, although the Jiangnan University player managed to seize the opponent's flaw and achieve a hard-fought victory, it consumed a significant amount of stamina and key skills, even requiring the use of a secret technique with a cooldown period. In the afternoon finals, without external assistance, these skills could not be restored in time.
The Jiangnan University
competitor, with the disadvantage of limited skills, faced the fully prepared opponent from Jingqing University. In the end, the two universities' competitors, who usually did not get along, unexpectedly cooperated.
Despite Jiangnan
University's unwillingness, they still lost the individual competition finals, and Jingqing University claimed the championship. After the individual competition concluded, all competitors of the national tournament gathered again at Modo Arena for the award ceremony, where the national team roster was also announced. Amid the cheers of the audience and the envious gazes of other competitors, the top three teams and individuals from the team and individual competitions took the stage one by one to receive their trophies and reward resources. It is worth mentioning that when the team competition champions went on stage to receive their awards, Su Yan, a member of Jiangnan University's school team, also joined them to receive the trophy and resources. Although Su Yan did not take the stage for the individual competition, the resources awarded to him by the organizers were no less than those given to the champion. It can be said that in this national competition, Su Yan didn't fight a single battle but received more rewards than all the other contestants. The news caused quite a stir. Fortunately, due to Su Yan's strength displayed during the competition, the special explanations from the commentators, and the public opinion guidance by the competition staff, most people, though envious, didn't question it much. After all, healers naturally receive special treatment, and besides, Su Yan is the only healer on the national team. Giving him more resources to help him grow quickly is very reasonable. After the award ceremony, all the contestants were gathered in the Grand Hall backstage at the Magic City Arena. As for the 9th-tier healer responsible for the resurrection, he left after the individual competition ended. Up until now, Su Yan hasn't met him even once. The figure outside was blurry, and no one knew who that person really was. Everyone entered the Grand Hall and found their seats. Zhang Wenhua walked onto the stage, swept his gaze across the audience, and began to speak. "Hello teachers and students, I am the person in charge of this national competition, Zhang Wenhua. The national competition has successfully concluded. Next, I will directly talk about the arrangements for the world competition. As everyone should know, this world competition is a bit special, and the rules have also been adjusted. First of all, the number of spots for the national team has changed from one team per country to two teams, divided into Team A and Team B. In other words, the number of spots for the national team has doubled compared to previous years." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience began to murmur softly. Some people remained calm, knowing that even though there were more spots, their chances of making it were still uncertain. However, some people showed excitement on their faces after hearing Zhang Wenhua's words, as this meant their chances of entering the national team had greatly increased. Although there is a distinction between Team A and Team B, even the resources for Team B are not easily obtained. With the world competition yet to begin, they still have time to strive, and perhaps they might even make it into Team A in the end. Seeing the excitement in the audience caused by his words, Zhang Wenhua did not continue speaking but pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to quiet down. When everyone saw his actions, the originally noisy atmosphere gradually quieted down, and they all looked at him with anticipation. Zhang Wenhua saw that everyone had quieted down and continued speaking. "In this national competition, we have witnessed many talents. Initially, we planned to select 30 people in total, including the first team, the second team, and substitutes. However, the quality of the participants this time far exceeded our expectations. We saw many highly talented individuals and couldn't bear to let them go just like that. After discussions with the higher-ups, in addition to the 30 players for the first and second teams, we will also select an additional 30 players with both strength and potential to form a third team. Of course, the third team will have fewer resources compared to the first and second teams, but apart from the
Head coach, the rest of the coaching staff will not differ much. You will undergo extremely rigorous training. At different stages of the training, you will have the opportunity to challenge the official team members. Only by winning can you stay in the official team. If you lose, you will remain in the third team until the final roster is determined. You will learn the specific challenge rules at that time. Now, I will announce the list. Team 1, Su Yan, Zhao Ziming, Lin Bing, Chen Feng. Team 2, Sui, Wang Lei, Zhang Heng, Li Ming. Team 3, Wen Yuan. All 3 main members are on the list. Apart from the 14 people who join teams 1 and 2, the rest are in team 3. Even so, this still makes others envious. As Zhang Wenhua read out the names one by one, the atmosphere on site became tense.
Those whose names were called were very excited. If it weren't for the serious occasion and the coach nearby, they would have jumped up to celebrate. Those whose names were not called grew increasingly nervous as the list dwindled. Those assigned to Team 3 still had a chance, but it could only be considered a slim hope. In the end, those who didn't hear their names could only lower their heads in disappointment, feeling heavy-hearted. This feeling of having hope ignited only to be extinguished is indeed distressing. Seeing everyone's expressions change from anticipation to disappointment, the coaches of each team sighed inwardly, realizing this blow was quite significant. Being outmatched is something that can't be helped. They could only plan to give them a proper psychological lesson after returning. After announcing the final list, Zhang Wenhua didn't say much and directly informed everyone that the national competition was over. During the competition, the hotels where the teams are staying will remain open for a month. Whether they go home or stay in the city to explore, the rooms will be reserved for everyone. Then, he reminded the people on the list not to wander around. After returning, someone will contact them to inform them of the time and location of the training. Take this time to rest well. The upcoming training will be very tough, so cherish this rare moment of relaxation. Especially for the members of Team 3, if they want to rely on their strength to make a comeback and join the official team, they must go through a series of rigorous tests. The previously mentioned hell training is no joke, it will truly be grueling. After speaking, Zhang Wenhua left the stage and exited the auditorium. The coaches led everyone to leave in an orderly manner and returned to the hotel to rest. As soon as Su Yan and the others returned to the hotel, they received a notification from the national team. They were informed that the World Championship training would begin in 3 days. During that time, they must stay in their rooms and not wander around. At the designated time, someone would directly teleport them there, and there would be no second chances if they missed it. After receiving the message, Su Yan and Wang Lei discussed it briefly. They ultimately decided to trust Zhang Wenhua's words, take a good rest for the next 3 days, maintain their best condition, and prepare for the grueling training ahead. 3 days later, at the hotel where the national competition participants were staying, everyone on the list followed the advice, stayed put, and used these days to rest well in preparation for the national team training camp. When the time came, everyone stayed in their rooms, waiting for the teleportation to occur. At the exact scheduled time, a teleportation array suddenly appeared above the hotel, and 60 beams of light descended from the array. The beams of light ignored the hotel's defenses and walls, directly shining on the 60 individuals listed. The teleportation array was grand and imposing, but strangely, only those on the list reacted to it, while others could not see it at all. Su Yan was sitting in the room, teasing Xianming with jerky. This jerky was contributed by a top-tier 8th-grade exotic beast from the secret realm earlier. After returning to Jiangnan University, Su Yan used a recovery spell to exchange for the help of the cafeteria chef, who turned the exotic beast meat into various delicacies. Most of it was made into jerky, which tasted great, was chewy, and full of spiritual energy. Xianming fell in love with it after trying it, and Su Yan often used the jerky to play with it. Watching Xianming fail to snatch the jerky and not dare to make a move, its big eyes staring at him resentfully, the scene was particularly amusing. Just as Su Yan was teasing Xianming, a beam of light pierced through the ceiling and landed directly on his head, enveloping him. Then, he felt his body being lifted by the energy within the beam of light, slowly floating upward and flying higher. Although he didn't understand the principle, he knew this was the method of teleportation to the training site. Seeing Xianming trying to follow but being blocked by the beam of light, Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Obviously, the person initiating the teleportation hadn't considered that he also had a contracted beast. With no other choice, Su Yan instructed Xianming to transform into a tattoo and imprint itself on his arm. Only then was he able to successfully bring Xianming along into the beam of light. Su Yan's body suddenly ascended rapidly, ignoring the obstruction of the walls, and shot straight up above the hotel. There, he saw a massive teleportation array and the 59 other people who had also been teleported. Before everyone could greet each other, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. In the next moment, all their figures vanished instantly, and the array above the hotel dissipated as well. Su Yan felt a wave of dizziness before finding himself in an unfamiliar grand hall. The setup here appeared rough and casual, yet the aura it exuded was oppressive, making his heart tighten. Looking around, Su Yan noticed that not everyone had been teleported here. Apart from the 14 people from the first team on the list, the other 45 individuals had not arrived with them.
Is everyone here?
A deep, rugged voice suddenly echoed through the hall, reverberating in the space, though its source was indiscernible. Everyone looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice. At that moment, a figure silently appeared before them, waved at the group, and startled everyone. Although everyone remained vigilant, the fact that the other party could appear silently still left them shocked. At this moment, the crowd finally saw the newcomer's appearance standing over 3 meters tall, with a physique as sturdy as an iron tower, a square face, and well-defined features. He was bare-chested, wearing only shorts, and stood barefoot in front of the crowd. Without any unnecessary movements, the intense wild aura emanating from him made everyone tense up, as if facing a ferocious beast. Su Yan and the others' reactions seemed to please him. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "Little ones, welcome to the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. I am your training instructor for this session, Xiu Feng. You can just call me Teacher Chiu. Next, I will lead you through special training. This Mountain and Sea Secret Realm hasn't welcomed newcomers for years, so I hope you can endure until the end. As your teacher, I will teach you well, and I hope you cooperate." When saying teach, Xiu Feng deliberately emphasized his tone, making everyone present feel that the upcoming training would be anything but easy. Although feeling a bit uneasy, everyone still applauded enthusiastically to welcome Teacher Chiu. "Hello, Teacher Chiu." The uniform voices and respectful expressions made Xiu Feng nod in satisfaction. He thought to himself, the little trick just now really worked. It seems there are no troublemakers among this group of geniuses for now. He once again revealed a sinister smile and began to introduce the location where everyone was. "You are now at the outermost area of the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. This Hall of Beasts will be your residence for the foreseeable future." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. The large door in front of them slowly opened, revealing a massive altar. The altar was engraved with many mysterious patterns, some of which seemed very familiar to Su Yan. Xiu Feng led everyone to the altar and pointed at it, saying, "This is the Beast Altar, which is also the origin of the name of this Hall of Beasts. The altar records the patterns and auras of 100 different exotic beasts, ranging in level from early stage of Tier 7 to late stage of Tier 8. Your first phase task is to find these 100 exotic beasts in the outer area of the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. Defeat them, obtain their crystal cores, and then place the crystal cores in the corresponding beast pattern positions on the altar. When the crystal core is placed correctly, the beast pattern will light up. The lit beast pattern will bring you corresponding resources. These resources include spirit stones, secret techniques, equipment, rare treasures, heavenly resources. What you can obtain depends entirely on your own luck. Each beast pattern can only be lit once. When all the beast patterns on the beast altar are lit, the altar will activate and transport you to the next stage of the training grounds. A reminder, there are thousands of exotic beasts in this area, among which 100 are your hunting targets. Moreover, a significant portion of these beasts live in groups. Hearing Xiu Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, secretly sighing. Xiu Feng really doesn't treat us as outsiders, assigning such an intense task right after meeting us. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the 7th tier, yet the hunting targets included 8th tier. Exotic beasts. Judging by Xiu Feng's expression, there seemed to be quite a number of 8th tier beasts. This immediately tightened everyone's nerves, which had just relaxed after 3 days of rest. Seeing everyone become serious, Xiu Feng said to them, "The first stage is mainly to test your strength while giving you some benefits. Your performance will determine the content of the subsequent training. Don't disappoint me, and don't make me wait too long at the first level, understood?" Xiu Feng's words left everyone speechless. 7th tier fighting 8th tier? Can this still be called a test? Then, including Lin Bing, everyone turned their gaze to Su Yan. As the only healer to publicly appear in the national competition and a player directly admitted to the national team, everyone was well aware of Su Yan's abilities. Many had even received treatment from him. For players who could enter the national team, their families generally had some background. Although they were unclear about the details of Su Yan's performance in the Jiangqing Secret Realm,
They had all heard from their elders that he could assist 7th-tier awakeners in fighting 8th-tier beasts.
Their elders, upon hearing that they would be training with Su Yan, had specifically reminded them to build a good relationship with him. In their view, this mission was far too difficult for them, given that it involved 8th-tier beasts. But with Su Yan's assistance, the difficulty was greatly reduced.
At least, as 7th-tier awakeners, they didn't feel inferior to the people in Jiangqing's secret realm.
However, if they wanted to team up with Su Yan, they had to consider what to do about the others.
If they didn't include them, those people definitely wouldn't let the team's only healer leave the main group. If they did include them, how would the loot and rewards be divided?
Everyone was calculating in their minds how to bring Su Yan to their side. While everyone was secretly competing, Xiu Feng, drawn by the crowd's gaze, walked up to Su Yan and asked,
"Are you Su Yan, the healer who was directly admitted?" Xiu Feng's simple question made the atmosphere around them feel a bit tense.
Su Yan looked at the tall man in front of him, who was a head taller than himself, and nodded in response, "Yes, Teacher Qiu, I am Su Yan."
After confirming his identity, Xiu Feng's smile softened.
Although it still carried a hint of authority, Su Yan could sense the warmth within it. Xiu Feng turned to everyone and said, "It seems you want to ask Su Yan for help. However, this time your little plan might fall through. Su Yan won't be participating in this mission. I've heard about his abilities, but if he were to assist you and make the test a breeze, then what would be the point of me assigning this mission? Besides, healers are different from you fighters. I haven't trained healers myself. Su Yan has his own specialized training ground and coach. He won't be training with you in the Hall of Beasts.
So don't overthink it. This mission is entirely up to you. Work together and don't let me down."
After hearing Xiu Feng's words, everyone learned that Su Yan was directly barred from participating and couldn't even
train with them.
They were a bit disappointed, as they had indeed been hoping to rely on Su Yan as their big support.
However, everyone present was a top-tier talent, and their mental resilience was strong.
After confirming that Su Yan couldn't help, they only felt down for a moment before quickly pulling themselves together.
"It's just an 8th-tier exotic beast. As long as we cooperate well, we can handle it. At most, it'll be a bit troublesome and cost us more."
Xiu Feng saw everyone's attitude and nodded in satisfaction without saying much.
After telling them the location of the prearranged healing array, he left with Su Yan.
The two walked out of the 100 Beasts Hall. Xiu Feng took out a token from his spatial ring, handed it to Su Yan, and said,
"This is a teleportation token. As long as you activate it with spiritual energy, it will transport you to where you need to go. The person responsible for teaching you is already waiting there. Make good use of this opportunity."
After speaking, he didn't wait for Su Yan to respond. With a few leaps, he disappeared, leaving Su Yan staring blankly at the token in his hand.
Coming back to his senses, Su Yan shook his head, said nothing more, and infused spiritual energy to activate the token. A flash of light passed, and Su Yan disappeared, arriving in another space.
Just as he landed and hadn't yet recovered from the dizziness caused by the spatial jump, a gentle voice came to his ears.
"Didn't Xiu Feng come with you?
It seems the child has grown up and doesn't even want to see his old father much anymore." Looking towards the sound, a figure much taller than Xiu Feng slowly approached. The person walked up to Su Yan, and Su Yan took the opportunity to get a clear look at his appearance. The two looked very similar, at least 70 to 80% alike. The man was taller and more robust than Xiu Feng, but his demeanor was much gentler, making Su Yan instinctively want to get closer. If it weren't for sensing the intense life energy emanating from the man, Su Yan would have suspected that Xiu Feng had found him a combat mentor instead of a healing teacher. Just as the man approached, the Xianming tattoo on Su Yan's arm suddenly heated up, as if encountering an enemy, frantically issuing a warning. As the man drew near, Xuanming's beast form suddenly manifested, appearing beside Su Yan. Xianming stared at the man warily, letting out a low growl, while sending a strong run now signal through their bond, as if it was ready to devour Su Yan and flee in the next moment.
Xuanming's sudden reaction startled Su Yan.
He hadn't expected the usually well-behaved Xianming to act this way. It was the first time Xianming had shown such obvious hostility towards someone. But Su Yan was certain that neither he nor Xianming had any memory of this person. Faced with Xianming's loss of control, Su Yan could only try his best to soothe it through the contract, telling it that the person in front of them would not harm them. At the same time, he smiled apologetically at the newcomer and said, "Sorry, senior, I don't understand why Xianming suddenly acted like this." The person glanced at the still roaring Xianming, pondered for a moment, and then showed a look of sudden realization. He approached Xianming and said, "I remember now, so it was you, the little turtle from the Four Spirits' secret realm."
Hearing this, Su Yan finally understood that Xian Ming's strong reaction to this person was because they knew each other.
However, Xian Ming had already sealed all past memories and started retraining.
For this person to provoke such an intense reaction immediately, it indicates that their identity is extraordinary.
What exactly did the senior do to Xian Ming in the past, to make the usually lazy and kind Xian Ming instinctively wary of this person?
Su Yan asked, "Senior, do you know Xian Ming?"
The visitor smiled and said, "Don't call me senior.
My name is Chiu Yi, and I am the instructor for your training this time. If you respect me, just call me Old Chiu."
Su Yan was shocked. The name Chiu Yi immediately reminded him of the legendary 10th tier healer, a figure renowned for possessing the ancient totem skill, Grand Shaman Chiu Yi.
"Are you the one known as Grand Shaman Old Chiu?" Su Yan stammered in astonishment.
Chiu Yi smiled, his eyes full of care for the younger generation. "As long as no one else in this world dares to use that title, I suppose I am that Grand Shaman.
But you're a 10th tier healer. Why would you personally come to train me? This world competition isn't significant enough to warrant your involvement, is it?"
Su Yan asked, puzzled. He knew very well that the so-called world championship granting dominance was merely superficial.
Those powerful nations would never obediently follow orders. Treaties could be broken as easily as they were made, rendering them practically ineffective.
Therefore, while this world championship was important, it wouldn't warrant a 10th tier powerhouse personally stepping in to
train.
It was reasonable for 8th or 9th tier experts to guide students, but for a 10th tier, it was highly unlikely.
Hearing Su Yan's question, Chiu Yi smiled and said, "I'm not here to train you. It's just that this happens to be my territory. As I get older, I enjoy mingling with young people. There's not much going on recently, and since you're short on teachers, I took on this task. I'll use my avatar to teach you here at the Ancestral Witch Hall, and also take the opportunity to relax a bit." Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly understood.
The earlier familiarity with the name Shanghai Secret Realm and the sense of recognition when seeing the beast altar now made sense.
By the 9th tier, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was no longer sufficient for these top-tier awakeners to cultivate.
Therefore, in China, all 9th tier awakeners would have their own advanced secret realm for cultivation.
The resources within the secret realm belonged to them, and they could also open it to others, charging an entry fee as an additional source of income.
The Shanghai Secret Realm was the secret realm assigned to Chiu Yi when he reached the 9th tier.
Later, when he
broke through to the 10th tier, he integrated more advanced secret realms into it, creating its current scale. It is said that Chiu Yi loved the book classic of Mountains and Seas as a child. Later, the transformation of his ancient
totem skill also began with this book.
Thus, he named the secret realm Shanghai Secret Realm, fulfilling his childhood dream. In the secret realm, many exotic beasts described in Shanhai Jing are raised, with appearances and flavors that are very close. It can be said that it perfectly recreates his childhood dreams.
As for the clone, although the ability is rare, for a big shot like Chiu Yi, creating a clone is no big deal. But is it really as simple as he says, just a coincidence?
He shook his head, brushing off the doubts in his mind. For a big shot of this level, if there were any schemes, with his current level of strength, getting involved would be courting death. Better not to invite trouble.
If someone is in a good mood and offers benefits, just accept them. After all, if the sky falls, there are stronger people to hold it up.
A guy under 1.8 meters tall like him shouldn't try to take on the jobs of those big figures. After Chiu Yi briefly introduced himself, the topic returned to the Xian Ming beside Su Yan, which had been angrily roaring for half a day. During this time, Xian Ming kept a vigilant eye on Chiu Yi, occasionally letting out threatening growls, but was completely ignored by Chiu
Yi and Su Yan.
The two were immersed in the shock of Chiu Yi's identity and the fun of teasing Xian Ming, letting it roar at the air. The previously restless Xian Ming immediately quieted down after a glance from Chiu Yi, its massive body moving behind Su Yan to hide.
Seeing Xian Ming pretending to be honest, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh and curiously asked Chiu Yi, "Elder Chiu, do you know Xian Ming? Is it acting like this because you did something to it before?"
Chiu Yi was initially puzzled, then looked at Xuan Ming's strength and the obviously hostile gaze that showed no recognition of him. After carefully sensing, he understood Xuan Ming's current state.
This little turtle is really ruthless, sealing its memory and strength just to leave the Four Spirits' secret realm and break
through the 9th rank. I remember someone invited it a long time ago, but it refused.
How did you manage to get it to follow you?
Su Yan felt a bit embarrassed and recounted how he had come to acquire Xian Ming. After listening, Chiu Yi looked at Xian Ming behind Su Yan and couldn't help but burst into laughter, clearly enjoying seeing Xian Ming fall into Su Yan's hands. After laughing, Chiu Yi began to recount his connection with Xian Ming.
Back then, in order to perfect my ancient totem, I ventured into many secret realms, trying to find the prototypes
of the totems, observe their aura, analyze their essence blood in crystal cores, and enhance the totem's power. At the same time, I also sought out ancient beings to see if I could gain new insights into totems from them. Although the Four Spirits Secret Realm is a man-made secret realm and hasn't existed for long, the spirit of the secret realm inside has existed far longer than the realm itself.
Naturally, I have sought it out.
As he spoke, he looked at Xianming behind Su Yan, who was growing increasingly angry, and walked over with a smile, gently patting its head. Xianming immediately retracted into its shell, staying as quiet as a withdrawn child, no longer making a sound. Seeing the annoying turtle finally quiet down, Qiuyi clapped his hands in satisfaction and continued. At the time, I wanted to meet the spirit of that secret realm to see if I could condense a new totem.
It might have
sensed something, and no matter how much I assured it that I wouldn't harm it, it refused to come out and meet me. I had no choice but to force my way in. In response to my actions, the spirit of the secret realm sent its subordinates to stop me, and that little turtle was one of them. I have to say, the Four Spirits Secret Realm is truly a treasure trove.
Those subordinates allowed me to obtain several new totems.
In the end, I met the spirit of the secret realm and successfully replicated a portion of its essence.
Aside from that
little turtle that refused to come with me no matter what, I also took away the other exotic beasts that tried to block me. As for the little turtle's attitude, it might be because I was too heavy-handed at the time. I remember there's still a turtle shell from the Four Spirits Secret Realm in the collection room. Listening to Qiuyi's words and looking at the trembling shell behind him, Su Yan couldn't help but silently complain in his heart.
This is not just a bit heavy, it's downright terrifying to the point of triggering a conditioned fear response at the mere thought of it, unforgettable even with amnesia.
Su Yan even wondered if, in the future, if Xianming had children, the inheritance would specifically emphasize a warning to stay away from Qiuyi. Then, seeing Qiuyi's burly physique, towering 3 heads above himself, and recalling the feat he mentioned earlier of single-handedly venturing into the Four Spirits Secret Realm, Su Yan finally remembered the mentor's evaluation of Qiuyi when introducing the top 10 healers.
The great shaman is the only healer renowned for his formidable combat prowess.
Although most high-level healers possess 1 or 2 combat skills, those are usually for weakening, controlling, or long-range attacks.
The great shaman is different.
His combat style doesn't rely on skills but on his robust body, engaging in direct hand-to-hand combat with opponents. It is said that he has the bloodline inheritance of a shaman, with physical attributes far surpassing ordinary people and an innate talent for combat. After developing ancient totem skills, he created a unique combat style. Thousands of enhancement effects were concentrated on him, strengthening his body to the extreme.
Coupled with
innate combat skills and various control abilities, he carved out a path completely different from other healers. Other healers primarily enhance their teammates, allowing them to fight, which is suitable for large-scale battles.
In contrast,
the Grand Shaman enhances himself, relying on his own strength to endure and fight head-on, emphasizing personal power. Although others can also receive some boosts when the Grand Shaman activates his totems, just as Su Yan defeated Xianming with tens of thousands of negative effects, thousands of positive buffs can also overwhelm a person. No one other than the Grand Shaman himself can withstand so many enhancement effects. This is also why the styles of the other 9 healers have been widely passed down, while the Grand Shaman's style has always been unique to him alone.
The character itself represents a person who stands tall and firm.
In ancient records, a Grand Shaman was someone who could communicate with all things in heaven and earth. But to communicate, you must first make the other party listen to you, otherwise, there's no way to talk. At this point, force becomes the simplest method. Once you subdue the other party, they will naturally quiet down and listen to you. Therefore, in ancient times, being able to fight was a must for a Grand Shaman. Moreover, Qiuyi himself carries the bloodline of a shaman, and Grand Shaman became his title.
Thinking about this, Su Yan couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming teaching.
Although the Great Shaman's combat style might only be suitable for himself. Otherwise, even if the ancient totem skills are difficult to master, other healers would have learned them.
But so far, only Qiuyi has succeeded. However, it's good to have dreams. What if they come true?
After all, before awakening, he never thought he would become a healer. All this training was aimed at becoming a powerful warrior.
Moreover, Su Yan still yearned for a real fight with enemies.
After reading so many fantasy novels, having the chance to be in a magical world, he naturally wanted to experience real combat. It's just that after awakening as a healer, his skill set and the strength of the enemies didn't allow him to
join battles directly.
Besides, his teammates wouldn't let him face situations where he had to fight desperately. Perhaps seeing through Su Yan's thoughts, Xiao Yi directly shattered his illusions. I will teach you some uses of the ancient totem, but don't get your hopes up. Over the years, I've seen many healers try to learn my style. At first, I was quite interested and taught them the cultivation methods, but not a single one succeeded in completing it. Xiao Yi's words brought Su Yan, who had just been inspired to become a damage dealer, back to reality. Xiao Yi had been famous for many years, and many had sought to learn from him, all failing. Su Yan didn't think he would be the exception. This situation was a bit special. Su Yan gave up on that idea and decided to stick to the healer's path. Seeing that Su Yan didn't show disappointment or stubbornly claim he would be the exception, Xiao Yi's face revealed a satisfied smile. As expected, Wang Yu was right, this kid has a good mindset. Since that's the case, I'll share a bit more with him. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi walked up to Su Yan, crouched down, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Do you know why you were able to enter the mountain and sea secret realm? This place isn't somewhere anyone can just walk into. Even a 9th tier awakened has to pay a price to get in." Xiao Yi's question left Su Yan both shocked and puzzled. He couldn't understand why Xiao Yi was asking this. It seemed this secret realm was far more complex than he had imagined. Su Yan didn't pretend to understand. He simply shook his head honestly and said, "I don't know. This is actually the first time I've heard that the mountain and sea secret realm is so precious. Mr. Qiu, are you going to tell me the reason?" Xiao Yi nodded, secretly pleased. This kid was indeed following the script, much better than Wang Yu had described. He smiled and said, "The reason they were able to come in is actually because of your aura. Everything we've done is for you." These words left Su Yan stunned. He asked in disbelief, "For me?" Xiao Yi nodded solemnly. "Yes, for you." After speaking, Xiao Yi didn't wait for Su Yan to react and began explaining the ins and outs of the matter. "When you woke up, we immediately noticed you. A gifted healer, combined with resource support, reaching the 8th or 9th tier wouldn't be difficult, definitely worth paying attention to. Later, we discovered your exceptional control over time, almost as if time itself was aiding you. This made us take you very seriously. After all, our country has yet to produce a master capable of controlling time rules, and these time rules will play a crucial role in the upcoming major changes on Blue Star. Not to mention, you're also a healer. A healer who can master time rules would greatly benefit our future plans. After realizing this, we began to specifically train you. Since we couldn't directly reveal our purpose, we proposed the matter of World Championship leadership. The goal was to divert others' attention and bring you here, ensuring that no one else knew you had been to the Shanghai secret realm. Your teammates, upon returning, will think this was just an ordinary training session and will never leak the secret." Xiao Yi's words left Su Yan utterly shocked. Being targeted by a big shot and considered a key part of their plan, anyone hearing this would feel their heart churn. But after the initial shock, Su Yan quickly calmed down. He said, "Whatever their plan is, for now, it doesn't seem to harm me. At most, I'll just have to be more cautious in the future to avoid being assassinated. More importantly, the time rule is a high-level, powerful ability, not some low-grade skill that wastes potential. With the path ahead already arranged, there's no need to overthink. Just follow along, and effortlessly rise to the 9th tier to comprehend the time rule. Who wouldn't envy that? As for the subsequent plans, whether it's worth it or not, that's something to consider after reaching the 9th tier and successfully mastering the time rule. By then, I'll have enough strength and influence, won't I?" Moreover, a healer who masters the rules of time, Su Yan firmly believes that no country would easily give him up. No matter how powerful that country is, it would not dare to underestimate him. On the other hand, regardless of what plans they have behind the scenes, Su Yan still trusts the intentions of these top figures. Everything they do is for the good of the country. Plus, with his current strength, there's no reason to completely refuse, is there? However, thoughts are one thing, there are still some matters Su Yan needs to clarify. After all, ever since he first entered Jiangnan University, his mentor had told him that Blue Star was about to undergo a major change. Later, Wang Yu also mentioned this matter multiple times. It's just that at the time, due to certain reasons, Wang Yu didn't go into detail about what this major change was. He only urged Su Yan to focus on improving his strength. Now, listening to Elder Chou's words in front of him, Su Yan feels he might have a chance to learn from him what this so-called major change is all about. In addition, he also wants to figure out as much as possible what the grand plan he needs to participate in after comprehending the rules of time entails. Being mentally prepared in advance can't hurt. With this in mind, Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Elder Qiu, the major change you just mentioned, my mentor has also brought it up many times before, but he never explained the specifics. Can you tell me what exactly it is?"
Xiaoyi smiled, found a place to sit down with Su Yan, and said, "Big changes indeed. With your current strength, it's actually not very suitable for you to know these things. But since someone mentioned it before, I won't hide it from you. Do you know? Over 1,000 years ago, when the secret realms appeared and spiritual energy returned, what was our era called?" Su Yan didn't think much and instinctively answered, "The era of spiritual energy revival." After speaking, he suddenly looked up at Xiaoyi, as if he had just realized something. Seeing this, Xiaoyi secretly praised the boy's cleverness in his heart and continued, "It seems you figured it out. Then do you know why it's called spiritual energy revival? The word revival implies that spiritual energy existed before, disappeared for some reason, and then reappeared. If spiritual energy had never existed before and suddenly appeared over 1,000 years ago, wouldn't it have been more straightforward to call it the era of spiritual energy? Why insist on using the word revival?" Su Yan had read many novels about the revival of spiritual energy in his previous life, so after crossing over, he didn't think much about the term and simply accepted it. But when Xiaoyi mentioned it, he realized he had overlooked a major issue. Su Yan didn't believe this name was chosen casually, nor could it be like him, influenced by novels to call it that. On one hand, this name was unanimously confirmed by the world's top elites and recognized globally. He didn't think these elites would casually come up with a name. On the other hand, when he was a child, he had looked up information from before the arrival of the secret realm, including various novels. He was certain that 1,000 years ago, the novels did not contain the term spiritual energy revival. This indicated a significant issue. Thinking of this, Su Yan somewhat regretted asking the question, feeling that what Xiaoyi was about to say next might land him in serious trouble. Sure enough, curiosity killed the cat, as the ancients said. Thinking of this, Su Yan forced a smile that looked worse than crying at Xiaoyi and said, Mr. Qiu, is it still possible for me to take back my question?" Seeing Su Yan's sudden change of expression, Xiaoyi revealed a faint smile, his gaze carrying a hint of profound meaning. Xiaoyi smiled and looked at Su Yan, asking, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Su Yan gave a bitter smile and plopped down on the ground like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, looking utterly defeated, waiting for Xiaoyi to continue. Seeing Su Yan in this state, along with his still slightly youthful face, Xiaoyi finally softened and stopped teasing him. He said seriously, "Don't worry, you're not qualified to know the real core secrets yet. In fact, apart from a few of us old folks, no one is worthy of knowing. This time, I'm just giving you a simple heads up so you can be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up again, like a salted fish suddenly coming back to life, turning into a lively, jumping fresh fish. He completely forgot about how his curiosity had almost gotten him into trouble earlier, looking at Xiaoyi with full curiosity. Xiaoyi looked at Su Yan's unrepentant expression and shook his head before continuing, "You're right, there really used to be spiritual energy on Blue Star. But then something changed, and the spiritual energy began to gradually disappear until it completely dissipated. Since there was spiritual energy, of course, there were people who cultivated using it at that time. However, not everyone could cultivate, and people back then weren't called awakeners, nor were there so many occupational classifications like now. Here, we called them cultivators, while in the West, they had various names: mages, knights, wizards, bishops, and so on. These were the prototypes of the heroes and monsters in later myths and legends. Xiaoyi paused for a moment, seeing that Su Yan showed no signs of doubt, and continued, "As for why the spiritual energy disappeared, we haven't found the answer either. All we know is that ancient texts mention that those cultivators tried their best to stop the disappearance of spiritual energy, but it was all in vain. In the end, some accepted their fate, left behind their legacies, and vanished along with the spiritual energy. Others, unwilling to give up, tried many methods without success and decided to take a different path, leaving Blue Star to find a new world where they could continue to survive." As Su Yan listened, he felt both surprised and nervous, and a rather unsettling thought came to mind. He tentatively asked, "What about those secret realms on Blue Star?" Xiaoyi nodded, "You guessed it. Those secret realms were left behind by the cultivators who left back then. They found a way to leave Blue Star, successfully exhausting the remaining spiritual energy to connect Blue Star with these secret realms and open the passages. Through these passages, they left Blue Star. When the spiritual energy completely disappeared, these secret realm passages naturally closed as well. It wasn't until the spiritual energy returned to Blue Star that the passages reopened." Xiaoyi continued, "With the reappearance of spiritual energy, the teleportation passages that were forcibly opened back then were reactivated and became visible again on Blue Star. So these secret realms didn't suddenly appear, they've always been there.
It's just a matter of whether the passages were open or closed. Now there are thousands of secret realms on Blue Star, but not all of them are pathways to leave Blue Star. According to records, when spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, practitioners from both the East and the West almost simultaneously discovered ways to leave Blue Star in certain desperate situations. Although the methods varied, they all relied on secret realms to depart.
After discovering the method, Eastern and Western practitioners gathered separately, using the remaining spiritual
energy to open the secret realm passages and escape the spiritual energy depleted Blue Star through these channels.
After hearing Qiu Yi's words, Su Yan was extremely shocked.
He recalled how practitioners had simultaneously discovered methods to leave the secret realms, and the essence of these methods was the same. He couldn't help but feel that there must be some grand conspiracy behind it all.
Seeing Su Yan's expression change, Qiu Yi didn't stop and continued.
Actually, the total number of passages they opened together was less than 10.
But their actions destroyed a certain arrangement.
Originally, Blue Star had a protective barrier, but now this barrier has developed a large breach. Blue Star has begun actively connecting with those secret realms, opening its doors wide to welcome outsiders. Previously, because Blue Star lacked spiritual energy and resources were scarce, and the secret realm passages couldn't be opened, it was almost free from any invasions. But ever since the revival of spiritual energy and the recovery of resources, Blue Star has immediately become a target for various forces to fight over. If it weren't for the shield left behind by our ancestors still holding up, Blue Star would have long been occupied by foreign races.
Alright, that's all I'll say about the background. Next, I'll talk about the big change.
The specifics must remain confidential, so I can only give you a general idea. Simply put, the shield left by our predecessors is on the verge of collapse, and the power suppressing the secret realm is fading.
We are about to face a new crisis.
However, crises also bring opportunities.
As long as we endure, Blue Star will undergo earth-shattering changes. That's all I can tell you for now. The rest will have to wait until you become stronger.
So, young one, strive to grow stronger. This isn't just about our plan, it's for yourself, your family, and even the entire world. After speaking, Qiu Yi said no more, leaving Su Yan time to process the information.
Su Yan was deeply shaken after hearing this.
He had never imagined that his planet was facing such a tremendous crisis. No wonder those top-tier powerhouses rarely showed themselves. On one hand, it was because the spiritual energy on Blue Star was still insufficiently dense. On the other hand, it might also be to guard against those unknown formidable enemies. Thinking of this, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He had no time to ponder any conspiracies, becoming stronger was the top priority. With the support of a big shot, he could grow faster, so why hesitate?
With this thought, Su Yan looked up at Qiu Yi and said firmly, "Senior, didn't you say you came here to give me special training? Let's start now."
Qiu Yi smiled and asked, "Are you sure?
After hearing all this news, don't you need some time to process it?
Starting training a day or two later wouldn't hurt."
Su Yan shook his head, "No need.
Right now, I have only one thought, becoming strong enough to protect everyone and everything I care about. Besides, you mentioned that the rules of time and space are crucial for future plans. The sooner I master them, the more composed I'll be when facing major changes."
Hearing this, Qiu Yi couldn't help but laugh.
"You're truly bold, unlike some people. We invest in helping them grow stronger, yet they suspect us of scheming and even run away on the spot. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if the sky falls, we'll hold it up together.
Even without you, we have backup plans.
It's tough, but we'll get through it." After saying this, he didn't persuade Su Yan to rest any further. He took out a wooden box from his spatial ring and placed it in front of him.
"Since you've said so, let's begin.
I mentioned to warn you earlier not to let you absorb the skill crystals yet, and this is the reason why." As he spoke, Qiu Yi opened the wooden box, revealing 3 glowing skill crystals. He pointed at the crystals and explained, "These 3 skill crystals are Resurrection Prophecy, Time Acceleration, and Power of Protection." Resurrection Prophecy allows the user to come back to life and recover their state, but it cannot be triggered again within 12 hours after resurrection. Time Acceleration speeds up the flow of time in a specific area. Power of Protection reduces the damage received by the target by 30%. These 3 skills are all crucial. Are you ready? The Resurrection Prophecy is used to enhance your previous deadly 4-hit combo. The Refresh effect allows you to deliver another set of the Dream Recalling and Life Commanding Death-Defying combo punches after the Resurrection Prophecy is activated. You can also use this skill to try learning other prophecy-based spells. The Prophecy branch is actually a very important subset of the time system, which will greatly help you understand the rules of time in the future. As for the time acceleration skill, although its range is limited due to your current strength and the level of this skill crystal core, the larger the range, the less effective the acceleration. However, this is a pure time-based skill that can help you gain a deeper understanding of the rules of time. Although it has many limitations, if you integrate it into your recovery techniques, the enhancement effect is very significant. Originally, it might trigger once per second, but now it could trigger twice, 3 times, or even more per second. As for the last skill, the power of protection, there's no need to elaborate. Your skills indeed lack damage reduction effects. If your teammates are strong, it's not a problem, but if they are fragile, they might get taken out instantly. Even the best healing can't save them. After introducing these skills, Joey handed the box in his hand to Su-Yen and said, "Alright, your next task is to absorb these 3 skills. I'll take you to the place where you'll train and live." After speaking, Joey got up and walked into the hall. Su-Yen saw Joey set off and also put the wooden box into his spatial ring before following him. Soon, the two arrived at a training room. Joey took out a red token from his spatial storage and handed it to Su-Yen. "This is the key to this training room. Place it on the door to open it. You can absorb the skill crystal here. If you need to rest, there's another room next door where you can stay during this period. Once you've finished absorbing and are ready to accept my guidance, use this token to contact me, and I will appear. You'd better rest first, the upcoming training will be exhausting." After speaking, Joey glanced at Xian Ming, who was closely following Su-Yen, quickly walked over, and before Xian Ming could react, he picked it up. Looking at the struggling Xian Ming in his hand, Joey smiled and said to Su-Yen, "I'll take this little turtle with me to meet an old friend and return its shell in the process. Don't worry, I won't do anything to it." Without waiting for Su-Yen's response, he left the training room with Xian Ming in hand. After sending Joey off, Su-Yen stood there in a daze for a moment, then directly activated the training rooms. Formation, sat on the central meditation mat, took out the wooden box, and began absorbing the skill crystal. Xian Ming had already been cast to the back of his mind. Following Joey wouldn't be an issue, and he might even gain some benefits. Perhaps, as Joey said, Su-Yen had an exceptionally strong affinity for time, as he touched the skill crystals of resurrection prophecy and time acceleration. He inexplicably had a feeling that he would definitely be able to absorb these 2 crystals successfully in one go. Even he couldn't explain where this confidence came from. As it turned out, just as he had thought, the absorption process was exceptionally smooth, requiring almost no effort, as if the crystals actively wanted to merge into his body. As for the final skill crystal of guardian power, although he failed on the first attempt, he succeeded on the second. With this skill crystal as a comparison, Su-Yen became even more aware of how smoothly the absorption of the previous 2 skills had gone. Although the absorption process went smoothly, by the time all 3 skills were fully absorbed, it was already the evening of the next day. Su-Yen stood up from the meditation mat, took out the communicator from his spatial ring, and saw that it was almost nighttime. So, he did not immediately use the token to summon Xiao-Yi but decided to rest first. For the next training, Su-Yen decided to first try out his new skills in the adjacent room, rest for a night, and officially start the special training tomorrow. After all, Elder Chiu had mentioned before that this special training would be extremely tough, so Su-Yen needed to prepare well. He walked into the connected room, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then returned to the room to start testing the 3 newly absorbed skills. First, he used the power of protection. The phantom of a blue shield appeared around him and quickly disappeared. He pinched his thigh but didn't feel any significant pain. This skill was for damage reduction, and the value was quite high, perfectly compensating for his current lack of defense. Next was the time acceleration skill. Spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly, and it took half of it to successfully activate the skill. The effect was not very satisfactory, covering only a head-sized area, and the speed was merely doubled. Feeling a significant depletion of spiritual energy within, Su-Yen raised his hand to use the recovery spell. After stacking it 10 layers, his spiritual energy quickly replenished. Recalling what Xiao-Yi had said, he attempted to merge time acceleration with the recovery spell. Although the consumption was substantial, with the support of the 10-layer recovery spell, after multiple attempts, he finally succeeded in merging the 2 skills. A purple light orb appeared in his hand. Su-Yen dispelled the 10-layer recovery spell within his body, allowing the light orb to merge into him. Sensing the changes in his internal skills, he nodded in satisfaction. The recovery spell, after being enhanced by his innate talent in stacking runes, had now received an epic level upgrade. All recovery effects were doubled, with the downside being that the duration was halved. However, this was not a major issue, as he could extend the effect duration by increasing energy output.
As for the final resurrection prophecy, Su Yan also tried using it. Apart from the skill's visual effects, there were no other results.
After all, he couldn't deliberately risk his life just to test the skill. However, when he used this skill, a blurry image flashed before his eyes, though he couldn't discern the specific details. After testing the skills, Su Yan lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and had a good night's rest. Early the next morning, he washed his face, took out some dried meat from the spatial ring for a simple meal, and then retrieved the crimson token given to him by Xiaoyi, channeling spiritual energy into it. The token emitted a red glow, and Xiaoyi's voice came from within.
Xiao Su Yan, have you finished absorbing the skill crystal?
Yes, Elder Qiu, I've successfully absorbed 3 skills and am ready to start the special training.
Are you ready?
I'll come over now, and we'll begin the formal training. Not long after the communication ended, there was a knock on the door.
Su Yan got up to open the door and saw Xiaoyi standing at the entrance. Xiaoyi asked with a smile, "Are you ready? If so, let's set off." Su Yan nodded, indicating readiness. Xiaoyi lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and the two instantly disappeared, reappearing in a completely new environment.
Xiaoyi said, "As a healer, healing ability and timing are extremely important.
Your first phase of training will focus on these 2 aspects."
As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the surrounding environment quickly changed. A path appeared before them, with a team of more than 10 people at the starting point.
This is the Mountain and Sea Illusion Realm. You can use your abilities normally here.
Death won't truly occur, but the pain from injuries will be magnified tenfold.
The special training will take place here. Let me first explain the background. The story begins with the new generation of young people from the tribe. Led by the young clan leader, they embark on an adventurous journey along the mountain and sea road in search of the legendary treasure.
You, as the strongest shaman reserve in the tribe, were naturally invited to join them and become a member of the team. Your task is to provide support and healing for your teammates on this journey through the mountains and seas until the legendary treasure is found. This path is full of dangers and challenges, with the constant threat of enemy attacks. However, as the journey progresses, like-minded individuals will also join your team. Your responsibility is to protect your teammates and ensure they survive. You have 3 chances, and if more than 5 teammates die, your mission will fail. No matter how far you progress, the illusion will reset to the starting point, forcing you to begin again. After finishing, Xiaoyi looked at Su Yan and asked, "Are you ready? If you are, go find them and start the special training." Su Yan nodded firmly, bid farewell to Xiaoyi, and walked directly toward the 10-person team.
Xiaoyi watched his back and smiled as he disappeared.
As Su Yan approached, the previously still scene suddenly came to life.
The leading man enthusiastically stepped forward. "Yan, you're here." Hearing this name, Su Yan's mind conjured up some memories.
Now, he was simply called Yan, and the man before him was the initiator of this team, the young clan leader Xia. After a brief exchange of greetings, they headed together toward the tribe's gate. The elders were already waiting at the entrance to bid them farewell as they embarked on their journey. As the most outstanding shaman in training in the tribe, Su Yan received a totem staff and a riding beast from the great shaman upon his departure. Watching Xianming happily nuzzle against him, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Elder Qiu was truly thoughtful.
With Xuanming's help, the journey naturally became much easier.
And so, Su Yan and the team set off on their first expedition along the mountain and sea road.
Not knowing what lay ahead, shortly after leaving the tribe, Su Yan, under the admiring gazes of the others, applied all his enhancement and survival skills to his teammates. The subsequent experiences proved that his choice was correct. Shortly after leaving the tribal reserve, they encountered an attack by exotic beasts. With Su Yan's treatment and support, the team successfully repelled the enemies and even managed to obtain ingredients for dinner.
After the battle, they smoothly arrived at the first stop of the mountain and sea road, officially embarking on their true adventure. At first, the exotic beasts on the mountain and sea road were not very strong, and Su Yan's support allowed the team to easily pass more than 10 levels. But as they ventured deeper, the enemies grew stronger, even making Su Yan feel challenged. During the journey, although Su Yan did his utmost to protect his teammates, due to the limited number of people he could care for at the same time, coupled with new teammates joining and stronger enemies, the pressure of healing increased.
Finally, Su Yan began to fall behind.
The issue wasn't the amount of healing, but that the number of teammates had exceeded the maximum range his skills could cover. Except for the 2 skills, Ancient Totem and Sanctuary, other skills cannot simultaneously affect all teammates. Faced with this situation, Su Yan had no choice but to break down the original combination skills, using the 4
skills healing, dream return, death resistance, and resurrection prophecy on different teammates individually. As a result, the teammates' survivability was greatly reduced, and Su Yan had to constantly monitor their status, ready to heal at any moment. Previously, Su Yan mostly played in small teams of 5 or 6 people, where the number of teammates was limited, making it easy to keep track of everyone's status. Alternatively, the teammates were equipped with various powerful survival skills, offering a high margin for error. This time was different. The teammates required him to continuously monitor their health and provide timely treatment. However, the teammates were scattered across different corners of the battlefield, making it extremely challenging for Su Yan, who was just beginning to handle such situations. As the enemies grew stronger, Su Yan gradually lost control of the situation. Whenever he focused on healing one side, the teammates on the other side couldn't hold on, and their survival skills were directly overwhelmed by a wave of enemy attacks. Casualties became inevitable, and the team quickly lost more than 5 members. A flash of light passed, and Su Yan's vision blurred. He found himself back at the starting point. He was still the reservist Su Yan, known as the strongest shaman of the new generation. But this time, the team's faces had changed, and the leader was no longer Xia but a young clan leader named Yu. The plot unfolded as before. The team set out, and the elders saw them off. Su Yan once again received the totem staff and the Xianming mount from the great shaman. With prior experience, this time Su Yan didn't immediately use all his skills on his teammates. Instead, while the team was still small, he began training his multitasking and battlefield judgment abilities. Although there were some setbacks at the beginning, he ultimately managed to protect all his teammates. During this process, Su Yan felt his battlefield judgment becoming increasingly accurate and began attempting to monitor different areas of the battle simultaneously with his eyes and mental power. However, the practice time was still short. As the team grew in number and the enemies became stronger, this mission failed even faster than the last. With a flash of light, Su Yan returned to the starting point again. His teammates were replaced by a new group, and the leader had changed to someone named Feng. The plot remains the same: farewells, receiving gifts, battles, training, casualties, failures, and restarts. Through repeated failures and restarts, Su Yan's battlefield judgment and ability to control the timing of treatments improved rapidly. Later, he was able to sense the state of all his teammates through his mental power, easily handling treatments. After mastering this skill, the progress on the road of mountains and seas also began to accelerate. However, in the latter half, the enemies became extraordinarily powerful. In general, it took them dozens or even hundreds of moves to kill a single enemy, but the enemy's attacks could instantly break their life-saving skills upon contact. No matter how strong a shield or treatment Su Yan used, they were instantly killed by a single strike from the enemy. In such situations, Su Yan had almost no room for maneuver except for life-saving skills and the brief invincibility. Of good and evil have their rewards, relying solely on his teammates' own strength to sustain the battle. The margin for error was absurdly low. Despite Su Yan's utmost efforts to block attacks, they ultimately still failed. He returned to the starting point, changed a group of teammates, obtained the Grand Shaman's equipment, and left the tribe. Now, Su Yan had already mastered multi-line operation techniques. Along the way, he healed his teammates while reflecting on the previous battle. In that confrontation, the enemies were clearly overpowered. Encountering them felt like falling into despair. Once hit, it was as good as waiting for death. In such situations, ordinary healing was completely useless. After all, healing requires a target. Either you're at full health, or you're instantly dead. Healing is of no use at all. At this moment, Su Yan began to think about things unrelated to the mission. Relying on his past life experiences of reading novels, playing games, and his understanding of Elder Chiu, he knew they wouldn't assign him a task that was completely impossible to complete. After all, Elder Chiu was still counting on him to grow stronger quickly. Getting stuck at the first stage of special training would be meaningless. If Elder Chiu didn't want to teach him, he wouldn't have said so much to him. He could have just found someone to arrange training and let him practice with his teammates. That would have been enough. Why bring himself into this mountain and sea illusion? And teach the skill of multitasking, greatly enhancing battlefield analysis and grasping the timing for healing? Therefore, this mountain and sea path cannot be unbreakable. There must be a solution. Either strengthen teammates or weaken enemies. There must be some key point he has overlooked. Thus, Su Yan recalled his previous experiences while continuing to advance the mission. Suddenly, he stared at the totem staff in his hand and the Xianming beneath his feet, as if he had remembered something. He had already reset dozens of times. Each time he restarted, the positions of teammates, the young clan leader, the great shaman, elders, and the tribe,
as well as the enemies in each stage, would change. But the only constants were himself, the totem staff treated as a decoration, and Xianming.
Xianming was a contract beast.
Su Yan carefully examined it through a soul contract and found no issues, except that its energy was slightly accumulated due to receiving many good items from Elder Chiu. Then the key to breaking the deadlock this time should be this totem staff. Thinking of this, Su Yan carefully examined the totem staff with his mental power. But to his disappointment, no matter how he checked, there was nothing special about this staff. He even cut his finger, trying to test if it would recognize him as its master through blood, but the staff still showed no reaction, making him doubt if he was mistaken. With continuous attempts, their team arrived once again at the checkpoint where they had previously failed. It was still the same. Teammates would immediately trigger the life-saving effect as soon as they were touched by the enemy. With the experience from the previous secret realm, even when facing inevitable defeat, Su Yan gave it his all to shield his teammates from harm. When the death toll exceeded 5 and the mission was about to reset, a sudden realization struck Su Yan's mind. After resetting, the environment and characters change again.
Su Yan quickly joined the team, completed the preliminary storyline, obtained the totem staff, and left the tribe.
Looking at the seemingly ordinary black staff, he infused spiritual power and simultaneously activated the ancient totem skill. Instantly, various totem patterns appeared on the staff, emitting colorful light. As the colorful light shone, the faces of the enemy leaders encountered during the reset and the young clan leader from his side appeared before Su Yan. Then, these figures gradually twisted and shattered, transforming into various forms of exotic beast totems, merging into the totem staff in his hand. Afterward, the totem staff turned into a stream of light and merged into Su Yan's body. At the same time, secret information about the totem staff surged into Su Yan's mind along with the stream of light. Just as the totem staff in Su Yan's hand emitted multicolored light, Xiu, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself. "Looks like this kid has discovered the gift I left for him. The first phase of special training should come to an end." After saying this, he stood up, took a light step, and left the training room. At this moment, Su Yan was feeling the changes brought by the stream of light from the staff merging into his body, while information also surfaced in his mind. It turned out that this totem staff was the crystallization of Qiuyi's many years of insights into ancient totem skills. It recorded the auras and essences of various exotic beasts he had encountered, as well as the totems he had created by integrating and transforming these elements. Anyone who had learned ancient totem skills would have their skills automatically upgraded after absorbing this staff. The types of totems increased, the number of totems that could be summoned simultaneously doubled, the skill effects were also doubled, and even a single totem could stack multiple enhancement effects.
After fully comprehending and absorbing it, Xiuyi's voice appeared in Su Yan's mind. "Kid, did you receive my gift? Do you like it? Didn't you want to try out my combat style? In reality, the body isn't strong enough to withstand too many totem enhancements.
But in this mountain and sea illusion, as long as you can handle the skill consumption,
you and your teammates can enjoy unlimited enhancement effects without breaking down. You can even break through the limit of summoning totems simultaneously.
Just take this opportunity to experience and get familiar with the power of various totems." Listening to the changes in the ancient totem skills within his body and Xiuyi's words, Su Yan smiled excitedly. Without much thought, he immediately called the team to a halt. Facing their puzzled gazes, he activated the ancient totem skills. Various totems were summoned by him one after another, and the amplification effects quickly spread to his teammates.
To be honest, Senior Qiuyi's inheritance was truly abundant.
Just summoning all the totems took Su Yan 1 or 2 hours. The cost was also immense. If he hadn't absorbed the time acceleration skill in advance, doubling his recovery ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. When all the totems were finally summoned, the momentum of his teammates instantly surged. The subsequent journey through the mountains and seas became incredibly easy. With Su Yan's powerful amplification, the group of strong teammates didn't even need his healing, effortlessly clearing the path ahead. Although Su Yan also wanted to personally take action and satisfy his desire for output with various buffs, his teammates firmly opposed it. They said that as the Grand Shaman, Su Yan must be protected and absolutely must not take risks. This statement left Su Yan both amused and exasperated, internally complaining, "Who came up with this setting? Doesn't the Grand Shaman feel pain? Look at Elder Chiu with his muscular build and the title of the strongest healer. Shouldn't it be the opponents who need protection instead?" Despite his frustration, the mission still had to be completed. Soon, they arrived at the checkpoint where they had previously been instantly defeated. But now, with Su Yan's amplification support,
the team's strength had greatly increased. The opponent's attacks were still fierce, but they held their ground steadily and ultimately defeated the enemy. After overcoming this challenge, the training was nearing its end. They went through numerous hardships and finally reached the end of the road of mountains and seas, a mysterious ancient altar. Su Yan curiously opened the treasure chest on the altar, wanting to see what the legendary treasure was. When he opened it, he found only a scroll inside. He unfolded the scroll, and a portrait appeared before him. The aura clearly belonged to Chou-Yi, though the painting made him look much more handsome. No way, senior great sorcerer, are you really this narcissistic? The treasure that all the tribes dream of obtaining turns out to be a self-portrait of you. This is truly laughable. Just as Su Yan was staring blankly at the scroll, the surrounding space suddenly changed, and he found himself back at the place where he and Xiao-Yi had first entered the mountain and sea secret realm, still holding the portrait in his hand. Xiao-Yi had been waiting nearby for a while. Seeing Su Yan staring at his photo, he teased with a smile, "What do you think? Looks good, right? This is my favorite portrait." Su Yan didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only smile awkwardly. Seeing this, Xiao-Yi became serious and said, "This portrait contains a sealed version of one of my avatars. If you encounter danger in the future, open it, and it can save your life at a critical moment." Upon hearing this, Su Yan gratefully put away the scroll. No matter how narcissistic he might be, this was a life-saving treasure. Seeing Su Yan put away the scroll, Xiao-Yi said, "Since you've passed the first stage of training, we'll now begin the next stage." With that, he waved his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly transformed. The jungle turned into a massive arena. As a healer, besides mastering various rules, the most important thing is understanding life and death. You've already used life energy quite well, so next, we'll focus on training your perception of death. To truly understand death, the simplest way is to experience it yourself. Only by going through death can you truly grasp the meaning of life and death. Therefore, the second phase of training is life and death combat. You and your little turtle will fight in the arena. However, you cannot use that skill of your little turtle that puts you away. Your opponents will have various attributes and professions. I will adjust their strength to ensure they are enough to threaten or even kill you. This way, not only can you train your survival skills, but you can also learn about various abilities, avoiding being caught off guard in real battles. Although you currently have teammates to protect you, in case you end up alone, you must ensure you can hold out until rescue arrives. More importantly, a life and death situation can unleash your potential, making you stronger. Experiencing the feeling of death once will greatly benefit your future growth. After speaking, Xiao-Yi retrieved Shen Ming, which had not been seen since the end of the illusion, and looked at Su Yan with a determined gaze. "So, are you ready?" Faced with Xiao-Yi's seriousness, Su Yan nodded without hesitation. "Ready, senior, let's begin." As the words fell, Xiao-Yi's figure disappeared from the arena, leaving only Su Yan and Shen Ming quietly waiting for the upcoming challenge. During the wait, Su Yan did not remain idle but continuously applied skills to himself. Ancient Totem, Dream Return, Resurrection Prophecy, all kinds of survival skills were fully prepared. Not long after, Xiao-Yi's figure vanished, and immediately a figure appeared before Su Yan. This person was tall, imposing, with an indistinct face, shrouded in a heavy aura of shadow. Since it was the first round, Su Yan still didn't know what he would face. Coupled with the multiple survival skills on him, he did not immediately engage in battle but first observed the opponent. Unexpectedly, the opponent delivered a harsh warning right from the start. While Su Yan was observing the opponent, the enemy suddenly disappeared, followed by a sharp pain that struck him. Su Yan instantly lost consciousness. After his soul left his body, he realized he had already been defeated. What puzzled him was that the enemy was able to break through the 5 layers of life-saving skills on him in such a short time, and even rendered Shen Ming, who always carried taunt skills by his side, completely unable to react. The scene on the arena began to replay, and Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that at the moment the opponent disappeared, the shadow power instantly infiltrated Su Yan's shadow, silently reaching behind him. The enemy's shadow clone split into two. One part controlled Shen Ming, using Shadow Bind and Silent Blade to immobilize and silence it. The true body launched an attack on Su Yan. Piercing Blade directly broke the shield. Backstab shattered Dream Return. Heavy Strike and Normal Attack stunned him. Dark Hidden Stab triggered Siming. Silent Blade and Normal Attack sealed his skills, even triggering Death Defiance. Critical Strike activated Resurrection Prophecy, and finally, the Poison Burst completely defeated Su Yan. Seeing this combo, Su Yan finally understood the identity of the intruder. It was a Dark-type assassin or rogue. Under normal circumstances, his attacks couldn't kill Su Yan, who had 50% damage reduction, but this guy had.
a talent for doubling damage from back attacks, and had unleashed all his burst skills at the start, causing his damage to skyrocket instantly. Adding to the early appearance, Su Yan's excessive treatment shield had not yet stacked fully, and the piercing blade directly shattered the shield. Next, a series of attacks with backstab bonuses and burst amplifications left Su Yan almost no time to react. Control skills were interspersed continuously, and within just 2 or 3 seconds, he was instantly killed. Although Xian Ming noticed the crisis, he was completely immobilized by shadow binding and the control of the silent blade, and could only watch helplessly as Su Yan was dismantled by the opponent. When the resurrection prophecy was triggered, Xian Ming was freed from control, but the enemy immediately detonated the 8 layers of poison stacked on Su Yan. The poison explosion caused Su Yan to fall completely. After watching the replay, Su Yan deeply reflected. When the opponent appeared with full shadow power, he should have been vigilant. After all, Wang Yu had previously warned that such situations often indicate an assassin or thief who could strike from behind and kill instantly at any moment. But he was too confident, relying on multiple life-saving skills, observing the opponent without any defense, and as a result, he was instantly killed without any chance to fight back. Before Su Yan could think further, his soul stayed blurred for a moment, and he was back in the arena. Back in the arena, Su Yan looked at his restored physical form, and the Xianming beside him calmed down from its rage, quickly running to his side and rubbing against him. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the reality of having just died once. Su Yan felt as if he had touched some kind of power, but strangely, when he tried to delve deeper, there was no response. This left him feeling a bit disappointed. However, the time in the arena did not allow him to think too much. Just as he was savoring that vague sensation, Xianming let out a furious roar, interrupting his thoughts. Following the sound, he saw a mass of black mist gathering. Before long, the shadow that had defeated him earlier reappeared on the other side of the arena. This time, Su Yan didn't foolishly watch his opponent make a move. He immediately leaned against Xianming, quickly applying all the buffs to both himself and Xianming. Through their soul contract, he instructed Xianming to keep a close eye on the shadow beneath their feet, ready to use a taunt skill to control the enemy the moment it attempted to approach using Shadow Leap. Sure enough, the opponent once again tried to ambush them with a Shadow Leap. As soon as it appeared, Xianming activated a taunt, firmly locking the enemy in place. Xianming withstood the damage and began a direct confrontation with the enemy. Xuanming's defense was far stronger than Su Yan's. Coupled with the 50% damage reduction and defense enhancement from Su Yan's skills, along with the absence of backstab bonuses, attacks that could have taken away half of Su Yan's life felt like mere scratches on Xianming. Instead, the enemy was left covered in wounds from the Thorn's armor's counterattacks. The enemy struggled to break free from the taunt and immediately charged at Su Yan. Su Yan was well prepared, activating phase shift to dodge frantically. When he couldn't evade, he used phasing or the karma skill to completely ignore the attack. Alternatively, he faced the enemy head-on, and without the backstab bonus, the enemy couldn't even take half of his health. The battle became much easier. Xianming alternated between taunting to control the enemy and tanking head-on. When the taunt was on cooldown or dodged, Su Yan maneuvered to evade, waiting for Xianming to regain control of the battlefield. In this way, they easily defeated the first opponent. It was likely that Senior Qiu Yi had anticipated Su Yan's ability to infinitely stack shields when designing this stage of training. As soon as the first enemy was defeated, a high-level fire mage appeared as the second opponent. Upon his arrival, he unleashed meteor shower and falling meteors, turning the area where Su Yan and Xianming stood into a complete mess. This opponent was much stronger than the previous one. However, compared to the instant burst of an assassin, his large-scale ultimate attacks posed less of a threat. First, these skills weren't powerful enough to instantly kill Su Yan. As long as he wasn't one-shot, Su Yan could rely on his talent, Heart of Life, and time acceleration to instantly heal back to full health with 10 layers of recovery spells. Second, Xianming was by his side. Dealing with stationary or slow-moving enemies was Xianming's specialty. Activating wide-area defense, he blocked all attacks, and his taunt skills became increasingly precise. One person and one turtle cooperated, defeating the enemy in less than half the time of the previous match. After defeating the second opponent, the third one appeared immediately, giving Su Yan no chance to rest. In this way, Su Yan and Xianming kept fighting non-stop in the arena. Opponents with various attributes, professions, and skills appeared one after another. Whether mainstream or niche, they faced them all. This high-intensity combat not only enhanced Su Yan and Xianming's combat awareness but also greatly broadened Su Yan's horizons. Naturally, not every opponent was as easy to deal with as the fire element mage in the second round. Some mainstream professions were manageable. Although the battles were intense, as long as the opponent didn't have a move that could instantly kill Su Yan, he could always endure with the help of healing spells. He even encountered opponents with contracted beasts. However, they were beast tamers, summoning creatures like queen bees and queen ants, which swarmed overwhelmingly, leaving Su Yan and his pet struggling to breathe and causing him significant psychological trauma. As for those niche professions, they were even more troublesome. Their strange skills left Su Yan completely baffled. Sometimes, the opponent didn't even seem to attack, yet he was inexplicably defeated. Su Yan remembered once encountering a curse warlock. He didn't suffer a single injury and kept using dispel skills to save his life. However, the opponent took out a straw doll. Although there was no direct skill linking the doll to him, when the doll was smashed, he also instantly perished. In short, during this phase of special training, Su Yan faced all kinds of opponents and experienced various ways in which healers were taken out. In every battle, both sides targeted the healer first. Su Yan went through countless crises and near-death moments. It was in this high-pressure environment that Su Yan's strength rapidly improved, advancing from the late stage of the 5th tier to the peak of the 5th tier. Dying and reviving repeatedly also deepened his understanding of death. Although he hadn't fully figured it out, he felt he had touched upon some kind of secret. When his strength reached a certain level, this secret would surely be of great help to him. Despite numerous difficulties along the way, Su Yan and Xian Ming died repeatedly in the arena. The scenes were brutal. However, through constant reviews, Su Yan finally grasped his opponent's weaknesses and successfully defeated them. At a great cost, with almost all his life-saving skills exhausted and even Xian Ming taken down by the opponent's final burst, Su Yan still managed to pass the last stage of the arena. After waiting for a while and confirming that no new opponents appeared, and the arena environment returned to normal, Su Yan finally let out a long sigh of relief, collapsed onto Xian Ming's back, and stared blankly at the sky. Although death in the arena isn't real, the pain and suffocation feel very real. In the Shanghai illusion, this sensation is magnified tenfold. Su Yan couldn't even count how many times he had died during this phase of special training. At first, he couldn't bear the pain and suffocation at all and thought of giving up several times. After all, healers have delicate bodies, are protected by teammates, and rarely get injured. The worst injury he had suffered was being bitten by a blood-colored giant python when he first entered the secret realm with Wang Lei and the others. But in the arena, he was covered in wounds and died countless times. If it weren't for the unyielding spirit in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. He tried using sensory deception to transform the pain into other sensations, and it worked quite well. However, after one death, he realized this didn't help him improve his understanding of death, so he abandoned this cheating trick. Later, after dying so many times, he became numb to the pain and suffocation. Upon resurrection, his first reaction was no longer to alleviate the pain but to immediately cast spells and prepare for battle. Now, he finally defeated all his opponents and completed this stage of special training. His tense nerves finally relaxed. He collapsed onto Xuanming's back, staring blankly at the sky, looking as if he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Xiao Yi had just entered the mountain and sea illusion realm when he saw this scene. Although he found it somewhat amusing, he was inwardly surprised by Su Yan's resilience. When he left the arena earlier, he had already prepared for the possibility that Su Yan might not hold on and would give up. After all, Su Yan was not yet 17 years old, had always had smooth sailing, was pampered at home, and had never faced a true test. Therefore, even if Su Yan wanted to give up on this special training, he wouldn't blame him, nor would he lower his evaluation of him. Xiao Yi had even planned that if Su Yan couldn't persevere, he would adjust the training plan, letting him come out of the illusion realm to rest first and continue after recovering. But what he didn't expect was that, in the face of pain and the threat of death, Su Yan not only didn't collapse but gritted his teeth and persevered until the end. This made Xiao Yi both surprised and raised his opinion of Su Yan to another level. There are many talented people, but those who can still grit their teeth and persist under extreme hardship are truly rare. He even felt that, even without their help, with Su Yan's current potential and mindset, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a top figure in the future. As for his current appearance, which looks like a salted fish, who wouldn't need a break after undergoing such intense training? Xiao Yi thought to himself and didn't disturb him, quietly hiding nearby to wait for Su Yan to recover. Not long after, Su Yan rested and adjusted himself on Xuanming's back, slowly sitting up and looking around for Xiao Yi. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi knew he had fully recovered, so he stopped hiding, flashed his figure, and appeared in front of Su Yan.
Su Yan was not surprised.
After all, when the training ended, he had already sensed Qiu Yi's presence.
He was just too exhausted at the time, both mentally and physically, and collapsed as soon as he relaxed, unable to pay attention to anyone.
Moreover, Qiu Yi had no intention of approaching, which made him realize the other party was letting him rest properly, so he completely relaxed. Now that he had recovered, it was only natural for Qiu Yi, who had been waiting here early, to appear in front of him.
Su Yan respectfully saluted Qiu Yi to express his gratitude.
No matter what plans Qiu Yi had, he truly put effort into helping him train. This special training significantly enhanced his combat awareness and understanding of various attributes, professions, and skills. Qiu Yi was particularly pleased to see Su Yan being so polite and sincere. As a teacher, he most hoped to encounter students who were both talented and hard-working. Although Su Yan's performance contradicted his earlier doubts, it only made him more satisfied. He smiled and said to Su Yan, "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the second phase of special training. To be honest, I didn't expect you to make it through, but you've completely exceeded my expectations. Since you've performed so well, I'll let you relax a bit in the upcoming third phase of training as a reward." Hearing Qiu Yi's words, Su Yan sensed the doubt the other had about him, but he wasn't angry, nor did he feel the need to refute or feel proud. After all, he knew better than anyone how difficult it had been to persevere until now. During the special training, he had countless moments when he wanted to give up, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and pushed through, which even surprised himself. Thinking of Qiu Yi's mention that the third stage of special training was a relaxing reward, Su Yan felt both curious and expectant. After all, the training in the first two stages had left him physically and mentally exhausted, especially the mental pressure, which had nearly pushed him to his limit. If the third stage was as difficult as the first two, or even harder, he had no confidence he could complete it. So he asked Qiu Yi, "Then, what is the third stage of special training? Is it still in the mountain and sea illusion?" Seeing the fatigue and desire for rest that Su Yan couldn't hide on his face, Qiu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yes, the original third stage of training was indeed still in the mountain and sea illusion, but it was a consolation plan for those who couldn't endure the second stage and chose to give up. The intensity of the training would be greatly reduced, and the sensory stimulation would be adjusted back to normal from tenfold pain. Of course, the training effect would be much weaker, mainly serving to broaden one's horizons, provide a preliminary experience of death, and offer limited willpower training. However, Su Yan's performance in the second stage exceeded Qiu Yi's expectations. Qiu Yi had thought he would give up due to the pain and fear of death, but Su Yan displayed astonishing willpower, perfectly completing the second stage and achieving the originally set goals. Those backup plans for easier training thus became unnecessary. Although Su Yan's performance rendered Qiu Yi's previous arrangements redundant, he was not disappointed. Instead, he was very pleased. After all, those backup plans were merely a safety net prepared out of concern that Su Yan might not be able to complete the training. Since Su Yan had exceeded expectations, why lower the standards and opt for secondary level training? With this in mind, Qiu Yi decisively cancelled the easy training plan and directly initiated the next stage of formal special training. He said to Su Yan, "Well, originally, the third stage was supposed to take place in the mountain and sea illusion." Hearing this, Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. After all, the tenfold sensory experience in the mountain and sea illusion was truly torturous for him, and a trace of dimness flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Qiu Yi smiled and deliberately stretched his tone, saying, "But..." Su Yan immediately perked up, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly asked, "But what?" Qiu Yi smiled and shook his head, thinking he was still just a child, and couldn't help but reveal directly, "Because you have already exceeded my plan, the training in this phase of the mountain and sea illusion is no longer of any use to you. So, I've decided to skip it and move directly to the next stage. Moreover, just as you wished, the next special training will neither take place in the mountain and sea illusion nor involve any combat requirements." After speaking, Qiu Yi didn't wait for Su Yan to react. He gestured for him to follow and headed toward the exit of the mountain and sea illusion. Hearing Qiu Yi's words, Su Yan was overjoyed. It seemed that the upcoming special training would be much easier, and he could finally get some proper rest. But before he could revel in his happiness for long, Qiu Yi signaled him to follow and turn toward the exit. Su Yan had no choice but to quickly follow along with Xian Ming. Before long, they exited the mountain and sea illusion. Qiu Yi led Su Yan out of the independent space of the ancestral witch hall and headed toward the highest peak at the center of the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered various exotic beasts. Most of them were unfamiliar to Su Yan, and he couldn't determine their strength levels. However, his senses told him that These beasts were incredibly powerful. The weakest among them could rival half of Sioux City, while some were as strong as several Sioux cities combined, leaving him utterly astonished. What surprised him even more was that these powerful exotic beasts, upon seeing Qiu Yi, all showed expressions of fear, obediently crouching on the ground and bowing their heads to express submission and reverence. Su Yan, leveraging Qiu Yi's imposing presence, joined him in receiving the worship of these exotic beasts, experiencing the feeling of borrowing someone else's power to intimidate. Beside them, Xian Ming, who had been trembling in fear when facing these top-tier beings, was now swelling with confidence. Su Yan could even discern the inherent confidence and arrogance in the turtle's stride. As they moved closer to the center of the secret realm, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the exotic beasts they encountered became progressively stronger, ranging from the strength of several Su Changs to over a dozen. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangcheng, Su Chang suddenly sneezed several times. Feeling that his body was fine, he muttered to himself, "With my strength. Now, how could I catch a cold? Someone must be thinking about me. It must be my son, Ayan. Ayan has always been so filial, it must be him." At this moment, Su Yan, whom Su Chang referred to as his filial son, was following Qiu Yi through the territory of powerful exotic beasts, arriving at the foot of the mountain at the center of the secret realm. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Yan felt his breathing become somewhat labored. Although there was no trace of moisture in the surroundings, he felt a dampness in the air. Recalling the basic theory of spiritual energy he had studied before, he understood that this was due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the air, which displaced oxygen and caused difficulty in breathing. The damp sensation was the result of spiritual energy reaching a certain concentration and transforming into liquid form. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It seemed that the concentration of spiritual energy in this secret realm was comparable to global warming, with the air almost entirely filled with spiritual energy. Although he couldn't breathe the fresh air of Earth right now and could only inhale this overwhelming spiritual energy, it could be considered as his contribution to heating up the secret realm. The Mountain and Sea secret realm truly lived up to being the exclusive domain of the top-tier healer Great Shaman and one of the strongest secret realms on Blue Star. Just the powerful exotic beasts encountered along the way and the spiritual energy so dense it seemed to liquefy were enough to prove the extraordinary foundation of this place. Then, Qiu Yi led Su Yan to a teleportation array at the foot of the mountain. The two stepped onto it together. Qiu Yi activated the teleportation array, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared, and they found themselves at the mountaintop. Standing on the snow-white peak, Su Yan couldn't help but marvel. Having grown up in the southern part of China, he had never seen real snow. Apart from pictures and videos online, he had never witnessed such a magnificent snowy landscape. At this moment, the scene before him filled him with immense curiosity. If it weren't for Qiu Yi standing beside him, and the need to maintain a well-behaved image in front of an elder, Su Yan would have surely exclaimed in amazement. Looking at the snow-covered mountain, Su Yan couldn't help but feel an urge to indulge in some carefree play. He looked around, his heart even more shocked. The snow on the mountaintop turned out to be condensed from pure spiritual energy, with a purity comparable to some top-tier spiritual energy crystals. If placed outside, such spiritual energy resources would surely drive high-level awakeners into a frenzy to compete for them. Yet here in this Mountain and Sea secret realm, they were just casually piled up, unattended, left to be consumed. This is the true dominance of a Tier 10 healer. Looking at the scene before him, Su Yan had a thought for the first time: I want to become a Tier 10 powerhouse too. The two arrived at the mountaintop through the teleportation array. Qiu Yi led Su Yan through the wind and snow to a large sunken pit. Seeing the heat and smoke rising from the pit, Su Yan already had some guesses and expectations in his heart. If his guess was correct, the third phase of special training ahead would be pure relaxation and enjoyment. Qiu Yi jumped directly into the giant pit. Seeing this, Su Yan mounted Xuanming's back, controlling anti-gravity to slowly descend to the bottom of the pit. Soon, they reached the bottom of the pit. There were several steaming pools there. On this bone-chilling mountaintop, the pools were emitting steam. It was a natural hot spring. Su Yan looked at the hot spring in front of him with surprise. Qiu Yi smiled and said, "Looks like you guessed right. This is one of the places for your third phase special training." "One of them?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, one of them. To be precise, this entire mountain is your training ground. As an awakened, no matter how skilled you are in combat or how strong your willpower is, strength is the most fundamental. Without a foundation of strength, even the best techniques and willpower are just futile struggles. You don't really have any major shortcomings right now. The only issue is that your level is a bit low. For your age, reaching the 5th tier is already impressive, but in the World Championship, most teammates and opponents are at the 6th or 7th tier. Even with the protection of your healer identity, you'll still be an easy target. So, the goal of this special training is to enhance your strength and level. This mountain is the core of the secret realm, where the spiritual energy is the purest and free of impurities. These hot springs are a natural treasure. The spring water itself is excellent, combined with the snowmelt from the mountain top infused with pure spiritual energy, along with the various treasures I've added, it greatly benefits awakeners. As he spoke, he led Su Yan to the pool with the densest spiritual energy. This is the place for the first stage of your special training. You need to enter this pool and absorb the energy inside with all your might. This will help you level up quickly. When you feel you've reached your limit and can no longer absorb, only then can you come out and begin the next stage of training.
The next stage? Su Yan asked. Yes. The teleportation array we just used is bidirectional. You can activate it using the token I gave you. After coming out of the pool, you can use the teleportation array to return to the foot of the mountain. Then, your training is to climb from the foot of the mountain to the summit. This mountain is a bit special. As you climb from the bottom to the top, the pressure will increase, the oxygen will decrease, and the difficulty of climbing will be extremely high. During the climb, the excess energy absorbed in your pool will gradually be absorbed by your body to prevent you from improving your strength too quickly, which could lead to an unstable foundation and negatively impact your potential. These issues must be addressed. The next task is to first soak in the hot spring to absorb energy. Once your energy is fully replenished, climb the mountain. After reaching your limit, return to the foot of the mountain, use the teleportation array to come back here, and continue soaking in the hot spring. Repeat this process until you can reach the summit. After Chou finished speaking, he looked at Xian Ming beside Su Yan and pointed to another pool, saying, "Let this little turtle of yours stay in that pool. The substances in that pool can make its shell harder." The environment here is very special. The mountain at the core of the secret realm combined with the natural hot spring possesses both water and earth attributes, which perfectly match your turtle's attributes and will greatly aid its growth. After speaking, Chou explained many details, such as under what circumstances energy absorption reaches its limit and how to more quickly convert internal energy while climbing. Su Yan listened attentively, filled with gratitude. Although his presence here was because Chou wanted him to grow faster, and there were undoubtedly his own plans behind it, Chou had indeed spent considerable resources and genuinely considered his well-being, even thinking about how to avoid energy accumulation affecting his future potential. If it were someone else, an irresponsible person, they might have just brought him here to absorb energy and left it at that, only caring about level improvement and leaving the rest for him to handle. That would have been a completely different story. Even though that approach would save resources, Su Yan would have no reason to complain, as the other party did provide resources to help him improve his strength. As for an unstable foundation requiring extra effort to make up for, Chou would also have plenty of reasons to justify it. More importantly, Chou not only provided resources for him but also prepared a share for Xian Ming. In fact, the plan didn't require the turtle's strength, he simply wanted Su Yan to grow stronger quickly. Seeing Su Yan thank him again, Chou waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to be so polite, it's nothing. Since you understand the precautions, let's start the special training now." After speaking, he didn't give Su Yan a chance to react. With a push of his legs, he jumped out of the giant pit and left, leaving only Su Yan and Xian Ming at the bottom of the pit facing pools of hot springs. After Chou left, Su Yan didn't just stand there foolishly. He first patted Xian Ming's turtle shell, instructing it to go to the pool Chou mentioned for cultivation. Xian Ming had been excited ever since arriving here, and upon hearing about the hot spring pools for cultivation, it was even more eager to try. After hearing Su Yan's instructions, it quickly ran to the designated pool, dove straight in, and soon disappeared from sight. After arranging things for Xian Ming, Su Yan prepared to begin his third phase of special training. He walked to the edge of the central pool, took off his clothes, stored them in his spatial ring, and slowly immersed his body into the hot spring. As soon as he entered the water, Su Yan discovered that the hot spring wasn't as scalding as it appeared. The water temperature was only around 30 to 40 degrees, just warm enough to feel comfortable without causing discomfort. Before he could carefully feel the water temperature, all the pores on his body suddenly opened, and rich spiritual energy seeped directly into his body from the water. Instantly, an extreme sense of comfort spread throughout his body, instantly dissipating the fatigue brought on by the recent intense training, making Su Yan let out a soft moan. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, the sense of comfort gradually intensified.
Su Yan suddenly felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he couldn't help but yawn. Xiao Yi had previously told him that this drowsiness was a normal reaction of the body absorbing the spiritual energy and other beneficial substances from the spring water. There was no need to resist it, just let it happen naturally. So, Su Yan did not resist. He followed the drowsiness, closed his eyes, leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool, and fell into a deep sleep. If someone were to come here at this moment, they would see the following scene. A delicate-looking young man with his eyes gently closed, leaning against the edge of the hot spring pool, with only his head and part of his shoulders exposed. His fair skin was tinged with a faint blush from the steam, and his long hair was casually scattered in the water. A faint smile graced his face, as if he were dreaming of something happy. The entire scene exuded a sense of peace and tranquility, making anyone who saw it feel relaxed as well. Unfortunately, apart from the Shen Ming, which had long disappeared to who knows where, there was no one else around. Su Yan, in his dream, saw many things, memories of his past life, his parents, relatives, and teachers in this life, as well as the little moments spent with them. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan moved slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively used his spiritual power to sense his body and discovered that the spiritual energy within him was dense, continuously being absorbed and transformed into life energy to strengthen himself. However, this transformation speed was much slower than the rate at which his body absorbed the energy from the hot spring, completely unable to keep up. Suddenly, a strong feeling of fullness surged through Su Yan's entire body, as if he had just finished a meal and then forcibly stuffed several more bowls of rice into his stomach. It felt as though his body might explode at any moment. Based on Xiao Yi's earlier explanation, Su Yan knew this was a signal that his body was nearing its limit in absorbing the spring water's energy. At this moment, he couldn't get up and leave the hot spring. Instead, he had to endure this uncomfortable feeling of fullness and wait until his body could no longer absorb any more energy before leaving. Su Yan regained full consciousness, realizing he hadn't yet reached his limit and couldn't leave just yet. He could only grit his teeth and endure the feeling of almost exploding, continuing to soak in the hot spring. This was the first time he truly realized that bursting was not just an exaggerated expression. A person could indeed be overwhelmed to the point of bursting. At this moment, he felt as if the surging energy inside him was about to make him explode, and more energy kept pouring in from the outside, making the pain unbearable. If given a choice, he would rather go through the pain and suffocation of the second stage of training again than continue enduring this feeling of being on the verge of bursting. Although he was nearing his limit, his body was still absorbing energy at a rapid pace. Su Yan estimated that in about 3 to 4 minutes, the absorption would be complete, and he could leave the hot spring. However, these few minutes, under the torment of the bloated sensation, felt exceptionally long, as if time had been stretched. Several times, he wanted to give up, stand up, leave the hot spring, and cut off the energy absorption to make himself feel more comfortable. But in the end, he persevered with astonishing willpower. Finally, Su Yan felt that his body could no longer absorb even a trace of energy from the spring water. After confirming this, he immediately stood up, left the hot spring pool, and prepared to let his body fully adapt to its new state. He accelerated the absorption and transformation of energy within his body, feeling less uncomfortable. Next, he used spiritual power to shake off the water droplets on his body and hair, took clothes out of his spatial ring, and put them on. He stretched his arms and legs, which had become stiff from maintaining the same posture for a long time. Then, he looked at the hot spring pool where Xianming was staying and found that Xianming had no intention of coming up from the bottom of the pool. The entire turtle seemed to have gone off somewhere to play. So, he gave up the idea of having Xianming carry him up and decided to directly open a teleportation portal to transport himself to the foot of the mountain. As for using the teleportation array at the mountaintop to first teleport to the summit and then down the mountain, he thought it was too troublesome. It would be better to do it in one step and directly open a teleportation portal to the foot of the mountain. But when he opened the teleportation portal, set the location to the foot of the mountain, and prepared to step inside, a sudden intense sense of oppression and accelerated heartbeat surged from deep within him. At the same time, the skill in his mental power representing the prophecy of resurrection frantically warned him. He felt that if he stepped into the teleportation portal, something extremely unfavorable would happen. This feeling made him immediately abandon the idea of using the portal to go directly down the mountain. Su Yan, unable to teleport directly down the mountain, looked at the nearly 100-meter-deep giant pit with a somewhat grim expression. Unable to use a teleportation portal and unable to find a flying Xianming, does he now have to climb up with his bare hands? If it were before, he wouldn't have cared at all, the physical fitness of a fifth-tier awakener would allow him to climb up directly. But now, the energy accumulated in his body made it difficult for him to move, let alone climb such a high pit. Unwilling to climb with his bare hands, Su Yan gritted his teeth and decided to try again to open a teleportation portal to the top of the giant pit. To his surprise, although there was still pressure this time, the previous sense of palpitations was gone, and the resurrection prophecy no longer issued frantic warnings. It seems that teleportation skills can be used here, but teleporting is affected by the pressure from the mountain, with the pressure increasing the farther the distance. With his current strength, he still couldn't withstand the pressure of directly teleporting to the foot of the mountain. This also explains why he felt palpitations and why Qiu-Yi insisted on him using the teleportation array despite knowing he had teleportation skills. Subsequently, Su Yan entered the teleportation portal and teleported toward the top of the giant pit. Logically, this distance should have been completed instantly with his teleportation skill, but this time the teleportation was unusually prolonged. Within the spatial passage, he felt an extremely strong pressure, as if 1,000 pounds of gravity were pressing on him. Sweat poured from his body, quickly soaking his clothes. After a long time, the pressure gradually dissipated, and he appeared at the top of the giant pit. Looking at the hot spring below, still emitting steam, and recalling the pressure he had just experienced, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If teleporting just this short distance was so uncomfortable, how terrifying would the pressure be if he directly teleported to the foot of the mountain? If he hadn't received the warning and directly teleported there earlier, he might have been crushed into a pulp. Amidst his fear, he noticed that the energy previously accumulated in his body had significantly decreased. He immediately used his mental power to examine his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that part of the energy within him had already been absorbed. Recalling what Qiu-Yi had said earlier, he finally understood that the situation he had encountered before was probably the reaction Qiu-Yi mentioned that could help him consume energy more quickly. Su Yan felt the bloated sensation in his body, which, although partially alleviated, was still uncomfortable. Surprisingly, he found himself looking forward to the upcoming mountain climbing journey. He quickly walked toward the teleportation array at the mountain peak, stood at the center of the array, took out the red token Qiu-Yi had given him from his ring, and infused spiritual power to activate the teleportation array. A flash of light passed, and Su Yan disappeared from the teleportation array, instantly returning to the foot of the mountain. Without lingering, Su Yan immediately began climbing toward the mountain peak along the stone-paved path. The path was much easier than he had imagined. Although the air was thin and the energy swelling within him caused some discomfort, overall, the climb was not difficult. However, as he continued to ascend, an increasingly palpable sense of pressure began to emerge within him, hindering his progress. This pressure reminded him of the force he felt when opening the portal before, clearly from the same source. This also proved that Senior Qiu-Yi was right: the higher you climb the mountain, the greater the pressure. Su Yan dared not underestimate this pressure anymore and began to deal with it more attentively. At first, the pressure wasn't too great. With his current strength, he could completely withstand it, so he ignored it and continued climbing quickly. But as he ascended step by step, the pressure gradually increased, which instead significantly accelerated the absorption rate of energy within his body. When he climbed to a platform about 100 meters above the mountain's base and prepared to step onto the next stair, the pressure suddenly surged, almost making him lose his balance and nearly causing him to fall. Su Yan steadied himself, his expression serious. Such pressure was already affecting his movements. The energy accumulated within his body also surged in both consumption and absorption rates under the intense pressure. With each step, the pressure increased, and after just a few steps, the pressure on him was already more than twice as strong as when he started. Sweat began to pour out densely. Enduring the increasingly heavy pressure, he continued upward. After dozens of steps, just as he lifted his right foot to step onto the next one, a sudden surge of intense pressure and resistance came from beneath his foot. His right foot hung in mid-air, unable to land. Su Yan stomped forcefully several times before barely managing to get his right foot down. Then, he struggled to lift his left foot, completing what seemed like a simple step. This series of movements drained a significant amount of his energy, and sweat quickly soaked through his clothes. After resting for a moment, he used a recovery technique to quickly replenish his energy, then resumed his climb. From then on, with each step upward, the pressure became stronger than the previous one. Every few steps, Su Yan had to spend a significant amount of time and energy. He walked a few steps up the stairs, but it surprisingly took him an entire day. The energy accumulated in Su Yan's body was absorbed by his body at an astonishing speed, and the feeling of fullness had long disappeared. He continued climbing a few more steps, but the sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger until he finally couldn't hold on anymore. Momentarily careless, his right foot was pushed away by the pressure and resistance, causing his already unstable posture to lose balance, and he fell backward, rolling down the stone steps. As he tumbled, the pressure on his body quickly lessened, returning to a level he could endure. Su Yan reacted swiftly, reaching out to grab a tree by the roadside, forcibly stopping his sliding body. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, he let out a long breath, patted the dirt and dust off his clothes, and continued walking toward the mountaintop. As for the injuries from rolling down the steps, he didn't care at all. A fifth tier awakened one's recovery ability. Was extremely strong, and with 10 layers of healing spells active, such minor injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because his body was gradually adapting to the pressure, this climb felt much easier than the last, and he didn't feel as tired. After a while, Su Yan finally returned to the steps where he had fallen earlier. Exhausting all his strength, he finally climbed up, only to roll back down again shortly after. Then, he began to repeatedly perform the same actions, climbing up, rolling down, steadying himself, climbing up again, and rolling down again. After multiple repetitions, he felt that the energy absorbed from the hot spring was almost depleted. Realizing this, he gave up climbing further and instead started walking step by step toward the foot of the mountain. As he descended, the pressure on his body gradually lessened and eventually disappeared completely. Back at the foot of the mountain, Su Yan moved his body, which was slightly uncontrollable due to the disappearance of the pressure, then stepped into the teleportation array, took out the crimson token, and activated the teleportation. He was teleported to the mountaintop, returning to the large pit where the hot spring was located. Opening the teleportation gate, he instantly teleported from the top of the pit to the side of the hot spring. This time, the teleportation made Su Yan feel the pressure again. However, the pressure was not as severe for him this time, as the pressure he endured while climbing the mountain earlier was much greater. Back at the bottom of the pit, he didn't see Xianming and had no idea where it had gone. After confirming it was fine, Su Yan didn't bother further. He walked to the hot spring, took off his clothes, and soaked in the water. The heat of the hot spring quickly dispelled his fatigue, and this time he didn't feel drowsy like the last time. He focused on his body and discovered that the speed and efficiency of energy absorption this time were significantly faster than before. Previously, on the arena in the Mountain and Sea Illusion realm, he had undergone countless life and death trials, pushing his strength to the peak of the 5th tier. This time, the energy absorbed from the hot spring fully integrated into his body, further enhancing his newly advanced strength, bringing him close to the threshold of the 6th tier. The dense energy in the hot spring water continuously surged into his body. Part of it was absorbed by his meridians and cells, while the rest concentrated on the light point in his lower abdomen that had formed when he broke through the 5th tier. The energy gathered and slowly merged into Su Yan's body. His level bottleneck began to gradually disappear. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the light cluster became increasingly solid, eventually condensing into a crystalline entity. Su Yan's aura rapidly surged. 6th tier, breakthrough successful. After breaking through to the 6th tier, Su Yan made no extra moves and directly soaked in the hot spring, beginning to rapidly absorb the energy within the spring water. Compared to before, his energy absorption speed was several times faster. Having just broken through, the spiritual energy in his cells began to enhance his physical qualities, becoming extremely hungry for energy. The energy in the hot spring perfectly met this demand, and his body absorbed and converted the energy at an astonishing speed. The absorbed energy was immediately transformed into spiritual power and beneficial substances, directly absorbed by the cells without any signs of energy accumulation. Until the cells send the signal of full, the absorption gradually slows down, and energy begins to accumulate in the body. After a while, Su Yan once again felt a fullness within his body and continued soaking in the hot spring. Only when his body stopped absorbing energy did he stand up, get dressed, leave the large hot spring pit, and use the teleportation array to return to the foot of the mountain to begin his climbing journey. After breaking through the 6th tier, Su Yan's strength significantly increased. Although the pressure on the mountain still existed, he easily surpassed his previous highest point and no longer felt the inability to move forward. He climbed a considerable distance in one go until he felt that same overwhelming pressure halfway up the mountain. In the days that followed, Su Yan's life became orderly. He climbed toward the mountain peak with all his might, using the mountain's pressure to accelerate the transformation of energy within his body. Once the energy was fully digested, he would return to the hot spring to absorb more energy, and after filling up, he continued climbing. Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yan's strength rapidly improved through continuous climbing and energy absorption from the hot spring. On this day, sweat poured incessantly from his body, soaking his clothes as if he had just been pulled out of water, making people worry whether he might become dehydrated. He struggled to lift his leg, slowly stepping toward the final step in front of him, his face filled with pain as if he had exhausted all his strength. Ahead lay the teleportation array leading to the mountain summit, and beneath his feet, the stone-paved path had only one step remaining. As long as he took this step, Su Yan would complete the climb from the foot of the mountain to the peak, marking the successful conclusion of the third phase of special training. At this moment, Su Yan, under immense pressure, mustered all his strength and launched himself toward the final step. He had lingered here for a long time, attempting countless times to take this last step. This step seemed simple, yet it had always stopped him. Every time he prepared to step forward, the pressure would suddenly surge, preventing him from moving. In the end, he couldn't hold on, and the force would overturn him, sending him tumbling down the steps. Facing the immense pressure on his right foot, Su Yan's gaze remained resolute. He had a premonition that this time he would definitely succeed in crossing the final step and completing the special training. He focused his spiritual energy on his right foot, going all out, preparing for the final sprint. He directly activated Karma Retribution effect, triggering a double burst, and Su Yan stomped down hard. The increasing pressure caused Su Yan's right leg to start deforming as it landed, and a sharp, piercing pain spread throughout his body from his right leg. Having experienced such pain multiple times, Su Yan, who was well prepared, activated Perception Deception, transforming the pain into other sensations, and forcefully stepped onto the final step. The moment Su Yan stepped onto the final step, a surge of momentum suddenly erupted from his body. Originally, after this period of special training, he had already reached the late stage of the 6th tier in strength, but now he broke through to the peak of the 6th tier. Although he was still the weakest in the team, at least he could barely keep up with the main group and no longer felt so out of place. At the same time, the moment he stepped onto the final step, the heavy burden pressing on Su Yan completely dissipated, making him feel an unprecedented sense of relief. Standing on the mountaintop, overlooking the magnificent scenery below, Su Yan felt an endless surge of emotions in his heart. Just as he was immersed in the moment, a voice came from behind him. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed this phase of special training." Su Yan turned around and saw Qiu Yi quietly standing behind him, holding a struggling turtle in his hand, none other than Xin Ming, who had been running around everywhere during this time. Su Yan was about to greet him, but Qiu Yi waved his hand to interrupt and directly tossed Xin Ming toward him, saying, "Since you've completed the special training, this little turtle should be returned to you. It caused quite a bit of trouble during this time, almost making me lose a lot of valuable things." After saying that, Qiu Yi lightly tapped his foot, and in an instant, the two of them and the turtle disappeared from the mountaintop, returning to the place where they first met. Qiu Yi looked at Su Yan, whose gaze was firm and whose strength had firmly reached the peak of the 6th tier, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "The previous mountaineering training was the final phase of special training under my guidance. Congratulations on successfully completing the national team's special training. According to the plan, you were supposed to spend more time completing these 3 stages of training. But your performance surprised me, you reached the expected level ahead of schedule, which truly amazed me." Words, Su Yan bowed deeply and sincerely said, "Thank you very much, Elder Qiu, for your guidance during this time. I will work even harder in my cultivation and will not let you down." Although Elder Qiu might have been assigned to guide him due to a task, and their time together was limited, the special training during this period made Su Yan clearly feel the effort Qiu Yi had put into his training. His significant progress was inseparable from Qiu Yi's help. Despite the short time, Su Yan already regarded Qiu Yi as a teacher, feeling deep respect and gratitude in his heart, and he wanted to repay him well. Given Su Yan's current situation, the best way to repay him was to quickly enhance his strength, break through to the 9th tier as soon as possible, and comprehend the rules of time. When the great upheaval arrived, he could contribute to the country. Qiu Yi listened, smiled, and said, "It's great if you can work hard in your cultivation and grow stronger quickly. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. We old folks are still here, if the sky falls, we'll hold it up." Su Yan nodded to show understanding, but felt a bit conflicted inside. Qiu Yi, having lived for so many years, had long seen through his thoughts, but said nothing more. It's a good thing for young people to be ambitious. They also hope to help him grow quickly while protecting his future. As long as he doesn't stray down the wrong path, everyone is happy to see him succeed. Then, Qiu Yi looked at Su Yan and said, "You've completed all the special training ahead of schedule, but your teammates haven't finished their training yet. To avoid unnecessary attention, you can't leave the Shanghai secret realm for now." Hearing Qiu Yi's words, Su Yan nodded, indicating his understanding. After all the members of the national team were still training in the secret realm. If he suddenly left early and returned to Blue Star, it would draw too much attention. Even if he explained that he was a healer and trained differently from his teammates, it would inevitably cause trouble. However, since the special training has ended, what should be done next? Su-Yen thought about it and then asked Chou-Yi. Chou-Yi smiled and said, "Next, you will still stay at the place I arranged for you before. Take this time to relax a bit." A few days ago, that guy Chou Feng was complaining to me, saying that the exotic beasts in the secret realm are too strong for his teammates. He hoped I could help find some suitable opponents to assist them in training. So, if you have time, you can spend 1 or 2 hours a day, bring along your little turtle, and act as their training opponent. Of course, this isn't free help. As a participant in this special training, Chou Feng will provide you with appropriate compensation. You can also choose not to go and just stay here to rest, it's up to you. Su-Yen said, "Mr. Chiu, I am very willing to train the teammates of Shin Ning Gang, no need for payment. You've helped me so much without asking for anything in return, haven't you? Besides, the stronger they are, the higher our ranking in the world competition, and the richer the rewards will be." Chou-Yi shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Even if I help him find someone else, the payment still has to come from Chou Feng. Just because it's you, it doesn't mean he gets to save money for free. Moreover, to be honest, with your current strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely be able to stand alongside us in the future. I worked hard to secure the opportunity to build a connection with you. I can't let that kid Chou Feng waste this favor from a future big shot like you on such a trivial matter. This favor should be saved for a critical moment in the future when Chou Feng needs help, so you can lend a hand." Having heard this, Su-Yen couldn't insist on refusing the payment anymore. He could only nod firmly and say, "All right." He wasn't sure whether he was agreeing to let Chou Feng pay or to the matter of helping in the future. Hearing this, Chou-Yi happily began to reveal his son's situation. "That kid Chou Feng, his talent is average. After years of cultivation, he's only reached the peak of the 9th tier, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't break through to the 10th tier. Seeing no hope of breaking through, he turned his focus to equipment forging. Relying on his innate strength, he managed to make a name for himself, barely earning the title of Forging Grandmaster over the years." Hearing Chou-Yi say this, Su-Yen felt a wave of exasperation and couldn't help but want to retort. Peak of the 9th tier? A height most awakened could never reach in their lifetime, yet it was described as mediocre. Talent? Forging Grandmaster, the highest title in the forging profession, was reduced to making a bit of a name? If this got out, how many people would break down on the spot? And this wasn't just empty talk. If you think you can, go ahead and try. After all, the big shot in front of him was a 10th tier healer himself. To reach his level, repairing equipment or weapons would at least require a Grandmaster level forger. He had seen plenty of forging Grandmasters. Although that made sense, the more Su-Yen listened, the more he wanted to teach this big shot Chou-Yi a lesson. Chou-Yi's increasingly peculiar and dangerous eyes finally focused. He had just been immersed in the mindset of a proud father showing off his son. Clearing his throat twice, he spoke to Su-Yen. "Ahem. Actually, none of that is the main point. I took a quick look at your equipment. Aside from that robe, weapon, and the book at your waist, the rest is quite ordinary and doesn't really suit your physique. I've already discussed with Chou Feng. If you're willing to become an assistant instructor and participate in the upcoming special training for those people, in addition to points and resources, Chou Feng can also custom forge a set of 9th tier equipment for you. Although you haven't yet reached the strength to use 9th tier equipment, crafting takes time. By the time your abilities are sufficient, the equipment should be almost ready. Of course, you'll need to prepare the materials yourself. I remember you earned quite a few points in the Jiangqing secret realm, and as a healer, you can get discounts. That should be enough. Also, for this world championship, if your team takes first place, the country will cover all the costs. For every rank lower, the funding decreases by 20%. If you don't make it to the top 4, you'll have to bear the expenses yourself." Hearing these words, Su-Yen immediately dispelled the anger he felt earlier from those boring boasts, and a wave of gratitude surged in his heart. Given Chou-Yi's status, how easy would it be for him to find an assistant coach for Chou Feng? With just one word, countless people would be willing to work for free just to connect with him. Not to mention, the value of equipment personally crafted by a master-level blacksmith is definitely no less than these materials. Thinking of this, Su-Yen didn't show much outward gratitude. After all, having spent so much time with Chou-Yi, he knew the other party didn't need superficial thanks. He silently vowed to himself to give his all in this special training as an assistant coach. Then, he smiled and said to Chou-Yi, "Thank you,
Elder Chiu. I'm willing to take on the role of assistant coach for this national team and will do my best to assist Senior Cho Fong in training the team members. At the same time, the team that was being trained to the brink of collapse by Cho Fong suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies for some unknown reason, as if they were being watched by something terrifying. Coincidentally, Cho Fong, with good intentions, wanted to let them take a break and happened to notice their reaction. The corner of his mouth twitched, his gaze turned cold, and he stared at them menacingly. That look made everyone involuntarily shiver. Do I really look that scary? Cho Fong muttered to himself. He had just felt a bit soft-hearted seeing their miserable state, but now it seemed he shouldn't have. Alright, since I already seem so frightening to you, I'll make you even more scared. With this thought, Cho Fong secretly increased the intensity of the training. In the following days, everyone was utterly miserable. The scene shifts back to Su Yan. After hearing his agreement, Xiao Yi was very pleased. Although he kept emphasizing not to put too much pressure on himself, saying that even if he didn't meet expectations, there were other solutions. But after spending this time together, Xiao Yi felt that Su Yan's future was definitely extraordinary, and his strength would surely reach a level that would make them look at him in a new light. People of their level generally don't have such premonitions casually, but once they do, they are almost always right. Xiao Yi has studied the rules of time for many years and is confident that this feeling is almost certainly accurate. Letting his son get to know a future big shot and form a good relationship is never a bad idea. After all, when the great changes come, he has a responsibility to help, but he may not be able to save the other party immediately. With Qiu Feng's peak 9th tier strength, reviving him would require Qiu Yi to pay a huge price. If it were under normal circumstances, at most he would be weakened for a while. But during the time of great change, there would be no time for him to recover, nor could he abandon so many people just to save that foolish boy. However, Su Yan is different. In the future plans, although he is involved, his tasks won't be too heavy. Additionally, they speculate that healers who master the rules of time might have a greater advantage in resurrection, with much less backlash. Building a good relationship with Su Yan now also adds a layer of security for the future. Xiu Feng only needs to spend some time helping him craft a set of 9th tier equipment. If he didn't know Su Yan wouldn't agree, Xiu Yi would even prepare the materials himself and directly give them to him, it would still be worth it. After all, exchanging a set of equipment for a life is completely worth it for Xiu Feng. After negotiating with Su Yan and confirming that he would bring Xian Ming as an assistant coach to join the national team's first squad training, Xiu Yi immediately used the communicator to contact Xiu Feng to come and pick them up. After hanging up, Xiu Yi told Su Yan to wait a moment as Xiu Feng would arrive soon. Then Xiu Yi got up and walked away. After all, with him there, the meeting between the two might be a bit awkward. It was better to let them interact naturally. Not long after, Xiu Feng appeared not far from Su Yan through a teleportation token. Seeing Su Yan and Xian Ming, he remembered his father's instructions to maintain a good relationship with the person in front of him as much as possible. He tried to show a gentle smile and said, "Su Yan, I'm Xiu Feng. Do you remember me? We've met before." Su Yan smiled and nodded. "Of course I remember, Coach Xiu Feng. The token that got me in here was given by you." After a brief exchange, Xiu Feng said, "This time, my dad should have told you why I'm here. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, let's head out and check the special training ground?" Su Yan nodded. "Nothing to prepare, let's go. I'm also looking forward to meeting the teammates and giving them a surprise." The two exchanged a smile, as if reaching a tacit understanding, took out their teleportation tokens, left the ancestral witch hall, and returned to the mountain and sea's secret realm. Su Yan rode on Xian Ming, following behind Xiu Feng, flying towards a special training ground. Soon, they arrived at a spacious square. After landing, Xiu Feng gave a command, "Assemble." Everyone quickly gathered and lined up in 2 rows. Seeing Xiu Feng and the long-absent Su Yan, everyone was full of curiosity, secretly discussing through sound transmission, speculating on what cruel methods the devil instructor would use to train them. After the team was lined up, Xiu Feng pointed to Su Yan and introduced, "This person you should know, Su Yan, the only healer in the national team. He has completed his special training ahead of schedule, but because your progress is only halfway done, he cannot leave yet. Although you are teammates, you have slowed down the progress. This time, Su Yan has joined at my invitation as an assistant instructor to help you speed up your training." Hearing this, the previously subdued team members began whispering among themselves. Some looked at Su Yan with a hint of defiance on their faces. When the nearby partner spoke, whether intentionally or unintentionally, their voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was audible. They spoke various disdainful remarks. "He's a healer, his training must be easy. He's low level, so the special training. Intensity must be low too. An assistant instructor? What can he teach us? At most, he's just here to put on a show. In short, they didn't take Qiu Feng's words seriously at all. With Qiu Feng and Su Yan's current strength, they could naturally hear everything clearly. Qiu Feng glanced at Su Yan and found that he showed no reaction, merely sitting on Xian Ming's back, smiling at the crowd, seemingly unbothered by their mockery. His eyes revealed satisfaction, his expression calm and composed, unaffected by anger clouding his judgment. As expected, his dad was right, this kid truly is a rare healing genius. But since Su Yan remained silent, Qiu Feng couldn't let them continue speaking like this. He directly addressed the crowd. Don't think that just because he's a healer, his training is easier than yours. I can tell you clearly, Su Yan's special training during this period was absolutely no less intense than yours, and even higher. None of you here might have been able to pass it. Not only did he pass, but he also did so in an incredibly short amount of time. After listening to Qiu Feng's words, the room fell silent. Even those who were previously unconvinced became serious. After spending time together, they had come to understand Coach Qiu. Although he had a fiery temper and harsh training methods, his strength was undeniably formidable at the peak of the 9th tier. Experts of this level rarely lie. What Qiu Feng said was likely true. The seemingly frail healer before them had completed a more difficult training in half the time compared to them. Thinking of this, everyone began to look forward to the special training with the assistant coach. Seeing the change in attitude among the group, Qiu Feng started introducing Su Yan's role in the upcoming special training. In the upcoming special training, Su Yan and his contracted battle beast, Xian Ming, will serve as your opponents. Every day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., you can challenge them. The challenge format will be 2 versus N, meaning Su Yan and Xian Ming will form a fixed pair, and you can challenge them solo, in pairs, in trios, or even as a 14-person team. Su Yan will accept 3 challenges per day. How you arrange them is up to you, but one thing is certain, over the next 4 days, everyone must participate in at least one match. Each challenge lasts up to 1 hour. Whether you are defeated or the time runs out, the challenge will end. I will evaluate your performance, which will greatly impact your subsequent special training. After speaking, Qiu Feng glanced at everyone and continued, so, try to seize as many opportunities to participate as possible and show your full strength during the battles. After hearing Qiu Feng's words, everyone looked at Su Yan and the Xianming on his back, their expressions somewhat complicated. Although they knew Su Yan was very powerful, and the turtle-like battle beast on his back had extremely strong defense, this combination was indeed difficult to deal with, making it hard to find a breakthrough. However, they had 14 7th-tier awakeners, with more than half at the peak of the 7th tier. Apart from the healer, the distribution of professions was also very balanced. From Qiu Feng's tone, it was clear that he didn't think they could defeat Su Yan and Xian Ming. Even if all 14 of them fought together, they might not win. This made them feel underestimated. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and apart from Lin Bing's increasingly gloomy expression, the others also began to ponder silently. Su Yan and Xian Ming's gazes instantly turned cold and sharp. Before Qiu Feng could speak, someone in the team couldn't help but question, Coach Qiu, what if we defeat them? After all, your assistant coach and that turtle don't seem impressive at all. After saying this, that person even deliberately raised an eyebrow at Su Yan, completely unaware of Lin Bing's suddenly icy gaze and the speechless looks from his teammates. On the contrary, being stared at by everyone only made him more excited. Qiu Yi curiously looked at the person speaking, wanting to know which bold individual dared to say such arrogant words. Soon, he saw clearly who it was, a mid-stage 7th ranker, whose strength was considered bottom tier in this special training team and could be defeated by the second team's members at any time. The person became even more excited when he noticed Qiu Yi staring at him. Qiu Feng shook his head and replied, if you can defeat Su Yan, it proves that you are ready to graduate, and you won't need to participate in the subsequent special training. I will hand over the remaining training resources to you, and you can arrange the time yourself. In his mind, Qiu Feng had already labeled this guy as dangerous. Not strong enough, yet daring to offend the team's only healer, wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, he didn't say much. After all, the blisters on one's feet are caused by one's own walking. The path you choose is yours to walk, and crying won't help. Alright, training is about to begin. You can decide for yourselves who will challenge Su Yan and Xian Ming first. The rest can take a break today and watch the matches on site. Starting tomorrow, I will draft a detailed training plan. After completing the training, the team members challenging Su Yan can stay to watch the matches. So, who's going first? As soon as the words were spoken, that person eagerly raised his hand and said loudly, me, I can do it alone.
The people on the field seemed to have expected this and were indifferent to his behavior, tacitly agreeing to let him go first. Xiao Feng pointed at him. "Alright, Li Hu, your first match is against Su Yan." Li Hu glanced smugly at his teammates and walked toward the usual battleground. He knew well that offending the team's healer was unwise, and Su Yan was not someone easy to deal with. But he had his own plans. He had a source of information and knew that the performance of Team 1 would be observed by the coach of Team 2. Facing off against the assistant coach would definitely draw attention. With his current strength, he was at the bottom of the team. Forget about making it to the World Championship, even securing a spot in Team 1 was a problem. His goal from the start was never to stay in Team 1. In the subsequent challenge matches, if someone could replace him, that would be ideal. If not, he planned to use some tactics to get into Team 2. Although Team 2's strength was not as good as Team 1's, with his current level, he can only sit on the bench. In Team 1. In Team 2, however, he could be a main player and might even have a chance to become the captain. China's overall strength was still decent, and Team 2 was considered a top-tier team in the World Championship. While not as strong as the elite teams, with some luck, they could go far. This way, he could gain more opportunities and attention in the World Championship, rather than just sitting idly on the bench. Being seen by more people in the World Championship and receiving more resource support is of great significance to this young man from an ordinary background. For someone who has made it this far relying on luck, it's already quite impressive. Since his goal is not the second team, offending the medical team is actually not a big deal. Moreover, as Xiao Feng mentioned earlier, the opportunity to challenge Su Yan is extremely rare, and later on, it will most likely be a group effort to challenge him. At least, the chance to face Su Yan one-on-one is basically out of his reach. So, if he wants to show off in front of the second team's coaches, this is the only opportunity he has. Of course, he can't completely offend the other party. After the match, he still needs to apologize, admit that he was a bit jealous, and express his admiration for the other's strength. While he wouldn't go as far as saying, "I only got to know you after the fight, let's be friends," he at least shouldn't make the relationship too strained. Losing and feeling embarrassed? In his view, being defeated by a strong opponent is not shameful at all. Moreover, as far as he knows, the head coach of the second team greatly appreciates those who dare to face their shortcomings and failures, which is a bonus for him. Although he had plans in mind, Li Hu himself was already a top-tier presence in the national team's first squad. Whether in terms of strength or combat awareness, he was outstanding. Coupled with the special training during this period, his abilities had become even stronger than before. Although he said that Su Yan didn't seem impressive, when Li Hu truly stood at one end of the battlefield, he did not underestimate or relax at all. Before Su Yan even stepped onto the field, Li Hu was already secretly mobilizing spiritual energy, adopting a combat stance, ready to launch a fierce attack the moment the match began. Those who were not participating in the battle watched Li Hu's performance from the stands. Although they had previously scoffed at his irrational remarks, they now acknowledged his strength. Never underestimate any opponent, especially one you know nothing about. Xiao Feng had taught them this lesson through a brutal experience. After seeing Li Hu ready, Su Yan also used the contract to have Xian Ming carry him to the opposite side of the battlefield, where he stood waiting for Xiao Feng to announce the start of the match. On the battlefield, one side featured Li Hu with his muscles taut, ready to strike at any moment, while the other side had Su Yan, who had just dismounted from Xian Ming and seemed completely unprepared. The spectators below began whispering among themselves. "This guy doesn't look like he has any combat experience. Is he really reliable? Just judging by the state, I think Li Hu still has a chance to win. If he crashes in the first match, that would be really interesting. Would the assistant coach directly replace him?" Seeing that Su Yan still hadn't gotten into the groove, the others began to regret not seizing the chance to challenge first. Originally, they wanted to let the impulsive Li Hu test Su Yan first, then decide how to deal with him based on his performance. But now, seeing Su Yan not making a move for so long, they suddenly felt that Li Hu might actually win. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit regretful, having missed an opportunity to showcase themselves. Lin Bing's teammate beside him quietly nudged him and asked, "Lin Bing, I remember you're quite familiar with Su Yan. He still hasn't gotten into the groove yet. Do you think Li Hu has a chance?" Lin Bing sneered and said, bringing trouble upon himself, "Li Hu can't possibly win." That person became even more curious and pressed further. "What do you mean? Although Li Hu's ranking isn't high, his combat ability is quite decent. How can you be so sure he'll lose? Many people around here think Li Hu might win." Lin Bing listened and recalled his and Wang Lei's first encounter with Xian Ming. At that time, Xian Ming's strength had already reached the peak of the 6th tier. This all comes down to Su Yan's overwhelming power. During the national competition back then, Su Yan's strength had already broken through to the 5th tier, coupled with abundant resources. Needless to say, Xian Ming's current strength has at least reached the peak of the 7th tier. Lin Bing had no confidence in Li Hu's chances of winning. Facing Xian Ming, who was at least at the peak of the 7th tier, Li Hu didn't even have a sliver of hope for victory. He glanced at the eager people around him, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These people are just clowns, not even in the right mindset. Maybe it's because their opponent is too weak. Tell me, if the opponent can be instantly defeated with a casual move, is there even a need to take it seriously? Forget about the coordination. With the main pet, even in a one-on-one fight, Li Hu might not even be able to beat the turtle by Su Yan's side. Hearing Lin Bing's certainty, that person became even more intrigued by the upcoming battle. On the battlefield, after both sides took their positions, Xiu Feng announced the start of the battle. As soon as the words fell, Li Hu was already prepared. He dashed towards Su Yan with a swift step, a wooden spear emitting a blue glow suddenly appearing in his hand, thrusting straight forward. Li Hu was an awakened dual-element user of water and wood, but he didn't follow the path of a ranged sorcerer. Instead, he chose the path of a warrior. With the complementary attributes of water and wood, he developed his own unique combat style. Although his explosive power wasn't strong, his relentless attacks, combined with the recovery and control abilities of the water and wood attributes, made him exceptionally troublesome. If you fought him, he could recover while fighting, with astonishing endurance. If you didn't fight him, his control abilities would leave you immobilized. In short, aside from lacking explosive power and dragging battles out longer, he had no obvious weaknesses. But he encountered the combination of Xian Ming and Su Yan. It's no wonder no one was optimistic about Li Hu in a one-on-one fight. Without explosive power, how could he possibly deal with Xian Ming, known for his defense, and the healer Su Yan? Lin Bing guessed correctly. When Su Yan entered the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, Xian Ming's strength had already reached the peak of the 7th tier. Later, because Su Yan held the status of master and the old acquaintance Qiu Yi from the Four Spirits Secret Realm took good care of Xian Ming, various treasures were freely provided. After Su Yan broke through to the 6th tier, Xian Ming's strength was further enhanced, reaching the 8th tier. Faced with Li Hu's sudden attack, Su Yan showed no reaction, standing still as if he had been scared stiff. This made Li Hu's eyes flash with pride and surprise. Apart from Lin Bing, most of the people in the audience began to doubt whether they had misjudged earlier. Was Su Yan really just a useless person? Just as Li Hu's spear was about to pierce Su Yan, Xian Ming suddenly let out a soft cry, and a force pulled the spearhead toward it. Li Hu's attack landed on Xian Ming instead. Xian Ming activated its taunt skill. Li Hu's long-prepared strike hit Xian Ming's turtle shell, not even leaving a mark. Xian Ming's defensive power was astonishing. Afterward, a mysterious force compelled Li Hu to attack only Xian Ming, unable to target anyone else until the taunt ended. Li Hu was suppressed by the tier difference and was powerless against Xian Ming's taunt. No matter how much he wanted to attack Su Yan, all his skills and attacks could only land on Xian Ming. The audience offstage watched this spectacular performance, all becoming increasingly serious. No matter how hard Li Hu tried, his spear danced with countless afterimages, but he couldn't harm Xian Ming at all. At most, he could leave a few shallow white marks on the turtle shell. Everyone watching the duel between Li Hu and Xian Ming had their expressions darken. Although Li Hu's strength was not weak, facing Xian Ming's resilience and Su Yan's support, there was simply no chance of a comeback. Their strength, while in the lower middle range, wasn't so far apart from the opponents as to be insurmountable. Li Hu's attack power wasn't particularly strong, but the fact that he couldn't even break through the defense was truly absurd. If it were them, their attack power might be slightly stronger and could break the defense, but it still wouldn't cause much damage. The spectators, seeing this situation, had subtle changes in their expressions and began to ponder, if it were them, could they defeat the opponent? On the other side, Su Yan, having promised Elder Qiu to seriously fulfill his assistant teaching duties, planned to give everyone a show of strength. He didn't let Xian Ming activate counter-armor or true damage, only providing Xian Ming with Dream Return and Death Defiance, without even using healing or damage reduction skills. Sometimes, making your opponent fully feel the gap and leaving a deep impression is more effective than directly crushing them. Su Yan knew in his heart that he wasn't doing this to retaliate against Li Hu's earlier provocation, nor was he afraid that Li Hu would faint too quickly, leaving him no chance for revenge. Just when everyone thought Li Hu would be dragged into a prolonged scraping session until the battle time ended in automatic failure, Li Hu suddenly seized a gap between Xian Ming's two taunts, burst out of the battlefield, and with a ferocious smile on his face, said to Su Yan, You don't think that just relying on this guy who only knows how to defend, I'd have no way out, do you? Next, let me show you that this turtle's defense is not invincible. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yan interrupted him. The method you're talking about is relying on the water and wood energy you've accumulated while attacking Xian Ming, right? This stacking and explosive fighting style is quite interesting. Although the damage in the early stages is low, once it stacks up, it compensates for your lack of burst power. Hearing Su Yan casually reveal his trump card, Li Hu's previously arrogant smile instantly froze. In disbelief, he asked, "How do you know that?" "No, wait, if you know, why didn't you stop me? Do you look down on me that much, or is it that you simply don't have the ability?" Su Yan answered without hesitation. "As your new assistant instructor, I need to quickly establish authority in your minds. To kill the chicken to warn the monkey, it just so happens that you're eager to show off, so you became the chicken. As for not stopping you, haven't you noticed that healers usually have purification or dispel skills? Even if you stack up energy layers, for me, it's just a matter of dispelling them. What's there to be afraid of?" Su Yan's words completely shattered Li Hu's hopes. Furious, Li Hu charged at Su Yan, choosing to detonate the energy accumulated within Xian Ming. As expected, Li Hu's attack once again landed on Xian Ming. However, this time, Xian Ming didn't remain unscathed as before but suffered significant damage from the energy explosion. Seeing Xian Ming's condition, Li Hu laughed triumphantly. "You can dispel my energy layers, but you can't predict when I'll detonate them. How many more times can you, this turtle, endure?" Listening to Li Hu's words, Su Yan began to wonder if he had gone too far, actually angering someone to the point of forgetting their own profession. With no other choice, Su Yan activated the Heart of Life, summoning the power of the stars to fall upon Xian Ming. In an instant, Xian Ming's injuries were completely healed, returning to his original unscathed state. Seeing this, Li Hu, who had just been smug, was stunned. Feeling that he might have gone too far, Su Yan stopped teasing Li Hu and ordered Xian Ming to quickly end the battle. Xian Ming, already irritated by Li Hu's antics, launched a full-force attack, activating a power boost and converting defense into attack power. In just a few swift moves, the battle was over. Watching Li Hu collapse in despair and recalling Su Yan's earlier ruthless remark about killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the spectators had mixed feelings. On one hand, they were angry at being used as tools to intimidate others. On the other hand, they had to admit that Su Yan and Xian Ming's strength was truly astonishing. Whether it was Xian Ming's formidable offense and defense or Su Yan's casual ability to fully revive Xian Ming, both left them wary and shocked. Judging from the aura released when the two unleashed their skills, their strength was undeniable. One was a mid-tier 8th-rank defensive battle beast, and the other was a peak 6th-rank healer. Thinking about having to face such opponents next, many present felt a brief sense of despair. However, these people are all exceptional talents with strong mental resilience. They quickly adjusted, regained their fighting spirit, and stared intently at Su Yan and Xian Ming on the battlefield. Perhaps the earlier anger had already been vented, or perhaps a sudden pang of conscience struck. Su Yan looked at the fallen Li Hu and casually threw out a Xing Yueyin. With the aid of his innate abilities and the Heart of Life, the powerful healing effect of Xing Yueyin instantly enveloped Li Hu, rapidly healing his injuries. Li Hu slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Recalling the earlier battle, his face alternated between pale and flushed, his emotions complex. Finally, he walked up to Su Yan and bowed deeply. He not only expressed his gratitude but also apologized for his previous words and actions. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't say much, helped Li Hu up, and let the matter rest. After all, the grudge had been settled, and there was no need to dwell on it. After the apology, Su Yan returned to the battlefield, mounted Xian Ming, and quietly waited for the next challenger. The audience below, watching the earlier display, instantly fell silent from their previous murmurs. Their expressions turned serious, as if facing a truly formidable opponent. The previous battle with Li Hu, although it seemed effortless with only 5 or 6 skills used, completely overwhelming him, still provided them with a lot of important information. First is the strength of the two. Even Li Hu could clearly feel the power of Su Yan and Xian Ming, so as onlookers, they naturally understood it even better. A peak 6th tier healer paired with a mid 8th tier battle beast, this combination is incredibly powerful. Secondly, Xian Ming's defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Most people wouldn't be able to harm it at all without a burst of power. Combined with the tier advantage, Xian Ming's area taunt skill is almost always effective. During the taunt's duration, they simply couldn't bypass Xian Ming to attack Su Yan. Not only that, Xian Ming seems to possess some kind of attack enhancement ability. After all, it managed to knock down Li Hu, who had dual water and wood. attributes with strong vitality and recovery abilities, in just a few moves. Such attack power is not something a defensive battle beast typically has.
After discussing Xian Ming, let's talk about Su Yan.
They find Su Yan both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because during the national competition, they all received Su Yan's healing and knew just how extraordinary his healing effects were. Their elders had also specifically reminded them that Su Yan's skills were very unique and his configuration was extremely unconventional. The unfamiliarity came from the fact that, apart from the Heart of Life, a skill that enhances healing, Su Yan mainly used healing skills like Star Moon guidance and regeneration during the competition, without showcasing anything else. Therefore, their understanding of Su Yan was limited to his astonishing healing abilities and the possibility that he might be hiding a unique set of skill combinations, though the specifics were unclear. Just based on the observations from the last battle, they already found it extremely troublesome.
In small-scale battles like 1-on-2 or 2-on-2, there was no chance at all.
Among their group, the highest level was only at the peak of
Tier 7.
Trying to kill a mid-tier 8 beast, especially one with healing support and excellent offense and defense, was simply a pipe dream. Facing such a boss-level opponent, winning a battle would require at least a 5-person team, and even with 14 people attacking together, victory was not guaranteed. With this in mind, when Xiao Feng asked everyone if they wanted to start the next battle immediately, they unanimously refused. They decided to discuss tactics first and prepare thoroughly before taking action. Xiao Feng had anticipated this reaction. If they had recklessly charged in without thinking, he would have doubted whether all his teaching efforts during this time had been in vain. Although Xiao Feng thought their choice was wise, gathering enemy intelligence first and then formulating a strategy, it didn't mean he would let them off the hook. While everyone was still analyzing Su Yan's strength and preparing for the next round, Xiao Feng quietly sent a voice transmission to Su Yan.
Xiao Su, I remember you have a skill that can stack shields, something called overhealing, right?
Originally planning to quickly finish the remaining 2 battles, Su Yan was now sitting idly on Xian Ming's back, daydreaming and feeling puzzled. Suddenly startled by Qiu Feng's voice transmission, Su Yan snapped out of it. After confirming it was from him, Su Yan nodded slightly in Qiu Feng's direction, indicating the skill was correct. Qiu Feng smiled with satisfaction and sent another voice transmission to Su Yan.
Although everyone was discussing tactics, a team that had been secretly observing Su Yan also noticed the interaction between the two.
Thinking of Qiu Feng's quirky ideas and his habit of tormenting teammates, everyone's expressions instantly darkened.
Su Yan sighed inwardly upon receiving the voice transmission. The senior Qiu is really not leaving us any way out.
The content of Qiu Feng's voice transmission was, if you want to win some negotiation time, naturally, you have to pay the price.
In games, when the boss distances itself, it automatically regenerates health. Then I'll set it so that during breaks, the boss automatically stacks shields. That should be fine, right? Next, you directly activate overhealing.
Stack the shield as thick as you can, so they understand that figuring out the boss's mechanics isn't that simple.
Also, just transmit directly to me.
No need to worry about others eavesdropping, they wouldn't dare.
After hearing this, Su Yan silently mourned for his future teammates for a second and immediately activated overhealing.
Under the 10 layers of recovery spells stacked on him and Xian Ming, the shield quickly accumulated. Seeing the increasingly wary looks from others, Su Yan, who initially intended to go easy on them to avoid making it too hard, silently sped up the time flow. The shield stacking speed instantly doubled. When activating the skill, he also used a technique he learned from Qiu Lao, cleverly hiding the shield's light effect. Although that team sensed there was something fishy between Qiu Feng and Su Yan, they had too little information to figure out what exactly was going on. Helpless, everyone had no choice but to set aside their suspicions and continue sharing information about Su Yan gathered from their respective channels, discussing countermeasures.
Among those present, the ones closest to Su Yan were, of course, the few from Jiangnan University.
And among them, the one most familiar with Su Yan was undoubtedly Lin Bing. After all, before the national competition was confirmed, they already knew each other and had even been in the same small team. Although Su Yan stopped participating in the team's actions after the first secret realm ended, Lin Bing and the others still had some understanding of Su Yan. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Lin Bing. Lin Bing noticed everyone's curious expressions and directly said, I only know Su Yan's skills before the 3rd tier. Besides the healing skills you've seen, you also need to watch out for his recovery spell and ancient totem.
Ancient totem?
Everyone wasn't very familiar with the recovery spell, but upon hearing ancient totem, a skill that became famous with the rise of the great shaman, they naturally understood.
But upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank. The upcoming battle would be even harder to fight.
Lin Bing saw that everyone's reactions were normal, without surprise, and nodded, saying, yes, it's the ancient totem.
It can enhance various attributes, but I won't elaborate on that.
The key is that Su Yan has a skill called Siming Totem. This totem can make a person immune to damage when receiving a fatal blow and grants a period of invincibility. With Su Yan's healing, this invincibility period is enough for him to recover to his optimal state. There's also the recovery spell, which can stack multiple times, providing comprehensive recovery.
The recovery amount is astonishing, capable of restoring someone from critical health to full health in just a few seconds.
After hearing Lin Bing's words, everyone's already heavy expressions became even grimmer. Xianming's terrifying defensive power was already giving them a headache, and it seemed that even if they all attacked together, it would take a lot of effort. Now tell them that Su Yan also has an ancient totem, which not only enhances Xuanming's defense and health but also triggers damage immunity and invincibility upon fatal damage. What's even more impressive is that during the invincibility period, Xianming will fully revive.
In other words, to win, you would at least have to withstand Xuanming's attacks and defenses and defeat it twice?
That's just too difficult. Seeing everyone's spirits a bit low, although I didn't want to discourage them, I had to clarify the situation to avoid being brutally beaten by Xianming later. We know quite a bit about Xianming because it sparred with our team for a while before.
It is dual element water and earth, with extremely strong defense, health, and recovery.
It also has a skill that can convert part of its defense into attack power. Its core skill is Taunt combined with Thorn Armor, which can reflect 50% of the damage, and this reflected damage is true damage that cannot be resisted. Other than its average speed, it has almost no weaknesses. It also has quite a few control skills, making it truly troublesome. After hearing Lin Bing's introduction to Xianming, everyone felt a wave of despair, wanting to turn around and run away immediately.
This turtle, it's practically cheating. Having strong attributes is one thing, but its skill combination is just too overpowered. Taunt and true damage reflection combined with Thorn Armor, it's like forcing the opponent to attack themselves?
Moreover, they are not just facing Xianming, the turtle, there is also a powerful healer supporting it from behind. Although Su Yan's specific skills are unknown, just looking at the current abilities is enough to give anyone a headache. Can they really break through Xuanming's defenses and defeat it under the terrifying healing support of Su Yan? And they have to do it twice, this is practically risking their lives. For a moment, the once passionate crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, calming their emotions. Meanwhile, Su Yan, sitting idly and bored on Xuanming's back, had no idea what they were thinking. If he knew, he would probably say, "You're underestimating this way too much." Just the life-saving effects he has now after 9 evolutions, for base plus resurrection prophecy plus 4 evolutions, whether they can even withstand Xuanming's true counter damage and last until all of them are triggered is uncertain. Not to mention, as they drag out the time discussing tactics, the shields on Su Yan and Xianming are growing stronger and stronger. Su Yan feels that if they stall a bit longer and add damage reduction skills into the mix, just relying on the shields on the two of them, even standing still, they could withstand the opponent's offensive. They are as solid as a rock, even if the battle lasts a full hour, they might not be able to break through the defenses. Although the members of Team 1 felt increasingly desperate as they discussed, they were, after all, the nation's top geniuses with exceptionally strong mental resilience. After being shocked by the strength of Su Yan and Xianming, they quickly adjusted their mindset and swiftly determined the personnel and tactics for the upcoming battles. Their plan was not to defeat Su Yan and Xianming directly from the start but to first probe their hidden skills and strength through several battles, gather intelligence, and analyze the data. Once they had a clear understanding of their opponent's capabilities, they would then launch a targeted, fatal strike against their weaknesses to ultimately defeat them. The plan sounded reasonable, but Lin Bing suddenly had a bad premonition, feeling that the future developments might not go as smoothly as they had envisioned. While gathering detailed intelligence could indeed make the battle more assured, the more they understood Su Yan's true strength, the more despair they might feel. After half an hour of discussion, they finally decided on the lineup for the second battle. A 5-person team would first challenge Su Yan. As one of the only shield guards in the team, with formidable strength and the deepest understanding of Su Yan and Xianming, Lin Bing naturally made the list. The other team members were 3 7th-tier peak-level powerhouses specializing in offense. Surprisingly, Li Hu, who had previously posed a threat to Xianming in the first battle, was also selected, which even left Li Hu himself a bit astonished. However, upon closer thought, this decision actually made a lot of sense. Li Hu possesses dual water and wood recovery abilities, allowing him to resist Xuanming's counter-damage effects and avoid being easily defeated. The powerful energy skills he unleashed earlier can also pose a significant threat to Xianming. Although Li Hu follows the warrior path, due to the scarcity of healers, he has learned 1 or 2 healing skills. While their effects are average, they can provide decent support in prolonged battles. Their team composition is fairly reasonable: 1 tank, 1 support, and 3 damage dealers. While not particularly impressive, it is undoubtedly stable and reliable, with no major issues. Unfortunately, their opponents are not ordinary adversaries but the powerful duo of Su Yan and Xianming, especially since Xianming has been stacking shields for half an hour, making his defense extremely difficult to break through. As the battle began, Lin Bing led the charge toward Su Yan and Xianming. Upon approaching Su Yan, Lin Bing first used a taunt skill on Xianming, while the other team members simultaneously cast control skills, attempting to restrain Xianming and prevent him from using his taunt. In this way, they could focus their firepower to take down Su Yan first, then besiege Xianming.
Without Su Yan's healing, relying on the recovery technique Lin Bing mentioned earlier, the battle would become much easier.
They didn't believe that just with a single recovery technique, Su Yan could support the entire battlefield.
Lin Bing's understanding of Su Yan's recovery technique was limited to the end of the first secret realm. Since then, Su Yan had hardly used this skill, so its later enhancements were unknown.
This plan was quite clever initially. If it had been before Su Yan and Xianming's special training, they might have seized the initiative and gained an early advantage in the battle. But Xianming quickly used a dispel skill to remove the highest priority control effect, taunt. Afterward, Xianming activated a mysterious shield to block the next wave of control effects. Then, he cast a taunt skill again, forcing all 5 opponents to target him with their attacks. This means that all their attacks and skills were forced to focus on Xianming alone.
The attack began.
Some wide-range skills were blocked by Xianming using broad area protection, preventing the edges of those skills from injuring Su Yan. The battle became simpler, and everyone, like Li Hu before, began to concentrate their attacks on Xianming.
At first, apart from Li Hu and Lin Bing, the other 3 were quite confident in their own strength. After all, being selected
to participate in the second challenge indicated that their attacks and explosive power were top-notch within the team. Li Hu's seemingly light attack was actually able to leave marks on Xianming's shell,
based on their knowledge of spiritual energy.
Materials learned in school and years of combat experience, they roughly estimated the defensive power of Xianming's shell. Although unsure of how much damage they could inflict on Xianming, with their current strength, even if it was only minor damage, they were confident in their ability to break through the defense. However, their confidence was quickly shattered. When their attack was about to hit Xianming, a light shield suddenly appeared in front of it.
It was the excess healing that Su Yan had previously hidden using a technique.
The attack landed on the light shield and was directly absorbed, without even causing a ripple. The light shield remained completely intact. Afterward, the group repeatedly joined forces to attack Xianming, but all their attacks were absorbed by the light shield, having no effect.
Li Hu said grimly to the others, "It's no use. My attacks can't reach Xianming.
The energy is all absorbed by the light shield, making it impossible to accumulate and unleash any burst damage.
Moreover, I feel that the life energy on the light shield is continuously accumulating, strengthening, and repairing the shield.
With our current attack strength, we can barely keep up with the shield's rate of enhancement." Hearing Li Hu's words and looking at the light shield in front of them, which had absorbed their repeated attacks without a scratch, the group felt heavy-hearted. They had originally planned to force Su Yan to reveal his hidden tricks, but now it seemed things had gone smoothly.
Without them taking action, Su Yan had already exposed a bit of his secret.
However, just this light shield that could continuously grow and repair itself left them at a complete loss for what to do. If they continue attacking, breaking the shield requires activating a sustained burst state, which consumes too much. Even if they break the shield, their remaining spiritual energy wouldn't be enough to defeat Xianming. Giving up the attack isn't an option either, as they are under Xuanming's taunt control and can't relax. The light shield keeps strengthening, and when time runs out, they still won't be able to break it. As a result, they truly don't know what to do for the moment. Su Yan, with just 1 excessive healing, has pushed their chances of victory to rock bottom. After fighting for a while longer, the light shield remained stable, so they had no choice but to temporarily stop and start thinking of a way to break the stalemate. They thought of many strategies, but in the end, they helplessly realized that with their current professions and skills, they couldn't do much against Xianming. The key to breaking the stalemate still lies with Su Yan. If they can get Su Yan out of the game first, perhaps they can turn the tide. But this idea brings them back to the initial problem. How can they escape Xuanming's taunt control? And how can they render Su Yan incapable of fighting in the shortest time possible? Thinking of this, they began secretly discussing through sound transmission, preparing to try combining the strength of 5 people to free one person, allowing them to unleash a burst and directly take down Su Yan.
But how to combine their strength to break free? Who should be chosen for this task?
These questions still needed further discussion.
Su Yan noticed everyone's gaze turning toward him and understood their intentions.
It seemed these senior students weren't planning to give up and had shifted their target to him.
However, Su Yan received Shou Feng's order, instructing him to attack with full force, leaving no room for hesitation, and decisively end this battle.
Previously, letting Xianming remain motionless and watch their performance was already considered holding back.
Didn't they notice Qiu Feng had already made a gesture from the side, signaling him to take action? Following Qiu Feng's instructions, Su Yan stopped observing and directly activated Xianming's thorn armor.
In an instant, Lin Bing and the others, who were attacking Xianming while discussing strategies, suddenly felt a sharp pain all over their bodies. Originally, Xuanming's bloodthirsty taunt skill, apart from attracting the attack targets of 5 people to himself and forcing them to attack him, did not have a particularly strong restrictive effect. After being taunted, the 5 could still freely use their skills and even attempted to use area skills to affect Su Yan. This indicates that bloodthirsty taunt is significantly different from taunt skills that only allow opponents to use basic attacks. However, when Xianming activated Thorn Armor, the true power of this skill was revealed. Thorn Armor has a 50% damage reflection effect, already making it top tier among similar skills. More importantly, this skill activates the special effect of bloodthirsty taunt, converting the reflected damage into true damage. In other words, when they attack Xianming, half of the damage they deal will bounce back as true damage, ignoring equipment and defense, directly hitting them and causing severe harm. The plan to work together to help their teammate break free from control completely failed after Xianming activated Thorn Armor. To break free from the taunt, the key is to deal with Xianming. The remaining people are responsible for attracting Xuanming's attention, reducing his focus on the main force, and then the main force seizes the opportunity to fully unleash their power, attempting to break free from the taunt's constraints. But now, the stronger the attack, the heavier the counter damage.
And to attract Xuanming's attention, one must attack with high intensity and frequency.
However, in their current state, apart from Lin Bing and Li Hu, the other 3 simply cannot withstand this level of counter damage. Lin Bing and Li Hu can hold on largely because their damage output is relatively low, and even if they unleash their power, it may not necessarily attract Xuanming's attention. The plan was ended directly by Xuanming's skill before it even began, leaving the 5 somewhat disheartened. But the battle must go on. They can't just give up easily because the opponent is too strong. If they really give up, not only would they feel defeated themselves, but Qiu Feng, watching from the side, would also be disappointed in them for surrendering so easily. Facing the nearly unsolvable situation before them, Lin Bing gritted his teeth and whispered to the 4 people beside him. "In a moment, we'll go all out and break the light shield in front of him first. Then I'll have a chance to unleash my ultimate move. Since we started this fight, we need to make sure they remember us." After hearing Lin Bing's words, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, there wasn't a better plan at the moment. Whether Lin Bing's plan would ultimately work or not, at least he had proposed a solution, while they were still at a loss. Supporting him was the natural choice. Once the decision was made, the group immediately unleashed their full power and launched a fierce attack on Xianming. The powerful assault caused the light shield in front of Xianming to stop strengthening, and ripples began to spread across the surface of the shield. This indicated that their attacks had started to weaken the shield's power, surpassing its self-repair speed. Of course, under the counter-damage effect of Xianming's thorn armor, the 5 of them also suffered significant injuries. But at this moment, they no longer cared about anything, only thinking about delivering a fatal blow and launching a swift counterattack.
The attacks continuously surged toward Xianming.
The 5 of them, coughing up blood, desperately charged at Xianming.
To onlookers, it carried a somewhat tragic and heroic undertone.
Seeing them like this, Su Yan understood in his heart that these people definitely had their own plan. Most likely, their goal was to first break through the shield formed by excessive healing in front of Xianming. If this were the arena in the Mountain and Sea Illusion realm, Su Yan would certainly not hesitate and would immediately use Star Moon Guidance to strengthen and repair Xuanming's shield. Having already seen through the opponent's intentions, of course, one should seize the opportunity to eliminate them.
Why would you help them counterattack and kill yourself?
However, the current situation was different. As an assistant instructor, Su Yan had to give these people a chance to discover the shortcomings of their combat techniques and tactics through actual battle. If he eliminated them before their tactics could unfold, it would serve no purpose other than to train their mindset. In addition, Su Yan was also very curious to see what methods they would come up with to deal with the current situation. Most importantly, the strength of these people was significantly weaker compared to the opponents on the previous stage. Su Yan was confident that they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Although he didn't think they could pose much of a threat to Xian Ming or himself, necessary precautions still had to be taken. Watching the five continue to fiercely attack the light shield in front of Xian Ming, Su Yan silently set up a complete set of life-saving measures for himself and Xian Ming, ranging from dream return to resurrection prophecy. The five battling Xian Ming naturally noticed Su Yan's actions, but they couldn't stop him and could only watch helplessly as Su Yan applied all kinds of buffs to the two of them. Finally, after gritting their teeth and holding on for nearly 20 minutes, Xian Ming's counterattacks erupted wave after wave, and cracks began to appear on the light shield. As the attacks continued, the shield started to slowly shatter. Among the five, only Lin Bing and Li Hu were still in relatively good condition, while the other three were utterly exhausted, barely holding on with sheer willpower to continue their assault. As soon as the light shield shattered, the three, completely drained of strength, collapsed to the ground one after another. At the moment the shield shattered, Lin Bing unleashed a secret technique passed down from his family's ancestral land. A black light shot out from the giant shield in his hand, striking directly at Xian Ming. This black light exhausted all of Lin Bing's strength. He collapsed powerlessly, and the backlash from the secret technique left him severely injured. If it weren't for Qiu Feng's timely intervention to stabilize his injuries, Lin Bing might not have made it through, and Qiu Feng would have had to prepare a resurrection ritual. This secret technique was, of course, no ordinary skill. As soon as the light shield broke, the black light struck Xian Ming, who let out a deep, sorrowful wail. Everyone could feel that the aura within Xian Ming was rapidly declining. The once formidable vitality began to drain away quickly. This was precisely the forbidden secret technique passed down in Lin Bing's family, sacrifice. Its cost was immense, consuming half of the caster's peak life force, all physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental power. If the caster was not in peak condition, the remaining portion would be compensated by life force. At such a price, the target would be cursed to endure damage 10 times the cost paid by the caster, released in 2 stages. At the same time, the target's strongest attribute is weakened by 80%, and the effect lasts for 15 minutes. Dispel skills used by those whose strength is one major rank lower than the caster are ineffective. Although Xian Ming himself possesses extremely strong vitality and defense, with his defense as the strongest attribute weakened by 80%. The damage caused by the curse directly put him into a state of massive blood loss, and the recovery spells on him could not save him. The moment Xian Ming's light shield shattered, Li Hu immediately accelerated his attack speed and quickly injected energy into Xian Ming's body. As soon as the black light fell on Xian Ming, a considerable amount of energy had already accumulated. Although Li Hu wanted to accumulate a bit more to make the burst damage stronger, he remembered Su Yan's earlier words. Fearing that his greed would result in Su Yan dispelling it with one move, rendering all his previous efforts in vain. Therefore, the moment the curse took effect, Li Hu decisively detonated the energy accumulated in Xian Ming's body. The terrifying energy erupted, and Xian Ming let out a piercing scream as smoke instantly filled the surroundings. The onlookers could all feel that Xian Ming's vitality had been pushed to its limit by Li Hu's energy explosion. The thick smoke obscured their vision, and they could no longer even sense Xian Ming's presence in the arena. At this moment, whether it was the 4 weakened individuals who had just been rescued, the still standing Li Hu, or the onlooking crowd, their hearts were all filled with anticipation. After all, they hadn't personally fought Xian Ming, but just from the previous display, anyone could feel the immense pressure from Xian Ming. In their subconscious, they had already started to believe that Su Yan and Xian Ming were almost invincible, they just hadn't realized it yet. But now, with Lin Bing and Li Hu joining forces to push Xian Ming to this extent, everyone finally saw a glimmer of hope. It turns out Xian Ming is not unbeatable. Although Su Yan and Xian Ming certainly still have trump cards and cannot be easily defeated, the cost is significant. After breaking the light shield, all 3 fell, and Lin Bing even almost prepared for a resurrection ritual. The cost was high, but at least everyone saw the possibility of defeating Xian Ming. As long as they could take down Xuanming's first life, they could continue to take down the second and third. Surely it wouldn't be like an MMORPG boss with a dozen health bars, right? Lin Bing said that after taking down the first life, it should trigger the Siming Totem, and Su Yan would use this brief invincibility period to heal Xian Ming. But everyone witnessed that Su Yan remained motionless, just staring at the explosion site, with no intention of saving Xian Ming at all. Everyone was very puzzled. A gust of breeze dispersed the smoke, and everyone saw Xuanming's appearance clearly.
A pale blue butterfly appeared in front of Xian Ming, then shattered. After the butterfly shattered, it was as if time had reversed. The injuries on Xuanming's body quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak state, the light shield on his body reappeared, and it continued to stack. This completely stunned everyone who wanted to see the effect of the Siming Totem. Wait a minute, Lin Bing said, the Siming Totem grants invincibility against fatal injuries, so what's with this reverse healing? Skill evolution doesn't work like this, does it? Is this even reasonable? At this moment, Xianming was filled with rage. Although Dream Return restored him to his peak state, the pain from the injuries still lingered. The excruciating pain caused by the curse and energy burst made his eyes bloodshot. Moreover, the curse that reduced his defense by 80% was still in effect. He had lost a significant amount of defense, and the attack boost from energy conversion was greatly diminished. This weakness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The furious Xianming had to find a target to vent its anger. Only 2 people were left on the field. Su Yan was its master, with a deep bond, and it still had to protect Su Yan. Naturally, it wouldn't attack its master. The only remaining enemy was Li Hu. All the hatred was concentrated on Li Hu. Xuanming's main attribute was defense, and its attack power mainly relied on the skill power conversion for enhancement. However, after Lin Bing's secret technique reduced Xuanming's defense by 80%, its attack power also dropped significantly, losing its previous might. Nevertheless, Xianming was, after all, an 8th-tier exotic beast, and its base attack was still quite impressive. At least not inferior to the mid-7th-tier Li Hu, who wasn't known for his attack power in the first place. The enraged Xianming mercilessly showcased its extensive skills, unleashing one water and earth attribute ultimate move after another, as if effortlessly, all aimed at Li Hu. Although Li Hu had regained some condition with the help of his attribute advantage after an energy burst, the time was too short for a full recovery. Coupled with the level gap, he was soon knocked to the ground by Xuanming's relentless barrage of skills. Su Yan easily dealt with his opponent, first walking over to Lin Bing and the others, casting a Star Moon guidance on each of them. Why not use a more comprehensive recovery spell? Because they were still in a hostile state. The less the opponent understood his skills, the greater his advantage. Moreover, while they were recovering their stamina, spiritual power, and mental strength, he took the opportunity to stack shields, seizing the best defensive chance. Afterward, Su Yan walked over to Xianming, activated the Sanctuary skill, calming the still agitated Xianming, and then sat back on its back, accumulating shields while waiting for the next battle to begin. On the other side, the situation for the other team members was different. Although they had long suspected Su Yan was hiding something, they hadn't expected him to possess such powerful skills. He could actually reverse time and restore everything to its original state. Just the abilities he had revealed so far were already putting immense pressure on them. Not to mention the Siming Totem Lin Bing had mentioned earlier, which meant that even if they broke through that mysterious light shield, they would still have to kill Xianming at least 3 times to win. As everyone was overwhelmed and stressed by the strength displayed by Su Yan and Xianming, Xiao Feng directly added fuel to the fire with his words. Xiao Feng said, "Seeing you all being tormented like this by Su Yan and his little turtle, I really can't bear to watch anymore. Mainly, I think you're just too embarrassing. So I've decided to give you a little hint. What can I say? I'm just soft-hearted." Hearing Xiao Feng's words, everyone except Su Yan, who had only met him 2 or 3 times, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. They instinctively turned their heads, avoiding looking at his pretentiously compassionate face. They were afraid they couldn't hold back from blurting out, "What kind of person do you think you are? Do you have no self-awareness? Soft-hearted? Don't make us laugh. That blackened heart of yours is probably quite solid, give it a squeeze, and it might even bounce back. And look at that almost tangible aura of hostility around you. Lying with your eyes wide open, doesn't your conscience hurt?" But they didn't dare say it out loud. After all, this soft-hearted coach was always watching their reactions, ready to seize any opportunity for a session of tough love. Faced with the situation and considering how crucial every piece of information was, everyone tacitly suppressed their emotions and looked at Xiao Feng with grateful eyes. Seeing the grateful looks from his team members, Xiao Feng's vanity was satisfied, and he began to speak. "If I were you, I would try to seize the opportunity of the first battle and shorten the interval between each battle as much as possible. The light shield on Xianming will activate after the first battle begins. If no one stops it, this shield will grow stronger over time." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's kind reminder, everyone was initially stunned, then began to recall how long it had been since the last battle. They uncomfortably realized that after organizing information, discussing tactics, and Xiao Feng's deliberate time-delaying reminder,
it had been almost an hour since the last battle ended. Thinking back to the interval of less than half an hour between the first and second battles, the light shield had already made Lin Bing and the others struggle. Now, the opponent had stacked the shield for an hour, and everyone felt a wave of despair, thinking this would be truly difficult to handle. Fortunately, before Qiu Feng's reminder, they had already discussed the next step in their tactics.
After hearing Qiu Feng's hint, they decisively initiated the third battle.
This time, they chose to go all out, no longer probing, and charged together. They refused to believe that 14 people against 2 couldn't force Su Yan to reveal all his cards. As Qiu Feng announced the start of the battle, the 14 enemies quickly split into 2 groups, rushing towards Su Yan and Xianming respectively. This time, there were too many people, and Su Yan was a bit worried whether Xianming could taunt everyone at once.
If a few enemies were missed, although
he had various buffs on him and wouldn't be knocked down in a short time, being chased around would be a huge embarrassment for him as a teaching assistant. To be on the safe side, Su Yan decisively had Xianming activate the beast space and swallow him, completely denying the enemies any chance to attack him. The enemies launched a fierce attack on Su Yan and Xianming, trying to bypass Xianming's taunt and take out Su Yan first.
However, Xianming's move left the enemies dumbfounded. It suddenly betrayed and swallowed its own master.
The enemies thought the plan was all set, but the target suddenly disappeared, completely ruining the strategy. How frustrating! But they were only stunned for a second before quickly adjusting their strategy and turning to attack Xianming. Although Xianming's light shield was very thick, that was under the previous situation of fighting 5 people. Now the number had tripled, so breaking the shield wasn't actually that difficult.
However, after the first 2 holding back battles, Qiu Feng had already reminded Su Yan through voice transmission to take this match seriously and stop playing tricks.
As soon as the battle began, Su Yan immediately ordered Xianming to activate the combination of taunt and counter damage, and within the beast control space, he activated the triple skills of Sanctuary, Tide Summoner's Blessing, and Guardian's Power, granting Xianming a 50% damage reduction.
Next, Xianming continuously used Star and Moon Guidance to restore its shield.
Then, it was all over just like that. Everyone collapsed powerlessly to the ground, feeling their bodies completely drained of strength and overwhelmed by intense pain. Their minds replayed the battle that had just occurred. They had given their all, unleashing skills one after another, yet even as they were knocked down by Xuanming's counter damage, they couldn't break through its light shield. This made them, who had always been confident in their talent and strength, start to question their purpose in life. Do we really have a place in the upcoming World Championship? Could it be that the true main forces are Xianming and Su Yan, while the rest of us are just there to make up the minimum number of participants? Qiu Feng, who had been watching Xuanming's display of divine prowess and its brutal domination of the others, looked at the corpses sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Instead of worrying about their well-being, he laughed gleefully at their misfortune. Su Yan saw Xianming defeat everyone and end the battle. Afterward, he emerged from the beast space and returned to the battlefield. Qiu Feng, seeing this, exerted strength in his legs, jumped onto the field, helped the corpses on the ground up, gathered them together, and turned to Su Yan, saying,
"Xiao Su, the situation isn't complicated. With your powerful healing abilities, I won't trouble anyone else. I'll leave these people to you for treatment. Don't worry about the consumption of spiritual power and energy. Just focus on healing their injuries. Leave the rest to me, I have other plans." Hearing Qiu Feng's words, Su Yan, who was originally preparing to cast recovery spells on them one by one, paused for a moment but didn't say much. He simply nodded.
The nod signified his understanding. Following Qiu Feng's instructions, he abandoned the idea of using recovery spells. Instead, he gathered life energy at his fingertips and used Tide's blessing several times in succession, quickly healing everyone's injuries. Under Su Yan's treatment, Lin Bing and the others, after the previous period of rest, had also regained much of their strength. Although still a bit strained, they managed to stand up, walk over to Qiu Feng, and line up neatly in front of him. However, although they stood neatly, their gazes couldn't help but occasionally glance at Su Yan and Xianming beside him. There was no helping it. The performance of these two in the first 3 battles was simply too overwhelming. Xianming not only had astonishing attack and defense capabilities but also possessed a skill set that seemed
almost like cheating.
As for Su Yan, he was even more enigmatic, with skills that were impossible to figure out. After finishing a battle, their strongest feelings were utter powerlessness and despair. They gave their all to attack Xianming, exhausting every effort, yet they couldn't even break the light shield around him, let alone harm him. This left them, who had always been called geniuses, feeling disheartened.
If being easily defeated by Su Yan could still qualify them as geniuses, then what should Su Yan be called? A monster? A genius among monsters? Although disheartened, they still highly acknowledged Su Yan's strength. Xian Ming, so I changed my name?
At the same time, watching Su Yan and Xian Ming having fun, the crowd's gazes grew increasingly fervent.
This wasn't because they had a
favorable impression of Su Yan, but because they were filled with longing for his powerful healing abilities and that mysterious skill pool.
If Su Yan could join us, that would be amazing.
During battles, we wouldn't have to worry about getting injured.
Just his light shield alone would be enough to give the enemies a headache.
After the enemies desperately break through the light shield, they would still have to face Su Yan's terrifying
healing.
Injuries would be fully recovered in just a few minutes, making such battles incredibly thrilling.
Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but feel eager.
In the upcoming World Championship, they would team up with Su Yan and go into battle together, finally getting to enjoy his support. Just the thought of it made everyone impatient for the World Championship to start sooner. However, there was still some time before the World Championship, so they could only imagine for now.
Building
a good relationship with Su Yan in advance was a must, at least to avoid being ignored by him right away. Looking at Su Yan, who had just finished 3 battles and didn't seem to be planning to leave anytime soon, everyone
silently decided that after the group disbanded, they would shamelessly approach him to make themselves known.
Their idea wasn't bad, but they forgot that Xiu Feng was still present. Facing these juniors with their little schemes, Xiu Feng showed no mercy, first bluntly pointing out the issues in their previous battles. Then, he directly started roasting them.
I am very dissatisfied with your performance this time.
Tactics, combat, intelligence gathering all failed.
You are truly the worst batch I've ever trained.
I'm starting to doubt whether your so-called genius is even real.
Are you kidding? So what if you're a genius? Does being a genius mean you can't be scolded for making mistakes? Who wasn't a genius in their youth?
Just as Xiu Feng finished speaking, someone in the crowd, perhaps dazed by Xian Ming or genuinely stirred up, ignored Xiu Feng's fiery temper and weakly retorted.
But, Coach Cho, didn't you say this is your first time teaching students? Then you should have only trained us, right?
As soon as the words fell, the crowd, which had been stirred up by Xiu Feng's remarks, instantly quieted down, their gazes turning to the speaker as if looking at a warrior.
Brother, you really dare to speak up, huh? At a time like this, you still dare to challenge the Demon King? Do you really think your training is strong enough? That person seemed to realize they might have seriously offended someone. Finally voicing their thoughts, she shrank back, desperately trying to make herself less noticeable.
She kept comforting herself in her heart. Didn't hear it, the big boss didn't hear what I just said, and I didn't expose him on the spot. But her self-comfort couldn't change the fact that Xiu Feng had heard those words.
Xiu Feng wasn't angry after hearing it. Instead, he gave everyone a kind smile and said, "Oh? It seems this student doesn't quite agree with my point of view. Do you all think the same?"
Everyone shook their heads one after another and silently distanced themselves from the person who had spoken. But this didn't allow them to escape Xiu Feng's wrath.
Without waiting for anyone to speak, Xiu Feng directly said, "Everyone's the same, waited running, let's go.
Until I say stop, no one stops. If you can't run to death, then run with all your might. Next, to make sure you don't embarrass me in the fight against the 2 teaching assistants, I'll increase the intensity a bit."
"What are you standing there for? Start running now!"
Xiu Feng roared, and everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they took out the customized, weighted equipment from their spatial rings, put it on, stepped off the battlefield, and started running into the distance. After shouting at the group, Xiu Feng turned to look at Su Yan and Xian Ming. As he turned, he quickly adjusted his expression, and by the time he faced Su Yan, he was already wearing a gentle smile. This quick change of expression left Su Yan stunned.
Do all coaches learn how to change faces so quickly?
Xiu Feng was like this, and so was Gung Su Xin before.
Su Yan couldn't help but feel suspicious.
Xiu Feng smiled at Su Yan and said, "Alright, Xiao Su, your task for today is done.
You can arrange the rest of your time as you wish. You can go back to the old man's training room to continue practicing, or take a stroll in the mountain and see Secret Realm. The scenery here is quite nice.
I've left a trace of my aura on you and Xian Ming.
As long as you don't provoke them, the exotic beasts here won't attack you.
From now on, you just need to come at this time every day to accompany them for 3 matches.
Also, don't hold back during the fights.
Go all out and show them what true strength is.
Don't worry about their mentality.
If they can't handle a little setback, no matter how many resources are poured into them, they'll just end up as a bunch of useless individuals with strength but no value." After speaking, Xiu Feng waved goodbye to Su Yan and swiftly left the challenge arena.
After bidding farewell to Xiu Feng, Su Yan did not return directly to the ancestral witch hall to cultivate. although he had advanced from the late 5th stage to the peak of the 6th stage in a short time. With a significant improvement in strength, the energy within his body had been nearly depleted due to the previous mountain climbing, reaching a bottleneck. Short-term cultivation would yield limited results. Therefore, Su Yan decided to take Xianming out for some relaxation, lest the latter get bored from staying in the cultivation room for too long. Xianming? They left the challenge arena, planning to wander around the mountain and see Secret Realm. Since he was unfamiliar with the environment, Su Yan chose the first stop to be near the training ground where Lin Bing and the others were. With the destination set, Su Yan directly mounted Xianming's back, letting it carry him as they flew toward the direction of the group doing weighted running. Due to the heavy equipment and the significant physical and spiritual energy consumption from the previous battle, the group was running at a slow pace. Sitting on Xianming's back, Su Yan quickly caught up with them. Xianming was so large, and coupled with the fact that it had just been beaten up by them, Lin Bing's team immediately noticed the master and pet duo. Watching that man and his turtle slowly lagging behind everyone, the crowd felt utterly annoyed. As one of the main reasons we were punished with weighted running, he had just beaten us up harshly and was now gloating while watching us get penalized. You really don't treat people like humans. Even Lin Bing, who always viewed his juniors through rose-colored glasses and believed they were forever obedient and well-behaved, couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Had his juniors been corrupted by that shameless old man? They hadn't been apart for long, yet their temperament had changed so drastically? Seeing the almost tangible resentment from everyone, Su Yan thought to himself, if I had a system that could upgrade through resentment, this wave would definitely bring a major boost. However, Su Yan quickly found the matter uninteresting and left the weighted running area with Xianming, wandering off to other parts of the Shanghai Secret Realm. But their behavior made everyone start to suspect that this genius healer wasn't as simple and harmless as he appeared on the surface. The subsequent special training further confirmed everyone's suspicions. You will never know how many trump cards the other party is hiding. Every time you see hope and think there's a chance to defeat Xianming, it turns out that the so-called opportunity is just a trap deliberately left by the other side. Summoning the courage to ask him why he did this, his answer was unexpectedly, he felt that ending the 3 battles too early and then going to play would make him seem lazy, as if he wasn't earning the salary Chou Feng gave him. This isn't too bad, after all, we are the ones who ultimately benefit. After all, the difference in insight between ending a battle in 10 minutes and fighting for a full hour is significant. The most helpless thing is that, at some point, Su Yan and Xiao Feng somehow started seeing eye to eye. Or rather, Xiao Feng, from Su Yan's performance over the past few days, noticed that hidden demonic beast aura in him. Then, during an unintentional exchange of glances, the two tacitly reached an understanding. After learning that Su Yan's skill pool included a skill called Perception Deception, Xiao Feng became much more mischievous. From then on, every time Xianming was brutally beaten by Su Yan, we would receive Su Yan's healing skills. I have to say, Su Yan's skill effects are incredibly impressive. Once we figured out all his skills, he stopped hiding them and openly used recovery techniques on us, and the effects still left us astonished. However, along with various treatment skills, there was also the Perception Deception. Changing treatment to pain sensation and such was considered child's play. Following Qiu Feng's suggestion, treatment turned into sensations like soreness, itchiness, and even pleasure, making us utterly miserable. Qiu Feng even provided an explanation, saying this was to train our willpower. In case we encounter such bizarre skills during the World Championship, at least we would have some resistance and wouldn't embarrass ourselves in front of the entire world. Embarrassing ourselves here would only be witnessed by the 15 of us, but losing face at the World Championship would mean living with the shame for a lifetime. Enduring it would eventually pass. Whether we believed it or not, the situation was clear, neither the assistant coach nor the coach could be challenged, so we had no choice but to accept this explanation. Compared to the previously aloof and seemingly indifferent Su Yan, his current display of genuine black sesame-filled rice ball nature actually made everyone feel closer to him. Although the former Su Yan was also strong, reliable, gentle in character, and willing to help solve problems, he was just quiet, appeared cold, and had no obvious flaws. But for some reason, apart from Lin Bing, who had known him and understood him for a long time, the others always felt a subtle sense of distance when interacting with him. This is mainly because his strength is too overwhelming, coupled with the healing aura and his previous personality, which gave people a feeling of being unapproachable, almost godlike. Everyone was hesitant to get close to him. Su Yan, on the other hand, is different. Although he loves to stir up trouble, he always knows his limits. Watching him bloat while still lending a hand makes people feel that he is down to earth and more like a normal person. However, even though everyone likes his personality, they still harbor some resentment towards Su Yan. Come on, man, you're a healer, can't you have a bit of dignity and your own opinions? How can you casually listen to the slander of petty people and randomly modify your skills? The skill perception of deception was originally meant to be paired with healing, either to reduce pain or to deepen the impression of pain. But you made it so complicated with effects like numbness, itching, and pleasure. Who wouldn't think this training camp is a chaotic mess after seeing that? However, as everyone's strength improved and their coordination became more seamless, their battles with Xian Ming and Su Yan also made progress. The key point is that Qiu Feng himself felt that his loss was rather miserable. He hadn't expected that Xian Ming, after suffering significant setbacks from Qiu Yi during this period, would experience a surge in strength, widening the gap between them even further. Just talking about the skills Thorn Armor and Bloodthirsty Taunt, by the time they broke through the shield and faced Xian Ming head-on, their condition was already at its worst. Winning was out of the question. So, under everyone's request and Su Yan's conscience awakening support, Qiu Feng finally took the opportunity to agree to their terms. At the start of the battle, Su Yan cast a recovery spell on everyone. However, the recovery spell on them only had half the effect compared to Su Yan and Xian Ming, which was 5 layers, without the bonus of the Heart of Life and Time Acceleration. Although the skill was weakened to a quarter of its original power, with Su Yan's talent enhancement, the recovery speed still astonished everyone. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't react, and Qiu Feng began to take an interest in Su Yan, asking him to cast a recovery spell on him as well. Unlike Lin Bing and the others, Su Yan was not as polite to Qiu Feng. He directly activated the Heart of Life, applied a full-layer recovery spell with time acceleration, and delivered powerful healing. Feeling the surging vitality and rapid recovery effects within his body, Qiu Feng's gaze toward Su Yan changed. Previously, when his father mentioned forming a good relationship with Su Yan, saying that he might rely on him in the face of major events in the future, Qiu Feng was half skeptical. His favorable impression of Su Yan was mainly because Su Yan was a healer, someone who might stand on their side in the future with strong abilities. But as for Su Yan growing to the point of being able to help him, Qiu Feng was still doubtful. After all, he himself was already a 9th-tier awakener, and those above the 9th tier were not comparable to ordinary people. While healers could indeed heal across tiers, and geniuses could even surpass 3 or 4 tiers, that only happened before the 9th tier. Beyond the 9th tier was an entirely different realm, a qualitative transformation of life. This is also why geniuses almost never surpass 8th tier combat. Theoretically, even the most ordinary 9th tier strong individual has a 99% chance of defeating an 8th tier opponent. The same applies to healers. No matter how strong the healing effect is, as long as they haven't reached the 9th tier, their healing effect on 9th tier individuals will be reduced by more than tenfold. Therefore, healers below the 8th tier are fundamentally incapable of effectively healing 9th tier awakeners. Even 8th tier healers have very limited effectiveness when dealing with 9th tier individuals. Of course, over the millennia, there have always been geniuses who defy the odds, touching the threshold of rules before reaching the 9th tier, with extraordinary strength. Just like Su Yan's mentor Wang Yu and Zhao Wu. Both are 8th tier, but their status and standing are worlds apart. Zhao Wu doesn't even qualify for an 8th tier title, while Wang Yu earned the title of Immortal Star River when he was still at the 8th tier. This is mainly because Wang Yu, while at the 8th tier, had already comprehended the basics of the Immortal Rule and the Star Rule. The power of rules allowed his life level to transcend the gap between ordinary awakeners and 9th tier individuals, negating the limitations of life level on healing effects, directly granting him 9th tier combat power, and earning him a title that shocked the entire world at the time. And now Su Yan, relying on his talent, the Heart of Life, and that seemingly simple set of equipment enhancements, has managed to make his healing technique effective even on Qiu Feng, who is at the peak of the 9th tier. Although the effect is not significant, similar to Qiu Feng's own self-healing, it is already quite terrifying. Don't forget, Su Yan's current strength is only at the peak of the 6th tier. For example, when Wang Yu was at the peak of the 7th tier and had not yet comprehended the rules, the full healing effect he could achieve was probably about the same as Su Yan's current level. What shocked Qiu Feng even more was that, as someone at the peak of the 9th tier who was highly sensitive to the power of rules, he faintly sensed the aura of time rules within Su Yan's recovery technique. That's right, it was the aura of time rules inherent in the recovery technique itself, not the time acceleration skill Su Yan used to enhance the effect of the recovery technique. Qiu Feng was not foolish enough to confuse time rules with time skills. As the child of the Great Witch family, a 10th tier powerhouse, although his relationship with his father is not very good now, he had seen many ancient totems pursued by the Great Witch family during his childhood.
These totems all carried traces of time rules, and Su Yan's recovery technique unexpectedly exhibited a similar feeling.
In Xiu Feng's view, this is extremely frightening.
Su Yan might very well break his teacher's record and become the youngest titled powerhouse. Time seems to particularly favor this young man before him, and this was the first time Xiu Feng felt a sense of jealousy towards him.
Despite Xiu Feng's noble background, abundant family resources, and his current peak 9th tier status, when he was at the peak of the 8th tier, he was tormented by the restrictions of the rules to the point of near death, paying a tremendous price to gain the recognition of the rules and advance to the 9th tier. And the seemingly gentle young man in front of him already has a smooth path laid out for his future. The rules of time have quietly unfolded around him, waiting for him to reach a certain level of strength to automatically comprehend them and secure a ticket to the 9th tier. On Blue Star, no one has yet mastered the rules of time. As long as Su Yan breaks through to the 9th tier, he will become the sole master of the rules of time. How could this not make others envious and jealous?
That said, let's shift our perspective back to Team 1. After receiving Su Yan's simplified version of the recovery technique, everyone was first stunned by the healing effect and its duration. Then, those who had been brutally suppressed by Xianming for several days and were almost in despair reignited their hope. Previously, they lacked effective recovery and couldn't withstand Xuanming's counter-damage skills. The high-intensity counter-damage was too severe, and their reduced attack power couldn't keep up with the growth rate of Su Yan's healing shield, leaving them in a dilemma. Now, with powerful recovery, the recovery technique has almost nullified half the power of Xuanming's counter-damage skills. They could be divided into two groups to take turns attacking Xianming. One group would fight until they were low on health, then switch to the other group, and when the second group was low on health, they would rotate again. In this way, they were finally able to launch sustained and effective attacks on Xianming. The excessive healing shield on Xuanming's body was now practically useless except for stalling time. Su Yan continuously applied excessive healing to reinforce the shield, and Xuanming's thorn armor was countered by his own restoration spell, resulting in a significant weakening of the shield's effect. As a result, the situation when fighting Xianming was no longer as one-sided as before. The first team had more members, a full range of professions, flexible tactics, and excellent coordination. Xuanming's advantages were his high-level, strong defense, powerful attacks after strength conversion, numerous skills, and the support of Su Yan, a master healer. At the beginning, although the restoration spell provided support and the combination of the light shield and thorn armor wasn't too difficult to deal with, Xuanming's counter-damage still made everyone somewhat cautious. No one dared to recklessly use their ultimate moves, fearing that the high damage would result in their own death from the counter-damage. After all, this counter-damage ignored armor and defense, directly affecting the body, and it was particularly painful. As a result, it took everyone too much time to break through Xuanming's excessive healing shield. After breaking the shield and fighting for a short while, over an hour had already passed, and Xiu Feng had no choice but to forcibly end the battle. After multiple battles, everyone gradually figured out the rhythm, and the speed of breaking the shield became faster and faster. They originally thought that after breaking the shield and thornmail, the combination of Xianming and Su Yan, apart from Su Yan's powerful healing, posed no real threat. And the result? They were harshly taught a lesson by Su Yan once again. To teach these suddenly arrogant guys who dared to provoke right in front of Xianming, Su Yan specifically requested an unlimited time battle from Xiu Feng. The battle lasted from morning till night. Although Su Yan continuously cast recovery spells on everyone, by the time Xiu Feng forcibly ended it, the entire team was exhausted and collapsed, and Xiu Feng even mocked them. This battle taught everyone a lesson: even when you can suppress your opponent, it's truly frustrating when you just can't finish them off. In the following days, whenever the team saw Xianming and Su Yan appear, they couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. That's right, Su Yan took advantage of Xuanming's high defense and the team's fear of counter-damage, which made them hesitant to use big moves, successfully achieving an infinite survival loop. Dream Recall Skill 1, Dream Recall Skill 2, and the Fate Totem effects trigger one after another. As soon as the restriction time of Dream Recall on the same person ends, the Dream Recall effect can be reapplied to Xianming. After Death Defiance and Dream Recall 1 are broken, the cooldown of the Fate Totem also ends, creating an infinite skill loop. Although they tried to forcefully break the cycle with a burst attack, successfully disrupting the 4-skill loop, an even more despairing event immediately followed. As soon as the Resurrection Prophecy was triggered, the 4 life-saving effects were instantly reapplied by Su Yan, restarting the loop. The cooldown of the Resurrection Prophecy was dragged out round after round. In short, although Xuanming's skill hit rate was very low, and the entire process was almost spent being attacked with damage output relying almost entirely on counterattacks. In the eyes of Team 1, Xian Ming that day was like a war god, leaving a deep impression on them. The battle was exceptionally intense, and it took Team 1 a long time to recover from the blows dealt by Xian Ming and Su Yan. Afterward, everyone's daily routine returned to the cycle of training, battling, and training again. One day, just after finishing the daily combat training, as Su Yan was about to leave, Xiu Feng called out to him, saying there was something to announce. Everyone regrouped after training, and Xiu Feng spoke up. This training camp has been going on for quite a while. Now that the World Championship is about to begin, it's about time to wrap up this camp. Xiu Feng's words left everyone with mixed expressions. Some were surprised, some breathed a sigh of relief, and some felt reluctant. The sudden end of this training camp left everyone feeling a bit reluctant. No matter how exaggerated Xiu Feng's training intensity was, how fiery his temper, or how ruthless Su Yan and Xian Ming were in their methods, leaving them in despair, the gains from this period of special training were real. Moreover, all the precious resources during this time didn't require money or points. As long as they completed the training, they could receive corresponding rewards. The combat training with Su Yan and Xian Ming further enhanced their team's coordination, and they gained valuable experience in facing opponents stronger than themselves. They could fight freely and boldly without worrying about injuries or death, and there were professional personnel responsible for post-battle treatment and recovery. Such an opportunity is not something everyone can encounter. Although, due to certain reasons, their strength was forcibly enhanced through various means before the national competition, they would need to spend a significant amount of time later to offset the side effects. During this period, resources, spiritual energy, and training intensity have all been abundant, but their levels haven't improved much. However, this doesn't mean the special training was ineffective. Whether in combat skills, physical fitness, or mental willpower, they have all made significant progress. To give a simple example, the current them could easily defeat their former selves. As for team battles, there's no need to mention it. With Xian Ming's guidance, their teamwork is practically at a crushing level. Seeing everyone's reactions, Xiu Feng continued, "Today is the last training session. After the training ends, you will have 2 days to freely move around in the secret realm. You can rest, meet people you want to see, or go after resources you haven't claimed yet. Whether you can come back here again is uncertain, and it's even uncertain if you'll qualify to enter. So, make good use of these 2 days. 3 days from now, which is the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., gather here. I will take you to meet up with Team 2 and Team 3. After that, it's the quota challenge. Although I know you all have your own plans, I hope you will give it your all in the challenge and not embarrass me. Understood?" Hearing Xiu Feng's words, everyone had complex expressions, but ultimately they all nodded firmly and responded solemnly, "Understood." Actually, at first, not everyone wanted to stay in the first team. It wasn't just Li Hu who thought there would be fewer opportunities to play in the first team and considered going to the second team to fight for a main position. However, after experiencing battles with Su Yan and Xian Ming, and feeling Su Yan's powerful yet annoying skills, everyone's thoughts began to change. Their mindset shifted from, since we've already received the training resources, it wouldn't be bad to go to the second team and fight for playing opportunities as a main player, to we must give it our all and strive to stay in the first team. In between, there was only one Su Yan. There was no way around it, the healing skills were just too enticing. Even without seeing other skills, just the recovery and healing abilities were enough to make people addicted. And during the battle with Xian Ming, the skills Su Yan displayed made everyone just want to beat him up. Dream Return, Fate Keeper, Death Resistance, Resurrection Prophecy, so infuriating. However, when the roles changed and Su Yan was no longer an opponent but a teammate, the situation became different. Although apart from a few small-scale collaborations at the beginning, they had never truly fought alongside Su Yan. But they were well aware of Su Yan's identity, the only healer of the Huagua team in the World Championship, a core member of the first team, absolutely irreplaceable. Even during the subsequent slot challenge matches, no one was foolish enough to challenge him, trying to take his position in the first team, let alone the higher-ups allowing it. Allowing this person to be challenged. After learning Su Yan's identity, everyone, while fighting Xian Ming, would occasionally put themselves in the position of imagining how great it would feel to have Su Yan backing them up. Just think about it: shields, totems, healing, rapid recovery, even resurrection, all of these as your own skills. Just imagining it, who wouldn't laugh out loud? How are these disgusting skills? They're simply dream-come-true divine abilities, both powerful and reassuring. If anyone dares to belittle them, I'd definitely argue with them. Those who say these skills are disgusting are definitely both envious and jealous. I truly look down on them. This is also why, after Su Yan and Xiu Feng colluded, everyone was full of resentment towards Xiu Feng. Countless times they wanted to settle the score with him, but lacking the strength, they could only endure it.
As for Su Yan, the executor and trader, clearly a teammate, yet teaming up with Qiu Feng against them, everyone's attitude was completely different. Most people thought, the kid is still young, it's okay to be a bit lively, just bear with it and it'll pass. It definitely isn't Su Yan's fault, it's all Qiu Feng's doing. This kind of mindset avoided unnecessary trouble.
What kind of demon beast is this? He's the treasure of our team, the absolute backbone. But Su Yan's companions weren't so lucky. Dragged into the mess, everyone realized that the saying "love me, love my dog" was completely unreliable. On the contrary, the better they treated Su Yan, the more they hated Xin Ming. The jealousy, slander, and ridicule were so intense that Xin Ming almost wanted to dye his shell black, polish it until it was slippery and shiny, reflecting light so brightly it hurt people's eyes. Now, everyone's enthusiasm for staying in the first team and fighting alongside Su Yan is unprecedentedly high. Even Li Hu, who was determined to join the second team at first, has changed his mind. Fewer opportunities to play? So what? When facing weaker teams, just apply to use the face-saving fruit, let your teammates give you some face, and enjoy a moment of glory. Doesn't that sound great? Clinging tightly to the big shot healer's thigh and obediently being his follower, that's the real deal. Although this follower pass is just a trial card and will expire as soon as the World Championship ends, everyone understands how tempting such an opportunity is. Who could refuse the chance to shine under the support of the healer Big Shot? As for those who initially wanted to join the second team and tried to curry favor with them, now they can only say, "No, I don't know them, I'm not familiar, don't bother me, I'm afraid my brother Yen will misunderstand." Even Qiu Feng probably didn't expect that the bonds and persuasion he had worked on during this time would be no match for the influence of Su Yan, who beats them up every time they meet. Qiu Feng cursed inwardly, what a waste of effort. Su Yan stayed because the training camp was nearing its end. No matter how much Qiu Yi and Qiu Feng wanted Su Yan to stay in the secret realm, or even hoped he would remain until reaching the 9th tier and successfully comprehending the rules of time, the World Championship was approaching, and the training camp was almost over. Keeping Su Yan there any longer would only cause trouble and make him more vulnerable. Hearing that the training camp was ending, Su Yan didn't feel reluctant, instead, he was quite excited. It wasn't that he was unfeeling, but his special training had long been completed, and he hadn't seen Elder Qiu since. He had already experienced a period of reluctance before, so naturally, he didn't have as many emotions now. As for the bonds formed after spending so much time with the first team members and Xin Ming, there was even less reason to feel reluctant. Wouldn't they still meet after leaving? Su Yan was still a member of the first team. As long as they passed the quota challenge, they would definitely reunite at the World Championship. Even if they didn't make it, with their strength, staying in the second team wouldn't be an issue, and they could still meet during the World Championship. As for resources and such, it didn't matter if Su Yan wasn't in the secret realm. Now that he was so highly valued, as long as he stayed in China, there would be plenty of opportunities. There won't be any less, alright? The only thing Su Yan felt a bit reluctant about was Qiu Feng. On one hand, because of Qiu Yi, he had developed a good impression of Qiu Feng. On the other hand, Qiu Feng's personality really matched his own. The two exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other. During this time, they had been causing trouble together and having a lot of fun. Qiu Feng had also given Su Yan many practical and interesting suggestions. However, when Su Yan heard that Qiu Feng would be leading the first team as the head coach to participate in the World Championship, while also protecting the geniuses of Huagua, his reluctance immediately dissipated. Since that was the case, why cling to it? Over the next 2 days, the members of the first team almost traversed half of the secret realm, bidding farewell properly to their old friends, whether human or beast. They also received heartfelt parting gifts from those reluctant friends. As for Su Yan, in the secret realm, apart from his own team, the only people he was familiar with were Old Qiu and the father and son, Qiu Yi. After completing his special training, Old Qiu mysteriously disappeared. When Su Yan went to the ancestral witch hall to say goodbye, he only saw the crimson token in his hand flash briefly, indicating that the other party had heard him, but did not show up in person. After learning that Qiu Feng had no plans for the next 2 days, Su Yan spent a few enjoyable days with him exploring the secret realm, with Qiu Feng, as a half-host, showing him around. 3 days later, in the morning, at the training ground. Everyone had finished 2 days of fulfilling free activities and gathered early at the training ground, waiting for Qiu Feng to appear. At exactly 9 o'clock, Qiu Feng arrived on time, with Su Yan naturally following closely behind. Seeing that everyone was present, Xiao Feng said little and directly instructed the group to assemble and activated the teleportation array. A flash of light passed, and everyone appeared in an unfamiliar location. Just as they steadied themselves, two more beams of light descended in the distance. As the light faded, members of Team 2 and Team 3 appeared. Seeing familiar schoolmates and rivals, everyone's eyes lit up, but with the coach present, no one stepped forward to greet them first. The coaches also did not give them a chance to communicate. After confirming that everyone participating in the training camp had arrived, Xiao Feng, the coach of Team 1, led the team to line up and gather together. He conjured a stone platform in front of everyone, and the coaches of Team 3 stepped onto it. Xiao Feng looked at the people below and said, "Alright, the training camp is almost over. You can probably guess what the next stage is." "That's right, next is the final quota challenge. I hope you seize this last opportunity." In fact, while Su Yan was still undergoing special training with Old Xiao, Teams 1, 2, and 3 had already completed 2 rounds of quota challenges. However, due to the disparity in strength and resources, coupled with the short special training period, there were no changes in the members of Team 1. Then, Xiao Feng announced the rules for the final challenge. Team 3 will first conduct an internal ranking competition, and the top 10 will qualify to participate in the challenge. Then, the top 10 of Team 3 can challenge anyone from Team 2, with each person having 3 chances to challenge. Next, those who are challenged out will take their turn, followed by Team 2 members challenging those eliminated from Team 1. After explaining the rules, Xiao Feng turned his gaze to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was chatting with Lin Bing and other Team 1 members about the experiences of the past 2 days. Xiao Feng transmitted his voice to him. "Xiao Su, I want to ask if you're willing to take on the healing task for this challenge." "Competition?" "You'd be responsible for applying a life-saving skill to everyone before the matches and healing both sides afterward." "Of course, we also won't. You won't be doing it for free. After the challenge competition ends, we'll provide you with appropriate compensation." Su Yan was happily chatting with Lin Bing and his newly acquainted friends when he suddenly heard Xiao Feng's voice. He was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. He looked in Xiao Feng's direction and found that Xiao Feng and 2 coaches from Teams 2 and 3 were staring at him, seemingly waiting for his response. Feeling the gaze of the 3, Su Yan nodded, indicating his willingness to take on the healing task for this quota challenge. Xiao Feng and the others were naturally overjoyed. The matter of treating and saving lives was resolved, and they no longer needed to bother finding someone else. Moreover, Su Yan's cost-effectiveness far exceeded that of other healers. Generally, healers capable of meeting their requirements would need to be at least 8th-tier experts. This is because conventional resurrection skills require healers to pay a huge price, and ordinary healers simply cannot withstand the burden of multiple resurrections in a short period. However, Su Yan's resurrection prophecy skill, although a resurrection skill, is actually quite similar to his dream recall and death resistance skills. The difference is that the latter triggers before death, while resurrection prophecy activates at the moment of death. Not only can he heal, but he can also resurrect, and his level is low, with lower fees, saving a significant amount of money compared to hiring those 8th-tier experts economical and practical. After determining the candidates for treatment, the 3 head coaches did not delay further. With a wave of Xiao Feng's hand, 15 square arenas instantly appeared around the crowd. The arenas were surrounded by 4 transparent walls emitting powerful energy, capable of absorbing energy and skills that flew out of the arena. Then, Xiao Feng announced to everyone, "Here are 15 arenas, with 5 temporarily sealed. Among the 30 members of the 3 teams, anyone confident can step onto the arena as the host and accept challenges. The rules are the same as the national competition, one-on-one. Don't worry about casualties, we have life-saving measures. After each battle, there will be someone dedicated to treatment. Once all challenge opportunities are used up, or no one challenges anymore, the 10 people standing on the arenas can challenge the members of Team 2. Alright, those who are confident, hurry up and get on the arena to wait." After speaking, he ignored the commotion among the members of the 3 teams caused by his words, as well as the thoughtful expressions of the members of Teams 1 and 2, and waved to Su Yan. A teleportation array appeared beneath Su Yan's feet. Feeling the familiar aura of the teleportation array, Su Yan did not resist and allowed the array to transport him to the central platform. The platform was no longer simple. As the center point of the 15 arenas, its height had been raised to a level where all the arenas could be clearly seen. Seeing Su Yan, Xiao Feng took out a set of table and chairs from his spatial ring, invited him to sit down, and then asked, "How is it? Based on the rules of the first round, you should have guessed the arrangement of the subsequent challenges, right? At most, you'll have to save the lives of 30 people across 15 arenas simultaneously. Can you handle it?"
I'm not asking you to use the same skill, as long as you can keep them alive, it's fine.
We can distinguish the effects of different skills ourselves. Su Yan shook his head and said, no need to make it so complicated.
With my current strength, fulfilling your request is just a matter of using one life command totem.
Even if the number of people increased tenfold, it wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Xiu Feng recalled that Su Yan's life command totem was a special branch of the ancient totems. There were already very few people who could master ancient totems, let alone the life command totem. Previously, Su Yan only used that totem each time, making him mistakenly believe it was a standalone skill. Apart from its diverse buffs, the ancient totem is most famous for being able to cover everyone within its range as long as the area is large enough. Everyone received the buff effect. The two were chatting when the 10 arenas below had already been claimed, and challengers stood before them. Seeing the situation below, Su Yan stopped his conversation with Xiu Feng, raised his right hand, and began to cast a skill. However, he didn't use the Siming totem he had mentioned to Xiu Feng earlier.
Instead, he condensed a blue light
sphere at his fingertips. The light sphere split into 20 blue rays, flying toward the contestants on the arenas.
Xiu Feng glanced at Su Yan's actions with some confusion.
Su Yan explained, this time, there are at most 30 participants, so the Siming totem isn't very suitable. In this situation, using the Dream Return skill
is more effective. Once triggered, it can return people to their state at the start of the match, saving me the time to heal them and improving efficiency.
Hearing Su Yan say this, apart from Xiu Feng, the other two coaches could only shake their heads helplessly. Although they are not healers, they all understand the difficulty of healing skills.
Don't be fooled by how common skills like Su
Yan's Dream Recall, Destiny, Resurrection, and Prophecy sound. In reality, these protective skills are extremely hard to learn. Moreover, these types of skills often conflict with each other. Once you have one skill of this type, learning another has a very low success rate. Su Yan already had one skill and could still demonstrate an even stronger one, which was truly surprising. However, Su Yan was right, the effective Dream Recall is indeed much stronger than the Totem of Destiny. Most importantly, this skill saves a significant amount of healing time, allowing the match to end faster so everyone can rest earlier.
Aside from adding some pressure on them, there wasn't much of an issue.
Everyone turned their attention back to the three teams on the stage. Knowing that this challenge match also had life protection, the players fought even more fiercely. The match had just begun, and blood was already spilling on several arenas. Seeing the blood, both sides seemed enraged and fought desperately. Soon, a blue glow of Dream Recall appeared on one of the arenas.
The crowd watched in astonishment as the heavily injured
and weakened contestant instantly returned to their initial state at the start of the match after triggering Dream Recall. Then, that person disappeared from the arena, teleported back to their original team. Xiu Feng's voice echoed from the central platform.
Fourth arena, Challenger A has failed.
You still have 2 more chances to challenge.
As the voice faded, a white light orb appeared. It was Su Yan's restoration spell. It quickly healed the remaining contestants on the arena, restoring their injuries and spiritual energy before vanishing.
The scene on the 4th arena sparked a chain reaction, as contestants on other arenas were also teleported away one after another. Some successfully defeated the arena defenders and took their place, while others failed their challenges.
After each battle, the contestants on the arena were healed by Su Yan's restoration spell.
After several intense battles, no one dared to challenge the 10 contestants on the arenas anymore. They naturally earned the qualification to challenge the second team. Xiu Feng announced that after the preliminary matches of the third team ended, 10 people voluntarily stepped down
from the arena.
They were no longer defenders but instead took on the role of challengers to face the second team. The previous battles were just warm-ups, the real challenges were about to begin. The challenge slots did not affect the final roster for the World Championship. What truly determined the qualification for the World Championship was the upcoming challenge matches. After Xiu Feng announced the start of the second round of challenges, the previously sealed 5 arenas were simultaneously reopened. The 15 members of the second team, ranked by strength, stood on arenas numbered 1 to 15, waiting for the challengers to face them with World Championship qualifications at stake. Seeing this scene, the 10 previous winners unanimously focused their gaze on the person standing on the 15th arena, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. In the upcoming challenges, 8 out of the 10 chose to challenge the person on the 15th arena simultaneously, leaving the onlookers feeling helpless. While they understood the mindset of wanting to pick the weakest opponent, the situation of 8 people challenging one person still made people feel sympathetic toward the individual on the 15th arena. However, sympathy aside, no one thought their choice was wrong. The reason that person became the target of everyone was not due to bad luck but because their strength was indeed the weakest. Weakness is a hard flaw, and there's no denying that. The person standing on the 15th arena had long anticipated becoming the target of most challengers. So, when faced with the crowd's focused gaze, they did not shy away but instead met it head-on with determination. The following situation quickly unfolded. 8 people lined up to challenge Ring 15, while 3 others challenged Rings 7 and 14 respectively. Interestingly, none of the 8 challengers for Ring 15 managed to defeat the Ring Master, all of them were defeated. The challenger for Ring 7 succeeded in defeating their opponent after an intense battle, while the challenger for Ring 14 unfortunately lost due to a single misstep. In the next 2 rounds of challenges, the 10 who failed to become Ring Masters continued to challenge, ultimately finalizing the roster for the second team. The members of Rings 1 to 6 remained unchanged, while Ring 7 was taken by Wen Yuan, a former teammate of Su Yan from the Jiangnan University team. The rankings of the rings after Ring 7 shifted down by 1 position. The person who previously failed to challenge Ring 14 attempted Ring 15 again and successfully won, replacing the previous Ring Master. After the second team roster was finalized, the final challenge match began, which would determine the final members of the first and second teams. This time, Su Yan saw many familiar faces. In addition to the teammates who had previously joined the first team and built bonds in the Shanghai Secret Realm, Wan Lei, Wen Yuan, Sui, and others from the second team were all old friends Su Yan had known from the Jiangnan University team. In this final challenge match, the members of Team 2 launched a full-scale attack on Team 1 with high fighting spirit, aiming to overturn the current situation and take their place. However, this challenge was destined to be fruitless. The gap in resources and training between Team 3 and Team 2 is significant, and the gap between Team 2 and Team 1 is even more pronounced. Originally, there was already a disparity in strength between the members of Team 1 and Team 2. After this period of special training and resource support, the gap not only failed to narrow but instead widened further. Moreover, Team 1 has Su Yan, a charismatic and outstanding healer. Those who previously considered joining Team 2 have abandoned the idea and are determined to stay in Team 1. These steadfast members of Team 1 showed no mercy in the face of Team 2's challenge, swiftly resolving the battle. Even the weaker members, such as Li Hu and others who were surrounded, easily defeated Team 2's challengers and firmly held their positions. In the end, the roster for the World Championship did not see much change. Apart from the 2 weakest members of Team 2 being replaced by Wen Yuan and another Team 3 member, Zhang Wen, everyone else retained their positions. After confirming the rosters for the first and second teams, regardless of the emotions stirring in the audience, Xiu Feng and the other 2 directly announced the end of the training camp. Everyone returned home through the teleportation array. Those who were not selected heard Xiu Feng's words. Although they felt unwilling, they understood that their lack of strength was the reason and couldn't blame anyone else. They could only follow the instructions, head to the teleportation array, and leave the place. The team roster included 30 people. Xiu Feng didn't say much, only informing them of the assembly and departure time, reminding everyone not to be late, and then letting them leave together. At the end of the challenge competition, Su Yan quietly stepped down from the high platform and blended into the crowd of the first team. Using Lin Bing and the others' taller stature, he successfully blocked the intense gazes directed at him. There was no other way. Although Su Yan hadn't participated in a single match during the entire quota challenge, in terms of contribution and appeal, he was undoubtedly the most dazzling figure in the crowd. Especially with his dream reset skill, which could reset states, it was enough to make everyone look at him in a new light. As everyone lined up to head to the teleportation array to leave, Su Yan also blended in. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the spot. Just as he was about to teleport away, he received a voice transmission from Xiu Feng. Xiu Feng informed him that the reward for serving as a healer during the challenge competition was still being prepared and would be given to him during the assembly. With a flash of light, Su Yan appeared in his room at the hotel in Magic City, where the national competition players stayed. The room's arrangement remained unchanged, exactly as it was when he had left. Subsequently, he received a communication from Zhao Wenhua. Zhao Wenhua said that the entire floor had been purchased and gifted to Su Yan. As for who bought the floor, Zhao Wenhua was also unclear, only knowing that the person's identity was extraordinary, far beyond what someone of his level could know. The person who bought the floor asked Zhao Wenhua to convey a message from the person behind the scenes, consider it a meeting gift. For that little guy who barely counts as my registered disciple. As for other gifts, it will depend on his future performance. After saying this, Zhao Wenhua hung up the communication. Although he was very curious about Su Yan's master's true identity, as an administrative staff member, Zhao Wenhua understood that he shouldn't ask
about things he wasn't supposed to know.
He suppressed his curiosity, kept the matter to himself, and refrained from discussing it with anyone. After hearing Zhao Wenhua's words, Su Yan had some guesses about the identity of the person who gave him this grand gift. From awakening until now, the only ones who could be considered his teachers were Zhao Wu, Wang Yu, Xiu Yi, and Xiu Feng, who taught him quite a bit during special training. Among these four, although Zhao Wu was an 8th-tier healer, his status wasn't high enough to make Zhao Wenhua afraid to ask questions. Don't think that just because Zhao Wenhua claims to be a nobody, he really has no background. To be sent to host this national competition, his status must not be low, and he surely has someone backing him.
As for Wang Yu, there's even less to say. Su Yan's status with him is definitely not just that of a nominal disciple.
According to Wang Lei and the others, even if Wang Yu had a biological son, he wouldn't receive such treatment.
Moreover, if it really were Wang Yu, this meeting gift would have come way too late. Among the remaining two, Xiu Feng couldn't possibly bypass Elder Qiu and directly claim to be the teacher, so he's ruled out. That leaves only Elder Qiu.
Although both sides had their own motives at the beginning of their interaction, after a brief period of getting along, Su Yan realized that this senior shaman bore no ill will towards him and was very earnest in his teachings. Regardless of his initial intentions, for a teacher to go to such lengths as Qiu Yi has is already remarkable. As for his nominal disciple remark, Su Yan accepted it. At least for now, he has someone to rely on.
Zhao Wu, Wang Yu, Su Chang, and others, is it because we don't stand high enough that you can't see us?
As for the floor that was gifted to him, it's as if Su Yan could now go directly to Elder Qiu and refuse it. Since it couldn't be refused, he decided to give some face to the suddenly appeared master and, with tears in his eyes, accepted the meeting gift. After figuring this out, Su Yan took something out from his spatial ring. Elder Qiu handed Su Yan a bright red token. Holding the token, Su Yan, regardless of whether others could hear him or not, expressed his
gratitude to Elder Qiu.
He solemnly promised to give his all in the upcoming world competition and strive to win those extra rewards. After speaking, he stared at the token in his hand for a while. Once it flashed a few times, Su Yan contentedly put it away. Afterward, he left the room and went to the agreed location with Zhao Wenhua, signed the gift agreement, and received the property ownership certificate from Zhao Wenhua. At this point, Su Yan finally owned his own house in Modu. Compared to his previous life, where he struggled to save for a down payment and paid off a mortgage every month, his current life was worlds apart.
After handling these matters, Su Yan didn't linger in his new house. He directly took the elevator down to the first floor and left the hotel.
Relying on his memory from strolling around Moto earlier, he successfully found the location of the teleportation hall, activated the portal, and stepped inside. Although owning a house in the Magic City made this city extraordinarily significant to Su Yan, Jiangnan University held an even more important place in his heart. There were his teammates, senior classmates, and the most important mentor in his awakened journey, Wang Yu. After the national team training camp ended, the secret realm in Jiangcheng where Su Yan's parents resided was not open for casual entry, and he had no acquaintances in other places. Therefore, the best choice was to return to Jiangnan University, to find his long-unseen mentor Wang Yu and share his experiences during this period. Elder Qiu did not ask Su Yan to hide the information he had learned from him from Wang Yu, only advising him not to casually share it with those of weaker abilities. After all, as a 16-year-old boy, suddenly learning significant news and being unable to see his parents, seeking comfort from his mentor was perfectly normal. Su Yan arrived in the southern city through the teleportation hall and directly teleported to the gates of Jiangnan University, walking straight into the campus. It was just unclear whether Wang Yu was unaware of the training camp's end time or was simply too busy, but after Su Yan entered the school, there was no teleportation array appearing under his feet as before to directly transport him to Wang Yu's side. However, Su Yan didn't mind. He took out a communicator from his spatial ring and sent a message to Wang Yu, letting him know he was back. Then he opened a portal and returned to the villa. There was no one in the villa, which Su Yan had already expected. As an 8th-rank titled healer, even after retiring from the front lines, Wang Yu wouldn't let him idle around. Back in his room, Su Yan released the totemized Shen Ming, letting it play on its own, while he began organizing the gains he had made during his time in the Shanghai secret realm. In the following days, Su Yan returned to the quiet life at Jiangnan University. Training, resting, taking Shen Ming for walks, then training again, day after day. Everything seemed ordinary, as if the months of intensive training before had just been a dream. During this time, he received a message from Wang Lei and agreed to attend a small team gathering. It was still the same 5 people, but during the gathering, everyone's mindset had changed. On the surface, they were lively and cheerful, as if they hadn't been apart, but Su Yan knew that the tacit understanding they once had could never be restored. Maybe, whether this team can continue to exist has become an unknown.
The reason is simple: someone in the team has fallen behind and can't keep up with the pace of the others.
Originally, the 5 members of Wang Lei's team, apart from Wang Lei being one level stronger, were not much different in strength.
Everyone could still coordinate with Wang Lei in battles. But now, this balance has been broken.
Since Li Xinming and the others almost failed to make the school team during the campus competition, the strength gap between the 3 of them and Wang Lei and Lin Bing, who successfully made the school team, has become evident. Subsequently, the national competition, national team training camp, and the final quota battle widened this gap even further.
Even the strength difference between Wang Lei and Lin Bing has become apparent.
Because they are in different teams, the differences in training and resources are significant. Now, Lin Bing can easily defeat Li Hu from Team 1. But when Wang Lei faces Li Hu in a match, he is at a disadvantage. The distinct levels of strength have made the originally barely balanced team seem unreasonable. For example, Wang Lei and Lin Bing can handle opponents of similar strength with ease, while Li Xinming and
the other 3 can only watch from the sidelines because those opponents are completely out of their league. Conversely, Wang Lei and Lin Bing can easily deal with the opponents that Li Xinming and his group can handle, even managing them single-handedly.
Not to mention, after the World Championship, their encounters with top global talents will only widen the gap in strength.
Su Yan's situation is even more apparent.
Long before the national competition, he had already far surpassed them and was no longer suitable to remain in this small team.
Now, Su Yan is far ahead of his peers, standing in a league of his own.
To team up with him, one would need to be at least an 8th or even 9th tier powerhouse. The only reason the current team can still team up with Su Yan is due to the special rule of the World Championship that prohibits overage players from participating. Although no one mentioned the team's future during this gathering, everyone understood in their hearts that the team's future does not look promising. After the gathering ended, Su Yan felt downcast for a long time.
Although he and the 5 members of Wang Lei's team had only participated
in one secret realm exploration together and hadn't fought together since, that period of time had forged a deep bond among them. Su Yan didn't want to see the team disband like this, but he was powerless. This wasn't due to external forces breaking them apart, but rather the natural result of the strength gap among the team members. If it were external interference, Su Yan could have sought help from Wang Yu or his newly acquainted mentor Chou Yi, at least to preserve the team.
But the current issue was simple yet brutal: the strength gap was too vast.
On this matter, Su Yan had no right to intervene, as he was the first to leave the team. This gathering disrupted Su Yan's previously peaceful life, leaving him with much to reflect on. In addition, there was another matter weighing increasingly heavily on Su Yan's mind, even affecting his daily cultivation. The culprit was none other than his mentor, Wang Yu.
Su Yan had returned to Jiangnan University from the Magic City for almost a week.
During this time, apart from notifying Wang Yu upon his return home, Su Yan also sent a few messages to his mentor. But none of these messages were replied to, which was completely different from Wang Yu's usual habit of responding instantly.
At first, Su Yan thought Wang Yu was busy and didn't have time to reply.
But as days went by and Wang Yu still hadn't responded, Su Yan grew increasingly worried. He asked Wang Lei, but Wang Lei couldn't reach Wang Yu either, which made Su Yan even more uneasy. With this weighing on his mind, he couldn't focus on his cultivation. Coupled with the secret he had heard from Chou Yi that no one had explained to him, the accumulated pressure weighed heavily on his heart, causing a significant drop in his cultivation efficiency. Su Yan, who was already stuck in a bottleneck period, had made no progress in his cultivation during this time. Su Yan had originally planned to use the break between the end of the training camp and the start of the World Championship to go home and talk to his mentor about his experiences during this period. He also intended to share the secret information he had heard from Elder Cho to relieve some of the pressure in his heart. After that, he would consult on what steps to take next. Back when he was soaking in the hot springs on the snowy mountain, Su Yan's strength had already reached the peak of the 6th tier. At that time, he encountered his first bottleneck. Despite absorbing much more energy than before, his strength did not improve. The energy was clearly absorbed by him, but it felt like it had disappeared into the ocean, leaving no trace or reaction. Su Yan felt that this energy had not vanished but was instead hidden somewhere in his body, waiting for certain conditions to be met before it would erupt and help him break through the bottleneck. However, no matter how he trained, he couldn't find the trigger conditions, and his breakthrough remained stuck. After the special training on the snowy mountain ended, Su Yan asked Elder Cho about it.
Elder Chiu only said it was due to insufficient accumulation and didn't elaborate further. Su Yan didn't press the matter, and their conversation quickly shifted to other topics. This time, upon returning to Jiangnan University, he planned to seek out Wang Yu, with whom he had a closer relationship, to figure out what exactly this accumulation meant, and how to enhance it. After getting his answers, he would learn new skills, listen to Wang Yu's guidance, and strive to make further progress before the World Championship. But the plan hit a snag right from the start. Wang Yu finally took revenge for Su Yan's previous refusal to follow the script, and directly sentenced him to death. Without being able to find Wang Yu, the rest of the plan couldn't proceed at all. Without understanding what accumulation was, continuing to train felt pointless. As for learning new skills, there was no one to guide him, and he didn't even know where to find skill crystals. This made Su Yan realize for the first time that Wang Yu had such a significant influence on his awakening journey. Having figured it out, Su Yan simply gave up on continuing his cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, he found his life becoming boring. Apart from cultivating, there was nothing else to do. Li Xinming and his team had formed a group to venture into a legendary secret realm full of opportunities to desperately improve themselves. Wang Lei and Lin Bing had long gone into seclusion to prepare for the World Championship. He wanted to find someone to chat with but didn't dare disturb them, fearing he'd get scolded. For a moment, Su Yan felt particularly idle. He thought to himself that when he had time in the future, it would be best to learn some other skills or start a side business or something. What would the profession be? At least when Su Yan didn't want to cultivate and his friends were all busy, he could use his profession to pass the time, avoiding the current situation where, after stopping cultivation, he finds himself idle and unsure of what to do. Of course, even if he says he doesn't know what to do, Su Yan wouldn't just sit around doing nothing. There is still about a month left until the World Championship. During this month, he can't waste all his time just staring blankly. Even if he has the luxury to waste time, Su Yan feels he definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. Spending a whole month and a days would drive him crazy sooner or later. With nothing to do, Su Yan opened his communicator, entered the website where he had previously accepted tasks, and wanted to see if there was any work he could take on. He originally thought that all his healer tasks had been taken back by the school, since apart from him, there were no other healers in the school. But when Su Yan searched for healing, he found many tasks that were very suitable for him. So, having nothing else to do, he happily took on a few tasks. In the following days, Su Yan frequently appeared at Jiangnan University, and the topic of dreamlike milk of affection on the school forum was once again heated up. On this day, Su Yan completed the last task and was walking back to the villa, planning to rest for a day before taking on other work. During this time, after pausing his cultivation, he tried to slow down and enjoy university life. He even stopped using the teleportation portals he usually relied on for movement and started learning to walk on foot. As he walked, a purple teleportation array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Sensing the familiar aura from the teleportation array, Su Yan finally showed his first genuine smile in a long time. He did not resist at all, standing still and waiting for the teleportation array to activate, while softly saying, "You're finally back, teacher. I thought I had found a cheap master, and you had abandoned me as your disciple." A flash of purple light, and Su Yan disappeared, reappearing in an unfamiliar place. Darkness surrounded him. Even though he was a 6th tier awakened, with multiple visual enhancements, he couldn't see anything here. He used his mental power to sense his surroundings but discovered that this place strongly suppressed mental detection. His sensing range was significantly reduced, and he couldn't detect anything. In an environment that should have been frightening, Su Yan felt no fear at all. At this moment, the fatigue, boredom, and worries in his heart all dissipated. His mind was left with only calm and tranquility, as if his previous troubles had been blown away by the wind. Su Yan knew that being brought to this unusual space meant his mentor definitely had more in mind than just a casual chat. After all, who would have a heart-to-heart in a pitch-black room? The teacher must have brought him here for a special purpose. Just as Su Yan was pondering the mentor's intention, the surrounding space began to change. Dots of light appeared in the darkness, increasing in number, and flew upward one after another. Soon, the sky was filled with light dots, and their glow illuminated the space where Su Yan was. As the space was lit up by these densely packed light dots, Su Yan felt the suppression around his body gradually dissipate. His mental power was finally released, and the range of exploration returned to its previous level. The moment his mental power was freed from suppression, Su Yan immediately unleashed it, locking his target on those glittering light dots in the sky. Soon, he saw the true nature of those light dots, stars rapidly expanding. When Su Yan's mental power reached out to the brightest light,
he felt as if he had entered a magical state. In this state, Su Yan, as an observer, clearly witnessed the entire process of a star's birth, expansion, collapse, reformation, and finally transforming into a new star. The star continuously collapsed and reformed, cycling endlessly, until it ultimately became an eternal and indestructible star. At the same time, an ancient aura enveloped it, as if crowning this eternal star. Then, as if summoned, the star flew in a certain direction. During its flight, more stars appeared around it. These stars varied in strength and emitted lights of different colors, but they all shared that ancient aura, proving they were all eternal and indestructible stars. Next, these stars converged into a long river of starlight, hanging high above the sky. Su Yan's mental energy withdrew from the stars, and he remained immersed in that wondrous state. At this moment, the river of starlight in the sky still hung high above.
I don't know about you, kid.
When you hide, you're like a snake, but when you charge forward, you don't use your brain at all. If I had made a move up there, you'd have died several times over. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Su Yan's thoughts.
Hearing that familiar and gentle voice, Su Yan turned around in surprise and delight. Sure enough, a tall figure appeared before him. It was his long-missing mentor, Wang Yu. Wang Yu's words made Su Yan feel a bit awkward.
His habit of casually using his spiritual power to probe unknown territories really needed to change. This time, it was on his mentor's turf, so at most, he'd get a scolding. But if it were elsewhere, even with the protection of the Soul Pearl, he might have already died without knowing why.
Before Su Yan could run over to express his longing and concern for his mentor, Wang Yu spoke first. Alright, the fact that you can resonate with the stars is your good fortune and will greatly benefit you. Normally, I wouldn't disturb you. But now, there's something more important waiting for you.
If I didn't wake you, you'd miss a great opportunity, and in the end, you'd lose more than you gain. It wouldn't be worth it. Fortunately, during your resonance, you've already gained most of the benefits. Although it's a pity about the rest, it's still acceptable. Seeing Su Yan's puzzled expression, Wang Yu continued, the reason I summoned you all this time is because I am about to break through to the 9th tier. For this, I have cut off contact with the outside world for some time. Now, the breakthrough is imminent. For you little ones who haven't reached the 9th tier yet, this is a great opportunity. Not only can you gain experience and insights from my breakthrough, but the descending rule power and spiritual rain will also greatly enhance your accumulation and mental strength. Remember, when I break through, try to feel those rule powers and the changes in my body during the life transition. This is a very important experience for any awakened individual. After speaking, Wang Yu transformed into specks of starlight and disappeared before Su Yan's eyes.
Su Yan stood there dumbfounded, processing this sudden news. His mentor is about to break through to the 9th tier?
Before he could think further, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, pressure surged, instantly pulling him out of his daze. On the long river of starlight, a figure suddenly appeared.
With Su Yan's enhanced vision, he quickly recognized that person.
The one who was just talking to himself was Wang Yu. Then, it seemed as if something invisible to Su Yan fell into the starlit river and onto Wang Yu. Su Yan guessed that this must be the power of rules Wang Yu had mentioned earlier. Su Yan immediately became alert, trying hard to focus and fully sense the so-called power of rules. At first, Su Yan smoothly discovered 2 strands of the power of rules. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that these 2 strands of the power of rules were particularly close to him, as if they wanted to approach him, revealing everything about themselves to him, allowing him to comprehend them freely. Under normal circumstances, when the protagonist encounters such a situation, comprehending the power of rules should go very smoothly, and even breaking through on the spot to directly leap levels and understanding the rules wouldn't be impossible. However, despite Su Yan clearly feeling the invitation of "come closer, I will teach you everything," he encountered trouble when trying to comprehend it. Whenever he tried to approach and comprehend, the 2 originally close forces of rules would suddenly evade him. What was even stranger was that Su Yan could even sense a kind of helplessness from them, as if they wanted to get close but couldn't. This made Su Yan involuntarily look around and repeatedly search with his spiritual power, but he found nothing unusual, leaving him even more puzzled.
Could it be that I've got something dirty on me? You were the ones who invited me over to comprehend, so why do you avoid me as soon as I get close? Are you messing with me? And why can I sense emotions from these forces of rules that might not even have a physical form?
This feeling of grievance and fear, along with that kind of wariness like seeing a scumbag, really leaves me at
a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's clearly not that I don't want to approach, it's you who are avoiding me.
This situation persisted for quite a while, and Su Yan began to doubt whether the closeness he had felt earlier was just his imagination. He had no idea that, in places no one could see, The two rules of power, immortal and starry, that had fallen upon Wang Yu, quickly flickered twice upon discovering Su Yan, then quietly each split off a branch, flying in Su Yan's direction. They found that Su Yan had an extremely high compatibility with them, almost on par with the current candidate being tested. Although Wang Yu was already an excellent representative, upon discovering a promising candidate, they still wanted to bring him into their camp as soon as possible. As for the overlap of the rules of power between the two individuals, it didn't matter. Later, one could focus on Starry with Immortal as a supplement, and the other could focus on Immortal with Starry as a supplement. Moreover, the Starry rule contained the forces of destiny and causality, and they clearly sensed that Su Yan had a very deep connection with the spokesperson they had previously chosen. The relationship was even closer than that of an ordinary father and son, so they believed that the spokesperson's son should naturally inherit his father's role and join the same camp. Just as their branched powers locked eyes with Su Yan, preparing to pull him into the camp, an unexpected event occurred. A purple river suddenly appeared behind Su Yan, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. At the same time, a silver river appeared right in front of him, its momentum no less imposing. The two rivers seemed like destined rivals, one purple and one silver, colliding instantly. In the collision, the two rivers continuously merged, unstoppable. This sudden and intense confrontation startled the branches of the power of rules and left them shocked. Something very upsetting happened. The ordinary person they had their eyes on had long been locked by other rules. If Su Yan had been locked by ordinary rules, they could still rely on their own power to forcibly take him. But that was not the case. So what if they came first? In this world, the law of the jungle is ironclad. Weakness is a disadvantage, and this rule is omnipresent, even in the world of rules. Immortal and Stellar may not be the strongest rules, but among the many rules, they are considered to be of a high level. The combination of the two can even temporarily contend with those top-tier rules. Unfortunately, the rules represented by the two rivers guarding Su Yan are not something they can provoke, let alone both rivers together. At present, although the two rivers do not have a good relationship and even seem to dislike each other, wanting to drive the other away, the forces of Immortal and Stellar clearly understand that if they try to see Su Yan while the two rivers are attacking each other, they will undoubtedly be the ones to suffer in the end. Although the two rivers appeared to stop them when they tried to approach Su Yan, they did not take further action or retaliate. This should not be mistaken for leniency. In reality, those two rivers simply do not regard them as worth their attention. Because they look down on them, they don't even care about their offense. After stopping them, they didn't even issue a warning and directly continued battling their own opponent. This precisely reflects their understanding of their own strength. If they dared to try to seize Su Yan upon seeing the two rivers appear, the first thing they would face would be the combined strike of the two rivers, teaching them a harsh lesson. Although being looked down upon by the other party made them very angry, they could only resign themselves when faced with the strength of either of the two great rivers. There was no choice. Although they coveted Su Yan, with a powerful backing behind him, they could only painfully give up. Moreover, they had another representative undergoing a trial, and at this time, they couldn't risk angering the big shot. If they were severely struck during the fusion and lost their representative, they would have nowhere to cry. This representative, Wang Yu, was the most satisfactory target they had encountered in such a long time, even more valuable than Su Yan. So after weighing the options, they chose to let go of Su Yan. Although they gave up, Su Yan couldn't see any of this and naturally wouldn't stop comprehending the power of the rules just because they let go. After all, this was an opportunity specially arranged by his mentor. How could he give up just because there was no immediate gain? Although the two powers of the rules chose to retreat, Su Yan had previously had a faint connection with them. This connection is very fragile and could break at any moment, but with extraordinary talent, Su Yan managed to locate them through this faint connection, attempting to approach and comprehend them repeatedly. If the two great rivers hadn't appeared, and Su Yan had this kind of reaction, they would have been overjoyed and immediately seized the opportunity to take Su Yan away. But now, two big figures they couldn't afford to provoke were still present. Although those two were fighting each other, they were undoubtedly keeping an eye on Su Yan's movements. Even though they were unwilling, Su Yan's actions made them feel as if their beloved was being snatched away right in front of them, leaving them deeply distressed if they even had feelings, that is. Faced with Su Yan's repeated approaches, the two forces of rules could only evade while quickly retracting the tributaries they had previously extended. Didn't you notice? Every time Su Yan got closer, the temperature around them dropped further, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if danger could erupt at any moment. If they stayed any longer, something truly catastrophic might happen today. Of course, Su Yan didn't see any of this. After failing to comprehend, he kept trying to sense it again. But every attempt ended in failure, and in the end, he completely severed his connection with those two rules, gaining nothing. This left Su Yan very frustrated, making him start to doubt whether his talent was too poor, wasting the opportunity his mentor had specially prepared for him. Seeing the two rules, Star and Immortal, retreat helplessly, the momentum of those two rivers calmed down, no longer angry, and no longer intending to teach them a lesson. Later, seeing Su Yan feeling lost due to his lack of progress, even doubting his life, they also felt a bit awkward. After all, this result was caused by them. If it weren't for their interference, Su Yan would have long been able to smoothly comprehend the power of the rules. Although they felt sorry for Su Yan, they did not regret it. As representatives of the highest laws, they had already done their best to tolerate the presence of other rules around them. The two were evenly matched in strength, unable to completely defeat each other. Reluctant to give up their deep connection with Su Yan, they could only forcefully coexist in peace. The guy on the other side can't handle it himself, so coexisting peacefully will have to do. Starry Sky and Undying rules, what level are they even at, daring to compete for the same target? However, it felt great to drive away the rules, but the aftermath can only be cleaned up by them. Su Yan can't keep doubting himself. If his mindset collapses, it's over. Since they don't want other rules to take advantage, they have no choice but to act themselves. This also serves to preemptively mark Su Yan with their label, signaling to other rules, "This person is already under our watch, come to us if you have a problem with it." Thus, the two great rivers, which originally had no intention of contacting Su Yan so soon, flickered a few times and each sent a small tributary flying toward him. The once vast and majestic main bodies of the rivers disappeared into the void after splitting off the tributaries. Su Yan doubted himself for a while, then remembered what his mentor Wang Yu had said: there would be a spiritual rain and a life transition coming up, and he should do his best to absorb what the spiritual rain offers, carefully observe, and analyze the life transition. Thinking of this, Su Yan suppressed his disappointment, forced himself to focus, and began preparing. Having missed the first opportunity, he absolutely couldn't afford to miss the next two. Just as he adjusted his mindset, the two diverging streams of rules successfully landed on him. Originally, due to the disappearance of the power of rules, Su Yan had already given up on comprehending them. But at this moment, he discovered that the two rules had reappeared in his perception, still extremely close to him. This sudden appearance of the power of rules disrupted Su Yan's plans, leaving him conflicted. Should he try to comprehend these two rules again? If he tried, he feared he might waste time and gain nothing, just like before. On the other hand, he had already wasted quite a bit of time. If he succeeded, would the remaining time be enough to comprehend the subsequent matters? Would he miss out on the next two opportunities because of this? If he gave up, he would feel unwilling. Clenching his teeth, Su Yan finally made up his mind and began to comprehend the power of these two rules. As soon as he came into contact with the power of the two rules, Su Yan knew he had made the right choice. Immediately, he entered a wondrous state. He seemed to be in a completely new world, surrounded by chaos, unable to sense any changes. Suddenly, a purple river appeared on the horizon. With the emergence of this river, time began to flow, and scenes started to surface on its surface. These scenes depicted the evolution of human civilization, from the birth of humanity in ancient times to the current era of spiritual energy revival. Whether it was the mythological tale of Nuwa creating humans, modern theories of biological evolution, or even speculations about extraterrestrial life, all were presented one by one within this purple river. At the same time, another silver river appeared in the sky, intertwining and merging with the purple river. The silver river brought forth the secrets of space, and the surrounding space seemed to come alive, revealing various mysteries within. Su Yan gazed at the constantly emerging scenes and knowledge on the two rivers, as well as the peculiar phenomena at their convergence, and suddenly had a flash of insight, falling into deep enlightenment. He eagerly absorbed this knowledge, and as his understanding of time and space deepened, the skills he had already learned in his mental sea began to change. At the same time, in the area of the mental sea where the skills resided, several light clusters exuding a strong aura of time and space suddenly appeared. As soon as the light clusters appeared, the bottleneck that had been holding Su Yan back also began to crack. As his comprehension deepened, the light clusters gradually solidified, and the cracks rapidly expanded. The scene shifted to Wang Yu. Wang Yu felt he was about to break through, so he specifically called a few close and capable juniors to witness the moment together. For awakeners who had not yet reached the 9th tier, observing the process of an 8th tier breaking through to the 9th tier was extremely beneficial. Of course, the slots for observing were limited, and everyone competed fiercely for them. In the end, those who could attend were either juniors closely related by blood, like Wang Lei, or the most talented individuals in the family. Among these juniors, Huan Yu cared most not about his relatives, but about a disciple he had known for less than a year, Su Yan.
The small actions of Su Yan and the two rules, Immortal and Star, went unnoticed by others.
However, as the representative and future master of these two rules, Huan Yu keenly perceived them. When he first saw the rules branching out, he initially thought that a few exceptionally talented young people had emerged in the family, and he was quite pleased. But when the branches extended in Su Yan's direction, Huan Yu's expression changed, and he was no longer happy. This was not due to jealousy or any dark thoughts, rather, it was because Su Yan's position in his heart far surpassed that of the family elders. Even Wang Lei, Huan Yu's closest relative, could not compare to Su Yan. If there was something that could help Su Yan, even if it was more beneficial to other juniors in the clan, Wang Yu would choose Su Yan without hesitation. This was a deep and profound favoritism of a teacher towards his first, and possibly only, disciple.
Wang Yu even
felt that if he had his own biological children in the future, they might not surpass Su Yan's place in his heart. The real reason for Wang Yu's change in expression was the actions of these two forces of rules. Their deliberate branching out to find Su Yan indicates that Su Yan has an extremely high compatibility with these two rules, with limitless potential for the future. With the support of these two forces of rules, Su Yan's future breakthrough to the 9th tier is almost a certainty, without any obstacles. Although I am already a pioneer on this path and have not yet broken through to the 9th tier, I am close to becoming a master of the rules.
Rules can be comprehended
by multiple people, but ultimately, only one person can become the true master. In other words, all those who comprehend the same rule are competitors with one another. If Su Yan comprehends these two rules, there are only two paths for him in the future. The first path is to become my opponent, defeat me, and become the master of the rules.
However, the suppression
power of a rule master over other comprehenders is extremely strong, and defeating me is almost impossible. The second path is to comprehend the rules but remain beneath me, waiting for my fall or transcendence before vying for the position of master. If these two forces of rules had chosen someone else, even Wang Lei, who has the best talent, I would have been happy for them. Although they have decent talent, their chances of breaking through to the 9th tier are slim, let alone competing for mastery. Instead of struggling to break through to the 9th tier only to be suppressed by other masters, it would be better to submit.
To me, an elder of the clan.
At least I wouldn't make things difficult for them, which would be a great opportunity for them.
But Su Yan is different.
Based on the strength he has demonstrated so far, I completely believe that he doesn't need to rely on the favor of the rules. He is fully capable of comprehending the rules on his own, breaking through the 9th tier, and even competing for the position of rule master. If Su Yan accepts the favor of these two rules, it would mean that his path for a long time in the future would be blocked. This would be extremely unfair to him. Just as I was about to use my quasi-master status to forcibly stop the power of these two rules, I suddenly remembered the secret about Su Yan that my mentor had told me.
Su Yan carries a strong aura of the time rule.
The time rule has always favored him, and even the higher-ups in China speculate that the time rule has been paying close attention to Su Yan. The time rule is one of the supreme rules and represents top-tier power. More importantly, the time rule has yet to have a true master, and no one has successfully comprehended it. When I first heard this news, although I had a good relationship with Su Yan, I couldn't help but feel a sense of envy and jealousy. Thinking of this, my impatience immediately subsided. I realized that the actions of these two rule tributaries would not go as smoothly as they thought. Instead, they might suffer a major setback.
Thus, I gave up the idea of stopping them.
Let them suffer a bit and completely give up their covetousness for Su Yan. This also avoids the situation where, after I intervene to stop them, they remain persistent and continue to harass Su Yan. With this decision made, I no longer stopped them from seeking trouble on their own and focused on preparing for my own breakthrough. Sure enough, just as I was preparing to challenge the 9th tier bottleneck, the two streams of rules that had secretly split off hurriedly fled back and were reabsorbed into the main body of rules. I felt their fear as they returned at an extremely fast speed, as if a great disaster was chasing them, and even a slight delay would lead to their annihilation. Later, I learned the truth from the power of rules. It turned out that as soon as they approached Su Yan, two hidden forces of rules around Su Yan immediately emerged to stop them.
Moreover, either of those two forces of rules alone was far stronger than the two combined. Under such overwhelming deterrence, they could only flee back in disgrace, not daring to provoke Su Yan again.
After learning all this from the power of rules, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and became even more confident in Su Yan's future. This news came, and Wang Yu was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. It seems that both he and the higher-ups of Hua Nation underestimated Su Yan. Apart from the time rule surrounding Su Yan, there is another rule that also favors him. To be jointly recognized by the two top-tier rules, Immortal and Star, and to coexist peacefully with the Time rule, the strength of this rule must be comparable to that of the Time rule.
Chosen by the two strongest rules? It seems that my disciple is going to be an extraordinary figure.
Who knows, I might even gain fame in history because of this disciple.
Weren't those renowned teachers in history remembered because they had outstanding disciples?
So, whether it's luck or vision, finding a good disciple is truly a skill. As he thought about it, a surge of motivation to grow stronger welled up in his heart, and Wang Yu became even more focused on his upcoming breakthrough. Although he knew that this disciple would not be simple in the future and surpassing him was only a matter of time, as a teacher, how could he just lie down and do nothing? Always make Su Yan put in more effort on his path, don't let him surpass me easily, otherwise, how embarrassing would that be for me? Moreover, before Su Yan truly grows up, as his teacher, I have to protect him. To protect him, I naturally need to have strong enough power.
It's just a bit regrettable that Su Yan's first stage opportunity is basically wasted.
From the nature of his two superior rules, it can be seen that these top-tier rule powers are all very domineering. Unless the strength and status are not too different, or the two can complement each other, it's very difficult for them to coexist peacefully. Seeing those two rule tributaries flee as if they'd seen a ghost, Wang Yu knew that Su Yan's comprehension of rule power in the first stage was a lost cause. Forget it, gains and losses are a normal part of life. To pursue a better future, one naturally has to give up some things. Shaking his head to clear away the messy thoughts in his mind, Wang Yu steadied himself and began his breakthrough. A large amount of spiritual energy surged out from the spirit-gathering array that had been set up long ago and was absorbed into Wang Yu's body. At the same time, he began to communicate with two forces of rules. With a series of actions and a deeper understanding of the forces of rules, Wang Yu's aura rapidly rose, and the invisible bottleneck was gradually broken. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the previously cloudless sky. At first, it was a light drizzle, but as Wang Yu's aura grew stronger, the rain became heavier. If Su Yan were awake at this moment, he would surely notice that this rain was unusual.
The raindrops contained a high concentration of spiritual
energy and substances unfamiliar to Su Yan, which were highly beneficial to awakened individuals of the 6th or 7th tier like them. However, Su Yan was in a state of enlightenment and had no time to analyze. Relying solely on his body's instincts, he guided the spiritual rain around himself and began to absorb it. Perhaps due to the enhancement of enlightenment, Su Yan's absorption speed of the spiritual rain was astonishing, consuming nearly 1/3 of it on his own. In the same space but unable to see each other due to Wang Yu's arrangement, Wang Lei and the others were all amazed.
They then redoubled their efforts to absorb the spiritual rain in the air.
As time passed, the spiritual rain gradually stopped. When the last drop of rain was absorbed, Wang Yu's breakthrough also reached its final stage. As a crisp bang echoed through the void, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and his aura erupted once again. A powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. As long as Wang Yu actively controlled the range, this aura was enough to make the spectators feel the weight. Those with weaker strength were severely injured on the spot.
8th tier titled healer, Immortal Star River, Wang Yu successfully broke through to the 9th tier.
After the breakthrough, Wang Yu felt the surging power within his body and the two forces of rules surrounding him, as if his arm pointed toward the future. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Taking advantage of the moment before the life transition began, Wang Yu glanced around at the juniors watching his breakthrough, finally fixing his gaze on Su Yan, who was immersed in enlightenment. Now that Wang Yu had reached the 9th tier, his understanding of the forces of rules had deepened, and many things,
previously unseen, had become clear.
At first glance, he noticed two intertwining forces of rules within Su Yan's body. They were the aura of time and space merging, powerful, mysterious, profound, and eternal.
From afar, Wang Yu
could sense a faint danger, and this was despite Su Yan's strength being only at the peak of the 6th tier. Feeling all of this, Wang Yu's smile, originally due to the success of his breakthrough, became even brighter, as it was a heartfelt pride for his disciple.
Although Su Yan missed the first opportunity, he relied on extraordinary talent and good fortune to gain a new opportunity, which was even more powerful and abundant this time.
Su Yan's ability to gain a better opportunity again and fall into enlightenment made Wang Yu very delighted.
However, there was also regret. The timing of this enlightenment was not ideal. In fact, the duration of the enlightenment was too long.
When Wang Yu broke through to the 9th stage and prepared to begin his life transition, Su Yan still had not awakened from his enlightenment. This meant that after experiencing the first two opportunities and preparing to use the enlightenment to gain the greatest benefit, Su Yan might miss the most critical third opportunity. Although he might miss the third opportunity, the longer the state of enlightenment lasted, the greater the harvest. Thus, Wang Yu was momentarily unsure whether it was better to wake Su Yan up quickly or let him continue in the state of enlightenment. Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yan remained immersed in enlightenment, showing no signs of waking up. Wang Yu saw this scene, felt the uncontrollable changes within his body, sighed softly, and no longer forcibly restrained himself, beginning the life transition after breaking through the 9th tier. After releasing the suppression, Wang Yu's body rapidly underwent changes, a qualitative leap in strength, and both the quantity and quality of his vitality and spiritual energy experienced a transformation. The life transition lasted for a long time, during which Su Yan remained in a state of enlightenment. It wasn't until the life transition was nearing its end that Su Yan opened his eyes and looked up at Wang Yu in the sky. At the moment Su Yan looked at Wang Yu completed the final step of the life transition, fully becoming a 9th tier life, a true 9th tier healer. Although Su Yan's enlightenment took too much time, and he only witnessed the final moment of the life transition, even this brief moment brought him significant gains. During the earlier enlightenment, the 2 rivers of rules were fully revealed before him, allowing him to absorb and comprehend them. The enlightenment greatly enhanced Su Yan's ability to comprehend and absorb, and he exerted all his effort to memorize and understand. Until reaching the limit, when his brain could no longer hold more knowledge, he hurriedly exited the state of enlightenment. After exiting the state of enlightenment, Su Yan's mind returned to normal from its enhanced state, but it fell into an overloaded condition. He faintly felt a swelling pain in his head and couldn't help but frown. The transcending Su Yan only saw the final scene, but the amount of information in that last scene was immense. Although he comprehended quite a bit from it, his brain was already overloaded and could no longer absorb more content. Just as Su Yan regained consciousness, he instinctively closed his eyes, sealing away the newly acquired information along with the overloaded knowledge in his mind. He planned to reorganize the chaotic knowledge in his mind first, then unseal it again to continue comprehending. Wang Yu saw that Su Yan had regained consciousness at the critical moment, and he breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he muttered to himself, "This kid is truly favored by the rules of time. His sense of time and management skills are excellent. Although he missed a lot of details, he has already grasped the most important things, which is enough for him to comprehend. With his talent and perception, there's absolutely no problem." Afterward, Wang Yu informed everyone that he needed to go into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough. He then sent everyone out of this space, returning them to their original positions. Su Yan sealed part of his memories, and the dizziness in his head subsided. He reopened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, before he had a chance to greet his long-missed mentor, the surrounding space began to shift, and he found himself back on the road to the villa. Wang Yu's familiar voice echoed in his ears. "I just broke through to the 9th tier, and I'll be going into seclusion to stabilize my cultivation. During this time, I'll cut off all external contact. If anything comes up, you can reach out to my teammates. I've already informed them, and I've sent you their contact information. I also know about the matter between you and Elder Chiu. Don't worry, Elder Chiu won't do anything to you. By the way, congratulations on gaining another mentor. Now that I've also reached the 9th tier, a 9th tier healer holds a significant position in Huadhua. As long as you don't engage in acts like slaughtering your own people or treason, I can protect you. Whatever ideas you have in the future, go ahead and pursue them boldly. You've got backing now." Hearing this, Su Yan, who had just recovered from the shock of the teleportation, couldn't help but laugh. It was a heartfelt smile, radiant and confident. His already handsome face drew a few extra glances from passers-by. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Su Yan opened a portal, disappeared instantly, and returned to Wang Yu's villa. Back in his room, he first went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away his fatigue, and then took out a communicator from his spatial ring. Wang Yu's breakthrough this time took quite a bit of time, leaving only 5 days until the national team departure date set by Chiu Feng. He added the contact information of the teammates Wang Yu had given him to his address book, replied briefly to a few messages, and then put away the communicator. Sitting back on the bed, Su Yan began to organize the gains he had made during this period. First was his strength. After entering a state of enlightenment, the bottleneck that had been holding him back began to loosen. The spiritual energy he had absorbed but disappeared before reappeared, impacting the bottleneck. He also absorbed 1/3 of the spiritual rain from Wang Yu's breakthrough. With the combination of the two, Su Yan successfully broke through the peak of the 6th tier, reaching the early stage of the 7th tier. He sensed that both his mental power and the spiritual energy within his body had significantly improved. Moreover, this time the improvement in strength, although aided by external forces, was primarily accumulated step by himself, with a solid foundation and no hidden risks. Unlike those in the national team, who forcibly advanced to the 7th tier through external forces or secret techniques, leaving behind many hidden dangers that require time to remedy later, making it difficult for their strength to grow further. Of course, this breakthrough in strength was only part of the gains Su Yan obtained from watching Wang Yu break through to the 9th tier. The skills originally learned in his mental sea were greatly enhanced during this epiphany. Most skills only saw numerical improvements and reduced consumption, but here are 3 particularly noteworthy skills. First is the teleportation portal, which now has a longer teleportation distance, faster teleportation speed, and reduced consumption. Now, the spiritual energy within Su Yan's body is sufficient for cross-city teleportation, so he no longer needs to frequently visit those teleportation halls where he would often be awkwardly watched by others. The second is the perception-deception skill, which now includes deception for both living and non-living entities. Some of Su Yan's skills are no longer limited to targeting living beings. As long as the target has an energy reaction, it can be locked by the skill. Finally, his most important skill, Dream Return. Previously, Dream Return would only automatically trigger when he suffered a fatal injury. Now, targets with this effect can also actively trigger it, instantly resetting their state. After triggering, the skill's cooldown time is also halved. In addition, 6 shining light clusters appeared next to the skill slots in Su Yan's mental sea, 2 large and 4 small, representing the key to his breakthrough from the 6th tier to the 7th tier. From a mid-level 6th tier awakened to a high-level 7th tier awakened, although it doesn't significantly enhance vitality like breaking through the 9th tier, it is still a qualitative leap. After advancing to a higher tier, awakened individuals can not only absorb new skills using skill crystals but also comprehend entirely new skills through their own insights. The new skills comprehended by oneself far surpass the skills from ordinary skill crystals in both strength and compatibility. Therefore, apart from those stuck at a bottleneck, most high-tier awakened individuals rely on their own comprehension to acquire new skills. Moreover, skill crystals, besides being used to absorb new skills, can also assist in comprehension, helping to understand new skills. This is the process that must be experienced when advancing from mid-tier to high-tier. By organizing the knowledge and accumulation of these years, one comprehends their own unique 7th tier skill. Su Yan was previously stuck at the peak of the 6th tier because his awakening time was short. His knowledge accumulation was insufficient, and he couldn't comprehend new skills. But this time, after experiencing the baptism of 2 great rivers and entering a state of enlightenment, he gained an immense amount of knowledge that almost overwhelmed his brain. Although most of it was forcibly memorized and not fully digested yet, the portion he absorbed was already enough to support him in comprehending new skills. These 6 light clusters are the new skills he comprehended using the knowledge gained during his enlightenment. Among them, 2 large light clusters represent fully formed and usable skills, while the remaining 4 smaller ones are still in their embryonic stages, requiring Su Yan to continue digesting the knowledge and gradually perfect them. The 2 fully formed skills are time lag and spatial displacement. Time lag allows the target to briefly enter another timeline, where attacks from different timelines cannot harm them. Simply put, this skill means Su Yan has finally obtained a true invincibility ability. To break this invincibility, either wait for the skill duration to end, or there's only one simplest way, make the attack break through the timeline and directly hit the target. But achieving this is very difficult, unless the attacker is an awakened being or a beast specializing in time, capable of manipulating time. Even 9th or 10th tier awakened beings cannot do it. As for the spatial dislocation skill, it still needs further refinement. The distance control skill has finally been mastered. When an enemy tries to attack you, this skill can automatically create distance between you and them, making their attack unable to reach you. Conversely, when you attack the enemy, the attack distance almost becomes 0, resulting in a very high hit rate. Not only that, this skill also allows Su Yan to cast spells from ultra-long distances, achieving excellent combat effectiveness. In daily life, Su Yan can also use it for rapid movement, as if instantly shortening the distance, and it can also be used to prevent strangers or enemies from approaching. These 2 skills are both very practical. Although they cannot completely make up for Su Yan's skill shortcomings, they greatly enrich his skill set, making him more versatile. What's even more amazing is that Su Yan discovered a strong attraction between these 2 skills. When the light clusters representing these skills approach each other, a new shadowy light cluster appears. Clearly, this is a fusion skill. Unfortunately, Su Yan's current strength isn't sufficient, so the fusion skill hasn't fully manifested yet. He can only learn its name through feedback, dislocated spacetime. Apart from these 2 fully developed skills, among the other 4 skill prototypes, 2 are similar to dislocated spacetime only. Their names are known, with no other information grasped. The remaining 2 skills have just been born and don't even have names yet. Through perception, Su Yan learned the names of 2 skills, Seal of 3 Lives and Mirror World. These self-realized skill names are usually directly assigned by Blue Star's rules based on the skill effects. Although the specific effects are still unknown, just hearing these names is impressive. 3 Lives and World sound extraordinary. Think about it, you rack your brain to come up with a cool name for a skill, only for its effect to be less impactful than someone else's casually named skill like One Punch. This would even embarrass Blue Star's rules. By general understanding, 3 Lives refers to the past life, present life, and future life. This made Su Yan very curious. Which past life could he now access? Was it the unlucky Su Yan from a parallel universe who was hit by a truck, or the Su Yan from this universe who became a myth after the revival of spiritual energy? This would greatly help him in researching why he reincarnated into a parallel Blue Star. Thinking of this, Su Yan became even more determined to quickly integrate the knowledge in his mind. The earlier he integrates it, the more he can refine the 4 skill prototypes in his mental sea, and the sooner he can unlock the secrets in his mind about Wang Yu's life transition. After organizing these thoughts, there were still 4 or 5 days left until the national team assembly. During this time, Su Yan devoted all his energy to organizing and absorbing the knowledge he had previously comprehended. Although this knowledge was only a small part of the vast information in his mind, Su Yan still made significant progress. He gained a deeper understanding of the 2 newly comprehended skills, becoming more proficient in their use, and no longer felt the awkwardness of a beginner. At the same time, with the integration of knowledge, the 4 skill prototypes in the spiritual sea also began to gradually improve. Although there is still a distance from being fully formed, the light clusters became larger and more solid, giving Su Yan hope and making him feel that his efforts were not in vain. It wasn't until the communicator rang with the preset ringtone that Su Yan snapped out of his immersive learning. He picked up the communicator and turned off the incessant ringtone. This ringtone was something he had specifically set after returning to his room, scheduled for the night before the national team assembly, to prevent himself from getting so engrossed in cultivation that he forgot the time. Although he was the only healer on the national team, and being late would at most result in a reminder to be more mindful next time, without being kicked off the team. But he understood very well that punctuality is a professional quality that must not be taken lightly. Even though this behavior might leave a bad impression on the coach and teammates, he felt it wasn't worth the loss and could only endure it. For convenience, the national team's assembly location this time was chosen to be in the familiar Magic City, at the same hotel they had stayed in during the previous national competition. After tidying up briefly, Su Yan opened the portal, first heading to the teleportation hall, and then directly teleporting to Magic City through the teleportation array. Although the portal can now be used across cities, the distance between South City and Magic City is too far, with several cities in between. Upon arriving in Magic City, he returned to the room that Elder Chiu had previously given him. After some thought, he abandoned the plan to immediately study the knowledge in his mind and directly lay down on the bed for a good sleep. He slept until noon the next day, stretched lazily upon waking, and let out a relaxed sigh. Since the national team training camp began, he hadn't had a proper sleep for a long time. It was either special training or replacing sleep with cultivation. In the past few days, he had been completely immersed in studying, without even taking time to rest. This time, after a good sleep, all the accumulated fatigue was swept away, and he felt refreshed and in excellent spirits. He went downstairs to find a restaurant and had a simple meal. Taking out his communicator to check the time, he saw there was still an hour left before the agreed meeting time. So, he strolled around the hotel area to digest his food. As the agreed time approached, Su Yan arrived at the hotel's top floor 5 minutes early and followed the instructions to find the meeting room. Upon opening the door, he found that, apart from a few empty seats, all other positions were occupied. In front of each seat was a nameplate with the person's name written on it. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Su Yan, but since it was still early, no one took the initiative to speak. He glanced at the empty seats and quickly found the one in the front row with a nameplate that read Su Yan. He sat down directly and waited for the meeting to start. Within a few minutes, the remaining empty seats were also filled by others. Once everyone was seated, it was time for the meeting to begin, as scheduled by Chiu Feng. The same 3 coaches from the previous quota challenge hosted the meeting, but now there were only 30 people left from teams 1 and 2. The players from Team 3 were no longer involved in this year's World Championship. The coaches of Team 3 had also become substitute coaches for Teams 1 and 2, primarily responsible for the players' safety. Chiu Feng scanned the room, confirmed that everyone was present, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Very good,
No one is late this time.
I was actually planning to kick out a latecomer directly to serve as a warning to everyone. Since no one is late, we'll skip this part and start the meeting directly. This meeting will not only explain the rules and precautions for the World Championship but also share with everyone the information our team has collected on the participants from various countries. He said, "We originally planned to host this World Championship in the capital city of our Hua Nation, just like this national competition. It would not only attract public attention but also boost the city's economy. Moreover, hosting the World Championship domestically would provide better security for you, the new generation of talents." According to the arrangements and the support of more than half of the countries, the hosting location should have been a certainty. However, an unexpected situation arose during the final decision. After negotiations among various parties, it was ultimately decided to hold the competition in the primordial secret realm. The rules of the competition will be set by the neutral and impartial spirit of the secret realm. After finishing the background introduction, the meeting officially began. Xiao Feng paused for a moment and continued to explain the rules of this World Championship to everyone. The process of this competition is similar to our domestic tournaments: 3 1v1 matches, 1 King of the Hill match, and 1 team match. Just like in domestic competitions, winning or losing doesn't involve life or death, just give it your all. However, apart from the 3 1v1 matches, the number of participants and the combat methods in the other 2 matches may change, so everyone needs to adapt flexibly. To ensure fairness, players are not allowed to bring any additional effects other than equipment effects and passive skills. Su Yan's life-saving skill cannot be used before entering the match, so for this competition, a top-tier healer has been arranged to handle resurrection duties. Regular healing will still be handled by Su Yan. Xiao Su, the healing tasks for both teams during the competition will be entrusted to you. Thank you for your hard work. One more thing, the competition venue is set in the primal secret realm, so it won't be fixed on a traditional arena like before. Both sides can take turns choosing maps, so be careful not to fall into the opponent's traps. That's the basic situation. I'll create a group later to send you the other details for you to review on your own. Next, Coach Lin Qing from the second team will introduce the opponents we need to pay special attention to in this World Championship. After speaking, Xiao Feng stepped aside and sat down, handing the podium over to Lin Qing, the head coach of the second team. Lin Cheng walked up to the podium, turned on the projector, connected the communicator, and brought up the World Championship seed player list. Photos of the players were displayed on the big screen. Lin Cheng began introducing the names and backgrounds of these players one by one. The nearby small countries are making quite a fuss this time, with some even arrogantly claiming that the championship is theirs. But in terms of actual strength, there are very few truly strong contenders. The only one we need to pay special attention to is this young girl named Bai Yezhe. On the screen appeared a female figure dressed in a golden robe, surrounded by golden flames, with a mirror floating in her hand. Shirono Teru, 7th tier peak, mutated fire element awakener. The people from the island nation claim she is the reincarnation of a certain sun god, and her golden flames are referred to as solar fire. The mirror in her hand is said to be a treasure excavated from a shrine, likely of 9th tier level, but we are unclear about its specific effects. Be extra cautious when dealing with her. After speaking, Lin Qing sneered, "You can listen to those reincarnation legends for fun, but don't take them seriously. She's just a talented young girl. If she truly had divine powers, the island nation would have already turned her into a research subject. Her flame level is high and has purification effects, so don't use ordinary fire element awakeners to confront her head-on, and avoid using cursed sorcerers who rely on negative effects to harm enemies." After introducing Shirono Taro, Lin Qing swiped the screen, revealing a man dressed in traditional Indian attire, and continued. Rahal, 7th tier peak, water element yoga martial artist, heir of a dojo. Booms, 7th tier peak, wood element shaman, a specialist profession. Surbai, 7th tier peak, earth element, half-human, half-beast hybrid, the sole survivor of a certain experiment. Photos of humans, half-humans, and even aliens flashed across the screen as Lin Qing introduced one by one the players from the World Championship who posed a threat to our national team. The peculiar appearances of these alien species also amazed the audience, giving everyone a glimpse into the hidden dark corners of the world. As Lin Qing continued the introductions, profiles of genius players were displayed on the big screen. The initially dismissive crowd gradually grew serious. After all, those specifically mentioned by Lin Qing were at least 7th tier peak experts, each possessing unique and unpredictable skills. The pressure was immense, but a sense of pride also rose in everyone's hearts. Challenging the strong and winning glory was precisely their goal. Everyone's fighting spirit ignited, eager to have an exhilarating showdown with these top-tier players. After finishing the stories of those individuals, Lin Qing opened another file titled Healer. Upon seeing the file name, the crowd, who had grown slightly fatigued from the abundance of geniuses, instantly perked up. After all, just by looking at the name, everyone could guess that this document was likely an introduction to the healers of each team. The healer's identity is special, and just from Su Yan's few outstanding performances in the national competition and the quota challenge, one can sense his strength. Not to mention his skills have a significant impact on the battlefield. Similarly, as healers who are also participating in this unique world championship, even if their abilities are not as strong as Su Yan's, they wouldn't be far behind. Given this, these healers should all have the ability to change the course of the battle.
The upcoming introductions are naturally worth paying attention to.
But when Lin Qing opened the document, she only saw 5 photos appear on the screen. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Su Yan. Even Su Yan himself felt a bit awkward as he looked at the 5 enlarged photos on the screen. The 5 photos were arranged in a row on the screen, each showing a healer in the midst of casting a skill.
In
the center position was Su Yan, sitting on Xuanming's back, with a serious expression as he released his skill. Looking at himself occupying the center of the screen, with the people around staring at him with strange expressions, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, after experiencing such situations multiple times recently, he had developed an immunity to them. After the initial awkwardness, he quickly reverted to his usual cold demeanor. The national team members also knew not to go too far. After all, if their own healing expert got angry, they would be in trouble. Seeing Su Yan regain his composure, everyone withdrew their previously teasing gazes and instead focused on the 5 people on the screen. Lin Qing, standing on the podium, observed these details clearly.
However, he did not stop everyone.
Instead, when the crowd's attention fell on Su Yan, he deliberately paused his explanation, putting on a look as if he was enjoying the show. It wasn't until everyone redirected their attention to the screen that he, with a slightly reluctant expression, turned back to continue his introduction. Clearly, the head coach of the second team, who appeared to be serious, was actually, like Qiu Feng, someone who enjoyed joking around. Subsequently, Lin Qing operated the communicator, moving Su Yan's photo to the bottom and introducing the healers one by one. In this World Championship, only 5 teams are equipped with healers. In other words, only 5 countries dared to send their young generation's genius healers to join the national team. After speaking, Lin Qing looked at the thoughtful crowd below and said with a smile, "That's right, these 5 countries happen to include our Huagua, which are referred to by other nations as the 5 great powers of Blue Star. How about that? Quite a coincidence, right? 1 healer per great power." Hearing this, the national team members on site couldn't help but roll their eyes. Do you think we would believe that? Is it really such a coincidence that this generation only has 5 healers, and they just so happen to belong to the 5 strongest countries? Could it be that in this era of spiritual energy revival, even national fortune has started helping to cultivate talent? Seeing the silent and uncooperative team members below, Lin Qing shook his head helplessly and said, "You little guys, so boring, not giving me any face at all. Aren't you afraid do you really think someone would deliberately target you in the World Championship?" Just as everyone was momentarily speechless and the head coach Qiu Feng was ready to be a bystander enjoying the show, the usually low-key former third-team coach, now substitute coach, Li Si stepped forward to help everyone out of the situation. He sat to the side, cleared his throat to attract Lin Qing's attention, and then gave him a fierce glare. The threat in Li Si's gaze was crystal clear: if you don't behave, this substitute coach will have to step in. Lin Qing, who had originally intended to continue teasing the team members, suddenly felt a bit guilty and quickly averted his gaze. Li Si adjusted his clothes, regained a serious expression, and began to explain the ins and outs of the matter. On Blue Star, the number of awakened individuals each year is enormous, and of course, there are more than 5 healers. Although the other healers' talents are average, with sufficient resources, it's entirely possible to train healers capable of participating in the World Championship. However, while training them is easy, keeping them is the real challenge. Especially those 5 exceptionally gifted healers on the screen. Even for powerful nations like ours, there is a significant shortage of healers. A healer capable of making an impact in a 7th-tier battle is worth a great deal of effort to secure, let alone for those countries that are even more lacking in healers. Moreover, the mentality of "if we can't have it, destroy it" exists in every country. Even the renowned geniuses in our 5 major nations are often targeted for assassination or scheming, aren't they? So, apart from the 5 of us who can confidently protect our own genius healers from being poached or harmed, other countries simply don't have that level of assurance. Even K-Country, which has always been shouting the entire universe belongs to us K-Country, and India, which has been desperately trying to squeeze into the five major powers circle in recent years, have chosen to remain low-key on this matter. Of course, K-Country might genuinely be silent because of their small population and lack of healers. They probably plan to find a genius healer during the world competition and then claim them as their own. After all, they've never been particularly confident in their own strength. At this point, Lin Qing glanced at Su Yan with a meaningful look in his eyes. The others present, after hearing Lin Qing's words, didn't think it was a joke. Instead, they all looked at Su Yan with a hint of sympathy. If Lin Qing had been talking about another country, his words might have been a joke. But he was talking about K-Country. Given their usual behavior, they might actually do something like that. In this way, the five genius healers from the five major powers in this world championship became potential candidates for being recognized as ancestors. Among these five, only Su Yan from China belongs to the East Asian monster group, while the other four are either white or don't even look human. Everyone understood in their hearts that the lucky one to be recognized as an ancestor would undoubtedly be Su Yan. Su Yan, who became the center of attention twice in one day. Then, following everyone's train of thought, he realized that after participating in the World Championship, he would almost certainly be targeted. Su Yan immediately fell into a state of self-isolation. Su Yan, the chief healer of the national team, was completely overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by future K-Country assistants, Lin Qing, Xiu Feng, and the remaining 29 members of the national team. Seeing the usually calm Su Yan lose his composure, everyone at the scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, under the watchful eyes of the coach, they didn't dare laugh out loud. They suppressed their laughter, recalling the frustrating moments they had experienced over the years. Their faces twisted as they began to comfort Su Yan, all saying the same thing: a wise man knows when to adapt, your survival instincts are top-notch. You know, K-Country is just that shameless. Besides themselves, no one would believe such a claim. Ignore them. Let them embarrass themselves. When we face K-Country's team, we need to strike hard and take a little revenge on them first, just to earn some interest for ourselves. Once you're stronger in the future, you can lead a team to settle the score with them completely. Many top experts have done the same, haven't they? Most of K-Country's financial losses are caused by these experts venting their frustrations from time to time. Speaking of experts, many people from our Hua country have been bullied like this too. Looking at it from another perspective, if others treat you as a top player, it means they acknowledge your abilities. Thinking about it this way, doesn't it feel a lot better? With everyone's comforting words, Su Yan's mood finally eased, and he gradually walked out of the shadow of his earlier frustration. In fact, their words of comfort didn't help much. Instead, the way they tried to hold back their laughter while wanting to burst out was like a brilliant comedy performance, particularly amusing. Su Yan had no reservations and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although everyone tried hard to suppress their laughter, initially fearing it might make Su Yan feel awkward, Su Yan didn't mind. Instead, he found this performance quite brilliant. After all, the participants were the top geniuses of Huagua. Seeing Su Yan laugh, everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. After understanding the reason for his laughter, they couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Then, under Su Yan's influence, the national team members exchanged glances and finally let their laughter out. Xiu Feng and Lin Qing, who were standing nearby ready to watch the commotion, were dumbfounded. These young people's thoughts change too quickly. Are we falling behind the times? Although they didn't understand why they were laughing, Lin Chang and the others didn't interrupt. Instead, they joined in the cheerful atmosphere. Even the usually stern Li Si showed a faint smile. After the laughter subsided, everyone returned to seriousness and began listening to Lin Qing introduce the top healers from the other four countries. Although the earlier jokes were lively, these four would undoubtedly shine in the world competition and might even determine the outcome of the matches, so they had to be taken very seriously. Although everyone is both worried and excited about the challenges Su Yan will face, they greatly admire his abilities and feel proud to have such a prominent figure on the team. For such a top-tier player who could become the focus of the World Championship, every country will gather information. Due to differences in data collection, the members on the lists may vary, but these five healers will undoubtedly be mentioned in any country as long as there is intelligence available. So everyone is also very curious whether these four healers, who are listed alongside Su Yan, truly have the strength to match. If their abilities fall short and they still insist on challenging the newly confirmed treasure of the team, Su Yan, then when the time comes, don't blame us for being impolite, we'll roast them directly. Seeing everyone's fighting spirit, Lin Qing sighed about how she was getting old while starting to introduce them in the order of the photos on the screen. The first image showed a young girl in a long green dress. She stood in a forest, gently stroking the tall trees, as if she could understand the voice of the forest. The girl was beautiful, slender, and exuded a natural aura, as if the entire forest was protecting her. The most striking features are her green eyes and a pair of pointed ears that clearly don't resemble those of a human. As the image appeared, Lin Qing's voice came through the loudspeaker. "This is Sylph, an elf from the Elven Forest. Her name, like the wind spirit in Norse mythology, is the chief healer of the E Nation's national team, reaching the peak of the 7th tier. Over any nation, she is referred to as the child of nature. It is said that she can communicate with the consciousness of nature and receive guidance from it. Although she doesn't speak, she occasionally enters a state of listening. Every time she enters this state, her choices are the most accurate and wise. She excels at using various elements of nature for healing and enhancing her own strength. Rumor has it that her combat skills are also outstanding. Her commonly used abilities include Nature's Blessing, Fountain of Life, and Wind of Revival." After introducing the first individual, she didn't wait for the audience's reaction and directly switched the photo to another one. In the photo, a man dressed in a white robe, with a holy and compassionate gaze, looked down at the believers below while performing healing skills. This is Edward, the chief healer of the national team from Country F, a peak 7th rank, and the Holy Son of the Church of Light. People there directly call him the Holy Son of Light. It is said that there were celestial phenomena at his birth, and he happened to encounter the bored Pope of Light taking a stroll. Later, the Pope of Light, a 10th rank master healer, took him as a personal disciple and designated him as the next pope. Edward's healing style is relatively traditional and is famous for its large healing output. It is said that he also knows a divine summoning technique that can summon legendary angels to fight or provide blessings, but our intelligence has not found concrete evidence. Commonly used skills include Holy Light, Divine Rain, Holy Light Domain, and others. This time, before Lin Qing could finish speaking, as soon as the words large healing output were mentioned, everyone immediately turned to look at a certain person. The previous information about Sylph was a bit convoluted, and they weren't very clear about her strength, so they didn't discuss much. But when it came to large healing output, everyone perked up. After all, they had all experienced Su Yan's healing and couldn't stand hearing someone else being called the best at healing. Output. Su Yan's small skill, Star Moon Guidance, could instantly fill their health bars to the brim and even overflow them. For the third time in a short period, Su Yan became the center of everyone's attention. This time, he wasn't too embarrassed because, from everyone's expressions, he could clearly see their skepticism about Edward's healing output and their acknowledgement of him. Even Su Yan himself, upon hearing the phrase massive healing, instinctively thought, massive healing? How massive? Can it surpass mine? This wasn't arrogance, but because Su Yan believed that in terms of healing output, no one at the same level could surpass him. His healing output was already impressive, and with the addition of his talent and the heart of life, his current 7th tier strength allowed his healing effects to stack over 20 times without relying on equipment or external aids. Therefore, regarding the so-called massive healing of the Holy Son of Light from Country F, Su Yan was actually quite dismissive. No matter how strong you are, in this aspect, I am invincible. Seeing that Su Yan didn't react to being noticed for the third time, the crowd stopped stirring up trouble and turned their attention back to the screen. Edward's photo was swiped away, and the screen displayed a man with dual axes hanging at his waist, dressed in a bard's outfit. He held a nostalgic lyre in his hands, singing epic ballads in a tavern. It is worth mentioning that although this man was dressed as a bard, he stood over 2 meters tall, with a muscular and well-defined physique. The lyre in his hands appeared particularly small, giving off a sense of a burly man singing tearfully. However, the tavern's audience was completely immersed in his singing, showing no signs of finding it unusual. Just as everyone was shocked by this somewhat surprising photo, Lin Qing's voice came through the loudspeaker. "This is Nikita, the chief therapist of the national team from our country, not the small country Japan, but the battle-hardened nation of Russia, a peak-level tier 7, and a mixed descendant of Slavs and Vikings. His name translates to victory, so our country calls him the Victory Bard. He uses a lyre to play and sing ballads to perform healing, using skills to heal and enhance. The range of this skill is very wide. As long as one can hear his singing, they can receive healing and enhancement. Due to his battle-hardened heritage, his combat abilities are also not weak. Additionally, it is rumored that he has Viking blood and can communicate with Valhalla. Although the specific effects are unclear, it is said to be very powerful. His commonly used skills include Song of Victory, Ancient Totem, and Rewarding Mead.
Speaking of ancient totem, Lin Qing glanced at Su Yan and Xiu Feng, the son of the great shaman, who also possessed this skill, and added, "It is said that his use of the ancient totem is exceptionally skilled, capable of combining it with Valhalla's abilities to create new effects. His elders once personally brought him to visit the great shaman in China, and the relationship between China and them is quite good. The great shaman agreed to take him as a disciple. During the teaching period, the grand sorcerer greatly admired him and once considered taking him as a successor. However, since he was not a citizen of Hua, he had to give up. Nevertheless, he still taught him quite a lot." After hearing this, everyone was surprised by his connection to Hua, but they didn't pay much attention to it. As for Su Yan mastering ancient totems, although they had fought against Su Yan for a long time, they only knew that his Siming totem was very powerful. It's not that Su Yan's ancient totems weren't strong, but his peculiar skills were too eye-catching, and since he rarely displayed them, the brilliance of these skills overshadowed the totems. However, what no one knew was that Su Yan secretly remembered the name Nikita and his rugged face, which didn't match the image of a healer. As a healer under Elder Cho, Nikita also carried the title of Chief Master. Elder Cho had publicly praised him and even considered taking him as a successor, so Su Yan naturally paid attention. He wanted to see what special abilities this guy had that made Elder Cho value him so highly. Thus, without Nikita knowing, in the distant east, a young man surnamed Su quietly etched him into his memory. Looking forward to competing with him in the World Championship to see who is truly the most favorite successor of Chiu-Yi the Great Sorcerer. Lin Qing certainly didn't know about Su Yan's little actions. He brought up the matter simply because he suddenly remembered Su Yan had mentioned he could use ancient totems, and mentioned it in passing. After speaking, he swiped away Nikita's photo and replaced it with the last of the 5 healers in the World Championship, apart from Su Yan, a healer from Country A. However, the 4th photo was just a silhouette, with strange protrusions on the head, arms, and thighs, looking extremely bizarre. As everyone was curious, Lin Qing's voice came through the loudspeaker. "This is John, the chief healer of Country A's national team, at the peak of the 7th tier. He is the most mysterious figure in the information we have collected. Apart from the high-ranking officials of Country A, even their own team members only know of his existence but have never seen him. This silhouette was painstakingly obtained by our intelligence agents from the high-ranking officials of Country A. It is speculated that he is either a mutant or has undergone some kind of modification. When facing Country A, everyone must be cautious. Over 1,000 years ago, Country A once led the way on Blue Star. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, due to its short national history and lack of powerful ancestors, it did not receive many resources and suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for later integrating the heritage of other countries, vigorously developing spiritual energy science and biomodification technology, they would have long been squeezed out of the 5 major powers. Even if they managed to maintain their position, their overall strength is only ranked in the lower middle tier. For Country A, which once led the way, this is simply unacceptable. So, over the years, they've been stirring up trouble. Country A is also part of Blue Star. Most of the headquarters of X-religion, in general, are like places filled with all kinds of poisons. As for this world competition, and the rumored dominance that the ultimate winner can gain, the big shots on our side actually don't care that much. After all, you can dominate all you want, but whether we listen to you is another matter. But Country A doesn't think that way. According to the information sent back by our informants in Country A, they are determined to win the championship of this world competition. They want to gain dominance and then secretly pull some tricks, either weakening the other 4 major powers or absorbing the resources, an essence of smaller countries to strengthen themselves. To put it bluntly, this has been their only tactic over the years. After saying this, he looked at the national team members below, who showed displeased expressions upon hearing that Country A was determined to win the championship, and he smiled as he continued. "Although our boss says they don't really care about winning or losing in the World Championship, if you actually win the championship, it will give us a legitimate reason to stir things up later, and everything will definitely go more smoothly. Moreover, the bosses may not care, but you geniuses, do you really want to hand over the championship to others for nothing? As the saying goes, I may not want it, but you can't refuse to give it to me. So, in the upcoming World Championship, perform well and use your strength to show those with ulterior motives that in the face of true power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but fleeting clouds." Hearing Lin Qing's words, everyone was fired up, determined to showcase their skills in the World Championship. After introducing the last foreign healer, Su Yan thought the information sharing was over and they could move on to the next segment. But Lin Qing didn't close the folder, which gave Su Yan a faint sense of unease. Sure enough, Lin Qing continued, we've introduced 4 out of 5 healers. Since we're idle anyway, let me introduce the last one as well. After all, we can't just praise foreign geniuses and not say a few words about our own. That wouldn't be fair to Su Yan, right? Su Yan.
Su Yan thought to himself, I don't appreciate this so-called fairness, and I certainly don't enjoy being called out in public. Ignoring Su Yan's resentful gaze, Lin Qing scrolled to the silhouette of John from Country A and revealed the final photo, Su Yan, the genius healer from China. At the same time, Lin Qing's voice came through the loudspeaker once again. This time, the voice was much harsher, completely different from the previously pleasant tone. Su Yan's information wasn't compiled by us earlier, this was copied from the list of geniuses collected by other countries, and conclusions were drawn after organizing it. Su Yan, strength unknown, first public appearance showed mid to late 5th tier strength, subsequent special training. Improvements unknown, estimated minimum 6th tier, maximum peak 7th tier, chief healer of China's national team. Disciple of the previous generation's strongest and most talented healer, the 8th tier titled powerhouse Immortal Galaxy Wang Yuyan, known as the Child of the Stars. Awakened as a healer just this year, with outstanding talent, considered the strongest healer of China's new generation and the most promising candidate to break Wang Yu's record. The healing ability is powerful, capable of treating 7th tier awakeners at the 5th tier with excellent results. In most cases, 1 or 2 skills are enough to bring someone back from severe injuries to peak condition. First debuted at the national competition in Huagua, specific skill details remain unknown. Currently, only 3 skills have been revealed: Star Moon Guide, Tide Summoner's Blessing, and a continuous recovery skill. Although gifted with exceptional talent, due to a short awakening period, the overall strength is estimated to be inferior to healers from the other 4 nations. Su Yan received the first title of his life, Child of the Stars, and was utterly confused. What? Child of the Stars? When did I get this nickname? Do you guys give people nicknames without asking if they agree to it? Su Yan didn't dislike the title or think it was bad, but his mentor had a title called Eternal Star River, and was sometimes referred to as Eternal Star. Being called Child of the Stars himself, he felt it sounded a bit odd. Eternal Star and Child of the Stars, when these 2 titles are put together, the first impression people would have is definitely a father-son relationship. Although Su Yan and his mentor had an exceptionally close relationship, almost like father and son, suddenly being labeled with such a father-son title made him feel that outsiders might misunderstand and think his dad had a bit of a green hat situation. Seeing Su Yan's helpless expression, Lin Qing smiled and explained, "Don't worry, this title wasn't given to you by us. Although your fans suggested giving you a title during the national competition, because you made so few moves, everyone didn't understand your strength and fighting style, so they eventually gave up on the idea." This title was added by other countries when collecting intelligence. They like to give geniuses and strong individuals exaggerated names, like Wang Yu's Master of the Empire's Star Dominion. They gave you this title partly because of the influence of your mentor Wang Yu, and partly because you used the Star Moon quotation so skillfully during the national competition's live broadcast, and it appeared the most frequently. Your fans even chanted the slogan, "When starlight falls, all troubles vanish." Those intelligence gatherers noted this down as well, and thus they gave you this title. This is actually their recognition and praise for you. Look at the other members of your team, aside from a few. The vast majority don't receive this kind of treatment. Some aren't even on the intelligence collection list. After hearing Lin Qing's explanation, Su Yan didn't feel comforted at all. He thought to himself that the Star Moon quotation, which he had originally used for convenience, had now become his trap. Those who had been happily watching the drama were suddenly subjected to indiscriminate attacks after being called out by Lin Chang. The melon in their hands instantly lost its flavor. After successfully launching a wave of map-wide attacks that ignored friend or foe, Lin Chang looked at the various expressions in the audience with satisfaction, nodding confidently at her own maneuver. Then, he finished his segment, disconnected the projection link, put away the communicator, returned to his seat, and handed the stage back to Zhou Feng. As for Li Si, the only seemingly serious coach among the 3, the head coaches all understood that the substitute coach should just do their job and not meddle too much, nor try to take over the head coach's role. Although Li Si himself was unwilling to admit it, the 3 of them grew up together, with similar talent and resources. While his family background wasn't as strong as Zhou Feng, who had the support of a great sorcerer, he still came from a prestigious lineage. No matter how hard he worked, his skills always lagged behind those 2 carefree guys. Sometimes, he even suspected that the 2 of them were naturally born with some kind of advantage. This time, the World Championship was divided among the 3 of them to manage, which was meant to enhance their resumes.
But in the end, he still couldn't outperform them and had to settle for the remaining 3 teams. Although he was excluded, Li Si had considered directly retaliating, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. Now that all 3 teams were gone, it was normal for him, originally the coach of the 3rd team, to have no say. Ultimately, it all came down to insufficient ability. Of course, he had also thought about whether he should join them after losing, but his conscience wouldn't allow it, and his elders at home certainly wouldn't agree either. In the end, he abandoned this dangerous idea. Xiu Feng stepped back onto the main podium and supplemented the group with precautions for entering the primal secret realm, particularly emphasizing not to stray from the team or take unnecessary risks. After finishing these instructions, everyone agreed to meet here at 2 p.m. tomorrow to set off together for the competition venue in the primal secret realm. Xiu Feng waved to signal that everyone could leave, suggesting they take the opportunity to pack their luggage or bid farewell to family and friends. With Xiu Feng's gesture, the 3 figures disappeared from the conference room. Originally, Su Yan also planned to leave with everyone and return to his room to wait for the meeting time tomorrow. Just as he was about to get up, Xiu Feng sent a message asking him not to rush off and to wait here after the meeting. They needed to settle the payment for the treatment he provided during the last quota challenge. Hearing this, Su Yan sat back down, watching as the crowd gradually left the conference room. Lin Bing and the others even specifically invited Su Yan to grab something to eat together, but he politely declined with a smile, saying he needed time to process the news he had just received. Once everyone except Su Yan had left, Xiu Feng returned to the conference room. Seeing Su Yan still sitting, Xiu Feng smiled and took out a box from his spatial ring, tossing it over to him. "This is the reward we've specially prepared for you during this time. Open it and see if you're satisfied." Su Yan caught the box, and after hearing Xiu Feng's words, he opened it casually. Inside the box lay a white jade pendant, quietly resting. Its texture was superb, and at its center was embedded a gem as red as a vertical pupil. Upon seeing this gem, a strong desire suddenly surged in Su Yan's heart, urging him to possess it immediately. He vaguely felt that this gem held great significance for him, compelling him to take it into his possession. Seeing this, Xiu Feng smiled and said, "This gem was found in the old man's treasure vault. It's an extremely rare time attribute gem, and the old man only has this one. Because the gem carries the time attribute and its shape resembles a vertical pupil, we call it the Eye of the Candle. Dragon." The name was decided by the old man after flipping through the classic of mountains and seas for quite a while. This gemstone enhances the wearer's perception of time, halves the consumption when using time-related skills, and doubles the effects. The outer layer is wrapped with tranquil jade from the secret realm of mountains and seas, which calms the mind, aids focus, accelerates cultivation and accumulation, and enhances resistance to illusion skills. I know your talent in the time element is very high, and now you're even beginning to grasp the rules of time. This jade pendant will be of great help to you. After listening to Qiu Feng's introduction, Su Yan felt a bit excited and carefully took the jade pendant out of the box, placing it in his palm. Instantly, a cool sensation emanated from the jade pendant, flowing through his palm into his entire body, invigorating him. At the same time, he felt his understanding of time becoming easier and faster. The knowledge about time in his mind was also quickly absorbed and integrated with focused concentration. In his spiritual world, the light orb representing the skilled mark of 3 lives, which had been blurry before, now began to grow and solidify. Feeling the changes brought by the jade pendant, Su Yan knew it was definitely a rare treasure. Although he didn't know the usual rewards for healers of the same level, the value of this jade pendant definitely far exceeded that amount of money. Since the item was already in his possession and would be of great use to him, Su Yan naturally wouldn't pretend it was too precious and ask them to take it back. He mentally noted this kindness, planning to repay it properly once he became stronger. After expressing his satisfaction with the reward to Qiu Feng, he used the blood recognition method to bind the weapon and hung it on the belt of the healer's robe. Su Yan watched Qiu Feng leave the conference room, then got up and returned to his room, quietly waiting for the next day to arrive. Time passed quickly, and by the afternoon of the next day, it was time to gather. Everyone gradually arrived at the top-floor conference room, waiting for Qiu Feng and the other 2 to appear. Soon, the clock above the conference room pointed to 2 o'clock, and the 3 coaches suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Qiu Feng scanned the seated crowd and said, "It's about time. Everyone's here, right? No one would be late at a time like this, right? I'll call names, and when you hear your name, stand up and say present." Su Yan. Su Yan stood up and responded with a clear present, then sat back down at Qiu Feng's signal. After that, Qiu Feng continued calling names. Lin Bing. Present. When the last person responded present, Qiu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Good, everyone is here. Are you ready? If you're ready, we'll head to the primal secret realm right away. After speaking, he signaled everyone to follow him to the rooftop of the hotel. Once everyone was lined up in order, Cho Feng took out a bead from his spatial ring and crushed it forcefully. The moment the bead shattered, a teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. With a flash of light, the group found themselves in a spacious plaza. The spiritual energy here is abundant, not at all inferior to the secret realms they had entered during previous training. Just as everyone was looking around, Li Si's cold voice came through. This is the athlete village for the Huagua team. A master-level formation expert has set up protective formations to ensure your safety and prevent external prying. The athlete village has over 50 independent residences, each equipped with a training room, lounge, and basic living facilities. After dismissal, you are free to choose your accommodations. With less than a week until the World Championship, I hope you stay in the athlete village during this time, adjust your condition, and prepare to compete in your best state. During this period, some people may try various means to get you to leave the athlete village. You all know their intentions. I won't elaborate further. I'll just remind you, do not leave the athlete village unless it's an emergency. If you must leave, be sure to report to the three of us. Coaches. We will handle it for you, and if we can't, we will take protective measures to prevent you from being schemed against outside. After all, as a championship favorite, the Huagua team has always been under close scrutiny. Those countries would be more than happy to weaken our strength. As long as they remain unaffected, they won't miss any opportunity to set you up. After speaking, seeing the crowd's expressions gradually become serious, Li Si nodded in satisfaction, stepped aside, and handed the microphone to Cho Feng. Xiao Feng did not say much more, only repeated some previously emphasized precautions, and then announced the meeting was adjourned. The three coaches immediately left to begin their respective tasks. As World Championship coaches, they were not only responsible for leading and protecting the team but also for organizing materials, reviewing match videos, selecting lineups, and more. This World Championship was their opportunity to gain recognition, but only if the Huagua team achieved good results, or even won the championship. If the results were unsatisfactory, what awaited them upon returning home would likely not be a celebration but severe accountability. Although the higher-ups might not care too much, after all, everyone had been anticipating this for so long, they would still need to give the public an explanation. After the three coaches left, the players also gradually departed from the teleported square. Some left alone, while others paired up to head to the athletes' village to find accommodations they liked. Many people invited Su Yan to join them, but he still chose to stay with Lin Bing and Wang Lei, whom he was more familiar with. The three of them lived in 3 adjacent houses. As soon as they moved into the athletes' village, everyone quickly realized that their peaceful lives had suddenly become complicated. Some had falling outs with friends, some had family incidents, some had businesses under investigation requiring their personal attention. All kinds of troubles erupted at once. There were also athletes from different countries coming to visit, but they were all blocked by the formation at the entrance of the athletes' village. Some came with goodwill, others with provocation, aiming to disrupt the athletes' focus and preparation. If they could lure them out of the primordial secret realm, the effect would be even better. However, Li Si had already reminded everyone beforehand to contact the three coaches immediately if such things happened. Everyone followed this advice. After hearing the reports, the coaches simply told them to focus on their training, as these matters had little to do with them. The only news was that many people in Hua Nation had been arrested for certain reasons. The coaches probing the athletes disappeared for a while, and when they reappeared, they issued orders forbidding their subordinates from leaving. Perhaps because Su Yan's social connections were simple, or because targeting him as a core figure might disrupt the situation, the opponents probing Hua Nation did not trouble him further. That probing reason was quite absurd. A leader from Jiangnan University who had previously interacted with Su Yan told him that his mentor was about to break through to the 9th tier, and asked him to return to catch some opportunities. Su Yan was stunned at the time. Can the 9th tier still break through back and forth? Then, through the communicator's projection, he saw that person still rambling on incessantly, only to suddenly be smashed into a pulp by a meteorite. These boring probes had everyone fed up. The next day, the contestants directly handed their communicators to the coaches, letting them deal with those probing individuals. Everyone began adjusting their state, preparing to face the upcoming competition. During the following time, everyone trained with full effort. Some engaged in high-intensity exercises in independent training grounds, while others formed teams to simulate battles. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the opening day of the World Championship arrived. This time, the venue for the World Championship was different from before. It was held in the Primal Secret Realm. As soon as the news broke, the hype skyrocketed.
The tickets were snapped up by audiences from various countries as soon as they went on sale, and the price of a single ticket online skyrocketed to astronomical levels, yet it was still hard to get one. After all, this competition is being held in the Primal Secret Realm, one of the high-tier secret realms.
Just experiencing entry into a high-tier secret realm once is worth the ticket price.
The concentration and quality of spiritual energy in the Primal Secret Realm far surpass those of the low-tier secret realms outside.
This is highly appealing to awakeners.
After all, not every awakener is like the geniuses of the national team, who enjoy various growth privileges. Most people have to work desperately hard on their own, some succeed, while others fail. This is the norm. Although the audience can only enter the secret realm during the competition and their activity area is restricted to the arena and its surroundings, this has not diminished their enthusiasm in the slightest. On the opening day, a large portion of those who managed to get tickets rushed into the arena as soon as they were allowed entry, even though there was still some time before the opening ceremony. The surrounding spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible. Many people closed their eyes, their faces showing expressions of enjoyment. Those who failed to get tickets could only watch the live broadcast online, eagerly waiting for the opening ceremony to begin.
The Primordial Arena, which began construction as soon as the host location for the World Championship was decided, is now finally complete. Lucky ticket holders and guests from various countries filled the stands, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
They stared at the fluttering national flags, hoping their team would shine brightly in this World Championship. This World Championship holds extraordinary significance.
Competitors from all over Blue Planet have gathered in the
Primordial Realm to vie for the ultimate championship.
Which team will laugh until the end and bring home the glory? Time steadily approaches the opening.
The virtual screen at the center of the arena lights up, displaying the countdown.
The audience silently or loudly follows the countdown numbers. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1.
The number jumped to 0, and the sky suddenly darkened. Brilliant fireworks burst into the air, creating a stunning and magnificent scene. At the same time, stirring music began to play. The mystical energy of the primordial secret realm made the music heard by people from every country carried the unique style of their own nation. The music ignited the audience's passion, and everyone felt an urge to rush onto the field on behalf of the competitors and give it their all. Then, 197 national flags were slowly raised, accompanied by the national anthems of their respective countries, fluttering in the wind. The audience and competitors all raised their heads, their eyes fixed on the flags in the sky. In the area where the Hua Nation team was located, the three coaches led the first and second team members, forming 3 rows, and sang the national anthem in unison. As they sang, they instinctively placed their right hands on the badge with the national flag on their chests, their desire to win the championship growing even stronger.
3 coaches once revealed that before the top 16 are decided, the flag of each eliminated country's team will be lowered and put away.
The flags of the top 16 will be arranged according to their rankings, with the champion's flag permanently placed at the center of this absolutely neutral land.
This is a rule set by the primordial secret realm's spiritual power. Though unspoken, its meaning is clear.
To ensure that the flag of Huagwe is forever placed at the core of the arena, they vowed to fight to the death until they could fight no more. At this moment, the fighting spirit of the team members was completely ignited, and they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, this scene was broadcast simultaneously by major television stations and online streaming platforms. Since the national selection tournament began, this World Championship has attracted countless attention.
Due to the uniqueness of the venue, its popularity has soared even higher.
Billions of viewers from various countries on Blue Star turned on their televisions, computers, and communicators to watch the opening ceremony together. The commentary booth for Huagwa at the Primeval Arena is an exclusive area for powerful nations, equipped with a dedicated commentary team. 3 commentators are simultaneously providing detailed explanations of the Huagwa team's situation to the national audience.
Hello everyone, I am Sun Xing, and I am currently.
Our Huagwa players are seated at the commentary booth specially prepared for us, watching the opening ceremony intently. This time, Huagwa has sent 2 teams to participate in the World Championship. Team 1 consists of Su Yan and Lin Bing, while Team 2 includes Wang Lei and Wen Yuan. This World Championship is very special, as all countries have sent the top young talents of their generation.
This competition is destined to be extraordinary. Let us cheer for the Huagwa team and look forward to their excellent performance. After the opening ceremony, the most anticipated draw segment finally arrived. In the preliminary rounds of this competition, Team 1 and Team 2 will compete separately.
Each of the two venues will select the top 64 teams, after which the 128 teams will merge and face off in pairs. The competition is divided into 8 major divisions. Since there are a total of 197 teams, they cannot be evenly distributed, so the first 7 divisions each have 25 teams, while the 8th division has only 22. Teams in each division will compete in pairs, and the 8 teams with the highest scores will advance to the main competition. Although the World Championship is absolutely fair to all countries, there are still some unspoken rules that everyone is well aware of. For example, in this draw, the official statement claimed that the Mystic Order personally handled it, ensuring no behind-the-scenes manipulation. Yet, in the first round of the draw, the first 5 teams selected happened to be from China, our country, a country, E country, and F country, and they were assigned to the 1st through 5th divisions respectively. From a certain perspective, this grouping can also be considered fair. After all, if 2 or more of these 5 strong teams were placed in the same division, it would be too cruel for the other teams in that division. But even so, the remaining teams still silently prayed not to be placed in these 5 divisions. Then, the names of the teams were read out one by the human-like figure conjured by the Mystic Order, in a cold and emotionless voice. The teams called out reacted differently, some were excited, while others were disappointed. Everyone was focused on which division their team would be placed in and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the final grouping list appeared on the big screen that everyone felt something was off. After carefully reviewing the list, people began to cast puzzled looks at the Mystic Order on stage. In the first division, China, K country, India, and a team from an island nation were grouped together. Over the years, some countries have actively, while others have been directed by a certain country, targeted China, and all these teams have been placed in the same competition zone. This zone is specifically prepared for settling scores and resolving grievances. The competition zones of other major countries are similar. For example, R and Ukraine, A and Iran, E and D have all been grouped together. Only the group with F is relatively simple because they don't have particularly hostile countries. The only exception is E, which, as one of the 5 major powers, wasn't grouped with them. The 5th competition zone is considered one of the few places with simpler relations. Seeing this grouping, Su Yan and the others couldn't help but look at Xiu Feng with suspicion. If they remembered correctly, before departure, someone with the surname Q told them that the secret realm hosting this world competition was absolutely neutral, and the spirit of the secret realm did not favor any side. But now, it seems that the so-called absolute neutrality is truly questionable. Do you really think this grouping is completely random? Randomness wouldn't result in such a coincidental mess. Previously, the 5 major teams being divided into 5 groups was understandable, as it was to prevent them from meeting too early, which everyone could accept. But this final grouping list is practically a blatant attempt to create trouble for us, with the intention of stirring up drama written all over it. And Xiu Feng also sensed this oddity. Everyone's gaze turned to him, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. After all, everyone had previously thought that this spirit of the secret realm had no emotions, but now they were directly proven wrong. However, seeing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the other team's coaches, Xiu Feng, who had initially felt a bit embarrassed, suddenly became more confident. He pointed at the other team's coaches, meaning that it wasn't just the Chinese team's intelligence that was wrong, others didn't know about this either. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with excitement. Netizens from all over the world were typing furiously as if it were a festival. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, completely covering the live broadcast screen. Wow, this group arrangement is just too interesting. This is hilarious. The official website of the World Championship clearly states that the spirit of the secret realm is emotionless and impartial, but just look at this now. Hurry up and start the battle. I want to see the Chinese team teach those overconfident teams a harsh lesson and show them who's boss. Even the commentators at the commentary desk couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw the group arrangement. Their previously serious expressions were completely gone. Today's paycheck might as well be for nothing. The commentators muttered to themselves, it's been tough making it this far purely out of passion. However, the commotion offstage and everyone's renewed focus on the spirit of the secret realm elicited no reaction from it. At this moment, the spirit of the secret realm returned to its cold and indifferent demeanor, transformed into a human shape, and emotionlessly recited the grouping list for the 8 divisions. Its voice was mechanical and detached. After the announcement, it turned into a point of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The large screen on the stage then split into 8 smaller screens, each displaying the teams and national flags of the 8 divisions. Subsequently, the national flags quickly shifted, ultimately pairing off in match order. This formed the matchup table for the first round of the World Championship qualifiers. The first division, where the Hwagwa team was located, had a total of 25 teams. With 2 teams competing against each other in each match, naturally, one team would have a bye. Unfortunately, the bye did not go to the Hwagwa team. Unluckily, the opponent drawn by the Hwagwa team became the lucky recipient of the bye. When the small nation received the news of the bye, they were overjoyed, while Su Yen and his teammates stared at the matchup list on the screen. Upon seeing the list, everyone on the Hwagwa team felt a surge of energy. Their opponent was none other than the well-off Island Nation team. Even Su Yen instantly perked up upon seeing this matchup list. No, to be precise, Su Yen's emotions were more complex. After all, compared to his teammates, he had a closer connection to this part of history. In this parallel world of spiritual energy revival, the deeply rooted Hwa nation had always suppressed the surrounding countries. Those neighboring countries could only boast verbally at most, fearing that the strong individuals of Hwa nation might actually take action. South Korea was the most obvious example. As for the history before the revival of spiritual energy, although the timeline differed, it was roughly similar to Su Yan's previous life on Blue Star, with historical grievances still existing between Hwa Nation and the Island Nation. So, when Team 1 saw that their opponent was the Island Nation team, everyone was energized, eager to roll up their sleeves and perform well, leaving a deep impression on these self-satisfied Islanders. Perhaps because the draw for Team 1 was so unpredictable earlier, everyone showed little interest in the relatively straightforward draw for Team 2. After the opening ceremony and group assignments, the Hwa Nation team returned to the athletes' village, split into 2 groups, and headed to their respective meeting rooms to start preparing tactics. Although the grouping arrangement by the spirit of the secret realm this time was unexpected, everyone knows that the upcoming matches are the real test. The audience found this grouping quite interesting, feeling it was purely stirring things up. However, for the Hwagwa team, this grouping isn't particularly advantageous. After all, being in the first division, the opponents they face are significantly stronger compared to the other divisions. In other divisions, although the countries seem to have tense relations on the surface, their strengths are actually not too different. But the opponents Hwagwa faces are different. Apart from the strong Indian team, which has inherited ancient Indian traditions and been very active in recent years, the remaining teams from Korea and the Island Nation, though heavily suppressed by the Hwagwa team after the spiritual energy revival and seemingly easy to defeat, are actually quite formidable. Not to mention that these teams are backed by other forces. Although the Hwagwa team is under immense pressure, their opponents still maintain a certain level of strength. When the Hwagwa team drew the Island Nation team as their opponent this time, the members of the first team were thrilled, thinking the opponent was hardly worth mentioning. They were brimming with confidence, ready to give them a lesson in a crushing defeat. But as soon as they returned to the meeting room and sat down, someone immediately began asking Captain Cho Fong for detailed information on all members of the Island Nation team. Previously, Lin Ching had only provided information on their star players, but this time they wanted to understand the strength of every member of the opposing team. Although confident, this match is of utmost importance. Losing is not an option, they must win beautifully without making any mistakes. Otherwise, not only would they feel terrible, but the public pressure they would face upon returning home would be overwhelming. Seeing the urging looks from everyone, Cho Fong didn't keep them in suspense and directly shared the intelligence he had gathered during this period. The Island Nations team has 3 peak 7th tier awakeners, while the other 12 members range in strength from mid 6th tier to late 7th tier. With the current lineup of the Hwa Nation team, as long as they win 3 1v1 matches, the remaining arena battles and team matches should be a sure victory for the Hwa Nation team, provided the organizers don't pull any tricks. The time spent discussing tactics flew by, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. This World Championship features 16 arenas, allowing 16 teams to compete simultaneously. Ticket sales were booming, and both the organizers and spectators made a fortune. The first arena naturally hosted the opening match of the Ultimate Overlord Hwa Nation team. As soon as the match lineup was announced, it immediately sparked immense attention. Tickets for all 16 arenas were instantly sold out. Both teams entered the first arena, where the seats were already packed, and the venue was filled with cheers and shouts of encouragement, most of them in Hwagwa language. Indeed, Hwagwa people, leveraging their large population and years of ticket-grabbing experience, had practically secured all the tickets this time, traveling to the primal secret realm to cheer for the Hwagwa team. Listening to the thunderous chants of Hwagwa team, "Victory is ours," in their ears, the members of one team felt their fighting spirit surge even higher. They knew they couldn't let down their compatriots who had traveled such a long way to support them, they had to win this match cleanly and decisively. On the other side, the Island Nation team experienced a dip in morale upon learning their first opponent was the Huagua team. Fortunately, their coach managed to stabilize the team in time. After entering the arena and hearing the overwhelmingly one-sided cheers, their recently calmed emotions began to waver again. The coach couldn't help but mutter a few "baka, idiot," and "Huagua team doesn't play fair" remarks. Then, he fabricated a reason for his players. The Huagua team knows they can't beat us in terms of raw strength, so they're resorting to these despicable tactics to disrupt our morale. Although he himself didn't fully believe it, he was surprised to find that these words actually boosted the team's morale, helping them regain their composure. Really? Everyone cast doubtful glances. The coach saw the crowd's reaction. Although he was a bit speechless, he immediately cheered himself up and firmly nodded, saying, "That's right. Those despicable Islanders must know they truly can't beat us, so they're using these petty tricks to try to undermine our morale before the match. We absolutely cannot let them succeed." He repeated this reasoning so many times that even he began to believe it. Brimming with confidence, he and the team walked with heads held high toward the island team's waiting area. Of course, how many people on the team actually believed this reasoning, no one knew. The match began. Hello, dear audience. I'm Hua Xian, the special commentator for this World Championship, responsible for the commentary of the first arena. Next, we will watch the first match of the first division in this year's World Championship together. At the commentary desk, a slightly chubby, rather imposing middle-aged man was watching the live broadcast on the screen while explaining to the camera. Today's matchup is between Team China 1 and Team Island 1. This is not only Team China's first match but also the opening battle of this World Championship. Due to reasons everyone understands, this match carries deeper significance beyond just the points. Everyone was clear about it after the group draw yesterday. Hua Xian interacted with the live chat for a while, answering some questions from the audience, and soon it was time for the match. Alright, the Hua Nation team versus the Island Nation team, the match officially begins. The head coaches from both sides will step up first to determine the lineup for the first round. Judging from the performance of the two coaches just now, both sides are brimming with confidence. Especially the Island Nation's head coach, who even threw a few provocative remarks at our coach Chio. From my years of experience, it feels like he's deliberately trying to provoke the opponent. Quite bold, I must say. After the coaches shook hands, the players from both teams, under their coach's guidance, stepped onto the field. Standing on the Island Nation's side was a young girl dressed in a golden robe, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing her, the Hua Nation team members couldn't help but show expressions of "as expected, she's no ordinary opponent." Before the match, Xiao Feng had already provided the team with a detailed analysis. Given the current strength of the Island Nation team, unless something unexpected happens, they have almost no chance of winning in the subsequent knockout and team matches. The team match has a very low margin for error. One person's mistake can still be salvaged, but if the entire team makes mistakes, that would only happen in dreams. So, to avoid being completely defeated and ranking at the bottom on the first day, the Hua Nation team could only pin their hopes on the 3-1v1 matches. The Island Nation team's ace player, Shirano Taro, was the most likely candidate to score points. Placing him in the first match, if he won, could also boost the morale of the next two players. Everyone thought Xiao Feng's analysis made a lot of sense. Since they had guessed the opponent's strategy, the Hua Nation team naturally couldn't sit idly by. Xiao Feng directly sent out 3 peak 7th-tier powerhouses, who not only had greater strength but also had attributes that completely countered their opponents. This World Championship did not restrict players to only one match. After the 1v1, they could still participate in the ring match and team match. As long as they maintained good condition, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Even if the guess was wrong, it didn't matter. Winning the match and having Su Yan help recover their stamina would suffice. The points for this match were already secured by the Hua Nation team. No matter who the opponent sent, the Hua Nation team was determined to achieve a complete victory. When Shirano Taro took the stage, the Hua Nation team sent out Ling Qingyan, who was wearing a light blue mage robe and radiating fighting spirit. The members of the Island Nation team showed complex expressions on their faces when they saw Bai Yezhou take the stage. Leaving the resting area and heading toward the arena, he still wore a confident look, as if victory was right within reach. In the audience stands of the arena, although the supporters of the Island Nation were few in number, their voices were exceptionally loud when their Amaterasu reincarnate took the stage, cheering for him with all their might. Even though the momentum of the Hua Nation audience surged after Ling Qingyan appeared, overpowering the cheers of the Island Nation, the Island Nation fans still carried steadfast trust and confidence on their faces, believing in Bayejo on the stage.
However, in the Island Nation team's resting room, when they saw that Hua Nation had sent Ling Qingyan, their previously confident smiles instantly froze.
The Island Nation team not only collects information on talented players from other countries but also has a comprehensive grasp of the details of players participating in the world competition. Ling Qingyan, a 7th-tier peak-level dual water and ice element sorcerer, is even more formidable due to the mutation of her water and ice attributes, which can
greatly counteract flames and high-temperature effects.
The Island Nation team considered her the most threatening opponent to Bayejo in Hua Nation's lineup. The head coach of the Island Nation team, upon seeing the opponent, shook his head with a bitter smile, as the advantage information he had used to comfort himself began to collapse.
Have their tactical intentions been seen through by the Hua Nation team? Can Bayejo win against Ling Qingyan?
On the field, both sides took their positions, and the avatars of the two players began to rapidly alternate on the screen.
Finally, it froze on Ling Qingyan's indifferent face.
This meant that the map selection for the first match was in Ling Qingyan's hands. The atmosphere among the Island Nation team grew even heavier, enveloped in silence. When Bayejo saw the map selection fall into the opponent's hands, her expression changed drastically. Among the Hua Nation team, the person she least wanted to face was Ling Qingyan. Now, not only had she encountered her, but the opponent also controlled the map selection, which was by no means good news for her. At this moment, she dropped the reincarnation of Amaterasu dignity she had been deliberately maintaining and directly provoked Ling Qingyan. I know you're strong, but
do you dare to have a fair fight? What's the point of relying on a map advantage?
If you have the guts, face me head-on, and I'll show you what true despair really is. Although she was showing weakness, her words still carried a trace of arrogance.
Ling Qingyan detected the provocation and sneered, "This move is too low level."
After speaking, she looked up at the screen and said, "Battle map, I choose Polar Night Ice Sea." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space changed abruptly. The audience seats and rest area vanished instantly, replaced by a massive ice island floating on the sea, and the air turned freezing cold. The once dazzling sun disappeared, replaced by a brilliant starry sky and aurora. Bayejo stared in shock at the transformation before her, while Ling Qingyan said indifferently, "All right, now it's your turn to experience despair." Feeling the sudden change in the arena and the biting cold, Bayejo's expression darkened.
In such an environment, the power of her flames was significantly weakened.
The fire elements in the air were sparse, making it difficult for her to resonate with them. What made her even more uncomfortable was the sudden change in celestial phenomena. She could be called the reincarnation of Amaterasu, not only because of the recognition from the Yata no Kagami of the shrine but, most importantly, due to the mutated solar fire. This flame not only purifies and never extinguishes but also resonates with the sun, granting her powers beyond ordinary people. The stronger the sun, the more powerful she becomes.
But now, the sun, which originally brought her immense amplification, has completely disappeared.
Under Ling Qingyan's control, the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a polar night state where the sun had almost vanished. Although she could still sense the power of the sun and gain a slight enhancement from it, this enhancement was extremely weak and provided limited improvement to her strength.
Bayejo couldn't help but complain, "Where's my sun? Where did such a big sun go?"
Seeing Bayejo's unpleasant expression, Ling Qingyan understood that this so-called reincarnation of the sun goddess relied on the sun far more heavily than everyone had imagined.
However, titles are truly a double-edged sword. On one hand, they spread your fame far and wide, on the other hand, they make it easy for others to guess your weaknesses and target you accordingly. However, in this way, Su Yan's title of Child of the Stars has unexpectedly become an advantage. If the opponent truly believes it and chooses a place without stars for the match, that would be interesting. I wonder if any clever person would use this method to limit Su Yan. Thinking this in her heart, Ling Qingyan's actions did not pause at all. Taking advantage of Bayejo still being immersed in the environmental changes, she suddenly unleashed an ice roar, initiating the attack first.
According to the competition rules, once the map is selected and the transformation is complete, the match officially begins, and both sides can use skills to attack each other. Bayejo's position as the top player of the Island Nation team is not only due to her outstanding talent but also her formidable strength and extensive combat experience. Sensing Ling Qingyan's attack, she immediately summoned a golden flame shield, effortlessly blocking the icy roar. Then, the golden flames transformed into various exotic beast forms, carrying a scorching aura as they swiftly charged toward Ling Qingyan.
Ling Qingyan's initial attack failed to take effect, but she wasn't discouraged at all.
She had long anticipated that this move would mean nothing to the top player of the Island Nation team. While unleashing the ice roar, she fully activated the dual ice-water attribute skill ice-water conversion, slicing the area they were in into a piece of floating ice. Then, she raised a massive wave, pushing the floating ice far away from the giant ice island. At the same time, a blue water barrier rose between the floating ice and the giant ice island, preventing any creature other than Ling Qingyan from approaching.
Of course, the price was that Bai Yezhao's counterattack after blocking the ice roar directly struck Ling Qingyan.
Although she promptly activated the water spirit body, reducing most of the damage, the weakened attack still left her slightly injured. In the first round, Bai Yezhao held a slight advantage. However, despite his advantage, Bai Yezhao's expression grew even darker. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyan, who should have been on the receiving end, revealed a rare hint of a smile.
This is my home turf.
Originally furious at being intellectually crushed by the opponent, Bai Yezhao became even more enraged upon seeing Ling Qingyan smile, his anger reaching a boiling point. Various skills rained down on Ling Qingyan like a storm, the crimson brilliance dyeing the entire ice flow red. However, Ling Qingyan had long taken control of the situation. Facing Bai Yezhao's frenzied assault, she calmly manipulated the surrounding icy sea, effortlessly deflecting the attacks with barely any expenditure of spiritual energy. The flames scattered across the ice flow, igniting its surface and causing the already small ice flow to become increasingly unstable. Seeing this, Ling Qingyan decisively abandoned her ice-based skills and switched to water-based techniques. Water arrows, bubbles, and water dragons successively shot toward Bai Yezhao. Although Bai Yezhao easily deflected the attacks, the scattered flames accelerated the melting of the ice flow, making the situation even more precarious. Soon, the ice flow that had originally supported both of them completely disappeared under the combined effects of Bai Yezhao's flames and Ling Qingyan's subtle efforts to melt the ice, leaving not even a single shard behind. Helplessly, Bai Yezhao could only focus her energy and spiritual power to keep herself floating in the air, avoiding falling into the water and turning from the sun goddess into a pitiful drenched chicken. On the other hand, Ling Qingyan, who had no foothold, didn't have such troubles. As soon as her feet touched the seawater, a force lifted her up, allowing her to stand steadily on the water's surface with ease.
The ensuing battle became much simpler.
Ling Qingyan was already evenly matched with Bai Yezhao, and her attributes gave her a restraining advantage. With the timing and terrain all in her favor, the originally evenly matched battle instantly turned one-sided. Whether it was single-target attacks, area skills, or multi-point control, Bai Yezhao tried all kinds of moves, but Ling Qingyan could easily counter them and retaliate with similar skills. Soon, the once imposing Bai Yezhao was covered in wounds. In contrast, Ling Qingyan, apart from being attacked at the start, remained completely unharmed. In this battle, whether it was luck, information control, mindset, tactics, or strength, Ling Qingyan completely overwhelmed Bai Yezhao. Bai Yezhao, who had been flattered by people back home to the point of arrogance, truly believed herself to be the reincarnation of the sun goddess and looked down on everyone except the top-tier elder experts.
But now she was completely crushed by the opponent.
Although she was still unwilling in her heart, the pain and reason forced her to wake up and start seriously examining her situation. She was now severely injured, struggling to even exert half of her full strength. On the other hand, the Huagua contestant opposite her, though their spiritual energy was somewhat depleted, only had minor injuries.
In this situation, does she still have a chance to turn the tables? The answer is yes.
The secret technique she inherited from the shrine, along with the artifact Yada Mirror, had never been used in front of others. By leveraging the power of the artifact and seizing a moment when the opponent was unprepared, she could still achieve a stunning result.
But, is it worth it?
Although the opponent might not know the exact power of the Yada Mirror, they surely knew she possessed this artifact.
If the opponent was already prepared, it could backfire.
If she revealed her final trump card and still lost, her prestige within the team and even her country would suffer a severe blow. After all, as the reincarnation of a top deity from her island nation, going all out and even using an artifact, only to be defeated by a mere mortal, was something they could never accept. People wouldn't doubt the power of the deity, they would question the authenticity of her reincarnation, which would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Moreover, their team's current lineup is no match for the Hua Nation team. To recklessly reveal their trump card for points that are not guaranteed, they would only attract the attention of other strong teams later. In the first division, there are still strong teams like K Nation and India Nation. It would be better to save the trump card to deal with them and strive for better results. Thinking of this, Bai Yezhao sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Let this victory go to this painstakingly prepared mortal from Hua Nation. Back then, she chose to confront head-on only because luck was on her side and Bai Yezhao's attitude had angered her, which led Ling Qingyan to decide to use the extreme night ice sea tactic.
With this thought, Bai Yezhou unleashed spiritual power to block Ling Qingyan's attack and coldly said, "Mortal, your name is Ling Qingyan, right? I'll remember you. This should be an honor for you, you defeated a god. Although you used dirty tricks and I didn't exert my full strength, I acknowledge your victory. Our battle won't end here. I will return to seek revenge." As soon as the words fell, Bai Yezhou looked up at the incoming attack once again, his gaze firm, his speech quickening, ready to face the battle. "Judge, I admit defeat," Bai Yezhou said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an air barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking all of Ling Qingyan's attacks. Immediately afterward, the surroundings reverted to the original arena, and the audience's cheers and boos erupted simultaneously. The cheers were for Ling Qingyan, who cleanly and decisively won the match with her intelligence and strength, leaving no chance for her opponent to turn the tables. The boos were divided into two parts, one expressing dissatisfaction with Bai Yezhou's voluntary surrender, and the other condemning Ling Qingyan for playing tricks. The visuals and sounds of the battle were broadcast live on the big screen, allowing the audience on site and fans online to see everything clearly, including the dialogue between the two. Fans from the island nation were naturally displeased, shouting that the match was unfair and demanding a rematch. Bai Yezhou's final harsh words, though he might not truly believe them, were delivered with feigned conviction as he loudly declared, "If I had used my full strength, the outcome would still be uncertain." This kind of stubborn and unyielding attitude made the audience in Hua country very displeased, thinking how the girls from the island nation could be so obstinate. On Hua country's side, there was unanimous praise for Ling Qingyan, calling her powerful and quick-witted. In short, everyone's opinion was that luck and intelligence are also part of one's strength. If you're not convinced, then let your Shirano grow a bit more brainpower. After the battle ended, Ling Qingyan's face still showed little expression, but her steps were noticeably lighter when she returned to the lounge. She thoroughly enjoyed this match, taking the initiative to attack throughout, leaving her opponent almost no chance to counter. Such high-quality punching bags are rare to come by. There were two things that annoyed her. One was that the mirror artifact she had painstakingly prepared ended up not being used. The other was Shirano's self-consoling speech when leaving the stage. Clearly, she had admitted defeat because she couldn't win, yet she acted as if her opponent had granted her the victory, even making it seem like an honor. What an honor! Can't take a loss but still want to disgust others? Fine, Shirano, I'll remember you. You better pray that you can avoid our Huagua team in the next round, or the next time we meet. I'll make sure you understand that even when you give it your all, you're nothing more than a paper tiger. Thinking this, Ling Qingyan's steps suddenly grew heavy, leaving her previously excited teammates completely baffled. Wasn't she just overjoyed a moment ago? Why the sudden change of face as soon as she stepped off the stage? Could it be that everything earlier was just for show? Ling Qingyan's icy demeanor, her acting skills are quite something. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Japanese team's lounge was equally tense. Shirano's face was dark, and some teammates even questioned why he didn't use the divine weapon to teach that woman from the Huagua team a lesson. However, relying on his authority within the team, Shirano easily dismissed these doubts with a simple, "Preserve our strength and use it in the later matches." The Japanese team's coach looked extremely displeased. Shirano being completely overpowered and easily defeated by the opponent left him utterly disappointed. Although Shirano Tera did not use the legendary divine artifact Yata no Kagami, he was well aware of the style of the Hua Nation team. When facing an archenemy, the Hua Nation team would never give any chances. They always go all out, showing no mercy. When Ling Qingyan decisively chose the Polar Night Ice Sea as the venue, it was clear they were aiming for a clean and decisive victory, leaving no survivors. As long as the rules allowed, they would not hesitate to secure the win. For him, using whatever was available was all that mattered, completely disregarding post-match public opinion. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the Hua Nation team had seen through his intentions, guessed that he would send Shirano Tera first to score early, and decisively sent Ling Qingyan, who countered Shirano Teru, to neutralize him. In the next two matches, would the Hua Nation team continue to target his tactics? Could he secure those 2 points smoothly? These thoughts almost made him want to change players. But the roster had already been submitted, and without special circumstances, it couldn't be altered. He could only endure the anguish and silently pray in the lounge that his suspicions were wrong. But often, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to develop in the worst direction. In the second match, the Island Nation team sent out a peak 7th tier dark type Onmyoji. Onmyoji are a variant of summoners skilled in various Inyang techniques and capable of summoning monsters to assist in battle. Inside the Hua Nation team's lounge. Such good luck, Coach Chiu actually guessed right in a 2 out of 1 chance.
The team members saw the opponent's lineup and couldn't help but laugh, teasing Qiu Feng. Apart from Bai Yezhou as the starter, whom they were confident about, the order of the other two players was actually not so certain. They simply sent out two players whose attributes countered the opponent and whose strength was also strong enough. Today, Lady Luck was clearly on the Hua Nation team's side. Ling Qingyan won the map selection rights, then accurately predicted and perfectly guessed the opponent's lineup order, making the best choice. In the second round, the Hua Nation team sent out Feng Qi, a peak 7th tier Thunder-type martial artist skilled in blade techniques. Not only does he counter dark types, but he also has a talent that is perfect for dealing with summoning types. Slaughterheart. For every enemy of equal strength killed, attack power increases by 10%. Lifesteal effect increases by 5%, with a maximum lifesteal of 20%. The attack power bonus stacks infinitely but disappears after leaving combat. This talent is also effective against summoned creatures. One-on-one, this talent isn't very useful. After all, the opponent is taken down before they can even react, leaving no chance to stack it. Therefore, Feng Qi's individual ranking isn't high, but in team matches, he has countless kills and exudes a menacing aura. In large-scale battles or when encountering summoners, this talent's power is astonishing. Those summoned creatures allow him to easily stack layers, and with lifesteal, his sustainability is also extremely strong. In this battle, the Onmyoji from the Island Nation team is a summoner of the overwhelming numbers type, summoning countless monsters. Of course, he could also choose not to summon and rely purely on physical combat. But what else can an Onmyoji do without summoning skills? Physical combat? Clearly, this one hasn't specialized in physical combat. Although the Island Nation team gained the battlefield selection advantage due to the loser's map choice, they picked the most suitable night parade of 100 demons for him. Feng Qi comes from a military background and is nicknamed Little God of Death. The Island Nation team naturally has information on him and is well aware of his talents. Therefore, the Onmyoji didn't rush to summon a bunch of monsters to attack at the start but instead tried to use Onmyo magic to directly attack Feng Qi. However, his main combat strength lies in his summons. Although Onmyo magic has power, it is far from enough when facing Feng Qi. Feng Qi withstood the opponent's attack, sprinted a few steps directly to the opponent, and slashed straight at the opponent's neck with a thunder strike. As someone with a military background, Feng Qi's combat style is different from others. He focuses on defeating the enemy as quickly and efficiently as possible. During combat, he rarely makes unnecessary moves. Identify the target, find the flaw, strike, and kill. These 4 steps are his combat principles. It sounds simple, but the effect is excellent, leaving opponents completely unable to keep up with his rhythm. This time, his 4-step approach worked once again. A flash of lightning streaked by, and the Onmyoji from the Island Nation was slashed diagonally from the neck to the chest by his blade. His body was almost split in two, with only a thin strip of flesh barely holding it together. If the opponent hadn't instinctively dodged, he would have been decapitated, ending the match in an instant. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, the Onmyoji was gravely injured, a sight too tragic to behold. If not for the secret sacrificial techniques of a few contracted yokai, he would have collapsed from excessive blood loss. He forcibly used the power of the yokai to stitch his body back together. Without hesitation, he began summoning more yokai. He had no choice but to summon them. In his current state, taking another direct hit would be the end of him. Numerous talismans flew out from his wide sleeves, transforming into various bizarrely shaped yokai that charged toward Feng Qi. This Onmyoji was a variant of the summoning type. The yokai he summoned were weaker than those of ordinary summoners, but they were more numerous and faster. This was also why he hadn't rushed to summon them at the start. He had the confidence to believe he could hold his ground. Feng Qi looked at these ugly monsters attacking, completely fearless. He had seen such creatures many times in the army. He gathered the power of lightning, raised his blade, and swiftly dodged attacks, quickly running behind the monsters. At the same time, his blade light sliced these monsters into two, turning them into talismans amidst the lightning, eventually disintegrating into ashes and disappearing. After completing the action, Feng Qi's entire body emitted a red glow, surrounded by a mist of blood, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, forged through countless bloody battles. Not only his opponents and their monsters, but even the spectators outside the battlefield were intimidated by this killing intent, feeling as if they might be slaughtered in the next second. Even his teammates, who had faced endless beast tides during training, had seen this side of Feng Qi. But every time they saw him enter this state, they couldn't help but feel tense. The Island Nation competitors, after sensing Feng Qi's killing intent, had their already shattered minds completely collapse. The last line of reason broke, and he descended into madness, throwing all kinds of talismans, spells, and treasures at Feng Qi without restraint, as if this could conceal the opponent's ferocity. Faced with the reappearance of monsters and the overwhelming attacks, others might have chosen to fight head-on. But Feng Qi seized this heaven-sent opportunity, stacking his killing state, intending to fight a thrilling battle and prove himself in front of a global audience. However, at this moment, he noticed that his opponent had already lost composure, and their attacks had become completely chaotic. Coming from a military background, he never wasted effort and excelled at completing tasks with the utmost speed. He effortlessly cut down a few nearby monsters, quickly found an opening in the opponent's attacks, and instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, charging forward. With a flash of lightning, before the monsters could react, Feng Qi had already appeared behind the island nation's contestant, expressionlessly wiping the blood off his blade. The island nation's contestant, who had gone mad and was frantically throwing things due to a mental breakdown, was now reduced to a headless corpse, standing there blankly. His head rolled off his neck, charred black by the flames produced by the lightning, even emitting a strange fragrance. The pair of wide-open, furious eyes were filled with fear and madness. But the once dignified gaze, enhanced by his strength, now held only lifelessness. Without a doubt, Feng Qi's strike directly killed the player from the island nation team. As for the summoned monsters and the treasures thrown at Feng Qi, with their master's death, the spiritual energy within them instantly dissipated. The monsters reverted to talismans, turning into ashes and vanishing, while the strange treasures lost their spiritual power, fell to the ground, and became indistinguishable from ordinary objects. Then, the atmosphere in the arena changed rapidly. The previously eerie and terrifying scene disappeared, and sunlight once again bathed the entire stage, bringing warmth and brightness. But this sunlight brought no comfort to the audience supporting the island nation team. They only felt a chilling coldness throughout their bodies. The players in the island nation team's resting room felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, especially Shirano Taro, who had always been confident in himself. Can they really withstand the terrifying blade techniques of the Hua Nation team players? Can those treasures and artifacts still be effective before their deaths? Unlike the strategic suppression in Ling Qingyan's first match, Ling Qingyan displayed the beauty of wisdom and tactics, earning both admiration and caution. In contrast, Feng Qi's battle was a display of sheer violence. He used the lives of his enemies to make his opponents feel an instinctive fear. The entire battle took far less time than Ling Qingyan's strategic setup in the first match, and the island nation team had already lost a key player. At this moment, the arena lacked the uproar that followed the end of the previous match. The scene was momentarily dead silent, as spectators supporting both sides were stunned by the bloody spectacle, unable to recover for a long time. Soon, scattered applause began to sound, gradually building into thunderous cheers. The entire arena erupted, and everyone was shouting the name of the victor with fervent eyes. God of slaughter Feng Qi. The god of killing is no longer the little god of killing hiding in someone else's shadow. Now, Feng Qi has proven himself to all the audience with a single battle, telling everyone that he will become one of the strongest contenders for this title. Even the audience who originally supported the island nations team are now frantically shouting Feng Qi's name, with all hostility and resistance towards the Huagua players vanishing without a trace. The players from the island nation, when facing a strong opponent, always understand their position. Even if that strong opponent has just risen by stepping over the corpse of their national team's genius, they will not challenge easily. After the battle ended, Feng Qi stood beside the headless corpse and scattered treasures, his face expressionless. When the referee announced the victory of the Huagua team, Feng Qi coldly walked off the stage, as if the treasures on the ground held no attraction for him, and headed straight into the Huagua team's lounge. As for the corpse on the stage, it was not worth Feng Qi's concern at all. Whether that person was completely dead or resurrected to stand again, it made no difference to him. At most, he would just kill them a few more times, effortlessly. The staff of the island nation team only went on stage to clean up the player's corpse and treasures after multiple reminders from the referee. In the island nation team's lounge, the coach's face was ashen as he stared at the player's corpse, the atmosphere so oppressive that no one dared to speak. Not only had they lost to the Hua Nation team in an extremely humiliating manner, but they had also lost the most promising genius player on their team. Although the genius had performed poorly in previous matches, exposing many weaknesses, he was still one of the strongest combatants on the island nation team. Just considering the family power behind the opponent, the coach could not easily give up on him and let him return to the opposing camp. Therefore, reviving him to rejoin the competition was a necessity, no matter the cost. Thinking of this, the coach felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Although the revival resources were provided by the Ministry of Finance and did not come out of his own pocket, those resources had already been allocated to him. Using one portion meant one less in his hands, which made it hard for him to accept. Not to mention returning anything to the Ministry of Finance this time, almost all the resources were used to revive the player. The Island Nation team did not bring a 9th-tier healer this time and could only rely on healers from other teams to help with resurrection. They did not dare to send their own 9th-tier healer, fearing they might automatically join Country A's nationality or commit suicide due to severe injuries. Therefore, they had to seek help from Country A's 9th-tier healer, leaving the decision on the materials needed for resurrection to the other party. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Hua Nation team's lounge was lively. As soon as Feng Qi entered the room, he was surrounded by his teammates, treated like a hero. Compared to Ling Qingyan's earlier victory by making the opponent surrender, Feng Qi's clean and decisive defeat of his opponent this time left no chance for a counterattack. Throughout the match, he swung his blade a few times, barely consuming any spiritual energy and remaining unscathed, yet he was brought before Su Yan for recovery. Su Yan's eyes were filled with admiration as he skillfully performed the recovery spell for him. Feng Qi's originally cold expression softened upon seeing Su Yan. He voluntarily withdrew his killing intent and quietly sat down to receive treatment. He had known Su Yan longer than most of the people present. However, at that time, Su Yan hadn't noticed him. Feng Qi was born in a military district compound and attended a military academy. Many of his relatives and comrades were in the Zhengcheng secret realm. The Beast Tide report before the national competition had spread across major military districts, and with his status, he was privy to some of the details. From the information he had gathered, this Beast Tide was exceptionally fierce. Without a powerful healer like Su Yan, the number of casualties would have been unimaginable. After that incident, a new name appeared on the lists of major military districts: Su Yan. With his own strength, Su Yan defeated countless elites. In the future, he would defeat even more. As long as he didn't cause any major trouble, such as defecting or committing extremely heinous acts, he would remain a VIP of the military, someone they would protect at all costs, even with their lives. Therefore, when facing Su Yan, military personnel instinctively treated him with the utmost gentleness. Although this change in attitude was subtle and almost imperceptible to ordinary people. Meanwhile, as Su Yan finished treating the uninjured Feng Qi, the third battle was about to begin. The Island Nation team contacted a 9th-tier healer from Country A. The other party set high conditions, which the Island Nation team reluctantly agreed to. After the match, they would take the severely injured player for revival. Speaking of the third battle, after seeing the players from the Hua Nation team in the first two matches, the Island Nation team's coach had already lost confidence. The player going on this time was the weakest among the three peak 7th-tier players in the team. Even the late 7th-tier players in the team could threaten him, let alone the opponents from the Hua Nation team. The Island Nation team's coach's only hope was that this player wouldn't die too quickly. If more players died, the resources they brought wouldn't be enough. He might even have to pay out of his own pocket. This coach, who came to gain some benefits, might end up losing everything. As the player went on stage, the coach repeatedly reminded him not to push too hard and to surrender if he couldn't win. Losing to the Hua Nation team was no big deal, preserving his life was the key. Keeping his strength for the later matches would help the Island Nation team secure more resources. With a mix of regret and relief, the Island Nation team player stepped onto the stage. At the start of the match, he was easily overpowered by his opponent. Feeling the threat of death, he chose to surrender. Although severely injured, he survived. The duration of the match was roughly the same as Ling Qingyan's, but it was not exciting at all. Throughout the process, the Island Nation's contestant was completely crushed by the opponent, making the scene very unpleasant, from the perspective of the Island Nation's audience. After the match ended, the venue was filled with boos, and some spectators even shouted refund on the spot. The contestant was gravely injured, barely clinging to life, and couldn't even walk off the stage on his own. He had to rely on staff to support him, leaving step by step. The coach of the Island Nation's team, while relieved that he didn't die, was still uneasy. The Hua Nation team's contestant originally intended to finish off his opponent. This could be seen from his outburst when the opponent was weakened. Although his life was ultimately saved by a treasure, his injuries were severe, making recovery impossible in the short term. The upcoming matches are scheduled tightly, leaving no time for recovery. This is yet another person who requires a significant amount of resources. Although reviving is less costly than dying, the expenses are still substantial. This caused the Island Nation team's coach to lose another portion of income from this World Championship. After 3 matches, the Island Nation team's confidence in taking points from the Hua Nation team has completely dissipated. They also have little hope for the upcoming ring matches in team competitions. It's not that they fear their opponents, but the facts are clear. Just by looking at the state of both lineups, it's evident. Among the three strongest members of the Island Nation team, Shiroya Taro is lightly injured and awaiting recovery. One has already perished, and the other, though still alive, has completely lost combat ability, making no difference from being dead. The remaining contestants did not even reach the peak of the 7th tier, their strength was far from sufficient. Some 6th tier contestants were even there just to make up the numbers. After all, not every team had the deep foundation of the 5 great teams, where the minimum strength of each member started at the 7th tier.
And what about the Hwagwa team?
Among the members who hadn't even taken the stage yet, there were already 4 peak 7th tier experts. Not to mention there was also a healer. After the first 2 matches, the injured contestants had almost fully recovered with the healer's help and were ready to continue fighting at any time. 6 fully energized peak 7th tier members, plus a healer, against such a lineup, unless the Hwagwa team collectively lost their minds, it was hard to imagine them losing. However, the Hwagwa team had a characteristic: they could make mistakes against any opponent.
But there was one
exception: when facing the Island Nation team and a few other strong teams, they would never let their guard down. The next 2 matches indeed proved this point. The Hwagwa team easily secured victories. Across 3 consecutive arena matches and the team match, they didn't lose a single member, sending all their opponents home.
Perhaps due to the first match, the spirit of the primordial secret realm didn't cause any trouble this time. In the
subsequent arena and team matches, the Hwagwa team didn't encounter the special rules that Xiofeng had mentioned earlier. The competition still consists of their most familiar traditional 3v3 arena battles and 5v5 team matches, with the only addition being a self-selected map. After repeated consideration, the coach of the Island Nation team ultimately decided to forego having Shirano, the only combat-capable member among their 3 peak 7th tier players, participate. After all, judging by the Hwagwa team's performance in the previous 3 1v1 matches, if Shirano were to take the stage, he would likely be targeted and taken down at the start, becoming the next unlucky victim. The Island Nation team's coach was well aware that Shirano's participation could result in him being severely injured or even killed on the spot. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they decided to send the remaining players to compete in the upcoming arena and team matches. The Hwagwa team was indeed a bit disappointed to see that Shirano did not participate. Just like the Island Nation team's coach, the Hwagwa team had originally planned to crush their opponent directly, but the other side did not send out their strongest card. Although disappointed, the Hwagwa team's players' enthusiasm for battle remained undiminished. Bai did not appear, leaving 8 contestants. Although their strength and status could not compare to the previous 3, defeating a few more would still be a heavy blow to the Island Nation team. In the next 2 matches, the Hwa Nation team showed no mercy, forcing the Island Nation's contestants to flee in all directions. The 2 matches were very short, with the most time spent on the Hwa Nation team chasing down opponents who used the terrain to escape. However, it was unclear what the Island Nation's coach had told them, as in the following matches, the Island Nation's contestants suddenly became more vigilant. Whenever they sensed a life-threatening situation, they would loudly shout their surrender, asking the spirit of the secret realm to intervene and protect them. Their surrender actions were smooth and practiced, with precise timing, leading the Hwa Nation team members to even suspect that contestants from F Nation in the neighboring division had come over to act as their opponents. Faced with such blatant surrender requests, the spirit of the original secret realm could not simply stand by. Whenever they shouted their surrender, the spirit of the secret realm would use its mysterious powers to teleport them out of the battlefield. However, whether it was a side effect of rapid teleportation or some other reason, the players who were teleported out inexplicably ended up with a bunch of injuries. The injuries weren't severe and were almost negligible compared to their original wounds, but these marks were particularly hard to heal and caused unbearable pain. Although the Hwagwa team players gave their opponents a thorough beating in the end, most of those opponents left the field crying and wailing in agony, covered in bruises. However, because the opponents surrendered so quickly as if possessed, the Hwagwa team not only secured 7 points with 0 losses in these 2 battles but also ended up with 0 kills. In the first round of the World Championship, the Hwagwa team achieved a flawless victory over the Island Nation team with a score of 11-0, successfully securing a strong start and setting the record for the fastest win in this year's championship.
The match ended cleanly and decisively. Apart from Su Yen, everyone else was very satisfied.
Even the players who didn't get to participate felt much better seeing the miserable state of their opponents.
Su Yen was unhappy because he felt rejected.
That's right, as the only designated healer of the Hwagwa team, Su Yan and Xian Ming could easily protect their teammates well. But when he applied to join the match, his teammates turned him down. They said the opponents were too weak, and there was no need for healing support. Bringing Su Yan was less effective than adding another strong damage dealer, which would be more efficient. Although Xian Ming is strong, his defensive counterattack style is not very efficient. Moreover, in this competition, apart from summoners and beast tamers, other professions are not allowed to bring pets. Therefore, although Su Yan is powerful and can greatly enhance the team in such one-sided battles, his role is not as significant as that of ordinary combat professions. The statement "no need for healing" dealt a heavy blow to Su Yan. He had a premonition that similar situations would arise in the upcoming matches, and it wouldn't be a rare occurrence. After all, the Hua Nation team is incredibly strong. Among the 197 teams, at least 180 of them are considered easy opponents in their eyes. Preliminary competition arena, at the Hua Nation commentary booth.
Hua Xian excitedly spoke into the camera. Congratulations to the Hua Nation team players for winning the match.
With a score of 10-0. This is not only their first victory but also the first win of this World Championship. The match ended, and the head coaches of both teams led their players onto the stage. 2 players from the Island Nation team were unable to go on stage due to injuries, leaving the remaining 28 players to return to the arena. Let's applaud their outstanding performance. After the match ended, both teams returned to their respective locker rooms. Next, we moved to the interview area to see the interview with the Hua Nation team. Typically, after such large-scale matches, 1 to 2 players from both the winning and losing sides remain to be interviewed and answer questions related to the battle. However, the Island Nation team is currently in a special situation. Out of the 15-member team, there is 1 death and 9 injuries. The main player, Shirano Akira, refused to be interviewed, and the coach was unable to compel him. Helplessly, the coach sent out 4 players who did not participate in the match to be interviewed, while he took the injured players back to the athlete village for treatment. Without the deterrence of the head coach, the 4 players appeared awkward and helpless when faced with the reporters' challenging questions. On the Hua Nation team's side, they sent out the recognized MVP of this match, Feng Qi, and Ling Qingyan, who performed outstandingly in the first match, for the interview. Other team members felt the opponents were too weak, lacked highlights, and didn't want to steal the spotlight, fearing they would be seen as mere foils. In the interview area, journalists from various countries were already prepared. On stage, a man and a woman stood, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The journalists were momentarily unsure how to proceed with the interview. This wasn't because the two looked ordinary or lacked topics. The male contestant was resolute and stern, while the female contestant was coldly elegant and noble. Among this group of handsome and beautiful awakened individuals, they were undoubtedly top tier. As for discussion points, whether it was Ling Qingyan choosing the extreme frozen sea in the first match or Feng Qi's decisive elimination of his opponent, both were enough to spark a lot of debate. The journalists, full of questions, began to speak to them. "Miss Ling, why did you choose the extreme frozen sea in the first match? Was it because you felt you couldn't face Bai Yezhou head-on and needed to use some special tactics? Mr. Feng Qi, you directly eliminated your opponent. Don't you think that was too cruel? Doesn't this undermine the spirit of sportsmanship in the competition? Have you considered apologizing to your opponent?" 2 contestants, the healer child of the stars from your team didn't participate in this match. Is it because they lack skill or are they being excluded by the team? These reporters from various countries had ulterior motives, turning a clean and decisive match into something full of conspiracies, implying the victory was dishonorable. Reporters accustomed to smearing Huagua had already set their traps, just waiting for the Huagua contestants to speak and fall into them, so they could use the opportunity to tarnish Huagua's reputation. They even hoped the two would get provoked and physically confront them on the spot. That way, they could sensationalize the news further, with headlines like "Huagua contestants lose temper, attack reporters," thereby amplifying the impact. But they forgot, to make the contestants fall into a trap, they first need to get them to speak. And these two, one a silent and reserved individual who had walked off the battlefield, long accustomed to all kinds of taunts, the other, an ice element contestant with an inherently cold demeanor, rarely showing emotional fluctuations, didn't want to choose. No. The opponents were too weak, unnecessary. Faced with various tricky questions from the reporters, the two responded with the simplest and most sincere answers. They didn't show any anger at all, instead, they appeared very calm. Each response was only a few words long, and after answering, they said no more, as if to imply, "This is my answer, how you interpret it is up to you." Then they quietly waited for the next question. The reporters on site were almost on the verge of collapse. Except for the reporters from Hua Nation and friendly countries who watched quietly, everyone else felt a headache coming on. If you say they were uncooperative, they were sitting there quietly without showing a trace of impatience or anger. No matter how tricky the questions were, they answered them directly and concisely. But if you say they were cooperative, it didn't seem that way either. Who has ever seen interview responses where each sentence adds up to less than 10 words? They didn't elaborate, leaving it to the reporters to imagine for themselves. Wasn't this giving them free rein to distort the narrative? They weren't afraid at all. After all, behind the two stood Hua Nation and those bigwigs the reporters couldn't afford to provoke. Usually, those reporters dig traps, find loopholes, and make wild associations to smear others because their skills aren't up to par. The bigwigs of Hua Nation might be displeased, but they wouldn't be easily angered. What do they think of these reports? If they dare to target the geniuses of Hua Nation and smear them without any evidence, the consequences will be severe. If they reported today, the head of their headquarters might be visited by someone sent over tomorrow. This is not just idle talk. Losing their job would be a minor issue. The real question is whether they can endure the visit from Hua Nation's furious superiors. In their country, incidents of being stabbed multiple times and then committing suicide are not uncommon. These reporters provoke verbally but dare not take more extreme actions. Witnessing such a scene, they can only retreat silently, leaving the opportunity to the reporters behind them. Next, something even more uncomfortable for them happened. Faced with questions from reporters from Hua Nation and pro-Hua countries, the two people at the interview table still maintained cold expressions, but at least they were no longer completely silent as before, with translators ready to explain at any moment. At the commentary table, seeing the obvious double standards displayed by the two Hua Nation players and the awkward expressions of the reporters, Hua Xian finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ignoring his role as an official commentator, he laughed heartily, resulting in his pay for the day being forfeited again. However, as a high-level awakener, he didn't care about the money at all. For him, commentary was just a hobby. The Hua Nation audience watching the livestream already found the interview quite amusing. Hearing Hua Xian's words, they laughed even harder, filling the entire livestream chat with comments. After the interview, Ling Qingyan and Feng Qi, under the watchful eyes of reporters with various complex expressions, returned to the Huagua team's lounge and then went back to the athletes' village with the main group. Perhaps because the dramatic and highly discussed nature of the Huagua team's first match was too strong, the subsequent matches seemed much more subdued. The Huagua team was drawn against weaker small national teams, and without even fielding their main players, they easily won the matches 11-0, firmly securing the top spot on the first division leaderboard. Since there was no grudge against these small nations, the Huagua team did not go all out against them as they did with the Island Nation team. When the opponents started to falter, they even gave them a chance to surrender and avoided deliberately causing serious injuries during the battles. This both surprised and relieved the small national teams, while making the Island Nation team feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the outside world came to understand one fact. As long as they are not dealing with opponents they hold grudges against, the Huagua team is actually quite gracious. This brought relief to the small nations that had been fearful of the Huagua team after the Island Nation team's crushing defeat in the first match, especially since they lacked the expensive revival resources that the Island Nation team had. The Island Nations team had extremely bad luck in the draw this time. Perhaps they got themselves into some trouble. After being beaten half to death by the Hua Nation team with a crushing score of 11-0, they still have to face the powerful teams of India and South Korea next, making the difficulty of the matches akin to hell mode. Following the spiritual energy revival, India inherited ancient heritage, significantly boosting its national strength and becoming one of the 5 major powers. The Island Nations team had just been severely defeated by the Hua Nation team, and the next day they had to face the Indian team, whose strength was equal to or even surpassed theirs, so their performance was naturally poor. In 3 one-on-one matches, the Island Nations team only managed to win one match through Shiroi Teru, and even that was a narrow victory. In the team match, they were completely swept by the opponent with a score of 5-0, as the Indian team effortlessly defeated them without any losses. If the Indian team hadn't first achieved a 2-player knockout, and if Shiroi Teru hadn't had a sudden burst of performance by using the Yada mirror for the first time to outsmart the opponent and successfully take down 3 players to earn 3 points, the situation would have been even worse. The Island Nations team is likely to suffer another major defeat, with the score possibly being 10-1. Even so, the Island Nations team won their first match 11-0 but lost the second match 7-4, earning a total of 4 points and ranking in the lower tier of the first division. This result is hard for the Islanders, who have always considered themselves strong, to accept. What's worse is that in this match, Bayejao's long-hidden Yada mirror was discovered by teams from various countries, and everyone began to guard against it. It is worth mentioning that after losing the second match 7-4, the Island Nation team immediately faced their next opponent, the K-Nation team. In the first two matches, they went up against weaker teams, successfully scoring 22 points and tying for the top spot with several undefeated nations, their morale soaring. Before the match began, the players of the K-Nation team acted extremely arrogant, as if victory was already in their grasp. The Island Nation team members harbored significant resentment toward the K-Nation team. Fueled by anger and in peak condition, they retaliated with a crushing 11 o'clock victory. This victory showed everyone that the Island Nation team was not weak, but that their previous opponents were too strong, especially in the first match where they were defeated 11 o'clock by the Hua Nation team. After this period of matches, everyone has gained a clearer understanding of the strength of the teams from various countries. The five major powerhouses firmly occupy the first tier. They have almost effortlessly achieved complete victories, overwhelming other teams without revealing their full strength. Most notably, Su Yin from the Hua Nation team and the healers from the other four strong teams have barely appeared in this preliminary round, maintaining an air of mystery. Next are countries with ancient traditions like the Indian team and the Egyptian team, whose strength closely follows the top five teams. Further down are teams like the Island Nation team and the K-Nation team, which are fairly strong but have been weakened for various reasons. Finally, there are those countries with very weak strength, participating in the world competition merely to make up the numbers and let everyone know these countries exist on Blue Star. On this day, the Hua Nation team had just easily defeated a small country 11 o'clock, and everyone was looking at the matchup information on the big screen, showing rare interest. Because the next opponent for the Hua Nation team was the Indian team. The previous opponents were either relatively weak or just weak teams making up the numbers. The Hua Nation team could casually send out any player other than Su Yen to single-handedly win a 1-versus-15 massacre. This left the team members with little interest. Of course, if it were truly Su Yen taking action, no matter who the opponent was, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to activate the Shen Ming skill before being completely uprooted by Su Yen and his team. Initially, some team members were worried that having too many strong players would reduce their chances to play, but after these few days of matches, they actually started to feel a bit bored. Battling against strong opponents was exhilarating, but facing these players from smaller countries, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of a true expert. Half-heartedly and relying on instinctive operations, they could easily win. Aside from the thrill of crushing weaker opponents, it felt meaningless. Crushing weaker opponents might be fun once or twice, but doing it repeatedly became dull. Some even worried that their skills might regress. During this period, internal matches in the players' village became more intense. Except for Su Yen, the entire team began training desperately to avoid being affected by the crushing weaker opponents syndrome. Even Su Yen hadn't expected that during the World Championship, he could also moonlight as a recovery therapist, helping injured teammates regain their strength. A match is a match, and daily life is daily life. During battles, Su Yen's healing was free, but this kind of the damage caused by internal team members fighting each other will absolutely not be reimbursed by the national team. Not only that, when competing against players from those small countries, they have to be especially careful not to accidentally kill their opponents. Those small countries, unlike them, don't have medical personnel traveling with the team, nor are they as wealthy as island nations, capable of spending a fortune to revive deceased team members. Once those players die, they're gone forever. Even if they only seriously injure a player, the opposing coach would show a grief-stricken expression as if they had lost a loved one, let alone if someone actually died. There's no deep-seated hatred between the two sides, but being stared at with that kind of look from the other side really makes one feel uncomfortable all over. Although it wouldn't cause them to lose sleep out of guilt, seeing the opposing coach with that kind of expression still makes everyone feel a bit uneasy. Moreover, China has always maintained a good image internationally, and they neither want nor can afford to ruin that image. Later, except for Su Yen, who was banned from competing, most of the other members of the Chinese team didn't want to waste time playing this kind of fake fight game when facing teams from those small countries. So, every time the opponent was confirmed, everyone returned to the athletes' village, and their first reaction was not to analyze the opponent or watch videos, but to draw lots to decide the unlucky one who would compete the next day. This time, in the draw, they got the Indian team, ranked at the top of the strongest division. Finally encountering a real opponent, the previously somewhat laid-back members of the Huagua team immediately became energized. Looking at their equally excited teammates around them, their eyes inevitably carried a competitive edge.
It was rare to meet an opponent that could truly challenge their abilities, and given the already less than friendly relations between the two countries, no one would say much about defeating the other side. In this situation, everyone wanted to compete, and naturally, their teammates shared the same desire. So, at this moment, the biggest opponents were not the players of the Indian team, but the teammates sitting together watching the draw. Thinking of this, the originally harmonious team atmosphere immediately became tense. In the end, it was Cho Fong who, relying on the prestige he had accumulated during training camp, brought everyone back to the athletes' village, preventing the Huagua team from staging an internal civil war in front of the many spectators. Of course, the real competition still has to be played. After all, everyone wants to get on the field, and the fairest way is to rely on strength to let those teammates who dream of playing know you are not qualified. After an intense match, Su Yan's small treasury accumulated quite a few more points. The lineup for tomorrow's match was finally decided, and everyone returned to the meeting room to start studying the detailed profiles of the Indian team players. Compared to the smaller countries surrounding China, India has appeared more like a destined strong nation after the resurgence of spiritual energy. The heritage of ancient India, the legacy of ancient Buddhism, and the ruins of the Indian pantheon led by Brahma have all given them a tremendous advantage in the resurgence of spiritual energy. Although the caste system within the country has resulted in a limited number of strong individuals, the relationship between naturally high caste powerhouses and those who rose through strength is not particularly harmonious. However, gathering 15 players to participate in the World Championship is more than sufficient. Besides Rahul, whom Lin Cheng mentioned earlier, there are also 5 peak 7th-tier powerhouses, whose strength ranks second only to the Chinese team in the first division. Therefore, upon seeing that their opponent was the Indian team, the Chinese team members, though excited and eager to get on the field and give it their all, did not dare to underestimate their opponents during the pre-match analysis. The next day, at the primordial first arena, after the coaches of both sides led their players to exchange greetings, they each returned to their respective lounges. Everyone's expressions were very serious. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Even the members of the Hua Nation team must stay fully focused and give their all when facing players from the Indian team. More importantly, as soon as they entered the field, they received a notification from the spirit of the primordial secret realm. This match against the Indian team would adopt entirely new special rules. This special rule had previously only appeared among weaker teams and was almost never used between strong teams. Initially, the major strong teams specifically looked into the information, but they found that this rule only appeared in matches of very low levels and had little impact, so they relaxed their attention. It was generally believed that this rule was mainly designed to make matches between mediocre teams more interesting. After all, people were already accustomed to matches between strong teams, but when switching to weaker team matchups, the audience's interest noticeably dropped, with more people playing on their phones or going to the restroom. This time, however, the inclusion of the rule not only enhanced the entertainment value of the matches but also made them more engaging. The audience members who had previously been shouting for refunds quieted down, and the revenue of the primeval secret realm was preserved. It was originally thought that this rule had nothing to do with these top-tier teams and was only understood in passing, but unexpectedly, it was directly applied to them this time. On one side was the champion of the first division and a strong contender for the World Championship, on the other side was a top-tier team ranked right behind the Huagua team. Both teams were very strong and did not meet the conditions for the weaker teams that would trigger the special rule. This situation had a huge impact on the entire World Championship. Not only the first division but also teams from other divisions that had not yet competed rushed to watch. Even among the so-called 5 great teams where masters rarely meet, the coaches and players of the other 4 teams gradually arrived at the scene. In the Huagua team's lounge, Cho Fong was discussing the details of the special rule obtained from the secret realm instructions with his teammates. The rules of this competition are completely different from the traditional 1v1 arena battles or 5v5 team matches. The first 3 1v1 matches remain unchanged, still following the traditional confrontation format. However, the changes in the following 2 matches are significant. The second arena battle has surprisingly transformed into a new format where direct combat between the 2 sides is unnecessary. According to the arrangement of the primordial secret realm, this match is a trial tower relay race. As the name suggests, each side sends 3 contestants into the trial tower to fight. When one contestant loses the ability to fight or voluntarily forfeits, the next contestant immediately steps in to continue the battle. The match ends only when all 3 contestants lose the ability to fight or forfeit. Neither side can see the other's situation inside the trial tower.
At the end of the match, the side that reaches the higher level wins and earns the 3 points originally allocated for the arena battle. As for the specific challenges and rules of the trial tower, the spirit of the secret realm did not reveal them. They will only be known once the competition begins. Since the rules of the arena battles have changed, the subsequent team matches naturally cannot be an exception. The original 5v5 team match has been directly doubled this time, turning into a 10v10. Moreover, the conditions for victory in the competition have been completely altered. It is no longer about simply defeating the opponent but has become a battle for territory. The territory battle begins. Each side selects a map as their combat zone. Each side has an initial territory that cannot be occupied, which serves as the respawn point. Within each zone, there are 2 territories that can be contested, and in the buffer zone at the boundary between the 2 zones, there is a neutral territory waiting to be claimed. The special feature of this team match is that players can respawn in the original secret realm after death, but it will come with unknown resurrection penalties. As long as a territory's battle flag is held for a full minute, the territory is considered successfully occupied. The occupier cannot leave the territory but will receive a strengthening effect. The battle flag cannot be handed over and will only drop when the occupier dies. The match lasts for 2 hours, and points are settled based on the number of territories occupied after it ends. Apart from their initial territories, each occupied territory earns 1 point, with a maximum of 5 points. The scoring rules for this match have also changed. Previously, the winner would take all the points, but now, even the losing team has a chance to earn some points. The sudden major change in rules made both teams feel unaccustomed. During the lineup arrangement, both sides hesitated. The news later announced by the spirit of the secret realm made the observing teams look grim. Simply put, it was, "Your matches are too boring, with too much hidden and withheld." The audience is not enjoying it. Some teams even have players who never go on stage, which goes against the original intent of the World Championship. Therefore, in the upcoming matches, and even in the subsequent official games, the rules will continue to undergo significant adjustments. While everyone was deep in thought, the match between the China team and the India team officially began. Both coaches were very cautious, not daring to send players on stage easily. After a long deliberation, they finally confirmed the lineup. The Hua Nation team had it relatively easy, thanks to Su Yan, their powerful healer. As long as the team members weren't killed on the spot, the frontline consumption wouldn't be too significant. After careful consideration, the Hua Nation team decided to hold nothing back and directly field their strongest lineup. Against this opponent, using their trump cards was the most reliable choice. Injuries and consumption were hardly an issue for their team. The India team, however, wasn't as composed. In the first round, they tried to send out the players most likely to secure points, ensuring a stable 3-point win. They also had to consider whether the remaining players could endure the battles in the next 2 rounds. The lineup was repeatedly revised before the final roster was confirmed. This time, the India team greatly benefited from the version rules, with 3 players far surpassing the strength of the previous Island Nations team. The 3 players from the Hua Nation team were overall stronger, but after 3 battles, each of them bore numerous scars and fatigue. This was also the most frequent and powerful use of Su Yan's skills since arriving at the primordial secret realm, apart from in the athlete village. With their steady and reliable style, the Hua Nation team secured the most ordinary yet stable 3 points in this match. However, the 2 subsequent matches with special rules attracted most of everyone's attention. Although the first 3 1v1 battles were intense and exciting, far surpassing those with special rules, they also revealed a lot of information about both sides. Apart from the players from both teams, the other national team members were not focused on this. Those collecting intelligence simply recorded quietly, preparing for post-match analysis. Soon, everyone refocused their attention back on the arena. Next up was the highly anticipated second round of the competition, the Trial Tower Relay Race. As the second round began, the large screen on the stage displayed the supplementary rules for the relay race. Before the match starts, the coaches of both teams will receive information about different trial opponents. The competition will proceed layer by layer, with each side facing the challenges of the Trial Tower. Constructing strategies. Simply put, the rules of the Trial Tower are as follows. The opponents on odd-numbered layers, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th layers, are decided by one coach, while the opponents on even-numbered layers are chosen by the other coach. In the relay race, team members must face the opponents arranged by their coaches and win to advance to the next layer. The coaches had predetermined the opponents for the first 100 levels. If someone managed to break through the 100th level, the subsequent opponents would be randomly selected by the spirit of the
Secret Realm. Of course, there were certain restrictions on the level of opponents for each floor. It was impossible to place a top-tier expert on the first level, as no one would be able to continue. Moreover, after clearing a level, the buffs or debuffs obtained from the previous level would not disappear but would carry over to the next level, affecting subsequent battles. These are the rules. Next, it was time for the coaches from both teams to select trial targets for their own team and the opposing team. The members of the Huagua team stared at the rules displayed on the screen, their gazes involuntarily shifting to Feng Qi, who had just finished a duel. He was being treated by Su Yan, exuding a menacing aura. Complex expressions appeared in everyone's eyes. There was no other way. This tower climbing gameplay, combined with the rules of non-refreshing buffs and coach-selected opponents, seemed tailor-made for Feng Qi. At the beginning, the coach could arrange weaker but more numerous opponents. Once Feng Qi's Heart of Slaughter buff accumulated, his attack power and lifesteal ability would skyrocket. His overall strength would continue to grow as he ascended the tower. If a spiritual power recovery effect could be added, with his talent, the total number of levels cleared by the remaining 5 people combined wouldn't even compare to what he could achieve alone. Although spiritual power consumption needed to be monitored, Feng Qi's advantages were simply too overwhelming. Just after finishing a match, Feng Qi, whose injuries and energy were fully restored by Su Yan, received another task to participate in the second round of the relay race, and he was the first contestant to compete. With 2 rounds remaining, having Feng Qi as the vanguard meant the next 2 participants could simply focus on selecting the stronger players without worrying too much about endurance. After all, by the time they entered the stage, the levels of the trial tower would already be quite high, and the opponents would be even stronger. They only needed to build on the foundation laid by Feng Qi and push up another 2 or 3 levels. Xiao Feng selected the 2 strongest players in the team and finalized the opponent list for each level, then directly reported it to the Spirit of the Secret Realm, waiting for the new round of competition to begin. While waiting, he glanced at Su Yan with some dissatisfaction and regret. Why don't you give us buffs before the match? Don't other teams get their support to stack a bunch of enhancements before going on stage? And yet, in this World Championship, there's actually such an unreasonable rule. As a healer, Xiao Feng stood there grumbling about the unfair rules of this World Championship. Hearing his complaints, the other members of the Hua Nation team initially thought his reasoning was absurd, but now they inexplicably feel a bit of agreement. Compared to Feng Qi, Su Yan is more suited for endurance battle scenarios, provided he is allowed to bring pets or buff his teammates before the match. The 3 of them fully stacked with recovery spells, layered with life-saving and resurrection effects, taking turns in a relay to clear the challenges, could probably directly conquer the Tower of Trials. Shortly after Xiao Feng submitted the roster, the coach of the India team also handed over the selected players and opponent list to the Spirit of the Secret Realm. The Spirit of the Secret Realm made a rare appearance, standing in the center of the first arena, announcing the official start of this round of trials. As soon as the words fell, a towering tower suddenly rose in the center of the arena, emitting a mysterious glow. The eyes of both teams' players focused there, filled with tension and anticipation. 6 contestants walked onto the stage from their respective lounges, following the guidance of the Spirit of the Secret Realm, entered the Tower of Trials, and officially began this round of competition. They had just entered the trial tower when 2 large screens rose on the stage, displaying the real-time performance of the 2 teams inside the tower. The trial tower assigned the 6 contestants to 2 different spaces according to their teams. The spaces were completely empty, devoid of any decorations, providing a clear area for the challengers to engage in battle. After the 2 teams entered the spaces, they were immediately transported to independent viewing platforms above the arena. As the Spirit of the Secret Realm announced the start of the trial, the first contestants on both teams' rosters transformed into beams of light and instantly appeared in the center of the arena. According to the coach's draw results, the Indian team obtained the right to choose opponents on the odd-numbered levels, while the Chinese team held the right for the even-numbered levels. Thus, at the moment the Spirit of the Secret Realm announced the start of the match, a lion with a fiery golden body, engulfed in flames, suddenly appeared in front of the 2 contestants, its fierce gaze fixed on them. This blazing golden lion was a peak 6th-tier exotic beast and the strongest opponent available on the first level. Encountering such a formidable opponent on the first level, weaker teams would likely have already had someone knocked out and replaced, highlighting the difficulty of this round of trials. However, whether it was the Hua team or the Indian team, the contestants faced the lion without any fear, picked up their weapons, and easily blocked the fierce attack. Then they counterattacked, striking continuously. With the first move, they severely injured the blazing golden lion. The lion howled in pain and immediately entered a berserk state. But the opponent's strength was greatly suppressed, and both were wearing top-tier equipment, so this counterattack posed little threat. Soon, under their fierce assault, the two blazing golden lions let out wails and dissipated into light particles. On the first floor of the trial tower, both teams passed with ease, taking almost the same amount of time. Afterward, relying on their formidable strength, they quickly cleared the second floor, the third floor. One layer of enemies after another was effortlessly defeated, and the screen kept updating the cleared floor count. In the Hua team's lounge, Xiao Feng stared at the opponent's information on the screen and noticed that the opponents on the odd-numbered floors were always the fewest in number but the strongest individually. He helplessly touched his chin and said with a wry smile, "It seems the opponent has figured out the strength of our starting player. But, can this really restrict Feng Qi? If it were a distribution method like selecting 50 consecutive levels, such a strategy might be effective, possibly causing Feng Qi to encounter an unbeatable opponent before fully showcasing his talent and get eliminated. However, with the current alternating selection method, the opponent's strategy can at most slow down Feng Qi's momentum, but the final outcome won't change much." As expected, at the beginning, the players from both sides cleared each level at almost the same speed, defeating their opponents nearly simultaneously. However, as the levels increased, the killing intent buff on Feng Qi grew stronger, and his speed in defeating enemies became faster and faster. Meanwhile, the players from the Indian team faced increasingly stronger opponents, and their clearing speed not only failed to improve but actually slowed down. Gradually, on the two large screens in the arena, the gap in the number of cleared levels between the two sides began to widen. And this gap is becoming increasingly evident. The speed of change is accelerating. Although this round of competition can only be watched through screens, the audience's enthusiasm has not diminished at all. Everyone knows the contestants can't hear their shouts, but the cheers still rise and fall, and the contestants' names echo throughout the arena. As time passes, the levels of the trial tower continue to rise, and Feng Qi's buff effects have reached the limit his body can endure. Relying on the powerful buffs, he broke through several levels consecutively, but the killing heart talent no longer enhanced his strength. Meanwhile, his opponents grew stronger as the levels increased, and Feng Qi's speed of clearing levels began to slow down. Gradually, Feng Qi's speed was caught up by his opponents. The contestants from the Indian team behind him had already cleared 2 or 3 levels, while Feng Qi could only struggle to break through 1 level. Inside the trial tower, Feng Qi was knocked to the ground again, covered in wounds, unable to evade his opponent's attacks, and could only watch helplessly as the attack struck him. Subsequently, his body transformed into countless points of light, disappearing from the trial tower and returning to the audience seats. After Feng Qi stepped down, the remaining 2 teammates were transported to the battlefield to take over the fight. Because Feng Qi had advanced the trial tower to a very high level, the opponents they faced were exceptionally powerful. Feng Qi's talent had already reached its limit. In the Huadhui team, apart from Su Yan and Xian Ming, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Even the opponents he couldn't defeat left the remaining 2 contestants with no solutions. The second contestant gave it their all, only managing to slightly weaken the opponent's condition. The final contestant, at the cost of being severely injured, finally defeated the opponent. However, after the victory, he was covered in wounds and stood no chance against the stronger opponent in the next round. He was quickly defeated, turning into points of light and returning to the audience seats. The 3 players of the Hua Nation team returned to the audience seats after exhausting their challenge attempts and were transported out of the trial tower. Just as they left the arena, Su Yan's Starlight Guidance and Healing spell descended from the sky, enveloping the 3 of them and quickly healing their various injuries. Although suffering fatal injuries in the trial tower would result in being transported back to the audience seats, previous injuries would not automatically recover, only be prevented from worsening. Therefore, when the 3 exited the tower, their condition was very poor. When the Hua Nation audience saw the starlight descend and the players' injuries heal, cheers erupted once again. Su Yan's fans even chanted the slogan, "When starlight descends, all difficulties vanish," in the arena, which quickly spread. Even the coach of the India team, who had been closely watching his players' performance and hoping they could clear more stages, was drawn by the thunderous cheers and fell into deep thought. After recovering from their injuries, the 3 players of the Hua Nation team did not immediately return to the rest area but instead looked up at the large screen in the sky to check the latest competition updates. They saw that the India team players were still fighting and learned from the audience's messages that these were the main players of the India team. The 3 members of the Hua Nation team were all kicked out of the Tower of Trials, losing their qualification to fight, while the starting player of the Yin Nation team has yet to leave the field. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely think that the Hua Nation team had already failed,
as the Eam Nation team managed to have one player take on three, achieving an astonishing result. On the screens on both sides, the match was still ongoing. The large numbers displayed above the curtain clearly showed the score between the two sides, 32 to 101, leaving no doubt that the opponent held an absolute advantage. The three members of the Hua Nation team initially thought that the starting player of the Eam Nation team had already left the field, but, to their surprise, he was still holding on. This made them tense for a moment, even silently preparing to apologize when they returned. It wasn't until Feng Qi calmly reminded them, and they saw the score again, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, they smiled, deliberately gave Feng Qi a fierce glare for reminding them, then separated into two groups and headed toward the lounge. Everyone was somewhat suspicious that Feng Qi might have some connection with the guardian spirit of this secret realm, as almost all the exciting moments of this match came from him. In contrast, the other two combined only cleared 0.5 levels, which is simply embarrassing. The starting player of the Indian team began to run out of stamina after the three players from the Chinese team returned to the rest area. Although the opponent's strength was not top-notch, a considerable amount of spiritual power and stamina was consumed. And he did not have Feng Qi's endurance. After enduring over 30 levels, he finally showed signs of fatigue. Just after clearing one level and entering the next, he was directly eliminated by a new opponent. The remaining two players were not weaker than the starter, but as the levels increased, the enemies became stronger. The two ultimately cleared 29 levels and 20 levels respectively, ending this round of the challenge. As soon as the three were teleported out of the trial tower, they collapsed to the ground, their breathing weak, completely unable to stand. The Indian team had no healers and could not treat them immediately. They had no choice but to send staff with emergency medicine, have the three take it, and then carry them back to the rest area. Seeing the three contestants in a miserable state, the coach of the Indian team side instructed them to take potent medication for simple treatment and then let them rest, leaving further treatment to higher-level healers back at the athlete village. Unlike the island team, the Indian team does not have a strong backing and only brought one 9th-level healer to the World Championship, unable to bring someone more powerful. As for why higher-level healers are not allowed to treat on-site, the rules of the World Championship strictly stipulate that non-national team personnel are prohibited from using any skills during the competition to ensure fairness, especially to maintain the balance between teams like the Indian team bringing healers and the island team not daring to bring higher-level healers. Except for the 5 major strong teams. After dealing with the 3 contestants, the coach of the Indian team looked at the remaining team members in the lounge with a worried expression, constantly calculating in his mind. Listening to the cheers of the Chinese team's audience in the arena, he recalled the intelligence gathered before the match, gritted his teeth, and decided to take a gamble, starting to arrange the lineup for the next round. Meanwhile, in the Chinese team's lounge, 3 people returned, and everyone excitedly congratulated Feng Qi. Someone, unable to hold back, took the opportunity to mock the 2 teammates who only managed to pass 0.5 levels. The 2 people being talked to were ready to teach the foul-mouthed guy a lesson, letting him know the consequences of messing with the wrong people. The entire lounge was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. As for the upcoming team match, no one was the least bit nervous, not even the head coach Chiu Feng, who hadn't given much thought to who would be sent to play next. Because their hidden ace player, Su Yan, had been ready since the start of the World Championship and was confirmed to participate in the upcoming match. According to everyone, the opposing team wasn't one of the top 5 powerhouses. Since Su Yan was confirmed to play, why not just randomly pick 9 output specialists to serve as his leg support? With this lineup, they simply couldn't figure out how to lose. Soon, the 3rd round of the match began, which was the previously mentioned territory battle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spirit of the secret realm projected the supplementary rules for this round onto the big screen. First is the resurrection rule. After a player is killed or commits suicide, they will enter a 5-minute ghost state. During this time, they can only stay at their own resurrection point and cannot take any actions. They can only revive after 5 minutes. Next are the buffs brought by flag capture and kills. After capturing a flag, players will receive a 50% boost to all attributes every 30 minutes during the match. This boost can stack. Once the flag changes hands, the buff will be recalculated. As for kills, for every player killed, regardless of ally or enemy, the killer will gain a 10% boost to all attributes from the opponent, and this can stack infinitely. However, once the player dies or the match ends, the buff disappears. Chiu Feng looked at the rules on the screen, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. There was no other way, especially with the last kill buff rule, which left too much room for tactical maneuvers. Various tricky strategies immediately popped into his mind, for example, intentionally finishing off a low-health teammate, sacrificing teammates to gain buffs, then combining it with the flag buff to nurture a giant, invincible tank to forcibly guard the flag.
These ideas flooded in instantly.
Although their team had a healing expert, making low-health situations unlikely, at most, the healer would help teammates activate their health regeneration effects.
But the opponent can completely use these tactics.
Putting himself in the role of the opposing coach, he suddenly felt his dormant coaching passion, suppressed by the abundance of talented players in his team, come alive again. It must be said, having a team that's too strong is actually not a good thing. At least for him as the head coach, it doesn't bring much sense of achievement. Winning matches by using tactics and rotations, defeating stronger teams with weaker ones, is the highlight of a coach's career.
Just thinking about it is exciting.
But the lineup of the Huagua team is too strong, leaving no room for these tactics to shine. Weak teams rely on random draws, while strong teams directly pick top-tier players, simple and straightforward, with no tactical elegance at all.
Other coaches are surely muttering in their hearts, does that even sound like something a person would say?
If it were us, we'd also want to experience the thrill of charging forward without thinking.
We don't care about being criticized for lacking tactical elegance.
Joking aside, if Xiao Feng had to choose, he would definitely still pick the Huagua team. The gap in strength between the two sides is too large, making tactics practically meaningless. Similarly, no matter how good the tactics are, if the players executing them lack skill, even perfect execution won't lead to victory. He was just regretful that the brilliant tactics he had in mind had no chance to be used. These tactics weren't actually hard to think of, and other coaches would definitely use them later. This was a perfect opportunity to make a name for himself, but because his team was too strong, there was no room to showcase tactics, so he had to give up, which made him feel regretful. He shook his head, tossing the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, picked up the small notebook in his hand that made him look professional, and began calling out the players' names.
Next, the players whose names I call, get ready to go on the field.
Hearing Xiao Feng's words, the Chinese team members, who had been joking around, immediately stopped and looked at his notebook with anticipation. It wasn't because they were fired up by the strength of their opponents and wanted to give it their all on the field. After all, the overall strength of the opponents could already be roughly gauged from the 6 players who had competed earlier. Compared to the teams they encountered before, this one couldn't be considered weak. It could even be said that they were the strongest opponents they had faced in the World Championship. However, saying how formidable the other side was would be an exaggeration. At most, they were just the kind of opponents that required them to take things a bit more seriously. The reason they showed expectant expressions was, of course, because of the news they had heard earlier. This match, the healer Su Yan would be joining them in battle.
Ask any combat professional, who could resist the allure of teaming up with a healer? At least for now, they had no resistance to it. The members of the Huagua team all understood in their hearts, to be honest, I'm drawn to Su Yan, not just because of his healing abilities, but also because of that reassuring support he provides. I'm just too greedy.
Of course, at this moment, they all tacitly chose to forget the words they had said earlier when Su Yan wanted to join the match. Don't use healing.
Who would say don't use healing? Do you know how rare healers are? Having a strong healer accompany you in a match is like hitting the jackpot, and you don't want them? How thick-skinned must someone be to say that?
Then, as Xiao Feng's rough voice rang out, one by one, the names of the Huagua team members were called.
Su Yan, Ling Qingyan, Lin Bing, Feng Qi. Alright, for this match, you 10 will be the ones going on stage. Go get ready.
I want to commemorate my lost glorious moments with a beautiful victory. The eyes of every player who was called lit up, and Su Yan was no exception. However, unlike the other 9 who saw Su Yan as a talisman, Su Yan's excitement was simple. After participating in the World Championship for so long, he finally had a chance to play. As for what Xiao Feng mentioned about commemorating glorious moments, everyone chose to selectively ignore it. The head coach was a bit eccentric most of the time, and everyone was used to it. They didn't pay him any attention, letting him drift off into his own world, knowing he'd be fine after a while. As for the beautiful victory, they were sure they would win. Not for the suddenly crazy coach, but to leave a good impression on the team's healer, making future cooperation easier. After finalizing the lineup, the 10 members of the Huagua team left the locker room under the envious gazes of their teammates and headed to the arena. The coach of the opposing Indian team also racked his brains, lost quite a bit of hair, and finally decided on the lineup. As 20 players from both teams stepped onto the stage, this match, which for the first time adopted special rules between strong teams, attracted everyone's attention. The final round, the territory battle, officially began. Players from both sides stood on the stage, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers as the players were transported to a special space. Everyone was well prepared, and seeing the change in environment did not surprise them. Their focus shifted to the suddenly appearing small light screen. The light screen displayed various pre-designed maps for both sides to choose their faction's terrain. Of course, if either side had a specific terrain in mind, they could directly propose it, and the spirit of the secret realm would review the map's feasibility and make adjustments accordingly. Looking at the maps on the light screen, Hurricane Canyon, Lava Land, Starry Secret Realm, and others, the members of the Chinese team felt a bit overwhelmed, falling into a dilemma of choice. That's right, head coach Chiu Feng once again delegated authority, stating that the map selection for this match would be decided by the 10 participating players themselves. While the Hua Nation team was still struggling to decide which map to choose, the voice of the Indian team leader, Rahul, was amplified through the spirit of the secret realm. We, the Indian team, choose a custom special map prototype number 7594 Secret Realm, Starless Land. Upon hearing the opponent's choice, the Hua Nation team members instinctively turned their gaze toward Su Yan. There was no other way, the map's selection was too obviously targeted. The 7594 Secret Realm, known as Starless Land, also has another nickname, Stellar Desolation. Here, any skills, equipment, or treasures related to stars are suppressed and completely unusable. Even if you're a 10th tier expert, there's nothing you can do. Interestingly, though the secret realm suppresses star-related attributes, most of the treasures and materials it produces are star-related, and their quality is top-notch. The other side clearly had maps like temples and shrines that could greatly enhance their strength to choose from, yet they specifically requested the spirit of the secret realm to customize a map targeting the stars. The purpose is obvious. Among the 10 players from the Huagua team, there are quite a few who are famous for having star attributes as their main skill. The only one left is Su Yan, the healer referred to by other countries as the Child of the Stars. As long as they can restrict Su Yan and prevent him from providing overwhelming buffs to his 9 teammates, relying on their numerical and lineup advantage, the opponents could at least hold on to 1 or 2 territories and avoid being completely wiped out. But seeing the environment on the Indian team's side starting to change in the distance, the Huagua team couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. It seems the other side really believed those exaggerated reports about Su Yan and actually targeted him based on that. Do they think that simply disabling the star attribute can limit Su Yan's performance? Do they mistake him for his mentor? Especially Ling Qingyan, who had thought during the match against the Japanese team, what smart person would fall for this trap? Unexpectedly, someone took the bait so quickly. Others didn't know, but Su Yan had been single-handedly dominating them with Xianming for so long, and they were well aware of it. Su Yan's strength lay in his all-around recovery skills, the terrifying healing effects boosted by his talent, and that multi-layered life-saving combination. The Starlight Guide was just a decent choice, replacing it with other skills would yield similar results. Faced with this situation, everyone looked at the targeted Su Yan. Although they said nothing, the teasing in their eyes about the title Child of the Stars was impossible to hide. Seeing the looks in their eyes, Su Yan, though a bit annoyed, also showed an expression of understanding. After all, they had long anticipated this and had even prepared 2 sets of countermeasures. One was to follow the opponent's setup, treat it as a trap, and counterattack at the critical moment. The other was to directly assure his teammates that no matter what tricks the opponent had up their sleeve, he wouldn't be constrained by those flashy tactics. In the end, after a not-so-heated discussion, everyone decided to fight in the way Su Yan was most accustomed to, ignoring any traps. After all, the current Huagua team was no longer like it was before the spiritual energy revival, relying on various rumors and schemes to confuse their opponents. The current Hua Nation team has enough confidence that even if everything is exposed to the public, the enemy still cannot counter them. Seeing the anger in Su Yan's eyes, the other 9 people wisely changed the topic and began discussing which map to choose. Occasionally teasing Su Yan, the youngest darling of the team, serves as a good team-building activity. But if you push too far, you'll be the one left behind, with nowhere to cry. Moreover, the one to be punished will definitely not be Su Yan, the healer who lets teammates go. After a brief discussion, Su Yan represented the team and announced their choice to the light screen. Hua Nation team, map choice, Breezy Plains. That's right, after a short discussion, none of the 10 members of the Hua Nation team are wind element players, yet they chose a map without wind element bonuses. Their reasoning is simple: the final battlefield will definitely be on the opponent's side, so no matter how many bonuses their own map has, it won't matter. It would be better to choose a plain terrain suitable for a quick raid, paired with a wind attribute that, although it doesn't enhance combat power, can speed up marching. This way, they can occupy their territory faster and block the Indian team, killing them at the spring entrance. They are full of confidence in their ability to suppress the Indian team on the opponent's home ground. As Su Yan finished speaking, the space where the China team was located immediately changed, and a plain with a gentle breeze appeared beneath their feet. Together with the starless land chosen by the Indian team on the opposite side, it formed the map for this round of the match. After the map was confirmed, the spirit of the secret realm announced the start of the match, and both teams' players could take action. On the China team's side, upon hearing the start of the match, Su Yan immediately summoned the illusionary crystal stone, holding it in his palm, and began casting skills. Healing spell, dream return, death resistance, resurrection prophecy, ancient totem. Various skills, shining with dazzling brilliance, were successively cast on the other 9 teammates, granting them powerful buff effects. After being empowered by Su Yan, the 9 players of the Huagua team felt the surge of powerful energy within them, nodded in satisfaction, and quickly took action according to the pre-discussed tactics. At the commentary booth, Hua Xian saw Su Yan leading the charge onto the field and excitedly began explaining to the camera. Dear viewers, welcome back. This is the official live broadcast of the Huagua team. Up next is the third territory battle between the Huagua team and the Indian team. In addition to the 9 veteran players who participated in the previous matches, the Huagua team has also sent out a new player who has never appeared in the World Championship before. He is Su Yan, the core healer of the Huagua team and one of the 5 healers in this year's World Championship. Let's wait and see what kind of spectacular performance he will deliver. During the map selection phase, Hua Xian first analyzed the Indian team's intention in choosing the starless land, then expressed confusion over the Huagua team selecting the breezy plains despite not having any wind element players. After the match began, seeing the Huagua team players quickly gather and wait for Su Yan to cast his buffing skills, Hua Xian continued the commentary. At the start of the match, the Huagua team players immediately gathered to receive Su Yan's skill enhancements. Because Su Yan has only appeared in the national competition, there is very little information available. Just by looking at the skill effects, it's hard to determine the specific impact. When Su Yan performed the ancient totem, bringing various buffs to his teammates, Hua Xian paused and said excitedly, "Wait, audience friends, here it comes. Before everyone questions my professional ability, Su Yan has finally used a skill I can recognize, allowing me to regain some credibility. Ancient totem. Only the signature skill of the great shaman predecessors could have such an effect. With just this skill, the overall strength of the Hua Nation team can increase by 30 to 40%, or even more. Of course, saying this is easy. Hua Xian himself is a high-level awakener to be able to serve as a commentator. Without strong abilities, he wouldn't even be able to see the players' movements clearly. As a high-level awakener, Hua Xian has his own network. To prepare for commentary, he specifically gathered information for a period of time. Naturally, he knows quite a bit about Su Yan, who has recently risen to fame. However, under such circumstances, he would never be foolish enough to expose the true strength of his team's player in a live broadcast, under the watchful eyes of intelligence personnel worldwide. When Huaxin explained, the audience in the arena saw Su Yan release that skill again, and the place instantly erupted. After all, De Wu Chou-yi, this battle maniac and maverick among healers, is extremely famous on Blue Star. The skill Ancient Totem, which has almost become synonymous with him, is naturally very familiar to everyone. In a corner of the primordial first arena, a tall young man stared at the totem displayed in the illusion crystal in Su Yan's hand, his expression shifting from calm to serious. This aura, this display, is definitely related to that predecessor. A teammate with a good relationship saw Su Yan use the ancient totem and jokingly nudged his arm, saying, "Nikita, it looks like your opponent for this world championship has appeared. As a healer who can also use this skill, do you have the confidence to beat that guy?" The young man gently stroked the harp in his arms and replied in a soft voice that contrasted with his stature, carrying a special melody. "I have only one goal, to defeat all opponents and win the championship of this world championship." His words dismissed Su Yan, but his gaze remained fixed on him, revealing that he wasn't as relaxed as he claimed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, in a place unnoticed by anyone, a similar conversation was taking place. The screen returns to the battlefield. After receiving various buffs from Su Yan, the team members split into 3 groups and set off from the respawn point. 2 relatively weaker players were each responsible for searching 2 territories of the Hua Nation team. The remaining 7 headed straight toward the direction of the Indian team. With the amplification of Su Yan's ancient totem and the speed boost provided by the wind attribute of the breezy plains, the Hua Nation team members quickly spread out. The 2 players responsible for searching their own territories soon scouted most of the map and luckily found one territory. The 7 players heading toward the Indian team's direction, under the astonished gazes of the audience, crossed most of the map at an incredible speed and reached the boundary line between the 2 teams' maps. They saw the prominent territory at the center of the boundary line. At this moment, the 10 players of the Indian team, scattered in their search, had only explored less than half of the map and hadn't even caught a glimpse of the target territory. As usual, the weakest player was sent to guard this territory, while the remaining 6 directly entered the map they chose. After entering the home map chosen by the Indian team, Starless Land, the surrounding environment suddenly darkened, and visibility was greatly reduced. Originally, high-level awakeners could easily see things hundreds or even thousands of meters away, but now their vision was limited to a range of just over 10 meters. This change made everyone somewhat unaccustomed. After all, in Starless Land, the star attributes were suppressed. Although the sun and moon appeared more advanced, they actually still fell under the category of stars. What was even more uncomfortable was that this map also greatly restricted their mental power, with its external range being similar to their vision only a little over 10 meters. This meant that the mental power they originally used to detect territories could now only be used to guard against nearby dangers, significantly reducing its effectiveness. The 6 members of the Chinese team immediately felt a bit out of sorts, as they were accustomed to using mental power for large-scale scanning when searching for things.